I started cultivating immortality at the age of 3, learned to read and write at 6, composed poems at 6, and was noticed by an old immortal who was traveling at the age of 9. He took me as his disciple and brought me to the holy land of cultivation in the great wilderness, Jisha Academy, becoming a peerless genius among thousands. I thought I could show my skills here and become the peak of this world like other time travelers, but as full as the ideal is, reality is as skinny. When the 14-year-old prodigy who entered Jisha Academy at the same time as me entered the great Yuan Dan and understood the true meaning of martial arts, I, who have lived 2 lives, am still just a small character in the early stage of the great Yuan Dan at the age of 28, and this is because my master and junior sister have given me some help. Otherwise I'm afraid I would even find it difficult to reach the great Yuan Dan. At this point, I finally understand that without cheating, time travelers are no different from ordinary people. Don't talk about being able to recite poetry at the age of 6. Even if a 6-year-old can marry and have children, it's useless. At the age of 38, I compromised with fate, quietly left Jisha Academy without telling my fellow senior brothers and junior sisters, and returned to the small town where I was born. With the strength of the Dayuan pill, the Lin family, which was weak, became one of the 5 major families in the city of Yunwu. Today is my 60th birthday, and the Lin family mansion is filled with guests, making it very lively, but only I know that deep down, I feel a sense of loneliness that is hard to hide, because for a cultivator, the ages from 12 to 22 are the prime years, and from 23 to 40 is a period of great progress in cultivation. However, after 40, a cultivator's vitality and strength will gradually decline, especially for someone like me who has not reached the realm of the 3 realms. Wanting to break through the Yuan Dan and enter the realm of the 3 passages is simply absurd. The Yuan Dan is still within the realm of ordinary people, with a lifespan of only about 50 years. Moreover, I suffered a serious hidden injury in my early years, so my lifespan will be shortened by another 30 to 50 years. The Lin family, although one of the 5 major families in Cloud Mist City, does not have anyone in the family, whether it is their 2 older brothers or the next generation, who can take up the banner after they pass away. Once they lose the status of the 5 major families, it means that the Lin family must give up many family industries, which will then be gradually eroded, even falling into a 3rd or 4th-rate family in Cloud Mist City. It should be noted that without strong financial support, the Lin family will only become weaker day by day, unless a legendary prodigy appears. At this point, I looked around and couldn't help but feel speechless. Aren't all time travelers supposed to have a golden finger? I've lived for 60 years. Not to mention 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank of the river. Don't bully the poor young people. What's coming next for me might be directly the dead or great. The tears of the tomb robbers. It's really unlucky. Uncle San, your niece Lin Shuer kowtowed to you. At this moment, a very youthful and beautiful girl came to my side and kowtowed to me. Seeing the newcomer, I couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. This girl's name is Lin Shuer, who was originally picked up by my disabled 4th brother, mainly because of her extremely likable personality, and since my 4th brother Lin Shunfeng had no children of his own, she was taken in as an adopted daughter by Lin Shunfeng. In the entire Lin family, I also dote on this little niece of mine very much. Okay, Shuer, get up quickly, otherwise Sanshu will worry. Seeing this, I smiled and helped Lin Shuer up. By the way, where is Lin Fan Ge? Lin Shuer stood up, looked around, didn't see the figure she wanted to see, and asked. Upon hearing this, I was also stunned. Lin Shuer was asking about Lin Fan, who is my only son. Although he is only 17 years old now, he is also considered the 2nd generation of the Lin family, just like Lin Shuer. However, Lin Fan is also the most criticized one in the Lin family, not because of anything else, but because Lin Fan's aptitude is extremely poor, almost to the point of being called a waste. At the age of 16, he has not even reached the open Yuan stage, let alone the Qi gathering 7th stage. As soon as I was about to ask where the person next to me, Lin Fan, had gone. Ding! Congratulations, host, the immortal Dao system has been decompressed for 60 years. Decompression successful. Binding host Lin Xian. This system can help the host become a super genius of the Xinshao continent. At this moment, a cold system sound rang in my ear. Upon hearing this, I was instantly filled with joy, but then a wave of anger rose in my heart. 60 years. Do you know how I've spent these 60 years? Do you know? Becoming a super genius of the Xinshao continent. Achieving what? I don't know what the Xinshao continent is. I can now call myself an old man. What super genius? Could it be an old age super genius? But as I thought about it, my heart gradually calmed down. Although the system came a little late, it finally arrived, which is still a good thing after all. Thinking of this, I suddenly stood up as if I were about to die, and then excitedly said to everyone, "Today, dear guests who have come from afar, You must eat and drink well. If the hospitality is not good enough, it's my family's problem. This move also puzzled everyone present. Unable to understand why I suddenly became so excited as if I were about to give birth, I ignored this and went back to my room with an excuse. As for the guests at the 60th birthday party, what a joke. My system is online. Who still has the mood to celebrate a 60th birthday? Soon I was sitting cross-legged on the bed, calling out system. Immediately, a cold system sound rang in my mind. Ding. The martial arts system is at your service. The host only needs to defeat strong enemies, complete missions, compete for great opportunities, and then can obtain various unexpected rewards. Then I saw a huge system panel appear in front of me. Looking at my information, I couldn't help but nod slightly. It was indeed similar to the real me. The system voice sounded again. Ding. The newcomer's gift package has arrived. Please host to receive. Upon hearing this, I was instantly delighted. This was what I had been waiting for. Without the newcomer's gift package, it would not be easy for me to progress. After all, I don't have many years left to live. Open the newcomer's packet. Lin Xian couldn't wait to get up. Open the newcomer's gift pack and obtain 1 marrow cleansing pill, a spirit grade lower grade body refining martial art, Xian desolate battle body, 10 opening yuan pills, 3 small yuan breaking pills, and 1 large yuan breaking pill. Big bang. This newcomer package is really not bad, and it is not worth waiting for 60 years. Marrow cleansing pill. This was the most important of these rewards, and listening to this name it seemed like it wasn't a high-level pill, but in reality, the marrow cleansing pills are super rare in the entire Great Wilderness. This is a divine item that can enhance the cultivator's root bones and meridians. Lin Xian had once not heard of anyone possessing a marrow cleansing elixir even in the Jishi Academy, and Lin Xian's master, Wine Master, at one time had also wanted very much to find a marrow cleansing elixir for Lin Xian, but in the end, he had also returned without any success. Now he actually got one for himself. Then again, spirit grade lower grade martial arts were also worth a lot. The Great Desolate's martial arts were mainly just divided into mortal grade and spirit grade. There were 1 to 9 grades at the mortal level, and the spirit level was divided into 4 grades, the lower, middle, and upper extreme grades. And Lin Xian's only spirit grade lower grade Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword decision was still learned at the Jishi Academy, taught by Lin Xian's master. It was also because of this Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword decision that Lin Xian was considered to be at the highest level of combat power in Cloud Mist City, and with the power of one person he was able to make the Lin family the 5th largest family. The other few great clans were also salivating over Lin Xian's spirit level martial arts. Now the system actually directly gave a spirit grade lower grade martial arts. More importantly, the system gave a body refining martial arts, which could be even more precious. In the aftermath of that, the Enlightenment Dan was also a precious elixir, as it allowed Enlightenment Realm cultivators to ascend by 1 grade. As for the small yuan breaking pills and the great yuan breaking pills, they were better understood as divine pills that could raise the great yuan Dan realm and the small yuan Dan realm by 1 small step. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xian directly swallowed the marrow cleansing pill. Suddenly, warmth wrapped around Lin Xian's limbs, and black impurities gushed out of his limbs in an instant. There is no pain, only relief. Lin Xian felt the warmth and suddenly raised his head to the sky. Fortunately, Lin Xian's mansion was in the backyard. Lin Xian stood up, and his entire person seemed to have become even more dusty and divine. Phew! Lin Xian let out a long breath and couldn't help but clench his fists in the air. Boom! There was a burst of fist explosions. Yes! Lin Xian let out a light cry once again. The dark diseases in the body were also cured by the marrow cleansing pill. It was worthy of being an elixir that could be called a divine object even within the Great Wilderness. Lin Xian immediately went to the pond in the backyard, sat down in the pond and started to clean the impurities on his body, and also directly swallowed the yuan breaking Dan. Lin Xian had logically become at the late stage of the Great Yuan Dan realm. At this realm, Lin Xian could walk sideways within Cloud Mist City. City Lord's Hao Shao family. The strongest person is only a Great Yuan Dan realm great circle, but he can't know spirit level martial arts, so he's afraid that he'll be half a caddy to fight with Lin Xian. Oh no! Lin Xian now had the confidence to beat the old master of the Shao family to death. After breaking through to the late stage of the Great Yuan Dan realm, Lin Xian was refreshed and also returned to the front courtyard hall. Master Lin! Master Lin! When the crowd saw Lin Xian walking towards them, they all bowed their hands respectfully towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian only nodded slightly in response. I'll go. Why do I feel as if family Master Lin has gotten a lot younger? I feel it too. It always feels as if the Lin family lord has become more majestic in general. Didn't they say that there is a serious dark disease within the main body of the Lin family? This doesn't look like the body has a dark disease. Incredible! Incredible! In the midst of the crowd's chatter, Lin Xian sat down in his householder's seat. Third brother, what are you? Big brother Lin Wen was also slightly stunned as he looked at Lin Xian. The Lin Xian at this moment was as if he was two people to the Lin Xian of an hour ago, full of essence, not at all like a person who had reached the age of 60, but more like a strong man in his 40s. Just now there was some realization, a slight refinement. Lin Xian smiled in response. Lin Wen and Lin Wu were overjoyed, feeling happy for Lin Xian from the bottom of their hearts. The Lin family clan was not big and had a small population. Compared to the other four great families, the Lin family was considered relatively small, and its heritage was also considered weak. However, it also made the Lin family more united. Although Lin Xian had left Cloud Mist City at the age of 9, he had always been on good terms with his several blood brothers, and the Lin family's descendants had the utmost respect for Lin Xian, the family head. Even when Lin Xian almost died due to a dark disease, all the people of the Lin family worked together to stabilize the situation and preserve the Lin family and Lin Xian. This kind of unity is what makes a family grow. Master of the house. Suddenly, a servant came running in furtively, looking a little succeeding anxious. The spirit martial sect from the eastern state has come. The crowd in the room was in an uproar. The eastern state spiritual martial sect, that was the overlord of the entire eastern state. The Yuandan realm was said to be only a disciple within the spirit martial sect. The elders were all at the three-passage divine realm, and the worst of the stewards were also great Yuandan. In front of the spirit martial sect, the five great families of Cloud Mist City were a joke, and the spirit martial sect could crush the five great families with a single finger. Quickly go and invite the spirit martial sect's superior envoy in. Lin Xian also didn't dare to slack off on the spirit martial sect. Although he was now enlightened, he hadn't grown up yet, and for the spirit martial sect, he still had to wait sternly. The other four great clans also stood on either side, very curious as to what the spirit martial sect was doing in the Lin family. Could it be that Lin Xian had hitched a ride with the spirit martial sect? Thinking about this layer, the rest of the three great clans except for the Shao family were all a little unsteady. If that was the case, the Lin family was afraid that they would be able to dominate Cloud Mist City in the future. Amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, a banner bearing the word Lingwu first came into view. What a big show! The spirit martial sect came with a dozen people this time, and the worst of them are actually at the little Yuandan realm. A small Yuandan realm elder of the Wu family sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "Those two at the head. I can't see through them. I'm afraid they're at the great Yuandan realm." The Jia family elder said solemnly, "That girl in the lead. She's so pretty." The rest of the people listened to these words and whispered even more. It was worthy of being a giant of the eastern state of the Great Wasteland and one of the five great sects of the Great Wasteland. Lin Xian also secretly checked it out. The visitor was 18 years old, with 15 small Yuandan, 2 large Yuandan, and a young and beautiful woman who was afraid to be 16 or 17 years old, but had actually already opened her yuan. Lin Xian was shocked. 16 years old is a watershed. At 16 years old and below into the Kaiyuan, that is a true genius. And this woman, I'm afraid, is this kind of genius. The eldest daughter of the Bai clan, Bai Yula, has met Uncle Lin. The woman stood out and bowed slightly to Lin Xian. The crowd was alarmed. This heavenly pride of the spirit martial sect actually addressed Lin Xian as uncle. End of chapter. Chapter 3, Son's withdrawal from marriage. Chapter 3, Son's withdrawal from marriage. Lin Xian was first stunned when he heard the name Bai Yula. Then he came to a realization. Speaking of Bai Yula, then one would have to mention the Huaqingfu on Cloud Mist City. The Bai family was precisely one of the three great families within the Huaqingfu prefecture, and there was even a strong person of the Avatar 3 realm within the family. Lin Xian at first down the Jishi Academy. In the East State Huaqing House on the occasional encounter with the Bai families by Rome, the two people know each other companion, became good friends, and in the common suffering, they became life and death. The two people agreed to both give birth to a son as a brother, both have a daughter as a sister, and if a man and a woman will be a husband and wife. It meant that Bai Yula was the fiancé of Lin Xian's son, Lin Fan. As for Bai Rong, he was Lin Xian's bonded second brother and the youngest son of the Bai family head, currently the sixth elder of the Bai family, at the late stage of the Great Yuandan. However, in fact, Lin Xian had never placed this marriage contract in his heart until the very beginning, at least when the gap between Lin Fan and Bai Yura was too large. Lin Xian felt that this marriage contract was unnecessary. The main thing was that Lin Fan's strength was too low, and if the two were really married, it would end badly in the future. Equal status, or perhaps childhood affection. How can you account for the same? So it's niece Bai. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I still almost didn't recognize her. Lin Xian said smilingly, then waved his hand at the second generation of the Lin family next to him. What are you still standing there for? Give the spirit martial sect's honored guests a seat. Yes. The two spirit martial sect stewards and Bai Yula sat in their seats, and the rest of the dozen or so people stood behind them. A dozen or so small Yuan Dan realms. Very oppressive. Lin Shan, Lin Hai, and these second generation ones all felt complete pressure. It's been many years, and I haven't visited old brother Bai in Hua Qing Fu for a long time, and I don't know how your father is doing. I hope your father doesn't blame me. Lin Xian exchanged pleasantries and looked towards Bai Yura, revealing goodwill. Bai Yula was also a bit overwhelmed by Lin Xian's kindness, pursing her lips slightly as she responded stiffly. Don't worry, Uncle Lin. My father was supposed to rush to Cloud Mist City to wish Uncle a happy birthday, but naturally, half a month ago, my father was seriously injured in a great battle, so I could only entrust my niece to come and give Uncle my blessings. Bai Yula was worthy of being the daughter of the Bai family, appearing very elegant and speaking in an extremely decent manner. And Lin Xian and Bai Yura's speech was a shock to the other guests sitting in their respective seats. Lin Xian actually had this connection with the Bai family of the Huaqing prefecture. This was something that a few of their other great clans had been unaware of. One should know that Cloud Mist City was under the Huaqing prefecture, and under the Huaqing prefecture, there were 17 other cities like Cloud Mist City. Rong Di is injured? Lin Xian frowned slightly. When Lin Xian and Bai Rong were life and death friends, they naturally shared a very strong bond. Bai Yula looked even more embarrassed as she watched Lin Xian care so much about her father, and could only quietly reach out and pull the old man next to her. Lin family master. I am Yang Chen, the steward of the spirit martial sect. Old me has met Steward Yang. Lin Xian smiled and hugged Yang Chen. Both of them belonged to the great Yuan Dan realm, and even though the other party was a spirit martial sect steward, Lin Xian was still on equal footing with him. Nowadays, Yuara is already a personal disciple of our spirit martial sect. With Yang Chen's words, a chorus of voices sucking in cool air once again resounded within the Lin mansion. Below, the third generation of the Lin family, Lin Ao, Lin Yu and the others were all looking at Bai Yula with great envy and admiration. The Wu, Feng, and Jia families, on the other hand, had a hard look on their faces. The relationship between the Bai family and the Lin family seemed to be good, and with this daughter of the Bai family being so supremely talented, it would not be easy for their three great families in the future. Only the people of the Xiao family were just surprised, because the Xiao family head is also the Cloud Mist City head, belonging to the official people of the Great Desolate Empire. He is naturally not afraid. Lin Xian also glanced deeply at Bai Yura. Spirit Martial Sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Great Desert, is also the head of the giants of the Eastern State, can become a personal disciple of the Spirit Martial Sect, indicating that Bai Yula's talent is very high, under normal cultivation, is bound to enter the third realm of the Avatar, and may not even necessarily stop at the first realm. Uncle here congratulates niece Bai. Rongdi is truly blessed to have such an excellent daughter like you, Lin Xian said smilingly, and had a bad feeling in his heart, because, this scene, he had seen it in quite a few novels in his previous life. Cough. Steward Yang Chen also slightly coughed dryly twice, then thinking of his spirit martial sect's huge power, he also covered up the hint of embarrassment he had earlier. It is the Lin family master. My spirit martial sect upper-level elders heard that Miss Bai Yula, and Yu Lin family seems to have a marriage. With that one sentence, the room was once again in an uproar. Aside from Lin Xian, there was also the Lin Wen and Lin Wu duo. Especially the people from the 3 great clans had their mouths wide open. Has the Lin family really climbed the ladder? However, there were sharp-eyed people who could see that the atmosphere of the scene was not right. Something's not right. This spirit martial sect coming here doesn't quite look like they're here to wish for a birthday celebration. Instead they have a sense of condescension. I hope that the Lin family can break off their marriage contract with Yula. As expected. Not a moment later, Yang Chen said decisively. Lin Xian's hands, hidden underneath his wide sleeve robes, were already clenched tightly together. Although he had already guessed this dog-blooded plot, right now, Lin Xian was indeed very annoyed and furious. Previously reading novels without paying attention to the feelings of this protagonist's father. Now that he was a father himself and his only son had to face the dilemma of being publicly withdrawn from the marriage, Lin Xian was very heartbroken for his own son and had a fiery feeling of pain on his face as if he had been slapped in the face. At this point the scene was again in an uproar. This time, the eyes of the people from the several great clans looking at the Lin family were filled with banter and ridicule. It's also true that you have to watch the show until the end. And the hall full of Lin family members, who basically didn't know about this matter. Now that they knew, their faces didn't look good. Although Lin Fan's talent was poor, he was after all a member of their Lin family. They secretly slandered this little uncle of theirs for his lack of talent, but they wouldn't allow someone to slap their Lin family's face in front of the entire city's great clans. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth hooked up slightly in what appeared to be a smile, but he was actually very angry. Good. Very good. Lin Wen and Lin Wu looked at Lin Xian in this state and also immediately came next to him. Third brother. You can't. They're from the spirit martial sect. Lin Wen whispered in Lin Xian's ear. It couldn't be helped. The spirit martial sect was the overlord of the eastern state. If they annoyed the spirit martial sect, the entire Lin family would go up in smoke. Looking at how angry Lin Xian was, Bai Yula didn't say anything. This matter was originally not in her favor. However, it was absolutely impossible for her to marry an invalid. Lin Xian forcibly suppressed the churning qi in blood. Lin Xian wasn't a double-standard person, and he knew that a woman really didn't want to marry someone with mediocre talent either. Lin Xian originally didn't have the idea of letting his son climb up the ladder, but withdrawing from the marriage in public really caused his son to lose his reputation. Bravo! Niece Bai. What a boldness! By Rome he does have a good daughter. Lin Xian regained his composure. What scene had he not seen before in the Jishi Academy? Uncle Lin. Bai Yula was just about to say something when Lin Xian also raised his hand to interrupt Bai Yula. It's fine if you call me Clan Leader Lin or Clan Master Lin. The title of Uncle Lin. I can't afford it a bit. And rightly so. My family's Fanner is indeed just like his name. A mediocre person. Not worthy of the Miss Bai clan, and even less worthy of the spirit martial sect's prototype. So be it. Lin Xian was even calmer. He was now enlightened. One day, his Lin Xian's son would be even more honorable than the great desolate prince. Oh, I count on you, old man, to know what's good for you. At this moment, another great Yuan Dan realm steward of the spirit martial sect smiled disdainfully. This steward does not understand. With an unranked family to engage in these false head, what is the use? Directly with the force of the pressure can be. Batu, do not be rude. Yang Chen gulped lightly, but there was no criticism in his tone. And when they heard this comment from Ba Tong, the Lin family's crowd was even more furious. This guy, actually insulting their patriarch. The three great clans below were full of banter. And now, Lin Xian's face had been disgraced. The Lin family's reputation would also fall into the doldrums, which could be very good news for their three great families. Lin Xian's eyes were cold and stern, but he didn't respond to this Ba Tong. Since it's all like this, then it's great. Yang Chen looked happy, finally accomplishing the task given by the elders. Of course, we won't make things too difficult for your Lin family, and for that reason, the third elder of our spirit martial sect has prepared a reparation gift for the Lin family. Yang Chen continued, and as he said that, Yang Chen took out a wooden box from his storage bag. Opening the wooden box, 3 round white pills lay inside. This is the opening Dan. The crowd gasped, and the other clans were very hot. This was the enlightened Yuan pill, and in their cloud mist city, it was a precious pill that had a price. Lin Xian coldly looked at the enlightened Yuan Dan in Yang Chen's hand and smiled disdainfully. Because the enlightened Yuan Dan in Yang Chen's hand was of poorer quality, if a martial artist absorbed it, it was likely that it would leave impurities in the body, and the martial artist would still need to use Yuan Qi to force the impurities out. Patriarch Lin, how is it? Yang Chen was slightly smug. These poor and remote places. I'm afraid that it's hard to see what he has in his hands. Humph. These things, Your Excellency had better take them back. Lin Xian flung out his sleeve robe and was about to send off his guests when a clear and incomparable voice suddenly came out. My father is right. These things, you'd better take them back. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Why 4 years? 2 years are enough. Chapter 4. Why 4 years? 2 years are enough. There was a majesty in this voice full of teenage vigor that caused sideways glances, only to see the visitor looks although slightly tender, but the eyes calm and indifferent. Body length of nearly 8 feet, wearing a dragon necklace on the neck, wearing a common robe but cannot hide the elevated body and difficult to conceal the temperament. Vanille, Lin Xian muttered even as he looked at the visitor. Lin Xian felt as if Lin Fan was a bit different today. Brother Lin Fan. Lin Shuer shouted even more excitedly when she saw Lin Fan walking towards her. The rest of the Lin family's third generation also gave a slightly more respectful and honorable title of junior uncle. You're Lin Fan? Bai Yura looked at the young man and asked in a cold voice. The Long is decent, but in this world, good looking that is only secondary. Talented and strong is the most important. Lin Fan, the young patriarch of the Lin family. Meet Miss Bai. Lin Fan spoke with a faint sense of distance, and although he spoke politely, he was slightly indifferent, holding it just right. Before Bai Yura could speak, Lin Fan turned his head to look at Lin Xian and said respectfully, Father, this engagement, let's not have it. A word of stone. The people below were all a bit unable to see through this Lin family trash, but on second thought, this Lin Fan was afraid that he was just puffing up his face. Knowing that people come to withdraw from the marriage, instead of being woefully withdrawn from the marriage, it's better to be arrogant and earn some prestige. This Lin Fan, a little bit of heart. No talent. This Lin Fan, he'll be just like that in the future. Hee hee, the old man is still often glad that the Lin family's young patriarch is a waste. I guess after today, the news of the Lin family being withdrawn from the marriage will spread throughout the entire Cloud Mist City. The people of the three great clans were talking, and their language was filled with undisguised mockery. Lin Xian looked sideways at Yang Chen, while Yang Chen and the others smiled disdainfully, while Bai Yula seemed to be insulted at the moment. On what grounds did this Lin fan look down on this marriage contract of his? People, they are so cheap. Miss Bai, I can understand you coming to withdraw from the marriage. After all, I'm a known loser and really don't deserve you. And even my father probably didn't take this verbal engagement seriously. But you shouldn't come down to withdraw from the marriage in front of a large crowd. Lin Fan's tone was also slightly heavy even after he spoke. Don't you know that today is my father's 60th birthday? And that my father and your father are sworn brothers? Is this how you respect your elders? Does Uncle Bai Rong know about this behavior of yours? Lin Fan pointed one hand straight at Bai Yura, and his tone was even more aggravated. Kid, you seek death. A small Yuan Dan expert behind Bai Yula shouted and slapped his palm towards Lin Fan. Unbridled. Lin Xian shouted. Boom! Lin Xian slapped that little Yuan Dan realm with his palm and sent it flying. This is the Lin family. Watch your behavior. Lin Xian angrily flung his sleeve, his tone huffy, and had shielded Lin Fan behind himself. Bai Yura didn't say anything. It was because she knew that today was Lin Xian's 60th birthday that she came to withdraw from the marriage. Because it was only because of this pressure with power that the Lin family had to withdraw from the marriage. However, Bai Yura didn't explain and just tilted her head slightly condescendingly. Bai Yura simply didn't believe that the Lin family's father and son didn't want to climb the ladder. In Bai Yura's heart, this Lin family's mud-legged origins were afraid that they couldn't wait to tie themselves to their Lin family. Humph! This young lady is a personal disciple of the spirit martial sect. Lin Fan, we are not from the same world. Today this marriage contract must be broken. Bai Yura's voice resounded throughout the Lin mansion. Ha! Before Lin Xian could speak, Lin Fan first let out a cold snort, then took a few steps forward. Today, it's also true that we should make an end to this before it's too late. But it's not you, Miss Bai, who breaks off the engagement. It's me, the Lin family, who doesn't want you. Bai Yura, a word. Once again, stone cold, the whole room was in an uproar. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at his son with a bit of surprise. To grow a brain, it was a scene that he himself had never experienced before, but it felt incredibly familiar. What do you mean? Bai Yura trembled and pointed at Lin Xian and screamed loudly, not even caring about her image. The two of them, Yang Chen and Batong, were also cold. What class of thing would have the audacity to say that? That's right, you snarky woman. This young master looks uninterested. Today, this young master means to withdraw from the marriage. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth hooked up slightly as he continued in a cold voice. Good. Lin Xian laughed and smiled as he sat down in his seat. Worthy of my son. Well said. Not only did Lin Xian not get angry, he was instead smilingly applauding. In today's matter, the Lin family had a good reason. And even though the spirit martial sect was a hegemon in the eastern state, it was unlikely that they would come looking for trouble. After all, this was only supposed to be a matter between juniors. This is expressly stipulated by the Great Desolate Empire. And no matter how powerful the spirit martial sect is, it will never dare to go against the Great Desolate Imperial family. What's more, if the spirit martial sect really annoyed Lin Xian would have the cheek to go to his own master and junior sister to see who had the tougher backstage. Bai Yura was even more infuriated, her chest grandeur going up and down, her white fingers trembling. Miss White, my son's meaning is clear. Now take your things and be my guest. These words, they were spoken by Lin Xian. And since his face had already been torn, there was nothing to hide. As for his own friendship with the White family, it was also basically at an end. Why should you be the one to withdraw from the marriage? What are you? Bai Yula screamed. Bai Yula was the strongest heavenly pride of Hua Qingfu. Looking at the entire eastern state, she was one of the top heavenly prides. And in the future, she was definitely going to be on the Great Desolate Dragon and Phoenix list. So it was logical that she should be the one to withdraw from the marriage. Not Lin Xian withdrawing her from the marriage. This one is of a different nature. Lin family master, your son is overdoing it. If the son doesn't teach, the father is at fault. Sam Young has come out in defense of his own family. In the face of such words, Lin Xian gave an impatient grunt. I have an appointment with the Bai family for the marriage of the youngest generation, and when the period arrives and withdraws from the marriage, this is faithlessness, and to make trouble on a great birthday is rudeness. What? Faithless and rude. What more good looks do you want from the old man? Lin Xian's words were very strong, leaving Yang Chen speechless for a moment. But Batu, on the other hand, was a rough man, and immediately rose to his feet. I don't understand all this literary stuff of yours. I just know that a hard fist is the real truth. Old thing. Today's marriage. Anyway, just back off. Batu cursed, not giving the Lin family any face at all. These 2 words scolded the Lin family people red in the face and neck. Even the always stable Lin Wen Lin Wu 2 people also want to draw their swords. In response, Yang Chen did not have the slightest intention of stopping Batu. Before Lin Xian and the others could speak, Bayura then spoke out once more. Humph, Lin Fan. You are not qualified to take the initiative to withdraw from the marriage. How about this? I'll give you a chance. 4 years from now will be the day when the Great Desolate Dragon and Phoenix ranking is finalized. I'll be waiting for you. If you can beat this young lady will serve you as a slave and a servant girl, but if you lose, you'll be on your knees on the spot and proceed with this young lady's withdrawal from the marriage. The Great Desolate Dragon and Phoenix list. The age of those on the list was strictly controlled at 22 and below, and it was rumored that quite a few of those on the list had already reached the Avatar 3 realm, which was even more powerful than the strongest person in Cloud Mist City on the surface. At least, Cloud Mist City didn't have any strong people of the Divine Profound Third Realm. Oh, what need is there for 4 years? 2 years are enough. If I lose, not only will I accept your withdrawal, but also, I will be at your disposal. Lin Fan's eyes were resolute and one could not help but be impressed. This kid wouldn't even know what the Dragon and Phoenix list was. Lin Xian knows what is the Dragon and Phoenix list, and Lin Xian's former little sister is still the second on the Dragon and Phoenix list on the fixed list, mainly because the first than Lin Xian's little sister more than 2 years of cultivation. If not, the first place is Lin Xian's little sister. Of course, Lin Xian had the system now, and 4 years should be enough. A small Dragon and Phoenix list. Lin Xian was already disdainful of it now. Oh, 2 years? Then this young lady waiting for you. Oh yes, or tell you, the last Dragon and Phoenix list, the worst are Yuan Dan realm. You don't end up even that Dragon and Phoenix list can't get on. Bayura coldly mocked, then was about to leave the Lin mansion, and Yang Chen also walked towards the front. As for Batu, as soon as he grabbed back the Kaiyuan Dan that was placed on the table, humph, a bunch of uneducated dogs, wasting my time. Little, you'd better pray that you don't go out in the future, or you won't know how to die. Batu grinned and barked arrogantly. The people of the 3 great clans were even happier. The Lin family had now even messed with Batong, a great Yuan Dan realm powerhouse, so they were afraid that they would have a hard time in the future. Stop. Suddenly, Lin Xian said faintly, but his voice resounded through the Lin mansion. What else does the Lin family master have to do? Yang Chen looked at Lin Xian, the sarcasm in his eyes now not even concealed. I'll leave my son's matters to their younger generation. But now, it's time for our generation. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Old thing, what do you want? Bata grinned and yelled. I want to challenge the 2 stewards of the spirit martial sect. I wonder if the 2 of you can give me advice. Lin Xian stood up, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, but his eyes were cold and murderous. Batu, right? You already have a way to take your death. End of chapter. Chapter 5. The head of the family is about to get tough. Chapter 5. The head of the family is about to get tough. Lin Xian's words caused an uproar. Even Lin Wen, Lin Wu, and the Lin Fan few were looking at Lin Xian incredulously. Lin Xian family head is out of his mind alright. Actually daring to challenge the spirit martial sect's upper envoy. This old man Lin Xian has definitely lost his mind. He actually dares to do this. Good man. Today is really a great day to watch a play. Even better than listening to a song on the hook. I'm afraid that this is the old man eating arsenic and having to seek death. Lin family master. The crowd was talking. The 2 of them, Yang Chen and Batong, were also looking straight at Lin Xian. Lin family master, do you mean you want to challenge us? Yang Chen narrowed his eyes. That's right. I want to see how good the steward of the spirit martial sect is. Lin Xian flung his sleeve and sneered. Lin family master, don't mistake yourself. Although we are all at the great Yuan Dan realm. A great Yuan Dan realm from a small place like yours and our spirit martial sect's great Yuan Dan. That's 2 realms. Yang Chen was still very condescending. From the beginning to the end, Yang Chen had never looked up to the Lin family. Although Yang Chen was still kind of peaceful on the surface, but how could he not hide the contempt in his eyes? Or perhaps it was because Yang Chen didn't even try to cover it up. Old man, are you really tired of living? Bata yelled. We'll fight at the Cloud Mist battlefield in Cloud Mist City. Do you dare? Old thing. Since you died early, I can fulfill you. Bayu Noguchi an old thing. Cursing that is very hard to hear. Mother asterisk 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 her. Did you grow up eating? How can you speak so stinky? Lin Fan, who was on the side, disgustedly fanned the front of his nose. Extremely disgusted. What did you say? Little punk. Batu was furious, and his body's Yuan Qi converged. The middle stage of the great Yuan Dan realm. Fine. Then we'll fight you. But let's do it in 3 days. Yura is going back to Huaqing Mansion. We'll fight after I send Yura back. Yang Chen stopped in front of Batu and said indifferently, alright, then engage in a lottery. If the two of you lose, then let this bat on. In front of Cloud Mist City, kneel down and kowtow to my son and apologize for his mistake. Lin Xian augmented his voice with Yuan Qi, causing the words to spread throughout the entire Lin family. And all the guests of the Lin family heard them. There was a gasp from the crowd that it was actually playing so big. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Batu was about to speak out, while Yang Chen continued to stop in front of him. What if Family Master Lin loses? Yang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, looking very scornful. If I lose, I'll give you my life. Lin Xian casually flung his hand and said, no. Lin Wen was alarmed. The Lin family members were all shocked. Family Master, never fight for your life. Third Grandpa, please think twice. Third Uncle, no. Master of the house. The people of the Lin family were all flustered, while the guests underneath were all overjoyed. Once Lin Xian died, the Lin family would surely fall, and once the Lin family fell, then they would be able to divide and conquer the huge Lin family. Ha ha ha, old thing. You came to seek death yourself. According to the great desolate laws, it's okay for me to take your life in this situation. Okay, if I lose, I'll cut off my head and give it to you. We'll be relatively fair. Ha ha ha. Bata looked extremely happy and open-mouthed, and said in a completely unforgiving manner. Lin Xian secretly rejoiced. This is not to give himself a head to come well. He just lacked a head to earn prestige and chi luck. The old man must have laughed it off. Okay, it's a deal. 3 days. See them off. Lin Xian said indifferently. Humph. No need. Stay back. Yang Chen raised his palms flatly, his eyes teasing. From start to finish, Yura didn't say a word. After the crowd from the spirit martial sect left, the rest of the guests also left with good sense. Only, today will be a big event in Cloud Mist City. After all the guests left, Lin Xian looked around. The first and second generations of the Lin family, all come to the conference hall. Yes, master of the house. The older generation went away, leaving the third generation of the congregation staring at each other in disbelief. What should we do? If third grandpa is not defeated, it will be over. Alas, third grandpa was too impulsive. Shouldn't we run ahead then? Run Nima. I'm a son of the Lin family. I'll live and die with the Lin family. Me too. I support brother Lin Ao. Must live and die with the Lin family. The juniors outside were yelling, and Lin Xian and the others had already arrived at the meeting hall. The crowd took their seats. Lin Xian was in the main seat, with Grand Elder Lin Wen and Second Elder Lin Wu in the first positions on either side. Below, there are Lin Wen's son Lin Shan and Lin Hai, Lin Wu's son Lin Yang and Lin Yu, and Lin Xian's dead fifth brother left behind the eldest son Lin Chongxiu. A total of 5 people. Plus Lin Fan and Lin Shuer will be a total of 7 people. To be honest, the human population belongs to the not prosperous Of course, Lin Man had a daughter who married out, while several others died young. Uncle San, isn't this too impulsive of you? Lin Yang was the strongest of the second generation, having already reached the 9th level of Kaiyuan, just 1 step away from breaking the Yuan. Right, third uncle, that spirit martial sect 2 steward's strength seems to be not weak. If you have a long or short, the crowd spoke up. Lin Wen and Lin Wu didn't stop the crowd's remarks this time, because both of them felt that Lin Xian was really impulsive this time. Lin Xian leaned back in his chair and reached out his hand to slightly tap the desk. Dang it! Lin Xian, the family head, was still very authoritative in the Lin family, and everyone shut up and didn't say anything. This time, I naturally have my examinations. Our Lin family has suffered a great loss of reputation because of today's matter. If this family head doesn't get a little tougher, we won't be able to stand on our feet. Lin Xian said indifferently. The Lin family had only risen for a total of 12 years, and the other 4 great families, at worst, had nearly 100 years. Lin Xian was also seeing the overall chi of the Lin family slightly dissipating through the system. It's all about the lowering of prestige, and getting punched in the face. Therefore, this reputation, Lin Xian had to earn it back, as well as this face. Lin Xian had to slap it back. But third uncle, that spirit martial sect stewards, their strengths are all at the great Yuan Dan realm, especially that Yang Chen. His strength is unfathomable, perhaps at the late great Yuan Dan realm. Lin Shan said with a frown, trusting this family master is. This family master is confident in this duel. And, this time, I didn't find you guys because of this matter. Lin Xian said indifferently. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. What else could it be about if not this? Lin Shan, 7th level of enlightened Yuan. Lin Hai, 6th level of enlightened Yuan. Lin Yang, peak of enlightened Yuan. Lin Chongxiu, 7th level of enlightened Yuan. Lin Yu, 7th level of enlightened yuan. Something like that. Lin Xian recited them one by one, and the crowd was puzzled. This is the enlightenment pill. One for each of you. It will help you break through one level. Lin Xian directly took out 5 enlightened yuan dan and placed them on the desk. The crowd's eyes went wide. Unbelievably looked at his own family head. This thing? Where did the family head get it? Is it possible that it's from that spirit martial arts sect? But by the looks of it, the enlightenment pill that the family head took out was quite a bit better in color than the one that old guy took out. Lin Xian didn't give the crowd an answer to their doubts, but continued. Lin Yang, already at the peak of enlightened yuan. This enlightened yuan dan, when combined with yuan stones and some medicinal herbs, should be able to help you break through to the lesser yuan dan realm. Lin Yang, go down and give it a try. Lin Xian's words caused Lin Yang to become excited. Lin Yang had also been at the peak of Kaiyuan for a full 3 years of light, and had not been able to break through. It was mainly because the family didn't have enough resources to support Lin Yang. Now that he was finally able to break through the little yuan dan realm, Lin Yang was naturally excited. Now that he had broken through, Lin Yang was also just under 40 years old, and in the future was fully capable of breaking through to the great yuan dan realm. You all need to cultivate hard now. Our Lin family, we can't just rely on me alone. If we rely on me alone, then our Lin family is completely hopeless. Lin Xian continued. Everyone stood up and bowed to Lin Xian, except for Lin Wen and Lin Wu. Well, okay, second generation, you can all go down now. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 4 of them joyfully took the enlightened yuan dan and went down. Big brother, second brother, I still have 2 small yuan breaking pills here. One for each of you will be enough for a breakthrough. Lin Xian looked at Lin Wen and Lin Wu and took out the little yuan breaking dan dao. This can't be allowed. Leave it to Younger and the others. They need it more. We 2 old bones. We don't have much potential left. Lin Wen and Lin Wu both refused. The 2 of them knew what kind of talent they had. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, breaking through to the lesser yuan dan realm in their lifetime would be a joke. You guys can't fall. The Lin family still needs the 2 of you to share my worries. If you guys fall, I'll be in deep. I still have the resources for Younger and the others here. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he directly stuffed the small yuan breaking dan in his hands into Lin Wen and Lin Wu's hands. Oh right, big brother, these 3 days, the Lin family will just run directly as usual. I need to close my eyes for 3 days, and after 3 days, I will go to the tournament myself. Lin Xian dropped these words and directly left the conference hall. Lin Wen and Lin Wu looked at each other in dismay and let out a helpless, bitter smile. The 2 were getting to the point where they couldn't understand their brother. End of chapter. Chapter 6 Lin Xian's strength soars. Chapter 6 Lin Xian's strength soars. Lin Xian was now in the late stage of the Great Yuandan realm, and this late stage of the Great Yuandan realm was just a foot short of the peak of the Great Yuandan realm kind of thing. When Lin Xian's true strength was not far from the late stage of the Great Yuandan before he had eaten the Great Yuan breaking dan. The distance to the late stage was originally a foot in the door, and now that he had eaten the Great Yuan breaking dan, he was not far from the peak. Although he was only this close to the peak of the Great Yuandan realm, it was also relatively difficult to break through. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that he would first cultivate the Xian Desolate Battle Body. Xuanwu Battle Body is a spirit-level martial arts, originally is the Avatar 3 realm cultivation, but Lin Xian because of 2 lifetimes, the spiritual power is different from normal people. There is also a forgettable skills, so Lin Xian in the Kaiyuan realm will be able to barely cultivate spirit-level martial arts, and in the Jixia Academy 30 years, Lin Xian will learn the Jixia Academy almost more than 800 a wide variety of martial arts. It is simply a collection of 100 of the loan. It was because of this that Lin Xian had startled the entire Jixi Academy in the first place. Many of the Jixi Academy's proud sons of heaven would come to ask Lin Xian martial arts questions. Even Lin Xian's little sister was at the little Yuan Dan realm before she dared to cultivate a spirit-level martial art. Nay. Lin Xian was indeed perverted in terms of cultivating martial arts, but Lin Xian was simply surprisingly poor in terms of his roots and bones. Lin Xian was also quite helpless at this. It was as if Lin Xian possessed a very large amount of water, but without a bucket that could hold it. Everything was in vain, but now can be completely different. 8. The marrow cleansing Dan Lin Xian. Root bone that is greatly improved. Although still far less than his own youngest sister, but compared to some ordinary geniuses is still comparable. Lin Xian arrived at the back of the Lin family's mountain. The Xian Desolate Battle Body mantra was recited, and a flood of power that was enough to destroy the 5 viscera and 6 bowels surged through all his limbs and bones. Lin Xian took out the last gift given by his former master, the Wang Master, Calcine Body Dan. This was an elixir that had a price in the entire Great Desolate Empire. It is a miracle drug that drastically strengthens the muscles and bones and strengthens the body. When Lin Xian came down from the mountain, Wine Master knew that Lin Xian's strength was weak and that it would be difficult for him to walk the rivers and lakes, so he rewarded him with this dan, and if Lin Xian took it, it could be considered as a way to enhance his ability to save his life a little bit. Lin Xian had thought of giving this elixir to the next generation, but now it came in handy. Lin Xian swallowed the calcined body pill in one gulp, and his entire body directly seemed to burn. Aha! Lin Xian now felt like his entire being was like the red-hot iron block in the hands of a blacksmith, not only going through the fire, but also the infinite calcination of the hammer. It was simply excruciatingly painful, but it had to be endured even more. Lin Xian's mind was terrifyingly strong right now. He had been harboring himself for decades, and now that the system had descended, it would be too much of a waste of the system if he didn't turn around and become the protagonist. Moreover, Lin Xian still had a lot of things to do. See your master once more and say an apology to him. Explain to your little sister. Apologize to the Miyagi fairy, and find the baby's mother. Too much to do. Lin Xian, the head of the Lin family, is going to battle the two stewardship lords of the spirit martial sect tomorrow. The head of the Lin family versus the steward of the spirit martial sect, and the wager is still the heads of both sides. The young patriarch of the Lin family was withdrawn from the marriage the day before yesterday. The Lin family's young patriarch actually took the initiative to repudiate the spirit martial sect's prodisciple. The entire Cloud Mist City, millions of people, had already known about the big event that had happened to the Lin family and had begun to make announcements to the entire city. The entire city seemed to be bustling with activity, and the Water Cloud City and Scorpion City, which were the closest to Cloud Mist City, both had quite a few good crowds coming. For the head of a family to battle the two major stewards of the Eastern States Overlord, the Spirit Martial Sect, this was very rare and could even be said to be unheard of. Wu family, household. Ha ha ha, come on. Mr. Wu will drink another toast to the two top ambassadors. I hope that tomorrow the two top ambassadors will be able to kill that old guy from that Lin family as a dead dog. Wu Yifan, the head of the Wu family, had a face full of folds, but still wore a bright smile as he raised his glass to both Yang Chen and Batu. Since Yang Chen and Ba Tong had agreed to Lin Xian's great battle, it was only natural that they would have to stay within Cloud Mist City for these 3 days. The Wu family and the Lin family were originally extremely at odds, and could even be said to be mortal enemies, plus this was still a good opportunity to tie up with the spiritual martial sect. So Wu Yifan, the head of the Wu family, naturally invited Yang Chen and Batu to his home, and entertained them with good food, drink and fun. Ha ha ha, it's still Wu family master who is straightforward. Wu family master, don't worry about it. That old dog of the Lin family, I'll kill it tomorrow with a lift of my hand. Bata sat in his seat, one arm wrapped around a Wu girl, his dark, poisonous hand reaching into his sleeve to rub it, while his other hand held up a glass of wine. As for Bayula, she had already been sent back to Huachang Mansion by Yang Chen. The White family is in Huachang Fu. From the Cloud Mist City is far but not very far. A round trip is also less than 2 days' time. Yes, Steward Badong's heroic spirit. That's something that the dying Lin Xian can compare to. Fong Xian, the head of the Fong clan sitting on the other side of the table, immediately chimed in and patted his ass. But, at this moment, the Jia family head of the three great families frowned a little. Oh, does family master Jia hardly think I'll lose? Badong looked at Jia family head Jia Ling in such a manner, and also frowned in displeasure, and the force in his hands was even a few points greater, causing the Li Renner, who was held in Badong's arms, to scream out in pain. No, it's just that Lin Xian. It seems like he knows a spirit-level martial art. Jia Ling said faintly. What? Spirit-level martial arts? Ba Tong was shocked, while Yang Chen, who hadn't said anything, was also slightly stunned. Spirit-level martial arts. Even in the spirit martial sect, that was a fairly advanced martial art, which could not be viewed by non-passing form realm elders and great Yuan Dan realm personal disciples. Even the two of them don't have that qualification. How could he, a small family patriarch, have a spirit-level martial art? Yang Chen pursued the question in disbelief, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. For the spirit-level martial arts, Yang Chen was greedy. If he cultivated to the spirit-level martial arts, then Yang Chen also dared to ensure that his strength would go to another level. This, I don't know. All we know is that Lin Xian wasn't in Cloud Mist City when he was around 10 years old, and when he came back he was in his 40s. Maybe that spirit-level martial art was something he got outside by chance. Are you guys sure that's a spirit-level martial art? Yang Chen couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. We're not sure, but at that time, our family's grand elder fought with him, Lin Xian, and that Lin Xian made an unknown sword move that was so incredibly powerful that he was actually able to draw hundreds of sharp swords to his use. And under that move, our Wu family's grand elder was killed in battle as well. Wu Yifan also gritted his teeth as he spoke. The Wu family originally had 3 Yuan Dan realms, enough to rival the Shao family, but because of Lin Xian, a great Yuan Dan realm had fallen. A great revenge that their Wu family would remember for the rest of their lives. Hundreds of sharp swords for him to use. This should be the sign of evoking the spirit. It seems to be true that it is a spirit-level martial art. The greed in Yang Chan's eyes grew 1 point more, and Bada was so hot-eyed that the beauty beside him was out of flavor, and he pushed it away with a direct hand. If we get our hands on it, then this steward's position that can be taken to another level. Batumi and, ha ha ha, this Lin family head has brought me a great gift. Yang Chen suddenly laughed, drinking a full jug of wine as if Lin Xian was already in the bag. Upper envoy, that spirit-level martial art is incredibly powerful, Fang Xian said with a smile. Humph. Yang Chen snorted disdainfully. What are you afraid of? This steward has been practicing in the spiritual martial sect for more than 30 years. In terms of heritage and foundation, it's not something Lin Xian can compare to. He luckily obtained a spirit-level martial arts, but with his strength at the great Yuandan realm, he is simply incapable of utilizing the power of a spirit-level martial arts. So what's the point of being afraid of him? Ha ha ha, old thing Lin Xian still knows how to give gifts. Good for you. The main thing is that he still dares to be bold enough to challenge the two of us alone. He's bound to die. Wait for the steward to capture him tomorrow and kill that old thing when he sets out the spirit-level martial arts. Ha 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 ha, then I wish the top envoy a successful battle tomorrow. To the Lord's Ambassador. End of chapter. Chapter 7 Lin Fan's Green Plum Little Budgie Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 7 Lin Fan's Green Plum Little Budgie Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Shao Family Compound. Father, in tomorrow's battle, what should our Shao family do? Please instruct me. Father Sama. Shao Lingyun, the contemporary patriarch of the Shao family, stood in the lobby of the Shao family and looked at the old master of the Shao family in front of him. The old master of the Shao family was named Shao Shanha, and was at the consummation of the great Yuan Dan realm, only half a step away from the three-passage divine realm, and it was said that there was a dark injury in his body, so he stopped at this point. Shao Shanha looked like an old man, sitting in the main seat with a cane in his hand, and opened his mouth after a long period of silence. Ling Yun, as I recall, little Budgie is a bit close to that young patriarch of the Lin family, right? Shao Lingyun was slightly stunned, then sighed even more. Alas, I don't dare to hide it from my father. That girl, Bud, loves to go to the Lin family to seek that Lin fan. I don't know where that Lin fan gets such a great charm, letting our family, Bud, be haunted by her soul. Speaking of this, Shao Lingyun hated it even more. Shao Nar is Shao Lingyun's youngest daughter, but also the best one in this line of the Shao family for hundreds of years, and even good to a realm that outsiders simply do not know. That's just it. Our Shao family's lineage has been driven to this Cloud Mist City for too long, and if we want to go back to the imperial capital again later, we still have to rely on little Bud. If the Lin family suffers this time, find a way to preserve that Lin fan. Shao Shanha narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Why, father, that Lin fan is a waste of space. Wouldn't it be better to die along with the Lin family? Shao Lingyun was extremely puzzled. I observe that little Butter has a very hard to part with affection for that Lin family boy. Preserving Lin fan will also allow Butter to be more free of distractions. We only need to provide little Butter with good resources. Little Butter's talent is not even weaker than that Jishi Academy's Zhantai Mingyue, and in the future, there will be no one in the great desolate empire that can be a good match for her. After getting along for a long time in the future, that love affair between little Bud and Lin fan will naturally be broken, even if they really love each other more than gold. With the Lin family gone, Lin fan can only join the Shao family. It's just a matter of one more pair of chopsticks. Shao Shanhai is worthy of being an old fox and sees things more thoroughly. Shao Yar was their Shao family's hope, so for Shao Yar, they had to try to keep her happy and feeling of belonging to the Shao family. I understand. When the time comes, I will have the dark guards go and bail out that Lin fan, Shao Lingyun said with a slight arch. Shao Shanha did not speak. Instead he closed his eyes and rested his mind, and Shao Lingyun left the lobby in a sensible manner. Lin Xian, the current head of the Lin family, had fought Spirit Martial Sect Steward Batong and Steward Yangchen, and had still fought 1-2. This news had already spread in flames throughout Cloud Mist City and several cities surrounding Cloud Mist City. Countless people converged on the Cloud Mist battlefield in Cloud Mist City. The surrounding restaurants, tea houses and inns were all filled to capacity, and even the economy of the entire Cloud Mist City had increased several times in a short period of time as a result. Come, it's open, it's open. The Wu family, one of the 5 great families of Cloud Mist City, is personally sitting on the bank. The buy is set. The odds for the Spirit Martial Sect Steward to battle the Lin family's head are 1-2 and 1-8 now. I want to buy the Spirit Martial Sect Steward 10 Yuan stones. I'll buy the Spirit Martial Sect Steward 50 Yuan stones. I'll buy $100. By the Spirit Martial Sect Steward to win. All by Spirit Martial Sect. Old me is a pouting clapper. Rich and powerful. I'll buy the Lin family head for 50 yuan stones. Next to the cloud mist battlefield that could be described as bustling. The big battle was at noon today. And the area around the station was now crowded with people. Those with status sat above the surrounding taverns, while those without stood on either side of the platform. TSK. Is this Lin family head eating bear heart and leopard guts? Actually taking the initiative to challenge the Spirit Martial Sect Steward. The Lin family is afraid that it will be lost. Ha ha ha. This brother, why is it impossible for that Lin family head to win? How is this possible? He's a steward from the Spirit Martial Sect. That martial arts heritage and Yuan Qi heritage is simply not something as small local cultivators can pry into. Yes and yes and yes. That Lin family head is really a bit conceited, thinking that he counts as a character in Cloud Mist City, but he doesn't know that he's just a jumping clown. I see nah. That Lin family, I'm afraid that it won't survive more than a week to be extinguished. The people around were talking. Cloud Mist City. The Wu family has arrived. Envoy Yang Chen of the Spiritual Martial Sect. Envoy Batong has arrived. Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and everyone looked at the back to see a team of dozens of people coming this way. Yang Chen, Batong, and Wu Yifan, the head of the Wu family, were in the front, and behind them were all the second generation, third life disciples of the Wu family. Batu was the most flamboyant, walking with a wide open, extremely outgoing manner. This is the Spirit Martial Sect stewards Yang Chen and Batong. Their breath is internalized. So good. The Lin family master is afraid that he's in danger. This Wu family is not bad. The head of the family Wu Yifan is said to be in the late stage of the great Yuandan realm strength. Behind the small Yuandan realm is even more than 5 or 6. Right. Worthy of being the second only to the Shao family within the Cloud in Mist City. Powerful indeed. No weaker than our Scorpion City's Yang family. I heard that there used to be 3 great Yuandan realms in the Wu family before one died. How did it die? Tell me, brother, how did you die? Ha ha. At a glance you guys are from outside Cloud Mist City. That Wu family's grand elder was precisely beheaded by the Lin family's family head. Lin Xian. Hiss. All around were suddenly the sounds of sucking in cool air. This Lin family head was also good at what he did. But unfortunately, today, his Lin family will be exterminated. Harm. Cloud Mist City. The Feng family has arrived. Cloud Mist City. The Jia family has arrived. Cloud City. One family after another arrived as if they had made an appointment. Families that had status in Cloud Mist City had their own specific location by the Cloud Mist battlefield. The location of the 5 great families is naturally the largest and best, and the rest are in order of strength. City Lord Xiao Lingyun of Cloud Mist City's City Lord's mansion has arrived. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and a person wearing a blue robe walked straight up with an extraordinary aura. Meet City Lord Xiao. Greetings to City Lord Xiao. Scorpion City's Li Tianyuan has met City Lord Xiao, the city of Water Cloud. A complimentary voice rang out. The 3 great families sitting in their seats were all looking at Xiao Lingyun with slight envy. Although they were the same 5 great families, the rest of their 4 families would always be half a head lower than the Xiao family. Xiao Lingyun was followed by a few people, one of whom, at the age of 8 years old, was extremely cute, with a beautiful ponytail and a green rosette, and at a young age, she already had the base of a scourge. This person was none other than the Xiao family's treasure, Xiao Meyer. In Cloud City, there is even a saying that, rather recruit the old master of the Xiao family. Do not mess with the Xiao family's little buds. There was a time when a third-generation disciple of a small family just got high on Xiao Boutier's mouth for a few sentences and was actually uprooted by the Xiao family's blackguards. Father, I want to go find brother Lin Fan. Xiao Meyer slightly beamed her little mouth. Looking around she didn't see Lin Fan. Xiao Lingyun was extremely helpless and could only say curtly, "Butter good boy. The Lin family is also coming today. Lin Fan will definitely come as well. Let's wait a bit, okay? Daddy will personally find Lin Fan for you then." Okay then. Xiao Meyer looked at the Lin family's territory which was all still unoccupied, and with a muttered mouth, she followed Xiao Lingyun up to the stands. The people around were all looking at Xiao Meyer in amazement. She was truly as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. Xiao Lingyun brought Meyer to the grandstand, and Yang Chen and Batong next to him also slightly arched their hands at Xiao Lingyun, exchanging words as equals. Xiao Lingyun, adhering to the principle of reaching out without smiling, also smiled and responded with an arch of his hand. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has arrived. When these words came out, everyone rose, including City Lord Xiao Lingyun and the 2 from the Spirit Martial Sect, Batong and Yang Chen. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. No one knows. No one is unaware of it. It is the #1 Chamber of Commerce in the Great Desolate Empire. It is even better than the 5 great clans. The current president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Gong Mule, was of unfathomable strength, and was now a guest of the great desolate royal family, which led to the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce having an extremely superior status. The president of the Cloud Mist City Tongtian chapter also had the surname Gong, the same surname as Gong Mule, and had only come to Cloud Mist City as the president half a year ago, which was one of the reasons why the crowd feared Gongling even more. Although he didn't know why someone with the surname Gong would have come to the tiny Cloud Mist City, but since he could have the surname Gong, he must have come from a good place. Ha ha ha, President Gong is here. I'm sorry to have missed you. Xiao Lingyun stood up and smiled at President Gong with an arch of his hand. When City Lord Xiao was polite, the rest of the people all immediately started talking, all of them being polite words that didn't mean. President Gongling smiled faintly. Not quite a country, but still beautiful and moving. Raising her hands and feet have a kind of charm of the superior. Well, there's no need for everyone to be so polite. We're here to see the fun today. Gongling's words made the atmosphere slightly more lively as well. Gongling's eyes vaguely glanced in the direction of the Xiao family, but it was so well hidden that no one saw it, and walked over to the location of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, where everyone was sitting upright. There are even a lot of self-proclaimed handsome young people began to flirt up. President Gong is not married. Gongling was used to seeing this kind of scene and hid this hint of disdain under her eyes. President Gong, long time no see. At this moment, Yang Chen also stood up and cupped his fists at Gongling and smiled. Gongling looked at Yang Chen and Batu, and actually hid a hint of killing intent in her eyes, but it was extremely well hidden. Oh, Steward Yang Chen, Steward Batong. Gongling hid her killing intent and arched her hand at the two. Bata looked at Gongling, and there was actually a hint of aggression in his eyes. She's good enough. President Gong, once upon a time, I have admired the elegance of General President Gong. It is truly a beautiful country, as if a heavenly fairy has descended from the heavens. Yang Chen's words were directly labeling himself to look up to Gong Dingla's style. That meant that Yang Chen and Gong Dingla had a fight. Although it was just a face-to-face encounter, it was something extremely astonishing when placed in Cloud Mist City. After all, Yunwu City is a small city, can see the palace dance music, as if the poor countryside small people see the Emperor General. That can be blown for life. Gongling smiled gently, with an intriguing look in her eyes, looking at Yang Chen for a breath before saying, really, it seems that Steward Yang Chen's status in the spirit martial sect is not low. The creases on Yang Chen's face piled up even more when he received Gongling's praise. End of chapter. Chapter 8 The Sword That Fell from the Sky. Chapter 8 The Sword That Fell from the Sky. Wherever, the old man in the spiritual martial sect is just like that. Only an ordinary spiritual martial sect deacon chief. Yang Chen waved his hand smilingly, as if he really thought Gongling was praising him. Gongling didn't poke at it either, just smiled more meaningfully. President Gong, do you know if you are married? Suddenly, Batu leaned over and grinned, not caring about the forces behind Gongling. As soon as Batu asked this question, the several clans next to him froze. There's something wrong with this mind of Batu's. Gongling still had that same bland, self-conscious expression, but didn't respond to Batu. Batongsi Gongling did not respond to their own, is not continue to ask, but the eyes of the hot that is really not at all hidden. Hey, the Lin family's people actually haven't come until now? What's going on with this Lin family? Can it be that they've chickened out? Ha ha ha, 80% of it is like this. That Lin family head is afraid of peeing in fear. Ha ha ha, this Cloud Mist City's Lin family is truly pathetic. Spineless, what a disgrace to Cloud Mist City. The crowd exchanged words, and the noisy voices echoed around the Cloud Mist battlefield, naturally reaching the ears of the crowd of great families sitting on the Cloud Mist grandstand. Humph, this Lin family has truly disgraced our Cloud Mist City. Seeing that there was such an opportunity to strike at the Lin family's reputation, Wu Yifan was naturally unceremonious. Yes and yes and yes. It's less than an incense burner away from 3 minutes to noon, and the Lin family actually hasn't arrived yet. This is not putting the rest of our several great clans in our eyes. Jia Ling immediately agreed. It's not going to escape, is it? Ha ha ha. Bata leaned back in his chair with disdain in his eyes. Where can he escape to? If he dares to escape, I'll go kill his Lin family. A sentence that made the crowd more pungent and happy. It's really just a case of the walls coming down. Cloud Mist City. The Lin family has arrived. Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and a dozen people came from the Lin family. The one leading the team is Lin Wu, the second elder of the Lin family, and behind him are the second generation Lin Shan, Lin Hai, Lin Chongxiu, Lin Fan, the third generation of Lin Ao, Lin Long, and some other people from the side Lin family line and so on. The Lin family has arrived. The crowd looked towards the Lin family, and many of them frowned slightly, because this lineup of the Lin family was really too weak as well. The second elder at the head of the group is actually only in the late stage of the Little Yuandan realm, and the several people behind him are basically in the Kaiyuan realm, which is a little bit too much difference from the other several big families, not even as good as some medium-sized families. Xiao Budier smiled with joy when she saw Lin Fan arrive and just wanted to go down. Xiao Lingyun pulled Xiao Budier back. Bud, you can't go down there yet. Wait a little longer. Why? Xiao Budian deflated her small mouth. Listen to your dad, and I'll let you play together when the time comes. Xiao Lingyun touched little Budgie's head and said with a smile. Okay then. Bud nodded helplessly. Humph. Bull ****** Lin family. The one at the head is actually a small late Yuandan realm who was about to enter the coffin. Can this even be called the 5 great families of Cloud Mist City? It really kills me with laughter. The Lin family members were really about to take their seats in the Lin family when an unexpected guest suddenly arrived. The crowd sniffed and looked. A dozen people came. The leader was at the peak of the small Yuandan realm, and behind him there were 2 small Yuandan realms and 10 Kaiyuan realms. It's Qian Yao, the head of the Qian family. The crowd exclaimed. The Qian family was a family within Cloud Mist City that was second only to the 5 great families. There were 4 small Yuandan realms within the family, and the head of the family, Qian Yao, even had the peak strength of the small Yuandan realm, and was not far from the great Yuandan realm. What is Qian Yao doing? Taking the initiative to provoke the Lin family? Some people expressed their disbelief. The walls are falling down. The Qian family dared to come and mess with the Lin family. I'm afraid that they have connections with the Wu family and the others. The person who could see through it said with a smile. That's not true. The Chen family head is not far from the great Yuandan realm. Once the Lin family is destroyed, their Qian family will naturally be able to take over the Lin family's position. So that's how it is. This cultivator fight is really ruthless. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Our Cloud Mist City is still too small. The crowd was talking. The Lin family members, on the other hand, were terse and red-faced. What did you say? Lin Shan was furious, pointing at Qian Yao and yelling. Noisy. Qian Yao didn't give a damn. What kind of status are you that you dare to yell at this family head? Slap your mouth. Qian Yao was exceptionally strong, directly rushing towards the stage, his body covered in Yuan Qi, coming on strong. Although Lin Shan had taken the Enlightened Yuan pill and possessed the strength of the 8th level of Enlightened Yuan, but comparing to Qian Yao that was not on the same level at all. Lin Wu took the small Yuan Breaking Dan and was now at the late stage of the small Yuan Dan strength, and immediately stopped in front of Lin Shan. Pang! Lin Wu and Qian Yao both exchanged palms. Qian Yao left in a dashing and ethereal manner, while Lin Wu retreated 7 steps backward before stopping himself. With this move against each other, the strength of the 2 men had been decided at a high and low level. Second grandpa, second elder, uncle too, father. The Lin family's crowd ran as far as they could to surround Lin Wu. Lin Wu was not greatly affected, and slightly extended his hand and waved it. This Qian Yao, I'm afraid he's already at the half-step great Yuandan realm. Lin Wu's words caused everyone in the room to look sideways. It seemed that Qian Yao really wanted to replace the Lin family today. The Lin family is really just like the rumors. Other than their family head, all the others are not enough to be feared. Yes and yes and yes. The Lin family is just a second-rate family in Cloud Mist City without that Lin Xian fellow. Lin family, after today, I'm afraid it's over. In the midst of all the opinions, the mouths of the people on the stage were not idle. This Lin Xian. What the hell? Why hasn't he come now? Ha. Lin Xian won't be able to leave. If he does, this entire family of the Lin family is afraid that they'll all have to pay for him. Wu Yifan, Fang Xian and a few others were very rampant, while Batu even grinned. Xiao Lingyun did not have the slightest expression on his face, but Xiao Budier's face revealed a look of worry. As for Gong Ling, her pretty eyes narrowed slightly as she looked in the direction of the Lin family, murmuring in a low voice, Lin Xian, you're not a timid person. Don't let me down. If the Lin family head has not yet arrived, then even if the Lin family has voluntarily conceded defeat, then that would mean that the Lin family head is willing to die. At this time, before the crowd spoke, Wu Yifan, the head of the Wu family who could no longer sit still, stood up, and with Yuan Qi in his voice, he spread these words for miles around. Humph, why is the Wu family master in such a hurry? Although my father has not yet arrived, but now there is still half an incense burner from the duel. It's not too late for you to say this again when the time comes. The one who spoke was not Lin Wu. Instead, it was Lin Fan who stepped forward. The Lin family crowd was shocked as they watched Lin Fan stand out. Lin Fan today dressed in black, although only 16 or 17 years old teenager, but already is the body length of nearly 8 feet, and the appearance is very great. This pair of good skin coupled with that temperament, but it is to suppress a lot of people. But then the crowd immediately changed their faces when they heard loudly that this person was the far-famed Lin family's wasteful young patriarch. Those faces. The faces of derision and contempt. So this was the wasteful young master of the Lin family who had been withdrawn from the marriage by the spirit martial sect's personal disciple in front of his father on his 60th birthday. Family father. Gong Ling looked at the teenager under the stage who looked 7 times similar to Lin Xian, and also froze, as if she was caught up in some memory. That's a long way to look like that negative. Just as pretty and just as gutsy. Alas, it's just a pity that the roots and bones are as bad as his old man's. These two fathers and sons. If the roots and bones were better, they would both definitely be dragons and phoenixes among men. This sentence, Gong Ling said very low, and the people next to her did not hear it. Humph, Lin Fan, there is no place for you to speak here. What qualifications do you have to talk to this family master? Wu Yifan looked at Lin Fan with extreme disdain. Nothing more than a piece of trash who had been bounced out of a marriage. The rest of them were still looking at Lin Fan with disdain. Xiao Yar was immediately displeased, actually daring to scold her own brother Fan. Ignoring Xiao Lingyun's words, Xiao Nara directly jumped off the stage and stood in front of Lin Fan. That stubborn face and thin figure made Lin Fan startled. But what are you doing here? Humph. No bullying my brother Fan. When these words came out, everyone was uncertain. What's going on here? The people of the 3 great clans all looked towards Xiao Lingyun. Xiao Lingyun was also helpless to the extreme. Little bud, listen to dad and come back. I don't. The tone was decisive. He. Gong Ling covered her mouth and laughed. Worthy of being a pro-life, just like his father. Another main attractor of bees and butterflies. Is family master Xiao going to stand up to the Lin family today? Yang Chen said unhappily. He, a misunderstanding. Xiao Lingyun smiled faintly towards Yang Chen. And at this time, the black guards were coming to forcibly take Xiao Meyer away. Xiao Yar didn't go. Or Lin Fan smiled and comforted Xiao Yar with a few words before Xiao Yar was taken away with 3 steps and 3 turns back. The crowd of spectators below felt their hearts break. Why was there such a beautiful person for this waste to fall in love with? Damn it! This Lin family will be beyond the pale if it's not destroyed. My goddess. Why? What virtue can this punk Lin fan have? Humph. Brat. If you dare to contradict this family head today, you should be slapped. Wu Yifan actually disregarded the status gap and actually swung a palm towards Lin Fan. This palm, which was extremely fast and powerful, although not very powerful, was enough to make Lin Fan suffer. Lin Fan stood still, his expression stoic, unable to see what was on his mind. Boom! Gong Ling actually made a move. He, Wu family master. Today, it should be none of these juniors' business. The crowd wondered why Gong Ling had struck. Even Lin Fan was slightly puzzled. Then the Lin family must hand over the seat to my Qian family today. Qian Yao got a hint from Wu Yifan's eyes and immediately killed towards Lin Wu, his yuan qi pooling out around his body in a very harsh manner. Qian Yao. Lin Wu was furious, not the least bit afraid, and was about to face off towards Qian Yao. Suddenly, Qian family master, are you testing old man's bottom line today? Boom! A long sword descended from the sky and headed towards Qian Yao's ceiling. Qian Yao was shocked and hastily fended off the long sword. Boom! There was a loud bang and smoke filled the air. Qian Yao flew out dozens of meters backwards and fell limply to the ground. His entire body fluffed up and coughed out blood. On the other hand, a figure in a white robe stood before the Lin family. Incomparably magnificent. End of chapter. Chapter 9 Lin family master is actually so ferocious? Chapter 9 Lin family master is actually so ferocious? Father, Lin Fan shouted with great joy. Greetings, house master. When the rest of them saw Lin Xian, they also immediately clasped their fists and saluted. Lin family rules. Within, the people can according to the seniority honorific Lin Xian, but outside, are to be addressed as the family head. In addition to Lin Wen, Lin Wu and a few other people, Lin Xian nodded slightly. In his eyes was a bland self-consciousness, and when he looked at Qian Yao, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Qian Yao, your Qin family really doesn't want to live in Cloud Mist City anymore. Right. Lin Xian's words were very flat, as if they were a puddle of stagnant water. However, it was very intimidating to the ears of the crowd. Qian Yao staggered to his feet with the help of the crowd, looking at Lin Xian with fear in his eyes. That sword just now could have really killed him. Lin Xian looked at the Qian Yao with this face and smiled disdainfully. Just a small character. In the future when he has the chance he will directly uproot him and the Qian family behind him. Lin Xian inclined his head towards the stage again. Yang Chen looked at Lin Xian with deep eyes. That sword Lin Xian had just used was not simple. Bada still had that tugging, cool and grizzled look in his eyes, and he always had a look in his eyes that looked down on others. As for Wu Yifan, his face looked ugly. After all, many people in the city now knew that Qian Yao was his Wu Yifan's man, and Lin Xian's sword had not only struck Qian Yao, but also slapped him in the face. Lin Xian casually glanced at a few people until Lin Xian saw Gongling, and decades of cultivation almost caused Lin Xian to lose his temper. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this woman here? Gongling sat in the position of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, naturally being the president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. In these half a year, Lin Xian had basically been living in deep seclusion, and didn't know who the president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had changed to, but he didn't expect it to be this woman. Gongling looked at Lin Xian as he looked towards her and didn't avoid it in the slightest. Her gaze was like electricity as she looked at Lin Xian with a hint of an inexplicable smile at the corner of her mouth. Lin Xian shivered slightly. Lin Fan, as Lin Xian's eldest son, keenly noticed that something was off when his own father looked in the direction of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Then again, remembering that earlier that palace president helped himself to block a palm. These two have problems. Ahem. The old man has come now. You two, can you fight? Lin Xian nodded lightly and leapt, standing directly on the cloudy battlefield. Batu and Yang Chen from above looked at each other face to face. Batumi flew out ahead of him. Humph. I alone am enough to kill you. The two men stood on the stage, battling it out. The crowd on stage had gotten excited. In a small city like Cloud Mist City, there were only about 10 Great Yuan Dan realms in total, and the scene of a Great Yuan Dan realm battle was a rare sight for several years. The last time, it was Lin Xian who had forcefully killed the Wu clan's Grand Elder 4 years ago. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and said, "What? Do you regret it now?" Batu grinned disdainfully. "But it's too late for you to regret. Today, you are going to have to die. The women of your Lin family, I will laugh at them." Bata had always been extremely proud outside, and in Batu's opinion, the Lin family was already in the palm of his hand. Moreover, Batong had already made an agreement with the Wu family and other families that if he killed Lin Xian, half of the Lin family's fortune would go to both him and Yang Chen. Half of a family's fortune is a lot to think about. More importantly, Lin Xian was suspected to have another spirit-grade martial art. No, I've heard that I'm up to 20 times the odds, so the old man has come to play. Master Wu, is that okay? Lin Xian looked at Wu Yifan and said with a smile. Wu Yifan was stunned and frowned slightly, then also said with disdain. Master Lin can naturally juggle. You'd better press for you to lose so that you can still win some yuan stones for your Lin family. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed at this. Lin Xian didn't get angry. He didn't even have the slightest expression on his face. He just casually threw out a storage bag. Old man presses $10,000 of stones on old man to win. $10,000 stone. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Worthy of being the head of the family, really rich. Generally speaking, yuan sure would only be used when one reached the Kaiyuan realm, and a Kaiyuan 9 heavy cultivator would generally only have a family fortune of a few hundred yuan sure, while Yuan Dan realm cultivators were feared to have a family fortune of just a few thousand yuan sure. Now Lin Xian was throwing 10,000 straight out. Ha ha ha. Then Wu will smile. Wu Yifan was overjoyed and directly put away the storage bag. It's like giving yourself a gift. Batu was not happy. Half of this dollar stone was originally his. 10,000 yuan stones. This was also an extremely considerable resource for him. Batu. Gongling quietly watched Lin Xian's behavior. As Lin Xian's old friend, Gongling thought that she was still familiar with Lin Xian. Lin Xian. This person, basically only did things he was sure of. How could the wine master's 9th disciple be a simpleton? City Lord Xiao. Now the battle of life and death. Can we begin? Wu Yifan couldn't wait for Lin Xian to die. Xiao Lingyun sighed slightly in his heart. According to the Great Wasteland Law, if a life and death battle is agreed upon, then the Great Wasteland does not care. As soon as Xiao Lingyun's words fell, Batong was already covered in golden light. Old thing, I've seen you in your Lin family. Die for me. Jinsu Big Dipper palm. A palm slapped towards Lin Xian with great speed. The crowd sucked in cool air. This battle actually started without a word. The Cloud Mist battle stage was huge, and the battlefield was 10 acres of land. Enough for 2 great Yuandan realm powerhouses to compete. What's more, there was a Yuan Qi light curtain at the edge of the battle platform to shield the aftermath. Lin Xian's eyes hadn't changed the slightest bit. This hand of Batong's was a mortal grade 8 martial art. It seemed that Batong had come up with a real move. Boom! A palm blasted out, which Lin Xian easily dodged, and the palm print imprinted on the battle stage. The power is barely there, but the speed is so slow that it's really no fun. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. At this level, he himself could easily avoid it even if he hadn't broken through to the late stage and hadn't cultivated the Xian Desolate battle body. Could it be that this was the level of the spiritual martial sect steward? Ah! Old thing! Lin Xian insulted Batu in such a manner, causing Batu to become furious and continue to pounce towards Lin Xian. After a dozen moves of entanglement, Batu hadn't even touched the corner of Lin Xian's coat, and Lin Xian, since the beginning, had kept his hands behind his back. The crowd under the stage weren't cuties either. Naturally they could see that Lin Xian was completely welcoming, while Bata was like a teased bison that only knew how to fight. On stage, Wu Yifan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Yang Chen's heart also thumped. This Lin Xian was much stronger than he had imagined. Gong Ling, on the other hand, smiled slightly. This fellow, unexpectedly still has a few brushes. It seems that he does not need to help himself. As for Xiao Meyer, it was a mouthful of shouting. Uncle Lin is too good. Xiao Lingyun was very helpless as he sat on the side. Aha, old thing, is that all you do is hide? Batong was impotently furious and looked at Lin Xian with great fury. You're really too weak. So weak that I'm a bit skeptical if you're a steward of the spirit martial sect. Is it possible that all stewards of the spirit martial sect are at this level? Lin Xian asked indifferently, infinitely irritating Batu's pride. You seek death. Batong took out a long knife from his storage bag. A mortal grade 8 weapon. Pang. A sword once again slashed empty. Lin Xian was no longer going to continue playing. This Batu had disappointed Lin Xian. Treading shadow steps, the earth's fury palm, Lin Xian bellowed and instantly moved directly towards Batong. In a blink of an eye that was tens of meters away, Lin Xian had arrived behind Batu. Batu was horrified, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Boom! A sword light attacked, slashing straight towards Lin Xian's side, and Lin Xian could only abandon Batu and roll over to stand firmly on the edge of the stage. The one who struck out was none other than Yang Chen. This steward actually underestimated you. You are stronger than this steward imagined. Yang Chen's eye sockets were sunken, and he looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. Since we've all been offended, death is the best option. You finally made a move. I can see that you're much better than this punk. Lin Xian smiled blandly, completely lacking the nervousness of being 1 against 2. The crowd on stage had looked dumbfounded. Lin Family Master is actually so strong that he actually played that spirit martial sect steward in the palm of his hand. Too strong. Worthy of being the Lin family head. So powerful. Mostly that Batumi doesn't work. People are at least at the great Yuan Dan realm. Try on. The Lin Family Master is actually this powerful. The winner is unknown this time. The crowd was talking. As Wu Yifan watched Yang Chen make his move, he was also delighted, because Wu Yifan also knew that Batu was only at the middle stage of the great Yuandan realm. However, Yang Chen was different. Yang Chen was a peak great Yuandan realm cultivator, and was also a top great Yuandan realm cultivator who had studied martial arts for more than 30 years. End of chapter. Chapter 10, The Decisive Lin Xian. Chapter 10, The Decisive Lin Xian. Oh, now it's finally good that the two of you can go together. Lin Xian remained in the same dignified manner, reaching out with one hand and casually hooking it towards the two. Lin Fan sat on the stage, his eyes filled with respect and admiration for his own father. The rest of the Lin family looked at their own family head being so valiant, and each of them shouted in excitement. Good, then don't blame me for bullying the few with the many today. Yang Chen had to crown himself before striking, taking out a long sword and stabbing towards Lin Xian. Yang Chen's Yuan Qi, which actually faintly had a hint of shape and meaning, was the peak of the great Yuan Dan realm. Clang! Lin Xian also took out a long sword. It was none other than Lin Xian's sword, the mortal grade 9 heavenly shadow sword. Gong Ling froze once again as she looked at the sword in Lin Xian's hand. This sword, it was exactly the one that had been purchased at their Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, but that had been more than 30 years ago. Yang Chen's saber was also mortal grade 9, but it was obviously slightly inferior to Lin Xian's. Autumn wind long sword fall. Yang Chen shouted, and at that moment, the hot summer day actually had a hint of depression. Several sword lights attacked, and Lin Xian was not the least bit afraid. More than 800 martial arts were engraved in Lin Xian's bones. Attack the enemy for 3 points, but keep 7 for yourself. Asahi Wakazashi. This move, Lin Xian's self-created sword move, was of an unknown grade, but it was on the verge of the 9th grade. Yang Chen felt this martial art and his body gave a start. This move, it was not like a spirit-level martial art, but it surpassed the 9th grade. A curtain of light with a flower petal. The crowd froze as they watched this move. What a beautiful move. Gong Ling, however, clenched her silver teeth for some reason. Pang! A move exploded with sound. Yang Chen was horrified and was knocked back dozens of meters by the move, while Lin Xian took 7 or 8 steps back in style. Suddenly, Batong actually killed towards Lin Xian at this moment, slapping his palm on Lin Xian's body. Boom! Lin Xian flew out. Father, master of the house. Hiss. As they watched Lin Xian fly out, the crowd all had different reactions. Gong Ling even stood up directly from her seat, and it was fortunate that Wu Yifan and the others were fully focused on the battle stage, and the only one who noticed was Xiao Lingyun above. Ha ha ha, old man, Didn't think there was an old man, did you? Looking at the smoke, Batu spat out a mouthful of spit with a sinister look on his face. Good job, Batu. Yang Chen also grinned, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. You guys are a little early to be happy. Since ancient times there has been a law that smoke does not hurt. Lin Xian slowly stepped out of the smoke as if he hadn't been affected in the slightest. Batong's stewardship, this slap of yours, hit the old man a little painful. As a reward, the old man will properly return you 10 slaps. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed his chest. No, it can't be. Batu's eyes widened and he even gulped out of fear. To be hit by one's own palm and still be unharmed. It couldn't be that this Lin Xian was an expert of the three-passage divine realm. Yang Chen also couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. With 70 to 80 years of experience, Yang Chen felt that he was afraid that he would be planted today. Wu Yifan gripped the chair handle with both hands in a death grip, his teeth clacking. Oh, so it looks like it's my turn now. As Lin Xian talked and laughed, he flung the long sword in his hand and headed directly towards Batu. Batong was startled and was about to retreat, but Lin Xian couldn't do as he wished. Treading shadow steps stepped out of the shadow, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Batu. Batong's face changed drastically as he looked at Lin Xian, who was close at hand. Avalanche fist. Batu could not avoid it, and Lin Xian blasted Batu's chest with a punch. Boom sound. Batong has been like a dead dog lying on the battle stage, coughing blood, eyes full of fear of death. It's unbearable. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and turned to look at Yang Chen. Steward Yang Chen, come on, it's our turn. Yang Chen's sunken eye sockets seemed to be devoid of light, but they suddenly shone brightly. Lin Xian, cold light longsword fall. Yang Chen's body was majestic, and it suddenly seemed as if he had infinite power. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. This Yang Chen actually cultivated secret arts. The longsword was like a cold light probing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was undaunted, holding his sword against him. Sky Shadow Spirit Sword Duel. Lin Xian didn't want to waste any more time and directly used his killing move. This move, Lin Xian had always used only half of its power because it was the bottom card. More than 100 longsword lights and shadows descended from the sky, and for a moment, Yang Chen was directly caught in the shadow of the swords. No! Yang Chen looked at the roiling sword shadows, his eyes filled with horror. Boom boom boom. Put! Yang Chen resisted, but Yang Chen also went straight to his knees. His breath shriveled. Winning! I don't know who whispered it, causing the crowd to gasp and suck in their breath. Father won! The family head has won! Family Master Lin won! Ha ha ha! We won! The Lin family crowd cheered. On the other hand, the people from the three great families were like beating a widow's eggplant, as if they had eaten a rat. Their faces were extremely ugly. You can't kill me. My father is a silver-robed elder of the spirit martial sect. If you kill me, you'll die too. Suddenly, Batu said weakly, and although weak, his face was characterized by a grim arrogance. His father is a big shot of the three-passage god realm. Who would dare to kill him? These poor countryside dogs. Hearing this, the crowd was even more alarmed. The spirit martial sect's elders were divided into two levels, silver robes and gold robes, which corresponded to the passing form realm and the passing spirit realm respectively. Although it was only a silver-robed elder, that was still a very terrifying existence. At least in Cloudmist City there was not a single avatar third realm existence on the bright side. The crowd wanted to see what Lin Xian should do next. Oh, threatening the old man? Passing form realm. It's still a really powerful realm. But, I might as well tell you that the passing form realm, I've never put it in my eyes. Lin Xian stood in front of Batu and said with a smile, and as soon as his words fell, he stabbed out with his sword. Put! The sky shadow sword plunged into Batu's chest. Batong's eyes were glazed over as he looked at Lin Xian dead on, his eyes full of incredulity. Batumi, die! The surrounding spectators couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they watched the scene. Was this Lin Xian so ferocious? Spiritual martial sect steward, or the son of a silver-robed elder, actually said to kill. The rest of the family heads were looking at Lin Xian with cautious eyes. The Lin family? It's better to provoke less awe. Yang Chen looked at Lin Xian to actually be so decisive in killing, and he was also scared. Steward Yang Chen, although you're also disgusting, you've at least built up virtue in your mouth. And I didn't agree on a life and death battle with you, but I can't possibly let you go just like that. Can I? Lin Xian looked at Yang Chen with killing intent in his eyes. Yang Chen forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and immediately threw the storage pouch he had attached to his waist to Lin Xian. The children are teachable. Lin Xian took the storage bag and let Yang Chen go with satisfaction. To kill Batu, Lin Xian was justified. It was an agreed-upon life and death battle. Besides, Lin Xian was certain that even if he spared Batu, with this Batu's character, he would definitely retaliate madly later on, so it would be better to slaughter him. But Yang Chen, There was no agreement before. And besides, if all of them were killed, it would be too much of a slap in the face of the spiritual martial arts sect. Just as well, give it a miss. City Lord Xiao, can you announce the results? Lin Xian looked towards Xiao Lingyun, indirectly ignoring Gong Ling on the side. In this duel, Lin Xian, the Lin family head, wins. The crowd cheered even more at these words, and most of the spectators on the stage, one by one, looked like defeated roosters. Most of them had to be pressed by the spiritual martial sect's stewardship victory, and now many cultivators are dumped. And some of those who pressed for Lin Xian's victory were directly making a wild eightfold profit. It's just heavenly. Lin Xian cupped his fists at Xiao Lingyun, then looked to the side at Wu Yifan. Wu family master, 8 times the amount of yuan stones. Remember to settle within 3 days, as well as first my 10,000 principal before saying anything else, and slowly settle the rest. Lin Xian's words were even more stone cold. $80,000 in stones. This amount of money. I'm afraid that some of the lesser great masters of the passing form realm might not even be able to take it out. I'm afraid half of the Wu family's assets are just that much. Wu Yifan's face was really hard to see right now, and he flung the still unheated storage bag at Lin Xian once again. Lin Xian received back his storage bag and then stepped off the battle platform. Long live the householder! Long live the householder! When the crowd saw Lin Xian return, they all raised their hands and shouted. Lin Xian looked at this scene and also smiled slightly. Come on, back to the house. Lin Feng, legendary inventor of the carpenter's house in Suzhou. Jiangsu, ha ha ha, third brother, you are really too strong today. That Yang Chen, the peak of the great Yuan Dan realm is actually not even your opponent. Lin Wu looked so agitated that he stumbled over his words. Third uncle, are you about to enter the 3-passage divine realm? At this moment, Lin Yang, who had already become at the early stage of the lesser Yuan Dan realm at the end of his seclusion, asked curiously. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Lin Xian curiously as well. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. He hasn't entered yet, but he's close. The crowd was overjoyed. Before today's 3-passage divine realm was so strong. If they entered, wouldn't it be even more terrifying for them? The Lin family is going strong. Family Master, President Gong of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has an invitation. Suddenly, a Lin family disciple ran in a hurry. The crowd was once again in a state of shock. That's the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that the rise of the Lin family was inevitable. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was as if a steamed bun was choking his throat and he couldn't say anything. Half a dozen words were spat out. Back to her. The old man recuperates. End of chapter. Chapter 11, Love Debts Made in the First Half of Life. Chapter 11, Love Debts Made in the First Half of Life. In a short span of 5 days, the news of Lin Xian's beheading of Spirit Martial Sect Steward Ba Tong and his strong defeat of Steward Yang Chen, who was at the peak of the great Yuandan realm, spread throughout the entirety of Cloud Mist City and a few of the neighboring cities and pools. Not only were these cities, but even within the Huaqing mansion was shaken. The Lin family master's unfathomable strength is also deeply rooted in people's hearts, and the storytellers in the major tea houses immediately began to add fuel to the fire. Pa! A square piece of wood hit the table. That said, that Lin family master held a long sword. His sword came out like a dragon, inducing wild winds for miles around. That spirit martial sect steward Yang Chen was simply no match for him and retreated back and forth. Pa! Fang Mu slammed on the table again. Who is the Lin family master? How could he let that Yang Chen escape? The sky is covered with thousands of sharp swords. Steward Yang Chen has no way to escape. To know what happens afterward, please listen to the next chapter. After the storyteller finished, the crowd, though disinterested, all threw copper coins into the basin in turn. Pong! A yuan stone was thrown into the basin. The crowd was shocked. Yuan stones were a rarity under the Kai Yuan realm. Gu, thanks a lot, Grandpa. Mr. Storyteller said with a smile and an arch. This Gongzi just heard you say that Lin Xian from that Cloud Mist City defeated the 2 stewards of the spirit martial sect? It was only at this time that the crowd got a good look at the person who asked the question, only to see that this person was very young, dressed in brocade and jade robes, with a handsome look, and followed by an old man, a young and beautiful woman, and a pugnacious man. This noble gentleman. It's true, that Lin family head did defeat the spirit martial sect steward, but whether it was a great defeat or not, I'm not quite sure anymore. Mr. Storyteller appeared cautious, afraid of angering this noble gentleman. All right, off you go. Your son gently waved his hand, and Mr. Storyteller immediately ran away with a smile on his face. How is it, my lord? It's a bit interesting. I originally thought that coming to this bullet-ridden land was meaningless, but now that I've gotten this news, it's kinda caught the attention of this Gongzi, and since I can beat the spirit martial sect steward, it's still a bit of a level, so let's go and meet it. Yes sir, I'll get right on it. Cloud City. After Lin Xian had defeated Yang Chen, although Yang Chen was seriously injured, he was still heading towards the Eastern State spiritual martial sect at a fast pace. For all of this, Lin Xian didn't care in the slightest. Lin Xian was now immersed in the harvest. This time, a lot of good things were seized from Yang Chen. Worthy of being a steward of the spirit martial sect, his family's wealth was quite abundant. There were a full 8,000 yuan stones. There were quite a few mortal-grade martial arts, and one of them, the four-season sword technique's unclassified sword technique, caught Lin Xian's eye. Four-season swordplay: spring, summer, autumn, winter, cold, frost and blood. This sword technique, to Lin Xian's eyes, was not simple to collect. There was also a secret art that Lin Xian was going to turn around and take it to sell because it was too low level. As for the rest, there were several mortal-grade weapons, just enough to fill up the Lin family, and there were quite a few various kinds of pills. This time, it's a no-brainer. Looking at the profile again, Lin Xian's profile had changed slightly. Host, Lin Xian. Identity, head of the Lin family, disciple of the Jishi Academy. Cultivation level, peak of Great Yuan Dan realm. Side occupation, none. Personal luck, yellow grade, lower. Family luck, orange, lower grade. Offensive martial arts, Sky Shadow Spirit Sword Decision, spirit grade lower. Earth Fury Poem, mortal grade 9th. Body technique, shadow treading, mortal grade 8. Body refining martial art, Xuanwu battle body, spirit grade lower grade. Self-created martial arts, Chaozi Ruodan, quasi-spiritual grade. Other martial arts, Manhwa Shinton, disabled. Weapon, Sky Shadow Sword, mortal grade 9. Clan level, Great Wasteland Incompetent Clan. It has gotten slightly better. Lin Xian looked at it and was more than satisfied. In the past few days, Lin Xian had also spent 10,000 yuan stones to break through to the peak of the Great Yuan Dan realm, a step away from the three-passage divine realm, and his own qi and his family's qi had risen significantly, which was the biggest gain. This thing, qi luck, was nebulous, but as a traveler Lin Xian knew deeply that in this kind of world, having strong qi luck could probably save one's life, as well as get powerful chances. Father, President Gong of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has given you another invitation. At that moment, Lin Fan walked in shaking his head. Lin Xian helplessly shook his head once. It really was a half-life of sins. Father, I don't know if it's my child's illusion, but I always feel that the relationship between you and that palace president is not ordinary. Lin Fan asked smilingly. Lin Xian glanced at his own rebellious son, not bothering to explain to Lin Fan. Why is the brat prying so much? Hurry up and take Shuer and little Bud to go around the city. Lin Xian directly kicked Lin Fan out. Lin Fan's eyes grew curiouser and curiouser. His own father definitely had a big secret. After driving Lin Fan away, Lin Xian packed up his storage bag and walked out towards the outside of the mansion. Master of the house. When the Lin family's children saw Lin Xian, they all bent down respectfully and saluted. And Lin Xian naturally responded with a smile. Walking out of the Lin mansion, Lin Xian once again let out a sigh. He couldn't hide after all. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, located in the most prosperous area of Cloud Mist City. In fact, for the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in general, it would only have chapters within the prefecture city, unless it was that very powerful city. However, Cloud Mist City obviously didn't belong to this category, and Cloud Mist City's Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had moved here 11 years ago, and of the 18 cities under the Huaqing Mansion, only Cloud Mist City and Great Dragon City had chapters, which could be said to be the envy of the other cities and towns. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce covers a very vast area. There are dozens of acres of land. The gate is also 3 zhang high, 2 zhang wide. The plaque on the gate, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce 4 big hot gold characters. One is half a person so big. Lin Xian walked to the door and immediately someone came to entertain him. He, rare guest, rare guest. Master of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has met the Lin family master. The one who greeted Lin Xian was the 4 great shopkeepers of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Shopkeeper he, whose status was quite high in Cloud Mist City, but at the moment, he was treating Lin Xian with courtesy. When the people within the chamber heard this, they all looked towards the two of them. Lin Xian, that's the Lin family head? The aura is so strong. While it feels like the Lin family head is so young, so aura, so charming. The Lin family master is said to be a triple passage god realm expert, enjoying a lifespan of 200 years. It's certainly normal to be so young. His 3 passage god realm, Lin Xian's power was still quite good. Hearing these words, Lin Xian was drunk. Who spread the word that he had broken through the 3 passage divine realm? Even though the triple passage god realm, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. One must know that Lin Xian was proficient in 2 spirit-level martial arts, 1 quasi-spirit-level martial arts, and also possessed hundreds of martial arts essences to add to his repertoire. and the average one who had just entered the three-passage divine realm would not necessarily be able to beat Lin Xian. Lin family master, our president has been waiting for you for several days. Now please follow me. Bossy was quite polite to Lin Xian and actually took the initiative to lead the way for Lin Xian, which made the crowd even more certain of their suspicions. The Lin family head is a great man of the three passages of the divine realm. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had 9 floors, and the president was naturally on the 9th floor. The first floor of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce was 10 meters high, and the rest of the floors were all 2 feet high. After arriving on the 9th floor, which was very small, there was only one room, and it was none other than President Gong's room. Lord President, the Lin family master has arrived. Bossy bowed respectfully. Well, let the Lin family master come in. You can step back first. A beautiful voice came out. Yes, Lin family master. I'll stop here. You can go in by yourself in the back. Bossy smiled and left the 9th floor after saying this. Lin Xian stared at the gate for a long time, then let out a soft sigh. Sinning. What? Family master Lin. Seeing an old friend you haven't seen in over 20 years. You don't come in and sit down? Suddenly, a moving voice came from the room. Lin Xian was momentarily speechless and could only push open the door to the room with a stiff upper lip. As soon as he pushed open the door to the room, a strong aura came towards Lin Xian. Fast, but not powerful. Merely at the level of the peak of the great Yuandan realm. Lin Xian directly dissolved it with a light wave of his hand. Snap, snap, snap. Awesome. I can't imagine that you haven't even used your full strength when you fought against that Yangchen. No wonder you were able to leave in style without leaving a single word in the first place. It's really dashing. With a smile on her lips, Gongling sat on the chair made of moon mahogany and gently applauded. Lin Xian let out a bitter laugh. Linger, are you being so sarcastic? The sound of Linger caused Gongling's originally unsettled eyes to become instantly agitated. Gongling stood up with a tottering look, her eyes extremely unkind. You are senior brother Lin of the Jishi Academy, the personal disciple of Master Wine. How can I, a tiny servant girl, be qualified to be called Linger by your old man? Gongling was all majestic, her yuan qi coalescing into shape. 3-passage God Realm experts. End of chapter. Chapter 12, Old Memories. Chapter 12, Old Memories. Hearing the words senior brother Lin, Lin Xian subconsciously let out a bitter smile. What a long time ago name. Looking at this Gongling in front of him, whose appearance seemed to be set in her 20s, Lin Xian inwardly sighed once more. This little girl who used to follow his ass and call out to 9th senior brother was now not only out of the water, but was also a triple passage divine realm expert who could overlook the Hua Qing mansion, or someone from the most powerful Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in the Great Desolate Empire. There was no other way for me to leave without saying goodbye in the first place. Linger, you know that I had already become a disgrace to the Jishi Academy when I was in my mid-20s. A waste of space in the mouths of the people. So leaving might be a good thing for me, and a good thing for you all. Facing Gongling Xin and Yang, Lin Xian knew that he was being unreasonable, so he explained to Gongling. Moreover, if it really came down to a fight, right now Gongling was afraid that she would be able to second Lin Xian in a few moves. Gongling also seemed to have thought about the issue of Lin Xian's talent, and her face, which had already calmed down, suddenly became indignant again. This is not a good thing for some people. Have you ever wondered why our Chamber of Commerce set up a chapter in the tiny cloud mist city 11 years ago? Why we Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in the usual time to Yulin family courteous? Yulin family can be stable development, there is no Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's credit. Ask yourself. Gongling's release of questioning caused Lin Xian to be stunned. Why was that? Logically speaking, a small city like theirs would not have this qualification, and the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce would normally only set up chapters in cities that possessed the 3-passage God realm, even if it was set up. But why was it so good for their Lin family? Lin Xian is not a cutie. Lin Xian figured out. Dance music, she's okay. The dancing music in Lin Xian's mouth was none other than the general president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, the legendary divine dance immortal Utero dancing music who possessed one of the top battle powers of the Great Desolate, and Gong Male, could even be considered Lin Xian's childhood friend. Humph, you still know how to read about Sister My Lu a little. I am truly feeling unworthy for Sister My Lu. As soon as Gongling mentioned Gong Ma Lu, her entire face became even more ugly. Only Gongling sat down directly on the chair, looking at Lin Xian with beautiful eyes full of ill will. Lin Xian breathed a long sigh of relief. Sinful fate. I don't want to explain too much to you. All you need to know is that you used to walk away and leave without saying goodbye, and brought grief to quite a few people. Those days when you disappeared, Sister My Lu was as muddled as if she had lost her soul, going to the Jisha Academy every 7 days to ask about your whereabouts, begging for the Wine Venerable, but the Wine Venerable was closed again and not coming out. Just like this half a year later, But the wine master told us that you have long since gone down the mountain. Said that where you go? Even he does not know. Since then, the dance music heart changed greatly. Dance music she is now long since no longer the once that. Stop it. Lin Xian reached out his hand and stopped Gong Ling. Gong Ling looked at Lin Xian, whose face was full of hard feelings, and there was a sneer in her eyes that she didn't hide. Who? What? Is it hard to believe that you came here today just to ridicule me as someone who has no bearing? Lin Xian was also nonchalant and sat down opposite Gong Ling without waiting for her to speak. I didn't. I just hate you as a negative person. When there were such good women in Jishi Academy who were holding on to you, but you came to this cloud mist city to marry and have children without saying goodbye. I really think that Zhantai Mingyue and my sister are a joke. Gong Ling was hating her teeth for even saying this. Lin Xian was speechless. It was indeed him who had once run out of ambition. However, when he was in Cloud Mist City, being able to marry Lin Fan his mother, Lin Xian was also very satisfied. Unfortunately, Lin Fan's mother, Lin Xian's wife, had passed away 15 years ago. The world is not as it should be, and I can only blame me for not being able to do right by them. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. Who could understand him? Lin Xian. Why would he, Lin Xian, ever want to fail a beauty? But he, Lin Xian, used to be able to only watch the guys on the Dragon and Phoenix list fight between the dragons and the tigers, only able to watch the other heavenly prides fly with their swords, and only able to watch the others insulting themselves for being a waste of time. If he was also a genius, why wouldn't he, Lin Xian, be able to be spirited and fight with his favorite woman? Humph. Good line about not being able to do right by them and it's over. Gong Ling snorted coldly once more. Looking at the Gong Ling in front of her, she was already completely different from the girl who sweetly called herself ninth senior brother in her memories. Once upon a time, Gong Ling, who spoke sweetly and wore sweet outfits with tiny pear swirls in every smile. Now Gong Ling, elegant and dignified, outstanding temperament, good looks, sharp eyes, strong aura, is simply the superior woman. Ugh. Lin Xian sighed once more. There are some things that are really unexplainable. They should hate me. That's right, hates you very much. Sister Dancing Lu and your little senior sister are afraid they all hate you. Gong Ling's words caused Lin Xian to fall silent once more. Lin Xian smiled bitterly after a long period of silence. That's just it. That's just it. What was once meant to be has now gone up in smoke, I guess. Lin Xian's bitter smile, and the helplessness in Lin Xian's eyes deeply pierced Gong Ling's heart. Gong Ling knife mouth tofu heart. Gong Ling why not heartache his once most respected big brother? However, Gong Ling was only dissatisfied that Lin Xian had left without saying goodbye, and had been gone for more than 20 years without a trace. Well, I don't want to question you, so go away. Just pretend that our former ninth senior brother hasn't been here. The two of them were silent for a while, but in the end it was Gong Ling who waved her hand and said. Hearing this, Lin Xian suddenly hooked the corners of his mouth. It seemed that this fellow Gong Ling still had a nice mouth and a tofu heart, and in his heart, he also thought very highly of himself. Is my master, his old man, okay? The two people who were the best to Lin Xian in the Jishi Academy. One of them was the youngest senior sister, and the other person was Lin Xian's teacher. Husband Wine. Master Wine was even on the verge of raising Lin Xian as if he were his own son. The main reason was that Lin Xian and junior sister Zhantai Mingyue were both nurtured from a young age by the wine master. So the elder brothers and sisters were not as favored as Lin Xian and junior sister. Don't worry, Lord Wine Honored is the husband of the Jishi Academy. Looking at the great desolate empire, I'm afraid that there aren't many people who are enemies of Lord Wine Honored. Gong Ling explained Lin Xian's worrying behavior. Lin Xian nodded slightly and stood up, preparing to leave the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Oh right, are you going to deal with the three big families behind you? The Wu, Jia, and Feng families? Gong Ling suddenly spoke out and called out to Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't deny that Gong Ling was a trustworthy person. Besides, with Gong Ling's current strength, if she wanted to stop Lin Xian, it would be a breeze. Well, that's right, these three families, it's time for them to disappear. Lin Xian's light tone contained the thunder after a cloudy day. The three great clans, targeting the Lin family hadn't been for a day or two, when Lin Xian had angrily killed the Wu family's grand elder. It wasn't because the Wu family had designed to kill Lin Xian's fifth brother, Lin Wu Yue, in the first place. And now, it's time to counterattack. Let me friendly remind you, through our Chamber of Commerce's investigation, the Wu family is not as simple as it appears. Even the Wu family already has the strength to systematically dominate Cloud Mist City. Gong Ling looked at Lin Xian and said indifferently. Lin Xian didn't move much. Lin Xian was a relatively cautious person. The Wu family had a few pounds. Although Lin Xian couldn't completely find out, he could still find out. Tiny Cloud Mist City. A tiny Wu Yifun, If I want to kill him, other than you, others, can't stop him yet. Gong Ling suddenly froze. In Gong Ling's eyes, Lin Xian had one more thing at this moment. Oh no! I should say that it was another one of the things he once had. That is, spirited. Do you need my help? Gong Ling thought for a moment, but she still said this, and just after saying this, Gong Ling felt a bit regretful. After all, just now she had been blaming and resenting Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also stunned, also not expecting Gong Ling to actually want to help herself. Lin Xian smiled a warm smile. Forget it, there's no need. A small cloud mist city's 3 great families can't use a big Buddha like you. I have my own allies. Lin Xian smiled because Gong Ling's words just now showed that Gong Ling still cared very much about herself. Humph. Forget it then. I'm just saying, we, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, have always gone neutral, and can't actually provide you with much help. In response to Lin Xian's ungratefulness, Gong Ling only snorted. Lin Xian smiled dumbly. Still the same little girl from back then. We'll gather when I destroy those 3 great clans. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Shao family, 1911 to 1949. Prominent politician in the Qing dynasty. This Lin Xian. He's not simple. He easily defeated Yang Chen and Batu, and even directly killed Batu. Not simple. The old master of the Shao family sitting in the main seat was so shocked that he dropped his walking stick when he heard Xiao Lingyun's report. After stabilizing his mood, Xiao Shanhe was also full of praise for Lin Xian, and several uncomplicated things came out of his mouth. This strength had far exceeded his own. Father, what should we do next? You're the proper Shao family head now. You need to learn to make up your own mind, Xiao Shanhe said without any good humor. Xiao Lingyun pondered slightly, then said with a slight firmness, Father, my child feels that we should befriend Lin Xian. Lin Xian is a person that I can't see through, and more importantly, when I was at the venue, I detected a mysterious relationship between Lin Xian and that Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's president Gong Ling. Oh, Xiao Shanhe also became interested when he heard the end. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's Gong chairman still has a different relationship with that Lin Xian? Yes, father. I can tell that chairman Gong seems to care a little about that Lin Xian, Xiao Lingyun said with certainty. Well, that's even better. Then side with the Lin family. The Lin family will definitely make a move against the 3 great families within this half month, and at that time, we can help him out as well. Xiao Shanhe thought about it and chose to bet on Lin Xian. Okay, child goes down to make arrangements. Xiao Lingyun was about to walk out when Xiao Shanhe added, oh yes, these days, there is news from the Xiao family clan side. There are still 3 years left for the clan competition. In these 3 years, you can make sure that Xiao Butter is well prepared enough. Whether or not our Xiao family can rejoin the clan depends on Xiao Butter. As for the Lin family, think of it as just an investment. Yes, father. Hearing that it was the news that he could return to the clan, Xiao Lingyun was also excited and his speaking voice was involuntarily raised by a few points. Wu family, household. Inside the Wu family compound, 5 people were gathered. The 2 great Yuan Dan realms of the Wu clan. Wu Yifan, the head of the Wu clan, and Wu Feng, the grand elder of the Wu clan. Jia Ling of the Jia family, Fang Xian of the Feng family, and a mysterious black-robed man. I dare say that in less than a month, that Lin family old dog will likely make a move against our 3 great clans, Wu Yifan said decisively. The moment these words came out, the other few people besides the black-robed man looked at each other in disbelief. That's unlikely, isn't it? That Lin family only has 1 great Yuandan realm. Lin Xian. How could he come to invade my 3 great clans? The one who spoke was Jia Ling, the head of the Jia family. Although Fang Xian of the Fang clan didn't say anything, his eyes revealed that he didn't quite believe it. Lin Xian was strong, Fang Xian admitted, but Fang Xian didn't think that Lin Xian would dare to fight against their 3 great clans on his own. One must know that apart from Lin Xian alone, the rest of the Lin family were nothing more than a bunch of shrimp soldiers. Ha! Looking at Jia Ling and Fang Xian being so confident, a hint of disdain flashed in Wu Yifan's eyes. These 2 idiots. But they were truly hopelessly stupid. That Lin Xian was even able to decapitate Batong on his own. You know, Yang Chen is at the peak of the great Yuandan realm, but he was still strongly defeated by Lin Xian. This shows that Lin Xian's strength is such that even a few of us put together wouldn't be able to stop him. His Lin family doesn't have many people either, much less strong people. There are still quite a few strong people at the little Yuandan realm and several of our great clans, not to mention the fact that we have quite a few dependent clans as well. Jia Ling still retorted in disbelief. Then what if the Shao family, the city lord's mansion, is also involved? Suddenly, the black-robed man on the side said. Seeing the black-robed man speak, Jia Ling and Fang Xian both looked at Wu Yifan in confusion. Let me introduce to you too. This is the high-ranking person I invited from Hua Changfu. Hua Qingfu. The 2 of them, Fang Xian and Jia Ling were startled, and they looked at the black-robed man with a trace of more gravity in their eyes. Jia Jia Jia. The black-robed man watched as the two of them changed their faces drastically and laughed as well. I am Elder Chui Jian of the Chui clan of the Huaqing Prefecture. Our Chui clan will help you exterminate that Lin clan scum. The black-robed man's words once again surprised several people. The Chui family of the Huaqing Prefecture was one of the three great families of the Huaqing Prefecture. Huachang Fu. There were 6 major forces: the City Lord's Office, the Tong Tian Chamber of Commerce, the Dragon Tiger Gang, the Shangguan family, the Bai family, and the Chui family. And for the Chui family to be one of the 3 great families of Huachang Fu, it meant that within the family that was truly as strong as the clouds. At the very least, the great Yuan Dan realm was afraid that in the Chui family, it could only be considered as an average little elder. The elders with real power were afraid that they were all experts at the 3-passage god realm. This kind of family, wanting to exterminate their 3 great families, was simply easy. Fang Xian, Jia Ling, has met Elder Chui Jian. The two didn't dare to be slow, and immediately got up with a salute. There's no need to be polite. I'll briefly explain my intentions. This time, Lin Xian beheaded Elder Ba Li's own son Ba Tong. Elder Ba Li can't make a move due to his own identity. My Chui family's Grand Elder and Elder Ba Li are old friends. So this is a matter that our Chui family came to do for Elder Ba Li. Chui Jian's words caused Jia Ling and Fang Xian to come to a realization. As for Wu Yifan, who was on the side, he already knew about it. Ba Li was none other than the silver-robed elder of the spirit martial sect, Ba Tong's father. The clan rules of the spiritual martial sect were very strict, plus Ba Tong had signed a life and death treaty on his own, so it was not good for Ba Li to make a move, so he could only entrust the Chui family to help. Although Ba Li was only a silver-robed elder of the spiritual martial sect, his status was still there, plus Ba Li's strength wasn't bad, so the Chui family was naturally happy to do things for Ba Li. With the involvement of the Chui family, then trying to behead that Lin Xian would be a breeze. Grand Elder Wu Feng said smilingly, yes, the Chui family is involved, and the Lin family can be destroyed with the lift of a hand. Fang Xian and Jia Ling also patted their asses. Hey! Chui Jian raised his hand. This time, our Chui family can't put in too much effort, because our Huaqing mansion is also in a fight. Our Chui family is being watched by that Bai family and Shangguan family to death. If we put in too much effort, we will easily be stared out by them, especially this Lin Xian. And Bai Rong of the Bai clan are sworn brothers, and our Chui clan is also afraid of the Bai clan's involvement. What then? Fang Xian and Jia Ling were both a bit confused. The Chui family couldn't make a move, so what the hell were they playing at? Is it hard to make them work for the Chui family for nothing? Don't worry. The 4th elder of our Chui family happens to be making a trip to the Chui family's 6th mine right now. He will make a detour to come to Cloud Mist City at that time to help you destroy the Lin family. Chui Jianjian's light words were like a spring breeze brushing over Jia Ling and the others' hearts. The 4th elder of the Chui family, a triple passing god realm, passing form realm bigwig. This was a realm they had not touched. With the involvement of a great man of the passing form realm, the Lin family, with the flip of a hand, could be destroyed. Ha ha ha. With the help of the Chui family's 4th elder, I believe that even that Shao family wouldn't dare to get involved. And even if the Shao family gets involved, it's just as killable. Wu Yifan's gaze was like a torch. If the Shao family was destroyed together, would his Wu family become the new lord of Cloud Mist City as a result? The Shao family is untouchable. Their backstage is not ordinary. In response, Chui Jian just said lightly. These words were like a pot of cold water poured on Wu Yifan's head. Wu Yifan was dumbfounded, but he didn't dare to refute Chui Jian's words. Well then, Elder Chui, when are we going to attack the Lin family? Let's say half a month later. Our 4th elder will depart in 13 days, and he will directly come to Cloud Mist City first to meet you guys. Then let's rendezvous at my place when the time comes. Wu Yifan stood up and said, okay. The Lin family, household name. After Lin Xian came back from the Tong Tian Chamber of Commerce, he gave the past a direct hiding place in his heart. Now it was a new beginning. The past would only bind him. Good day, House Master. Hello Uncle Sam. Hello, Third Grandpa. When they entered the mansion, the people they encountered would address Lin Xian respectfully and greet him. Although the Lin family's population was not large, it was still quite a lot. Not only were there Lin Xian's main lineages, there were also several smaller branches, with relationships that could be traced back to Lin Xian's grandparents' generation. And now all of them were from the same clan. Big brother, second brother. Have everyone from the second generation come to the meeting hall? I have something to say. Lin Xian said indifferently. Yeah. The two winded up and quickly gathered everyone in the second generation. There were 10 people in total, of which Lin Yang was the leader simply because Lin Yang was now at the little Yuandan realm. See you, family master. The crowd saluted. Sit down. Thank you, master of the house. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, The Storm is Coming. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, The Storm is Coming. Lin Xian sat on the main seat and looked around. Lin Wen and Lin Wu's two people's essence was also much better now. According to time, that young Chen should have returned to the spirit martial sect long ago. Lin Xian's words caused everyone to choke. The spirit martial sect. That was a mountain that all Eastern state cultivators could not surpass. Without waiting for the crowd to speak, Lin Xian continued. This family head killed the son of that spirit martial sect elder Bali. That Bali definitely won't be able to let it go. So perhaps there's a means waiting for us up ahead. We're not afraid. Matriarch. Big deal. The person who spoke was Lin Gu, the second generation of the Lin family's sideline. At the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm, his talent wasn't bad, but his bones were hard. Yeah, big deal. Several others responded immediately. There are no cowards in the Lin family. Lin Xian was very satisfied with the current Lin family atmosphere, and the two of them, Lin Wen and Lin Wu, smiled and nodded slightly. Oh, it's not time for us to die with them yet. Lin Xian smiled and extended his hand to interrupt the crowd's fervor. The crowd was also quiet. On the contrary, this time, this family's main goal is to exterminate the three great clans of Wu, Jia, and Feng, and unify Cloud Mist City in one fell swoop. What? The crowd changed color in shock. Even the two of them, Lin Wen and Lin Wu, looked at Lin Xian incredulously. Everyone thought that this was a crazy move on the part of their family head. The three great families aren't just any little families. We can no longer coexist with the three great families now. The Wu family still owes us 80,000 yuan stones, and with Ba Tong dead, the probability is that Bali will contact the three great families as well. Us and the three great families, we can only survive one. Lin Xian's words caused the crowd to nod slightly. There was no shortage of intelligent people in the second generation of the Lin family. Lin Yang looked at Lin Xian and asked, Matriarch, so are we going to have allies? Not bad. The Shao family of the city lord's house will then be our allies. The Shao family? Will that old master of the Shao family alliance with us against the three great families? Lin Yang said with a slight frown. Lin Wen and Lin Wu also frowned and swung their heads. Ha ha, so there's still Fanner and Little Butter are so close. I'm promising it's heavy gold. I'm not afraid that their Shao family won't be moved. Lin Xian laughed out loud. There was a heartfelt chuckle from all of them. Everyone knows that the young patriarch of his family may not be able to cultivate, but he can't help but have a good skin, and there are girls who like it. Shao family's little princess Little Buds can't look at anyone but chasing after Lin Fan's ass every day, with a mouth full of brother Fan. That's kind of not very nice, is it? Lin Hai snapped the back of his head naively. What's wrong with that? You brat! Lin Wen hated the iron and scolded Lin Hai angrily, scolding Lin Hai to shrink his neck, not daring to say more. This time, I will look at your merits to give rewards. The side disciples will be treated equally, and those who are meritorious will be rewarded greatly. Lin Xian's subsequent words were what they were most concerned about, especially the side disciples. Their hearts were set on the rewards given by the family head. Disciple will definitely die for the Lin family. After the meeting, everyone went about their business and started to go about their business, and Lin Xian arrived at the back mountain at that moment and saw Lin Fan meditating at the back mountain. Lin Xian vaguely saw a golden dragon shadow wrapped around his own son's body, exhaling his breath to the sky. This Chi Fortune. I'm afraid it's a bit scary. Lin Xian muttered. This son of his is really not an ordinary person. Lin Fan. This name, in the beginning or the child's mother to give. Manger, our child, is not an invalid, but a genius. Lin Xian muttered. Dad. Lin Fan sensed someone approaching and immediately exited his cultivation state. Seeing that it was Lin Xian walking towards him, he immediately greeted him with a smile. You kid. You seem to be hiding deeper than anyone else. Lin Xian covered Lin Fan's shoulder with one hand and realized that Lin Fan's aura had actually reached the 9th level of Qi gathering, and was just a step away from the realm of opening the yuan. He. Why else would my child have made that bet with that Bayuara? Lin Fan gave a belly laugh. Lin Xian laughed dumbly. This bastard boy. He really did pass on his old man's good habits. Okay, you cultivate well, and when the time comes, this note, you just let Little Bud give it to the Shao family head. Lin Xian handed Lin Fan a note, which Lin Fan gladly accepted without asking for any reason. Father, there are no more resources. Lin Fan looked blearily at Lin Xian after he put away the note. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and flung 500 yuan stones to Lin Fan in his hand before heading down the mountain. It was reasonable to say that one didn't need yuan stones to not enter the Kaiyuan, but Lin Xian wouldn't go after his son to ask why he needed yuan stones. Looking at Lin Xian's departing back, Lin Fan only felt that the yuan stone in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. His father loved and trusted him unconditionally. Kid, believe it or not, I feel that your father is not simple. What do you mean? Ha 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 ha, nothing interesting. This father of yours, I'm a little bit unable to see through, but fortunately he is not your enemy, but your father. Chamber of Commerce. Gongling held the information in her hand and also frowned slightly. The Cui family had been unsettled these past few days. There were also guests from the spirit martial sect, and the fourth elder of the Cui family was going to the number 6 mine. Gongling smelled danger. This news, is it true? Report to the president, 1,000 times over. Gongling put down the message and thought for a moment. Tell you what, send this message to the Lin family, and also, give him this card along with it. Ha, this is our Chamber of Commerce's gold card. Isn't it only available at least at the Tongling realm? Boss, he received the gold card given by Gongling and was shocked. In his life, he had only heard of it. He had never seen it. Boss, he had only seen a copper card in all these years. Gold card. If it wasn't for the fact that I can only give this right now, I'm afraid I could give him the purple and gold card. So just give it to him according to the words of this president. Gongling narrowed her eyes slightly, hating her teeth every time she thought of her sister teared up for this asshole and being sad day and night. Yes, President, I'll personally deliver the card to the Lin family. Boss, he felt like his worldview had collapsed. This Lin Xian. What in the world? A gold card. That was a rare item that could get a 70% discount at the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The 3 great clans were afraid that this time, they would be planted. 10 days later, Lin family residence. This time, I'm doubly honored that the Xiao family head has come. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Lingyun and smilingly arched his hand towards him. I don't dare to be worthy of it. Now Lin family master is vaguely known as the number 1 expert in Cloud Mist City. Xiao Lingyun didn't put on any city lord's airs and said with a smile. Lin Xian smiled and took a sip of his tea as he looked at Xiao Nara next to Xiao Lingyun. Little bud, that Lin Fan kid is in the back of the mountain. Just go directly to him. Ah, really? Thank you Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin, you're so nice. Xiao Meyer had already been distracted, and when she heard this news, she ran away with a swoosh, to which Xiao Lingyun was also quite helpless. Brother Lin, you have given birth to a good son. This niece of my family, but she loves Lin Fan to death. Xiao Lingyun laughed bitterly. Listening to the words, Lin Xian also laughed out loud. This old man of his was so handsome, coupled with the fact that Lin Fan's mother was a great beauty who was a beauty of the country. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't be bad when it came to his skin. Well, Brother Xiao, there's been a bit of a change in what happened a few days ago. Lin Xian suddenly put away his smiling face and began to get serious. Xiao Lingyun also put away his smile in a muddy source. Changes? Well, my original plan was to take the initiative and attack the 3 great clans, but in hindsight, I think we can stand guard. Lin Xian said smilingly. Lin Xian absolutely trusted Gongling's information. After all, Gongling really want to harm their own words. Directly over to their own click on the line. That you's so bent around. Why is that? Xiao Lingyun was puzzled. Those 3 great clans will probably attack our Lin family in 5 days. At that time, we just need to wait for them at the Lin family. Lin Xian was still full of smiles as he took a slight sip of his tea. A fine Biluokun. It seems that the Lin family master is better informed than anyone else. Xiao Lingyun knew that he had made the right bet. The Lin family's information network was by no means more powerful than their Xiao families, yet this news was not known to them in the slightest. That meant that someone behind Lin Xian was giving the message. Within this Cloud Mist City of yours, there are still those who are more powerful than the Xiao family. Besides the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Lingyun could not think of anyone else. Xiao family master, when the time comes to split the bill, as promised, 7-3, 7 for me and 3 for you. Lin Xian had already determined that the fruits of battle had been harvested. No problem. 30%. Our Xiao family is already satisfied. Xiao Lingyun smiled and agreed. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Battle of the Families. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Battle of the Families. 5 days later. Wu family, household. The location of the Wu family residence is the best location in the City of Clouds and Mist, and because of the Wu family's strength, the Wu family residence is also repair quite broad. Say the Wu family's front yard has a good 10 acres of land, more than enough to accommodate thousands of tens of thousands of people. And at this moment, within the former compound, the leaders of the Jia and Feng families, as well as several other smaller families, had all arrived. Brother Feng, Brother Jia, Brother Qian, Brother Zhao, goodbye. Wu Yifan slowly walked out of the house, glowing. Wu family master, this time, we can be considered to have come out in full force, and we are bound to take down the entire family of that Lin family. We'll kill them all and leave no one behind. A hint of cruelty flashed across the corners of Jia Ling's mouth as he said. The Jia clan had a grudge against the Lin clan because Lin Ao, the 3rd generation of the Lin clan, had once mistakenly broken the legs of Jia Ling's youngest son, which caused Jia Ling to be very atmospheric. Wasn't it just his own youngest son who forcibly snatched the daughters of a few unruly people? Then Lin Ao really deserved to die. The patriarchs of several other clans all looked towards Wu Yifan, their mouths echoing Jia Ling's words. Don't worry, everyone. Today, the Lin family will surely perish because Elder Cui has arrived. Saying that, Wu Yifan had already given up his seat in the main seat. At this moment, an old man in grey robes with an old appearance walked out, and behind the old man were two middle-aged men, one of which was the same Cui Jian who had contacted the Wu family in the first place. Old man, Cui Yongdi, it's been said above. Lin Xian can be scrapped, but not killed. Someone up there wants it, Trayandi said faintly. Choi's words seemed very intimidating, not as a discussion, but as a notice. Everyone in the room recognized Cui Yongdi's words because Cui Yongdi had the qualifications to say this. This was a great man of the passing form realm. It was an existence they could not afford to offend. Everything is up to Elder Trey. Wu Yifan grinned and gave Cui Yongdi a cupped fist salute. His manners quite on point. Wu Yifan had already hooked up with the Cui family, and in the future, he could only have the backstage cover. Well, I came here this time. Time is limited. Tomorrow I still have to go to the 6th mine, so today there can be no delay. Once the night arrives, directly kill into the Lin family is. The Lin family up and down do not leave any survivors. Only need to leave Lin Xian to the above on the line. Cui Yongdi's tone was very flat and relaxed, as if killing the Lin family was just casually crushing an ant. Yes. Fang Xian and Jia Ling both agreed immediately. Wu Yifan was very pleased this time, and the Lin family members were unable to escape with their wings. A total of 8 great Yuandan realm and 1 Tongform realm powerhouse had gathered at the scene. As for the small Yuandan realm, there were more than 20 of them. It would be hard for heaven to tolerate if the Lin family was not destroyed. Then we'll leave the Lin family at the stroke of dawn. Chamber of Commerce. President, that Cui family's Cui Yongdi has indeed come to Cloud Mist City and has gone straight to the Wu family. Boss, he reported respectfully. It seems to be true. I'm afraid that it's that spirit martial sect elder that's behind this. Miyabi Ling propped her head up with one hand and narrowed her eyes slightly, looking unconcerned. President, that Wu family, Jia family, and Feng family have joined forces, along with the 2 great Yuandan realms brought by Cui Yongdi, adding up to close to 10 great Yuandan realm powerhouses. The Lin family is afraid that it will be difficult for them to fight. Boss, he said carefully. Boss, he could tell that his own president had different emotions towards the Lin family head, so he also spoke out to remind him. Well, I'll send someone to keep an eye on it, but it should be fine, so go on down. Gongling still didn't care and casually waved her hand. Yes, boss, he immediately retreated. Xiao Wu, take the Heavenly Guard to take a look. Remember, the Heavenly Guard will not make a move until it is a moment of life and death crisis. Miyabi Ling said to herself into the air. Yes. A yes came from the void, and then it was gone, as if it were unreal. Gongling walked over to the window and watched the night coming in, smiling faintly. 9th senior brother, I'm also eager to see how far you've gotten now. Yun Muin, the Cloud Mist Inn was an inn that the Xiao family, the main residents of Cloud Mist City, had built with great effort, and it was the most high-end inn in Cloud Mist City. And today's Cloud and Mist Inn's heavenly #1 room has come with an honored guest. My lord, I've already inquired clearly. That Cui Yongdi of the Cui family has come to Cloud Mist City and is heading straight for the Wu family, and by the looks of it, he should be targeting the Lin family. Tiger, a middle-aged pugilist, walked in. The noble gentleman was the same one who had chased after him from the Huaqing mansion. The folding fan in the male's hand fluttered and shook lightly a few times. It's the spirit martial sect again. Every time it's this spirit martial sect. Now a tiny silver-robed elder of the spirit martial sect is powerful. The male child didn't have much goodwill towards the spirit martial sect, and the tone of his voice when talking about the spirit martial sect was all slightly unpleasant. Your Excellency, then what should we do now? Should we help that Lin family out? Help? Why should I help? Let's just see if that Lin family has the ability to enter my son's eyes, the noble gentleman said smilingly. The pugilist nodded slightly and stopped talking. Alas, this Cloud Mist City is still really a projectile place, with thin Yuan Qi and all the weaklings, so it's no fun either. The male sighed as he looked out the window, and suddenly, the male's eyes coalesced. What forces are in that building up ahead? Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The pugilistic man reported truthfully. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The male was a bit dumbfounded. This kind of bullet-ridden place could actually have a Tongtian Chamber of Commerce chapter? A little bit interesting. This place, it's really more interesting than what this Gongzi imagined. Actually, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is willing to establish in this kind of projectile land. I think there is still his superiority. Noble Duke put away his folding fan. Da Bio, Let's go to the Lin family and take a walk. Take a look at the potential of that Lin family. If the potential is good, and take it under your command, then it can also become this duke's secret power. Yes. The pugilist nodded heavily. The Lin family, household name. The night is falling. The storm is coming. The moon is dark and the wind is high. And it's really a day of murder and fire. Inside the Lin family residence, the Lin family's experts had all gathered. Not only were there Lin family members, but Xiao family members had also come. The Xiao family has also made a great effort this time. Xiao Lingyun, the city lord, personally led the team, as well as the Xiao family's 2 large Yuandan realms and 12 small Yuandan realms. If you really talk about power, the Xiao family's side is casually dumping the Lin family's side. However, Lin Xian was still high up in the main seat, while City Lord Xiao was sitting in the secondary seat. It could be seen that Xiao Lingyun was a bit nervous, and his arms couldn't control the shaking. Relax, City Lord Xiao. This time, we can definitely win. Lin Xian said smilingly. I hope so. Xiao Lingyun could only respond to Lin Xian with a forced smile. Lin Xian laughed dumbly. Lin Xian knew that Xiao Lingyun was indeed nervous because his side was inferior. However, Lin Xian was quite confident in his own strength at the peak of the great Yuandan realm, and cultivated the Xian Desolate Battle Body and the Heavenly Shadow Sword technique. Because of the substantial improvement in his physique, both spirit-level martial arts were cultivated by Lin Xian to the point of great completion. Plus Lin Xian also had the Lin family's chi luck to add to his strength, so it was too difficult for him to lose. Unless the opponent had an expert at the peak level of the passing form realm. But Lin Xian had gotten word that the 4th master of the Chui family sent out by the Chui family was actually nothing more than a small expert who had first entered the Tong form realm less than 3 years ago, and was in the weakest bracket in all of the Tong form realms. Family master. They're here. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from outside the door, and Lin Xian and the others directly opened the door wide. Outside the main gate, a large, dark group of people came towards the Lin family. The one at the head was a white-haired old man who appeared a bit sinister, leading hundreds of experts straight towards the Lin family. Shoot, 10,000 arrows. That's the first line of defense. Only remove some of the lesser enemies. Throw. This time it was a special Yuan breaking lance from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, a weapon made to target Yuan Qi with the ability to break it. This time, Wu Yifan and the others were not expected, and there were actually quite a number of Yuan Dan realm powerhouses that were hit, and they were seriously injured and spitting blood. Awesome. Even Xiao Lingyun was dumbfounded, not expecting Lin Xian to have such a weapon. End of chapter. Chapter 16, The Great Battle at the Passing Form Realm. The Elemental Soul appears. Chapter 16, The Great Battle at the Passing Form Realm. The Elemental Soul appears. It's a bit interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. This little Lin family can actually possess such a rare thing as a Yuan breaking gun. And it's also a Yuan breaking gun that can target Yuan Dan realm powerhouses. The noble gentleman and the pugilist stood near the Lin mansion and looked slightly surprised at this scene as well. Yuan breaking gun. A weapon built for Yuan Qi. When two countries are at war, Yuan breaking arrows and Yuan breaking guns are very important strategic materials. It was said that the most powerful Yuan breaking lance could even kill Tong form experts. It's actually the Yuan breaking gun. The 4th elder of the Chui family, Chui Yongdi, was also taken aback by the gun. This hand directly injured 3 of their great Yuandan realms and 7 little Yuandan realms. Die for this elder. Chui Yongdi is also a ruthless person, regardless of the group of waste behind. Directly is the Yuan Qi all open, toward the Lin house straight. Follow Elder Chui to step on the Lin family. Wu Yifan watched as Chui Yongdi rushed in and immediately raised his spear and bellowed. The Wu family's children who followed were the first to kill with them, and the people from several other families were also not idle, following closely behind. Not good. That's actually a triple passage god realm expert. The old master of the Xiao family, who was sitting at the back, let out a low cry. What? The others were also shocked, but only Lin Xian's face remained normal. Scumbag, kneel down for this elder. The distance of a few dozen meters arrived in the blink of an eye, and the dark-colored Yuan Qi in Chui Yongdi's hands coalesced, quite powerful, and came towards Lin Xian's face. Even though Chui Yongdi was a great man of the passing form realm, Lin Xian wasn't afraid in the slightest. The Earth's Fury palm, straight up and hard, carrying a hard slap from Chui Wingdi. The huge impact of Yuan Qi caused the Yuan Qi around the two to coalesce into substance over a dozen meters. Boom! After an explosive sound, Lin Xian and Chui Yongdi both retreated to their respective camps. As expected of someone who can beat Yang Chen, he really does have 2 skills. Chui Yongdi squeezed his pale palms, and for the first time, importance appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian, and Wu Yifan, Fang Xian, and Jia Ling, who had rushed over, were nearly stunned. Lin Xian was actually able to take on Chui Yongdi with a slap without losing the slightest bit. Could it be that Lin Xian had already entered the 3-passage god realm? Fourth master, Chui Jian and another member of the Chui family came up as well. Chui Yongdi just slightly raised his hand, then looked at Lin Xian with a fierce smile. Lin family head, although you have good strength, it's limited to times. You don't understand the gap between the three-passage divine realm and the Yuan Dan realm. Today, you have to die. And even your entire Lin family will be buried with you. The Lin family's crowd stared at Chui Yongdi and the others with unkind eyes, the weapons in their hands gripped tightly. And you, Shao family members, I don't want to make things difficult for you, so if you're sensible now, get out of here quickly. Chui Yongdi looked at the Shao family's crowd again, not giving the Cloud Mist City Lord the slightest bit of face. Xiao Lingyun's face was extremely ugly, while Xiao Shanha's face at the back was no better. He, Elder Chui, do you really think that you've settled for this family head? Lin Shen wanted to laugh in his heart when he looked at how arrogant Chui Yongdi was, even looking like he was winning. What? Is the Lin family master still thinking of resisting? Treyandi's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Xian said with a disdainful smile, where did an old dog who just entered the passing form realm get such confidence? Old dog, the life of this family head is here today. Can you take it? Aha! Bully me. When Chui Yongdi heard the old dog in Lin Xian's mouth, his two beards trembled with anger, and in his hand, he directly took out a mortal grade 9th order longsword to kill towards Lin Xian. Step on the Lin family. Wu Yifan bellowed. Kill. Xiao Lingyun had made the right choice to help the Lin family. Xiao Lingyun was still betting that President Gong Ling of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had an unusual relationship with Lin Xian, and if that was the case, then the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce would definitely not sit back and watch. Hell's Wolfhound, Chui Yongdi bellowed, and a Hell Wolfhound appeared out of thin air with terrifying power. This is the three passages of the Divine Realm. After entering the three-passage Divine Realm, the first thing to do was to cultivate a Yuan soul, which was the biggest and most shining symbol of the three-passage Divine Realm. The reason why the gap between the three-passage Divine Realm and the Yuan Dan Realm was so large was because the three-passage Divine Realm was able to cultivate the Yuan soul. Watching the Hell Wolfhound appear, Wu Yifan and the others all had envy in their eyes, and the two standing outside, the middle-aged man said faintly, this Chui Yongdi's Hell Wolfhound, it's too weak. I'm afraid it can only be considered a third-grade Yuan soul. An old dog who only entered the three-passage God realm and almost 100 years old would be lucky to have such a Yuan soul. There was a hint of sarcasm in your son's tone. Ha ha ha. Chui Yongdi first laughed maniacally 3 times, then looked at Lin Xian even more openly. Lin Xian, do you feel the fear of hell now? Do you understand now? This is the difference between the three-passage God realm and the Yuan Dan realm. If you're not as good as the three-passage God realm, you'll end up as an ant. Lin Xian was still wearing a sneer. Look at your character. I'm afraid you're a third-grade Yuan soul. Just a lower-grade Yuan soul. Trash. Lin Xian's words directly stabbed Chui Yongdi with anger. Chui Yongdi's eyes carried a slow-killing intent. The long sword in his hand chopped, and the black sword shadow instantly killed. Lin Xian raised his sword to parry, perfectly blocking Chui Yongdi's sword light. Die. Chui Yongdi bellowed, and the Hell Wolfhound Yuan phase behind him struck out along with Chui Yongdi's strike, and pounds and other human Yuan Qi instantly gushed out. This Yuan Qi was indeed several times far beyond the peak of the Yuan Dan realm. However, Lin Xian wasn't an ordinary peak of the great Yuan Dan realm. Lin Xian's Yuan Qi had been completely transformed into Xian Desolate Yuan Qi, but he had an incomparably powerful physique. Break it for me. Lin Xian let out a loud shout. The heavenly shadow sword in his hand displayed a sword light, and Lin Xian's entire being merged with the sword body, vaguely having the essence of meaning. This sword shadow, as if it could break through heaven and earth, directly broke through Chui Yongdi's thick Yuan Qi. Chui Yongdi was shocked and backed away as soon as he could. Then the Yuan Qi in his hands once again frantically condensed. Lin Xian, you've completely enraged me. Taste my killing moves. Hell Sword Extinction. Chui Yongdi shouted angrily, and in an instant, the entire Lin family seemed to have fallen into an endless hell. Ooh. The cold wind whistled more than once, and the Yuan Dan realm cultivators had all felt the endless cold that went deep into their bones. Die. Sky Shadow Spirit Sword Duel. Lin Xian was no longer hiding it. This move of Chui Yongdi's had almost reached a quasi-spirit level martial art. Although Lin Xian himself had the Xian Desolate battle body, it was undoubtedly a fool's errand if he wanted to rely solely on his physical body to withstand Chui Yongdi. The power of Chui Yongdi, who possessed a Yuan soul, to make this move, it was definitely more than 2 or 3 times stronger than Yang Chen's strongest move back then. End of chapter. Chapter 17, today, all will die. Chapter 17, today, all will die. The power of Chui Yongdi's Hell Sword Extinction was quite impressive, and the rest of them retreated. This Chui Yongdi, this move is barely a looker. The big man clasped his hands and said in a salty tone. The noble gentleman smiled skinlessly. Da Bio, If that Lin Xian can hold up this move, then leave his life to work for us. Okay, Seiji. Da Biao responded respectfully. On the contrary, in the middle of the Lin mansion, Cui Yongdi's Hell Sword destruction went straight towards Lin Xian to kill him, and Lin Xian was also not willing to show weakness. And the Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword decision was also not a vegetarian. The Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword decision manifested more than 200 sword shadows, and countless sharp swords responded one after another, emitting a rustling sound. Spirit-level martial arts, Da Biao exclaimed in shock. To learn a spirit-level martial art before entering the Tong form realm, this Lin Xian is something. The folding fan that the noble gentleman was still shaking had also stopped, and Lin Xian's hand had also startled the noble gentleman. Not to mention where Lin Xian had gotten his spirit-level martial arts. Just the fact that he was able to utilize a spirit-level martial art before he had even entered the passing form realm proved that Lin Xian really wasn't an ordinary person. Lin Xian's entire body robe vibrated with the wind, and the heavenly shadow sword in his hand vibrated. Ah! Die for this elder! Cui Yongdi bellowed and swooped towards Lin Xian, bringing with him the Hell Wolfhound behind him, which followed its master with a mournful wail. More than 300 sword shadows plunged towards the Hell Wolfhound. The speed was extremely astonishing, while the power was also quite terrifying, not inferior to the general strength of the passing form realm. Boom! The majestic Yuan Qi exploded, and both Lin Xian and Cui Yongdi flew backwards. As for the other two waves of people who were still fighting, they also retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this Yuan Qi. Dust filled the Lin Mansion compound, which had long since been destroyed beyond recognition, with potholes everywhere. The smoke from the explosion dispersed, and Lin Xian and Cui Yongdi's figures were revealed, only to see that at this time, Cui Yongdi's gray robe was already tattered, and even the bundled hair looked messy, with a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, and his breath was also wilting a lot. On the contrary, although Lin Xian was also in rags, because of the Xian desolate battle body, Lin Xian's aura was much more stable than Cui Yongdi's, and he was even in a much better state. This was the terror of the spirit-grade calcined body martial art. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was still very thankful that once his master had given him a calcined body dan. If it wasn't for that calcined body dan, Lin Xian cultivating this Xian desolate battle body wouldn't have been as easy as it was for sure. This is impossible. You were hit by my move Hell Sword Extinction. Why are you still like this? As Cui Yongdi watched Lin Xian's breath so stable, he was also irritated and hissed as he sprayed water at Lin Xian. Wu Yifan, Fang Xian, and Jia Ling's faces were also extremely ugly now. Originally their breath was unstable after a big battle, but now they found that their side's advantage was gone. I've said it all. You old dog. 100 years old. I don't know what method I relied on to enter the Tong form realm. Goods like you are the worst in the Tong form realm. It's not impossible for me to kill you. Lin Xian's blood was now on fire. Could he really kill the three-passage divine realm back with his Yuan Dan realm? Haven't really tried it myself, but you never know until you try it. Lin family, you've offended Elder Bali. Sooner or later you're all doomed. If you tie your hands now, perhaps your Lin family won't be exterminated. Seeing that he can't fight, Trey Wingdi immediately starts talking out of his ass. Xiao Lingyun was startled, afraid that Lin Xian had spared Cui Yongdi. Now that he had been offended, there really was no turning back. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. Did he really think he was a 3-year-old? Where are the things you have experienced yourself that these small places know? Die! Lin Xian's eyes hardened, his Yuan Qi sword, and he lunged directly towards Cui Yongdi. Protect Elder Cui! Wu Yifan and the others shouted. Off. Lin Xian shouted angrily. The sword in his hand did not reduce its might in the slightest. Wu Yifan, these Yuan Dan realm powerhouses were not a match for Lin Xian at all. Only now did Wu Yifan realize how far apart he was from Lin Xian. Lin Xian had sent Wu Yifan flying with a single move, even suffering internal injuries. How dare you? Cui Yongdi was furious and shocked. He was the fourth master of the Cui family in Huacheng Fu. What wouldn't the old man dare? The heavenly shadow sword in Lin Xian's hand didn't stop for a second as it slashed straight towards Cui Yongdi. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. Cui Yongdi was at least a Tong form realm powerhouse, so naturally he couldn't just be cut down by Lin Xian. Hellwolf shield. Only to see the Hell Wolfhound protect Cui Yongdi behind him as if he was protecting his master. Asahi Wakazashi. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and suddenly the blackness of the sky filled with countless more brightly colored petals. The petals fell from the sky as if they were snowflakes. It's beautiful. This was the inner thoughts of a group of cultivators who were fighting for their lives, and the master-servant duo outside were stunned. What kind of martial arts is this? This Gongzi has never heard of it. This martial art has the standard of power of a quasi-spirit level. Da Biao also said with great incredulity. A small Lin family head with a collection of spirit-level martial arts. Quasi-spirit level martial arts. Especially with Da Biao's eyesight, he could still tell that Kai Lin Xian practiced an extremely profound physical art. Otherwise Lin Xian's body wouldn't be so terrifying. The surprises that this Lin Xian has brought to this Gongzi are already increasing. This Lin family, this Gongzi is very satisfied. The folding fan in the noble gentleman's hand fluttered, and he said with great satisfaction, the brightly colored petals that flew in the sky were like hailstones as Lin Xian's sword strokes surged towards Cui Yongdi. Di Choi was beyond appalled. You can't kill me. I'm the fourth master of the Cui family. Boom! Sharp swords don't listen to wasted words. The heavenly shadow sword stabbed directly at the Hell Wolfhound's body. The Hell Wolfhound was simply powerless to resist Lin Xian's great move, and it instantly flew away in a cloud of dust. As for Cui Yongdi, he was directly sent flying out dozens of meters, and his entire breath appeared disordered and depressed. Dying! Elder Choi! The crowd of the three great clans exclaimed in shock. The two strong men of the Cui family at the great Yuan Dan realm also hurriedly surrounded them. Xiao Lingyun looked at Lin Xian, who was standing with a sword, in shock, and the old master of the Xiao family also looked at Lin Xian in extreme shock. With the strength of the peak of the great Yuan Dan realm, he countered and killed the triple passage divine realm. This kind of situation was already considered a true genius within the great desolate empire, but Lin Xian had such battle prowess, so why hadn't he broken through to the three passage divine realm at the age of 60? Lin Xian juggled his sword, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked as he looked at the fallen Cui Yongdi. Today, all die. End of chapter. Chapter 18 Exterminating the Three Great Families. Chapter 18 Exterminating the Three Great Families. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand flashed as he continued to kill towards Cui Yongdi. Although Cui Yongdi's breath was shriveled, he still had a third of his senses left. Looking at Lin Xian's incoming sword, his body twisting in fear, his voice hissing, "You can't kill me! You can't kill me! I am the fourth master of the Cui family. If you kill me, the Cui family will have no end with your Lin family." Noisy! Lin Xian's eyes flashed ferociously. Could he still be bluffed by an old dog like you? Bear! Knocking away the two people who were trying to protect Cui Yongdi's side, the Sky Shadow sword stabbed directly into Cui Yongdi's chest. Cui Yongdi's eyes looked at Lin Xian incredulously, coughing up blood from his mouth as he tried to reach out and grab Lin Xian, but it was all in vain. Blood flowed profusely, and Cui Wingdi was killed instantly. Fourth master! Cui Jian exclaimed in horror. Lin Xian didn't give it a chance in the slightest. It really wouldn't be necessary if they were to go home and report the news. The Earth's Fury Palm. Lin Xian bellowed and swung his palm out. Cui Jian didn't react in time and was killed on the spot as well. Another Cui family great Yuan Dan realm powerhouse tried to escape, and naturally Lin Xian wouldn't have it his way, stepping on shadow steps to catch up, and sending this Cui family member directly to meet the King of Hell with a battering mountain fist. Killing is decisive and leaves no room for error. Hiss! The people from Wu, Jia, and Feng's families had all gathered in a ball of fear, holding their weapons and trembling in fear. Lin Xian, you've won. We're willing to admit defeat. Wu Yifan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and yelled, He, there's no need for you to admit it. Old me knows that our Lin family has already won. Isn't it obvious? Lin Xian said with a gut-wrenching smile, spreading his hands. Lin Xian, you've won now. What more do you want? Jia Ling exclaimed. Jia Ling, you've been the head of the Jia family for more than 20 years. Why would you ask such a stupid question today? Lin Xian asked rhetorically. Is it hard for you to really want to die with our three great clans? Feng Xian yelled in fear, as if attempting to scare Lin Xian in such a way as to achieve a comforting effect. However, Lin Xian wasn't intimidated either. I'm sorry, but all three of today's great families must die. As this family head said a long time ago, Lin Xian's eyelids were lowered, looking like a villain. If you want to destroy our three great clans, even you, Lin Xian, will have to pay a painful price. Wu Yifan was furious, and with Jia Ling and Feng Xian, the three of them came directly towards Lin Xian, attempting to break up with him. Lin Xian hooked his lips in disdain. A group of fools who had been family heads for decades but were still naive. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand wrapped his wrist and grasped it in his palm. Four Seasons Sword Technique. Springtime. The Four Seasons Sword Technique. Within 10 days of falling into Lin Xian's hands had already been practiced by him. A quasi-spirit level martial art that only took 7 days to perfect introductions. This was Lin Xian's martial art talent. An unrivaled existence when looking at the entire great desolate empire. As soon as the Four Seasons Sword Technique's springtime vibrancy came out, the dark night was suddenly filled with life. And within the springtime vibrancy, it seemed as if it hid an endless sword blade killing intent. Put! A human head fell to the ground, and blood soared wildly from the neck. Jia Ling, die! Family master! The Jia family's crowd hissed and shouted. Summer heat! A move of summer inferno struck, and Feng Xian was also instantly killed. The people of the Xiao and Lin families all felt a dreamy sensation as they watched Lin Xian decapitate these people one by one as if he were chopping up melons and vegetables. Aha! Wu Yifan was close to madness, especially with Fang Xian and Zhao Ling dying in front of him. If I had known that, why would I have done it in the first place? Once upon a time, this family had also just wanted to gain a foothold in Cloud Mist City. It's you who had to go against the old man, so go down to the Yellow Springs for the rise of my Lin family. Looking at the insane Wu Yifan, Lin Xian didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. To show pity to one's enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Winter, cold, frost and snow. With a move of winter, cold, frost and snow, he completely sent the Wu family head to hell. In this one, Lin Xian alone had killed a passing form realm and 5 great Yuandan realms, while Elder Master Xiao killed 2 great Yuandan realms. The Xiao and Lin family members combined their efforts to kill the other one. All the people from the 3 great clans and the Cui family who had rushed here, the higher-ups had been killed by the Lin family and the Xiao family in conjunction with each other. From this moment on, Cloud Mist City would no longer have 5 great clans, but rather 2 great clans, and it would still be the Lin family's one word. Lin Xian was able to easily decimate even the passing form realm. Even if the old master of the Xiao family had advanced to the passing form realm, then he definitely wouldn't be Lin Xian's opponent. And Xiao Butter also had an extraordinary relationship with Lin Fan. The old master of the Xiao family naturally knew what to do in the future as long as he wasn't senile. Lin Xian had collected the loot from this time and was preparing to go to the 3 great clans to raid all of the 3 great clans' lairs. But then an uninvited guest arrived. Pop 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 pop. The sound of distant slaps resounded throughout the Lin mansion. There are friends who come from afar, Lin Xian said indifferently. Ha ha ha, good point. Noble Duke and Dabiao slowly walked into the Lin mansion. Noble Duke was 8 weights tall and had a great appearance. As for the pugilist, he was a full 9'5" and looked very eye-catching with his solid muscles. Looking at the 2 people who had arrived here, the people of the Xiao clan and the Lin clan were all like enemies. After the 3 great clans were exterminated, the Lin family's 3rd generation also walked out as much as they could, with Lin Fan still leading the way. Dad, how's it going? Lin Fan came to Lin Xian's side and inquired. Win, and the 3 great families are gone from here on out. Lin Xian responded indifferently. Lin Fan slowly nodded his head as if he had already guessed this scene without any surprise. Lin family master is really powerful. With the strength of the peak of the great Yuandan realm, he was actually able to counter-kill the Cui family's 4th elder, Cui Yongdi. It's really not bad. Mingyu feels very impressed. The noble gentleman smiled and gave Lin Xian a 2-handed cupped fist salute, appearing courteous, stretching his hand. Lin Xian also smiled as he returned the noble gentleman's greeting. I don't think this gentleman came here just to talk about this, right? Lin Xian vaguely glanced at the pugilist beside the noble lord. This pugilistic man, his strength is unfathomable. I don't know how much stronger than that Cui Yongdi. If it came to blows, Lin Xian didn't have the slightest bit of certainty that he would be able to beat that pugilistic man. Lin family master killed Ba Li's son in the beginning, but that was signed a life and death ordinance. Ba Li wanted to take revenge but his hands were tied. But now it's different. Lin family master killed the 4th elder of the Cui family in Huachang Fu. If the Cui family knows about it, you guys can't be sure that the Cui family will make a move against the Lin family. Your son first presented the stakes to Lin Xian, or rather, to the entire Lin family. The people of the Xiao and Lin families all looked at each other in disbelief. Our Lin family will naturally follow up on the Cui family's matter, so I don't need this gentleman to bother. Lin Xian didn't feel that this person had good intentions. There must be something to it. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Take me as your little brother? The old man refuses. Chapter 19, Take me as your little brother? The old man refuses. It seems that family head Lin Xian still doesn't know the strength of the Cui family. The noble gentleman smiled warmly and continued. That Huachang province Cui family is one of the 3 great families of Huachang province. The family has more than a handful of Tong form realm experts within the family. And this Cui Yongdi is only the worst one in the Cui family. If the Cui family sends out other experts to come, does the Lin family master think that your Lin family will be able to withstand it? Your son's words were very reasonable, and the 2 fathers, Xiao Shanha and Xiao Lingyun, nodded their heads faintly. Huachang Fu, although it was only 1 level higher than Cloud Mist City, but that was really a world of difference. Within the Huaching mansion, Yuandan realm experts could only be considered rare, and there were great Yuandan realm powerhouses sitting within any second-rate family within the Huaching mansion. Not to mention the 3 great families. This gentleman, you're reminding old me like this. What is that for? The old man has never believed that there is a falling pie in this world. Lin Xian didn't answer the noble gentleman's words. Instead, he asked in return. Ha ha ha. The noble gentleman put away his folding fan and laughed. A very open-hearted laugh that upset Lin Xian. Introducing myself, I am Ho Mingyu, the second prince of the East Heavenly King's house in the Eastern Prefecture. And I think that this prince should have that strength to shelter you. What? Everyone was shocked, but only Lin Xian only slightly changed his face. The Eastern State was one of the 13 states of the Great Desolate Empire, and the Spirit Martial sect was one of the giants of the Eastern State. And naturally, there couldn't be only one giant in the Eastern State, and the whole family of the Eastern Heavenly King's house was one of the giants, and it still belonged to the royal forces, and it had always been at odds with the Spiritual Martial sect. The Shao family's crowd was extremely incredulous. Their clan, the Shao family, was only a little stronger than the Ho family. This was a superpower that could rival their clan, the Ho family. Lin Xian muttered. If Lin Xian remembered correctly, once when he was in the Jishi Academy, he had a schoolmate from the Eastern Heavenly King's palace, whose name seemed to be Ho Tianfeng, and he didn't know what happened to this Ho Tianfeng now. Well, Ho Mingyu looked a little smug as he watched the exaggerated expressions of the crowd, but Lin Xian's contemplation had caused Ho Mingyu to look at him in a higher light. This Lin family head, after realizing that he was the Ho family's second youngest master, actually didn't look the slightest bit surprised. Which has how? When are you the Heavenly King's mansion going to pay attention to the matters of our small places? There, why should we be sheltered? Lin Xian's voice seemed careless. This kind of thing, Lin Xian had seen a lot of it in the Jishi Academy. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and everything comes with a price. The only thing the Lin family can give is their own family. This young master then. Let's get this straight. This young master hopes that in the future, your Lin family can do things for this young master and be used by this young master, and that this young master will not treat you poorly in the future. Ho Mingyu still looked so confident when he said this. Indeed, it was unknown how many clans wanted to become vassals of the East Heavenly King's mansion, and even experts at the Tong Formation realm wished to become offerings to the East Heavenly King's mansion and do things for the East Heavenly King's mansion. However, Ho Mingyu had thought about one thing wrong, and that was that Lin Xian would definitely not be one of them. This householder refuses. Lin Xian's words fell faintly. What? Ho Mingyu was stunned, and for a moment he thought he had heard wrong. Even Xiao Lingyun thought that he had misheard. If the Lin family were to hitch a ride on the line of Ho Mingyu and become a vassal of the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion, then in the future in the Eastern Prefecture, even the Spiritual Martial sect wouldn't be able to easily touch the Lin family. Why was Lin Xian refusing this? Old Master Zhao's cloudy eyes were filled with appreciation as he looked at Lin Xian, who had remained calm throughout. Such a person could become a great man. Do you realize what you're saying? You rejected my lord. Ho Mingyu gasped and laughed. There was really no one who could refuse him. Ho Mingyu. The invitation of the young prince. Forgive me for being difficult to follow. I only want to bring our small family to live at a snail's pace in the Cloud Mist City. I don't have much of an idea. Lin Xian smilingly rebuffed once more. This time, Ho Mingyu's face looked even more unsightly. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. At that time, Lin Fan even wanted to refuse for his father, to be a dog for others. This was not what Lin Fan wanted. Lin Fan looked deeply at his father. His father seemed to have become not quite the same since his 60th birthday, becoming more imposing and majestic. Father, don't worry, give my son some time. At most 10 years, the East Heavenly King's palace. No, Lin Fan clenched his fists. Ha ha ha, I can't believe you actually rejected this male. You have guts. Ho Mingyu looked angry, but upbringing kept Ho Mingyu from doing anything untoward. Lin family master, it's not for a smart person to be so ungrateful. At this moment, De Biao, who was standing beside Ho Mingyu, stood out, and the steel-like thick yuan qi permeated the entire Lin mansion, causing everyone's breath to be stifled. For this behavior of Da Biao, Ho Mingyu did not stop it. Ho Mingyu didn't want to say what to do with the Lin family, but the Lin family had rejected him, so he had to give the Lin family a little bit of color in any case. Lin Xian's face was also slightly less pleasant to look at. This Ho Mingyu, although he wasn't the type of playboy, he was obviously not a lord to be messed with either. If he really wanted to fight here, Lin Xian didn't have the slightest certainty that he could win against this big man of steel unless he could break through to the three-passage god realm. Mr. Ho, the Lin family lord doesn't want to do anything for your East Heavenly Kingdom, so why should you force yourself? Suddenly, a beautiful figure fell from the sky. Who? Everyone was looking towards that figure. Chairman Gong. Xiao Lingyun was overjoyed. It seemed that he hadn't made a wrong bet. You are? Ho Mingyu looked at the woman in front of him, as if she looked a bit familiar. Ho Mingyu couldn't see it, but Da Biao could feel the terrifying yuan qi contained in Gong Ling's body, which was simply not something he could resist. Dabu had begun to sweat vaguely. I am the president of the Cloud Mist City Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Gong Ling spoke faintly. Ho Mingyu disdainfully skimmed his mouth. A Cloud Mist City's chapter president is just that. He thought it was some kind of great big shot. My old husband. Luo Hui has met Miss Gong. At that moment, another figure descended from the sky, an old man, Elder Luo. Ho Mingyu was very excited to see the old man. Obviously, this was a big person, an existence that could make the young prince of the East Heavenly King's mansion address an old man, and I'm afraid that it was still above the passing form realm. Lin Shen looked at these strong people one after the other and helplessly leaned to the side with his hands clasped over his chest as he watched. Lin Fan looked at these people. A trace of envy flashed in the bottom of his eyes, but he quickly hid it. Sooner or later, he himself would become such a strong person and even completely surpass them. Miss Gong, today it is my second young master who has been a bit of a brute, and my old man will definitely come to my door to make amends at a later date. After Luo Hui said this, he left the Lin mansion with the uncertain Ho Mingyu and the relieved Da Biao. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Copying and Destroying the Family. Chapter 20, Copying and Destroying the Family. Luo Hui brought Ho Mingyu and Da Biao out of the Lin mansion's gate in an instant, in front of the stunned eyes of a crowd of Lin and Xiao family members. This President Gong Ling, in the end, what kind of existence is it? Actually, the young prince of the East Heavenly King's house seems to be unable to offend her. And after Luo Hui took Ho Mingyu and Da Biao out of the Lin mansion, Ho Mingyu, who had never suffered a loss, was very upset. Elder Locke, what's going on? What is the identity of that woman? Why are you all scornful of her? Elder Luo. Ho Mingyu was extremely incomprehensible. In the Eastern State, other than the Spirit Martial sect, what other power could say that it was steadily suppressing their Eastern Heavenly King's palace? Shitzi that woman, anyway, you mustn't mess with her in the future. All I can say is that even if the king himself is here, I'm afraid that he will be courteous to that woman. Locke Hui shook his head helplessly. What? Even my father has to be courteous? Ho Mingyu looked surprised, while Da Biao on the side was also puzzled. Confessor Locke, that woman should also be at the peak of the passing form realm, or the passing spirit realm. The king shouldn't be afraid of her. Could it be her identity? The key point of this also came to Da Biao as he spoke. Luo Hui glanced at Da Biao and said faintly, anyway, this woman you guys don't want to mess with. If you mess with the person behind that woman, the king is afraid that he won't be able to protect you guys. So this Lin family, you can only befriend. You can't force it. Yes, Elder Locke, the boy keeps that in mind. Ho Mingyu still had great faith in Elder Luo. After all, this was one of his father's protectors in the Eastern State. Looking at Ho Mingyu, so look, Luo Hui is also slightly satisfied, nodded his head. His own prince is already extraordinary. The two children born are also so good. Dongtian Wanfu have Xing'a, Lin Feng, legendary inventor of the carpenter's house in Suzhou. Jiangsu, thanks to President Gong for relieving me this time. As Lin Xian watched the three Luo Hui people disappear into the Lin mansion, he also smiled and arched his hand at Gong Ling. Xiao Lingyun and the others also immediately arched their hands towards Gong Ling and said, we have met President Gong. Lin Fan looked at Gong Ling and then at Lin Xian. He always felt that there was something wrong between the two. Why would the president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce come to the Lin family in the middle of the night? There was definitely something wrong. Thank you is unnecessary. I'll take it as returning the favor you once did. Gong Ling glanced at Lin Xian and bristled. Favor? Xiao Lingyun's heart stirred. This Lin Xian actually managed to make this palace president owe favors? Lin Fan also looked at his own old man incredulously, suddenly realizing that he didn't seem to recognize his own old man anymore. And once again, Lin Wan and Lin Wu and the others thanked Gong Ling. After all, it was indeed Gong Ling who had relieved them this time. Lin Xian, come to the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in 7 days. I have something to tell you. After saying this, Gong Ling directly left in the air. This was the three-passage god realm. Being able to fly was truly enviable. Lin family master. The top brass of the three great families have basically all been ambushed. Why don't we go and raid the lairs of the three great families now, so that there are only 2 great families left in Cloud Mist City? Xiao Lingyun immediately laughed loudly and looked at Lin Xian. The 3 great clans had copied. It was a great fortune. Alright, the Fong clan and I don't have much of a grudge, so the Fong clan will be left to you, and the rest of the 2 great clans will be mine. Lin Xian said smilingly. No problem. Xiao Lingyun nodded indifferently, then also added to the icing on the cake. That Wu and Jia families have most of their top brass dead, but there's still a little remnant of the rest. I can lend our city lord's blackguards to Master Lin, and I'll definitely be able to cut down the roots and not spare a single one of them. Xiao Lingyun's words seemed harsh, but in this world of martial arts is a rare thing. Cut the grass without removing the roots. The spring breeze blows and grows again. No one wants to leave themselves in the lurch. It's better to be wrong than to be wrong. Good. Then thank you City Lord Xiao. Big brother. Second brother. Take all of our Lin family's elites and exterminate the Jia family first. then touch the Wu family afterwards and decimate the Wu family. Not a single one of them should be left behind. Lin Xian's words were extremely flat, as if he was about to lead someone to kill a pig. Yes, Lin Wu appeared extremely excited, even though one was almost 70 years old. But to be able to personally overthrow one's archenemy, it was still an extremely pleasing thing. It was even more pleasing than having one's 60th birthday. Go! Lin Xian brought Lin Wu, Lin Wen, and the Xiao family's elite force, the Black Guards. As for the Xiao family's elite troops, they were also respectful to Lin Xian at the moment, with a mouthful of matriarch Lin, not daring to make the slightest mistake. That's the kind of respect that comes with strength. After the crowd arrived at the Jia clan, Lin Xian directly led the charge into the Jia clan without saying a word, and directly decimated all of the Jia clan's guards. Autumn winds, the great move rose, and the cold wind drifted over the nighttime cloud mist city Jia family. The rolled up autumn leaves looked so sluggish, and the Jia family was about to become a passing history. After the Jia clan was destroyed, Lin Wen and Lin Wu stayed behind and began to count the Jia clan's family assets, which were the spoils of war for the Lin clan's future development. Lin Xian, on the other hand, led the rest of the people straight to the Wu clan. Wu family residence is the largest of the 5 great families, and the location is very good, second only to the Xiao family. For this residence, Lin Xian is also greedy for a long time. It happens that the Lin house is also destroyed by Cui Yongdi. That stupid. Then now pick up a residence as the Lin family base camp is also excellent. This is the residence of the Wu family. Idle people leave quickly. As he watched Lin Xian lead his men extremely arrogantly towards the Wu clan, the Wu clan's children guarding the front gate of the Wu clan could only hold their sword hilts horizontally and shout. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a glint of essence. The heavenly shadow sword in his hand sheathed and returned to its sheath in half a breath of sword, and the 4 family disciples guarding the gates of the Wu family were directly dismembered. Kill them outright. Men, women, and children. Not one of them can be left behind. Leaving one behind is a future danger. Lin Xian said indifferently. Things like exterminating other people's families, either don't do it or do it thoroughly, or else it's your own family that will be harmed. Yes. A crowd of Xiao family's blackguards and Lin family's children directly rushed into the mansion, slashing at the unsuspecting Wu family members. No matter men, women, and children, they were all killed one by one. Lin Xian slowly walked into the mansion. A silhouette tried to rush out. Lin Xian sheathed his sword in a single stroke, and the small Yuan Dan realm powerhouse of the Wu family was killed on the spot. This was where Lin Xian came in. Lin Xian didn't need to plunge the family into oblivion. Lin Xian only needed to prevent any Wu family members from escaping. Reporting to the family head, the Wu family members have all been ambushed. A Lin family disciple excitedly came up to report. Reporting to matriarch Lin, there are no longer any survivors among the Wu family. The leading commander of the Black Guards also came forward to report respectfully to Lin Xian. Okay, hard work. This is your revenge. You can go now, Lin Xian said and threw 2,000 yuan stones to the Black Guard, who was overjoyed and took the yuan stones and left joyfully. End of chapter. Chapter 21 Great Harvest. Sword-shaped grass. Chapter 21 Great Harvest. Sword-shaped grass. Early the next morning, the whole city of Cloud Mist City shook. The Jia family and Feng family's mansions had actually turned into empty mansions, and on the Wu family's mansion, the word Lin Mansion had clearly been put up, and as for the previous Lin Mansion, it had now become a ruin. Have you heard that the 3 great clans of Wu, Jia, and Feng collaborated with the enemy and betrayed the country, and tried to sneak attack the city lord's mansion last night? But fortunately there was the duo of City Lord Xiao and the Lin family lord who combined their efforts against the enemy and exterminated the 3 great clans. The city lord's office has given notice that the 3 great families of Wu, Feng, and Jia have been ambushed. In other words, there are only 2 great clans left in Cloud Mist City from now on. Hiss, the Lin family master actually fought back and defeated the 3 great families. The cultivators of Cloud Mist City were talking. A piece of news spread throughout Cloud Mist City, which was controlled by City Lord Xiao. Just throw any disgusting hat on the heads of the 3 great families anyway. As for the Cui family and Hua Chong Fu, not to mention the fact that Cui family was being watched by the Shangguan family who couldn't vacate. The Cui family couldn't even come up with evidence to prove that it was Lin Xian who had killed their 4th master. Cui Yongdi was supposed to be going to the Cui family's 6th mine, and now that he had inexplicably disappeared, Lin Xian was perfectly capable of balking at the fact that he hadn't seen Master Cui Si. Lin Feng, legendary inventor of the carpenter's house in Suzhou, Jiangsu, family master. The Wu and Jia family's estates have been counted, but a day and a night can only be an approximation, as there are simply too many. Inside the transformed Lin mansion of the Wu family residence, Lin Xian was sitting on the Lin family's main seat, and below him were a few of the Lin family's bookkeepers. Well, tell me about it, and I'd like to know how many goodies the 2 big families, the Wu and Jia, have left me. Lin Xian took a sip of the large jade green tea he had seized from the Wu family. It was truly refreshing. Yes, master of the house. The head bookkeeper first bowed respectfully, then began to recite for Lin Xian. After an inventory, within the Jia clan's treasury, there are 80,000 yuan stones, 7 weapons above the 7th rank of the mortal grade, 43 weapons between the 4th and 6th ranks of the mortal grade, and 231 weapons of the 3rd rank and below. There are also the Jia family's properties, a mine, 3 taverns, 2 tea houses, 3 casinos, a greenhouse, and even 2 dartboards, and a smithy workshop. In addition to these things, there are also quite a few martial arts secrets found within the Jia family, and there are quite a few strange elixirs that have yet to be meticulously accounted for. The bookkeeper's mouth was dry from reading. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the sound of mid-air laughter came from outside the door, and it was none other than the duo of Lin Wen and Lin Wu. Third brother, you don't know. We also found the Jia Ling's private vault. There are 20,000 yuan stones, and even a 9th grade weapon, a mortal grade 9th grade martial art, and some fine pills. Fantastic. Lin Wu looked especially excited and laughed. Lin Xian also couldn't help but reveal a smile. All those things from the Jia family, Lin added up to more than 200,000 yuan stones. It was a very substantial amount of income. At least the Lin family didn't have that many things. Big brother and second brother, you guys sit down first. There's still the Wu family's property. The Wu family has been in Cloud Mist City for over 200 years. There must be even more good stuff, Lin Xian said with a faint smile. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Wu and Lin Wen also immediately sat down, looking very excited. Indeed, family master, and the 2 elders, that Wu family does have more things. The bookkeeper replaced the ledger with one that was half as thick as the previous one. This Wu family, searched out, has 130,000 yuan stones, 13 weapons above the 7th grade, 73 weapons from the 4th grade to the 6th grade, 389 weapons from the 3rd grade and below the 3rd grade. And then there are also the industries, 2 iron mines, a small refined iron cave, and 3 medicinal herbs fields, 1 restaurant, for gambling houses, and 3 tea houses. Too much. Is too much. More Lin Wu are directly excited to grab the ledger own flip up. For their second brother this behavior. Lin Xian is also crying and laughing. Great. All this stuff, it's enough for our Lin family to develop for 50 years, Lin Wu said with great joy. Lin Xian just shook his head slightly. Not to mention 50 years. These things, in Lin Xian's plans, were afraid that they would be gone in 3 years, and even 3 years wouldn't necessarily last. But the Wu family did give a lot of things, especially that iron ore and refined iron ore, which were good things, and I didn't expect the Wu family to actually have them. Oh yes, family head. Earlier some Lin family disciples also discovered Wu family head Wu Yifun's small vault, which is now waiting for you. Family head, to open it, the bookkeeper continued. Lin Xian nodded indifferently, then got up and walked to the Wu family's backyard, which at this moment appeared to be full of life, not at all like it had experienced a massacre. After Lin Xian's trio arrived at the Wu family head's residence, they did find an iron wall. Lin Xian took out the key from Wu Yifun's storage pouch and unlocked it. The inside opened up. The cabinets are not big and there is not much stuff, but the things that are put there that are real good stuff. This is mortal grade 9th grade treasure armor. I'll go. This is the little broken yuan dan. It's the enlightenment pill. This is a quasi-spirit grade martial art? What kind of grass is this and why does it grow so strangely? Suddenly, Lin Wen's words caused Lin Xian to become interested. Lin Xian received the jade box and was startled when he looked at the grass lying in the jade box. Sword-shaped grass. It was a heaven and earth treasure medicine for comprehending the meaning of the sword Tao. This kind of thing, not to mention in Cloud Mist City, even in that great desolate imperial capital, it was an existence that could be encountered but not sought. Lin Xian still remembered in that he had once participated in an auction where a sword-shaped grass had been auctioned off at a high price of 2.25 million yuan stones. Several great masters of the Tomb's realm fought over it. However, this sword-shaped grass in Lin Xian's hand was a bit crippled. But of course, it was $1 million heavenly treasure medicine. Lin Xian didn't think that Guy Wu Yifan actually had this kind of treasure. Lin Xian dared to say that selling the entire Wu family wouldn't be worth a single leaf of this treasure. It seems that the third brother you need him very much. So it's yours. Lin Wen and Lin Wu looked at Lin Xian being so out of sorts, and it was obvious that they both knew that this was a remarkable treasure. But the two of them had no problem with it. Then big brother and second brother. I'll take this thing, brother. Lin Xian was also not polite. What Lin Xian cultivated was the way of the sword, one of the most subtle realms of the way of the sword, and that was to comprehend the sword Dao realm of intent. Lin Xian felt that he was just half a step away from that sword Dao realm of intent. and that he was now really just short of the sword-shaped grass. After collecting the sword-shaped grass, the three of them cleaned up all the things that were placed in the cabinet. These things, Lin Xian and the three of them wouldn't necessarily be able to use them, but they could be rewarded to the second generation of the Lin family. After this great battle, many people in the Lin family were upgraded, and even the third generation had been upgraded. What especially concerned Lin Xian was big brother Lin Wen's grandson, Lin Ao, who was actually at the fourth level of Kaiyuan, and had a great chance of breaking through Yuan Dan before the age of 25, and even because of Lin Xian, his future was unlimited. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Rewarding According to Merit. Chapter 22, Rewarding According to Merit. Lin Feng, legendary inventor of the carpenter's house in Suzhou, Jiangsu. After the Lin Xian few had cleaned up the loot, they gathered all the second generation of the Lin family, as well as the third life disciples who had gone up to the Kaiyuan realm. The council hall of the Wu family's residence was indeed larger than the Lin family's, and it was also more luxurious. Lin Xian sat at the top seat, while those sitting below Lin Xian were Lin Wen and Lin Wu, and the rest of the first, second and third generations were arranged in order of strength. The second generation was headed by Lin Yang, while the third generation was headed by Lin Ao. Of course, Lin Fan was also involved in today's meeting. After all, Lin Fan was Lin Xian's only son, and even more so, he was the young patriarch of the Lin family. As long as Lin Xian did not fall for a day, Lin Fan would always be the young patriarch. The two of them, Lin Fan and Lin Shuer, were ranked lower, below the second generation and above the third generation, which Lin Xian had purposely arranged. From today, there will be no more Wu, Feng, and Zhao families in Cloud Mist City. We, the Lin family and the Xiao family, will rule Cloud Mist City together. Lin Xian spoke indifferently. The moment Lin Xian said this, everyone was all smiles and laughter, and not a few Lin family members could no longer help but stand up and dance around. The Lin family had been suppressed by the three great families for so long, and now they were finally raising their eyebrows. Not only had they raised their eyebrows, they had also directly killed the three great clans in return, and all of this was thanks to their Lord Clan Chief. And thinking of this, the crowd looked at Lin Xian with eyes filled with even more reverence. This family master said before the battle that the greater the merit, then the greater your rewards would be, and now is the time for this family master to fulfill his promise. Lin Xian knocked his legs together and sat on the main seat, also slightly tickling the corners of his mouth. Everyone was overjoyed, but no one came out to make a ruckus, especially the second and third generations of the collateral line, who were even more excited. In other families, the sideline is always a sideline, unless the sideline can have the strength to threaten the main line, but obviously they don't have it. But the family head treats them equally, which makes them very touched. Second generation, Lin Yang, good job, rewarded with 1,000 yuan stones, a 9th grade martial arts book, and a mortal grade 9th grade weapon. Go to the martial arts building and weapons building yourself to collect your rewards. The first person Lin Xian rewarded was Lin Yang, because Lin Yang had indeed paid not a small amount, plus Lin Yang was still the representative figure of the second generation of the Lin family. Lin Yang thanks the family head. Lin Yang was excited. 9th grade martial arts and mortal grade 9th grade weapons. If this was equipped with his own body, then his own strength that definitely clicked up. The others were envious as they watched this scene. But who told Lin Yang to have this strength? Lin Yang's father, Lin Wu, also secretly nodded his head as he watched the scene, feeling very pleased. Next, Lin Shan. This battle was not bad, rewarded with 300 yuan stones, a 7th grade martial arts book, and a mortal grade 7th grade weapon. Lin Shan thanks the family head. The next Lin Xian read them one by one, but these were all from the Lin clan's main lineage. Finally, it was the turn of the sidekick, Lin Feng. Lin Xian looked towards one of the second generation of the Lin clan's collateral lineage that he was most concerned about. Having the 7th level of Kaiyuan cultivation at the age of early 30s was already very good. Lin Feng is here. Hearing the family head call out his name, Lin Feng steadily stood up. Well, Lin Feng, this time your performance. This family master was watching the whole time. Your performance was very good. Lin Xian smiled and complimented. Even though Lin Feng was a person with a smooth mind, he couldn't help but blush when he was praised so much by his own family head, feeling a sense of accomplishment that he had never felt before. The other side disciples were also excited, although it wasn't a compliment to them, but now that they had seen with their own eyes that one of their side disciples had been recognized by the family head, the feeling was completely different. Lin Feng, 32 years old, 8th level of cultivation in Kaiyuan, 5th grade in martial arts, 5th grade in weapons, not very good. Lin Xian looked at the information and said with a slight frown on his brows, how about this? Rewarding an enlightened Yuan Dan, an 8th grade martial art, a mortal grade 8th grade weapon, and 500 yuan stones. What? Everyone in the main vein and the sidelines were shocked. It wasn't that the rewards were given less, but it was far more than they expected. Lin Feng was also wooden in place, his mouth shivering. What? Not satisfied with the rewards given by this family head? Lin Shan looked at Lin Feng smilingly. Lin Feng thanks the family master. For the Lin family, Lin Feng is willing to give his life. Lin Feng excitedly knelt on both knees and kowtowed 3 times to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also stood up and hurriedly helped Lin Feng up. Your grandfather and my father are blood brothers, and I am your elder. All family. Yes, master of the house. Lin Feng nodded and said. The collateral lineage had become even more respectful and adoring towards Lin Xian as the family head, and as Lin Fan looked at his father, his eyes were also filled with reverence. Well, Lin Feng, this is the enlightenment pill. As for the other rewards, come down and get them yourself. With that, Lin Xian took out a yuan opening dan from his storage bag and threw it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped the dan with both hands and thanked him again. Next, the second generation side disciples were all rewarded. The greater the merit, the more generous the reward. All of them were in heartfelt submission to Lin Xian's approach. Now to the third generation. Lin Xian swept a glance at Lin Ao, Lin Long, Lin Lin and the others. Lin Ao and the others felt Lin Xian's sweeping gaze and immediately all sat upright. None of the 3 generations of them were originally qualified to enter the council hall. But now that they were in the council hall, it was a different feeling, as if they had grown up and could join their elders in fighting against foreign enemies. Lin Ao, 20 years old. 4th level of Kaiyuan, very good, no weaker than me at first, Lin Xian said smilingly, looking at Lin Ao. Hearing his most respected third grandfather's praise, the always cold and arrogant Lin Ao couldn't help but reveal an indisputable smile at this moment. 1 opening elemental dan, 1 7th grade weapon, 1 7th grade martial art, plus 300 yuan stones. Lin Xian waved his hand. Rewards abounded. Many people sucked in a breath of cool air. This reward from Lin Ao was better than most of the rewards of the second generation. Lin Ao was overjoyed and immediately stood up and arched his hand. Lin Ao thanks third grandpa. Well, good. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand as Lin Ao sat down his body. Lin Shan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, although he is not very good as a father, but his eldest son is competitive. Lin Chagan, this is a third generation of the sideline, is the leader in the sideline, very good person, 18 years old. The second level of the Kaiyuan, even better than Lin Ao. Lin Chanan is in. Lin Chanan immediately stepped forward. Third generation disciple of the collateral lineage. This family head is especially concerned about you. Very good. 1 open elemental dan. 300 yuan stones. 7th grade weapons and martial arts. This is all the same as Lin Ao. Master Lin Chang'an multiologist. Lin Chanan was overjoyed and directly kneeled down to thank him. The Lin family doesn't practice kneeling rites. Just arch your hand in the future. Yes, the remaining 3 generations are rewarded. End of chapter. Chapter 23, the system has prizes. Comprehending sword intent. Chapter 23, the system has prizes. Comprehending sword intent. After the meeting was over, everyone left the meeting hall satisfied. Especially Lin Ao and Lin Chang'an and the others. After receiving Lin Xian's rewards, they were all able to go to the next level when they returned. Of course, Lin Xian still had a few more enlightened yuan pills in his hands. And it was directly and explicitly stated that those who had merited them would be able to receive them, which made all the Lin family's children overjoyed. The Wu family residence was really big, and the facilities were very complete, especially Wu Yifan, the head of the Wu family. There was also a specialized cultivation room, very luxurious and sturdy. It was a good place for closed-door cultivation, but of course it was Lin Xian's now. Lin Xian walked into the cultivation room and sat cross-legged on top of the futon. Congratulations to the host. Overthrowing the 3 great families of Cloud Mist City, dominating Cloud Mist City, and obtaining the reward, Root Bone Enhancement, and the Spirit Grade Lower Grade Stance Martial Art, the Swimming Dragon Steps. Even with Lin Xian's current state of mind, he couldn't help but reveal a smile, actually upgrading his root bones and giving back his stance martial arts. Lin Xian's current attacking martial arts were the Spirit Level Lower Grade Martial Art Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword Decision, the Quasi-Spirit Level Martial Art 4 Seasons Sword Technique, Chaui Ruajuan, and the physical martial art Xuan Wu Battle Body, and the body martial arts had indeed become Lin Xian's minor shortcoming. Now this tour de force is a real come-on. After learning these martial arts, Lin Xian would truly become a person with no shortcomings. After receiving his reward, Lin Xian couldn't help but glance at his panel as well. Host, Lin Xian. Identity, head of the Lin family. Disciple of the Jishi Academy. Cultivation level, peak of Great Yuan Dan realm. Side occupation, none. Personal luck, yellow grade, medium. Family luck, orange, medium. Offensive martial arts, Sky Shadow Spirit Sword Decree, Spirit grade lower. For seasoned sword technique, Quasi Spirit grade. Earth Fury Palm, Mortal grade 9. Physical martial arts, Swimming Dragon Steps, Spirit grade lower grade. Treading Shadow Steps, Mortal grade 8th grade. Body Refining Martial Art, Xuanwu Battle Body, Spirit grade lower grade. Self-created martial arts, Chaosi Ruodan, Quasi Spiritual grade. Other martial arts, Manhwa Shintong, disabled. Weapon, Sky Shadow Sword, Mortal grade 9. Clan level, Great Wasteland Incompetent Clan. It was very good. Even the personal chi and family chi had been raised by a small level, and the raising of family chi was able to drive the overall chi and roots of the people of the entire family. If a family wants to thrive, then family chi is really essential. Apparently, the family's chi is going in a good direction now. Lin Xian exited the system panel and took out Cui Yongdi's storage bag from his arms. As an expert of the Tong form realm, he thought that this old guy should have quite a few good things in his storage bag as well. After opening the storage bag, Lin Xian was feeling a bit disappointed. This Cui Yongdi, although he was at the Tong form realm and was still the fourth master of the Cui family, the contents of his storage bag were really pitifully small. A pitiful 3,000 yuan stones, and some average general pills and herbs. The weapons were mortal grade 9, the martial arts were quasi-spirit grade, and actually the spirit grade martial arts were not cultivated. Lin Xian suddenly remembered that normally, spirit-level martial arts could only be cultivated when one reached the three-passage divine realm, and quite a few of those who had just broken through the three-passage divine realm hadn't had the time to cultivate the three-passage divine realm either. It was thought that this fourth master of the Cui family, who had only broken through the three-passage divine realm at the age of 100, was pretty much in this situation. Besides, spirit-grade martial arts was a treasure of the town for a family like the Cui family, so it was naturally impossible to let people within the family bring it out. Lin Xian had cleaned up for half a day and had thought that there was nothing left to gain, when suddenly, Lin Xian saw a piece of animal skin paper within his storage bag. Lin Xian frowned slightly, his thumb and forefinger twirling this animal skin paper. The material was not right. Although Lin Xian's strength is low, but how to say Lin Xian was once also a person of the Jishi Academy, and has seen a lot of knowledge. This beast paper, if Lin Xian is not wrong, in life, I am afraid that it is a beast of the three passages of the divine realm. And even the species is not a general demonic beast. Opened the parchment. Lin Xian was shocked. The place recorded on the parchment was in the 100 Hidden Mountains at the east of Cloud Mist City, which was the junction of the Great Desolate Empire and the East Wind Empire, and the Cui family's number 6 mine was just a bit above the 100 Hidden Mountains. Geographically, Huaqing Mansion was located right at the easternmost part of the eastern state, very close to the 100 Hidden Mountains, and was one of the important prefectures for the defense of the Dongfang Empire. While Cloud Mist City was obviously also at the eastern border, Lin Xian looked at the instructions on the map and became interested. A place recorded in the animal skin of such a ferocious beast. Obviously there was a chance in this place. Thinking about this thing called chance, Lin Xian also came to be very interested. The 100 Hidden Mountains weren't far from Cloud Mist City, and with Lin Xian's footwork, he would be able to make it to the 100 Hidden Mountains within 2 days. Lin Xian put away the beast skin paper and thought that he must go to the 100 Hidden Mountains to have a look. If there was really something good and he missed it, that wouldn't be pretty. Putting away the beast skin paper, Lin Xian once again carefully took out the jade box containing the sword-shaped grass from his storage bag. I'm afraid that no one could believe that a small Wu family could actually have such a heaven and earth wonder as sword-shaped grass. Lin Xian opened the box. The sword-shaped grass was lying inside the box. The 3 small leaves exuded a sword intent that could pierce through the heavens and the earth. Ordinary people were afraid that they could still be injured by this grass if they weren't careful. Lin Xian took out the sword-shaped grass and directly began to use his spiritual energy to sense the sword intent within the grass. The sword intent of the sword-shaped grass was not particularly clear. Generally speaking, it was simply impossible for a single sword-shaped grass to allow a person to comprehend sword intent, and many strong people had spent 7 or 8 sword-shaped grasses before they were able to comprehend their own sword intent, which was still in its infancy. However, Lin Xian was familiar with over 800 Jishi Academy martial arts, of which there were nearly 400 Sword Dao martial arts, and Lin Xian's familiarity with these martial arts had already given Lin Xian's Sword Dao an extremely solid foundation, and thus, a single sword formation grass was already completely sufficient. The sword-shaped grass communicated with Lin Xian's spiritual energy, and gusts of sword intent emanated from the sword-shaped grass, which shrouded the entire cultivation room, enveloping Lin Xian's entire being into the dense true intent of the Dao of the sword. Lin Xian's eyes were slightly closed, feeling the changes in the sword intent, feeling the gusts of wandering sword intent. This feeling, it was very subtle. In this way, Lin Xian had spent an entire day in the cultivation room, And the sword-shaped grass had become a waste grass that withered away directly after it was finished being sensed by Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a long breath. Looking at the already withered sword-shaped grass in his hand, he also couldn't help but shake his head, looking a little heartbroken. Martial arts cultivation was really too much to spend resources on. This one sword-shaped grass is more than 2 million yuan stones. Now it's gone in a day and a night. Of course, even though the 2 million or so sword-shaped grasses had withered, Lin Xian's harvest was very large. Lin Xian stood up. His entire body standing within the cultivation room was like a sword through the sky. Boom! His aura was as majestic as clouds and rain, and he carried a gust of majestic sword intent, which made people not dare to look directly at him. Sword intent. Lin Xian squeezed his hand. Satisfied. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Lin Fan's shocking changes and secrets. Chapter 24. Lin Fan's shocking changes and secrets. What is meant by sword intent? Sword intent was the so-called sword Dao intent. Stepping into this step meant that one could already be called a sword Dao master in the sword Dao. One must know that in the entire great desolate empire, those who could comprehend the martial intent realm were like a dragon and phoenix amongst people. Not to mention the passing form realm. Many great powers of the passing spirit realm failed to comprehend the martial intent realm. Lin Xian in the Jishi Palace of Learning has some understanding, can be in the Tongling realm to comprehend the martial intent, which is considered good. The Tongform realm can be comprehended, martial intent can be considered a genius. And in the Tongform realm before the comprehension of the martial intent, that kind of is a genius among geniuses, is called the true martial pride of the heavens. In other words, to be able to comprehend the martial intent before the passing form realm was to have the qualifications to be able to become a true martial god realm. Apparently, the current Lin Xian had become this kind of person. Even though Lin Xian's age was a bit older, Lin Xian put away the sword intent that permeated his body, and suddenly realized that there were actually countless more sword marks on the tin walls around him. Obviously caused by his lack of control over his sword intent. The iron used in this secret room was 100 calcine fine iron, which was incredibly hard, yet it was still casually slashed open by Lin Xian's sword intent, which was enough to see the terror of the sword intent. Lin Xian dared to pack his bags. If he were to fight the Cui family's fourth master again, Lin Xian would only need 10 breaths to easily take down that Cui Yongdi. After collecting his body's sword intent, Lin Xian also walked out of the secret room and headed towards the Lin Mansion compound. Greetings, House Master. The Lin Mansion compound was the place where the Lin family's 3 lifelong disciples practiced, so it was also a place where quite a few of the Lin family's children were gathered. In the center of the compound was a martial arts platform. The martial arts platform was a square battle platform with a side length of 10 feet, and on the battle platform at the moment, 2 figures were going back and forth. Lin Xian fixed his eyes on them, and one of them was actually his own son, Lin Fan, while the other was Lin Long, a third-generation direct descendant of the Lin house. Lin Long is Lin Hai's eldest son. Talent can only be said to be average, 19 years old this year, but only the cultivation of the second level of the Kaiyuan realm, and still just a few days ago to break through. Lin Fan fought Lin Long, and Lin Xian also came to be interested. Lin Xian didn't make a sound to disturb the 2 people who were fighting soundly on the battle stage. Instead, he casually sat down on one of the steps. Lin Long was now using a 5th grade martial art, Explosive Fist. The strength was incredibly fierce. But this fist was not agile. Facing Lin Long's explosive punch, Lin Fan faced it calmly. His footsteps were not in the least bit chaotic, especially the steps on Lin Fan's feet were stepped very rhythmically, and they were also very spiritual. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. With his own eye power, Lin Xian could tell at a glance that Lin Fan's stance was not bad. He was afraid that it was above the 9th grade. Such a stance was not available in the Lin family, as the best in the Lin family was Lin Xian's shadow treading steps, which had now become the swimming dragon steps. The 7th Spirit Fist. Lin Long's aura was majestic as a cloud, flashing out golden divine light. The 7th Spirit Divine Fist was a 6th grade martial art, and it was also what Lin Xian had rewarded Lin Long with. Obviously, Lin Long was going to use this move to determine the winner. Lin Long, playing for real. As Lin Fan looked at this move, his face did not change in the slightest. Instead, there was more than a hint of a smile hanging on his face. Hey, Uncle Junior, catch my 7th Spirit Fist. Lin Long shouted and charged straight towards Lin Fan. The children of the Lin family were gathered around, all of them watching this scene with great excitement. The enlightened Yuan realm was still relatively rare in the Lin family's 3rd generation. A hint of dragon shadow flashed across Lin Fan's body, only to see Lin Fan's hands quickly forming a seal, and soon a dragon-shaped seal blocked Lin Fan's body. Dragon Breath Seal. With a low, muffled sentence, the Dragon Breath Seal directly came out of his hand. Boom! The 7th Spirit Fist against Lin Fan's Dragon Breath Seal. Lin Long was actually undefeatable and retreated frantically towards the back. until he retreated to the edge of the battle platform before he could barely stabilize himself. Lin Fan reacted quickly, directly flashing to Lin Long with a strange pace, and a finger was pointed at Lin Long's neck. You lose. Lin Fan slightly hooked the corner of his mouth. Lin Long let out a long sigh. He had indeed lost. If it was a life and death battle, then he had already died this time. Pop, pop, pop. Lin Xian clapped his hands and slowly walked up. See the house master. Father. Lin Fan smiled and clasped his fists at Lin Xian, revealing a sense of confidence in his body, and Lin Long hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. This competition was very good. Lin Long, your cultivation of the 7 spirit fist is not bad. It deserves commendation. Lin Xian said with a smile. Having been appreciated by the family head, Lin Long was also very happy as he hurriedly thanked him. After saying Lin Long, Lin Xian looked at his own son again. Vanner, come with me. Ha, good. Lin Fan was first stunned, then he also followed behind Lin Xian. The rest of the people watching this scene were only envious. However, at this moment, no one dared to belittle this young patriarch within the Lin mansion anymore. To beat the Lin Long of the second level of the Kaiyuan at the age of 16 years old, if such a person was considered a waste, then the entire Lin family was a waste. Father, what's wrong? Following Lin Xian, Lin Fan smiled and inquired. Fanner, I know that people have secrets. Your secrets. For father is not interested, but you must know one thing, that is to hide your secrets well. Do not tell anyone. Lin Xian looked at Lin Fan with solemn eyes and said. Lin Xian still loved this only son of his very much and couldn't help but be concerned. Moreover, if he didn't look after his own son, he wouldn't have the face to explain to Lin Fan's mother. Lin Fan once again froze for a moment when he heard Lin Xian's words, then a smile blossomed. Father, I know, I will. Good boy. Looking at your current cultivation level, you should be at the second level of Kaiyuan. Lin Xian touched the back of Lin Fan's head and said smilingly, well, I just broke through the second level of Kaiyuan a few days ago. It's hard to say about my battle power now. Anyway, when I fought with nephew Lin Long, I only put out 5 points of my strength. Lin Fan shrugged. Lin Xian laughed dumbly. This kid, actually pretending. Your father I haven't even pretended yet. Dad. Can I ask a question? Lin Fan suddenly put away his smile and his face became slightly serious. Brat, what's wrong with you? Lin Xian was very happy now. His own son had an unparalleled chance. His future achievements were unlimited. That is, I've never seen my own mother, and you've never had a concubine. Father, and I'd like to know where my mother is. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with hope. Lin Xian's throat was suddenly choked as if he wanted to explain but didn't know how. Ha! Lin Xian let out a bitter smile. Your mother. Ah, should have gone to a faraway place. How far? Hearing that his mother was still alive, Lin Xian was overjoyed. I don't know. Anyway, it should be farther than the entire Great Wasteland. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Hua Changfu Family Festival. Chapter 25, Hua Changfu Family Festival. The east wing of the Lin Palace. Lin Xian took some tonic and walked straight towards a small courtyard which had 2 figures, a man and a woman, sitting opposite each other in conversation. The woman was none other than Lin Shuer, and as for the man, he was sitting in a wheelchair, bearing a 5-point resemblance to Lin Xian, just as handsome. Third uncle. Lin Shuer looked at Lin Xian and respectfully saluted. Third brother. The man also nodded at Lin Xian, revealing a smile. How's it going? Fourth brother. Does the leg feel better now? Lin Xian came up and sat in front of Lin Chunfeng. The man in front of him is named Lin Chunfeng, is Lin Xian's own fourth brother. At first was Hua Changfu. Even the East State is considered a relatively famous genius. But unfortunately, heaven envies talent. Lin Chunfeng in a training exercise suffered serious injuries. Dragging the remnants of the body back to the Lin family has been dying. Lin Xian did his best to save Lin Xuanfeng's life. But unfortunately he didn't save Lin Xuanfeng's cultivation. Lin Xuanfeng's 8 veins were destroyed, and it was almost difficult to step into the martial arts. One must know that Lin Chunfeng was 5 years younger than Lin Xian, and had stepped into the 3-passage divine realm at less than 30 years of age. But at 40 years of age, Lin Chunfeng wasted away. You don't need to treat me. Third brother, I know this leg myself, and I know my body myself. Lin Chunfeng revealed a smiling face, only that there were a few more hints of despondency in his eyes. Lin Xian was speechless, and Lin Shuer's eyes were filled with heartache for her father. Don't worry, fourth brother, I'll find a precious medicine for you to heal your meridians. Lin Xian stood up and patted Lin Chunfeng on the shoulder with great determination. Lin Xian really didn't believe that he could not treat his own brother even though he had the system's power. Oh, thanks Sango. Lin Chunfeng gave a sprightly smile, a very warm smile. I remember you were injured to save a woman back then, right? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Lin Chunfeng was silent. AI. For the sake of the woman you love, to become the way you are now, is it worth it? Lin Xian was heartbroken. Oh, Sango, we're actually in the same category. And I think it's worth it, even though I don't even know what her name is right now. Lin Chunfeng waved his hand, looking even more spontaneous. Name Spirit, right? I'll find this one for you later. After saying this, Lin Xian left the east courtyard without waiting for Lin Chunfeng to speak. Lin Chunfeng sighed slightly as that quirky figure appeared in his mind. Spirit. Seems to be called Spirit. Chamber of Commerce. Lin Xian slowly walked into the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, and boss he immediately greeted him with a smile. Patriarch Lin. Our president has been waiting for a long time. Upstairs please. Boss he could once still not put Lin Xian in his eyes, but as the boss of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Bossy also more or less knew a bit about Lin Xian killing Cui Yongdi this matter. This was not a simple character. Oh, okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly before heading towards the 9th floor of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Enter. Gongling felt Lin Xian's yuan qi and said faintly as she sat in the attic. Lin Xian was also nonchalant and directly pushed the door in. The one who came into view was Gongling. Gongling still had that raw, cold look, as if she was unapproachable. Lin Xian nuzzled. How did that once innocent and cute little girl turn into this bird? Sit down. Gongling looked at the letter in her hand and said without lifting her head. Lin Xian didn't say anything and sat directly on the sofa. The Watching Mansion shouldn't know that you killed their 4th elder right now, but once they do, they'll definitely make a move against your Lin family. Gongling took the letter back into her storage ring and raised her head to say faintly, make a move against our Lin family? You mean they, the Cui family, will send someone to our Cloud Mist City? A brilliant light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. It's still hard for a strong dragon to suppress a snake in the ground. The fact that you were able to kill Cui Yongdi shows that the Lin family is not something that can be destroyed by an ordinary Tongform realm. So the odds are that they won't make a move against you in Cloud Mist City. Gongling slightly outlined the corners of her lips and said, aha. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Not making a move against the Lin family in Cloud Mist City. Then it's Hua Changfu family event. Lin Xian spat out these words through clenched teeth. That's right. It looks like you've already thought of it. It's the family fest. That's when it's going to happen. Gongling nodded slightly. Family event is the most grand banquet of Hua Changfu, once every 5 years, is a big gathering of all the families in the 18 cities under Hua Changfu. All clans that had Yuan Dan realm within their family had to go to Hua Cheng Mansion to participate in this event. Demonstrate the strength of the family and highlight its values in future. The older generation will not only compete, but the younger generation will also compete a bit. Substantial benefits are the distribution of resources, and if a genius within the family is favored by the big clans or powers above, it's a step to the top. And it was also an assessment of power, with clans within the Great Desolate Empire divided into 9 star levels. A family with 1 Tongform realm could become a 1-star family. 3 or more Tongform realms and 15 or more Great Yuan Dan realms could become a 2-star family, while a family with 5 or more Tongform realms and at least 1 Tongform realm Great Circle powerhouse could be rated as a 3-star family. And the Cui family is now a 2-star family. Calculating the time, there was still half a month to go before the Hua Qingfu's family event. As the only 2 great families left in Cloud Mist City, the Lin family definitely had to go. And if the Lin family didn't go, there was the suspicion of defying the grand event in the Hua Qing Mansion. It seems that this is God's way of trying to spite me. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. And although the words were spoken, Lin Xian didn't have much of a hard look on his face. If you're feeling difficult, I can help you with this. Gongling spoke faintly. I originally thought that you had come to find me to raise an offense in the beginning, but unexpectedly, you actually helped me 3 times. Lin Xian said with a dumbfounded smile. You mustn't make a fool of yourself. I've helped you. I won't be in contact with you in the future. I'm now considered to be helping the once 9th senior brother. Gongling's cold words caused Lin Xian to let out a bitter smile. It seems that once upon a time one's own untimely departure still haunts some people now. Is Myra she okay now? Lin Xian couldn't help but inquire even after a long period of silence. Gongling gave Lin Xian a disdainful look before coldly saying, oh, now you finally know to care about your sister. Lin Xian touched his head in embarrassment. Humph. Sister is now the teacher of the current crown prince of the Great Desolate Empire. And the suitors around sister are all experts of the passing spirit or even passing spirit realm. So with your current status and strength, you're out of luck. Niabi Ling said and purposely grimaced a bit. Lin Xian's face was bland, without the slightest change. Good. That's a relief. Lin Xian's faint words made Gongling feel as if she had seen the 9th senior brother she once was. End of chapter. Chapter 26, A Trip to 100 Hidden Mountains. Chapter 26, A Trip to 100 Hidden Mountains. By the way, That Ho Mingyu from the East Heavenly King's mansion. I've already dispatched him for you. As for whether he'll make things difficult for your Lin family in the future, I'm not sure. Gong Ling continued again. Lin Xian frowned slightly. A second young master of the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion, coming to his own bullet-ridden land and thinking of subjugating his Lin family. As if she could see Lin Xian's doubts, Gong Ling also explained to Lin Xian, the two forces, the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion and the Eastern State Lord, have always been at odds with the Spirit Martial sect, and now that the Spirit Martial sect is becoming more and more famous and powerful in the Eastern State, that's why the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion has been enlisting forces everywhere in order to be able to fight against the Spirit Martial sect. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. Where there are people, there will be fights, and one mountain does not yet allow two tigers, and the Spirit Martial sect had indeed reached out too far over the years, taking quite a bit of territory from the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion and the Eastern Prefecture's State Lord. However, the Spirit Martial sect was indeed powerful, one of the 5 great sects of the Great Wilderness, and it was indeed a bit difficult for the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion to fight against it. That Bali, you'd better be careful, you killed his son, he definitely won't stop. Gong Ling thought for a moment, but still reminded Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly and nodded, sort of accepting the Gong Ling projectile reminder. Oh yeah, this is for you, don't die out there. Gong Ling took out an inner armor from her storage bag and threw it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian received the inner armor and was astonished that it was actually a spirit weapon. Spirit soldiers are weapons with a spiritual chi? In the Great Desolate Market, the worst spirit soldiers are auctioned to a sky-high price of nearly $1 million. It's too expensive. Lin Xian was about to hand the spirit weapon back in a hurry, but Gong Ling just said with colder eyes, keep it, this spirit soldier is just a loan to you. I just don't want you to die like that. Gong Ling's tone had an air of imperturbability about it. Lin Xian had no choice but to put away the spirit soldier inner armor. Thanks a lot then. Lin Xian clasped his fists towards Gong Ling, and then when he saw that Gong Ling didn't want to bother with him anymore, he took the initiative to resign. Looking at Lin Xian's departing back, Gong Ling Mu was in place. Sister, if I do take him back to Kyoto, will he really be happy? He's too proud. How could he enter the imperial capital to be sheltered by you with pride in his bones? Gong Ling sighed slightly, then took out a piece of beautiful jade from her storage bag and held it tightly in her hand. A trace of extreme gentleness flashed through those beautiful eyes before she sighed slightly again. After Lin Xian left the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, he didn't return to the Lin family either, but instead headed towards the 100 Hidden Mountains. As for the Lin family, there was no need for him to worry about himself. He was only the top combatant of the Lin family, and as for dealing with politics, that was all done by his elder brother and second brother. Shake it off. That's one thing a strong man has to do. The 100 Hidden Mountain was more than 3,000 miles away from Cloud Mist City, and under the 100 Hidden Mountain, there was a small 100 Hidden City, which did not belong to one of the 18 cities, but was a pass. Riding a fast horse, Lin Xian arrived at the 100 Hidden Pass in less than 2 days. After entering the 100 Hidden Pass, Lin Xian saw the pugnacity within it. Most of the Hanyu who came and went were topless, and basically everyone had scars on the upper half of their bodies. Obviously, most of these are mercenaries, taking their lives to fight for themselves for tomorrow. Along the way towards the top, Lin Xian actually ran into a few Yuan Dan realm powerhouses. It seemed that there were quite a few Yuan Dan realm casual cultivators as well. Lin Xian looked at how late it was getting, so he also looked for a place to stay first. The place recorded on the drawings was in the inner perimeter of the 100 Hidden Mountains, and it was a time job to go in and search for the treasure. Sharpening his sword, Lin Xian decided to go back after resting. Junior, an upper room. Lin Xian walked into the restaurant and pulled out a yuan stone from his pocket and threw it onto the table. Xiao Er looked at the person in front of him with a high nose, thin lips, sword-like eyebrows flying into the few strands of dark hair falling from his temples, and a handsome side facial profile that was impeccably perfect. Looks like he's in his 40s. What a handsome uncle. Oh, guest, there are more in the upper room. I'll take you there now. Xiao Er's eyesight was good, and at a glance he felt that the uncle in front of him was either rich or noble. Lin Xian nodded slightly, so he followed behind the junior and arrived at an upper room upstairs. Oh yes, 3 pounds of savage beef, and another pound of jasper spring. Send it to my compartment. Lin Xian turned back to another 2 yuan stones. Of Lu, master, wait a moment. Xiao Er took the yuan sure, smiling with joy, and immediately went to prepare the food. Lin Xian then walked straight into the house. The game meat from the 100 Hidden Mountains was good, and after Lin Xian had downed his stomach in 3 or 2 bites, he was ready to rest. Touché. A sound of footsteps sounded on Lin Xian's room. Lin Xian frowned slightly. What kind of petty thief was this that came over his head? Suddenly, The window of Lin Xian's room was opened and a woman wrapped in black rushed in. His breath was wilted and he was obviously seriously injured. And outside the room, there were a few Yuan Dan realm auras chasing after them. Lin Xian didn't want to cause trouble and was about to stand by and watch, but the woman grabbed Lin Xian's pants leg. "My lord, save me. I'm willing to offer the secrets of the passing form realm powerhouses to your lordship." Secrets of the passing shape realm? Lin Xian froze. Although the passing form realm wasn't exactly a big deal, there were at least quite a few good things, right? Lin Xian moved. "Humph. I hope you didn't lie to me, or else you'll only end up worse off." Lin Xian glanced at the woman, then directly released his Yuan Qi at the peak of the great Yuandan realm. Where did the vermin come from? Actually running to old man's place to spread their wildness. "This lord, have you seen a black-clad vermin? Get out." Yes. How could a few small Yuandan realms dare to mess with a peak great Yuandan realm powerhouse like Lin Xian? And immediately rolled their asses away. "Well, they've gone, and I hope the secret you're holding satisfies the old man," Lin Xian said indifferently. "This lord, my daughter was originally the first daughter of the Yuan family within the 100 Hidden Pass, but harboring a sin. The secret of our family having a powerful person of the passing shape realm was known by other people, and the Yuan family was exterminated. And my daughter hopes that your lordship can avenge my daughter." With a thud, this black-clothed woman fell to her knees in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Xian choked the woman's neck without the slightest bit of mercy. To actually try to use herself to help her family take revenge. Where could such a good thing happen? It would have been a great favor to have saved her herself. "My lord, if you help little daughter is willing to serve you for life, and is also willing to offer up all the secrets of a passing form realm powerhouse." The woman in black could barely breathe from Lin Xian's chokehold. Lin Xian's eyes rolled. Then he put down the woman in black. The woman in black coughed so hard she almost died. Good idea. How about I help you take revenge and you marry a junior from my family?" End of chapter. Chapter 27, Picking up a nephew and for nothing and destroying the wild dog gang. Chapter 27, Picking up a nephew and for nothing and destroying the wild dog gang. Ha! The woman was slightly stunned. Lin Xian's words made the woman a little puzzled. The black-clothed woman boasted that she had a full figure, a decent appearance, and was still a small expert of the little Yuan Dan realm. But this strong man in front of her was actually not at all moved by herself, and wanted to give herself to his juniors. "So, now that your family has been destroyed and you have no home left, I'll find you a home. Isn't that good? Moreover, the person I found for you is also at the little Yuan Dan realm, and will not dishonor you," Lin Xian said with a faint hint of a smile. The one Lin Xian had found for was his most favored second generation, Lin Yang. Lin Yang's wife died early, and Lin Yang has never married, but also has been childless. For this, Lin Wu, the father of the worried, Lin Yang has also been urged by his father in the previous few years to take another wife to give birth to an heir for his lineage, and Lin Yang has not refused, but it is too difficult to find the right family. Lin Yang is again preferring lack over abundance, resulting in the fact that he has not yet renewed his daughter-in-law. As for this black-clothed woman, she has a decent appearance, a delicate figure, and is still in the small Yuan Dan realm, worthy of Lin Yang, an excellent nephew-in-law. I don't have a problem with that." The woman bit her lip lightly. Now that her own people were in the hands of others, how could she still have an opinion? Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction and said, "What's your name? What's the name of the family that exterminated your Yuan family? And how powerful is it? Tell me one by one." The woman in black nodded slightly and sat upright as well. "My name is Yuan Ing, 35 years old, born in the Yuan family. The one who destroyed my Yuan family was the Wild Dog Gang, a powerful party in the 100 Hidden Pass. Their gang leader's strength is in the late stage of the Great Yuandan realm, and there is also a second gang leader of the Great Yuandan realm within the gang, and 7 or 8 small Yuandan realm powerhouses." Yuan Ying's words caused Lin Xian to fall into a moment of contemplation. How was it that the power of a random Wild Dog Gang was better looking than the Lin family? Wild Dog Gang. That's a wild enough name indeed. The Wild Dog Gang, right? Are there any other forces behind them? Lin Xian had to ask clearly about this. If the Wild Dog Gang was followed by the Spirit Martial Sect or the Eastern Heavenly King's Palace, Lin Xian would have to stay away. Right now, the Lin family wasn't strong enough to fight against that kind of power. Yes, behind the Wild Dog Gang is the Chui family of Huaqiang Province. Lin Xian? It's really a case of the wrong side of the tracks. Isn't this Chui family running into their own guns? The Chui family was now in an undying enmity with Lin Xian, and since he could now have the opportunity to kill one of the Chui family's dogs, Lin Xian was more than willing to do so. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't say anything for a moment, Yuan Ing also looked at Lin Xian cautiously, afraid that Lin Xian would be afraid of that Chui family. If that was really the case, Their Yuan family's revenge would be hard to avenge in this lifetime. I'm afraid. If you want to say anything else, I'll have to weigh it up. But since it's the Chui family's power, then old me must help you exterminate that wild dog gang, Lin Xian said smilingly. Yuan Ing was overjoyed, and immediately knelt down towards Lin Xian with a thud. Don't just know how to kneel all day long. You should rest here first today. Give me the address of the wild dog gang, and the top management of the wild dog gang. I'll go there for a bit now. Lin Xian believed in the principle of doing something immediately. Senior, that wild dog gang's power is not bad, Yuan Ing weakly said. Just leave it alone and give me the address. Lin Xian said impatiently. In Daxing Street, east of 100 Hidden Pass, there is the mansion of the wild dog gang, and all the top brass of the wild dog gang are there. Yuan Ing immediately said. Good, you'll wait here for the old man. If the old man destroys the wild dog gang but you escape, then pray don't let the old man catch you, or else the old man will leave you begging for your life, begging for your death. Lin Xian's words appeared very chilly, and after saying this, Lin Xian directly jumped out of the window. Yuan Ing was left alone to sit on the stool and froze. The wild dogs. Wild dog gang. Gang as its name suggests. A gang are a bunch of wild dogs that only bite. The wild dog gang, a gang that bites people when it catches them, has made the big and small forces of the 100 Hidden Pass afraid of the wild dog gang. The help of the wild dog gang was named Chen Dog, a late-stage powerhouse of the great Yuan Dan realm, an existence that could walk sideways throughout the entire 100 Hidden Pass. Inside the wild dog gang's clubhouse at this time, Chen Dog looked a bit furious. Pop! A cup was dropped heavily on the floor and shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. A few losers, a seriously injured female doll you all can't catch. Actually let that get away. Inside the wild dog gang's mansion, the 3 small Yuan Dan realm executives were trembling and kneeling on the ground, while Chen Dog had his hands crossed and was walking back and forth within the lobby. His face was extremely ugly, and paired with the scars on his face, he appeared to be so tyrannical. Gang master, when we chased to the arrival inn, that disappeared. We originally wanted to enter the inn to search for people, but there is a great Yuan Dan realm powerhouse living in that inn. We don't dare to mess with it, the senior in the center said with a sniffle and a tear, afraid that his own help would cut him off. Great Yuan Dan realm? Chen Dog frowned slightly. Even a great Yuan Dan realm powerhouse would have to lie down for me. Chen Dog, at this 100 Hidden Pass, Chen Dog said with a deep chill in his tone, the chance of the passing form realm. That had to be his own. Gang master, it's not too late. Let's immediately bring people to dare to the arrival inn now, or else that person will most likely run away in fear of our wild dog gang. The second gang leader on the side stepped forward and said, makes sense. Gather the men. Go to the arrival inn and find that guy for me. Chen Dog said angrily. Are you looking for the old man? Suddenly, Lin Xian walked straight in through the front door. And as for the few wild dogs watching the door, Lin Xian wiped their necks with his hand. Watching Lin Xian walk in, the hall full of wild dog gang members rose up as if they were on guard. You're the old man who hid the person this seat wants. Wild dog gang leader Chen Dog was directly referring to himself as this seat, and Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What kind of cat or dog dares to call himself this seat now? Taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters. You wild dog gang, you should also perish today. Lin Xian took out the heavenly shadow sword in his storage bag and said smilingly, old thing, what kind of thing are you that you dare to attempt to overthrow my wild dog gang? Chen Dog was furious, instantly killing towards Lin Xian. His killing intent was very sufficient. It was obvious that this Chen Dog hadn't had much blood on his hands. For seasoned sword technique, autumn wind, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the heavenly shadow sword in his hand instantly came out of his body. A sword light flashed across the lobby, and everyone was wooden in place. And Chen Dog, with his body standing very straight, was the one missing the head of the collar, master of the wild dog gang, dead. The crowd was horrified beyond belief. Their own gang leader had died just like that, not a single one of them. Summer heat. Lin Xian looked at the rest of the gang who were trying to escape, and with a move of summer heat, he burned down the wild dog gang that had dominated the 100 Hidden Pass for 7 or 8 years. End of chapter. Chapter 28 Dragonfather's Graveyard, do you want your wife or not? Chapter 28 Dragonfather's Graveyard, do you want your wife or not? If people knew that the wild dog gang, which had been rampaging through the 100 Hidden Pass for 7 or 8 years, had been destroyed just like that, they were afraid that they would be able to shock the eyeballs. After Lin Xian had exterminated these wild dogs, he had also directly begun petting the corpses, and had also emptied the wild dog gang's mansion treasury along with them. Worthy of being the largest gang within the 100 Hidden Pass, the wealth they possessed was not really low. The forests added up to no less than 50,000 yuan stones. I'm afraid. Lin Xian couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief even as he held these harvests. turns out, killing people to get rid of them is so earned. It's faster money than a serious business. Lin Xian packed up everything and directly left in style, all the way back to the arrival inn. That Yuan Ying too was still considered to be sensible, did not escape, but quietly sat on the stool. You're a girl doll, but you've got some sense. Lin Xian smiled blandly, then took out a few heads from his storage bag and dumped them on the ground. Shan dog! Yuan Ying let out a gasp of surprise when she saw the head, followed by a look of resentment in her eyes. This revenge for the extermination of the clan. The old man has already avenged you, and it's time for you to fulfill what you promised me later on. Lin Xian sat on the bed and took a sip of Jasper Spring, smiling lightly. Your Excellency, don't worry, that's it. I promised Your Excellency. Naturally I won't go back on my promise. Yuan Ying is willing to marry Your Excellency's descendant. Willing to be an ox and a horse for the rest of my life. Yuan Ying made another big salute to Lin Xian and directly kowtowed 3 times, with tears in her eyes. Lin Xian didn't refuse this time. These 3 rings of the head were something Lin Xian should have received. I'll write a letter to you. Just take the letter and go to the Lin family in Cloud Mist City and give it to the Lin family. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he then wrote a letter and removed the jade pendant he was wearing and handed it to Yuan Ying. Yuan Ying took the jade pendant and the letter and carefully put them into her storage bag, and took out another black box from her storage bag. My lord, this black box contains the secrets of the 3-passage divine realm. Our Yuan family has been guarding this black box for 100 years, and as a result, because of him, our Yuan family has suffered this great disaster. Yuan Ying looked at the black box in her hand. There was no half-greed in her eyes. All she had was hatred. How did the wild dog gang know that your Yuan family had this? Lin Xian came to be interested and took the black box and surveyed it. It's actually the Cui family in Hua Chengfu that knows the secret. And then the wild dog gang is also just instructed by that Cui family. Lin Xian was slightly stunned and hurriedly opened the black box, only to see a piece of animal skin paper lying inside, as well as an ancient black key. The places recorded on the drawings actually perfectly overlapped with what was recorded in the storage bag of that Cui family's 4th elder. Looks like there's more to this thing than just a map, but this key should be the top priority. This secret concerns a powerful man from over 100 years ago. Yuan Ying looked at the key in Lin Xian's hand and narrated to herself. Oh, tell me in detail. More than 100 years ago, there was a strong man who called himself Dragon Zun, a Tongxian realm powerhouse, and possessed a kind of powerful dragon-shaped Yuan soul that could battle the true martial god realm with the Tongxian realm. However, he couldn't help but end up dead in the end, and it's said that the place recorded in this drawing is his grave, and the key is the key that opens the door to the grave. Lin Xian was shocked when Yuan Ying told him truthfully. Dragon Father. This figure, Lin Xian had also heard his own master speak of it. This Dragon Father was from the same time period as Lin Xian's master, the Wine Father. The two even have a not-so-subtle connection. When Lin Xian was at the Jishi Academy, he had often heard his own master mention this figure, praising him for his heavenly talents. I can't imagine that it actually turned into a handful of yellow earth. Wait, if this is the grave of the Dragon Father, how can it be that only the Cui family is staring at it? According to normal circumstances, I'm afraid that the giants of the Eastern State and even the Great Desolate Empire are going to be the ones to come. Lin Xian played with the key in his hand and spoke in a flat tone. Because, except for the most core few of our Yuan family, no one knows that this is the grave of the Dragon Father. Our Yuan family's great master was once a servant of Dragon Father. This news spread out also because one of our Yuan family's dog-eaters spread it out. But that dog thief only knew that it was the graveyard of the 3-passage god realm, and when it spread out it became the graveyard of the passage form realm powerhouses. Yuan Ying told the truth, her teeth clicking. Apparently, there is a ghost in Yuan's family. Who destroyed Yuan's family for the sake of an individual? Lin Xian nodded slightly. So it was like this. Good. Then in that case, this graveyard, I will go and explore it. Lin Xian smiled as he collected the key. The main requirement for the 3-passage divine realm was to awaken a Yuan soul for oneself, and the Yuan soul was to be found on one's own. With regards to the awakened Yuan soul, Lin Xian hadn't been able to get a clue, but now it's good that he's gotten it all. This Dragon Father, I'm afraid that he's left behind something good. My lord, this secret of ours has now been revealed, and I'm afraid that there are several clans out there that know about it. And, our Yuan family is only one of the servant clans of Lord Dragon Zun. There are still 3 other clans out there, and in total, there are 4 keys. Lin Xian was speechless. After all this time he still had to be with someone else? What's this hullabaloo? That's just it. This chance is in front of my eyes. If I don't go to take a look, I won't be willing to do so. Take what I gave you and go to Cloud Mist City. There will naturally be someone to receive you at that time. Lin Xian casually waved his hand and said, Yes, my lord. Yuan Ying responded respectfully. Early in the morning of the second day, Yuan first returned to the ruined Yuan family to pack up, and then headed towards Cloud Mist City. As for Lin Xian, he didn't go within the 100 hidden mountains, since the treasures were all locked up in the mountains, then they definitely couldn't escape. Lin Xian followed behind that Yuan and returned to the Cloud Mist City. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't completely trust Yuan. When treating Yuan Ying's injuries, Lin Xian had also purposely left his hand open. If this Yuan didn't listen, Lin Xian wouldn't be merciful. Yuan was considered to be really obedient and headed directly towards the Lin family, the important place of the Lin mansion. Idle people, please do not approach. Watching Yuan walk up, a few Lin family disciples immediately stopped them. I am your elder Lin Yang's unmarried wife, please go and report it, Yuan said in a downbeat manner. Ah! A few Lin family children were slightly surprised, and at that moment, Lin Shan, who had just returned from outside, also heard this sentence and was startled. Is it really a younger sibling? Lin Shan looked at Yuan and inquired. Yuan took out the envelope and jade pendant. Lin Shan was shocked after reading it, and then with a smile on his face, he welcomed Yuan back to the Lin family. Yuan, wait for me. I'll go call out to Yang Di and the two elders. Good. Yuan sat on the stone bench and nodded slightly. At this time, Lin Yang is still sweating in his own small yard, naked, showing his male charisma. Yang Di, you want a wife or not? As long as you open your golden mouth, big brother, I'll send it to you right away. End of chapter. Chapter 29, A Sword Retreats the Ape King. Chapter 29, A Sword Retreats the Ape King. Lin Xian left Cloud Mist City with great satisfaction. Yuan had already settled down initially in the Lin mansion, and with the Lin family having Gong Ling to look after them, the odds were that nothing could go wrong. It was now about 10 days before the Hua Qingfu's family event, and during this time, Lin Xian had to rush to get the goodies in that Dragonfather's graveyard before the family event. Then with that good thing, he broke through the 3-passage God realm in one fell swoop and elevated the Lin family to a 1-star family. After Lin Xian returned to Cloud Mist City once again, this time Lin Xian headed straight for the 100 hidden mountains. The Dragon Zune graveyard was in the inner perimeter of the 100 hidden mountains. The inner perimeter was quite dangerous. It was the gathering place of the demonic beasts, many Yuan Dan realm demonic beasts, and even the 3-passage divine realm beast king would appear in the inner perimeter. Boom! Lin Xian had just arrived at the inner perimeter of the 100 hidden mountains when he heard a roaring sound, and Lin Xian shot sharply towards it. Under a huge waterfall, a group of young men and women were surrounded by a group of flower apes. Lin Xian took out a pre-prepared bucket hat and put it on his head, while his body was dressed in a black brocade suit, which was quite dashing. Ho 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 ho! Flower ape is a group of demonic beasts. Generally speaking, 300 to 500 flower apes gathered together that are commonplace, and obviously, this group of men and women to provoke the flower ape is not a general group of flower apes, only to see that the flower ape king was actually a beast king that had already broken through to the 3-passage divine realm, with a dozen or so other flower ape at the great Yuandan realm under his banner. And there are 3 men and 3 women in the field. The biggest doesn't seem to be more than 25 years old, but the woman with the weakest cultivation has actually reached the 9th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a bit of emotion when he saw this scene. This comparison made the Lin family's 3rd generation really too bad. Not good. There are too many of these flower apes. That flower ape king is too powerful. The handsome man at the head of the group held a sword in one hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his body exuded the strength of the peak of the great Yuandan realm. As for the remaining 5, there were also 4 at the great Yuandan realm and 1 at the 9th level of the open Yuan realm. What should we do? Brother Luo, are we going to be buried here? A woman was scared out of her wits, and the smallest woman was so scared that her little face turned white. Damn it! Fight these monsters! The man with the gun pursed his lips and his eyes glared. Lin Xian slightly looked at it, then felt uninteresting. Put down the plot to help people. Respect for other people's lives. Lin Xian was about to leave. Suddenly, Lin Xian saw the white jade pendant around the little girl's waist. It was actually the jade pendant of the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family, one of the 3 great families of the Great Desolate Empire. The old man of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Yi, was also considered to be a close friend of Lin Xian's master, the wine master, and in the entire empire that was a renowned existence. The Ouyang family, on the other hand, was also considered to have a bit of an affinity with Lin Xian. Once upon a time, Lin Xian had been favored by the Ouyang family and was considered to have had a favor. It seems that this favor can be returned to them today. Kill! The man with the sword bellowed, and slashed out with a sword, instantly releasing a gust of sword waves. His sword skills were good. A flower ape that had just entered the great Yuandan realm was instantly cut down by the man with the sword. Obviously, the battle power of this knife-wielding young man was not an ordinary peak of the great Yuandan realm. Roar! The flower ape king was furious and knocked his boobs angrily. and upon hearing the Ape King's violent anger, the other flower apes also whimpered and roared. In an instant, hundreds of flower apes pounced madly towards the group of youngsters. Protect Chung Luo, the man with the sword bellowed, and the man with the gun and the man with the sword nodded solemnly. If the Ching Luo and their mouths were harmed, their families would also be greatly implicated. The three young men were still somewhat bloodthirsty to the point that they fought with hundreds of flower apes. As for the two women, they also escorted the woman. Although their faces were pale and slightly scared, they still tightly protected the little girl. The Flower Ape King was worthy of being a beast king of the three-passage divine realm. And when he didn't strike, he was ferocious. The sword-wielding man was blasted in the chest by the Flower Ape King, and the sword-wielding man instantly lost his fighting strength. Shun Xiao, the man with the knife bellowed, while the young man with the gun immediately returned to defense. Ching Luo, you go first. You too, quickly take Chung Luo and go first. The man with the sword shouted at the two sword-wielding women. However, it was no longer possible to leave. 300 to 400 flower apes had completely surrounded the entire waterfall. Crap, it's over. The man with the gun went white with fear in his eyes. Damn. Stuff. I'll fight for you. The man with the sword tore his voice and roared, carrying his long sword towards the Flower Ape King. The man's strength was good, and he was actually able to force the Flower Ape King back with a single slash. The Flower Ape King was enraged. His king's majesty had actually been provoked by a mole cricket. Roar! The Flower Ape King struck out in fury, and a single punch had dozens of tons of force. The knife-wielding man immediately retreated wildly, dodging the punch. However, the few behind them were not so lucky. The 7 or 8 flower apes of the great Yuandan realm were desperately tearing towards the few people behind them. The man with the gun instantly bloodied his lapel. Big brother Shen, Ouyang Qingluo shouted with pursed lips and tears in her eyes. It was all his own fault. If he hadn't gotten a strange drawing and had to come on a treasure hunt, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. Roar! A flower ape at the peak of the great Yuandan realm lunged straight towards Ouyang Qingluo's side. No! The knife-wielding man looked at him in a jaundiced manner, wanting to rush over, but he was entangled by the Flower Ape King, and could only watch as the 2-foot-tall flower ape pounced straight towards Ouyang Qingluo and the others. Ouyang Qingluo took out a rune from her storage bag and suddenly, suddenly, a long sword appeared out of thin air and shot directly into the center of the flower ape's brow, and the flower ape at the peak of the great Yuandan realm was instantly killed. What? The crowd was overjoyed. A strong man had come to help? The flower ape group was even more agitated when they saw that this flower ape general was killed. Lin Xian, however, jumped in front of Ouyang Luo at that moment. You're from the Ouyang family? Who is Ouyang warrior to you? Lin Xian ignored the group of enraged monkeys and instead looked at Ouyang Qingluo and said indifferently. Ouyang Qingluo carefully glanced at Lin Xian, who wore a bucket hat on his head, and weakly spoke. That's my dad. Lin Xian nodded slightly. So that was fine. Qingluo, is everything okay? The knife-wielding man rushed over and protected Ouyang Qingluo on his left and right. Brother I'm fine, Ouyang Qingluo said with a sweet smile. You guys stand back. Lin Xian looked at the Flower Ape King in front of him and said indifferently. Roar! The Flower Ape King was very angry. His king's majesty had been provoked again and again. Boom! As expected of a Flower Ape King with a height of 3 feet, he also caused the earth to shake when he ran. Yufeng and the others were like enemies, but only Lin Xian was calm and relaxed. For seasoned sword technique. Springtime! Lin Xian shouted. The heavenly shadow sword seemed to come to life. That green sword light stabbing straight towards that Flower Ape King. The Flower Ape King instantly felt a deadly threat and parried with both fists. Boom! With one move, the Flower Ape King instantly retreated wildly by more than 10 feet. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. End of chapter. Chapter 30. A group of noble ladies. Chapter 30. A group of noble ladies. Yufeng and the others were ecstatic. It seemed that it was indeed an expert. For seasoned sword technique. Summer heat. Lin Xian once again took the initiative and stabbed out with his sword. A move that seemed overbearing. For seasoned sword technique. Autumn wind. For seasoned sword technique. Winter cold frost and snow. The 4 seasoned sword technique came out in unison, and all of them chopped at the Flower Ape King. Lin Xian's sword was real sharp, striking the Flower Ape King with blood bared all over his body. Boom! The Flower Ape King ran away in a sorry state, and the other flower apes watched their own great kings run away, and also retreated as slowly as they could. Lin Xian looked at the retreating group of apes and didn't go after them. Hundreds of flower apes. If they really wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death, Lin Xian wouldn't want to feel good either. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Yufeng came forward and arched his hand at Lin Xian to thank him. The gun-wielding man named Xin Xiu, on the other hand, helped up the sword-wielding man. The other 2 women also came forward to thank Lin Xian. There's no need to thank me. Ouyang Qingluo, remember to go back and talk to your father. and say that I've already returned the favor of relieving him once. Lin Xian spoke indifferently to Ouyang Qingluo. Does Elder know my father? Ouyang Qingluo looked a little excited and looked at Lin Xian and smiled sweetly. A few of the others had a look of determination on their faces. It's only natural for such a powerful senior to know the Ouyang family head, right? Oh, used to know each other. Lin Xian responded with a smile. The truth was that this Ouyang Qingluo was too cute, comparable to that niece of his own. Lin Shuer, Senior, do you want to go treasure hunting with us? It's said to be the graveyard of a powerful person of the passing form realm. Look, I still have a map here. Ouyang Qingluo took out a piece of animal skin paper from her pocket as she spoke. Yufeng and the others were too late to stop it. Lin Xian was speechless. How did this Ouyang War teach his daughter? This Ouyang Qingluo. I'm afraid she's just under 16 years old, but she's actually already at the 9th level of the Kaiyuan. She's exceptionally gifted. But this jungle experience is a blank slate. Where did you guys get this bestiary? As soon as Lin Xian took a look at the animal skin paper, he knew that it was exactly the same as his own one. It was an auction purchase with a key. Ouyang Qingluo said and took the key out again. Lin Xian realized. It seemed that the other few clans were intent on throwing this hot potato out. Just look at what happened to the Yuan family. The piker is not guilty. The piker is not guilty. Without great strength, good things will only become catalysts. I have one here too. So let's get together. Lin Xian said with a slight skim of his head. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was truly afraid that this Ouyang Qingluo would die in this 100 hidden mountains. In that case, the favor you return doesn't count. Yeah. Ouyang Qingluo followed behind Lin Xian with great excitement. Yufeng and Xinxiu looked at each other in dismay, and then they could only helplessly follow behind Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's strength of defeating the Flower Ape King with 3 swords, if he really wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as a slap in the face. So it would be good to follow such a senior. Lin Xian led a group of 6 people towards their destination. The leader, Yufeng, who was in his early 20s this year, was actually a Heavenly Pride currently ranked 113 on the Dragon and Phoenix ranking, and was also the fake son of the Ouyang family, while the one with the gun was called Xinxiu, the one with the sword was called Lu Xian, and the other 2 women, one was called Qingyu and the other was called Huangyu. This time, it was actually Ouyang War himself who came to the eastern state, while Ouyang Qingluo followed to tour the mountains. In these few days, Ouyang Qingluo and this group of people came to Huaqing Mansion for a visit. Except for Yufeng, the other 4 people were all from the state capital of Eastern State, and were considered to be people from prestigious families. I'm curious, Ouyang War actually doesn't match you with a protector? Lin Xian asked in disbelief. Generally speaking, those kind of famous families would match their first family members with Dao protectors to ensure their safety. For example, once upon a time, the young prince of that East Heavenly King's mansion not only had a guard, Da Bio, but also an old man with extremely profound strength to protect his path. There would have been, but I was capricious and wouldn't let him follow. Ouyang Qingluo nuzzled her mouth in embarrassment. Yufeng was also a bit embarrassed. Originally thought that with his own strength, there should not be anything, but as a result, he did not expect that just entering the 100 hidden mountains did not take a while before something happened. If it wasn't for Lin Xian coming to the rescue, the group of them would have been afraid of being buried in the belly of an ape. Never mind. Go ahead and I'll see you out when we're done with this. Lin Xian sighed slightly before leading a few people towards their destination. Along the way, Ouyang Qingluo chattered to Lin Xian, leaving him helpless. How come the character of this Ouyang warrior-born daughter doesn't resemble him? Arrived. Finally arriving at their destination, only to see that the crowd had now arrived at a valley, above which was an unobstructed view. You have also come here having been given the key. At that moment, several waves of people came towards Lin Xian and the others. A bunch of brats from the great Yuan Dan realm actually dared to come here. A large black-bearded man grinned disdainfully. However, although the big man's eyes were disdainful, at first glance, when he saw that the group was so young, his heart was also a bit beaten. To have the great Yuan Dan realm at such an age, one's family background is only not bad. Can you be so arrogant even if you're a beginner at the passing form realm? Lin Xian glanced faintly at the big man and spoke indifferently. It was rumored that it was the graveyard of a passing form realm powerhouse, and this kind of graveyard was still extremely attractive to cultivators at the passing form realm and below. Because of the passing form realm powerhouse, it was likely that there were spirit-level martial arts and spirit weapons in his grave, and these two things were also very tempting to the passing form realm. Looking for death, the black-bearded man's temper appeared to be short-tempered, and he directly struck out towards Lin Xian. In the Jianghu, a single word can take a person's life, and those who are killed can only blame themselves for not being as skilled as others, or for being unlucky. However, Lin Xian clearly wouldn't be such a person. Lin Xian immediately threw out a punch, and knuckled down with the big black-bearded man. Pang! Lin Xian took 3 steps back towards the back, while the big black-bearded man took 7 steps back. Uncle is awesome. Watching this scene, Ouyang Qingluo jumped up and down in joy. After this test, Hu Haizi's eyes looked at Lin Xian with a much heavier gaze. Everyone is here for the treasure, so why make such a big deal out of it? The other side came up. Choi's family? Choi. The old man introduced himself with a smile. Lin Xian was startled, actually urging his family, and by the looks of it, this Chui Yongyuan was afraid that he was a lot stronger than that Chui Yongdi. My name is Sun Hyuk, a member of the Sun family of Great Dragon City, the big black-bearded man said in a Wang voice. Luo Han, the third leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang, a shadowy man introduced himself. Xian Lin, a casual cultivator, Lin Xian said as he directly personified a pseudonym. Good, we have 2 keys here now. Now we are still too short. I wonder how many keys brother Xian has here. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Entering the Catacombs. Chapter 31, Entering the Catacombs. Enough keys. We have 2 here. Lin Xian took out a key, while Ouyang Qingluo also took out a key. It seems like good luck that this time, this treasure will be opened. Chui said smilingly, but under his eyes was hiding a shade. Look at the cemetery. Lin Xian ignored Chui Yongyuan, the smiling man, and headed straight towards the cemetery. A few of Choi's men followed suit. Dragon Zun's grave was actually on top of a cliff face, with a tomb door that was 3 feet high and 2 stone lions on either side of the door. It seems that the news I got really has some credibility. Luo Han, the third leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang, said with a smile. I also have a bit of news here. The Dragon Father's tomb. Originally I didn't believe it, but it seems that it does have some credibility now. Sun Hyuk grinned back. Lin Xian and Chui Yongyuan's faces were as normal as ever, both having gotten the news in advance. However, Ouyang Qingluo, Yu Feng, and the others had their faces changed drastically. In particular, the 2 of them, Ouyang Qingluo and Yu Feng, glanced at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Take the key, Sun Hyuk said as he looked at Lin Xian and the others. It seems that out of your 3 teams, someone doesn't have a key. Lin Xian hooked up the corners of his mouth, slightly mocking. You, smash dogs will always bark the hardest, and apparently Sun Hyuk is one of them. These brats, how can they have that strength to possess a key, and not give it to me? Sun Hyuk looked at Ouyang Qingluo and the others with eyes full of ferocity. Oh, old dog, you're worthy of pointing fingers here? Yu Feng came out with his sword, not giving Sun He face at all. Little, how dare you? Sun He was furious and killed towards Yu Feng. Although Yu Feng was only at the peak of the great Yuandan realm, Yu Feng was a heavenly pride who was on the dragon and phoenix ranking, and it was not a big problem for him to deal with a small place of the passing form realm. I only saw Yu Feng slashing out with his sword, sending out inches of blade awnings. Boom! The 2 of them instantly retreated 7 or 8 steps wildly, splitting the difference equally. Both Luo Han and Chui Yongyuan were slightly agitated. Even though Lin Xian was wearing a bucket hat, they could sense that Lin Xian was at least over 40 years old, and that his battle prowess was not something to be feared. However, this Yu Feng year is only more than 20. The strength of the peak of the Great Yuandan realm, not to mention, actually can rely on the Great Yuandan realm and Sun Hyuk against a move without losing the wind. This is very illustrative of the problem. These little brothers are not normal people at first glance. Let's go into the cemetery together. Brother Sun, forget it if you don't have the key. It's not a shame to follow behind. Choi seems to be hitting Sun Hyuk, but in fact, he is defending him. According to normal reasoning, Sun Hyuk didn't have a key and shouldn't be able to enter the tomb. But now Chui Yongyuan wanted Sun Hyuk to follow him into the tomb with just a few words. Yes, Elder Chui. Sun Hyuk apparently listened more to Choi without the slightest comment. Humph. Ouyang Qingluo snorted coldly. These people, they were clowns. Even Shinqiu and the others standing at the back were all filled with disdain. The families behind them could crush this so-called Chui family by taking out any one of them. There's no time to lose. I've heard that the news of the Dragon Sovereign's tomb has already spread out, and it's likely that there will be a passing spirit realm, or even a passing spirit realm powerhouse coming here, so we need to hurry up, Rohan said in a low voice. Well, that makes sense. Unlock the door. Choi nodded in agreement. Lin Xian and Ouyang Qingluo didn't have any opinions either and both walked up. There are 4 keyholes on the tomb door, apparently corresponding to 4 keys. Together, the 4 of them inserted the key into the hole, and suddenly, a burst of golden light shone down on Lin Xian's 4. What? Sun Hyuk was shocked and furious as a golden light flashed by and Lin Xian's 4 had already disappeared. Chang Luo, Yu Feng was also startled and ran to the tomb door, only to find that there was no sign of it opening at all, but Lin Xian and the others had disappeared into thin air. Don't worry brother Yu, there's that senior protecting Miss Ouyang. There's no problem. Shinshio came up to comfort. Brother Yu nodded his head slightly. It was obvious that Lin Xian didn't have any malicious intentions towards Ouyang Qingluo. Damn it! Sun Hyuk was furious. Went forward and was a few palms blasted on the wooden door but did not move. It's all your little fault. I told you to give me the key. Sun Hyuk looked towards Yufeng and the others, clearly wanting to spread his anger on Yufeng and the others. How dare you? I am from the Shin family of the Eastern Prefecture. I'm from the Eastern Prefecture State Lord's residence. I am a member of the Qing family of the Eastern State. I am from the White family of the Eastern State. One by one, Shinshio and the others went up to introduce themselves, and the faces of Sun Hyuk and the few Sun family members behind him turned green. Nima, all the big clans in the Eastern State. The worst one to take out can put their Sun family back and forth to destroy 7 or 8 times. After entering the tomb, Lin Xian's 4 came to a huge stone platform. It's amazing, not to mention the passing form realm. Even the passing spirit realm would never be able to do it. This must be the Dragon Father's tomb. Trevor trembled with excitement and looked around the tomb. And the always face-palmed Rohan couldn't help but laugh. Senior, actually, my father came to the Eastern State for this Dragon Zun tomb, and I didn't expect that I would actually come in first. Ouyang Qingluo whispered in Lin Xian's ear in a small voice. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. It seemed that I'm afraid that the Dragon Father's tomb was no longer considered a secret in the circles of the upper-class families. 3 paths? Just right. 1 for each person. This female doll was brought by you, Brother Xian, so naturally you'll be the one to take her on one. Chui Yongyuan said smilingly as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded slightly, not even looking at that Chui Yongyuan. Ouyang Qingluo suddenly tugged on the corner of Lin Xian's coat, and implicitly pointed to the road on the left. We'll take the left. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he led Ouyang Qingluo straight towards the road on the left. Choi went to the right. As for Lohan, he walked into the middle avenue. Qingluo, why are you thinking of going this way on the left? After walking into the left path, Lin Xian couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire as well. Senior, you don't know. Qingluo has had a superb sixth sense since she was a child, and my intuition for this kind of thing is definitely not wrong. Lin Xian laughed dumbly. After all this time he was actually relying on his intuition. But then Lin Xian thought for a moment that people with great fortune could easily seek out treasures of opportunity, especially since the main characters in the talkies are likely to be treasures if they pick up any random rags. And Ouyang Qingluo was obviously not an ordinary person. Her chi was definitely not weak. It was just that Lin Xian's current system didn't support Lin Xian checking out other people's chi. Alright then, let's head inside. Elder, let's try to walk as fast as we can. I can feel that my father and the others seem to be coming this way. If they come, we won't have a share of these things. Ouyang Qingluo's words caused Lin Xian to be staggered. What's the joke? End of chapter. Chapter 32 9 Pillars. Chapter 32 9 Pillars. Lin Xian was also looking at Ouyang Qingluo with a round of amusement amidst his dismay. This daughter of Ouyang War, her elbow is a bit turned outward. If I could abduct Ouyang Qingluo back as my daughter-in-law, it would be exciting to think about it. Especially with Ouyang War's mouth. It was fun to think about it. Seniors? Looking at Lin Xian as if he was frothing, Ouyang Changluo shouted in confusion. Ahem. Let's go. Let's go in and see what's good in this tomb. After dryly coughing twice in slight embarrassment, Lin Xian walked quickly towards the tomb. Oh, Ouyang Qingluo agreed obediently and followed Lin Xian towards the tomb. This is, good lord, this actually has a Dan room. Lin Xian was also overjoyed when he saw a small chamber. The Dan room, as the name suggests, is the room that contains the pills. Generally speaking, pills that were contained by jade bottles would basically have a shelf life of around 300 years. Of course, the more powerful the pills, the longer the shelf life that would definitely be. Lin Xian and Ouyang Qingluo walked into the Dan room and realized that there were indeed quite a few pills in the Dan room. However, both of them were unanimously looking at a Dan rack at the very top. There were 3 jade bottles on the Dan rack. Lin Xian took down 3 jade bottles, and when he opened the first one, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cool air. The first jade bottle actually contained the Great Yuan Breaking Dan, and there were 7 of them. Lin Xian's system had rewarded Lin Xian with a great elemental breaking pill once, which was very good. Just what your own family could use. Che, I thought it was some kind of good elixir. So it's this kind of stuff. Ouyang Qingluo bristled and directly lost interest. Lin Xian had a black line on his face. There really was no harm without comparison. The Ouyang family is one of the 3 great families of the Great Wilderness. And Elder Ouyang is a strong man of the same era as Dragon Father. As the first lineage daughter of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Qingluo naturally does not see this kind of garbage pills. Lin Xian nonchalantly put away the Great Yuan Breaking Pill, then opened the second jade bottle. Tanji Ongdan. This contraption was even better. When the peak of the Great Yuan Dan realm breaks through the passing form realm, if you take the passing form Dan, you will be able to raise the probability of 3 layers. This is the real deal. Yikes. It's actually a passing form pill. Senior, can I have one? I want to take one for Brother Yu. It just so happens that Brother Yu is about to break through the 3-passage God realm. Looking at the tong-shaped pill in the bottle, Ouyang Cheng Luo was also very hot-eyed. Even for the Ouyang family, something like the tong-shaped pill was an extremely rare item. Lin Xian looked at the 3 pills in the jade bottle and also threw one directly to Ouyang Cheng Luo. Ouyang Cheng Luo was overjoyed, and hurriedly took out a jade bottle from her storage bag and put the tong-shaped pill inside. Thank you, Senpai. After Ouyang Cheng Luo received the storage bag, she smiled and said sweetly to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nudged his lips and didn't say anything more. The 3rd jade bottle contained an explosive Yuan Dan. This kind of elixir was even more terrifying. After taking it, it could allow a Tong form realm powerhouse to burst out twice as much energy for a short period of time. And even the Tong spirit realm could burst out an additional 50% of Yuan Qi. It's good for saving your life. Ouyang Cheng Luo didn't need it, and Lin Xian naturally pocketed it nonchalantly. Keep going. I feel sure there's something good up ahead. The other pills on the shelf, Ouyang Cheng Luo didn't even bother to take a look at them anymore, and directly headed towards the front. Ouyang Cheng Luo do not want. Lin Xian cannot not want. Directly a brain into the storage bag, and then chased towards Ouyang Cheng Luo. At this moment, 7 figures sped past in the sky above the Huaqing mansion. Brother Ouyang, we've gotten definite news from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. That Dragonfather's tomb should be in the 100 Hidden Mountains, a middle-aged man said with a smile. Well, indeed. I can't imagine that Dragonfather is actually buried in the eastern state. Ouyang War, who was in the center, nodded slightly. It is indeed a bit interesting. The old man on the other side also stroked his beard and laughed. Let's go. We'll be there in almost 2 hours. First things first, enter the tomb. The good stuff. That's to each his own. Ha ha ha. I was afraid you'd say even split. All I wanted was to do it on my own merits. Shoo. 7 figures, each of which emitted an incomparably powerful Yuan Qi. Lin Xian and Ouyang Cheng Luo continued walking for more than half an hour before they finally reached the bottom. Along the way, Lin Xian also picked up a lot of good things. What 7 or 8 products of weapons? As if the garbage is generally thrown all over the place. Ouyang Cheng Luo also do not see. Lin Xian will directly lick the bag licked away. Although none of these pickups were great treasures, they were very good for equipping the clan that is. The 2 of them came to the last hall, and in the hall, there was actually a sarcophagus, and behind the sarcophagus there were 9 pillars, and on top of each pillar there was a box. Really bad luck. Nothing on the way, so all the good stuff is in this main house. Another passage. Chui Yongyuan also walked in. Gray face. Apparently experienced some organs and so on, and from his words can know that the passage Chui Yongyuan walked nothing. Shortly after Chui came out, Luo Han also walked out, and you could tell from Luo Han's unattractive face that this Luo Han also didn't get any hair. Lin Xian vaguely glanced at Ouyang Cheng Luo. Unexpectedly this girl's 6th sense was quite accurate. Brother Xian. Brother Chui. Is there a treasure in that secret passage of yours? Luo Han's shadowy face hardened into an unattractive smile as he arched his hand at Lin Xian and Chui Yongyuan. There's a F** king treasure. There are quite a few organs, Chui said with a face full of obscurity. We don't have an organ on our side, but we don't have a treasure either. Lin Xian gave a faint shake of his head. Then it seems that the treasure is in this main chamber. Luo Han's eyes looked greedily at the 9 pillars. For 9 pillars to be erected here, they were naturally treasures left behind by the Dragonfather. Lin Xian scanned the 9 pillars and finally rested his gaze on the 9th. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. All of these pillars were very tempting, but if he had to choose one, Lin Xian instantly fell in love with the 9th one. Oh, to each his own. Without much nonsense, Chui flew directly towards the pillar. Xing Luo, you wait for me here, Lin Xian instructed and also headed towards the pillar. Baby is mine. Rohan screamed wildly in excitement. Killing palm. Chui Yongyuan turned back towards Lin Xian and struck out. And when he did, it was with a deadly hand. But fortunately, Lin Xian was prepared and fended off Chui's move. GGG. This is where you'll be buried. Brother Luo, how about we team up and finish off these 2? And we'll split the treasures here equally? Chui said with an evil grin. Oh, please. Luo Han immediately went on Chui Yongyuan's side, looking at the 2 Lin Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 33, in the guise of Lao Lu. Calculating Sun Hyuk. Chapter 33, in the guise of Lao Lu. Calculating Sun Hyuk. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at both Chui Yongyuan and Luo Han. Lin Xian didn't expect that these 2 would actually join forces. You 2 are really shameless. Actually playing dirty. Ouyang Qingluo's mouth was not ready to speak, directly pointing at the two Cui Young Yuan's indignation. Humph. Shut up, little girl. Walking in the Jianghu, rely on your skills, not your mouth. This little girl is quite watery looking. Leave it to me later. Luo Han looked at Ouyang Qingluo with an evil glint in his eyes. Two old pikers, even if the two of you join forces, I'm not afraid. Lin Xian took out a 9th grade longsword that he had picked up, and with a fling of the long sword, sword light shot out in all directions. Truly arrogant. Cui Yongyuan shouted and slapped another palm towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes were slightly gloomy. This Cui Yongyuan, he shouldn't be at the early passing form realm anymore. I'm afraid he's a strong person at the middle passing form realm. As for Luo Han, he was also a middle stage Tong form realm powerhouse, and both of them were not comparable to that Cui Yongdi. Python rolls over. Give this elder death. Luo Han directly summoned his Yuan soul, and a huge python emerged behind Luo Han. The python's enormous tail flung itself straight towards Lin Xian, extremely fast and powerful, and Cui Yongyuan's palm imprint arrived over Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't hide his clumsiness anymore, mainly because both of them were in the middle stage of the passing form realm, while both of them were still at the peak of the great Yuandan realm now. The gap in the segments was just too great. The pseudo-sword intent instantly turned on, and the 30 meters centered around Lin Xian was Lin Xian's sword intent field. For seasoned sword technique. Springtime. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand seemed to come to life, picking out sword blossoms. For seasoned sword technique. Summer heat. For seasoned sword technique. Autumn wind. For seasoned sword technique. Winter cold frost and snow. The 4 seasoned sword technique came out in unison, and in half a breath, dozens of sword shadows slashed out. Boom boom boom. A burst of explosions rang out, and both Cui Yongyuan and Luo Han retreated wildly, their faces filled with horror. This is sword intent. Feeling the tingling sensation coming from all over his body, Choi muttered in disbelief. And Luo Han, who was on the side, couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. How could an ordinary sword move be able to block the joint attack of himself and Cui Yongyuan? There was only one possibility, and that was that Lin Xian's sword stance contained something else. Two old pikers. Now it's my turn. Lin Xian held a sharp sword and attacked without retreating, killing straight towards the two men. Misunderstanding. We can split the column equally. That's right, brother Xian. If we were to engage in a firefight here, it would only result in both of us losing. Choi and Lohan both conceded. Fighting with a sword cultivator who possessed sword intent, even if he could win, he was afraid that it would only be a disastrous victory, so it would be better to turn it into something else. Oh, really? Lin Xian's eyes hid murderous intent, but there was not the slightest change on the surface. For those who wanted to kill him, Lin Xian would never be merciful. Moreover, Lin Xian also considered himself to be a vindictive person. Of course, we'll split what's on the pole equally. Choi forced a smile that looked so ridiculous. Yeah. Lin Xian slightly hooked the corners of his mouth and didn't object. Lin Xian ignored the two of them, Cui Yongyuan and Luo Han, and headed straight for the 9th pillar, and the other two ran for their chosen pillars. Bang! A sudden bouncing force caused Lin Xian to retreat in horror. The pillar was actually covered by a curtain of light, and that curtain of light was obviously protecting the treasure on the pillar. For seasoned sword technique. Springtime. Lin Xian directly exerted the power of his sword intent and blasted it on top of the light curtain, which shook without knowing it. And both Choi and Lohan are holding down the light screen box and whacking it. Several people pounded one after another for more than an incense stick of time, and that light curtain only cracked a little. Sky Shadow Spirit Sword Decision. Lin Xian felt a throbbing sensation in his heart, so he simply opened his big move as well. In an instant, more than 300 sword shadows appeared within the main chamber, as if 10,000 swords were making a pilgrimage. This hand also caused the two of them, Cui Yongyuan, to gasp in shock, not realizing that Lin Xian actually had such strength. It was also fortunate that there were no disputes with Lin Xian. Pang! Click! 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 With a clicking sound, the light curtain cracked in layers as if it were an eggshell. The treasure on the 9th pillar arrived. Lin Xian didn't check to see what the treasure was, but instead just slipped it into his pocket. Seeing this, the other two also directly used their skills to bombard the light screen one after another. It's not good, uncle. I can feel my father's breath. My father is afraid to be very close to here. Lin Xian was still thinking about smashing the next light screen when Ouyang Qingluo, who was on the side, reminded him in a small voice. Lin Xian frowned slightly and counted the time. According to the time, it would be impossible to still want to go and break a light curtain. As for Ouyang Qingluo's father, Ouyang War, he was at least an expert of the Tongling realm. And there was definitely more than just Ouyang War here. Lin Xian chose to take the other treasures as they came, and Lin Xian directly chose not to take them. Baby, this thing, if too greedy, then in the end is not only a basket of empty, and will even take their own lives. However, before running away, Lin Xian decided to play a dirty trick. The curtain of light in front of Choi was so close to that proverbial door. Ah! The divine eagle's wild claws. An eagle spirit manifested behind Chui Yongyuan and blasted a claw onto the light screen, which also shattered in response. Asahi Wakizashi. Lin Xian directly transformed into Old Six and killed straight towards Chui Yongyuan. Xian Lin, how dare you! Chui was shocked and hastily gathered his chi to resist. But Lin Xian's Chaosi Ruojuan wasn't an ordinary martial art either. Thousands of petals transformed into a sword chi stabbing towards Chui Yongyuan. Chui was caught off guard by Lin Xian's hand and was knocked back. With a quick hand, Lin Xian grabbed the box on the pillar and had it in his pocket. Xian Lin, how dare you! When Chui Yongyuan saw that his trophy had been snatched, his eyes turned red with anger and he was about to kill towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also not the least bit attached to the battle, and grabbed Ouyang Qingluo and ran towards the outside. Brother Chui, there are still 6 more pillars. Isn't it better for us to pocket them than the 2 pillars of that Xian Lin? Rohan said smilingly. Choi also reacted at once. Lin Xian actually took only 2 treasures and fled with that little girl? So won't the rest of the treasure come cheaply to them? Humph. This old thing is really throwing away the watermelon and picking up the sesame. Chui Yongyuan didn't bother chasing after Lin Xian anymore. Instead, he picked a new pillar to blast away. As for Lin Xian and Ouyang Qingluo, they had already escaped this tomb. Qingluo, I'm leaving. Here's the key for you. When you get out, just give the key to that Sun Hyuk. Lin Xian said with a treacherous smile. These old pikers, none of them can run away. The pace is about to pick up in 2 more chapters, with some minor build-up ahead of us. Also thanks to book-loving Salty 555 and Yellow 2007 for their monthly votes. End of chapter. Chapter 34, the group of 7 came to grab the chance. Chapter 34, the group of 7 came to grab the chance. Ouyang Qingluo was slightly stunned, blinking her big watery eyes, then she also smiled sweetly with joy. Yeah, then I'll go out and give them their gifts. Lin Xian smiled bashfully. This little girl, she's really smart. Cheating back as a daughter-in-law would be great. That's good. Next time uncle will reward you with a tasty treat. Lin Xian smiled and handed Ouyang Qingluo his own key after he finished speaking, leading Ouyang Qingluo right out of the tomb. Cyan, watching Ouyang Qingluo come out safely, Yu Feng and the others were overjoyed. If something happened to Ouyang Qingluo, they really couldn't explain to the Ouyang family. Well, you guys, you're finally out. Sun Hyuk was very angry, but he dared to be angry. This group of people, they were all ancestors. Elder Sun Hyuk, Brother Chui and Brother Luo are still collecting treasures in there. I can't beat the 2 of them teaming up. Do you think you'll be able to do it? As soon as Lin Xian finished using his agitation technique, he flew away directly in the opposite direction. Looking at Lin Xian, who was directly leaving, Sun He froze, while Ouyang Qingluo also took out the key and threw it to Sun He. No, here you go, I can't use it anyway. Ouyang Qingluo threw the key that Sun Hyuk had been longing for without a care in the world. Sun Hyuk received the key and was still a bit clouded. Whether you go in or not, it's all up to you, but I advise you, it's best not to go in. Even uncle can't get a piece of the action, let alone you. Ouyang Qingluo said smilingly. Humph, I would be afraid? What's it to me if that punk Xian Lin can't score? Sun Hyuk was furious. He and Luo Han and Chui Yongyuan were originally a gang. See the people who have a share. Why cannot they get a piece of the pie? With that in mind, Sun Hyuk grabbed the key and directly entered the tomb. Qingluo, what's going on in there? Yu Feng couldn't help but inquire. Hey, there are indeed treasures, but they're definitely not blessed. Ouyang Qingluo said with a sweet smile. Yu Feng was still about to speak, but not long after, 7 figures descended from the sky. Qingluo, the middle-aged man at the head of the group, had his hands behind his back, and was also filled with dismay when he saw Ouyang Qingluo. Daddy! Ouyang Qingluo looked at the visitor and cried out in surprise. Greetings to the righteous father. Yu Feng immediately bowed his hand and said, What brings you two here? Ouyang War inquired with concern. Father, someone has already gone in. There really is a treasure in the tomb. It's that Dragonfather's tomb. Ouyang Qingluo hurriedly shouted. What? Ouyang War was not in a hurry, but the other few were instead. Damn it, where did this petty generation come from? Daring to grab the chance with this seat, a big man with an iron pimple sent out his fist in anger, and blasted his fist on the tomb door. But the tomb door did not move. Don't waste your strength. This tomb door was forged by the Dragonfather. Unless you possess the strength of the Tongshan realm, it will be futile. Ouyang War stood on a long spear, his hands behind his back, quite imposing. Tay Grandma, where in the world is the son of a who dares to snatch the chance from the old man? The big man with the iron pimples said with great displeasure. The rest of no one was also full of gloom. There's no rush. Just wait for them to help us get the chance and we'll keep watch. Ouyang slowly landed in front of the tomb door and said without a care in the world, Daddy! Ouyang Qingluo jumped into Ouyang arms. You silly ninny. Next time you're not allowed to be capricious. What tie grandpa gave you? That can only be managed 2 or 3 times. If you encounter too many dangers, then what should we do? Ouyang, a typical daughter slave, stroked the back of Ouyang Qingluo's head and favored her with a smile. The remaining 6 people also landed in front of the tomb door. There were 7 people who came. Apart from Ouyang battle, the other 6, 2 were from Kyoto and 4 were from the eastern state. Kyoto General's residence, Kyoto Chancellor's residence, Eastern Prefecture Spiritual Martial Sect, Eastern Prefecture Eastern Heavenly King's Mansion, Eastern Prefecture Song Family, Eastern Prefecture State Lord's Mansion. Each one is a superpower. After the crowd had waited so quietly for a few hours, 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared from the tomb door. Damn it, you two make it clear to me. Why is it that you have 3 treasures each and I can only share one? Sun Hyuk was still cursing. Chui and Rowan, on the other hand, were full of disdain. Choi was still thinking of saying something when he suddenly realized that there were several more figures outside the tomb door. Gentlemen? Choi asked looking cautious. Jia. Finally I've waited you guys out. Hurry up and hand over the chance. The big man with the iron pimples slowly walked up and said with no trace of politeness. Who is your excellency? I am the second elder of the Chui family of the Huaqing Prefecture. I'm Niet. What the Chui family? Never heard of it. Bring it on you. The iron-pimpled big man was full of impatience, exuding an aura of death, and under a single look, Chui Yongmuan was as if he was being stared at by the god of death, and directly knelt down, and could not stop trembling all over his body. Luo Han and Sun Hyuk were also trembling with fear as they watched the scene, their faces instantly turning pale. Ouyang looked at this scene with a smile and didn't stop it, and the other 5 people were also watching this scene as if they were watching a joke, and Ouyang Qingluo was gloating and narrowing her big eyes. Hand over the Dragonfather's chance, or else, this seat will have to come and get it in person. After Lin Xian exited the tomb, his feet seemed to have generated wind as if he was vaporizing towards the distance. Just now, not a moment after leaving the tomb, Ouyang Qingluo stated that his father would arrive at the scene in 10 minutes at most, scaring Lin Xian to the extreme with his dragon steps. Although he had some friendship with Ouyang but even if Ouyang did not make things difficult for himself, it was hard to say about others. And Ouyang certainly wouldn't cross paths with other people of the same rank for himself. Of course, the words that Lin Xian had said to Ouyang Qingluo before, Ouyang Qingluo only needed to relay them to Ouyang Zhan, and Ouyang Zhan would naturally be able to guess that it was himself. Only, Lin Xian had known Ouyang for 20 years, and Ouyang was a person who was open and honest, with a broad mind, so the odds were that he wouldn't find himself in trouble. Taking a step back, if that old brat Ouyang really came after him, then don't blame Lin Xian for having the chutzpah to go find his own master to do him justice. Lin Xian's deepest part of his storage bag was even now still lying with the Jishi Academy's prodisciple token. Lin Xian had left the Jishi Academy for 22 years, but the Jishi Academy had never taken back Lin Xian's token, and husband Manhwa had never ordered Lin Xian to be expelled from the academy. This meant that Lin Xian was still considered a member of the Jishi Academy. Moreover, because Lin Xian was a personal disciple of husband Manhwa, according to the rules of the academy, Lin Xian was allowed to serve as a teacher directly in the academy, and Lin Xian's pro-disciple token was still personally crafted for Lin Xian by husband Manhwa. One very good point about this token is that you can make 2 random moves with this token. This was the means of the true martial god realm, and this was the first gift that the wine master had given to Lin Xian, his personal disciple, and Lin Xian had already used it once. With 1 remaining, Lin Xian thought about it and directly went around the road towards the 100 Hidden Pass. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Dual Elemental Souls? Shut the up. Chapter 35, Dual Elemental Souls? Shut the up. After Lin Xian left the tomb, he directly just touched all the way to the 100 Hidden Pass, but Lin Xian didn't enter the 100 Hidden Pass. Instead, he went to a mountain forest outside of the 100 Hidden Pass barrier. Finding a cave, Lin Xian directly exterminated the demonic beasts in the cave and beautifully roasted himself some grilled meat. Let me see. What is this treasure left behind by the Dragonfather? Lin Xian beautifully opened his storage bag and took out the 2 boxes in it. There was a big box and a small box. The one Lin Xian took was smaller, roughly the size of 2 palms combined. Lin Xian nuzzled, then opened the box. Once he opened the box, Lin Xian was first confused. Inside the box lay a black bead. Lin Xian thought for a long time and finally remembered where he had seen this thing. Inside the Jishi Academy's library, there were all sorts of strange books, and one of them, called the Book of 10,000 Treasures of the World, recorded the origin of this bead. Dragon Ball. That's right. It's Dragon Ball. Lin Xian was so excited that he could hardly suppress himself anymore. I didn't realize that Dragon Father had actually left a dragon pearl in his own crypt. However, after Lin Xian took a closer look, this should just be an auger bead. Lin Xian also remembered that the Dragon Father possessed a dragon soul, but it seemed that the Dragon Father's dragon soul was also just a black water scaly dragon. Of course, even if it was an auger, it was still a 1 in a million upper superior yuan soul. Dragon is the king of the beast emperor? All the demonic beasts that are a little bit related to the dragon. That is a very powerful existence. Not to mention the fact that the auger dragon is one step away from the true dragon. One step away from the heavenly thunderbolt robbery. It seemed that it really was all for nothing, and his own yuan soul was now in good hands. Lin Xian smiled and put away the Jiao Dragon Pearl, preparing to refine it later. There are good things to enhance the strength. That should be used directly. The cultivation enhancement that is the most important. Otherwise keep it as likely to be for others to do the graft. Lin Xian then opened the second box. The second box was longer, roughly 3 feet in length, and after the box was opened, an ancient broken sword came into view. Lin Xian frowned slightly. A broken sword? Lin Xian took out the broken sword, and couldn't tell what material this sword was made of. Looking at where the broken sword was broken, it was obviously broken from experiencing a great battle. I thought it was some kind of good treasure, but it ended up giving me a broken sword. No fun. Lin Xian bristled. Although according to the normal routine, since this broken sword could be placed in his main crypt by the Dragon Father, it must have come from an extraordinary source. But despite how extraordinary its origins were, it was now always a broken sword, and was of no use to Lin Xian right now. Lin Xian helplessly placed the broken sword back into the box and left, just to see if he could use it in the future. Lin Xian retrieved the broken sword, organized himself and once again took out the Dragon Pearl. Not only did he take out the Dragon Pearl, Lin Xian also took out the 50,000 yuan stone and that Tong formation pill that he found in the Dragon Father's tomb. This time, Lin Xian intended to break through the triple passage God realm in one fell swoop. Lin Xian was preparing to break through to the Tong form realm in time for the Hua Qing Fu family event, so that the Lin family could rightfully become a one-star family. To become a star family, that was to be officially logged in the Great Desolate Empire. A family of this caliber would not be able to be targeted at will. Of course, in fact, it also depends on the strength to speak, and the Great Desert Royal family is not in charge of any. Taking out all the things he had prepared, and Lin Xian had also set up something outside of this cave so that nothing would disturb his advancement. After everything was ready, Lin Xian swallowed the Tong formation pill in one gulp and began to feel the power of the Tong formation pill. Moreover, the Yuan Dan within Lin Xian's body was also beginning to undergo melting, and the melted Yuan Qi began to coalesce into a cloud. Lin Xian knew how to break through the passing form realm back in the Jishi Academy, and theoretically, it was completely fine. The Dragon Pearl was propelled by Lin Xian's Yuan Qi and slowly floated up, floating in mid-air. The energy in the Dragon Pearl transformed into liquid and entered Lin Xian's body, instantly coming to Lin Xian's dantian. Lin Xian closed his eyes slightly, feeling the immense energy. The dragon's power was truly overbearing. Legend has it that a true dragon has the strength of the true martial god realm as soon as it breaks out of its shell, while an auger dragon also has the strength of the three-passage god realm after it breaks out of its shell. This creature, it was simply strong and terrifying. The majestic power wrapped above Lin Xian's limbs and bones, slowly integrating into Lin Xian's dantian, mixing with that Yuan Qi cloud and slowly condensing into a dragon shape. The breakthrough was proceeding methodically, and suddenly, Lin Xian realized that he had actually added another cloud of Yuan Qi to his dantian. Lin Xian was shocked and delighted. Lin Xian still remembered that there was a type of passing form realm called the dual soul passing form realm. It means to have a dual metamorphic soul. This kind of in the Great Desolate Empire that is a phoenix-like existence, even if it is the imperial capital of the group of heroes. Double Yuan soul is also extremely rare. Lin Xian had never thought that he would be able to possess dual Yuan souls, originally thinking that he would already be burning high incense if he could break through the passing form realm. Now it was actually heaven's will that favored him and gave him a double elemental soul. But Lin Xian discovered another problem, and that was that he hadn't prepared a second origin soul material at all. Lin Xian frowned slightly, mainly because he hadn't even thought that he could actually possess dual Yuan souls. While Lin Xian was thinking about the method, the broken sword in his storage bag suddenly scurried out of the bag and directly drilled through Lin Xian's brow. Lin Xian was shocked. What the hell was this broken sword a contraption? The broken sword's target was very clear, heading straight for Lin Xian's dantian and directly absorbing Lin Xian's second cloud of Yuan Qi. Tay grandma, you demon sword, shut up for me. Lin Xian could not cry anymore. His dual Yuan souls, just like that, they were spoiled by this broken sword. In response to Lin Xian's roar, the broken sword paid no attention at all and swallowed Lin Xian's second Genosoul in a dozen breaths. Thus, Lin Xian's dream of a dual Yuan soul was shattered. Lin Xian was numb. He had thought that he had pitched that Cui Yang Yuan, but he had never imagined that he had pitched himself. It was a good double elemental soul, but now it's a unitary soul. Lin Xian took a long breath and decided to stabilize his first Yuan soul first. Lin Xian was afraid that this broken sword had given his first Geno soul to swallow as well. However, this broken sword appeared to be well behaved after eating Lin Xian's second Yuan soul, and just floated silently on Lin Xian's dantian, giving way to Lin Xian's first Yuan soul. Lin Xian hurriedly pulled out another 50,000 Yuan stones from his storage bag. This breakthrough of his own. I'm afraid it's not a small amount of money to spend. 50,000 Yuan stones and another 50,000 Yuan stones. Lin Xian had even used all of those pills that he had gotten from the Dragonfather's chamber in his head. Lin totaled up. Lin Xian had spent at least 200,000 Yuan stones of power on this breakthrough before filling up the Augur Yuan soul. It was no wonder that the Augur Yuan soul was so powerful. This breakthrough was of a different tone. End of chapter. Chapter 36, The Family Festival Opens. The Lin family is mocked. Chapter 36, The Family Festival Opens. The Lin family is mocked. 10 days later. Huacheng House, 1521 to 1568, Ming Dynasty residence in Beijing, formerly the site of the Qing Dynasty. Today's Huacheng Fu was really lively. Wide to 10 feet of asphalt road to and fro all the caravan. The people of Huacheng Fu who were separated on both sides were all curious. Today, it was the 5-yearly family event of Huacheng Fu, and at every family event, something fun always comes up. For example, which small family appeared with a world-defying heavenly pride, and then was valued by the state capital's great sects, and soared into the sky, or again, which small family suddenly appeared with a deeply hidden 3-passage God realm elder, and directly led the family to become a star-level family. What's more, which family has been feuding with which family, and there was a big fight on top of the family event, and at the family fest, some families perish. The Sun family of Great Dragon City has arrived. Watching a caravan of dozens of people slowly approaching, many of the people within the Huacheng mansion exclaimed in shock. The Sun family of Great Dragon City, although it did not belong to the local forces of the Huacheng province, it had a notable reputation even in the local area of the Huacheng province. The main reason was that the Sun family was a 1-star family, and it was rumored to be not far from a 2-star family. The Sun family's leader this time was Sun Qianlong of the Sun family clan. Sun Qianlong was at the late stage of the passing form realm, and was a ranked expert in the entire Huacheng province. What about Sun Hyuk? On top of the first carriage, Sun Qianlong was wearing a yellow robe with an incomparable nobility. Family master, Elder Sun Hyuk has been crazy all day since he came back from that 100 hidden pass. Alas, inviting the Huacheng mansion's Dan Master Zhou seems to be of no help. The middle-aged man riding a horse's ass and following the first carriage said with a long sigh. Sun Qianlong's face looked not so good. Originally counting Sun He, their Sun family had the qualification to squeeze into the 2-star family today, and now when Sun He went crazy, their Sun family's 2-star dream was naturally shattered. Give this family head a hard look into who exactly made Sun Hyuk like this. This family head will definitely skin him. Sun Qianlong's tone was cold, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Yes, House Master, we already have some clues. The middle-aged man replied with a slight nod. Look, that's the Great Dragon City's sword worship sect. Suddenly, another person shouted, pointing at a pair of men. The crowd also looked in the direction. It was the #1 sect in Great Dragon City, the sword-worshipping sect, and it was said that the background behind this sword-worshipping sect was not simple. That's the Yang family from Great River City, right? That's the Luo family from Izumo City. Gossip is a human instinct, and many people were chattering away on both sides. And naturally, all of these families entered with their heads held high. Those who could make such a big deal out of it. The worst was that the family had a strong person of the Great Yuan Dan realm. Although the Great Yuan Dan realm was not considered a top-tier combatant when placed in Huacheng Fu, it could still be considered a first-class expert. Even the clan elders of the 3 great clans of Huacheng Fu were only at the Great Yuan Dan realm. How come the one leading the clan is just a small Yuan Dan realm? Suddenly, there was a question. The crowd followed the line of sight, and a group of men and horses under the banner of the Lin family came towards the mansion. Can a family at the Little Yuan Dan realm be so flashy now? Ooh, the Little Yuan Dan realm dares to be so rampant. Really not afraid of encountering a ruthless opponent. Joker, the crowd mocked. I remember. This Lin family is the same Lin family whose clan had fought 2 of the spirit martial sect's 2 biggest stewards one against the other back then. At that moment someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. What? The crowd was surprised and shocked. So it's that Lin family. The feet of Lin Xian. the head of the Lin family, defeating two of the spirit martial sect's two great stewards, beheading one of them and injuring the other, had already resounded throughout the entire Huaqing prefecture. Lin Xian's formidable battle power was certainly astonishing, but Lin Xian's boldness was even more admirable. That was a spirit martial sect steward, and Lin Xian actually killed him just by saying so, although a life and death sentence was set. But if it were any other family, even if they beat the spirit martial sect steward, they were afraid that they would have to apologize to him. But this Lin family head was as if he was a rash man, showing no mercy, killing someone from the spirit martial sect. The Lin family head was considered to be in trouble. Let's see. After this family event, the Lin family is afraid that it will be destroyed. Some people couldn't stand to look at it and directly spoke out in mockery. Yes and yes and yes. Brother Emo was right. Actually daring to kill the spirit martial sect steward. That Lin family head is afraid that he's eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. I've heard that that spirit martial sect steward who was beheaded by the Lin family master is still the son of Elder Bali of the spirit martial sect. That Elder Bali is not a simple character. He definitely won't let the Lin family off the hook. Ooh, it looks like there's going to be another good show at this family event. Just wait and see. This Lin family, it won't survive for more than half a month. This brother is too high on the Lin family. I bet the Lin family won't last more than 7 days. A bet. 200 yuan stones. I'll bet 3 days. The crowd was talking. Basically no one was optimistic about the Lin family. In the eastern state, the one that can't be offended is the spirit martial sect. The spirit martial sect is the Great Desolate's 5 great sects, and it is the head of all the giants in the eastern state. Who dares to pull the tiger's whiskers? Listening to the mockery and gloating of the people around them, all the people of the Lin family were furious. Father, they're just too much. Third uncle killed that Batu. It would have been a sign of life and death. It's only right and proper. Lin Yang rode a Dewan horse and said in a slightly exasperated manner. There were 4 people at the forefront of the Lin family. Lin Wen and Lin Wu were slightly in front, and Lin Yang and Yuan Ing were slightly half a body length behind. That's right. Right now Yuan Ing had already fixed a marriage contract with Lin Yang and was waiting for Lin Xian to come back to officiate the wedding. Brother Yang, you're wrong. This world is supposed to be cannibalistic. Although the family head killed that Badu in name only, but the spirit martial sect is the rule of the eastern state. Yuan Ing said with a slight sigh. He seemed to have a bit of a calamity constitution. How come the Lin family had just arrived and the Lin family had gotten into so much trouble? That was the spirit martial sect. The Chui family of the Huaqing prefecture was a behemoth to himself, let alone the giant spirit martial sect of the eastern state. Lin Wen didn't sigh. He just said indifferently, trust your family head. As long as the family head doesn't fall, our Lin family won't fall. Lin Wen's words also slightly cheered up the crowd, and the third generation behind the Lin family was also filled with righteous indignation. Humph, just a bunch of dog-eyed guys. The one who was the first to speak was Lin Chahan, who at this time was completely incomparable to what he once was. I'm sure they'll all shut up when third grandpa comes back. The other 3 lifelong disciples had unconditional trust in their own family head now. The power of the family head had gone deep into the hearts of every member of the Lin family. Lin Fan, who was riding a fast horse, didn't say anything, only his eyes were bland in response. Brother Lin Fan, has third father not returned yet? Lin Shuer asked with blinking eyes. Oh, father will surely come back today. My old man, that man, loves to pinpoint the time. Lin Fan skimmed his lips. End of chapter. Chapter 37, the Shao family relieves the siege breaking through the passing form realm. Chapter 37, the Shao family relieves the siege breaking through the passing form realm. As the Lin family crowd made their way, many people were pointing their fingers, all thinking that the Lin family must be finished. The other few clans looked at the Lin family with mockery and disdain in their eyes. For a small family of Cloud Mist City to presume to go against the spirit martial sect, this was simply living out of patience. Cloud Mist City Lin family, right? The entire family is merely at the small Yuan Dan realm. How dare they walk the right path? Why don't they back off and let the big families behind them go first? Suddenly, several figures stopped before the Lin family. 5 people, wearing uniform clothing, obviously belonged to a family. Who are you people? Why are you blocking our Lin family's way? Lin Wen forced back the anger in his heart and looked straight at the 5 people in front of him. We are the Water Cloud City Lin family. What gives you, the Cloud Mist City Lin family, the right to flaunt so much? Living impatiently, aren't you? The man at the head smiled disdainfully. Although he was standing on the ground, he had an air of overlooking the Lin family crowd. So it's the Water Cloud City Lin family. This Lin family is not simple. It's said that their Lin family's Grand Master, Lin Man, is a peak powerhouse of the Great Yuandan realm, and the entire Lin family possesses 3 great Yuandan realms, and the small Yuandan realm has 10, which is considered a good family under the Huaqing mansion. So that's how it is. I said how they dared to stop the Cloud Mist City Lin family's caravan. Ha ha ha. The Water Cloud City Lin family is up against the Cloud Mist City Lin family. There's a good show to watch. A crowd of people watched the show with a watchful attitude. And even quite a few clans that were heading inside had stopped and looked around curiously. Lin Wen and Lin Wu's faces were very ugly. They had just entered the Hua Cheng mansion and were actually given a hard time. Humph. Your Cloud Mist City Lin family is just a name in vain. Why don't you quickly withdraw and let the families behind you go in first? The weak ones. They should wait outside. The man at the head grinned. His eyes filled with mockery. Boom! The aura was majestic and atmospheric. And it was obvious that this person was actually a small Yuan Dan realm powerhouse. Lin Wen took a deep breath. Now that Lin Xian wasn't around, he didn't have much of a backbone. Just as Lin Wen and Lin Wu were riding the tiger, a majestic voice suddenly came. The Lin family head was able to defeat 2 spirit martial sect stewards. So in terms of strength, I'm afraid it's no worse than your Water Cloud City Lin family. It's the Xiao family caravan. The person at the head was none other than Xiao Shanhe, the old master of the Xiao family, while the person speaking was Xiao Lingyun, the head of the Xiao family. Many thanks to City Lord Xiao. Looking at the Xiao family's righteousness, Lin Wen and Lin Wu were also grateful and immediately arched their hands at Xiao Shanhe and Xiao Lingyun to say thank you. There's no need to say thank you. Our Xiao family and the Lin family are originally Cloud Mist City families. And now that your Lin family has been insulted, our Xiao family naturally can't ignore it. Xiao Lingyun responded smilingly. When the Lin family of Water Cloud City saw that it was the Xiao family that had stepped forward, they also frowned slightly. The only family in Cloud Mist City that could be taken out was the Xiao family. And the Xiao family was still the city lord's power in Cloud Mist City, which was considered to be in the same vein as the Huaqing Mansion Lord. The Xiao family? Can it be that you guys are going to side with the Cloud Mist City Lin family? The man at the head of the Lin family in Water Cloud City said with an unsightly face. This kind brother is joking. Our Xiao family was already on good terms with the Lin family. Plus our 2 families were originally from the same city, so we naturally have to take care of each other. Xiao Lingyun said sparingly. Humph. City Lord Xiao has guts. This Cloud Mist City Lin family has offended the Spirit Martial sect, and you guys actually dare to stand with them. You're not afraid of regretting it. The man in the lead left with a few people after saying this. The surrounding people also realized that there was no more fun to watch, and all of them slowly dispersed. Many thanks to City Lord Xiao. Lin Wen and the few others once again cupped their fists at Xiao Lingyun and thanked him. This one is? Xiao Lingyun looked at Yuan Ing and said with a slight flicker. Let me introduce to City Lord Xiao. This is the wife of my dog's son, named Yuan Ing. Lin Wu said smilingly. Yuan Ing looked very gentle with a smile. Yuan Ing has met City Lord Xiao. Lin Yang's eyes glanced at Yuan Ing with a slightly cautious look, and there was unhidden satisfaction in his eyes. Obviously, Lin Yang was still very satisfied with this daughter-in-law sent by his own family head. Lin Yang, count yourself blessed to be able to marry such a beautiful woman. Xiao Lingyun said with a smile. Don't dare. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed, saying that he didn't dare with his mouth, but his eyes were narrowed with a smile. Oh right, you guys have to be careful back there. That Water Cloud City's Lin family, and that Chui family have a connection, and I'm afraid that this time when they come to pick a fight, it's also that Water Cloud City's Lin family that wants to show some performance. Xiao Lingyun's face suddenly became heavy, and he looked more cautious when he spoke to Lin Wen. The 2 of them, Lin Wen and Lin Wu, frowned slightly. They couldn't imagine that there would be such a big trouble just after arriving at Cloud Mist City. This Chui family head, and the Spirit Martial Sect's elder Bali have a bit of a friendship. Apparently, this is all instructed by that Bali. That Bali, I'm afraid he's going to make a move on you guys. Xiao Lingyun continued. Thanks to City Lord Xiao for reminding me. Lin Wen once again clasped his fists and said thanks. Oh, that won't be necessary. I hope your Lin family can survive this. Xiao Lingyun smiled and left with the clan after he finished speaking. Father, Lin Yang looked at Lin Wu and said softly. Alas, let's go. All we can do now is wait. Wait for your third father him to come back. Our Lin family is nothing without your third father. Lin Wu let out a long sigh and led the Lin family towards the other side. Lin Yang clenched his fists, and not only Lin Yang, but also quite a few of the third lifetime disciples also clenched their fists. Their Lin family was humiliated today, mainly because their Lin family was not as strong as others. If the family head were here, wouldn't he allow that Water Cloud City Lin family to act recklessly? Lin Fan's eyes were also narrowed slightly, his fists clenched and unclenched, a grim smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Good Shuiyun City Lin family. If there can only be one Lin family, then your Shuiyun City Lin family must exterminate the whole clan. Hide out in 100 places. After 10 days of fusion, Lin Xian had finally fully integrated the Jiao Long Yuan soul into his body. In Lin Xian's Dantian, That Yuan Dan had been replaced by a small scaly dragon and a broken sword. Lin Xian stood up and exhaled slightly, his vital energy skyrocketing. Boom boom boom. The momentum was majestic, causing dozens of feet of land around Lin Xian to suffer damage. Is this the power of the Tong Form realm? It really can't be compared to the Great Yuan Dan realm. I can defeat the Cui Yongdi at the Great Yuan Dan realm. It seems that the old man is really gifted. Lin Xian clenched his fists and revealed a bright smile. He had been thinking about this rank for 60 years, and today he was finally able to break through. So he was really refreshed. Lin Xian put away his majestic aura and looked at the devastation on the ground, holding his forehead and smiling bitterly. I didn't realize that I had used up all the Yuan stones in my storage bag by breaking through a 3-passage divine realm. And there were also most of the elixirs that were consumed. Damn it, after using so many things for the breakthrough, it really can't be justified if this battle power doesn't follow suit. End of chapter. Chapter 38, The Cui Family's Further Difficulties by Ron's Attitude, Requesting a Catch-Up Read and Investment. Chapter 38, The Cui Family's Further Difficulties by Ron's Attitude, Requesting a Catch-Up Read and Investment. Lin Xian counted the days. Today seemed to be the family event of Hua Qingfu. Lin Xian didn't dare to waste any time, and directly flew towards the direction of Hua Qingfu. Why was it that the 3-passage God realm and the Yuan Dan realm were 2 worlds? At the Tong Form realm, not only did they possess a Yuan soul, but they were also able to fly in the air and take over the high ground. The Cui Yongdi of the beginning was a complete mallet, or that Cui Yongdi from the bottom of his heart didn't look at Lin Xian as a great Yuan Dan realm, or else if Cui Yongdi wanted to escape, Lin Xian wouldn't necessarily be able to keep Cui Yongdi. Lin Xian didn't dare to waste any time, and the swimming dragon steps were directly opened at full strength. Hua Cheng House, 1521-1568, Ming Dynasty residence in Beijing, formerly the site of the Qing Dynasty. The family event of Hua Chengfu was generally organized by the 3 big families of Hua Chengfu, Tong Tian Chamber of Commerce, Longhu Gang and the several powers of Hua Chengfu's government in exchange. It's not that other forces can't, mainly because they don't qualify, because the family event organizers, they all had to be at least 2-star families, and those below 2-star families could only watch, and the organizer of this family event was actually the Cui family. The Lin family members were also very helpless when they learned of this news. Lin Xian had killed Cui Yongdi, and although he had already destroyed his body, the Cui family's intelligence forces weren't dry, so I'm afraid that they'd already found out about it. And the location of this family event of the Cui family was at the Cui family residence. The Cui mansion covered an extremely large area, and the Cui mansion's compound alone could easily accommodate tens of thousands of people without appearing crowded at all. All the great clans entered the Cui mansion one after another, and the ones who greeted the guests in front of the Cui mansion's door were actually all great Yuandan realm powerhouses. This was what caused many small clans to be even more in awe of the Cui family. Oh, everyone who comes is a guest. Quickly the mansion please. The Cui family members spoke well, but after it was the Lin family's turn, the people of the Cui family instantly changed their faces. Although it was an event, the elders of the Cui mansion were still not giving face. The Cloud Mist City Lin family? What's going on? Why did only 3 or 2 small shrimps and fishes come? Is it looking down on our Cui family? Sarcasm was evident in the words that came out of the Cui family's mouths. What did you say? Lin Yang pointed at that Cui family elder and was very annoyed. Don't know what's good for you. Slap your mouth. That Cui family patriarch is also not polite. Rushed up and gave Lin Yang a palm. Lin Yang although already small Yuan Dan realm middle stage, but naturally it is impossible to be that Cui family patriarch's opponent. A palm was knocked back a dozen meters before barely stabilized his body. Put. Lin Yang sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Brother Yang. Yang. Uncle Yang. The Lin family members were shocked and angry. Something that doesn't know how to die. How dare you openly disrespect this elder? The Cui family elder raised the corners of his mouth arrogantly, and this slap attracted the attention of almost everyone. Elder Cui Shang, what's going on here? Some people from other clans inquired. This Lin family disrespected our Cui family and actually insulted this elder, so I naturally have to give some lessons. Please forgive me for making you all look at the joke. Cui Shang said smilingly, and smooth hand toward the other family people arch hand. Really is two-sided. Some of the other clans hadn't understood the situation, while some were also on the side of the Cui family due to their fear of the Cui family's majesty, and were sternly accusing the Lin family's crowd. It's your Lin family again. A bunch of small-minded people. It's a great honor for you to come to the family event. Don't apologize to Elder Cui yet. All the people of the Lin family, why don't you kneel down and apologize to Elder Cui? Humph. The bull ***** Lin family. If you ask me, this kind of trash family should just be kicked out. I support what Brother In said. The crowd sided with the Cui family and had blamed the Lin family, regardless of whose fault it really was. Anyway, The Chui family was stronger than the Lin family, and by an unknown number of times. The Bai family of Huaqing province has arrived. The Huaqing Fu Shangwan family has arrived. At this time, the other two great families of the Huaqing mansion also came. The leader of the Bai family was the current head of the Bai family, Bai Lao, an old man with a white beard, an expert of the passing form realm, or Bai Rong's father, and even more so, Bai Yula's grandfather. And following behind Bai Lao were several great Yuan Dan realm Bai family elders, one of whom bore a 6 or 7% resemblance to Bai Lao, none other than Bai Rong, the sixth elder of the Bai family, the father of Bai Yula, and Lin Xian's sworn brother. It was only that Bai Rong didn't have the idea of standing up to do justice to the Lin family after seeing them being humiliated. Elder Bai. Brother Shangwan, you're here. Elder Chui looked at the arrival of the Bai family members and the Shangwan family members and immediately changed his face, smilingly arching his hand. The leader of the Shangwan family is the patriarch of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Jin, 50 years old, but the strength is not much different from Bai Lao. Once the Shangwan Jin was still close to the existence of the Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Remarks list, but unfortunately still a little bit worse, but in the Huaqing province has been a super genius, of course, and now this genius name has been taken by the White family's eldest Miss Bai Yura. This is the Lin family of Cloud Mist City? Shangwan Jian lightly glanced at the dozen or so people in the direction of the Lin family. His tone could not be heard as good or bad. Oh, it's just a bunch of rabble. Elder Chui smiled bashfully. The Lin family's crowd was furious to the extreme, especially the leader Lin Wen and Lin Wu, who were already red in the face at this point, angry but without that strength to fight. The few Lin family juniors at the back were also clenching their fists in anger. At this moment, they really hated to think that they were experts at the three-passage god realm, and then fight with this group of dog coins. The Lin family's impotent rage, silent anger was also inviting the mocking gazes of other families. A gaze of disdain, mockery, and contempt fell on the heads of the Lin family's congregation, making the Lin family congregation feel as if they were on the back of their heads. I remember that the sixth elder of the White family and the Lin family seem to have quite a connection, right? Suddenly, this elder Chui smiled and looked at Bai Rong. Bai Lao also looked at Bai Rong, and the Lin family crowd also looked at Bai Rong. Lin Wen and Lin Wu had met Bai Rong twice, and they remembered that the 2 times Lin Xian had entertained Bai Rong, the two of them could be described as hooking up and being as good as brothers. Bai Rong addressed Lin Xian as big brother in one breath, while Lin Xian was smilingly called second brother. Not only that, Bai Rong also had great respect for the Lin Wen Lin Wu duo, who were really courteous and approachable back then, but at this moment, Bai Rong's eyes had completely changed in the way he looked at the Lin family. The marriage contract once agreed upon between our Bai family and the Lin family has become such a joke. How can there be any friendship left? Irrelevant. Bai Rong smiled and waved his hand. When Bai Rong said this, Bai Lao nodded with a satisfied smile. Elder Chui's eyes were even more mocking. Shangwan Jin, on the other hand, was bland, but his eyes had an extra hint of disdain, and he didn't know to whom it was directed. As for the Lin family, at this moment, a fiery pain was really coming from their faces. The other clans around them looked at the Lin family with even more playful eyes. Lin family, today this face is afraid to be ruthlessly torn off. End of chapter. Chapter 39, An Old Dog. How dare you hurt my son, a very humble request for a follow-up. Chapter 39, An Old Dog. How dare you hurt my son, a very humble request for a follow-up. Ha ha ha, so it is, so it is. Chui Shang let out a loud laugh, which spread throughout all the clans. I told you. The White family's eldest Miss Bai Yula is the first genius of our Huaqing mansion. To give that trashy young master of the Lin family as a fiancé is simply pulling down Miss Bai's class. Ha ha ha, Elder Chui is right. I've heard that Lin family's young patriarch is a complete waste. Ha ha ha. All the other clans let out a loud laugh, and this piercing laughter fell into the entire Lin family group. Lin Xuer was furious, but Lin Fan was as calm as ever, looking at Lin Xuer wanting to go up and argue for herself. Lin Fan held Lin Xuer's wrist and shook his head slightly at Lin Xuer. Lin Xuer pursed her lips and looked at Lin Fan with a look of heartache in her eyes. Come, Lin family, let this elder see what that trashy young patriarch of your Lin family looks like. Chui Shang got carried away, and directly started the disgusting mode, bound to make the Lin family lose face in front of the entire family of Hua Changfu. Chui Shang naturally won't be idle and so bored, mainly because the top commanded that the Lin family must be disgraced. Because Elder Barry was determined to give the family of his son's murderer a taste of what it would be like to lose face. Chui Shang's words once again caused the clans to laugh. The family event hadn't even started yet, and as a result, the Chui family had thrown an appetizer for the families. Oh, jumped up clowns. Bai Lao contemptuously glanced at the Lin family before heading inside the Chui residence. Bai Yula is Bai Lao's favorite granddaughter. Because of Bai Yula's sake, Bai Lao naturally will not have a good face for this Lin family. And Bai Rong did what he said he would do, disassociating himself from the Lin family and coldly watching the Lin family be humiliated. As for the Shangwan family's crowd, they didn't enter the Chui mansion. Instead, they watched the action along with quite a few other families. I am the young patriarch of the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Fan stood out and looked straight into Chui Shang's eyes without the slightest fear. As they watched Lin Fan stand out, the crowd was curiously sizing up Lin Fan. Sure enough, at first glance, it's a hit and miss guy. It's this mudblood who was worthy of the White family's eldest miss. Having such an ex-fiancé is really a stain on a Miss Bai's life. It's just a waste. This kind of waste, not to mention Miss Bai. This miss can't even look at it. It's all about sucking up to the choice anyway. So brainless spraying is the right thing to do. As Lin Fan listened to these vicious taunts, his face did not change at all. Even his eyes did not change much. Shangwan Jian looked at Lin Fan, who seemed like an outsider, and suddenly froze. This teenager, such a momentum. Shangwan Jian had once looked at the Pride on the Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride list. No, that Heavenly Pride on the Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride list was not even as good as this Lin Fan. You're Lin Fan? Chui Shang disdainfully glanced at Lin Fan. So it was just a first level of enlightenment. It looked sloppy, but compared to Bai Yu La, it was far worse. It was rumored that Bai Yu La was already at the 5th level of enlightenment, and that Bai Yu La was still a little bit short of being 17 years old. I am Lin Fan, the young patriarch of the Lin family. I wonder what Elder Chui called me for. Lin Fan appeared extremely stable, completely unlike a normal teenage boy. Shangwan Jian once again looked at Lin Xian in a highlight. A brat, pretending to be stable in front of this elder. Kneel down. Chui Shang had gained an inch. At first it was just a verbal insult to the Lin family. Now he directly started to engage in behavioral suppression. The moment these words came out, the faces of the Lin family instantly changed drastically. The verbal insults were just enough. But now they actually wanted their Lin family's young patriarch to kneel down to him. This was completely slapping the Lin family in the face in front of the entire Huaqing mansion. Our Lin family doesn't know what mistake we've made? Lin Fan faintly inquired. Not waiting for Chui Shang to speak, Lin Fan continued. Our Lin family came to Huaqing mansion to attend the family event. And just after entering Huaqing mansion, we were targeted by the Lin family of Shuiyun City. And now, before even stepping foot in the gate of the Chui mansion, we're being targeted again by your Chui family. Can't it be that this is the Chui family's way of treating guests? I thought the organizers of family festivals had enough grace and heart. And is this behavior of your Chui family too disgusting? Lin Fan's words were word for word, and he refused to back down in the slightest. Little actually insulted my Chui family, when really is tired of living. Chui Shang was furious. He had actually been verbally abused by this young patriarch of the Lin family. Chui Shang also disregarded the status gap and strength gap, and actually shot directly towards Lin Fan. Pang! Lin Fan utilized his entire body's Yuan Qi and slapped against that Chui Shang. Although Lin Fan had done his best, the difference in strength was simply too great. Lin Fan retreated wildly for dozens of meters before stabilizing himself, kneeling on one knee and coughing out a mouthful of blood. Brother Lin Fan. As Lin Shuer watched Lin Fan get injured, she also directly pushed her way out from the Lin family crowd and came to Lin Xian's side. The crowd was instantly stunned when they saw Lin Shuer. There was actually such a beautiful junior amongst the Lin family? It was even more beautiful than that White family's Bayuara. Brother Lin Fan, how are you? Lin Shuer worried. And Lin Wu Lin Wen was furious. You, as an elder, actually struck out towards a junior. A junior can be cross-eyed in front of an elder? This is just a small punishment. Next time, this elder will waste him. Chui Shang smiled disdainfully and flung his robe and said, You. The Lin family members were all furious. Open mountain palm. Lin Wu disregarded everything and moved directly towards Chui Shang. Good coming. Chui Shang was waiting for this hand from the Lin family and instantly met it. Chui Shang was in the middle stage of the great Yuandan realm, and was not at all comparable to Lin Wu, the peak of the small Yuandan realm. The two of them exchanged palms, and Lin Wu was instantly defeated, taking a dozen steps back before stabilizing himself, his blood churning. Old man, you're almost in the ground, and you still dare to be so wild. Chui Shang grinned and came towards Lin Wu. Here to kill. Family Fest is an event for peaceful exchange. However, the Chui family was one of the three great families of Huaqing province. The Bai family disliked the Lin family. The Shangguan family was also a matter of concern, and the housemaster naturally wouldn't offend the Chui family because of a small Lin family. As for the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, it had always adhered to a neutral stance. The other clans were even more afraid of the Chui family, and even wanted to climb up to the Chui family and do things that aided and abetted the Chui family. Kneel down for this elder. Chui Shan laughed extremely wildly, seeing that Lin Wu was about to be hit with another palm. Suddenly, a long sword glittering with light fell from the sky. A sword stabbed into Cui Shang's shoulder. Ah! Cui Shang was instantly pinned to the wall, hissing and roaring in pain. The crowd was shocked, and then a lifted figure descended from the sky. Seeing the visitor clearly, the visitor was wearing a blue brocade robe, 40 years old looking, with a remarkable and majestic temperament. An old dog. How dare you hurt my son? The patting is about to end. The follow-up is Lin Xianlin Fan Tu, father and son of the face of the moment. Small white text. The audience as the old man looked at to pass the time to find a fun. Have a problem at any time to put forward. The author will be based on their own outline to make the necessary adjustments. End of chapter. Chapter 40, This Family Head Acts. You'd better shut up. Requesting for follow-up readings. Status, 403 from https://69uedu/r/socksmith/tvengsifsfi. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. 41. Chapter 41, Fuming on the Spot, There's a Big Man, Requesting for Readings. Status, 403 from https://69uedu/r/socksmith/ldhmclcpczfgtjtp. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 42, Fighting the Clan with the Clan, Requesting for Catch-Up Collection Investment. Status, 403 from https://69uedu/r/socksmith/stockschkler. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 43, The Eastern Heavenly King's Mansion's Great Strokes, Requesting for Catch-Up Reading Collection Investment. Status, 403 from https://69uedu/r/socksmith/chixcookerphototrick. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 44, The Old Man Doesn't Keep a Low Profile. Status, 403 from https://69uedu/r/socksmith/mqhdcycrcbftntj. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 45, Still Want to Make Things Difficult? Old Man Doesn't Pretend Anymore. Status, 403 from https://69uedu/r/socksmith/glmskfotop. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 46, Easily Defeating Zhao Tai, Seeking Favorites. Status, 403 from https://69uadu//socksmith/pzhqckcbckfbtxtb. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 47 Lin Fan and Lin Chagan on the stage. Status, 403 from https://69uadu//socksmith/knhncqcpcxfbtrtn. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 48 Lin Chang'an of the Lin family. Please give me advice. Status, 403 from https://69uadu//socksmith/nanklikseft. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 49 3 heavyweights fighting 4 heavyweights. Status, 403 from https://69uadu//socksmith/tfegnsefstenta. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 50 Lin Chang'an of the Lin family has a three-way posture. Status, 403 from https://69uadu//socksmith/xkulftop. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 51 The mysterious heavenly pride who ascended the 17th staircase. Status, 403 from https://69uadu//socksmith/stocksbug. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. 52. Chapter 52 Lin Fan shows his Mike Chang'an's aspiration. Status, 403 from https://69uadu//socksmith/jixclickerphotoa. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. 53. Chapter 53 Stand Still for Me. Status, 403 from https://69uadu//socksmith/mxigurfjul. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 54, Taking Another Step. Status, 403 from https://69uadu/r/sockmsmith/glmskfadian. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 55 Elder Ba wants to give gifts again. Status, 403 from https://69uadu/r/sockmsmith/pskofluplup. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 56 Linfan plus Lin Chanan. Status, 403 from https://69uadu/r/sockmsmith/nankspjug. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 57 The Lin family's two prideful beauties save the heroes. Status, 403 from https://69uadu/r/sockmsmith/nonklipseftua. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 58 Thunderbolt. Status, 403 from https://69uadu/r/sockmsmith/tvengsifstru. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 59 My son is right even if Heavenly King comes. Status, 403 from https://69uadu/r/sockmsmith/k. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. 60. Chapter 60 Breakthrough in Battle. Chapter 60 Breakthrough in Battle. Sunya slowly walked onto the battle stage, giving off an extremely gloomy feeling. Lin Chang'an narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the person in front of him who had laid low for 2 rounds now. The Sun family, which was together with the Chui family, and the two families had been friends for generations, would definitely not be kind to the Lin family. Sun family, Sunya, please enlighten me, Sunya said with a grim smile. Lin family, Lin Chang'an, please enlighten me. Lin Chang'an also set up a battle. Boom. Sunya was the first to make a move, and his first move was to go all out. As a 7th grade sharp sword appeared in his hand, Sunya's speed was extremely fast. Lin Chang'an's stance was poorer. He could not avoid it and could only fight it. 3 shots divine shield. Lin Chang'an waved his spear and transformed into a shield. Pang! A bombardment sound rang out, and Lin Chang'an retreated at great speed. This Sunya actually had the cultivation level of the 5th level of Kaiyuan. It seems that Lin family master's good luck has come to an end. Your Lin family Lin Chang'an is only at the 4th level of enlightenment. Against that Zhao family looking for madness can still only win miserably. And now against Sunya of the 5th level of enlightenment. I'm afraid that he will only lose. Cui Yanzhou smiled and stroked his beard, extremely pleased with himself. After all, Cui Yanzhou was considered Sunya's cousin. Sun Qianlong didn't speak. He just watched quietly. Glancing at Lin Xian as a stern aura flashed through his eyes. Lin Xian detected the stern aura in Sun Qianlong's eyes and frowned slightly. It seemed that this Sun family was also very prejudiced against himself. That's right. After all, the Sun family and the Cui family are good friends by marriage. Lin Chang'an, defeat me. Cloud water sword. Sunya shouted, his body filled with water mist, forming a water sword that stabbed towards Lin Chang'an. Lin Chang'an advanced instead of retreating. Dance of thunder and lightning. The long spear danced, thunder and lightning encircling its circumference as it collided with Sunya. Boom! After a loud noise, Sunya merely took 7 or 8 steps back, while Lin Chang'an was knocked back a dozen steps. The two are 2 small levels apart, and the difference does seem a bit noticeable. Looking at Lin Chang'an who was about to retreat to the edge of the battle stage, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel worried for Lin Chang'an, and Shangguan Shan also had a worried look in her eyes. The 5th level of Enlightened Yuan is not comparable to your 3rd level of Enlightened Yuan. Sunya bellowed once more as he once again attacked towards Lin Chang'an with an extremely ferocious attack. Lin Chang'an frowned tightly and clenched his teeth, and although he was pressed into a corner, he continued to strike back forcefully. Put! Sunya's sword strokes became faster and faster, and a sword cut Lin Chang'an's arm, and blood flowed horizontally. Cha Gan! Lin Fan shouted. Ah! Upper Pipe Chan exclaimed in concern. Lin Chang'an looked at his arm wound and muttered, almost there, not even close. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Chang'an wasn't a cutie pie. Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to be tortured by Sunya. So Lin Chang'an must have his reasons for this move. What the hell is it? Even Lin Xian couldn't think of anything for a moment. Pff. Several more sword wounds were etched on top of Lin Chang'an's body. Lin Chang'an was already drenched in blood at this point, and it was quite scary to look at. Lin family master, this sideline of your Lin family is quite tenacious, actually resisting so many moves, Cui Yanzhou said with a faint smile. Stupid to the extreme. A difference of 2 levels actually thought of resisting. In return, only an injury, Barry said with a bashful smile. Sun Qianlong also couldn't help but reveal a smile. As for Ho Mingyu, half of his heart had now flown to Lin Shuer. As for Gong Ling, with one jade hand propped on her head, she appeared careless, watching the battle on the field without the slightest ripple. Ha! Lin Chang'an, you're tenacious enough. Don't blame me for coming down hard today. Great circle moon slash. Sunya shouted, and a round moon appeared behind him, clearly a 7th grade martial art with quite a lot of power. Enough already. I thank you. Lin Chang'an still had blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were firm and resolute as he looked at Sunya and revealed a sardonic smile. What do you mean? Sunya suddenly felt a wave of uneasiness, while the others were also dismayed. Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened and shocked. Lin Xian finally realized what Lin Chang'an was trying to do. Lin Chang'an was actually using that Sunya to press out his potential for a breakthrough. Breaking through in battle. This practice has always been known as a lunatic practice, because that doubles the danger, even if it's only a small level. Lin Xian inwardly valued Lin Chang'an even more. This Lin Chang'an, it seemed that he could indeed be cultivated properly, cultivated well. In the future, the 3-passage divine realm wouldn't necessarily be his highest achievement. Congratulations, Sunya, our gap has been shortened by 1 level. Lin Chang'an shouted, and his aura, which was still atrophied, suddenly skyrocketed wildly. Kaiyuan quadruple. Pro-chain breakout. Scary as hell. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cool air, actually seeing a breakthrough in battle today. Gong Ling's eyes were also slightly jumping. This kind of breakthrough in a battle was also something that rarely happened in Kyoto. It was unexpected that a sideline of the Lin family actually dared to be so crazy, which made Gong Ling even more optimistic. Even if you break through, you still have to get down for me. After a moment of consternation, Sunya strongly suppressed the panic in his heart, and the long sword in his hand frantically pressed down towards Lin Chang'an. Lin Chang'an waved his spear with both hands, spilling blood all over his body. Dance of Thunder. This time, the Dance of Thunder and Lightning was several points stronger than the previous times, and it had even reached the 5th level of the Enlightened Yuan. Aha! Break! Lin Chang'an shouted frantically. The full moon met the power of the lightning and struck with a roaring explosion. The two of them, Lin Chang'an and Sunya, bore the brunt of the powerful explosion that blew both of them off the battle platform. The two actually ended in a draw. It was a draw, but Lin Chang'an had clearly won too much. Not only did he break through during the battle, but he also fought a tie with Sunya at the 4th level of the Enlightened Yuan realm against Sunya at the 5th level of the Enlightened Yuan realm, which meant that Lin Chang'an's battle power on the same level was very outstanding. Sun Qianlong's face was quite ugly when he saw that his son had lost, but did not say anything more, but simply sent someone to bring back his own son. As for Lin Xian, he personally went down to bring Lin Chang'an back to the box. You brat! Coming to participate in giving a family event actually managed to get yourself seriously injured twice in a row. It's also enough of a fight, Lin Xian said smilingly, although it was not a nice thing to say. It was an affirmation of Lin Chang'an. Even though Lin Chang'an was quite injured, he revealed 2 rows of white teeth. Hey, Chang'an didn't disgrace the Lin family, did he? Not only are you not disgracing our Lin family, instead you are fighting for our Lin family's face. Lin Wen on the side was also full of smiles, looking at Lin Chang'an with more and more satisfaction. After this time, you will be a direct descendant of my Lin family, and when you return home, this family head will definitely reward you heavily. Thank you, House Master. End of chapter. Chapter 61, Final Match. Lin Fan vs Yin Jun. Status, 403 from https://69uedu/r/samsmas/nenkmuu. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. 62. Chapter 62 A Wave of Necessary Explanations. Chapter 62 A Wave of Necessary Explanations. First of all, this book many readers to the death. Indeed, the author of the pen and writing style is not too good, is also the first signing of the fantasy, really should be said. Secondly, many readers talked about the water. The author carefully thought about it. The progress began to accelerate after the 68th chapter. The main line began to accelerate. Centered on the protagonist, the previous water out of the padding will be filled. Third, the author to see is also read a lot of recent years of the net article. Anti-trope. Brainstorming is to see a lot of this book. Why used a lot of panga to see are called the old trope is because the author really quite like, and then will not be all in accordance with the ancient trope too. Probably is the ancient trope and brainstorming and so on the combination of the trope came. Fourth, about the book's protagonist. The protagonist is still definitely Lin Xian as the head, and walks the invincible flow, not out as the second sky and second air of the kind of invincible, but the protagonist is in a place as the ceiling of the kind of feeling. For example, now in the Was Hongfu, the protagonist is the ceiling. Fifth, thanks to readers who can support more now. End of chapter. 63. Chapter 63, Making Money. Chapter 63. The great lords within the box were each looking at the battle in the field with their own thoughts, and the battle on the battle stage had already entered a white-hot stage. The current situation was that Yin Jun was attacking strongly, while Lin Fan was holding his sword to resist. His footsteps were steady and he appeared to be unhurried. Suddenly, Yin Jun actually pulled out a small sword and threw it towards Lin Fan with great speed. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the small sword that flew, and his pace appeared tighter. Tread the dragon. Lin Fan let out a light snort and soared up as if he were a dragon soaring through the air, condescending to Yin Jun. Yin Jun's face changed. His eyes grew more and more sinister as he held his sword. Great river sword technique. Yin Jun shouted. The long sword in his hand picked out sword blossoms, and the sword blossoms were followed by a shocking attack. Phantom beheading heavenly vault. Lin Fan also let out a light hum. His voice was not loud, but his entire body's yuan qi was soaring more than that, one high and one low. The two figures instantly collided together. Rumble. A loud sound resounded throughout the Huachang battle stage. On the seats around the battle stage, people from all the great clans watched this scene in awe. Hiss, this feels like it's no worse than the battle power of an ordinary Kaiyuan 8th level. Yeah, those two are so awesome. Is this really that trashy young patriarch that the White family withdrew from? How come it's so powerful? It seems that this Lin Fan is hiding quite deeply. If the Lin family can survive this calamity, I'm afraid they'll soar into the sky. Yes and yes and yes. It's best not to offend either side. If you're on the wrong side, it'll be the whole family paying for the offense. Bai Lao clenched his palms slightly, with the feeling that things were out of control. He originally thought that this waste of the Lin family was a complete and utter waste, but it turned out that he didn't expect it to be a master who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. Although it was said earlier that the platform gap was too large, but looking at Lin Fan with such natural talent, the Bai family members still had a faint concern. Brother Lin Fan is awesome. Lin Shuer was beaming with joy as she watched the scene, clapping her hands happily. This smile, when it really is pure and incomparable, choo-choo touching. Looking at the other box of Ho Mingyu are frozen. Lin Xian picked up his teacup and took a sip of the tea, also nodding his head in relative satisfaction. He, now who dares to say that our Lin family's young patriarch is a waste? Our young patriarch is an uncompromising genius. The two of them, Lin Wen and Lin Wu, were also overjoyed at this time. After the roar in the field, the two of them, Lin Fan and Yin Jun, also separated. Only, both of them were suffering from injuries of varying sizes. Cough. Little scum. I didn't expect you little scum to be so capable. Yun Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan flung his horizontal sword and smiled faintly. Tread the dragon. Chop chop. Lin Fan's hand was a bit unexpected. I didn't expect Lin Fan to actually say the next round of attacks without saying anything. Yin Jun was shocked. He was about to zoom in. And you just ing dried up. Put. Lin Fan's slash was extremely fast. So fast that the rest of the young men couldn't even see the path. Even Yin Jun was sent flying out a dozen meters by the slash. Nodding. One you two. Before Yin Jun could finish his words, Lin Fan flashed behind Yin Jun in a flash and kicked him in the head. Ah! Yun Jun's hand movements came to a screeching halt, and his entire body flew out once again, as if he was a deflated ball. Yun Jun was defeated. Defeated completely. Even Shui Yangzhou and Bali and the others were not expecting Lin Fan to actually defeat Yin Jun. Although Yin Jun was not as good as Lin Fan in everything else, Yin Jun was at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan cultivation. Thinking of this, the crowd also had a question. What cultivation level was Lin Fan at now? Ha ha ha, Mistress Xia. By the looks of it, it's our Lin Fan who won, isn't it? Lin Shen looked at Xia Yi and laughed. Xia Yi looked at Yin Jun, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and also nodded slightly. The winner of the final round, the Lin family, Lin Fan. Although Xia Yi had personally announced the results, the crowd at the scene was still looking incredulously at Lin Fan in the arena. In the first match, it was actually the Lin family who won. Lin family master. With such a Qilin son, congratulations indeed. Shang Wanjian smilingly arched his hand at Lin Xian. Indeed, for the Lin family to have such a proud son of heaven is truly enviable. Tiger's Tooth of the Dragon and Tiger Gang also smiled and complimented. The faces of Bali and Shui Yangzhou, as well as Bai Lao and a few others were already ugly. And now that they heard the compliments of the others, their faces were even more ugly. My family Lin Fan is still far from it. There's still a long way to go. Lin Xian smiled and arched his hand in response. The first round is over. The winner is my family Lin Xian, the Yuan stone, and the armor. What does Elder Ba say? Lin Xian suddenly looked over at Bali and smiled crookedly. Barry's face suddenly got wonderful. Barry's heart is now very tormented that he has to send money to his enemy. Lin family master, there are some things that you have the life to take, but beware of not having the life to spend. Bali gritted his teeth and finished saying this, then threw out a storage bag towards Lin Xian. In front of all eyes, Bali really can't pull that old face to back out. Lin Xian received the storage bag, and although his face was still so unmoving, in his heart, he was already happy. Just a few short hours, he had already earned 75,000 yuan stones, and also picked up a mortal grade 9 inner armor for nothing. This inner armor, which was also worth around 70,000 yuan stones, meaning that he had earned 14,500 in this one hand, and he had really just made a fortune. Lin Xian collected his storage bag, so he didn't bother to glance at Ba Li. Father, Lin Fan walked back to the box and said to Lin Xian with a smile, "Good boy, didn't disgrace your father." Lin Xian patted Lin Fan's shoulder with a joyful smile. The rest of the group laughed heartily. Brother Lin Fan, you're really good. Lin Shuer hooked Lin Fan's arm as soon as she could. Her eyes were as beautiful as a crescent moon because of her smile. Lin Fan also touched his nose in embarrassment. The next match is for those between the ages of 18 and 22. Lin Ao, remember, your strength is likely to be insufficient. So remember to admit defeat if you can't beat them. There's no shame in admitting defeat. Lin Fan looked at Lin Ao and frowned. Lin Ao was also aware of his own lack of strength, and could only nod slightly with a flash of despair in his eyes. The second grand tournament now begins. Natsui went on to announce. It's Lin Ao's turn. Lin Xian then continued to sit quietly within the box. Lin family master, this is what our president instructed me to give you. Suddenly, a maidservant walked into the Lin family box and handed Lin Xian a letter with a smile. Lin Xian lightly raised an eyebrow and vaguely glanced at Gongling before receiving the letter. Opening the letter, Lin Xian slightly skimmed through it and slightly outlined the corners of his mouth. Dang, that's good news. End of chapter 64. Chapter 64 Ho Mingyu's attitude. Chapter 64 Ho Mingyu's attitude. Father? What's going on? Is it from that Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's chairman Gong? Lin Fan narrowed his pupils slightly and looked at Lin Xian with a melon-eating face. Lin Fan seriously suspected that Gong chairman of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had something fishy going on with his father. The rest of the few people also instantly stared at Lin Xian. Lin Wen and Lin Wu both know that this brother of theirs was taken away by a cloud-traveling immortal when he was a child. As to where he was taken by that immortal, they don't know, but they were sure this brother of theirs was having quite a wonderful time out there. Ahem. Why do you care so much, you little child? Lin Xian glanced at Lin Fan without any good humor, then said faintly, Oldme has a good friend in Kyoto who said that he is able to introduce Lin Fan and Chang into Kyoto to cultivate. Lin Xian spoke faintly. The people were all astonished and delighted that there was actually such a thing. Of course, not now. The 18 prefectures competition still has more than half a year to go. What I mean is that I will be the one to bring Fanner and you and Chang in to cultivate for the majority of this year, and then send you to Kyoto afterward. Lin Xian waved his hand and said. Lin Chanan was slightly excited, not expecting that he would actually be able to go to Kyoto to cultivate. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. This face of his father was too big. Don't be too happy. Kyoto is the center of the great wilderness. There are many powerful forces. Like the Bai family, Chui family, that kind of force is even more like a cow's hair. And half of the people on the Dragons and Phoenix's Heavens Pride list come from Kyoto. If you guys go to Kyoto, you'll find geniuses all over the place. And if you don't make an effort, you'll just fade into obscurity. Lin Xian said with a smile, and there was some emotion between the lines. Kyoto. I've been away for 22 years, and I don't know what it's like anymore. Chanan will definitely double his efforts. Lin Fan remembers. Lin Fan and Lin Chanan both immediately clasped their fists and said, both of their tones looking firm. Lin Wen and Lin Wu were even happier at the moment, not realizing that the Lin family was really going to rise. The Lin family had Lin Chanan and Lin Fan. Even if they died now, they would die without regret. And Yuan Ning is even more surprised and overjoyed. Originally thought that the Lin family is surrounded by jackals and wolves and dangerous, but now it seems that this cheap uncle of theirs is really a bit mysterious. Lin Ao had already gotten on while the Lin family was still talking. The battle lasted into the night before a winner was decided, and the final victor was a disciple of Bali. As for Lin Ao, he also lost extremely miserably. The two disciples sent out by Bali, one of them was at the 8th level of the Kai Yuan, and the other had actually reached the Little Yuan Dan realm. Lin Ao was really a far cry from them, and Lin Ao was also beaten up severely by that 8th level of Kai Yuan spirit martial sect disciple. If it wasn't for Lin Xin admitting defeat to Lin Ao, Lin Ao was afraid that he would have to be beaten half to death. But even so, Lin Ao was also not lightly injured. Lin Ao has disgraced the Lin family. Please punish the family head. A wounded Lin Ao returned to the box and fell straight to his knees in front of Lin Xian, his face full of shame and his fists clenched. In this battle, Lin Ao's self-confidence was dealt a great blow. Heal your wounds first, Lin Ao. This family master just needs you to remember that you don't judge a hero by his success or failure. What's more, you're just a small failure right now, and if you find your way back to win it back in the future, then today's failure can only be considered as a kind of incentive for you. Lin Xian looked at Lin Ao, who had fallen to his knees, and spoke indifferently. Yeah, Ao, we've got a long time. Lin Ao, don't be discouraged. Lin Ao, pull yourself together. The Lin family members spoke up. At this moment, the Lin family's crowd appeared incomparably united. Lin Ao was touched, gently wiped the corners of his eyes and stood up, looking determined. He must become stronger. He must not let the Lin family's reputation be spoiled in his own hands. Lin Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Failure wasn't scary. What was scary was losing one's heart in defeat. Gentlemen, today this battle has ended. Tonight also please watching restaurant for a reminder. Tomorrow is the battle of the head of the family. And after tomorrow night, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will be held in the Huaqing Mansion, a grand auction. At that time, please also invite all of you to come. Xia Yi grinned and clasped his fists at the crowd present. The crowd was all surprised beyond measure. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce was actually going to hold an auction. This could be a must to go and join in the fun. Every time the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce held an auction, the treasures that were auctioned were dazzling, and many of the treasures were things that they had never even heard of in such a small place. Alright, today's is over. All go back and recuperate. Fanner, Chang'an, Lin Ao, I'm going to give you special training after going. Lin Xian swept a glance at the Lin Fan trio and said indifferently, yes, father, family head. At the banquet of the Huaqing restaurant, Lin Xian was sitting directly in the first private room this time, lined up with the heads of the strongest forces of the Huaqing mansion. In response, Cui Yangzhou and Bai Lao were naturally unhappy, but Lin Xian had actually received the strong support of Shang Guanjian, and even Chairman Gong had actually invited him personally. This made Cui Yangzhou and the others feel a bit of a drum in their hearts. I heard earlier that the Lin family master's hand of swordsmanship is out of this world. I wonder if the Lin family master can perform a live sword dance. The more Bali thought about it, the harder it was for him to think about it. Putting down his wine goblet and looking at Lin Xian with his face full of folds and a pile of smiles. The crowd all looked towards Lin Xian. Bali had indeed snapped after all. It's kind of humiliating to have the head of a family dance a sword for them in public. Lin Xian welcomed a mouthful of fresh brew without any delay, then spoke indifferently. I heard that the upper elders of the spiritual martial sect are all highly skilled, and Elder Bali's hand of hammering is even more to the point of reaching the peak. If Elder Bali is willing to do so, I would like to dance with Elder Ba. Lin Xian's words caused Bali's face to darken. This Lin Xian really just looked like he wasn't afraid of the sky and the earth, leaving him clueless. In the past, when one encountered such small family patriarchs, one only needed to express a slight dissatisfaction, and that family head would be scared out of his wits. But putting it in Lin Xian's place was a completely different story. Elder Bali is an elder of the spirit martial sect. How can he dance with a sword again? Choi immediately looked for a filler for Barry. Cui Yangzhou's words contained another layer of meaning. What status are you, Lin Xian, worthy of being compared to Elder Ba? Lin Xian unhurriedly put down the wine goblet and was about to start helplessly pretending when Ho Mingyu, who was sitting up there, actually did justice for Lin Xian. How can the Lin family head be considered the Lin family head? The Lin family is now considered a one-star family. How can we let the family head personally dance with a sword? It's not good. Ho Mingyu's words were elusive now. Could it be that Lin Xian had already fallen in with the great power that was the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion? The crowd had questions in their minds. Even Lin Xian was filled with suspicion. This Ho Mingyu wouldn't still be thinking of taking himself in as his little brother. It is really intolerable. End of chapter 65. Chapter 65, Late Night Talks. Chapter 65, Late Night Talks. Cui Yangzhou and Bali didn't dare to not give face to the young prince of the East Heavenly King's house, so they left it at that. Lin Xian was also happy to be free, and climbed into a few more conversations with Shang Wanjian during the banquet. And that Ho Mingyu was seemingly strange. Not only personally ran to give himself a toast, actually also not his own, once reckless and apologized, and finally even went to the lower floors and the Lin family people walked a cup of wine. Lin Xian and the Lin family were all confused by this maneuver of Ho Mingyu's, but Lin Xian didn't think much of it, and after finishing his drink, he left the Huaqing restaurant with the Lin family. Midnight and third night, idiom, fig. Late at night, fireworks and light were still flickering in quite a few places in Huaqingfu. Even in the Huaqing River within the Huaqing mansion, there were many cruise ships roaming around, and on the cruise ships, the cultivators pushed their cups and exchanged their drinks in a good way, adding more warmth and spring breeze to the Huaqing mansion in the cool night. And under a huge willow tree on the edge of the Huaqing River, two figures were sitting opposite each other, a man and a woman, looking harmonious at this moment. Why did you call me here in the middle of the night? Lin Xian looked at Gong Ling in front of him and spoke with a faint smile. Humph. Your Lin family's hiding is quite deep. Remember half a year ago when I first came here? Your Lin family is basically the kind of family that's at the bottom, and doesn't have the slightest potential to speak of. I can't imagine that not only is there a resolute person like Lin Chang'an now, but there is also your precious son, who makes me unable to see through him. Gong Ling in these 20 years. The mouth is raised grippy. Say the words but seems to be relentless. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly and smiled slightly. In his heart he sighed even more. It seemed like he had really made a lot of people angry and sad by leaving without saying goodbye. In response, Lin Xian could only say to be a little nicer in his attitude. But don't let Gong Ling be so angry that she wants to come and grips her hair. But of course, the current Gong Ling shouldn't be able to do this kind of thing that a child would do. How can you easily expose your bottom card when your family's strength is still insufficient? Old me is certainly prepared for everything now. Lin Xian laughingly made an excuse for himself. Lin Xian naturally couldn't possibly tell Gong Ling that he was starting to be arrogant now that he had a hang. Could he? But it was indeed true. Lin Xian had been holding back since he was 20 years old. 40 years? And no one knew how much Lin Xian had held back these 40 years. Now that the hanging had come, Lin Xian was naturally unwilling to continue to hold himself back. And even more so, he didn't want the Lin family to keep hiding their heads and tails as well. Gong Ling froze slightly as she listened to Lin Xian's words, and a trace of emotion and sadness grew in her eyes. What's wrong with you? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Gong Ling in disbelief as he asked. Gong Ling exhaled slightly. I don't realize that it is 22 years. I almost forgot that you are already 60 years old this year. No longer young, you have already called yourself an old man. Lin Xian froze. The self-proclaimed title of old man was a title that Lin Xian had changed when he was in his 50s. When he was young, Lin Xian liked to refer to himself as I. In middle age, he mostly still referred to himself as I and this family head and so on. But when he reached his 50s, he couldn't act like a young man. So Lin Xian followed his two older brothers and changed his name, calling himself old man. I'm no longer young. It's only natural for me to call myself an old man. Lin Xian responded with a long sigh. Yes, you are also now the face is gone. Look like a 40 or 50-year-old little old man. Sister, they can all still once that stunning face. Gong Ling directly transformed into a knife's mouth. A knife plunged into Lin Xian's heart. Lin Xian heart disdained cold snort. What is called a little old man? He was handsome when he was young. Now he can also be called handsome uncles. Well, what the hell is a little old man? Well, the old man didn't come here to hear you say these hurtful things. What exactly did you seek me out for? Lin Xian waved his hand and said, what are your plans for the future? Gong Ling sat upright and just quietly looked at Lin Xian. What's the plan? Lin Xian long sigh. If there is no system in hand, Lin Xian really intend to let the Lin family can be able to survive after he went. But now words. Lin Xian already had too many ideas. The first thing was, let's find the child's mother first. Except that Lin Xian didn't know where the child's mother was right now. As for the ideas that are still out there, it's a bit of an obsession to call them ideas. Cough cough. There aren't many thoughts. I broke through the 3-passage divine realm, and now I'm only thinking about growing the Lin family. Lin Xian also didn't know why he didn't tell the truth to Gong Ling, and he looked unconcerned when he said this. Just for the Lin family? What about yourself? That. Gong Ling's tone appeared to be slightly aggravated, and even because of the excitement caused Gong Ling's breath to be a bit unsteady. AI. You speak to speak. Born so atmospheric. Why? Gas big hurt liver hurt spleen. Think when the old man was seriously injured. This cannot live too long, because the old man to maintain the way of life, only to live to the present. Lin Xian laughed dumbly, casually picking up a glass of wine and drinking it down. Good wine, Gong Ling, but I have to say, it's still the drunken immortal brew I once made that's the best. Lin Xian said smilingly. Drunken immortal brew. Is Lin Xian in the Jishi Palace of Learning brewed out? The people in the world of metaphysical fantasy is all about cultivation. Who is still willing to engage in those sidetracks? And the cultivation world of the wine may have the efficacy of accelerating the cultivation, but the flavor of the really do not praise. Lin Xian then used the winemaking techniques of his previous life, combined with the efficacy of the metaphysical world, and brewed the #1 wine of the great wilderness, Drunken Immortal Brew. Pang! Gong Ling slapped the stone table, startling Lin Xian. You're seriously injured? Gong Ling looked at Lin Xian with slightly sharp eyes. Lin Xian coughed dryly twice. It's already recuperated. It's not a problem. That injury to himself was not caused by an ordinary person. And as for the person who had given him a serious injury, Lin Xian would definitely return it. A coldness flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. That towering figure, overlooking and scornful of himself, Lin Xian had been remembering for 22 whole years. When he develops himself, the old man will not even ride the face output is sorry for the injury in the first place. Looking at Lin Xian as if he really didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, Gong Ling then put her heart down. Okay, what about the previous questions? You live for the Lin family besides, such as yourself, such as and. Gong Ling's sharp eyes made Lin Xian a bit overwhelmed, slightly lowering his eyes. Lin Xian actually didn't dare to look at Gong Ling's eyes. It wasn't that he didn't dare to look at Gong Ling's eyes. What Lin Xian didn't dare to look at were the people he had apologized to. One's most respected master, one's most beloved and respected little sister, and she who once danced for one above the barren river. And there were too many, and the number of people Lin Xian had apologized to seemed to be too many indeed. Hey, it's all over. 22 years, long gone like smoke. Lin Xian waved his hand in a pretense of spontaneity. End of chapter. Chapter 66, The Wine God's 300th Birthday. Chapter 66, The Wine God's 300th Birthday. Gong Ling heard Lin Xian's words and was so angry that her two small fists were clenched tightly, her silver teeth clacking, looking like she couldn't wait to come up and take a bite out of Lin Xian. Lin Xian, if you dare to think like that, this chairman will first clean you up for my sister. Gong Ling's aura was slightly revealed, and Lin Xian felt it carefully. It seemed like he couldn't afford to mess with it right now. Ahem, Gong Ling, what exactly do you want to say or express? You just say it. Lin Xian coughed dryly, pretending to be relaxed. Gong Ling was obviously just thinking of scaring Lin Xian as well, only to watch as Lin Xian didn't eat this. and also put away her divine abilities. The 18 house competition is in half a year's time. The 18 house competition does have great opportunities waiting for it, but if the family's strength is not enough, going over there would just be adding to the dishes. Lin Xian, I hope that your Lin family's strength is more than that, or else if you go to participate in the 18 house competition, it would be difficult to move an inch, or even put yourself in danger. I thought that if you said anything, you can rest assured that our Lin family's strength is really not that much, Lin Xian said in a mysterious manner. It's true now, but in 6 months that will definitely be a big change again. Alright, that 18 house competition, as you know, was originally hosted by the royal family. The spirit martial sect and other sects like that are very much against it, and they will definitely carry out some obstruction that conforms to the rules. And your Lin family, I'm afraid that you're going to be one of the key targets of the spirit martial sect, Gong Ling continued. Lin Xian skimmed his lips. Gong Ling knew without saying it herself. He had offended the spirit martial sect, and he had already prepared himself mentally for these things. And with his own son, and Lin Chanan being so outstanding, it was only natural to be thwarted. Also, after the 18 prefectures competition, Lin Fan and Lin Chanan, I can receive you to Kyoto for cultivation. What about yourself? Gong Ling was finally asking the question she wanted to ask the most. Lin Xian was suddenly stunned, looking at Gong Ling's gaze that was filled with hope, but Lin Xian somehow seemed to be unable to speak as if his throat was blocked. Me? Oh, we'll see then. Lin Xian waved his hand once more, pretending to be relaxed, before picking up his wine cup and drinking it again. Do you want to go to Kyoto? Seeing that Lin Xian, the old boy, had been avoiding answering, Gong Ling simply opened the door. What am I doing in Kyoto? Lin Xian put down his wineglass and frowned. Gong Ling nuzzled. It seems like she's going to have to move out the big Buddha for you. There's still a year and a half, less than 2 years to go before your master's big birthday. Do you know how old it is? Lin Xian was once again stunned. Master's great birthday. Lin Xian thought about it. He asked about his master's age when he was 13 years old. And at that time his master was already 250 years old at the beginning of the year. So now counting, it seems like 300th birthday, Lin Xian said as he forced down the excitement in his heart. It's good that you haven't forgotten your master's age. That's right, more than a year from now, the Winefather's 300th birthday. At that time, the Jixia Academy will invite all the forces of the Great Wilderness. And you, as a Winefather's own disciple, aren't you going to go? Gong Ling asked with a smile. It didn't seem like it would be possible to say no if he didn't go. And to take a step back, Lin Xian did miss his master teacher quite a bit. He had followed his master at the age of 9, and after 29 years of following him, the bond between Lin Xian and the wine master was truly as good as that of a father and son. Lin Xian was silent for a while before finally sighing again. I know, my master's big birthday. A disciple, that definitely needs to go. I'll personally go to celebrate my master's birthday at that time. Gong Ling was finally revealing a smile. As long as Lin Xian decided to go to Kyoto, then there would be no problem. Oh yeah, when did you find me in Cloud Mist City? Lin Xian looked at Gong Ling and inquired curiously. It's really not easy. You've never said where your family is before either. 13 states of the Great Wilderness, more than 230 counties, a total of more than 5,000 cities and hundreds of thousands of small towns. It's really not easy to find you a small Lin family, especially when you're still hiding it yourself. Speaking of this, Gong Ling's tone was filled with exasperation. Lin Xian was also embarrassed to hear this and dryly coughed twice to ease his embarrassment. I also found you only a half a year ago. I know what you want to know. Don't worry, your senior sister shouldn't know where you are yet, but my sister probably knows that you're in Cloud Mist City, Gong Ling went on to add. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He only needed to know this. I'm looking for you to come out today, and mainly just to ask you about this, but the rest, it's up to you. And also, you have a lot of rivals. Those weak ones, such as what Chui family, what Bali, I can even deal with them for you, but your real rivals aren't them, so you have to pay attention to them in the future. Niabi Ling stood up and spoke simply again. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth tugged. The feelings that the Chui family and Bali were both just minor characters, right? Lin Xian had actually never placed Bali and Chui Yangzhou in his eyes. Otherwise Lin Xian wouldn't have been so disrespectful to them from the start. As for their real opponents, if he was still the same dying Lin Xian that he once was, then he naturally wouldn't be worthy of being their opponent. But the situation was different now, and sooner or later, he and they would be pitted against each other. Only, would Lin Xian be afraid? Eastern Zhou, 1046 to 2108 BC, one of the 13 states, the Eastern State, where the spirit martial sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Great Wilderness, was stationed. So the Eastern State was also at the forefront of the 13 states of the Great Wilderness. The spirit martial sect, in a land beyond the world, occupied a full 999 mountains, each of which was thrust into the sky, huge and incomparable. Inside a compound on an incomparably elevated mountain peak, Yang Chen was currently groveling to a young man in brocade clothing. Yang Chen, you really do have enough shame. Losing to a small family patriarch. You're like this, worthy of being our spiritual martial sex steward? The brocade-clothed young man snorted coldly. In the young man's eyes, other than the local eastern state, all other places were bulletproof places. Losing to a wild man in a bulletproof place would be a disgrace. That Lin Xian is indeed powerful. Ba Tong was killed by him a few days ago. Elder Bali has gone to Hua Qingfu. He should be looking for that Lin Xian to settle the score. Yang Chen looked trembling and said, this seat doesn't care about these things. An unimpressive family can't get into this seat's eyes. This seat is caring about the 18-house grand competition. As for this matter of yours, it's also considered that small family patriarch hit my spiritual martial sex face. When it comes to the 18-house grand competition, this seat will arrange for a good person to take care of him. The brocade-clothed youth casually waved his hand, and between the lines, he didn't look at the unorthodox family in his eyes. Yes, Mountain Lord. Stand down. Yes. Yang Chen slowly walked down the mountain and suddenly ran into a line of men and women. Shiranuma, being in the middle of it. However, Bayula was not the one in the lead either. The one in the lead was a handsome young man. End of chapter 67. Chapter 67 Exploding Rewards. Chapter 67 Exploding Rewards. The old man has met Mo Xiao. Yang Chen bowed respectfully to the young man at the head and said. The head teenager glanced at Yang Chen, looking extremely cold and arrogant, and said with a scolding tone, Steward Yang, I did hear that you were defeated by the patriarch of a small family in Hua Qingfu. Not doing your job well. Yang Chen's old face blushed, and he could only clasp his fists at the teenager once again. The old man was just careless at first. If not, there's no need to say too much of these words. There's no need. I came here today to find my father, and later on, if there's an opportunity, this male will find a chance to eradicate that little family. The teenager finished with a smile, and also patted Yang Chen on the shoulder, completely treating Yang Chen as an underling. But even so, Yang Chen could only suffer obediently. After all, this Mo Changsheng was the Mountain Lord's own son. Stand down. Yes, the old man will retire. After Yang Chen left in disgrace, Bayura glanced at Yang Chen's back and then said, Senior brother Mo, the one who beat Steward Yang is my paper fiancé's father. Mo Chengsheng's senior brother nodded his head lightly, obviously also knowing about this matter. Just don't worry, senior sister Bai. If that Lin family is involved in this 18-house competition, senior brother will definitely make them pay. Thank you senior brother. But there's no need for senior brother Mo to do it himself. It's just a waste. Senior sister will take care of it herself. Bayula first smiled sweetly at Mo Chengsheng, then looked confident that she was now incomparable. Well, if senior sister has any difficulties, just feel free to speak with senior brother. Mo Changsheng spoke with concern, his tone as gentle as possible. Hua Cheng House, 1521-1568, Ming Dynasty residence in Beijing, formerly the site of the Qing Dynasty. After bidding farewell to Gong Ling, Lin Xian went straight back to his room. Lin Xian had only just returned to his room when there was already a strong response from the system. This was also an expected thing. After all, the Lin family had now produced two great heavenly prides, which incidentally drove the morale of the entire Lin family, and also indirectly boosted the Lin family's qi. It was easy to raise the family's qi, but it mainly depended on a few individual people. When a gaijin suddenly appeared within a declining family, then that entire family would likely just soar. And Lin Fan was now that wizard. Of course, Lin Xian didn't think he would be inferior to his own son. The Lin family's reputation has risen greatly. The Lin family's twin prides have stirred up the Huaqing province. The family's fortune has increased, and they have been rewarded with a puppet core, a lower-grade spirit weapon 10,000 souls sword, and an increase in cultivation by 1 level. Reward is very good. Puppet core, what is this thing? Lin Xian is not very clear, but that 10,000 spirit sword is a real spirit weapon. The worst spirit weapon on the market has to be worth 600,000 or 700,000 yuan stones. This is not a big reward. Lin Xian took out the all-souls sword given by the system. The sword body was 24 inches long. The whole body appeared bright white, and the whole sword appeared to be extremely spiritual. Holding it in his hand had a feeling of sharing the same thoughts. What a great sword! What a great sword! Lin Xian touched the body of the 10,000 spirit sword and muttered to himself with extreme satisfaction. His original heavenly shadow sword really wasn't very good anymore. It was time to upgrade his equipment. With this spirit sword, Lin Xian's battle power would be taken to another level. After putting away the 10,000 spirit sword, Lin Xian looked at the puppet core again. This was a rare thing, to the extent that Lin Xian had never heard of it. After reading about the efficacy of the puppet core, Lin Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath as well. A puppet core is the ability to turn anyone into a puppet of yourself. In layman's terms, Lin Xian only needed to beat a person half to death without the ability to act and resist before injecting the puppet core into that person. It would only take a few breaths for that person to become a puppet person with an empty body shell. Of course, there were limitations. The highest could not exceed the passing form realm, and the spiritual intelligence of the person who was turned into a puppet would be lowered, and his cultivation would stop. And more importantly, it could only last for 2 to 3 years. So let's probably just take a middle value. But that was enough. Taking the puppet core, Lin Xian already had a good plan. Wouldn't it be great if we could turn that berry into a friend? This idea was very penal. Turning the silver elder of the spirit martial sect into his puppet was simply playing a big game. The last is a layer of cultivation rewards. It is also still good. After all, if you rely on hard cultivation alone, Lin Xian will still have to cultivate hard for a year and a half. And now that he has saved himself the majority of his efforts, it is also quite good. Lin Xian also looked at his attribute panel. His personal qi remained unchanged, but his family's qi had increased by a small layer. Host, Lin Xian. Identity, head of the Lin family. Disciple of the Jishi Academy. Cultivation level, middle passing form realm. Genuine soul, manifestation of the dragon, 9th grade. Unknown broken sword. Martial intent, ordinary sword intent. Side occupation, none. Personal luck, yellow grade, upper grade. Family luck, yellow grade, lower grade. Offensive martial arts, Sky Shadow Spirit Sword Decree, spirit grade lower. For seasoned sword technique, quasi spirit grade. Earth Fury Palm, mortal grade 9. Stance martial art, swimming dragon steps, spirit level lower grade. Body refining martial art, Xuanwu battle body, spirit grade lower grade. Self-created martial arts, Chaui Ruajuan, quasi spiritual grade. Other martial arts, Manhwa Shintong, disabled. Weapon, 10,000 spirit sword, lower grade spirit weapon. Family level, Great Wasteland 1-star family. Very nice and on track. Speaking of Lin Xian's personal strength alone, the 9th grade Wanhua Jiao Long Yuan Soul, plus the sword intent, plus the spirit weapons, plus a few spirit level martial arts. Lin Xian was very conceited when he said that in the Huaqing mansion. He was the sky. At the very least, there was no way that the patriarchs of those 3 great clans could be Lin Xian's opponents. Only Gong Ling could pose a threat to herself. Lin Xian exhaled a long breath. This feeling of being able to control his own destiny was really quite good. Lin Xian thought and stood up, looking at the brightly lit Huaqing mansion and looking at the Kyoto city 10,000 miles away. The Great Bearing Kyoto, in Kyoto, Japan. It is the center of the great wilderness, where countless powerful forces hover, and countless celestial pride blossoms here. The world said that of the 1,000 people on the Dragon and Phoenix Heavens Pride list, Kyoto alone accounted for 500. This is not an exaggeration, and there may even be more than 500. The GK Academy, located in the northern part of Kyoto, covers quite a large area, and in a pavilion in the Jishi Academy Palace, 2 old men were sitting and playing against each other. Master, it feels as if you appear to be restless. The black-bearded old man's black pieces fell and ate a few of the white-bearded old man's pieces. The white-bearded old man laughed dumbly and shook his head. Emotion, you've become more and more proficient in this chess game. Oh, it's the master's heart that isn't in it. Without waiting for the white-bearded old man to speak, the black-bearded old man continued. Master teacher is thinking of 9th senior brother, right? Hearing this, the white-bearded old man's hand that was stroking his beard also trembled, and there was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. There's still more than a year to go before your big birthday comes. Master teacher treats 9th senior brother like his own son. I think he'll come. Master is torn. Wine master stroked his beard inside slightly. What senior is torn between wanting 9th senior brother to come again, but not wanting 9th senior brother to come, is it? The black-bearded old man did appear to know the wine husband. Oh yeah, is there any news on the marrow cleansing pill? Wine guy said with a twist of words. It is rumored that there may be a marrow cleansing pill in the Great Zhou Empire. Good. The master will go personally then. End of chapter 68. Chapter 68. This family wants to make you all cultivators of the 2nd generation. Status, 403 from https://69uadu/r/satmsmith/chtibawadam. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. 69. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. This elder didn't expect that you, this tiny Lin family head, actually hid your strength. Fortunately, we invited the fat and thin two elders today, or else we really might have let you escape. The corners of Ba Li's grim mouth showed Ba Li's complacency at this moment. Ba Li always felt that he had really mastered everything at this moment. Before Lin Xian could say anything, Ba Li looked at the fat and thin two old men. The two of you don't worry about it. The previously promised 100,000 yuan stones. This elder will add 60,000 more. Waiting for these words from Elder Ba. Ha ha ha, Elder Ba Li is really quick. The fat and thin two old men said smilingly. Lin Xian stepped in the air and teasingly looked at Ba Li. Elder Ba Li is so generous. Actually spending 160,000 yuan stones directly to kill Old Me. Old Me is really doubly pleased. Killing one's son is not to be shared. The old man has only one son. You killed this elder's son. This elder is naturally going to thwart you. Ba Li's eyes were reddened with hatred, itching to gnaw off Lin Xian's flesh. Cut the crap and just kill him. The tall and thin old man smiled sinisterly and took out a tang knife from his storage bag, instantly charging towards Lin Xian. The short, fat old man also had a heart-to-heart and took out a pair of gloves from his storage bag and put them on his hands, heading towards Lin Xian. The weapons in the hands of both of them were actually pseudo-spirit weapons. One was a high-grade item worth around 200,000 yuan stones. Lin Xian's Yuan Qi sword. The Xian Desolate battle body was driven to the extreme by Lin Xian, and the 10,000 spirits sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. For seasoned sword technique, springtime, Lin Xian's 10,000 spirit sword in his hand picked out countless sword blossoms as he faced the fat and thin two old men's attacks head-on. Only a loud boom could be heard. The short fat old man was actually killing from the sky, while the tall thin old man was killing from under Lin Xian's feet. As for Ba Li, he wasn't idle either, actually going so far as to have Lin Xian completely stay in the middle of nowhere today even at the cost of 3-1. Kill my son, Lin Xian, you'll surely die today. Ba Li hissed and roared. A long sword appeared in his hand. The sharp sword danced and stabbed straight at Lin Xian, carrying a thick Yuan Qi, bound to kill Lin Xian with a single blow. Seeing this, Lin Xian no longer hid his clumsiness. His traveling dragon steps were performed, and with a sword, he picked apart the tall and thin old man's battle sword, instantly rising up in the air and dodging out of the three-person encirclement. Sky Shadow Spirit Sword Duel. The 10,000 spirit sword in Lin Xian's hand combined with the Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword Decree was truly able to perfectly utilize the power of the Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword Decree. Hundreds of shadowy longswords surrounded Lin Xian, each of them having the might of the peak of the great Yuandan realm. Extremely terrifying. Not good. The dots are solid. This old guy can't be judged by common sense. The short, fat old man was startled. The tall and thin old man also reacted immediately, making use of his watchful eyes. Ba Li's eyes were sharp and resentful. He himself didn't think that the patriarch of a small place actually had such battle power. The three of them took out their skills at the same time, all of which were notably powerful means. Go! Lin Xian shouted, and 700 to 800 phantom longswords fell towards the three of them as if they were flying needles. Extremely fast and incredibly powerful. Boom boom boom. The powerful force instantly popped and exploded in the air, directly rippling for miles around. The three Balis retreated hundreds of meters before stopping in their tracks, and Lin Xian remained calm and collected. This Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword decision, cultivated to the deepest level, could summon 999 phantom longswords, and Lin Xian was now able to summon around 800 of them, which meant that this spirit martial arts had already been cultivated by Lin Xian to an extremely profound level. Ahem, Tay Grandma, Barry, is this what you call a mudblood? The short, fat old man wiped a smattering of sword marks from his face and looked at Ba Li questioningly. The tall and thin old man also looked at Ba Li, and his eyes were also filled with mischief. Ba Li was also shocked. A small family patriarch can still turn over the sky. Elder Ba, you've disappointed me. There's also the famous fat and thin two old men. It's rumored that you guys even made it onto the evil list set by the royal family. Take you down, and I'll still get some reward money. Lin Xian flung his 10,000 soul sword slightly, appearing careless and extremely confident. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the fat and thin two old men's faces instantly sank. Could it be that they thought they were made of clay? On the Great Wasteland evil list for more than 10 years is still living free and easy, but also can be a mud leg to trip knot. I see. You're actually using a spirit weapon. Suddenly, the tall and thin old man looked towards the 10,000 spirit sword in Lin Xian's hand and smiled greedily. The short and fat old man also has red eyes. That is a spiritual weapon. Take it out and sell it. That is really can make a fortune. Bali was even more surprised. Where did this mud-legged man get a spirit weapon from? He, want the spirit soldier? Then come and get it. Lin Xian held his sword in one hand, holding the hilt in reverse, his white robe fluttering in the wind, rampant to the extreme. Open the Yuan soul. The fat and thin two old men suddenly bellowed. The three of them opened their Yuan souls at the same time, and 3 Yuan souls slowly emerged behind the 3 of them. The 3 Yuan souls were the violent bear, the kill-tongue bamboo, and Ba Li's heavenly hook eagle. The 3 Yuan souls, all of which were of medium 5th grade, were not of superior quality, but they weren't bad either, and could only be of moderate quality. Go! Ba Li let out a light snort, his speed even faster than before, wanting to use his speed to thin Lin Xian. Lin Xian doesn't like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Today these 3, Lin Xian will definitely kill them. The spirit martial patriarch can't even stay him if he comes. Let's open your eyes to what it means to have a top-grade Yuan soul. The 10,000 spirit sword slowly floated in the air, and as Lin Xian's arms opened slightly, an immense and terrifying auger dragon appeared behind him. The dragon's body was inky blue, possessing 4 abilities: ice, water, wind, and thunder, and its body of more than 100 meters made the teeny-tiny heavenly hook eagle seem as ridiculous as a sparrow. As for that violent bear, a proper groundhog one, killing through the bamboo, that is the auger used to pick teeth. When the dragon surfaced in the sky, the fat and thin 2 old men and Bali were both shocked beyond measure, and the expressions on their faces that could be described as brilliant. Never seen such a gorgeous genjutsu in my life. Auger spit. Let me send you 3 to the Yellow Springs as companions. Lin Xian's eyes flashed a ferocious light, really treating himself as a softly pinched persimmon, and also looking at his auger to answer or not. The dragon raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. The huge dragon roar made the skyhook eagle and violent bear tremble with fear and lack of resistance. The powerful Yuan Chi icicles instantly froze the 3 Yuan souls into ice sculptures. The fat and thin 2 old men were so scared that they retreated backward furiously. Lin Xian couldn't do what they wanted. They had come. How could Lin Xian let them leave easily without paying a price? 4 Seasons Sword Technique, Summer Heat. This move, the 4 Seasons Sword Technique, incorporated Lin Xian's sword intent, was instantly more than several times stronger, and the 2 without Yuan souls were instantly struck into serious injuries. When Barry saw this, he immediately tried to escape. Lin Xian's swimming dragon steps instantly moved in front of Bali, and his hand, which had already transformed into a dragon claw, directly clamped down on Ba Li's throat. End of chapter 70. Chapter 70, Forge Master 8 Gate Faust Seal. Chapter 70, Forge Master 8 Gate Faust Seal. Cough, cough. Ba Li had his fateful throat held by Lin Xian. His eyes were huge, his hands grasping at Lin Xian's dragon claws. As for his legs that were stomping fast, pawing, Lin Xian didn't say a word, and was also too lazy to listen to Ba Li say anything more as he blasted his fist onto Ba Li's chest, and Ba Li instantly smashed into the ground, which was instantly smashed into a large crater hole. Barry lost half his life straight away when he fell into the pit. After Lin Xian finished resolving Ba Li, he arrived in front of the fat and thin 2 old men. What kind of tactic was that? The short, fat old man was trembling with fear, but still pulled his neck strongly and screamed. Oh, what? You want to learn? Lin Xian pulled out a smile and tried to look as kind as possible. The tall and thin old man kneeled down in front of Lin Xian with a plop. The 2 of us have already known our mistakes, and we still hope that your excellency can spare the villain. Who is willing to work as an ox for your excellency, and do things for your excellency? The tall and thin old man did look very sharp, kneeling without hesitation, even kowtowing for Lin Xian. The short, fat old man also immediately knelt down in front of Lin Xian, his head lowered, praying to be let off the hook. Lin Xian let out a soft laugh and slowly arrived in front of the duo, both hands resting on each of their shoulders. The eyes of the fat and thin 2 old men immediately flashed with a touch of grimness. Suddenly, it was as if the fat and thin 2 old men had been struck by lightning and suffered so much that they collapsed to the ground in an instant. Unconscious, Lin Xian's sword intent followed Lin Xian's arm and directly entered the 2. The small tongue form realm. How could it be possible to block the sword intent raging in the body? The powerful sword intent instantly churned the 5 viscera and 6 bowels in the body of the fat and thin 2 old men. The old man has lived for 60 years. What kind of setups have I not seen before? Just you 2 are also thinking of setting up a setup for the old man. Lin Xian's eyes were indifferent, and he smoothly took the storage bags and weapons of the fat and thin 2 old men, and he also cut off their heads. These 2 people were on the great desolate imperial family's evil list, and these 2 heads were worth a lot of yuan stones. After resolving the fat and thin 2 old men, Lin Xian turned around and arrived in front of Ba Li. Ba Li had fainted at the moment, without the slightest resistance. Looking at the results of his battle, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel the power of the Jiao Long Yuan soul, and even more so, the terror of the martial intent. Taking out the puppet core, Lin Xian directly punched it into Ba Li's brow. In just a few breaths, Ba Li actually woke up and recovered from all of his injuries, only that his eyes appeared slightly bland and numb. This puppet core is so powerful, instantly recovering from injuries and retaining the controlled person's pre-life habits. TSK TSK. Lin Xian circled around Ba Li and couldn't help but TSK, TSK, TSK. Oh, Ba Li, now go to the 100 Hidden Mountains and bring me the biggest piece of night pearl, Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes. Ba Li reacted quickly and immediately headed towards the 100 Hidden Mountains. If he went to the 100 Hidden Mountains that pearl, he would definitely suffer quite a few people blocking his way. Lin Xian couldn't just say that he'd kill them all. Let Barry go. And that really is just sitting back and waiting for his accomplishments to be good. After all, Ba Li was very strong. And secondly, if Bai Lao and Chui Yangzhou, Sun Qianlong and these people got the maximum pearl, then the probability was that it would also be given to Ba Li. Barry would have handed himself over anyway. As he watched Ba Li Yuan's shield go, Lin Xian also sat down on the ground and began to count the spoils of this battle. Lin Xian believed that the storage bags of 3 late passing form realm powerhouses wouldn't disappoint him. Lin Xian first opened the storage bag of the fat and thin 2 old men, and sure enough, there was a bunch of goodies. Let's start with the Yuan stones. The 2 of them combined had over 300,000 current stream Yuan stones. Besides martial arts, the 2 of them only had 1 spirit martial arts. This spirit martial arts was actually a physical arts martial arts, but it was a pity that Lin Xian couldn't use it. Lin Xian's Xian Desolate Battle Body. That was definitely the best in the same class. Of course, if you can't use it yourself, you can give it to someone within the family. When the physique was well practiced, it was truly dominating and incomparable. Lin Xian's physical body strength was extremely terrifying because of the Xian Desolate Battle Body's great completion. It was very difficult to receive serious injuries, and Lin Xian's body was able to perfectly support Lin Xian in all sorts of high-intensity great battles. Other than this spiritual martial art called the hegemony martial body technique, there were quite a few other martial arts, but Lin Xian couldn't use any of them. 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons, a combat knife that could be used for his son, and a boxing glove, a favorite of this close combatant. Various kinds of pills are also quite a lot. There are also a lot of spiritual herbs and strange fruits, etc. Lin sum up. These are worth millions of yuan stones. Lin Xian's mouth was grinning up to his ears. Getting rich is really cool. After packing up the storage bag of the fat and thin 2 elders, Lin Xian took out Elder Ba Li's storage bag, a long sword, a pseudo-spiritual weapon, which could be used to reward meritorious individuals within the family in the future. Weapons like swords were used by the most people, and there was no shortage of people in the Lin family who used swords. I didn't expect that Ba Li's storage bag contained more than just a pseudo-spiritual weapon. There was another one, which was actually a long gun. Lin Xian's heart straightened up and called out to the good people of Ba Li. Now Lin Chanan's rewards were there. Rummaging around again, Ba Li's storage bag still has more than 200,000 yuan sure, a book of spiritual martial arts, and a wide variety of medicinal herbs and elixirs that are still countless. Lin Xian also found a magical contraption in his storage bag, a pamphlet. The pamphlet is titled Divine Forging. It was actually a secret book that taught one how to become a forge master. Cultivating martial arts is not just about cultivating martial arts. There are many side businesses, alchemists, weapon makers, talisman makers, array makers, and so on, and forge master is one of those side professions. Forge masters are rarer than several of the above mentioned, because what forge masters forge is the yuan soul. That's right, what a forger forges is exactly the power of one's yuan soul, and with the help of the most miraculous power the qualification and quality of the yuan soul is infinitely enhanced. Within the great desolate empire, even the most ordinary forger could become the guest of honor of the major powers. Phew, this thing, if it's sold, I'm afraid it'll go for tens of millions of dollars. Lin Xian flipped through the pamphlet and couldn't help but lament as well. This Ba Li was actually quite lucky to get such a good thing. Oh, no, I should be saying that I'm so lucky that Barry, the NPC, took the initiative to give himself a treasure. Lin Xian put away the divine forge and waited until he was free to conduct his own research. Lin Xian finally took out the spirit martial arts book of Ba Li's. This spirit martial art, Lin Xian felt the need to learn it. In Lin Xian's offensive martial arts, the powerful ones were all sword techniques, and it was time for him to learn a punching and kicking spirit martial art. And the name of this spirit martial art of Ba Li was called 8 Gates Faustian Seal. This martial art, on the contrary, seemed peculiar, as it did not appear to be all-encompassing. Lin Xian roughly flipped through the 8 Gates of Faust Seal. It suited him well. Practicing. End of chapter 71. Chapter 71, Stepping on the Sword. Forcing Brahman. Chapter 71, Stepping on the Sword. Forcing Brahman. Lin Xian's enlightenment really wasn't blown out of proportion. In the Jishi Academy, the only one who could match Lin Xian in terms of enlightenment was Lin Xian's junior sister, Zhantai Mingyue, a spiritual martial art. Lin Xian had now given it an introduction in only 3 days. It really was just more fierce than some people opening up. Lin Xian stood up and suddenly, a golden glow emanated from his body. The 8 gates of Faust seal, a huge octagonal light seal emerged, and a slightly floating pagoda was printed on the light seal, which was surrounded by an extremely ancient atmosphere. Boom! The 8-gate Faust seal blasted on top of a huge mountain at an extremely fast speed, and that mountain instantly fell apart. Yes, Lin Xian flung out his robes and looked at his masterpiece, which was quite satisfying. I didn't expect it. This Bali is really a good person, giving me such a big gift. Lin Xian squeezed his palms and couldn't stop smiling as well. Suddenly, a stream of light flew in from the distance, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than the puppeteer Bali. Master, this is the pearl. Bali spread out his palm, and there was indeed a huge pearl in the center of his palm. Lin Xian sketched up the corners of his mouth. What was meant by sitting around waiting to be number one? Lin Xian was now a real pushover. That's a solid win without having to strike out on your own. Lin Xian put away the bright pearl and looked at Bali, and after a slight moment of thought, Lin Xian said indifferently, "In the future, when you see me, just address me as Lin Xian. Don't reveal your cloak." "Yes, Lin Xian," Barry responded immediately, and really just had the feel of an intelligent robot. Lin Xian and Bali parted ways halfway through the journey, and Lin Xian was slowly making his way towards the Huaqing mansion. Huaqing House, 1521 to 1568, Ming Dynasty residence in Beijing, formerly the site of the Qing Dynasty. 7 days had passed, and the crowd was waiting with slight impatience. In the Lin family's box, Lin Ao and the others were also a little worried from waiting. It's been so long, why hasn't the head of his family returned? Don't worry, nothing will happen to your family head, Lin Wen said calmly. 1 by 1, 2 by 2. Furtive. What a scandal. Lin Wu's character was a little more fiery. Father, my child is also afraid that third uncle will suffer from Cui Yangzhou and their backstabbing. Yes, second master, that Cui Yangzhou and the others are clearly targeting our family head. Damn the Cui family, and Bali, and that Bai family Sun family. It's really hateful, Lin Ao also said indignantly. Especially the Bai family. It's really extremely hateful. Don't you think so, little uncle? That Bai Yura withdrawing from the marriage is really hateful, and that Bai Rong standing by and doing nothing is even more hateful. Lin Ao looked at Lin Fan and fought for him. This matter of the White family, in the first place, if they had chosen to break off the marriage contract privately, father would have definitely agreed, and I wouldn't have had any problem with it. They were wrong in withdrawing from the marriage in public, but of course, no substantial damage was done, and I didn't put too much stock in it. Lin Fan spoke faintly. Lin Wen and Lin Wu also nodded slightly. They naturally knew Lin Xian's character. He would not climb others at all, and they also knew Lin Fan's character. He had a clear distinction between right and wrong, and a broad mind. By wrong, having met him a few times back then, I always felt that he had changed so much. Lin Wen looked towards the Bai family's private room, frowning and shaking his head. Oh, people change. Lin Wen coldly snorted in disdain. Family Master Cui has returned. Suddenly, someone yelled. The Shangguan family master, the Bai family master, and the Sun family master have all returned. When everyone looked, it was Cui Yangzhou, Shangguan Jin, Sun Qianlong and these people who flew back. I'll go. That Lin family's family had actually stepped on a sword. So cool. Well, I'm going. This sword stepping technique of the Lin family master feels so powerful. As the crowd looked, they saw Lin Xian wearing a white coat, his hands behind his back, his feet flying back on sharp swords. Extremely ethereal. At Lin Xian's realm, man and sword were already indistinguishable from each other. They could be completely fused together. And stepping on the sword to fly was base manipulation. As the Lin family watched Lin Xian return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It feels as if family master is an exiled immortal who descended from the heavens. Lin Chang'an instantly transformed into a little fanboy looking at Lin Xian. Third grandpa is so handsome. Lin Lin also lamented. Oh, this brat. Really? Still playing handsome at his age. Lin Wen looked at the floating Lin Xian and couldn't help but curse with a low laugh. Lin Wu looked at such a forceful Lin Xian. His heart also came to the idea, third brother, this hand is too forceful. I am also practicing the sword. In the future must be third brother to teach me. As Jian 11 watched Lin Xian step on his sword and return, a look of great astonishment finally appeared on his face. The people in these small places might not know that stepping on a sword and flying is basically possible at the Tongform realm, but to be so silky smooth as Lin Xian, That is to have an extremely high degree of mastery over the sword. And I'm afraid that one would have to cultivate the legendary sword intent to be able to do so. When Jian 11 thought of this, the look he gave Lin Xian added a layer of meaning. Hou Mingyu also narrowed his eyes slightly, and Da Biao beside him also had his eyes staring up. This Lin Xian's sword-stepping flight wasn't simple. As for the people of the other clans, they all marveled as they watched Lin Xian do so. Awesome! Stepping on a sword and still being so silky and ethereal. It seems that Brother Lin has a very deep understanding of the way of the sword. Shang Guanjian was also a sword practitioner, and as a connoisseur looked at the doorway, he could tell at a glance that Lin Xian's sword Dao was extremely profound. Cui Yangzhou and Bai Ying and the others' faces weren't too pretty. Elder Bali actually didn't kill Lin Xian. There were also quite a few people who felt strange at the moment. Why didn't Bali kill Lin Xian? At this time, Bali also flew back, except that Bali didn't greet anyone and just quietly sat back in his seat. Both Cui Yangzhou and Sun Qianlong were puzzled as to what had happened in between. Alright, family heads, now those who have the pearl can take it out. Xia Yi looked at the fact that all the great lords had almost returned, and also smiled. Cui Yangzhou, Shang Guanjin, Bai Lao, and Sun Qianlong all naturally had bright pearls in their hands, but their bright pearls were all dwarfed under the light of the bright pearls Lin Xian had taken out. What? Bai Lao, Cui Yangzhou and a few others were greatly shocked. Wasn't this pearl taken by Elder Bali a few days ago? Now how did this bright pearl appear in Lin Xian's hands? Mistress Xia, it looks like this house lord has one. Lin Xian looked around. His pearl was indeed big and bright. Well, indeed, the pearl in the Lin family master's hand is indeed the largest, and this mansion master declares that this round, the Lin family master wins. As Xia Yi's words fell, the faces of Cui Yangzhou's several people were all instantly as black as the bottom of a pot, in stark contrast to the shining white light of the bright pearl. 1. The family head won. Lin Yang shouted with great joy. Lin Fan, Lin Ao, Lin Chang'an and the others were also elated. Whoever said their family is going to be finished, it's time for Blackie to stand up and speak out. End of chapter 72. Chapter 72 Dragon Tiger Formation Plate Ice Intent. Chapter 72 Dragon Tiger Formation Plate Ice Intent. The Lin family had won big this time. The three major competitions. The Lin family had taken the first place in 2 doors. And the Lin family had still gotten the double first place by virtue of their hard power. Master Lin is awesome. The Lin family has 2 great heavenly prides in Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an. They are the envy of the world. Lin family master. I know that your Lin family Chang'an is unmarried. My family has a young daughter, although she is a bit younger, but she can also be promised to Lin Chang'an as his wife. Old man Han. I remember your daughter is only 9 years old. Right. You be a person. AI. That's not a good thing to say. People who cultivate a difference of 9 years is not surprising. Not only did the Lin family win, but Bali was still unable to do anything about Lin Xian, the head of the Lin family, so there was a doorway there. A little investment is okay now, especially with tactics like marriage. That's just commonplace. Even if the Lin family is still planted later, it can still be instantly set aside. And if the Lin family is up, then they as the mother's family is more or less able to get some benefits, right? Lin Xian smiled and refused a number of people in return. His spirited appearance was poignant. Who would have thought that the Lin family head, who was over 60 years old, would hide so deeply? The weak and unbearable Lin family actually had such a heavenly pride. It's really a breath of fresh air. Cui Yangzhou and the others looked at the spirited Lin family crowd and hated them. Suddenly, that Bali actually got up and left the Huaqing mansion. Cui Yangzhou several people are unknown. Bali is what happened. After coming back from 100 Hidden Mountain feels wrong. Is it really not revenge? The 4 disciples were all startled because Bali was walking too fast, and they hurriedly chased after him. All the family heads. We'll be done with this family fest. The distribution of resources will be according to the rankings of this family fest, and at that time, this mansion master will inform us of the allocated resources as they are. The family that occupies more resources and can't share so many resources this time around will have to come up with resources, Xia Yi said as he arched his hand at the group of family heads. Hearing this, Cui Yangzhou's face was the darkest of all. The last family event, it was their Cui family that had profited the most, and this time, their Cui family was afraid that they would have to spit out a lot of resources. However, the Cui family didn't dare to resist. This was a family event stipulated by the Great Desolate Imperial family. If the Cui family, didn't comply, the Divine Desolate Guards of the Great Desolate Imperial family would have to come to the Cui family to have a drink or two. The Lin family, on the other hand, was the biggest profiteer this time around, and was truly considered to be flying high. All family heads, tonight, the auction of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will be held as scheduled. If any family has something they want to auction off right now, they can all take it to our auction house for identification, and if they're qualified enough, they'll be able to go on the auction. Shin Ao stood out and smiled, arching his hand at the crowd, appearing extremely amiable. As for Gong Ling, she didn't say a word, appearing extremely cool. The crowd all responded in a rush. Lin Xian at this moment was directly leading the Lin family members to a residence in the Huaqing mansion. This mansion, which covered a considerable area, had been bought by Lin Xian. Rest individually, but try not to go out to prevent some people from making underhanded moves, and when the auction is over, we'll return to Cloud Mist City. Lin Xian arrived at his own exclusive little courtyard after explaining the situation. The crowd all nodded and then dispersed. Lin Xian returned to his room, and the system's voice sounded once again. Returning from the family event with a great victory, the family's fortunes have been boosted, the family's morale has been boosted, and they have been rewarded with a Dragon Tiger Formation Disc, a 1-level upgrade, and a +1 martial intent, another extremely generous reward. Lin Xian really feels that his system is particularly powerful. There are rewards that it really gives and it still gives them really fast The Dragon Tiger Formation Disc, Lin Xian understood, was actually used for family grand formations. This kind is the legendary Clan Protector or Clan Protector formation. Generally speaking, only 4-star families or clans would have them, because laying out a powerful defensive formation was just too expensive, and keeping the formation running wasn't something an ordinary family could afford, especially the formation disc thing, which was even more expensive. The Dragon Tiger Formation Disc in Lin Xian's hand was, according to the market value, feared to be even higher than the 10,000 Spirit Sword in Lin Xian's hand. This Dragon Tiger Formation Disc was now also particularly suitable for the Lin family. The Lin family's heritage was always still too weak. The entire family, in addition to Lin Xian, the 3-passage Divine Realm, there wasn't even a single Great Yuan Dan realm. Lin Xian decided that this time, when he returned to Cloud Mist City, he would make sure to vigorously improve the strength of his family. A powerful family could certainly not rely on just one person. Looking at the next reward, another level up reward, Lin Xian felt that it didn't matter if there were more of these rewards. It had only been how many days since he had come to the Huaqing mansion. Lin Xian had already crossed 2 levels in a row. Late Passing Form Realm. Lin Xian was now the highest rank in the Huaqing mansion even in the bright light of day. What's more, Lin Xian's means were too many, and his undercards were too terrifying. Lin Xian even wanted to level with an expert of the Passage Realm now. The last reward, which was also the most terrifying, actually directly bestowed the martial intent as a reward to Lin Xian. Lin Xian really hadn't heard of this thing called martial intent being able to change out of thin air. However, the system was indeed just so awesome, directly giving Lin Xian a martial intent realm. Lin Xian looked at the martial intent, which didn't encompass a lot, just a few kinds of intent. The fire intentions, the watery mood, the meaning of earth, the meaning of boxing, ice intentions. Lin Xian thought about it and finally chose the ice intent. The main reason was that of these 5 realms, fire and earth didn't match Lin Xian's Jiaolong Yuan soul, and fist wasn't Lin Xian's means. Then there's also water and ice. Of these two, Lin Xian definitely chose ice without hesitation. The ice attribute was a derivative of the water attribute that was extremely powerful and had a terrifying limiting ability that was very suitable for Lin Xian. After Lin Xian chose the realm of ice, an icy blue light drilled directly into Lin Xian's body. Ho 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 ho. Feeling the entry of the ice intent, the Jiaolong Yuan soul couldn't stop roaring at it. With this roar, the ice intent also obediently entered the dragon's dragon head of the Jiaolong Yuan soul. In just a dozen short breaths, Lin Xian had another ice intent now. Who would dare to believe that a passing form realm actually possessed dual intent realm abilities? Looking at the great wilderness, those who could possess dual realms of intent at the Tongling realm were all phoenix-like existences. Lin Xian stood up and spread out his palms, an ice blue ice spirit appearing in the center of Lin Xian's palms. The ice pillar seemed to be very small, but it contained an extremely terrifying power within it. And this one tiny ice pillar was enough to instantly kill a strong person at the peak of the great Yuandan realm. Putting away the ice spirit, Lin Xian felt a surge of refreshment again. End of chapter 73. Chapter 73. Lin Chang'an went to return the handkerchief? There must be a ghost here. Chapter 73. Lin Chang'an to return the handkerchief? There must be a ghost here. Lin Xian exited his cultivation state, feeling the energy around his body before returning to calm. Refreshing. It is really refreshing. Lin Xian craned his neck and exhaled. If it wasn't for the fact that he had experienced so much, Lin Xian would really want to let out a long whistle to express his inner happiness. Of course, Lin Xian is now at the hand-passing form realm and enjoys a lifespan of 200 years. Just over 60 years old. Lin Xian can't be considered an old man yet. At most he can be considered a middle-aged man. Lin Fan thought. opening the door to his room. Lin Xian had completely lost his sleepiness, and when he arrived at the mansion's compound, he suddenly realized that there were actually several people cultivating in the courtyard at midnight. Aor, Linner, Vanner? Looking at the three, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. In the courtyard were none other than Lin Ao, Lin Lin, and Lin Fan. Lin Ao had removed his top at this time, exposing his firm muscles and covered in sweat. As for Lin Lin, she was also dressed in white practice clothes, her forehead covered in fragrant sweat. Lin Fan, on the other hand, stood on the side with his hands behind his back. It looked like Lin Fan was still guiding Lin Ao and Lin Lin. Greetings, third grandfather. When Lin Ao and Lin Lin saw Lin Xian, they also immediately put away their postures and respectfully saluted towards Lin Xian. Father, Lin Fan also immediately called out. Lin Xian nodded slightly and casually waved his hand. Why are you guys still cultivating in the middle of the night? Third grandpa, it was Lin Ao who asked little uncle to give the two of us some guidance. I've lost the face of our Lin family this time, so I'll definitely double my cultivation and won't disgrace the Lin family next time. Lin Ao's fists were slightly clenched, and his body appeared to be trembling slightly. Lin Lin on the other hand pursed her lips slightly. This time she didn't even participate in the grand competition, but Lin Lin knew that even if she participated in the grand competition, it would still be a delivery. Well, having that heart is the best. I'm afraid you've lost your heart. Good job, Lin Ao. This family head thinks you're still very good. Lin Xian smilingly patted Lin Ao's shoulder. Although Lin Ao did lose this time and was abused in the grand competition, Lin Ao had that heart, and Lin Xian still felt that he should encourage it. Lin Ao and Lin Lin were both excited, and the encouragement from the family head made the two of them even more energized. Oh yeah, where did that Nagan guy go? Lin Xian looked around and didn't sense Lin Chanan's aura either. Given Lin Chanan's character, Lin Ao and Lin Lin were both working overtime on their cultivation, so Lin Chanan definitely wouldn't be absent. Ahem. Suddenly, Lin Fan coughed dryly twice. You brat, just say what you have to say. Lin Xian laughed and cursed. Father, Chang'an was indeed still practicing with us in the courtyard half an hour ago. But half an hour ago, that Miss Shangwan Chan of the Shangwan family suddenly visited and asked Chang'an to go by name. And then Chang'an said that he had to go and return Miss Shangwan Chan's handkerchief. And so he went. And he hasn't even come back yet. Lin Xian's eyes unconsciously widened slightly. As a passerby who had lived for 60 years, how could Lin Xian not know what this behavior represented? Lin Chang'an, there's actually such a beautiful thing? Hey, third grandpa, I think that kid Chang'an is having a heart-to-heart with Miss Shangwan right now. Lin Ao also hemmed and hawed. Shall we see to it? Lin Fan also came to be interested and said with a wry smile. Lin Xian didn't have that idle mind, but Lin Fan's few people actually did have that curiosity, and had to drag Lin Xian out of the Lin family's temporary residence. Lin Fan was also happy today, so he went along with a few people. Huacheng Mansion was still so bright at midnight, which was something that Cloud Mist City couldn't compare to. Street vendors come and go. Street stores are all still store doors wide open doing business. As for the brightest still have to be Huacheng Fu's Spring Breeze Courtyard, as well as the Wu Dao Building. The Spring Breeze Courtyard. Lin Xian's few people were definitely not interested, and they directly skipped over and headed straight toward the Marshall Way Building. The Marshall Way Building, with 9 floors, is a pavilion in the Huacheng Mansion that meets friends with martial arts. It is controlled by the Huacheng Mansion's prefect, and is considered to be one of the more popular places for martial artists. Of course, to meet friends with martial arts. In fact, it is just a kind of martial arts betting. 2 people bet against each other. Win to get the bet. The match cannot hurt the life. More formal, but also more suitable for the fledgling young people. Lin Xian also explained to the Lin Fan trio. All 3 of them nodded slightly as well. Father, look, isn't that Chang'an? Suddenly, Lin Fan pointed at the station within the first floor of the Marshall Way Building, where Lin Chang'an was fighting a young man on the battle stage. Lin Xian looked at the situation and also walked in with Lin Fan and the others. One could only see that there were several unrecognizable people within the martial arts building, and these people were definitely not from the Huacheng Mansion. Pang! With a heavy sound, Lin Chang'an and the young man backed away from each other. Good boy. The cultivation level of the 4th level of Kaiyuan actually does not lose with me. The battle power is not bad. The young man flicked his wrist and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lu weapon. Are you any good? The 5th level of Enlightened Yuan is being suppressed by the 4th level of Enlightened Yuan. Lu weapon. If you can't do it, get the hell down and don't disgrace our Fengtai province. Ha ha ha. Lu weapon. Don't act like a pussy. What's the matter? One night with the little lady yesterday, and your legs are weak today. Some of the young men outside the battle platform laughed out loud. Lu Qi, who was battling against Lin Chang'an in the arena, also felt his face lose its luster as he listened to these words. Kid, I'm going to have to get you down today. Then you try. Lin Chang'an held his gun behind his back with one hand, and hooked his other hand at Lu Qi. Shoo, the two were right on top of each other again. Oh, it looks like it's someone from the Fengtai prefecture next door. Lin Xian said smilingly. Fengtai province? Why did the one from this prefecture come to our Huaqing prefecture? Lin said with a wink. What else is there to think about? It must be because of our Huachang province's Tongtian Chamber of Commerce auction. And after people from some of the neighboring provinces found out about the news, they thought of coming to get a piece of the pie. Lin Xian smiled and continued to respond. Oh, Lin Ao's few people nodded slightly. As inexperienced youngsters, a lot of things really had to be taught before they could do so. Bang bang bang. Lin Chang'an is worthy of being able to ascend to the 10th ladder. A hand of gunplay is still very stunning. Actually pressure that Lu Qi cannot return the hand. Ah, a spear stabbed Lu Qi's arm. And that Lu Qi also let out a loud cry and landed on the battle platform. Chang'an is awesome. At this moment, Shangwan Chan, who was standing in the corner, laughed and clapped her hands, looking at Lin Chang'an with eyes full of little stars. Suddenly, a person rushed out from the crowd towards Lin Chang'an and ran straight towards him. Kaiyuan Sixfold. Seeing this, Lin Fan was also not willing to show weakness and immediately charged straight towards the battle platform. Pang! The two of them exchanged palms and both of them separated. How dare you! A middle-aged man stepped forward, looking so unreasonable. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Hua Qingfu is now anyone to look down on just because of a few consecutive countdowns? End of chapter. 74. Chapter 74, throwing his hands away is a wall of ice. Chapter 74, throwing a wall of ice. Ha! Are all the people of Fengtai province so unreasonable? Lin Xian slowly walked out, his hands behind his back. When the crowd saw Lin Xian, the people from the Fengtai mansion all frowned at Lin Xian, not sure who this person was. As for the people of the Huaqing mansion, there was a gasp of surprise. Hua! This Fengtai house's people have kicked the bucket. They've actually messed with the Lin family master. There's a good show to watch. This Lu family has messed with our Lin family master. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Too interesting. I can see the Lin family head disciplining people again. Make way. Make way. Make way for our Lin family lord. Our Lin family lord is going to start disciplining the dogs of Fengtai province. The people of the Huaqing mansion were all thrilled, looking at Lin Xian with actually a hint of admiration. Several people from the Lin family froze, especially Lin Xian, who was crying and laughing at how he was so respected by these people. Guess it's still strength that brings it on. The main reason was that both the Chui family and Bali targeting Lin Xian at the same time couldn't shake the Lin family in the slightest, and even the Lin family was getting more and more powerful, which was what made the hearts of the crowd feel that the Lin family was very powerful, and that the Lin family's master was even a super expert. Who are you? The Lin family? I've never heard of a Lin family in Huachangfu. The middle-aged man on the other side frowned and asked. Lin Chang'an also brought Shangwan Chan to Lin Xian's side at this time, and respectfully bowed his hand towards Lin Xian, master of the house. Well, that was a good one. Another improvement in marksmanship. Lin Xian directly ignored the Lu clan elder and gave Lin Chang'an a word of encouragement. Lin Chang'an smiled nervously, rubbing the back of his head like a big sunny boy. Lin Xian looked at Shangwan Chan next to Lin Chang'an again, revealing a hint of an inexplicable smile. Shangwan Chan met Lin Xian a strangely gentle smile. Her pretty face slightly reddened, pursed her lips and softly said, Shangwan Chan has met Lin's family master. Oh, good. Lin Xian responded with a smile. Would your excellency be too arrogant to be so unimpressed? The middle-aged man watched as Lin Xian actually directly ignored him, his eyes filled with hatred as his body's aura of the Tongform realm overflowed, displaying his strength. Lin Xian squinted slightly at the middle-aged man, and a flash of icy blue light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Ice intentions. The powerful might caused the entire first floor of the Marshall Way building to suddenly be covered in a gust of cold air. Hiss, why does it feel like it's gotten cold? Holy, it's freezing. Holy, what's going on? Ouch. My Candyman has turned into an Iceman. The surrounding cultivators were startled by the cold air that appeared out of nowhere, and that middle-aged man from the Lu family was even more shocked in his heart, slightly gulping down a mouthful of saliva as he looked at Lin Xian with eyes that had completely changed. Are the people of Fengtai province so bad? Chang'an, have you wagered anything with that young man? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Bet on it. Bet on $3,000 in stones. Good. Courageous. Actually directly bet $3,000 stone. This Lu family elder. $3,000 stone. Now please also hand it over. Lin Xian looked at the Lu family elder, still with that same faint voice. You. The Lu family elder's throat seemed to be choked, and he couldn't spit out a single word after the word you. It's hard to believe that I have to come and get it myself. Lin Xian flung out his robe with a loud boom. A wall of ice appeared out of thin air and spread directly to the Lu family camp. The wall of ice passed through the sight of quite a few Lu family members, frightening those young Lu family members who were dumbfounded and in a cold sweat. And everyone around was looking dumbfounded. Especially the Lin family members were dumbfounded. How did this become an ice system for their own family head? And it looked like this ice ability of his own family head was still very terrifying. And this scene was so shocking that the Lin family head flung out a huge wall of ice. The Lu family elder finally realized Lin Xian's terror. His forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. Alright, 3,000 yuan stones. I can give it to your excellency right now. This time, it's our Lu family's children who are less skilled than others. Standing at a loss for words, the Lu family elder finally conceded and casually found a reason to offer up the 3,000 yuan stones. Chadan, pick up the dollar stone. Lin Xian tilted his head once and smiled. Hey, thank you, house master. Lin Chang'an smiled and went up to take the 3,000 yuan stone from the hands of that Lu family elder. And that Lu family elder did not have the slightest resistance. As for those Lu family juniors, at this moment is even more frozen like a wooden chicken. Their own family's third elder Wai Koi. This is not the style of the third elder Ah. One must know that the third elder of the Lu family was known for his fiery personality in Fengtai province, and was even more famous for his short-term protection. We welcome Fengtai province to our Huaqing province to the extreme, but we also ask you to abide by our Huaqing province's rules. Lin Xian smiled gently, and the chill around him dissipated with Lin Xian's slowed down face. The disappearance of the chill was also what dissipated a large portion of the tension on the first floor of the martial arts building. I can't imagine that there is actually another Lin family in Huachangfu, and I really didn't expect that this Lin family head is still an expert. Suddenly, a wave of people came under the second floor. 3 men and 2 women. The man at the head was also a middle-aged man, but with an extraordinary demeanor, and his walk was also extremely stable. Your Excellency? Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man and faintly inquired. Fengtai Prefecture, Lu family head, Louis. The middle-aged man spoke softly. Louis. Lin Xian had heard of this person. Fengtai Prefecture was different from Huaqing Prefecture. Fengtai Prefecture had 4 great families, but the most recognized and powerful family was the Lu family. As for the Lu family's family head, Lu Yi, who was once a heavenly pride on the Dragon and Phoenix heavenly pride ranking, who had defeated Shangguan Jian, was very powerful, and was rumored to have reached the great circle of the passing form realm by now. So it's the Lu family master. Nice to meet you. Lin Xian smiled and arched his hand. Even when he was facing Louis, who had once been on the Dragon Phoenix heavenly pride ranking, Lin Xian still didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. So what if it's the strongest householder in Fengtai province? So what if he was once the Dragon Phoenix pride? So what if the great perfection of the passing form realm? Can you catch your own sword intent and ice intent? I thought that your Huacheng mansion was afraid that you would have to be at the bottom again this time, but when I came to the Huacheng mansion today, I realized that I was wrong. I never imagined that there was still an expert like the Lin family master within the Huaqing mansion. As soon as Louis said this, the 4 people behind Louis also surveyed Lin Xian with heavy eyes. In Fengtai province, the only person who could be called an expert by their own family head was their Fengtai province head, and he didn't expect that this Lin family head could actually be called an expert by his own family head. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Clearly, this Louis had already discovered that the means he had just used was the ice intent. Elder Lu Feng. Isn't it enough to disgrace our Fengtai prefecture? Louis swept a glance at the Lu family's crowd, who fled. Lin family master. Next time there's a chance for us to drink together. Oh, I hope we're putting on the wine then. End of chapter 75. Chapter 75, another dog blood drama. Chapter 75, another dog blood drama. Let's go back. Lin Xian looked at the departing Louis. His heart didn't ripple much. It was just a Lu family, and there might not be many interactions in the future. Family master. Ahem. It's just that her home is still quite far from here, so I'll go see her off. Lin Chang'an dryly coughed twice, rubbing his nose and looking slightly embarrassed as he said to Lin Xian. When these words came out, Lin Xian stared blankly, while Lin Ao and Lin Fan were watching the show, while Shangguan Chan's pretty face flushed, and her 2 pretty little white hands crossed in front of her belly and tied a knot. Lin Xian slightly raised his eyebrows. Well, it turns out that the Lin family's handsome genes and lovers' genes aren't because of themselves. It's ing passed down from the Lin family's old ancestors. Go ahead and remember to get back quickly. Lin Xian waved his hand and left with the 3 Lin Fan. Anyway, it was his own pig going to arch other people's cabbages, so Lin Xian was happy to do so instead. Lin Chang'an watched Lin Xian and the others leave, and was also slightly embarrassed, not knowing where to put his hands. Chadan, thanks for the ride home. Ahem. It's all right. Your handkerchief. I've washed it and I'm giving it back to you now. Cluck cluck cluck. It's for you, Lin Chang'an. You look really handsome on the battle stage. Ah, Chang'an, you should go. If my father sees you, he's afraid he'll interrogate you. Oh, okay. Lin Chang'an stood 100 meters outside the Shangguan mansion's door, still gently holding the scented handkerchief in his hand, and watched Shangguan Chan's disappearing back for a long time before quietly leaving. Shangguan Fu, legendary founder of the Shang dynasty, 16th century BC. Shangguan Jian and an old man stood on the roof of the Shangguan mansion. Elder He, that little nymph Chana is afraid that she's a bit moved by that Lin family brat. Shangguan Jian gave a slight shake of his head. Oh, it's normal. Xiao Chan is now in her youth, and it's normal for her to be moved, the black-clothed old man said with a faint smile. Alas, but Elder Black, don't forget that Cindy still has a marriage contract on her. Shangguan Jian suddenly let out a sigh, looking a bit embarrassed. This, Elder Black froze, apparently also looking a bit stunned. Alas, that family, our Shangguan family today really can't afford to mess with it. Although the Lin family is very strong right now, compared to that family, it's just like ants shaking a tree. What's more, that fiancé of Cindy's, alas, is exceptionally gifted, a true dragon in Phoenix 100. Shangguan Jian sighed again. The old man in black was silent, and after a long time, he also sighed. So what do you want? Although I dote on Cindy, but it's about the lives of thousands of people in our entire Shangguan family, so it's really not up to Cindy. I can only say that I'll try to make Cindy as happy as I can for these 2 years. Shangguan Jian watched as Shangguan Chan held the little ragdoll Lin Chang'an had given her and bounced back to his room, his eyes full of guilt. Elder Black patted Shangguan Jian's shoulder in a very understanding manner. As the head of the entire family, Shangguan Jian simply couldn't be capricious. A qualified family head. That must be from the perspective of the entire family, the family's interests above all else, even at the expense of the family head's personal interests. Second day. Today's Huaqing mansion was even more lively. Next to the Huaqing mansion there were 3 other mansions, Fengtai mansion, Yulong mansion, and Daiyuan mansion, all 3 of which were stronger than the Huaqing mansion as a whole. The strongest is the Jade Dragon House. The comprehensive strength can be ranked in the forefront of the 18 houses, in which the Lin family Lin Wen's daughter Lin Xiaoyu married the Jade Dragon House Zhou family's outer house third elder Zhou Jin is his wife. The Zhou family of the Jade Dragon province was extremely strong and was a 4-star family, while 4-star families were generally divided into outer and inner families. Outside the main house, it's really just doing miscellaneous things. Lin Xiaoyu's husband is the 3rd elder of the Zhou family's outer house. Is the strength of the late stage of the Great Yuan Dan realm? The 2 families are far away from each other, and Zhou Jin's status in the Zhou family is also average. Basically can't help the Lin family any favors. Of course, the Lin family had no need for the Zhou family's help, and only needed Lin Xiaoyu to live well. And Lin Xiaoyu outside obviously will not be too bad, because Lin Xiaoyu is an alchemist. Although in the beginning only a 1st grade, but even a 1st grade alchemist is definitely not bad. Lin Xian thought of Lin Xiaoyu this niece are a little heartbroken. The Lin family has not had a family alchemist. It is not easy to have a still married out. It's almost like losing money to grandma's house. Hua Changfu Lin family residence. Boom! With a loud bang, a large pit suddenly appeared in the courtyard, and Lin Ao climbed out of the pit with a big smile. Ha 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 ha, I'm at the 6th level. I'm finally at the 6th level of enlightenment. Lin Ao's loud laughter also attracted the rest of the Lin family. Lin Chang'an and Lin Lin were both smiling and congratulating Lin Ao. Not bad. Ao is at the 6th level and is not far from Yuan Dan. Lin Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. The 2 of them, Lin Wen and Lin Wu, were extremely pleased to see that Lin Ao was actually able to keep his ambition intact even after his crushing defeat. Just breaking through one realm. Is that something to be proud of? At this moment, Lin Xian slowly walked up and glanced at Lin Ao with a smile. Lin Ao suddenly put away his laughter, and the rest of the people stopped marveling. Ao, remember that you're way behind right now. You need to put in more effort, twice or even 3 times as much. You mustn't get carried away just because of a little progress. Lin Xian looked at Lin Ao and said in a serious tone. Lin Ao knows. Lin Ao instantly put away the complacency he had at the time and immediately said modestly, well, that's good. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. It's almost due time now, and there's almost an hour left until the auction of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Let's go. Let's go take a look as well and see if there's anything good. Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes, master of the house. The people all spoke out in agreement. The 3rd generation looked extremely curious. The auction of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had really never been seen before, so it was natural for them to be curious. As for Lin Yang, a few people had not seen the auction of the Huaqing mansion before, and they also looked slightly curious, except that they, the middle-aged people, were able to slightly curb their expressions. The Lin family's group arrived at the entrance of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce on their first-ranked blood horses, and at this moment, the guarding force of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce was more than several times stronger than usual. The ones watching the gate outside the door were actually all clear Yuan Dan realm powerhouses. Look! It's the Zhou family from the Jade Dragon province arriving. Phew! The Zhou family. The crowd all looked to one side. It was the caravan of the Zhou family from the Jade Dragon house that was approaching. The Zhou family was a slightly famous family in the entire eastern state, and the people of the Huaqing mansion naturally knew about it. The Zhou family's blood horses used second-order demonic beasts, which corresponded to strong people of the lesser Yuandan realm. Scary as hell. Ugh. I don't know if that girl Xiaoyu came along or not. Lin Wen sighed slightly as he looked at the Zhou family's convoy. This old man was also missing his little girl, and the rest of them looked on curiously. After Lin Xiaoyu married into the Zhou family, the number of times she came back was very few. The main reason was that the Jade Dragon Mansion was indeed too far away from Cloud Mist City. End of chapter 76. Chapter 76, The Great Powers Gather at Huaqing. Chapter 76, The Great Powers Gather at Huaqing. The Zhou family's convoy was the first to enter the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, while the Lin family followed suit. Now that the Lin family's identity was completely different, the Lin family's reputation in Huaqingfu wasn't as high as the three great families yet, but it wasn't any worse than the Sun family in Great Dragon City. Immediately after entering the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, a proper-looking maidservant walked up, worthy of being a servant girl of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Not only is her appearance pretty, but her temperament is also very well cultivated. Lords of the Lin family, your compartment is Tianzi No. 9. Now please follow us. Lords. The maidservant smiled as she bowed towards the Lin family's crowd. Well, lead on ahead. Lin Xin stopped turning the jade trigger on his thumb and said with a smile on his face. The servant girl immediately led the way ahead. The interior of this Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is really big. Lin Ao and the others looked at the size of the interior and couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion. Even Lin Wen and Lin Wu and the others had their eyes opened for the first time. The internal auction house of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in Huaqingfu was divided into 5 layers, and the first layer covered an extremely large area, enough to accommodate thousands of people, and was also the most ordinary layer. Then the second level was the yellow-type box, the third level was the Xian-type box, and the fourth and fifth were the earth-type and heaven-type boxes. The higher up the box, then the more honorable the status of the person who can stay there naturally becomes. There were 100 yellow-lettered boxes, only 50 Xin-lettered boxes, 24 earth-lettered boxes, and only 9 heaven-lettered boxes. The Lin family happened to occupy the 9th. According to the normal ranking, the Lin family was not yet qualified to occupy the heavenly character No. 9 box, and it was thought that this was the arrangement that Gong Ling had given to the Lin family. Of course, this Huaqing province's Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is still too much worse than Kyoto. Whether it is from the degree of luxury or that building's spiritual atmosphere, that is far from being able to compare. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the heavenly character No. 9 box. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Well, then you can retire for now. Lin Xian threw out a few yuan stones in his hand as a tip. The maidservant received the yuan stone and left, still facing a smile. It really feels too different. This Huaqing province's Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. A maidservant is actually so extraordinary. Quite a few of our Cloud Mist City's family misses can't compare to them. Looking at the servant girls departing back, Lin Ao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ahem. Lin Wen gave a dry cough, and Lin Ao immediately sat upright. Lin Fan, Lin Shuer and the others watched as Lin Ao was startled and also covered their mouths and snickered. After Lin Xian and the others had taken their positions, the major powers had basically taken their positions as well. Tianzi No. 1 is Ho Mingyu. This guy actually hasn't left yet. Going down the list in order were the Xia Master, Shangguan family, Chui family, Bai family, Longhu Gang, Zhou family of the Jade Dragon province, Lu family of the Fengtai province, and then there was the Lin family. The other 2 star clans actually had to go to the Earth character boxes, and the Sun clan of Great Dragon City was only able to do the same. Box 1 of the DZ. What does the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce mean by this? Why does my Zhu family of the Great Yuan province have to come after that what's her name Lin family? A middle-aged man inside the box said with slight anger. The surrounding people were all looking at the heavenly character box No. 9 with an extremely angry expression. To actually think so little of our De Yuan Fu Zhu family. The other middle-aged man was slightly angry, and at that moment the old man sitting in the main seat patted the handle of his chair. What kind of behavior is it to make a noise? Everything is still based on the strength to speak. Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is not something we can provoke. Since he has lined up the position like this, then we accept it, and when the auction is over, we can do whatever we want to do. The old man's shadowy eyes smoldered with a cold light as he spoke. Yes, father. Both middle-aged men bowed with an arch, and a few juniors at the back looked at the heavenly character. No. 9 box is also indignant. Their own hall of great Yuan Fuzhou family actually can only be subordinate to the ground-size box. They would want to see what this Lin family was capable of when the time came. Tianzi no. 1 box. Behind Ho Mingyu stood Di Diao, while on the side sat an old man. The very same old man Luo Hui who had led Ho Mingyu away from the Lin family residence in the first place. Young prince, you've been in this Huaqing mansion for a very long time. The king is already unhappy and asked the old man to make sure to take you back. Lok Hui spoke faintly. Ho Mingyu slightly frowned. For his own slightly hot-tempered and very old-fashioned father, Ho Mingyu really did not dare to refute a little. Ahem, Elder Lok, can we have a few more days of grace? The king has given a death order that he must return in 3 days at most. Luo Hui took a sip of tea and shook his head lightly. Ho Mingyu sighed lightly, his eyes vaguely glancing at the Tianzino 9 box. And today, he saw that Lin family's young girl who seemed like an elf again. The young prince wouldn't have a crush on that little girl from the Lin family, would he? Luo Hui lowered her head and didn't look at Ho Mingyu, but Ho Mingyu's every move had already fallen into Luo Hui's eyes. Ho Mingyu blushed in a rare way. Luo Hui smiled faintly, followed by a slight shake of his head. Young prince, this kind of ordinary girl is not worthy of your status, but you can take her as a concubine in the future. No, I think I want her and only her, Ho Mingyu said firmly. That would require you, young prince, to come up with capital that can talk to the king. If you have the capital, you can just directly ask the king to propose marriage to the Lin family, Luo Hui said with a faint smile. Ho Mingyu was first stunned, and then rejoiced. It seems to be so. Okay, I've decided. I'll go back with you in 3 days to properly cultivate. Ho Mingyu nodded solemnly. Tianzi no. 7 box. The Zhou family members were already seated. Many Zhou family members could only stand. Xiao Yu, is that Tianzi no? 9 box your Lin family? Your Lin family is so powerful now? Zhou Jin looked at the heavenly character No. 9 box and asked the beautiful woman next to him in a slightly puzzled whisper. The beautiful woman was none other than Lin Wen's youngest daughter, Lin Xiaoyu. I don't think so. Only my third uncle in my family is at the Great Yuan Dan realm. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head in confusion, looking less certain. He hadn't been home for 2 whole years, and had long since lost track of what his family looked like. Third brother, sister-in-law, don't hold on to those fantasies. Just that mother's family of sister-in-law still want to have any strength. Suddenly, a seated middle-aged man turned around and skimmed his lips and said with extreme disdain. Zhou Jin and Lin Xiaoyu's faces both changed. Ahem, what Big Brother says isn't necessarily right. I think the Lin family is still very good. Zhou Jin looked a little coy, but still spoke towards his lady's family. The middle-aged man is even more disdainful. Oh, whimsical. Xiaoyu that mother's family on that. Our Zhou family on our sideline branches are stronger than Xiaoyu that mother's family. That family, for us is useless. These words caused the faces of both Lin Xiaoyu and Zhou Jin to turn even deeper. That's a real overstatement. End of chapter 77. Chapter 77, Sword Casting Villa. Chapter 77, Sword Casting Villa. Your honored guests, welcome to our Huaqing Province Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, a middle-heavy voice spread throughout the entire venue, and everyone was looking towards the main seat of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Only Shen Ao, the original president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, slowly appeared and looked at the crowd with a smile, while beside Shen Ao, there were several middle-aged men in white robes, each one of them containing a terrifying yuan chi power. Apparently, this auction was hosted by Shen Ao himself, and the few people next to Shen Ao were the white-clothed offerers of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, with the worst white-clothed offerers being at the Three-Passage God realm. Our auction this time, on the top, it involves the Passing Form realm, and on the bottom, it contains the Opening Yuan realm. There are a total of 433 items in this auction, and I believe that all of you will be able to get your favorite ones. Shino continued to chuckle. There were close to 2,000 people on the first level alone, and only a few hundred lots in total, so how could it be possible? But that's how auctions are. The good stuff will always be taken by the ones at the top, and only some of the crap that the ones at the top look down on will be released to the ones at the bottom. Alright, without further ado, we have limited time. The auction will now officially begin. The first lot, the 9th grade mortal weapon, Cod Dragon Sword, is the thing of the sword casting villa, with the 4th grade demonic beast's Cod Dragon Fish Bone as the main material casting. Put in the 9th grade weapon is also the upper superior. The base price of 10,000 yuan stone. Each time to raise the price, shall not be lower than 500 yuan stone. Immediately after Shin Ao finished speaking, Two attendants walked over to the center auction table with a rectangular box that was 1 meter and 2 meters long. The box opened and a snow-white long sword was displayed in the eyes of the crowd. The long sword was extremely good. It was obvious that Shin Ao really didn't exaggerate. This sword is not bad. It is indeed top-notch even when placed in the 9th grade weapons, cast by the sword casting villa. That must be a fine product. Worthy of being the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The first lot is such a treasure. I'm afraid this treasure is going to be auctioned for 50,000 yuan stones. His 50,000 yuan stones. I only brought 3,000 yuan stones with me this time. 3,000? Dude, the entrance fee charges you 100 yuan stones, and you're telling me you only brought 3,000? You go out and turn right. There's a Lichuan house there. This place doesn't suit you. All the people were talking, and voices of praise came out of their mouths. Ho Mingyu did not even look at that cod dragon sword. As the young prince of the East Heavenly King's house, this thing is just average. And a few other clans too were interested, especially the Earth character No. 10 box of the Great Dragon City's sword worship sect. It's actually something from our sword casting villa. Sword 11 said coldly. In response, the sword worshipping sect master sighed slightly. Oh 11, you must be steady. You're the only one left in the sword casting villa right now. You mustn't expose your identity when you're not strong enough. Well, I know. The sword casting villa will not perish. I must recast the glory of the sword casting villa. Jianshi's fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes showed how unsettled Jianshi's heart was at this moment. $20,000 in stones. The Zhou family made a bid, and right off the bat, they directly added 10,000 yuan stones in a bold manner. The Lu family is offering 25,000 yuan stones. The Cui family offers 30,000 yuan stones. My Shangguan family is out. The family at the top stepped in, and the people below could only watch. A few tens of thousands of yuan stones was not easy for even a one-star family to come up with, not to mention those unranked families, which were even less qualified to participate in it. Sky Character Box No. 9. The Sword Casting Villa? Is it very powerful? Lin Fan looked at the cod dragon sword and inquired. The rest of them were also slightly curious. The Sword Casting Villa is a 7-star power, known for its skillful sword casting, and is considered a top-tier power in the entire Great Wilderness. Lin Xian explained with a smile. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. That was a 7-star power that could casually turn their Huacheng mansion over. The longsword in the field was finally auctioned off by the Zhou family for $76,000 in stones. The fact that a mortal grade weapon could fetch such a high price did show that the name of the sword casting villa was a gold standard. Cast Sword Villa. Lin Xian once in the Jishi Academy did have some understanding. The entire villa lives by the sword. Basically only builds swords. It is said that half of the swords within the Great Wilderness are cast by Cast Sword Villa. Even Lin Xian's Heavenly Shadow Sword is also made by Cast Sword Villa. However, it is said that just a short while ago, the sword casting villa suffered a great disaster, and it is not known whether it is true or not. Cast Sword Villa. Lin Xian still has an old friend in Ah. I do not know if he has escaped. Next lot. Third order herb. One by one, the lots then began to be auctioned off, but Lin Xian always watched without the slightest thought of making a move. Even though Lin Xian's personal worth was now over 1,000,000 yuan stones, with cash yuan stones of over 600,000, Lin Xian watched and dozed off, while Lin Fan, Lin Chang'an and the others were watching with great interest. Quite a few treasures. They had never even heard of them, not to mention seeing them. The next lot, a 9th grade weapon, the Drill Dragon Lance, can only be of average quality, with a starting price of 8,000 yuan stones, and each increase shall not be less than 500 yuan stones. As he watched the lance take the field, Lin Chang'an's eyes went wide. Lin Chang'an was the one who cultivated long spears, so naturally, he also wanted a powerful weapon to add a few body parts. And the people of the Lin family understood Lin Chang'an's inner excitement at this time. Well, it's also good. A mortal grade 9 weapon. It's also suitable for you. It just so happens that this time it's as a reward for you. Lin Xian smiled and said with a wave of his hand. Lin Chang'an was overjoyed. The Lin family members also had no objections. After all, Lin Chang'an was worth such an investment. Watching the lance come all the way to 30,000 yuan stones before it started to stop a bit, Lin Xian started to raise the price. $40,000 in stones. It directly calmed the entire crowd. Don't look at the cod dragon sword can be auctioned to 78,000. That's because the cod dragon sword is made by the sword casting villa, and the sword cultivator is also the most. Then the cod dragon sword is naturally expensive. Gun cultivation, to be far less than sword cultivation. So the gun this kind of weapon is naturally much cheaper. Plus this lance is just an ordinary 9th grade weapon. The general value is only 30,000 yuan stone at the beginning. 40,000 000 is indeed expensive. After Lin Xian's offer, the crowd was also out of bids. Then this lot, the Drill Dragon Lance, will be won by the honorable guest of the Heavenly Character Box No. 9. Shin Ao said with a direct smile. Lin Chang'an was overjoyed and immediately said respectfully to Lin Xian. Chang'an thanks family master for the gun. Well, you deserve it, Lin Xian said with a smile. Inside the Zhou family's box, Lin Xiaoyu listened to the sound of the bidding shouts from the Tianzino 9 box, which sounded very familiar. Zhou Lang, I think that voice sounds like my third uncle. Really? Zhou Jin was shocked. I'm not sure. I'll observe a bit more. Lin Xiaoyu pursed her lips. Alright, this next lot will be our main event. Suddenly, Shino chuckled. The crowd was interested in hearing this. To be able to be described as a heavyweight by the Olympic bid, then the value is probably more than the first lot. The next lot is a spiritual martial art. Cataclysmic Transformation Incarnation. End of chapter. 78. Chapter 78, throwing 100,000 yuan stones for his son. Chapter 78, throwing $100,000 stone for his son. Cataclysmic Incarnation. Lin Xian slightly skimmed his lips. This martial art. Lin Xian had really heard of it and even seen it. Because this martial arts in the Great Wilderness cannot be considered a very powerful martial arts, and is considered a more popular spiritual martial arts. In many powerful forces have copies. There was also a transcript of this martial art in the Jishi Academy, and this cataclysmic transformation incarnation could only be considered average in spiritual martial arts, right? To a lesser extent. Lin Xian really couldn't look at it right now, but while Lin Xian couldn't look at it, other clans and forces were very much looking at it. After all, spiritual martial arts was still an extremely rare status existence in a place like Hua Changfu, and even the number of spiritual martial arts within the clan of a family of Zhou family's rank was extremely small. The family heritage reflects nothing more than the number and level of martial arts within the family, the number and level of weapons, and the amount of resources, especially martial arts. That's something that can be passed down. The base price is 100,000 yuan stones, and each increase shall not be less than 5,000 yuan stones. Shino said with a smile. The Lu family offers $110,000. The Zhou family offers $120,000. The Cui family offers $130,000. My Zhou family bids $200,000. The Shu family of the Deyuan province bids $250,000. These prices opened the eyes of Lin Fan and the others when they looked at them. Their Lin family's yearly income was simply a nest egg. That puts it in that's gross. In the end, this cataclysmic incarnation was actually auctioned off by the Lu clan for a total of 680,000 million stones. His 68 million stones, what a huge amount of resources. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but lament. Strength determines your resources. Without strong strength, even if you are given 10 million yuan stones, what can you do? And if you have the strength of the Tongling realm, then the resources are all endless. Lin Xian smiled in response to Lin Chang'an's words. Lin Xian's words also caused the crowd to think deeply. It does seem to be the case. The next lot, a 9th grade chopper, plus an unknown stone. Base price 10,000. Each increase shall not be less than 500. Shino continued. Lin Fan suddenly sat up straight. What's the matter, Vanner? Want this chopper? Lin Shen looked at Lin Fan's movements and also asked with a smile. But Lin Shen looked at Lin Fan, who was staring at the black stone in a hidden way. It seems that my own son wants the black stone. Father, my child wants that sword. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xian and said, very firmly. Lin Xian smiled faintly. It was really a rare thing for this brat of his to beg for himself. $40,000 in stones. The Zhou family made a bid. Lin Xian smiled and exited. 50,000. This was the Lin family's second bid, and the crowd was looking towards the heavenly character No. 9 box. It seemed that those who could be in the heavenly boxes were all of a certain strength. 60,000 yuan stones. The Shu family from the Earth character No. 1 box, who had not participated in the bidding, suddenly spoke out. Lin Shen frowned slightly as he looked at the Earth character box No. 1. When had he messed with the Shu family? 70,000. $71,000 stones. The Shu family continued to bid. The crowd was in an uproar. Anyone could see it now, that the Zhu family was showing that they wanted to go against the Lin family. After all, at the very beginning, the Shu family didn't even participate in the bidding. Now it actually auctioned this long knife to a high price of more than $70,000. 71,000 yuan stones already exceeded the value of that chopper by too much. This Lin family, how did it mess with the Zhu family? It's very understandable. That Zhu family is a super family of the Great Yuan province, a 3-star family, and it was actually placed in the Earth character No. 1 box, While that Lin family was able to sit in the heaven character box, and the Shu family didn't dare to call the shots with the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, so naturally they could only compete against the Lin family. Ha ha ha, there's a good show. I've investigated. And this Lin family seems to be just a one-star family. Ha, and I don't know how it was placed up there. Hee hee. The other Lin family master is the first place winner of this family event in the Huacheng mansion. It's no wonder. But if the Lin family goes up against the Zhu family, I'm afraid it's still a case of hitting a stone with an egg. Watch the show. In the heavenly character no. 9 box. Everyone was looking at the earthly character no. 1 box in anger. What does this Shu family want? This Shu family is fighting against us. Damn it. Lin Fan also frowned slightly. Father, why don't we not have it? More than 70,000 yuan stones for an ordinary chopper. That was indeed too expensive. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and slowly stood up, looking straight at the earth character number 1 box. This family head offers 100,000 yuan stones. Shu family, you guys try to follow another one. Lin Xian laughed lightly. Extremely bland. The entire audience was once again in an uproar. This Lin family head was actually so powerful. 100,000 yuan stones came when he said so, and directly opened his mouth to threaten the Shu family. The Shu clan's crowd was furious as they listened to the threats coming out of Lin Xian's mouth. Asshole, how dare you threaten us? Ah, so arrogant. 100,000 yuan stones. It has already caused them to hemorrhage, so let them be. Only the old master of the Zhu family waved his hand and said with a strong suppression of anger. Then the 100,000 yuan stone has been decided. And now this chopper and that black unknown stone are for the heavenly character no. 9 box. Without much change in his expression, Shanao continued his own auction. Thanks, father. Lin Fan was very touched. 100,000 yuan stones to auction a 9th grade mortal weapon was not worth it in any way. But his own father was just willing to auction it to himself. Chao's box. It's my third uncle. It's really my third uncle. Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly. Zhou Jin was also overjoyed, not realizing that his wife's maternal family was actually so strong that they could call the shots with the Zhu family, and also ranked in the heavenly character box. I can't imagine that sister-in-law that maternal family is quite arrogant. That's the Zhu family. It's no better than our Zhou family. You can ask your maternal family to be careful. That middle-aged man from the Zhou family continued to speak in a conspiratorial manner. Lin Xiaoyu was extremely displeased. Humph. Big brother, you're looking down on my Lin family too much. Since my Lin family can be placed in the heavenly box, it means that our Lin family has far surpassed what it once was. Zhou Qi smiled disdainfully and turned back with a cold snort, clearly not putting the Lin family in his eyes. This was because each house's Tongtian Chamber of Commerce ranked its position in order to prioritize the power of its own house. Otherwise, how could the Zhou family only have the 7th box of the heavenly character? The next lot. I believe all of you are extremely interested. Shino said with a grin. The crowd was hooked again. Lin Xian was the only one, slightly hooking the corners of his mouth as if he already knew about this lot. Next lot. Pseudo-spiritual armament, shocking fist gloves. Starting price 30,000 yuan stones. Each increase shall not be less than 3,000 yuan stones. The entire audience was in an uproar. It was actually a pseudo-spirit weapon. Pseudo-spirit soldiers. That was used by Tongform realm powerhouses. And generally speaking, only powerhouses at the peak of the Tongform realm or at the Great Circle could afford to use real spirit soldiers. This time, many clans' eyes were on fire. The main thing is that a weapon like gloves, that can really be used by anyone, and by market value, gloves are on average worth no less than a sword. End of chapter 79. Chapter 79, returning the favor in the same way as the other. Chapter 79, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This shocking fist glove was exactly what Lin Xian had put up for auction, and the boxing gloves were naturally gotten from the fat and thin 2 old men. The main reason was that no one in the Lin family could use the gloves even now, so it would be a waste to keep them. So it would be better to simply put them up for auction for yuan stones, getting a large amount of yuan stones to allocate resources for cultivation to all the people in the Lin family. This kind of is what maximizes the benefits. Compartment 1 of the DZ. These gloves, they are very useful to our Zhu family. Chang'er, he just needs a pair of these gloves. Buy him. And Chang'er's ranking on the Dragon and Phoenix Celestial Pride ranking might go further. The old master of the Zhu family sitting on the main seat couldn't stop looking at the boxing gloves with satisfaction. Oh, I know father. And Changeling does need a good pair of gloves like that. The middle-aged man next to him responded with a smile. I offer 50,000 yuan stones. The first one to call out the price was a loose cultivator of the 3-passage god realm, who looked like he had quite a bit of financial power. Humph. A loose cultivator dares to shout the price. The Shu family of the Deyuan province offers 60,000. The Zhou family of the Jade Dragon House offers $80,000. The Bai family of the Huaqing Mansion offers $100,000. In Huacheng Fu, pseudo-spirit soldiers that were also extremely high-class goods. In just a dozen short breaths, the price of the auction had already come to 250,000 yuan stones, and there were only a handful of 2 or 3 clans participating in the bidding. As for the loose cultivator, he had already given up at 200,000 yuan stones. It was still hard for an individual to compete with family power. The Shu family, bid 280,000 yuan stones. Old Master Zhu's muddy voice spread throughout the entire lobby. A pseudo-spiritual soldier was never a true spiritual soldier. His value was only 300,000 at most. 280,000 was already considered a high price. The Zhou family gave up. It wasn't worth it for a pseudo-spirit soldier glove yet. After all, there was a heavy drama behind it. The Lu family also gave up, mainly because the Lu family had already spent too many yuan stones earlier. Even if the Lu family was a large family, they couldn't afford to spend so much. Oh, that's when the Shu family's old master was about to admit it with a smile. Lin Xian spoke faintly at that moment. 283,000. In an instant, all the gazes of the crowd were directed towards the heavenly character No. 9 box. The Shu family's old master's face instantly clouded over. It's a case of doing unto others as they do unto you. The Shu family offers $290,000. The Lin family, bid $300,000. Lin Xian spoke indifferently, not burdened in the slightest. Father, we're shouting the price like this. In case the Zhu family stops shouting, we are going to buy it. Yes, family head. We can't add too much. Don't argue. The family head naturally has his plans. The Lin family's crowd began a hot debate. Lin Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This glove was put up for auction by himself. The big deal was to pay a few thousand yuan stones in handling fees to buy this glove back. If you want to sell such a good boxing glove, there is no worry about the lack of buyers. That Zhu family had screwed themselves so much. If they didn't return something back, wouldn't it be enjoyable? Asterisk. Damn it. Inside the Zhu family's box, many of the Zhu family members were already furious. And the old master of the Zhu family sitting on the rattan chair also clenched his hands slightly. Actually teasing their Zhu family like this. The Zhu family is bidding 311,000 stones. Old Master Zhu almost ground his teeth as he shouted out these words. $320,000 in stones. Lin Xian continued to raise the price, not panicking in the slightest. Pang! An elder of the Zhu clan slammed the table and walked to the balcony of the box and yelled, Lin family, you guys don't go too far. The crowd was watching the show. Lin Xian also walked out of the box and arrived at the balcony of the box, one hand behind his back and the other in front of his stomach. If the Zhu family has no money, then by all means retreat. And if you don't have money, don't clamor. Lin Xian spoke in a soft voice, but it was filled with contempt. You! The middle-aged man from the Zhu clan blew his beard and eyes out in anger, but he couldn't say anything. It's really Uncle Sam. Inside the Zhou family's box, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. Zhou Jin was also very surprised, and only now that he had seen it with his own eyes did he really dare to be sure. This time, everyone within the Zhou clan heard it, and all of them also frowned slightly at Lin Xian. This family that dared to call out to the Zhu family was actually still their Zhou family's daughter-in-law's mother's family, which was really kind of interesting. Tay grandma, my Zhu family is bidding 330,000 yuan stones. The middle-aged man of the Zhu family raised his hand and shouted, Fine. 330,000 yuan stones, right? Your Zhu family is really something, but how should your Zhu family respond when this family master bids 333,000 yuan stones? Lin Xian grinned and flung out his robes, returning to the box without even glancing at that Zhu family's crowd. President Shun, then whether or not the Lin family has 330,000 yuan stones is a question. I mind if I should check. Someone from the Zhu family spoke out. A one-star family. So what if it took first place in the Huacheng province's family event this time? The underpinnings are laid out. This president can testify that Lin family head has the financial power to do so. Shanao nodded slowly. Are you kidding? Now the gloves are being put up for sale by someone else. If it ended up being bought by Lin Xian, the most they could charge was a 2% handling fee, which was just a few thousand yuan stones. 350,000 stones. The old master of the Shu family continued to raise the price. Forget it, all of you have let your Zhu family pay 70,000 yuan stones more. So be it, I'll just let you have it. Lin Xian spoke with a faint smile. The faces of the Zhu clan's people darkened, itching to eat Lin Xian's flesh, but the crowd within the Lin family cheered. Ha ha ha, let them be arrogant. Now it's time to give them a taste of their own medicine. This Shu family, it's really too arrogant. House master is mighty. The crowd was treated to a joke. Okay, next lot then. The auction continued. The good things were basically all auctioned off by the family clans in the two boxes in heaven and earth. And only some of the ones that everyone couldn't see would be left for the smaller clans below. Shangwan Chan of the Shangwan clan had actually spent more than 10,000 yuan stones to buy an 8th grade inner armor. Lin Xian was a bit puzzled. The Shangwan family was a large family. Could it be that they couldn't take a 9th grade inner armor? After more than 2 hours had passed like this, the auction was finally at its final highlight. Alright, gentlemen, today's auction has come to our end. Our last 3 major lots will soon be moved onto the auction table, Shino said with a grin, his voice carrying across the room. And at this time, the 4 white-cloth offerings also instantly came to the 4 directions of the auction table. Obviously these 4 lots are all first-class good treasures. The first big lot is an elixir. The elixir is a 4th-order elixir called the Pole-Breaking Dan. Taking the Pole-Breaking Dan, there is a 30% chance that a strong person of the passing shape realm will be directly upgraded by a small level. The moment these words came out, all the Tong Formation realm powerhouses were breathing heavily. End of chapter 80. Chapter 80, all useless things. Chapter 80, useless things. The others were extremely eager, except for Lin Xian, who didn't even bother to raise his eyes. The pole-breaking pill, indeed, had this effect, but the pole-breaking pill was to squeeze one's own potential in exchange for strength, and it was considered to be a kind of elixir with more to gain than to lose. Of course, it was really considered a miracle pill for the kind of cultivator who had no hope of improving for years. In the end, the elixir was auctioned off by the Zhou family, fetching a high price of 630,000 yuan stones. Lin Xian bristled. Lin Xian remembered that his 3rd senior brother used to refine this kind of elixir for fun, and after he refined it, he took it out and casually sold it for wine. The next big lot is a 4th-order demonic beast cub. This kind of demonic beast, called the Baron Wolf, is an extremely rare demonic beast. It is said that the maximum potential of this kind of demonic beast can reach the 5th order. A birth will have the strength of the 1st order of the demonic beast, to the time of the growth period of up to the highest level of strength of the 3rd order of the demonic beast, cultivated. That is the Jin clan. Jin's own god beast, Shino said with a grin. The thing about demonic beasts, that was extremely difficult to domesticate. But if it was domesticated from a young age, then the difficulty would be greatly reduced. Many big clans and big families like to cultivate powerful demonic beasts as clan protection divine beasts, because human lifespan is very limited, while the lifespan of demonic beasts is generally much longer. For example, the worst of the 4th-order demonic beasts can live for 300 to 400 years, which can be longer than the same level of human powerhouses. However, the growth cycle of demonic beasts was also very long, and it was really hard to come up with the resources to cultivate them if they weren't from a big family or a big clan. Desolate Wolf Cub, starting price, 100,000 yuan stones. Each increase shall not be less than 10,000 yuan stones. As soon as Shin Ao's words fell, a clan immediately started bidding. $100,000 in stones, 111,000 stones, $500,000 in stones. It's already come to $500,000 in stones. It's really too scary. Family Master, why is this one looking dead cub so valuable? Lin Ao asked in disbelief. Lin Chang'an and Lin Lin and the others also looked curiously at Lin Xian. Before Lin Xian could speak, Lin Wen was the first to open his mouth and explained. If a family can cultivate a 4th-order demonic beast for their family, then this 4th-order demonic beast might be able to protect the family for hundreds of years. This deal, that's really too cost-effective. And, this kind of demonic beasts, when they've grown up to adulthood, are basically at the peak of the passing shape realm. This amount of yuan sure, it's really not a loss. The crowd nodded slightly, probably sort of understanding. The purpose of photographing this kind of demonic beast was not to immediately enhance the strength of the clan. No family dares to be sure that their family will be prosperous in the future. Then having a clan protector demonic beast is very important. When one's clan is in decline, one can still have such a powerful demonic beast to shelter. Then the importance of the clan protector demonic beast will be revealed. My Zhou family bids $800,000. The Zhou family hammered in a high price of $800,000, leaving the other families in the dust. $800,000 in stones is too much. The Bai family, the Chui family, and these local families of Hua Qingfu were all in deep thought. They would be able to come up with $800,000, but after taking out $800,000, the family's funds would instantly shorten too much. The Zhou family was different. The Zhou family was a 4-star family with countless family industries. 800,000 yuan stones was a large fortune for the Zhou family, but it was still possible to take it out to buy an investment. In the end, the demonic beast cub was still auctioned off by the Zhou family. $800,000 in stones. How expensive. Lin Fan looked at the demonic beast cub and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The rest of the Lin family nodded in agreement. The next lot. That's going to be our main event of the main event this time, Shineo said and played a sloppy game. Selling it. The crowd was all in a flurry of speculation when Shineo finally continued to speak. The last lot. A divine item that is in short supply even in the imperial capital, sword-shaped grass. There was an uproar in the room. It was actually a divine object like sword-shaped grass. Lin Xian was also a bit surprised that a projectile place like Hua Changfu could actually have sword-shaped grass. This kind of stuff. In the great desolate imperial capital that are indeed all good treasures that are in short supply. Come on. We should go. Lin Xian got up, feeling that it wasn't much fun anymore. Mainly because the sword-shaped grass wasn't of much use to Lin Xian anymore. Spending 1,000,000 yuan stones to get a sword-shaped grass would be sick. The Lin family members all nodded their heads and all followed Lin Xian out of the box, going to get their own things first. At this moment, the crowd's gaze was basically fixed on the sword-shaped grass. So naturally, they didn't pay attention to the fact that the Lin family's crowd had already left. The only people who noticed were Hong Mingyu and Jian 11, as well as Shang Guanchan. Jian 11 looked in the direction of the Lin family's box and vaguely had a major decision. 11. You. Uncle. I've already decided. I want to restore the sword casting villa. And the Lin family lord may be the only person I can place a bet on. Alas. Backstage of Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Clan Master Lin. This is the drill dragon lance you auctioned. This is the black chopping blade you auctioned. And this black stone. Oh. And your shocking fist gloves, which fetched 350,000 yuan stones. We charge a handling fee of 2%, or 7,000 yuan stones. And after deducting the fees for the previous two lots, the total amount is 1,477,000 yuan stones. And this is 233,000 yuan stones. Please take it, Clan Master Lin. The head of logistics of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce said with a face full of enthusiasm. And all the Lin family members behind them had been completely shocked. That shock fist gloves were actually put up for auction by their family. Unexpectedly, after going around in such a big circle, their family had actually still had 200,000 yuan stones in his pocket. Oh, thanks a lot. Lin Xian collected the yuan stones, and as for the other two lots, they were also given directly to both Lin Xian and Lin Chanan. Both were thrilled. Lin Ao and Lin Lin were also envious, but they were only envious, and their hearts were more motivated. Go, Lin Xian said indifferently. In this auction, Lin Xian had only auctioned these two things. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't have enough money, but those things, Lin Xian couldn't look at them. It was really too bad. To the current Lin Xian, those things were really just unattractive. Householder, for once you have nothing to shoot for yourself yet. Lin Chang'an first touched the long spear in his hand extremely cherishingly, then looked at Lin Xian. The crowd was stunned. Their own family head really just didn't shoot anything for himself. There's nothing to shoot. It's all useless. Lin Xian waved his hand, extremely unrestrained. Lin family master. Wait. Lin Xian was about to leave with the crowd when the man suddenly chased after him again. What's wrong? Ahem. Lin family master. It's our President Gong who has an invitation. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned. This President Gong had invited their group leader 3 times. And one could think with once but that the relationship between their own family head and that President Gong was not ordinary. Stay here and wait for me for a while. I'll be back as soon as I can. Lead on ahead. End of chapter 81. Chapter 81 Gong Ling's departure. Chapter 81 Gong Ling leaves. What? What's the matter with finding me? Walking into the room where Gong Ling was dealing with things, Lin Xian also asked directly to the point. It's nothing much. It's just that I'm supposed to be leaving the Huaqing mansion within 7 days. Gong Ling raised her eyes to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned, then smiled. Gong Ling really didn't belong to the eastern state. I came here for a simple purpose, but I have other purposes. Only I'm not accomplishing mine right now, so there's nothing more to stay here for. Gong Ling said some strange things that made Lin Xian also listen to the clouds. So you're going straight back to the imperial capital this time? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Gong Ling nodded gently. That's right. I'm just going back to the imperial capital this time. After all, on my sister's side, I still have to go back and take care of it. Lin Xian was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say for a moment. Sister probably already knows that you're in Cloud Mist City. I'm going back this time. Is there anything you want to say that you want me to bring back? Though it's not like my sister's missing you around now. Gong Ling looked at the silent Lin Xian and couldn't help but inquire. Her tone filled with disinterest. Lin Xian sighed slightly. His heart actually had 1,000 words, but they couldn't be said anymore. Oh, you really are a negative person. Now you don't even have words, do you? Gong Ling coldly grunted in dissatisfaction. What can I say? Then you'll help me with the first sentence. Just say, I'll see you again eventually. Lin Xian smiled as he finished his sentence, got up and prepared to leave. Wait. What? Anything else? Lin Xian turned back around and asked. Gong Ling looked at Lin Xian for a while before finally saying, forget it, it's okay, go away. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and left the room. Gong Ling sighed softly and muttered under her breath. Nerd. Sis, she misses you. After Lin Xian left the room, he also realized that the auction had ended. The final sword-shaped grass was auctioned off by Ho Mingyu for $1,900,000, worthy of being the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion. It's just so rich and generous. One must know that the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion was a 7-star power in the open. What with the Zhou family and the Lu family, they were just bigger ants in front of him. Pang! Outside the gate of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, a group of people surrounded each other, and in the middle of the crowd, 2 people were exchanging blows. One of the people who exchanged blows was actually Lin Chanan. Lin Chanan was either in a fight or on his way to return a handkerchief this day. He saw Lin Chanan waving the 9th grade lance in his hand, looking tigerish and powerful, and his moves were all airtight. Although the person opposite was at the 6th level of Kaiyuan, he actually couldn't penetrate Lin Chanan's defense. Bang bang bang. Once again, the 2 of them separated in 3 consecutive moves. Lin Xian overrode the sky and looked at the situation. The opposite side was actually that Zhu family. It seems that this Zhu family's heart is a bit small, and they actually started looking for trouble straight away. Zhu Tan, you actually couldn't take down a 4th level of enlightenment with a 6th level of enlightenment. At this moment, some people in the Zhu family crowd had already started to accuse the Zhu family member who had fought Lin Chang'an to a draw. Zhu Tan's face flushed, extremely embarrassed. Oh, where is that head of your Lin family? What? Did he leave you guys behind and run away? An elder of the Zhu family stood out and said aggressively. What? Are you looking for me? Lin Xian descended from the sky and came directly into the crowd. Master of the house. Father. Uncle Sam. With a cry, Lin Xian was their pillar of support. Lin Xian. The Zhu family's old master slowly walked out, his cloudy eyes looking straight at Lin Xian. This is the Zhu family's old master Zhu Sanfu, isn't it? He really is as old as the rumors say. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lin family head. Ha, you really are extraordinary. Zhu Sanfu said with a leathery smile. At that time, the 18 house competition. Let's meet again. Lin Xian put away his smile and casually waved his hand. It was just a minor character. Lin Xian really didn't want to put it on his mind. The battle between the Lin family and the Zhu family appeared to be a battle of swords, but in reality, it was still not a fight. They're all 10,000 years old. Where would they fight so easily? The Zhu family left, and naturally put out a wave of harsh words before they left. Only Lin Xian didn't take it to heart at all. Dad, Uncle 2, Uncle 3. Suddenly, a pleasant voice rang out. Lin Wen's few people all turned around with a jerk, and a familiar figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Yo, little sister. Aunt Yo. The Lin family crowd all exclaimed in surprise. The 2 of them, Lin Xiaoyu and Zhou Jin, excitedly walked towards Lin Xian and the others. Father, 2nd and 3rd uncles, brother, Xiaoyu misses you all. Lin Xiaoyu came up with a smile, unable to suppress her inner excitement. Zhou Jin, on the other hand, also appeared to be extremely courteous, coming up and bowing to the 3 of them at Lin Xian. Zhou Jin has met his father-in-law, and he has met his 2nd and 3rd uncles. Well. Zhou Jin. Ah, it's been a while since you and Xiaoyu came to visit our Lin family. Lin Wen's tone appeared to be slightly grumbling, but he was still relatively happy. After all, he had met his youngest daughter today. Ahem. Forgive me, father-in-law. It's really because my son-in-law is too busy. Father, don't blame Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang is now the 3rd elder of the Zhou family's outer house, and there are really a lot of things big and small. Lin Xiaoyu was also putting in a good word for her own husband. You little ninny. Your elbow is now completely turned toward the outside. Lin Wen laughed and cursed again, but inwardly he was happier. Looking at Lin Xiaoyu and Zhou Jin, they were still quite in love. Lin family master. Nice to meet you. At this moment, the Zhou family's large troop also walked up, and the white-haired old man in the middle of the first few people smiled towards Lin Xian. Your Excellency is. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. I am the Zhou family's inner house grand elder, Zhou Jianhang. And these are all my Zhou family's inner house elders as well. Zhou Jianhang first introduced himself, and then also introduced the 4 people around him. Worthy of being a 4-star family, the Zhou family came out to participate in the auction with all 5 of the top passing form realm powerhouses. Oh, long time no see. Lin Xian arched his hand and smiled, holding it just right. Lin family master is really a good style. I've heard that this time, at the Huachang province's family event, the Lin family was full of money and returned with a great victory. Zhou Jianhang didn't mean to look down on him. Instead, he appreciated Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed and waved his hand, unimpressed. Our two families are also considered in-laws. Lin family master. We can also move around more in the future, Zhou Jianhang said with a smile once again, his peaceful appearance causing people to feel good about themselves. Naturally, since we're in-laws, it's only natural that we can move around more in the future. Lin Xian smiled in response and stood opposite Zhou Jianhang, his aura not losing any ground. End of chapter 82. Chapter 82, Returning to Cloud Mist City. Chapter 82, Returning to Cloud Mist City. Lin Wen wanted Lin Xiaoyu and Zhou Jin to go to Cloud Mist City for a few days, while Zhou Jin could only let Lin Xiaoyu return to the clan with Lin Xian and the others because he still had things to do, and Lin Xian moved fast, taking the Lin family crowd towards Cloud Mist City on the second day. How come the Xiao family quit in the middle this time? Lin Wu looked slightly puzzled and said, the Xiao family withdrew midway this time, seemingly because of their clan matter. In the convoy, Lin Fan said with a slight frown, clan? The crowd was uncertain. It was also the first time Lin Xian had heard this word, clan. Lin Xian was shocked in his heart. The Xiao family of Cloud Mist City wouldn't be a branch of that imperial capital Xiao family, would it? Lin Fan continued. Little Bud said to me that their Xiao family is one of the sub-lineages of the Xiao family in the imperial capital, and that they were once sent to Cloud Mist City because of a fault, and that if they want to go back, they either need to make a certain contribution, or a powerful genius will appear within the family. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Xiao family in the imperial capital, that was one of the three great families of the Great Wasteland. In terms of power, it even surpassed the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion. Lin Xian also couldn't help but feel emotional, not realizing that a small family that traveled together actually had such a complicated past behind them. Oh, looks like Uncle Junior is a little annoyed at this, Lin Chang'an said smilingly. What does that mean? Lin Ao was unsure, looking dumbfounded. Put, Lin Xiaoyu snorted, then explained with a smile. I also know that Little Bud. The Xiao family relies on Little Bud. Then Little Bud's talent must be very powerful. If Little Bud is taken in by the Xiao family clan, then the suitors around her must be the greatest geniuses of the Great Wasteland. Little brother will naturally have to struggle quite a bit. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything, and Lin Shuer beamed. On the contrary, Lin Chang'an, actually a bit of gloating flavor. Hey, there is pressure to have motivation. You say it, Uncle Junior. Lin Fan blankly glanced at Lin Chang'an. Lin Chang'an, this kid even met with Shangwan Chan alone when he left Huachang Mansion, and came back with such a spring in his step. Humph, the wind and water are turning. Oh, Xiao Yu this time you go home. You can be sure to stay a few more days. Your father can miss you so much. Lin Shan looked at Lin Xiaoyu and spoke smilingly. Lin Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. I miss everyone too. Is the Zhou family treating you well? Lin Wen asked, looking somewhat concerned. After all, Lin Xiaoyu was Lin Wen's youngest daughter. Naturally she was precious. The Zhou family clan is too big. There are more than a dozen branches, counting on each other. It's pretty pointless, but Zhou Lang also still has a bit of status in the Zhou family, and has been really good to me. Lin Xiaoyu obviously didn't have a lot of good feelings towards the Zhou family, but she was indeed very satisfied with Zhou Jin as well. Hearing Lin Xiaoyu say that, everyone put their hearts down. Hua Chengfu was not far from Cloud Mist City, and although the crowd rushed slowly, they arrived in 2 days. When he returned to Cloud Mist City, a group of Cloud Mist City cultivators actually came out of the city to greet him. The news of the Lin family's return from their great victory had already spread to Cloud Mist City. If the Lin family won a big victory, they would naturally receive many resources. Then the development of Cloud Mist City would also change for the better. All the way back to the Lin mansion, everyone was also slightly paralyzed. It still looks comfortable at home. Don't you guys think about being comfortable? Lin Chagan, Lin Ao, gather all the Lin family's third generation. From now on, they'll all have to undergo special training. Of course, Shuer and Xiaofan won't be able to escape. Lin Xian looked at Lin Ao, who had collapsed in his chair, and immediately said coldly, Yes, master of the house. Lin Ao, Lin Chang'an and the others all raised their spirits and replied loudly. Watching the scene, Lin Xiaoyu also couldn't help but smile. You guys go ahead and go down. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Lin Ao and the others went down. Ha, and this is? Lin Xiaoyu looked at Yuan Ing and asked uncertainly. Father will introduce you. This is your brother Yang's wife, Yuan Ing. Lin Wen said smilingly. Hello, Sister Xiaoyu. Yuan Ing was very dignified and smiled as she greeted Lin Xiaoyu. Hello sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is so pretty. It's really cheap for brother Yang. Complimenting a woman means complimenting her beauty. And Lin Xiaoyu, who is also a woman, naturally knows the way. Well, Xiaoyu is back too. so stay at ease and stay until whenever you want. Lin Xian stood up and said with a smile. The crowd then dispersed after a few moments of pleasantries. Lin Xian took the Dragon Tiger Formation plate and went straight to the back of the mountain. This geographical location of the Wu family was really particularly superior, occupying such a large piece of land, with a large hill behind the back. The Dragon Tiger Formation plate could just happen to be set here. Lin Xian took out the array disc and directly recited the mantra, and the Dragon and Tiger array disc instantly merged into the mountain and expanded towards a 10-mile radius. In just a few short breaths of time, the entire Lin family residence was surrounded by the Dragon Tiger Formation plate. Lin Xian looked at this array disc and also frowned a little. Looking at the rate of consumption of this array disc, a day to maintain the array disc was afraid that it would require more than 20 yuan stones, so a year would be nearly 10,000 yuan stones, and that was only what was needed to keep the array disc running. If one were to activate the array disc at full power, one would be afraid that it would instantly eat up thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan stones. No wonder ordinary clans couldn't afford to use formations. However, Lin Xian felt that this thing was worth it. This Dragon Tiger Formation disc was a fourth-order formation disc, and it was still the finest of the fourth-order formation discs, capable of blocking the attacks of a Tong Formation Realm Powerhouse. If a Tong Formation Realm Powerhouse was caught in the Dragon and Tiger Formation, even a peak Tong Formation Realm Powerhouse was afraid that he would have to flee with serious injuries. This was the power of the Dragon Tiger Formation plate. For the current Lin family, the usefulness of this array disc that was great. After laying down the array disc, Lin Xian returned to the mansion and summoned his elder brother and second brother. Moreover, Lin Xian directly told the duo of Lin Wen and Lin Wu about the array plate. Both of them were stunned, not expecting their little brother to get another such treasure back. But the two were also heartbroken that the cost of maintaining the formation at 10,000 yuan stones a year was too expensive. Big brother and second brother, don't think about being expensive. This array disc, for our Lin family right now, that's a great benefit. It's also impossible for me to always stay in the Lin family, if I'm not there, with this array plate, unless a strong person of the passage realm, they will all never be able to break through the Dragon Tiger array plate. Lin Xian's words were not unreasonable, and Lin Wen and Lin Wu were not pedantic people, so they naturally understood. Lin Xian then also handed Lin Wen and Lin Wu the mantra of the array plate, leading Lin Wen and Lin Wu to the back of the mountain to master the Dragon Tiger array plate. Now, even if Lin Xian wasn't in the Lin family, he wouldn't have to be so afraid if there was an invasion from a foreign enemy. A strong man's greatest fear is having his home stolen, so the home must be armed. After dealing with these matters, Lin Xian's mind was focused on the entire family. There was still half a year to go before the 18 prefectures of the Eastern Prefecture competition, and during this half a year, Lin Xian would need to conduct a special training program for his own family, and the 18 prefectures grand competition was only a small matter, so Lin Xian didn't put it too much on his mind. What concerned Lin Xian the most was still the 300th birthday of his master a year later. The imperial capital. Lin Xian had been away for more than 20 years, and he didn't know how the imperial capital was now, much less what the once incredibly familiar person is like now. Do they resent themselves? Just thinking about this made Lin Xian feel a pang of distraction. End of chapter 83. Chapter 83, Gen 11 Worshipping Lin Xian? Chapter 83, Gen 11 Worshipping Lin Xian? After resting for the night, Lin Xian set up a series of benefits and rules for the Lin family. The welfare of the Lin family has increased dramatically. First, each Lin family third generation received 5 times the resources they used to receive. Secondly, every third generation of the Lin family could learn up to a maximum of 6th grade martial arts and, through performance, could even be rewarded with a 6th grade or higher martial arts. Thirdly, every third generation of the Lin family could receive a high-grade weapon, and could receive various kinds of pills and herbs and such auxiliary cultivation treasures. Fourthly, Lin family juniors could complete the tasks set by the family to obtain mission points, and then exchange them for various resources with the mission points. Although the welfare had been substantially increased, the tasks of the Lin family members had also been aggravated quite a bit, and they needed to practice hard every day, so trying to be a playboy was obviously not an option. And the Lin family juniors didn't have the slightest complaint. The treatment had been raised so much, it was only right to be a little bitter and tired. No! As the genius of Cloud Mist City dawned, on the Lin family's martial arts practice field, 10 or so Lin family juniors had already begun their cultivation. Not only these Lin family juniors, but the second generation of the Lin family also had to pick up cultivation again, with the two of them, Lin Yang and Yuaning, being responsible for overseeing cultivation. The Lin family was waiting to be revitalized, and it was bound to rise several levels in the greater part of the year. Lin Xian, Lin Wen, and Lin Wu stood in the corner, watching the crowd of the third generation cultivate diligently, all nodding in satisfaction. Third brother, this time our Lin family is really feeling different. Lin Wen smiled with great satisfaction. I feel the same way. I feel like I'm going to break through to the great Yuandan realm. And I don't know why. It seems like ever since that 60th birthday of yours, third brother, all my breakthroughs have felt smoother. Lin Wu, who was on the side, seemed to be a dozen years younger at this time, and his voice was speaking in a neutral tone. Oh, that's really great. That kid Lin Yang is about to break through to the late stage of the little Yuandan realm. And now that second brother has also broken through. That's really a double blessing. Lin Xian said smilingly. It's not just that Lin Yang kid. There's also a few second generation that have broken through in the past few days. And even more third generation that have broken through. It's incredible. Lin Wen smiled and stroked his beard. His smile that was getting more and more indulgent. Being able to break through is naturally a good thing. Lin Xian smiled faintly. These were exactly what Lin Xian wanted to see. This thing, Qi luck, is nebulous, but it does truly exist. At the very beginning of the Lin family, the red level family Qi, Lin Yang is trapped in the 9th level of the Kaiyuan 3 years inching forward, and he himself is trapped in the middle stage of the great Yuandan realm is difficult to go further. And now that the family's Qi had reached the lower yellow level, most of the Lin family's breakthroughs appeared to be a lot easier. Third brother, the Lin family is indeed on the right track now, but for the 18 house competition in the first half of the year, we still need to be stronger. I've gone to inquire, like the juniors under the age of 18. In the 18 house competition, the strongest actually managed to reach the little Yuandan realm. It's too terrifying. Lin Wen sked, 18 years old at the little Yuandan realm. This was unimaginable for Lin Wen. Lin Wu was also booed at this. It really was just that there was no harm without comparison. Lin Xian laughed dumbfoundedly. If these two knew that their little senior sister was at the triple passage divine realm at the age of 18, they didn't know if they'd faint from fear. I know. This I also understand. If they are not strong enough, it would be a disgrace to go. I will naturally give them the best training, so that they can raise the prestige of my Lin family. Lin Xian said with a smile. To raise the prestige of the Lin family, that's fighting for the Lin family's fortune. Why not? Family master. There is a young man called Jian 11 outside the mansion seeking an audience. Suddenly, a clan's son ran and reported loudly. Lin Xian and the three of them were all stunned. Why was this Jian 11 here? What's he doing at the Lins? And Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan and the others had also stopped cultivating, obviously also wondering why Jian 11 had come to their Lin family. Okay, I got it. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then headed towards the outside of the mansion. And Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan several people also followed towards the outside of the mansion. As for the other people, they also followed behind Lin Fan and the others out of curiosity, and followed to join in the fun. Lin Xian several people arrived outside the mansion. Jian 11 at this time stood alone outside the door of the Lin mansion, and for some reason, appeared a little desolate. Sword 11? It's really you. Lin Chang'an saw Jian 11 and shouted with a smile. When the two of them, Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan, were surrounded by 5 people, Sword 11 was also the one who stood out to relieve them. Both Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an were relatively favorable to Jian 11. Sword 11, what are you doing in our Lin family? Lin Xian asked as he opened his mouth indifferently. First of all, the Lin family and the sword-worshipping sect were not even close. Secondly, Sword 11 didn't have much of a connection with the Lin family, not to mention that the duo of Sword 11 and Lin Fan weren't exactly friends now. Were they? Sword 11 has come here to worship Senior Lin as his teacher, and I still hope that Senior Lin will accept Sword 11. Sword 11 was facing Lin Xian when he suddenly blurted out, and then he dropped to one knee in front of Lin Xian. The Lin family's crowd was shocked by this move by Jian 11. What's going on here? Even Lin Xian, who had seen a lot, was confused by this scene. What does that mean? How this man said he wants to worship our family head? Hua. He's afraid of thinking beautifully. Our family head is now a top master of Hua Changfu. Those who want to worship the master are afraid of lining up from Cloud Mist City to Hua Changfu. The Lin family's many juniors whispered. Lin Xian frowned slightly, confused for a moment as to what this Sword 11 had in mind. The two of them, Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an, were very confused and were at a loss as to what to say. Your sword-worshipping sect isn't bad either. The sword-worshipping sect master seems to be a late-stage passing form realm powerhouse as well, so why are you sacrificing your proximity to come and worship me as your teacher? Lin Xian's eyes were slightly narrowed. His heart was full of doubts. Sword 11's eyes were firm, and without the slightest hesitation, he said, 11 only wants to worship the strongest person as a teacher, and Senior Lin is the person 11 thinks is the strongest. So 11 wants to worship Senior. Sword 11's words sort of blew Lin Xian off. But Lin Xian wouldn't lose himself just because of a boast. Oh, this reason is not very sufficient, so I refuse to accept the apprentice. Lin Shen laughed and directly turned around and left. And as the Lin family's group of juniors watched the family head leave directly, they also skimmed their lips and left one after another. Lin Wen and Lin Wu didn't say anything more when they saw this. To be honest, they were still quite fond of Jianxi's character as a person, but they were more in favor of their own third brother. As for Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan, the two of them sighed a bit. Lin Fan sighed. Gen 11. My father says one thing but not another. If he says he won't take on a disciple, he really shouldn't take on a disciple. You'd better get up. No. Sword 11 is willing to kneel in front of the mansion until Elder Lin accepts me as his disciple. Sword 11 was extremely persistent, directly kneeling on both knees in front of the gate. End of chapter 84. Chapter 84, Jianxi's past events. Chapter 84, Jianxi's past. For 3 whole days and nights, Gen 11 just kept kneeling in front of the Lin mansion. The matter of a strange man kneeling in front of the Lin Fu residence had even spread throughout the entire Cloud Mist City, becoming the after-dinner talk of the people of Cloud Mist City. Lin Xian, however, remained unmoved, and even the two of them, Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an, had repeatedly persuaded Gen 11 to no avail. On the third night, a light rain fell on Cloud Mist City, not heavy, but extremely biting, and raised a gust of cold wind. Sword 11 was still stubbornly kneeling in front of the Lin mansion's door, his head slightly lowered, as if he were a dummy who didn't move a muscle. Third brother, I see that Gen 11 is a man of nature. Last time he even helped our Lin family, and is gifted. It is not impossible to take him as a disciple. Lin Wu had a very straight character and was obviously moved with compassion as well. Lin Shan shook his head slightly. The sword worship sect isn't as simple as it seems, and I don't know why this Sword 11 wants to worship me as a teacher. And I don't even know what Sword 11's purpose is, so there's no reason for me to accept Sword 11 as a teacher. Lin Xian took a sip of tea and said indifferently, Lin Man is about to look sensible. Third brother has a point. That Sword 11 has a clan and qualifications. There are too many places where he can worship, but to pick third brother is just too bizarre. Lin Xian slowly put down his teacup. Just let him kneel. Let's see how long he can kneel. I still don't believe that sword worshipping sect doesn't have the slightest movement. Aha! Another 4 days had passed, and Gen 11 was still kneeling in front of the Lin mansion. The Lin family crowd looked at Gen 11 in front of the door, as if they had all gotten used to it, and they also left a little space for Gen 11 between their comings and goings. Although the Sword 11 is very stubborn, but do not eat or drink in front of the house kneeling for 7 days and 7 nights. This is also to get the respect of not a few Lin family members. Have character, more perseverance. On the 7th night, the door to the house opened slowly and a little girl poked her little head out. Hey, are you hungry if you don't eat or drink like that? I have scallion pancakes here. The little girl first looked behind the door, then she tiptoed to Jianxi's side, extending her little hand and handing out onion cakes. Gen 11 didn't say anything, just quietly glanced at the little girl, but didn't take the onion cake. Why are you so stubborn? Do not eat, will certainly be hungry. Shall Luo every time hungry stomach feel bad? You. The little girl chattered for half a day, and when Gen 11 didn't reply, the little girl sat next to Gen 11 and talked to herself. The little girl was called Lin Luo, 12 years old, the granddaughter of the dead Lin Wuyue, because the age gap was too big, and there was no suitable playmate within the Lin house. Gen 11 just listened to Lin Luo yakking for half a day. Ro, what are you doing? Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and slowly walked out of the gate. Third grandpa, I see that he hasn't eaten for 7 days. Quite poor. So, Lin Luo looked a little flustered after being grabbed by Lin Xian and pursed her little lips as she explained. Lin Xian laughed dumbly and touched Lin Luo's head. You go back first. I'll talk to Gen 11. Okay. Oh yeah. This onion cake is for you. Lin Luo forced the onion cake in her hand to Gen 11, lifted her little green skirt and ran towards the Lin mansion. Gen 11 froze for a moment as he looked at the onion cake in his hand. 7 days without food. You're still just in opening realm. How long can you last? Since Luor gave it to you, just eat it. Lin Xian let out a faint smile. Is this senior's willingness to accept me as a disciple? Sword 11 was suddenly overjoyed. No. Lin Xian immediately responded. Jianxi's eyes also went from glowing to dull. I am not going to accept a person who knows neither the roots nor the bottom of the world as a disciple. Lin Xian looked at Gen 11 for a long time and turned around to enter the Lin mansion. Sword 11 is indeed good. Born to cultivate the sword. Lin Xian cannot help but love talent, but still the same words. Do not accept those who do not know the root of the people as disciples. Elder 11 is willing to tell the past. Gen 11 watched as Lin Xian was about to step into the Lin mansion, and in this instant, Gen 11 felt that if he didn't show any more sincerity, he would probably not really have a chance. Lin Xian had just stepped 1 foot into the mansion when he heard Jian 11 say that and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Okay, come on in. Lin Feng, legendary inventor of the carpenter's house in Suzhou, Jiangsu. Lin Xian's few people were seated in the Lin family's hall, with Lin Xian's 3 people on top and Lin Yang and other Lin family's beloved ones below them in order. Only the true heart of the Lin family could be here. Elder Lin, Sword 11, whose original name was Sword Huangtian, is the son of the owner of the sword forging villa, a word of stone. Aside from Lin Xian, the rest of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The sword casting villa, that was a 7-star power, not below the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion in terms of power anymore. Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan both couldn't help but sigh with emotion, not realizing that the person they were competing with was actually the crown prince of the sword casting villa. Casting swords, Lin Xian muttered, then asked softly, who is Jin Qianshan to you? Sword 11 froze, then respectfully said, it is my father. Lin Xian leaned slightly on his chair. At the very beginning, he felt that this Jian 11 looked so familiar, and it really was the son of a deceased person. How is your father? When Jian 11 heard this, his emotions suddenly flared up. The clacking teeth appeared that Jian 11 was extremely unsettled at the moment. He, my lord father, is afraid that something bad has happened to him. The crowd was again shocked. The sword casting villa's villa master had met an untimely end. Our sword casting villa suffered a great disaster 2 years ago. The entire villa was reduced to ashes. If it wasn't for the fact that I happened to be away from the villa, Sword 11 might have been a dead man as well. The Lin family crowd was once again greatly shocked. 7-star powers go up in smoke? That was a 7-star power. That was an existence that could stand at the top of the Great Wasteland. And it was actually exterminated. And the crowd sighed and lamented. Lin Xian had long since learned of the news of the destruction of the sword casting villa from Gongling. Cast sword villa, almost overnight was razed to the ground. The ferocity of the means, simply appalling. And Gongling guessed the odds were that it was the work of the sect of God. Because the sword casting villa's sword casting technique was the topmost refining technique in the great wilderness, it had probably gotten into the eyes of the divine sect. When the divine religion failed to pull the strings, they simply destroyed the sword casting villa and took over the sword casting technique of the sword casting villa. To be able to destroy your sword casting villa? That power is at least 9 stars. So what's the use of you worshipping me as your master? If I take you as my disciple and that mysterious force finds out about it, won't it harm our entire Lin family? Lin Xian asked 2 rhetorical questions, causing the crowd to nod their heads, and Sword 11 froze for a moment. For a moment, the scene seemed quiet, pin drop quiet. Jian 11 let out a long breath. It's 11 who didn't think things through well, only thinking that Senior Lin could teach 11, and also almost forgetting that 11 is indeed a thorn in the side of that mysterious force right now, and if he worships Senior, it might really bring disaster to the Lin family. 11 makes amends for that. Jian 11 gritted his teeth and arched his hand to make amends, then he was about to walk out of the Lin family. End of chapter. Chapter 85, Accepting Sword 11 as an apprentice. Accepting an apprentice can also make you stronger. Chapter 85, Accepting Sword 11 as an apprentice. Accepting an apprentice can also make you stronger. Wait. Looking at Jian, she's departing back. Lin Xian was always still moved with compassion. People have feelings, not to mention that Lin Xian himself is also a person with extremely heavy feelings. At first with the sword Qianshan and the Jishi Palace of Learning is also a good friend, with more than 10 years of friendship. And once Lin Xian's heavenly shadow sword is still the cast sword villa cheap soul to their own. Also, the old man still does not intend to just accept you as a disciple. You enter my Lin family, you can be my registered disciple. In the future, you can cultivate in the Lin family, but your cultivation resources, as well as other, are prepared by yourself. The Lin family will not prepare for you. After all, our Lin family is a family, and is not a good house. Lin Xian spoke faintly. This was already the maximum limit Lin Xian could achieve. Jian 11 thanks the family head. Excited, Sword 11 immediately knelt in front of Lin Xian. With this kneeling, Lin Xian was considered to have truly accepted it. In the world of martial arts cultivation, the bond between master and disciple was also quite strong. In the Great Wasteland, the love of master and disciple was not much weaker than the love of father and son, and those who deceived their masters and destroyed their ancestors were often scorned by the world. Even though Jian 11 was only Lin Xian's named disciple now, Jian 11 would be scorned if he acted in a way that deceived his teacher, and in serious cases, it would even affect his own cultivation heart. It wasn't that cultivation was inching forward, but the honing of martial intent would be severely affected. Good. Pack up and train with Lin Fan and the others tomorrow. For you, the old man will treat you equally. Lin Xian gently waved his hand, letting the crowd be allowed to go out after saying this. 11 understands. Sword 11 forced down his inner excitement and said, When Lin Yang and the others saw Lin Xian waving his hand, they also understood, and then all of them retreated, leaving Lin Xian and Sword 11 behind within the hall. Sword 11, why do you want to worship Master? Master is only a passing form realm, while your sword casting villa is a 7-star power, but it was all exterminated, so it seems that worshipping me as your master won't be of any great use, right? After Lin Xian finished speaking, he was about to go to the teacup next to him. Gen 11 was quick on his feet and immediately came up to pour tea for Lin Xian. The children are teachable. Enlightened Master Teacher. 11 knows that Master Teacher is hiding his clumsiness. Gen 11 revealed a rare smile. Oh, the tea that Lin Xian was about to bring to his mouth also stopped, looking faintly at Gen 11. When Master Teacher was flying with the sword and stepping on the sword, other people couldn't see it, but Gen 11 grew up with the sword and grew up with the sword. 11 could see that Master Teacher had already comprehended the meaning of the Tao of the sword. Gen 11 looked at Lin Xian, his eyes not hiding his admiration and worship of Lin Xian. Martial intent, that was a great killing move under the true martial god realm. At the same level, the difference in battle power between two major cultivators who had comprehended the martial intent realm and those who hadn't could be up to nearly 3 times. This was the terror of the martial intent. Of course, the gap in martial intent could be bridged, but there was just too much to bridge. Indeed, your sword casting villa is really just a virtue. Loving swords, casting swords, and knowing swords, and in the past, your father was like that as well. Lin Xian smiled as he took a sip of tea, reminiscing about the past. Our master and my father old acquaintances? Sword 11 is quite puzzled. Sword casting mountain village is in the distant U state, and the east state that is a difference of 100,000 miles. And Sword 11 is also known to his father has never been to the east state. Just some old stories. You weren't even born when your father and I were friends, Lin Xian said with a dumbfounded smile. Seeing this, Sword 11 did not continue to pursue the matter. The fellowship and affection of the older generation is something they don't understand now. Well, you probably have something on you that your father left for you, so the subsequent resources for your own cultivation are to be borne by yourself, and Master is not going to bear these things for you, Lin Xian said once more. Yes, Master, the disciple keeps this in mind, Sword 11 said with his hands clasped in front of him. For Gen 11, it was already very good to be able to worship Lin Xian and follow him to learn the sword Tao, and that was what Gen 11 was aiming for. As for the cultivation resources, it was all secondary. Well, go on down then. Yes. Oh yeah, what realm are you in now? Gen 11 had something on his body that was capable of shielding his divine sense, and Lin Xian could only barely detect that Jianxi's strength was above the 7th level of Kaiyuan. The 8th level of Kaiyuan. Sword 11 replied seriously, not hiding anything. Lin Xian smiled faintly, then waved his hand again. Gen 11 walked out of the lobby with a slight nod. In the middle of the hall, Lin Xian was left alone, his head propped up on one hand, in deep thought. Sword 11, congratulations, from now on we'll be considered family. Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an were waiting outside the lobby, and as they watched Gen 11 come out, they all warmly went up to greet him. Gen 11 looked at Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an, who were full of smiles, and for some reason, a touch of warmth suddenly flashed in his heart. This kind of feeling had not been felt for 2 years, and these 3 words of family also caused Jianxi's heart to touch for the second time today. Let's go. 11, from now on, just follow us in our cultivation. Our cultivation will definitely not let you down. Lin Fan patted Jianxi's shoulder and said with a smile, I haven't thanked you for the last time, so I'll say thank you in person this time. And yeah, I'm going to challenge you. Lin Chang'an was also smilingly hooking Jianxi's shoulder, very self-conscious. Although the rest of them were not familiar with Gen 11, they were also very welcoming, simply because Gen 11 was a genius, and being in the company of geniuses, although one would receive many blows, it was always an incentive to improve. For a while, with the help of the 2 of them, Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an, Gen 11 quickly fought with all the juniors of the Lin family. Congratulations to the host for earning a blue-ranked son of Qi as an apprentice, raising his personal Qi to green-ranked lower grade, and obtaining a reward, a top-grade spirit-ranked martial art, the peerless sword technique, and a sword embryo. Lin Xian suddenly froze. This is fine? Can you get stronger even if you take on an apprentice? For a while, Lin Xian fell into deep contemplation. Lin Xian still remembered that this decade's-late system of his was called the martial Tao system, and was meant to help him become the strongest heavenly pride of the divine heavenly continent, but now it felt like this system was also following his own age and running off the rails. He is 60 years old, but also the sky is proud of the hair, and this system is also as if it has changed with his age. A top-grade spirit-level martial art, the peerless sword technique? Lin Xian whispered softly to himself. Good stuff. Spirit grade upper grade martial arts, placed in the Jishi Academy were extremely valuable resources. Even if Lin Xian was the wine master's own disciple in the first place, he wasn't qualified to view them. And in Hua Changfu, there was really no one who had heard of any family that had a spirit grade upper grade martial art. This martial art, right now, was also coming at a very timely time for Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian's current sword stance was the only one Heavenly Shadow Spirit sword decree that could be taken. The Four Seasons sword technique was already a bit unable to keep up with Lin Xian's rhythm, while Lin Xian's self-created Chaui Ruojuan was still lacking, and the Heavenly Shadow Spirit sword decree had been cultivated to a great extent by Lin Xian to the point where it was nearly complete. The unparalleled sword technique came at just the right time. Lin Xian received the Peerless Sword Technique, and the sword manual of the Peerless Sword Technique flashed in Lin Xian's mind. Peerless Sword Skill, cultivating peerless sword intent, possessing the power of the most rigid and the most masculine, cultivating to the great completion. A single sword can open mountains and rivers. Looking at the name is quite good. It's worth learning. After reading the Peerless Sword Technique, Lin Xian looked at another reward. A sword embryo? This contraption. Lin Xian really hadn't heard of it. After conducting a wave of in-depth understanding around Lin Xian's determination, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The sword embryo was actually the embryo of the heart of the sword Dao. The heart of the sword Dao. That was a good thing that was hard to find even in the millions of billions of sword cultivators. And describing it as a phoenix feather was not enough to describe his rarity. Those who possessed the heart of the sword Dao had a frighteningly high affinity for the sword, and it was said that it was more than 10,000 times easier for such people to comprehend sword intent than ordinary people. Even they were extremely simple and fast for practicing sword moves, and their power with sword moves was far superior to others. Lin Xian had consulted the 1,000-year history of the Great Desolate Empire, and not a single heart of the sword Dao had appeared, but in other countries once appeared. 16 years old comprehended the sword intent, scared the hell out of people. Lin Xian breathed a long sigh of relief, his heart beating violently without being able to suppress it. It was truly the first time Lin Xian had been so excited. The heart of the sword Dao, the stuff of legends, although what one held was only the embryo of the heart of the sword Dao. It could be cultivated to become an acquired heart of the sword Dao. The sword embryo slowly entered Lin Xian's brow and merged into his divine sense. The sword embryo did not need yuanshi, nor did it need heavenly materials. It only needed sword intent to be warmed up. As it happened, Lin Xian just happened to have sword intent. End of chapter 86. Chapter 86, 6 months of light. The Lin family has changed a lot. Chapter 86, 6 months of light. The Lin family has changed a lot. After the sword embryo entered his divine consciousness, Lin Xian also slowly exhaled. And just for a moment, Lin Xian's sword intent had another huge boost. That was that Lin Xian's sword intent had actually reached the second layer in a strong manner. There was also a rank difference in martial intent, with a total of 5 layers. The first level, for the first opening of the mind. The second level, for the intention to melt the body. The third level, for contextualization. The fourth level, for the meaning to be perfect. The fifth level, is the realm of the spirit. Right now, Lin Xian's sword intent had reached the second realm, melting the body, the sword melting into one's own body. It was the great fulfillment of the sword path. This was a step that the vast majority of people who had cultivated the martial intent realm had never touched in their lives. Lin Xian withdrew his divine ability and felt the powerful yuan qi all over his body, revealing a smile. This really was an unexpected blessing. 7 days later, Lin Xian also walked out of his room after stabilizing his sword Dao intent, while Lin Fan and the others had already started cultivating with Jian 11. And sword 11 was really good. His comprehension of the sword was quite high, worthy of being certified by the system as a blue-level Qi-Luck person. Even without Lin Xian, Jian Qi's achievements in this life would certainly not be bad. According to the system's division, yellow-level Qi-Luck was even good, let alone the fact that blue-level Qi-Luck was 3 whole steps higher than yellow-level Qi-Luck. Lin Fan, you guys practice first. 11, you come with me. Lin Xian greeted Jian 11 as soon as he came up. Jian 11 was overjoyed. 7 days had passed, and his master was finally going to teach him the way of the sword. Lin Fan and the others didn't say much. After all, most of them practiced other weapons. As for the few in the Lin family who practiced swords, their current sword skills simply didn't need Lin Xian to personally guide them. Jian 11 followed Lin Xian all the way to the back of the mountain. Make your sword technique, for the master to see your mastery of the sword. Lin Xian's feet pointed to the ground and he sat directly on top of a branch of a giant tree. Yes, master. Jian 11 nodded and took out the longsword in his storage bag. A 9th grade longsword, the quality of which was quite good. No worse than the Cod Dragon sword that had been auctioned off at the beginning. Blast sword net. Sword 11 lightly hailed. The long sword in his hand waved, driving dozens of meters of astral energy around him. The long sword juggled densely, driving the surrounding yuan qi to form a sword qi astral network, which was quite good. Blast sword stab. In conjunction with the previous move's bind, this move was to kill directly into the sword net, complementing each other. Lin Xian nodded his head faintly. At this age, with regards to sword comprehension, Gen 11 was already very good. I probably know your strengths and problems. From today onwards, you can only use this sword given to you by your master. Lin Xian took out a wooden sword from his storage bag and threw it to Sword 11. Gen 11 took the long sword in a panic and looked at the wooden sword in his hand, falling into deep thought for a while. This wooden sword, don't let him break. If it breaks, you failed. If you fail once, then master will punish you once. Lin Xian finished sullenly, then left the back mountain without looking back. Gen 11 looked at the wooden sword for a long time and just wanted to activate his yuan qi, but realized that the activation of the yuan qi would cause the wooden sword to tremble and make a clicking sound. Phew, it seems that I have to control my yuan qi before I can do that, Gen 11 muttered, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. After teaching Gen 11, Lin Xian returned to the martial arts practicing ground and made another targeted training for Lin Chanan, Lin Ao and the others. And Lin Xian also gave Lin Chanan and the others suitable martial arts. In particular, the trophies that Lin Xian had gotten from the fat and thin two old men, the Spiritual Martial Academy martial body technique. Lin Xian directly also gave it to Lin Chanan, Lin Ao, and the others, while Gen 11 also learned this body technique. Sword 11's sword was a fast sword, and he had not had the slightest experience of exercising his body's bones, and he did not feel that he needed to. However, Lin Xian had to ask Gen 11 to learn physical arts. Many sword cultivators were only cultivating their swords and not their bodies, and that was true. What was done to the extreme was awesome, but in Lin Xian's opinion, cultivating the body first before cultivating the rest. Only the body was the root of all things. Gen 11 seemed to understand, but still took the hegemony martial body technique and went to cultivate. As for Lin Fan and the others, when they learned that they could learn spiritual martial arts, they were all excited and just couldn't stop once they got started. Although they were also half-assed water bodies when they succeeded in their cultivation, it was excellent for the body's refining, and it was considered to be an early preparation for the future. And Lin Fan was still the first to succeed, followed by Lin Chakan, and then Lin Ao. Lin Chanan and Lin Ao and the others had already undergone qualitative changes in just 10 days. Lin Chanan's martial arts had become even more proficient after Lin Xian's instruction, and he knew even more. And the second generation has improved tremendously. The Lin family, in an extremely terrifying speed in the promotion of imperial capital, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, as one of the few 9-star forces within the empire, was worthy of the title of giant of the empire. Even the divine religion, which was in the middle of the day, was not willing to mess with the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce too much. At this time, the top of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, a woman sitting in style, the woman's face, such as peach blossom generally fragrant, and as pear blossom generally clear, a glance is 10,000 years. Sister, Gongling slowly walked up and softly called out. The corner of the woman's mouth raised into a smile, and with a flick of her alabaster fingers, a pear flower flew out. Back, how do you feel? The woman turned around, and her eyes were like flowers like the moon. Gongling smiled faintly. Sister, I've already met him. The woman's body trembled slightly, and she opened her small mouth as if she had 1,000 words, but she didn't know where to start. Is he, okay? Sister, don't worry about it. He's fine. He led his Lin family to become one of the top families in Huaqing province, and he himself is unrivaled in Huaqing province. Gongling responded with a smile. The woman nodded slightly, revealing a thin smile and letting go of her heart when she learned that Lin Xian was fine now. Looking at the woman thinking about Lin Xian in such a way, Gongling pursed her lips slightly and continued. Sister, I also saw his son, named Lin Fan. When the woman heard these words, her eyes lowered slightly, and the light in her eyes dimmed slightly. Sister, he's married and has a son, and his son is 16 or 17 years old. Niabi Ling wanted to persuade, but said she didn't know how to continue. The woman sighed softly and turned back, her light red eyes looking towards the imperial capital landscape, the bottom of her eyes revealing a hint of sadness, and a hint of resentment. Just as long as he's good. By the way, will he come to Weinzun's 300th birthday? The woman continued to inquire, still harboring that little bit of anticipation in her tone. Gong Ling sighed in her heart, feeling as if her own sister had been poisoned. Yes, he said he'd come. Did he have anything he wanted to say to me? And also, he said that he would eventually see each other someday. Is that so? That's good too. Both of them fell silent for a while as well. Gongling was still thinking about what to say when a white-clothed donor slowly walked up. Chairman, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has an invitation. Hearing His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the woman's eyes were ancient, and she spat out a few words after a long time. You go and tell His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that I have something to do in the next few days and I don't have time to teach him. Okay, I'm on my way. The white-clothed confessor nodded and walked down the tall building. Gongling had followed her sister for so long that she naturally knew what that Crown Prince had in mind. Sister, there's no need to say more. I know exactly what's going on in my own mind. Good. The white-clothed offering walked down the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce and arrived at the lobby of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. In the middle of the lobby, a handsome man wearing a yellow robe sat on a chair. Your Highness, our president said that he has something very important to be busy with in the next few days, so the cultivation will have to be done by you. Your Highness. The man's eyes momentarily lost it, but it didn't take a moment for him to adjust his mood. Okay, tell Master for me that I'll be waiting for her. This waiting? I'm not sure if I'm talking about waiting for her to come back and teach, or something else. Half a year later. Half a year had passed since the family event, and the Lin family, as the first place winner of the event, had naturally obtained a large amount of resources. Many of the mines that were once occupied by the Chui family, the Sun family, and other families in the Huaqing province prize had been divided under the Lin family, and Lin Xian was also not polite. These resources were all occupied. The Lin family had 7 or 8 more large mines at once, and through these mines, the Lin family's monthly income had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Eating the benefits brought by these mines before realizing that it was no wonder that the gaps between the clans were all getting wider and wider. Although the Chui family, the Sun family were very reluctant. Both the Sun family and the Chui family were quiet when Lin Xian defeated the Sun family's grand elder with a single sword strike. By now, no one dared to question the Lin family. The Lin family had also become a veritable one-star family, and it was still a one-star family that could suppress two-star families. Today's Lin house is particularly lively. Inside and outside the house are decorated with lights. A joyful atmosphere. Today is the Lin family's great elder Lin Wen's 70th birthday. As one of the head families of Cloud Mist City and even Huaqing Fu, the birthday of the Grand Elder that was definitely going to be a big deal. All the clans in Cloud Mist City were coming to congratulate him. Not only Cloud Mist City, but the entire Huaqing Prefecture had many powerful clans rushing towards Cloud Mist City to celebrate the birthday of the Lin family's Grand Elder. Who in Huaqing Fu didn't know the strength of the Lin family in Cloud Mist City now? Although the Lin family of Cloud Mist City was only a one-star family, it was already recognized as one of the strongest families in Huaqing province. The Sun family and the Chui family had joined forces and were unable to do anything about the Lin family. Ha ha ha, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations on the 70th birthday of the Lin family's Grand Elder. The Feng family of Shuiyun City would like to wish the Lin family's Grand Elder good fortune and longevity, and offer a 7th grade weapon as a birthday gift. Congratulations to Grand Elder Lin for advancing his strength to the next level. The Chen family of Moyun City wishes the Grand Elder of the Lin family. Countless guests were offering birthday gifts and giving their best wishes. Oh, all the honored guests who have come from afar. All please, quickly inside. Lin Yang, Lin Shan, Lin Hai. These second generation naturally all acted as welcome guests, greeting the guests that came one after another. Elder Lin Yang's strength has seen another increase. By the looks of it, it's not far from the great Yuan Dan realm. The second elder is really just a tiger's father. Ha ha ha, elder, he is joking. I'm still a distance away from my father. Lin Yang laughed out loud and didn't deny that he was nearing the great Yuan Dan realm. The second generation of the Lin family, almost all of them had already gone up to the small Yuan Dan realm, while Lin Yang was naturally the best of the second generation, and was now considered the peak of the small Yuan Dan realm, only half a step away from the large Yuan Dan realm. Yuan Ying and Lin Feng followed closely behind, being in the late stage of the small Yuan Dan realm. As for Lin Wen and Lin Wu, they had also successively broken through to the great Yuan Dan realm amidst Lin Xian's frantic smashing of Yuan stones. There were simply too many guests, and it was fortunate that the Lin family's mansion had been expanded, or else it really wouldn't have been able to fit so many visitors. Cloud Mist City Lord's mansion, the Shao family, has arrived. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and the Shao family members appeared. Shao Shanhe, the old master of the Shao family, was at the head. Oh, old Master Shao, can finally expect you to come? Quickly inside please. Seeing the arrival of the Shao family, Lin Yang's few people looked even more cordial, and initially the two families were allies. Although the Shao family was now inferior to the Lin family, the Lin family crowd would respect the Shao family enough. Elder Master Shao was also happy to see Lin Yang's several people respecting him so much, and they all looked a little better. As for the other clans watching this scene, they were also slightly envious of the Shao family. But people's Shao family did share their suffering with the Lin family. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has arrived. It was the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce from Hua Changfu that had arrived, and although it wasn't Shin Ao himself, the fact that the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce was able to send someone was enough to give face to the Lin family. Now, those who were still slightly skeptical of the Lin family's strength completely dared not push any further. Hua Changfu, the Shangwan family has arrived. Another yell. This time quite a few clans from Hua Changfu came. The Shangwan family, as one of the three great families of Hua Changfu, could come to the Lin family that was really too much face. More importantly, the one who came from the Shangwan family was still the Shangwan family's family head, Shangwan Jin. End of chapter 87. Chapter 87 Unwelcome Guests on the 70th Birthday. Chapter 87 Unwelcome Guests on the 70th Birthday. Ha ha ha, it's really an honor for our Lin family to have the Shangwan family master come. It makes my Lin family shine. Lin Wu personally walked out and smiled as he arched his hand at Shangwan Jin. In this half year, the Lin family and the Shangwan family were considered to be relatively close. After all, the three great families of Hua Changfu had already been offended by two of the Lin family, and the remaining one naturally wanted to make good friends. A family cannot say that in the development of the enemy all the way, always a few peer friends. The Xiao family in Cloud Mist City and the Shangwan family in Huaqing province were all considered friends of the Lin family. Shangwan Jian also cupped his fists in a salute and said with a smile, "You can't afford it. Now the Lin family can be a powerful party." The Shangwan family came, and quite a few juniors from the Lin family also walked out. "Shangwan family master, please also invite the house," Lin Wu said smilingly. Shangwan Jian nodded with a smile and followed Lin Wu into the mansion. Countless clans were respecting the Lin family even more. Even the patriarch of the Shangwan family, one of the three great families in Huaqing province, had personally come to wish them a happy birthday. Basically all the clans had arrived, and the birthday banquet was about to begin. Lin Xian slowly stepped out. Today's Lin Xian was wearing an azure robe. His hair was erected with a white jade crown. He was so handsome and plump that people secretly praised him. Although Lin Xian has been over 60 years old, but the looks are still very handsome and hard. At this time Lin Xian although less a lot of juvenile gas, but more of the majesty of the superior and that the calm self-contained, immortal airy temperament. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the 70th birthday of the Grand Elder of my Lin Mansion. The old man is incomparably welcome to all of you. All of you must eat and drink well today. If the hospitality is not good enough, please don't forget it in your heart. Lin Xian smiled and said as he arched his hand at the crowd. Everyone was responding to Lin Xian, showing their respect for the Lin family and expressing their admiration for Lin Xian. The Lin family compound was large enough to hold thousands of people, and each table was a family convergence, with a total of over 200 families coming here. The Shangwan family, the Xiao family, and the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, these were naturally arranged to the top position. The Bai family, the Cui family, and these families did not come. After all, there was a grudge between the two families, so there was no need to do any face saving. Just as the feast was about to begin, there was another shout from outside the door. The Shu family of the Daewon province has arrived. The Jade Dragon House Zhou family has arrived. The crowd was shocked. Why did these two great clans come too? Lin Xian frowned slightly. The Zhou family to come here is still considered normal. After all, it is in-laws. Lin Xiaoyu and the Lin family also lived for half a year. Zhou Jin thought that he also came to the Lin house in person. One is in order to celebrate the birthday of the old man, and the second, naturally, is to come to pick up his own daughter-in-law to go home. As for the Zhu family, there was a slight friction in the beginning, and this half a year has not been much news from the Zhu family. But this Zhu family actually took advantage of the birthday banquet of the Lin family to run to, uninvited. Then it's a bad arrival. However, all comers were guests, and Lin Xian had no reason to kick them out. The Zhou family has offered a birthday gift to the Lin family's grand elder. The Zhou family was the first to walk in. 5 people in total. 3 middle-aged men and 2 young men. The head of the middle-aged man is the Zhou family's inner house elder. Past shape realm strength. Quite good. As for the other two, one is exactly Zhou Jin. The other is Zhou Jin's elder brother Zhou Qi. My son-in-law, Zhou Jin, wishes your father-in-law good fortune as long as the East Sea and longevity as long as the pines of South Mountain. After Zhou Jin finished speaking, he also immediately offered his birthday gift, a 9th grade weapon, which was still considered a big deal. Ha ha ha. Well, old me thanks the Zhou family. Lin Wen sat in the side seat, smilingly stood up, helped up Zhou Jin, looking at the son-in-law in front of him that is more and more satisfied. All of you from the Zhou family, please take your seats. Lin Yang immediately came up to make arrangements. The head Zhou family elder smiled and nodded his head, after which he sat down on the top seat. After the Zhou family, it's the Zhu family. The Shu family came 7 people this time. 4 old and 3 young. The one at the head was not bad in terms of strength. It was the Zhu family's grand elder, Zhu Manshan. He, Grand Elder Lin. We, the Zhu family, congratulate Grand Elder Lin on his longevity and send a special congratulatory gift for the Lin family. With a single sentence, the faces of everyone present changed, and the faces of the Lin family members also changed. If it was an ordinary person, a long life of 100 years would indeed be good enough, but the Lin family's grand elder was a cultivator, so a long life of 100 years would be a curse. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This Zhu family member really has a bag in his head, doesn't he? This is wanting to test his bottom line, isn't it? The Zhu family's congratulatory gift was also interesting. It actually only gave the Lin family 500 yuan stones, a naked slap in the face. Lin Xian snorted coldly and just quietly watched the scene. Although these behaviors of the Zhu family are very provocative, yet they are taken well. A long life. Many cultivators who do not enter the 3 passages of God realm are probably at this age. 500 yuan stones. The average small family is also this congratulatory gift. Give Zhu Jia a seat. Lin Xian didn't get angry. Instead, he gently raised his hand and said. The Zhu family looked at the 3 old men of the Lin family who actually didn't even get angry. It was especially strange. Were these Lin family members so temperless? Immediately, a member of the Lin family came up and bestowed a seat on the Zhu family. Zhuja was filled with confusion, but sat down anyway. Lin Xian skewed his eyes and skimmed the Zhu family's crowd. Ha, good show. It's still to come. Feast. Lin Xian bellowed, and all sorts of mountainous delicacies were served up. Now that the Lin family was rich, and their annual yuan stone income was in the hundreds of thousands, the scale of this Lin Wen's 70th birthday was going to be far greater than the last Lin Xian's 60th birthday. Guests were more than satisfied with this as well. I heard that sword-worshipping sect Sword 11 worshipped the Lin family master as his teacher? At this moment, Shang Wanjian said with a smile. Well, it does. Lin Xian didn't deny it and said with a smile. And on the table of the Lin family juniors, the Lin family juniors are all around a table, which has Jian 11. But at this time, Jian 11 is with a little smile coaxing that Lin Luo to play. Lin Luo from time to time issued giggles, pleasant laughter. Master Lin family, can't a banquet be without drama? I think that we can let the juniors show off a bit to add a bit more life to Great Elder Lin's birthday banquet. After all, our Zhu family has also heard that the Lin family is now soaring high, and that the Lin family master is even better at teaching people. So I, the Zhu family, have come this time to take this opportunity to come and spar with the Lin family's heavenly pride. The Zhu family's grand elder stood up and said with a smile. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth lifted. This old dog, finally stating the purpose of this visit to the Lin family. It turned out that it was for the Zhu family juniors to challenge their own juniors. According to the Zhu family's idea, the Zhu family juniors took this opportunity today to hold the Lin family juniors down and rub them hard on the ground in order to solve their heart's hatred. However, the Zhu family's calculation was considered a mistake. If it was the Lin family of half a year ago, then the only one that the Lin family could hold was Lin Fan, and Lin Chanan was even a bit short. But for now, LOL, this is a birthday banquet, not a place for you Zhu family to act so haphazardly. Shang Wanjian frowned slightly and said unhappily, I had heard in Hua Chengfu that the Zhu family and the Yuan Fu flaws will be reported. Narrow-minded. Today I saw, it really is the name is true. Shangwan family master is wrong. It is precisely the birthday banquet, so it is quite alright to let the juniors show their hands. Shu Manshan continued smilingly, bound to have a fight with the Lin family juniors today. Old Master Shao was also extremely dissatisfied and expressed his anger at this provocative behavior of the Zhu family, and the Lin family juniors heard it. This Zhu family, they really do hold grudges. Lin Chanan poured himself a glass of wine and said disdainfully, they were the ones who provoked us first in the first place, and as a result, they actually have the cheek to come over and carry out provocations today. Lin Ao pinched his finger bones, his eyes full of wariness. He practiced hard for half a year. Today that must be a big show. Lin Fan bristled and was too busy coaxing Xiao Meyer and Lin Shuer beside him to pay attention. As for Jian 11, he hadn't lifted his head from the beginning to the end, and had been playing with Lin Luo, 11th brother. It feels like they're so annoying. Lin Luo looked at the provocative Zhu family member and muttered her little mouth in dissatisfaction. Jian 11 was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, then how about I give Luo you a lesson to teach them a lesson? Yes. I just love watching you juggle swords. Brother 11. Lin Luo clapped her little hands happily. Sword 11 smiled helplessly. This sword juggling sounded so strange. What? Is it hard to believe that Lin family master doesn't have that confidence in his own junior? Shu Manshan laughingly continued to provoke. The 3 young men behind the Shu family also swept a circle of the Lin family present with eyes full of disdain. There's no need for that. As my master's named disciple, Today your Zhu family provoked my master's family, so it's up to me, a disciple, to replace my master's family to ask for a lesson. Sword 11 stood out, his body resembling a sharp sword plunging across the earth. End of chapter 88. Chapter 88, The Terrifying Strength of the Lin Family's People. Chapter 88, The Terrifying Strength of the Lin Family's People. Everyone looked at Jian 11. Lin Shen let out a faint smile and just waited for the show. Sword 11. Zhu Manshan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Jian 11 in front of him, slightly puzzled as to where this Jian 11 came from. Then it's up to me to learn about your strength. At this moment, a man jumped out from behind Zhu Manshan. The man was average looking, dressed in white clothes. He looked out of place, compared to Jian Shi's handsome appearance. It was an ugly ghost. Ahem. 11. This is just about point blank. Lin Xian raised his hand slightly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Master. 11 understands." Sword 11 gave a nod of understanding before looking at the man in front of him. "I am. No need to say more. Just come on." Sword 11 crossed his sword in front of him, looking especially arrogant. At this point in time, a huge open space had been left for the two in the middle of the compound. "How dare you look down on me?" That Zhu clan man's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. His body's Yuan Qi was exposed, and he was at the 7th level of Kai Yuan. Shu. Sword 11 did not say ha. His body instantly started, and the long sword in his hand seemed so light, as if it was nothing. Bang! The Shu clan man was shocked and fought to block, but he was actually chopped out by Jian 11 by more than 10 meters. The Shu clan man was still in shock, and Jian Shi's sword was already in front of him again. A sword was pointed at the Zhu family man's throat. One move separates the winners from the losers. Hiss. The surrounding crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. This Sword 11 was actually so powerful. The Zhu family's son, who was at the 7th level of the Kai Yuan, couldn't hold up to a single move from Jian 11. And what rank is Sword 11? Can't it be that Jian 11 has already reached the Little Yuandan realm? This was the unifying thought of the crowd. Lin Shen looked at this scene and nodded with slight satisfaction. After half a year of training, Sword 11's level had only risen by 1 level, which seemed slow. However, Sword 11's sword technique had improved by several levels compared to half a year ago. The current Sword 11 was completely different, even though he had not yet entered the Yuan Dan. But an ordinary small Yuan Dan realm in the hands of Sword 11, it would be difficult to escape defeat. At this level, you dare to come and challenge. Sword 11 retrieved his longsword and walked straight back to his seat without even looking at the Zhu clan man he had defeated. 11th brother, you're awesome, Lin Luo said with a sweet smile. 11, your sword. It's gotten a few points faster again. Lin Fan also couldn't help but marvel. Lin Chang'an and Lin Ao and the others all sighed slightly. Compared to Jian 11, they were still a little bit inferior. Oh, there was an epiphany the other day, Sword 11 said with a soft smile. The Shu clan's crowd was really just embarrassed right now. What else was there to say when the pride of their clan was defeated by a single move? Zhu won. You go, Shu Manshan bellowed. Then, another young man behind Shu Manshan stood out. I am Zhu, one of the Zhu family. Who from your Lin family is willing to fight? The Shu family, Zhu Wen, is obviously a lot stronger than the one in front of him. Lin Shen looked at this scene and genuinely felt bored. This kind of was a meaningless battle in Lin Xian's opinion. Lin family, Lin Chang'an, please enlighten me. Lin Chang'an slowly walked out, holding a long spear in his hand. Lin Chang'an, through Lin Xian's special training, had now broken through to the 7th level of Kai Yuan, and had also learned several 7th and 8th grade martial arts, attacking, defending, body techniques, and body refining. It's an all-around upgrade. Humph. I know you, Lin Chang'an. Someone from my Zhu family fought you half a year ago. Zhu Wen looked at Lin Chang'an and hummed lightly. Lin Chang'an smiled faintly. Then it's really an honor to be remembered by your Zhu family. Zhu Wen took out his long sword, which was of the 8th grade, and suddenly charged straight towards Lin Chang'an, his Yuan Qi scattering in all directions. The 8th level of Kai Yuan. Lin Chang'an did not show any weakness. His lance was waved, tigerishly, with gusts of wind. Lin Chang'an's lance took the route of wide openness, and every move was incomparably domineering. Bang bang bang. The two of them were in a row against 7 or 8 moves, only to see that Zhu Wen had a big python rolled over, and straightly took his long sword and slashed towards Lin Chang'an. The long sword with a chop is a novelty. Lin Chang'an did not panic in the slightest. His hands clenched the gun body online atop, blocking a sword. 2 swords, forcefully splitting Hua Shan. Lin Chang'an broke free of his bonds and rolled onto his side, his lance in his hand, the pressure instantly pulling full. Boom! With an explosion, the floor tiles of the Lin Palace compound were smashed to pieces, and that Zhu Wen was also sent flying by this move, suffering a considerable amount of injuries. Go on, Lin Chang'an carried his gun behind his back and smiled as he looked at the cautious Zhu Wen. Aha Lin Chang'an, come and take my move. Wind-piercing kill. Zhu Wen's feet pointed to the ground and directly took off 3 feet in the air. The tip of the long sword in his hand pointed straight at Lin Chang'an and stabbed straight towards him. Lin Chang'an smiled disdainfully. The long spear in his hand waved densely. A move of the 7th grade martial art 100-gun formation was made by Lin Chang'an. Boom! There was another explosion. This move, Lin Chang'an blocked it unharmed, but instead, that Zhu Wen was shaken back several meters by the powerful force. With this move, it's obvious which is higher or lower, and Shu Mansion's face was completely frozen down. How can this still be played? The strongest genius he had brought with him had already lost at the hands of Lin Chang'an. So what was the point of messing around? Ha ha ha, awesome. It seems that the Lin family is really living up to its name. I've long heard that the Lin family's heavenly pride is incredibly powerful, and when I see it today, it is indeed so. Shu Mansion exclaimed with a forced smile. Lin Shen looked at Zhu Wen as if he was watching a clown, watching Zhu Wen's performance. As expected, Zhu Wen continued. Our Zhu family Zhu Dechang, a year ago ascended to the Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Remarks list. A few days ago, it is to enhance the ranking to 939. Ha, the main thing is that he is today's future. Alas, it's kind of awkward for Zhu Wen to force his presence for the Zhu family. Lin Xian didn't even want to pay attention to this clown anymore. Oh, I've made you all look at the joke this time. Come, go on with the music. Go on with the food. Lin Xian smiled and raised his hand, directly ignoring the Zhu clan clown. The Zhu family's crowd was also disgraced, but they could only sit down angrily. Zhu Wen looked embarrassed. He had indeed lost, and if he fought further, then the one who was embarrassed would definitely be himself. Lin Chang'an put away his spear and returned to his position, inevitably receiving another round of compliments from a group of Lin family juniors. The Lin family's banquet continued. While the Zhu family couldn't find a plan to continue to make trouble, the banquet lasted until midday, lasted until the hour of 10 o'clock, and the guests left one after another. The Zhu family is also ugly and powerful Lin family, but Lin Shen knows that the Zhu family will definitely not admit defeat on this. The Zhu family has a son named Zhu Dechang, who worships the spirit martial sect, and is now a Dragon Phoenix Heavenly Pride, so there will be something to play with in the future. End of chapter 89. Chapter 89, The Body of 1,000 in the Evil of the Shao Clan Lin Zhao's Marriage. Chapter 89, The Body of 1,000 in the Evil of the Shao Clan Lin Zhao's Marriage. Family Master Lin. Our Shao family is thanks to Family Master Lin's help this time. The fact that I was able to break through the 3-passage divine realm was all thanks to Family Master Lin. Within the Lin mansion, Old Master Xiao Shanhe and Xiao Lingyun both smiled and thanked Lin Xian. Xiao Shanhe's distance from the passing form realm was only 1 foot short of the door, and Xiao Shanhe's enlightenment was not enough. So he was never able to enter the passing form realm, and was trapped in the Great Yuan Dan realm for 40 years. But through Lin Xian's guidance and help, Xiao Shanhe finally got what he wanted. Our two families were once considered to have experienced life and death together. These things, there is no need to say more. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. Xiao Shanhe and Xiao Lingyun also smiled. Afterward, Xiao Shanhe's face changed from joy to embarrassment and helplessness. Family Master Xiao, is there something you can't talk about? Lin Xian asked indifferently. After this 18 prefectures competition, the old man will take little Bud to the imperial capital. At that time, the old man was very apprehensive in his heart, because whether or not my Xiao family can return to the clan this time will really all depend on little Bud. Xiao Shanhe suddenly said with a serious face. Little Bud, I also looked at it. It's very good. The enlightenment root and bone are all superior. Now at the age of 16 years old, the 8th weight of the Kaiyuan. Xiao family, you guys are still hiding really deep. Lin Xian took a sip of his tea and smiled as he joked. With little Bud's presence, where would that Baiyula dare to call herself the first genius of Hua Chengfu? Hearing this, Xiao Shanhe and Xiao Lingyun both smiled helplessly and sighed. What are you two? Lin Xian was also slightly puzzled as he watched the actions of the two. Lin family master does not know. Our little Bud child, she is actually the body of 1,000 yin. This physique of hers. Alas! Xiao Lingyun let out a long sigh. The body of 1,000 yin. Lin Xian was very surprised. It was unexpected that this little ninny of the Xiao family was actually a special physique. Special physique is a sign of absolute genius, at least in the Great Desolate Empire, is extremely rare. The heart of the sword Dao is also considered a special physique, except that the heart of the sword Dao and all the special physique is also considered to be an extremely powerful existence. Having a special physique is a good thing. Why is it so? Lin Xian frowned slightly. People with special physique, cultivation that is basically 1,000 miles a day. But Xiao Shanhe and Xiao Lingyun, two people, feel not very happy, and even helpless, and some sadness. Xiao Lingyun wanted to speak, but he didn't know how, so he could only sigh helplessly. Let the old man speak. Xiao Shanha waved his hand and Xiao Lingyun took a few steps back. Half a year ago, we went to the Xiao family and tested the heavenly mansion for little Bud, and finally detected that our little Bud possessed the body of a thousand yin, and at that time, we felt that this was really the heaven's blessing for our Xiao family, and that this branch of our lineage would finally be able to return to the clan. But, as Xiao Shanha spoke, his agitated expression also instantly became ugly. Lin Xian also quietly listened to Xiao Shanha as he continued. After the burning of an incense stick, Lin Xian had sort of gotten a general idea. It turned out that after little Bud found out that there was some kind of thousand-yin body, the Xiao clan immediately decided that the Xiao family could return to the clan. Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanha were naturally overjoyed, and also drank a few more cups within the Xiao clan because of their happiness. Xiao Lingyun finished his drink but made the mistake of overhearing the discussion of several people in the Xiao family. It turned out that they didn't want to cultivate little Budgie at all, but rather wanted to use little Budgie as a cultivation cauldron for Xiao Wuchou, the son of the Xiao family, to cultivate for him. Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanha's hearts went cold. It turned out that in the clan's heart, their branch was just a dog. Ask them to trade their next of kin for a dirt road and they don't think they can do it. The Xiao family. It's still true that the more they live, the more they go back AI. Lin Xian also snorted coldly after hearing these words. To be a cauldron for something like this, it was a shame that the Xiao family could do it. Even if little Bud was made into a cauldron, that would definitely not be as effective as the thousand-yin body cultivating on its own. But the Xiao family still had to do it. This only showed that the Xiao clan did not see the Cloud Mist City Xiao clan as a family at all. In their eyes, little Budgie was not a member of their Xiao clan even if she had become a true martial god realm due to her thousand-yin body. When we found out about this news, we used many reasons before we brought little Budgie back to Cloud Mist City. They provided us with resources so that little Budgie could level up quickly, just so that we could make little Budgie into a cultivation cauldron earlier. For this reason, the old man has already tried to control little Budgie's cultivation speed as much as he can, or else little Budgie would be afraid that she would have broken through to the minor Yuandan realm by now. Xiao Shanha said helplessly, his cloudy eyes filled with remorse. He hated himself for why he had to bring little Budgie to the clan, and he hated himself even more for why he just had to squeeze his way back to the clan. This one really just pushed little Bud into the abyss. So now that you have found me, you want me to help you? Lin Xian asked indifferently as he took a sip of tea without moving. Master Lin, our Xiao family is now being watched by people from the clan side, and you're the only one who can save our little Budgie. Xiao Lingyun said excitedly, and knelt in front of Lin Xian as soon as he did so. Brother Xiao, why is this necessary? Get up quickly. Lin Xian was also startled when he watched how determined Xiao Lingyun was, and immediately helped Xiao Lingyun up. To be honest, Lin Xian was now admiring the Xiao family a little bit instead. Many families could sacrifice their loved ones for the sake of their own family. But Lin Xian could tell that Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanha weren't people like that. They really wanted little Budgie to be safe and sound. How can I help you guys? You should know that your Xiao clan is one of the 3 great clans of the Great Desolate, and it's quite a bit stronger than even the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion. Lin Xian said indifferently. That was the Xiao family, which was the top family in the imperial capital, alongside the Ouyang family, and the Rong family. No, I know that the Lin family master definitely has a way. The Lin family has undergone a sea change in just half a year. Our Xiao family has seen it in our eyes. And, this time when we went to the imperial capital, we also learned that the Lin family master turned out to be hiding a big secret. Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanha were both looking at Lin Xian with eyes full of scorching heat. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. His own big secret? That's not. Oh, that's all ancient history. Lin Xian sighed and waved his hand. No, Master Lin. You are the personal heir of Lord Wine Honored of the Jishi Academy. In terms of status, even the Grand Duke of the Xiao family isn't as good as you, and the Xiao family really hopes that Master Lin will step in to help. Xiao Shanha also kneeled down beside Lin Xian with a plop and burst into tears. Lin family master, save little Budgie. Xiao Lingyun proceeded to kneel down. Alas, the two of you please also get up first. Lin Xian let out a long sigh, then faintly said, Lin Yi, get Fanner here. Yes, master. An emotionless voice suddenly came from the air around them, causing both Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanha to be startled. There's actually someone in this house. This is one of my old man's men, good at hiding. Lin Xian explained with a smile. This Lin Yi was a reward that Lin Xian had obtained through the system in the past half year. It was actually a puppeteer with peak strength of the Tong form realm, specializing in stealth. When Lin Yi was hidden, even Lin Xian would find it hard to notice. It was very good. The Lin family master is really powerful. It seems that the Lin family master had indeed been hiding his clumsiness at one time. Both Xiao Shanha and Xiao Lingyun were extremely impressed by this. Lin Xian laughed dumbly. Hiding a bird. The person he was more than half a year ago was indeed a small old man in the middle stage of the great Yuandan realm. Lin family master. Our little Bud Child and Lin Fan grew up as childhood sweethearts. If the Xiao family is willing to betroth little Bud Child to Lin Fan, the old monks think that this is also very good. Xiao Shanhe suddenly smiled and spoke. Although the Xiao family and the imperial capital Xiao clan hadn't had much contact for 100 years, they were always considered family. Since they were a family, then according to the rules, Lin Xian, an outsider, was not qualified to participate in the internal family affairs of the Xiao family. However, if Lin Xian had the necessary connection with the Xiao family, it would be a completely different story. Lin Xian called Lin Fan in because of this matter as well. It wasn't that Lin Xian was taking advantage of the situation, but there had to be a pro thing before Lin Xian could step in. Besides, the two of them, Lin Fan and Xiao Meyer, were originally childhood sweethearts, and according to Lin Xian's vision, even if there was no such thing, they would have been together sooner or later. Not long after Lin Yi went out, Lin Fan walked in. Lin Fan has met Grandpa Xiao. Meet Uncle Xiao. Lin Xian first politely saluted Xiao Shanhe, Xiao Lingyun, and then looked at Lin Xian and asked, Father, what is the reason for seeking me out? I sought you out today to discuss your marriage to little Bud. With a smile, Lin Xian spoke the news that shocked Lin Fan to the point of stuttering. Father, this. Lin Fan was shocked and also looked at the two Xiao family members. Lin Fan, this is something that your father and I discussed. You and little Bud were originally childhood sweethearts growing up together, and we think it's a good thing to settle the marriage before it's too late, Xiao Shanhe said smilingly. Lin Fan frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew that it was impossible to hide it from his incomparably intelligent son, so he explained to Lin Fan in detail what happened to little Budgie in the Xiao family. Lin Fan was trembling with anger when he heard about this. Clack clack clack, the knuckles of both fists were pinched and clacked. Vanner, what do you think? Lin Xian lightly glanced at Lin Fan without the slightest bit of pressure. Even though Lin Xian was currently at the peak of the passing form realm, Lin Xian really didn't carry any fear for that powerful Xiao family. Father, that Xiao family is really disgusting enough to do such a thing. Lin Fan's hateful eyes were filled with killing intent, and it was obvious that Lin Fan had truly moved to kill. Xiao Meyer, Lin Fan, and Lin Shuer were raised in the same pants, and their relationship was really excellent. A childhood friend. Little Budgie also called Lin Fan with a mouthful of her brother. But with Lin Xian's old-fashioned gaze, how could he not see that the feelings between Xiao Lingyun and Lin Fan had long since exceeded the boundaries of brother and sister? Father, fixing the marriage contract. That Xiao family. Fanner can go and talk to them by himself. Even though he was facing the imperial capital Xiao clan, but Lin Fan didn't have the slightest fear and actually thought of solving it himself. Lin Xian laughed dumbly, and came up to give Lin Fan a little bit of a smack. Your old man is still here and not dead. There's no need for you to say that yet. Your old man, I can help you out. Lin Xian's confidence caused Lin Fan to freeze. Pops, this is the Xiao clan. Your son is hung before he dares to be so arrogant. Alright, then this marriage contract will be finalized. After the contract is finalized, our Xiao and Lin families will be in-laws. If something happens to the Xiao family, we, the Lin family, naturally won't sit back and watch. Lin Fan smilingly took out a marriage contract paper from his storage bag. That's credentials. Fanner, this marriage contract is for you to keep. This is your marriage contract. You can keep it for me. After Lin Xian and Xiao Shanhe signed their big names, Lin Xian handed the marriage contract to Lin Fan. Lin Fan carefully put away the marriage contract, and suddenly asked with a bit of doubt, Father, the marriage contract between me and that Bayula hasn't been dissolved yet. Isn't it a bit unplanned to set another marriage contract? Lin Xian and the three of them were first stunned, then they all burst out laughing. Lin Xian didn't speak. Instead, Xiao Lingyun opened his mouth to explain. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan, it's normal for a good man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Your uncle Xiao I have several wives and concubines. You don't have a problem even if you have 4 or 5 marriages right now, but it's up to you whether you have the strength to do so. Xiao Lingyun's words caused Lin Xian to touch his head awkwardly and mutter. A good man has 3 wives and 4 concubines. That right? Well, you go down. Don't tell little Bud and the others about this matter yet. Just know it yourself. Lin Xian waved his hand and said with a smile. Yes, father. Then the child will leave first. After Lin Fan left, Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanhe finally couldn't help but feel grateful towards Lin Xian alone. We thank you, Master Lin. The two of you don't have to be like this. We'll be in-laws from now on. Besides, that niece little Bud, I'm very satisfied with her. Being my daughter-in-law, I'm still considered to have picked up a treasure. Lin Xian said smilingly. Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanhe looked at each other and were also very satisfied. They all knew Lin Xian's father and son's character very well. bright and open, courteous and very good. And now that they also knew that Lin Xian was actually still a personal disciple of the Jishi Academy, this made them even more satisfied. With the identity of the wine master's personal heir, Lin Xian was able to walk sideways throughout the entire great wilderness, although the two of them didn't know why Lin Xian had left the Jishi Academy, imperial capital, Xiao ethnic group. So, Zhao's little Nini, how's the cultivation going? A handsome but slightly shadowy-looking young man asked indifferently. Reporting to the Grand Duke, a few days ago, that little Nini seems to be only at the 8th level of enlightenment right now. How can it be so slow? The young man was extremely dissatisfied. According to the normal speed of cultivation, the 1000 Yin's embodiment should have already been Yuan Dan by now. So why is it that the 9th level of Kaiyuan has not yet arrived? This subordinate doesn't understand either. A bunch of wastes, a rabble, out of a body of 1000 Yin like Xiao butter. It's really their Cloud Mist City Xiao family that has dipped into our Xiao clan's light. The young man's tone was full of disdain and dissatisfaction towards the Cloud Mist City Xiao family, and then continued after thinking about it. How about this? You personally go to the Xiao family in Cloud Mist City and tell the Xiao family crowd that after the 18 prefectures competition, the family will come directly to the imperial capital, and that we, the Xiao clan, will personally come to cultivate Xiao Nair. Yes, Grand Master. Well, back off. The middle-aged man saluted once more before walking out of the Xiao mansion and heading towards the eastern state. The young man gently raised the corners of his mouth as he muttered, "What a 1000 body! If I possess this physique, not to mention the great wilderness, even if it's the entire 100 kingdoms domain, my son would be the topmost heavenly pride. Truly the heavens have blessed me." Xiao Wuqiu. End of chapter. Chapter 90. O son, you can now spell father to your heart's content. Chapter 90. O son, you can now spell father to your heart's content. Lin Fan and Xiao Meier's marriage contract was so simply finalized. According to the original normal process, it was necessary for the two big families to organize a grand engagement banquet together, but now it was a special time, so naturally it couldn't be used. After the Xiao family left, the Zhou family also came to do exchanges with Lin Xian enthusiastically, especially those from the Zhou Jin lineage were especially enthusiastic about Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian had already shown his strength, and with strength comes respect. Lin Xiaoyu was picked up by Zhou Jin and could only meet again next time. In addition to the Zhou family, there was also the Shangwan family. This time the Shangwan family's Shangwan Chan actually didn't follow, letting Lin Chang'an be disappointed for a good while, and Shangwan Chan also appeared to have something on her mind throughout the banquet, but Lin Xian didn't bother to pursue it. In the end, naturally, the matter was left unsettled, and the Shangwan family took their leave, and Lin Chang'an didn't even know any news about Shangwan Chan. Lin Xian was a bit puzzled about this. There was no way Shangwan Jian could not see that there was intent between Shangwan Chan and Lin Chang'an. Moreover, the fact that Shangwan Jian was willing to personally come to the Lin family to celebrate his birthday showed that he was still satisfied with his Lin family. But why was he unwilling to bring Shangwan Chan with him? It was a question. But Lin Fan didn't look deeper. The water would eventually come out later. Half a month later, in the Lin family's mansion compound, a group of Lin family juniors were already fully loaded and ready to go. In less than half a month, it would be the eastern states once every 5 years 18 prefectures competition. And Hua Changfu was far from the eastern state, traveling over to the fear of 7 days' time, after going to have to settle, organize the local customs, distribution of forces and so on. So the Lin family, these families have to go about 10 days in advance. The second generation candidates to go to the 18 house competition this time are Lin Fan, Lin Chagan, Lin Ao, Lin, Lin Shuer, and Sword 11. Lin Luo you go too. Several of the people whose names were read were smiling. In the martial arts cultivation world, which young man didn't have the desire and idea to show off his skills and compete with the world? Lin Fan and the others were naturally no exception, and they also thought about competing with stronger geniuses. As for the second generation, you guys are still too far away from being truly powerful, so this time you guys are going mainly just to see the world. Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Lin Yang and the others were also slightly embarrassed, but what Lin Xian said was indeed the truth. They had witnessed that the strongest of the second generation of the Zhou family had already gone to the three-passage god realm. As for the few of them, Lin Yang had just broken through the great Yuan Dan realm 2 days ago, or Lin Xian had given extremely large and precious resources to pile on. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Then in the Lin family, Lin Wen and Lin Wu stayed behind in the Lin family, while Lin Xian brought people to compete. When the Lin family's convoy traveled to the outside of Cloud Mist City, the Xiao family had been waiting for a long time. Family Master Xiao, Old Master Xiao, I've kept you waiting. Lin Shen looked at Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanhe, smilingly arching his hand and expressing his apologies. We also just arrived not long ago. Lin family head. Traveled together. Xiao Lingyun also smiled and cupped his fists. Suddenly, an abrupt voice interrupted several people's eye conversation. Hurry up and get going. Don't delay. Lin Shen looked towards the person who had made the sound, only to see a middle-aged looking man wearing a black robe appear in Lin Xian's line of sight. And this is? Lin Xian asked with a slight frown. Lin Xian had a feeling that this person was not good. Xiao Lingyun smiled awkwardly while Xiao Shanha explained after giving Lin Xian a wink. Introducing to the Lin family master. This is Lord Xiaopu of our Xiao family clan. Lin Xian instantly realized that he had come to spy on the Xiao family of Cloud Mist City. No wonder. He was so arrogant. By the looks of it, it was nothing more than a passing form realm. Hearing that it was someone from the Xiao clan, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly became ruthless when he looked at that Xiaopu, but he quickly hid it. He was not strong enough right now, and he, Lin Fan, was not willing to cause trouble for the Lin family. After all, in Lin Fan's perception, the entire Lin family was his own father who was at the passing form realm, so if he ran into the Xiao family of the imperial capital, he would definitely be hitting a stone with an egg. So it's an elder from the Xiao family of the imperial capital. Nice to meet you. Lin Shen faintly clasped his fist and said nonchalantly, then looked at Xiao Shanha Dao again. Master Xiao, let's leave now. Xiao Pu was upset by Lin Xian's nonchalant remark. He was from the imperial capital, a noble Xiao family member. And this barbarian from Cloud Mist City actually dared to belittle himself so. Along the way, Lin Xian talked eloquently with Xiao Shanha and Xiao Lingyun, not paying the slightest attention to that Xiao Pu. And because of Xiao Pu, Lin Fan was also kind of avoiding Xiao Meyer, who was a bit incomprehensible and even a bit aggravated, and ran to Lin Xian to complain. Vanille, come here for a moment. After coaxing his future daughter-in-law slightly, Lin Xian waved at Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed slightly and came to Lin Xian's side. Father, why are you ignoring little bud? Other people's little buds have come here to complain to father. Cough cough. Father, that Xiao family Xiao Pu is here. If me and buds walk in, that Xiao Pu is afraid that he will notice something. The child also doesn't want to make a strong enemy for the Lin family. Father, you help the child explain. Lin Fan explained sensibly and looked pitiful. Lin Xian was very pleased in his heart. His own son did do very well in these aspects, especially for the Lin family. Lin Fan was also the first to think about the family's safety and security, but these are no longer used. No need to do so. You can do whatever you want to do now. The Xiao family is just a family. After our 18-house competition this time, I'm going to take you and Xiang'an and the others to the imperial capital. Then sooner or later, I'll have to confront the Xiao family. Sooner or later, a little later. There isn't much difference to me. So, son, don't be afraid. Just be brave. Lin Fan waved his hand smilingly, not caring about the authority of the Xiao family. Lin Fan was a little confused. Was his own old man a little too crazy? Why does it feel like your old man is encouraging you to be the dude who dislikes the world again? Father, Lin Fan wanted to ask why, but who knew that Lin Xian was smiling again? My father is also unwilling to hide it from you, but now the time has not yet come. When we go to the imperial capital, you will know my father's other identity. Lin Fan continued to be in a daze. His old man had other identities? Lin Xian continued. Anyway, all you need to know is that in the great wilderness, you don't have to be afraid of anyone on purpose. You don't want to cause trouble, but if someone else messes with you, feel free to hit them back. Father will cover for you, Lin Xian said with a laugh. Lin Xian was confident enough to say this now. It was not only brought about by his own master, but also by his own strength. There are hangings, and the waist is just straight. Lin Fan looked at his father thoughtfully for several moments, then went to coax little bud. Lin Fan was also bullish, going up for a dozen or so breaths and coaxing little Budgie into a joyful smile. Lin Xian looked at it and raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this teasing technique genetically inherited? Regardless of Lin Fan, Lin Xian continued to chat with Xiao Lingyun and the others. Lin Chang'an are still deep in thought. A few days ago Lin Chang'an went to the Shangguan family of Hua Changfu once alone to look for Shangguan Chan, but was told that Shangguan Chan was not there. Lin Chang'an ended up returning without any success. Lin Ao was working exceptionally hard right now, and since the heavenly mansion wasn't enough, he worked hard to make up for it, refusing to let go of a bit of cultivation time. Jian 11, on the other hand, was running around with Lin Luo, making her giggle. As for the other Lin family brats, they also fought with the Xiao family's juniors, a scene of joy and happiness. Only that Xiao Pu looked very unhappy, especially when Xiao Pu found out that there was a mudblood in the Lin family who was close to little Bud. Xiao Pu could no longer sit still. Lin family brat, this elder advises you to stay away from Xiao Naer. With the cold words, everyone present stopped in their tracks and froze, looking at Xiao Pu. Xiaopu didn't awesome the crowd's eye stare and continued to look down on Lin Fan and said, Xiao Nar is now a core disciple of our Xiao clan. It's not something a mud-legged kid like you can match. Don't be a toad trying to eat swan meat. With a single sentence, the eyes of all the Lin family members were flaming with anger. To actually dare to insult the young patriarch they now respected, and Xiao Yue directly refused to do so, immediately turning on the mode of protecting her husband. What are you doing? Don't you dare talk about my brother Lin Fan like that. In the face of Xiao Meier's protective behavior, Xiao Pu's face became even more ugly as he loudly rebuked, Xiao Meier, you have to understand that you're a core disciple of our Xiao clan now, and if you're going to marry in the future, it'll be to marry a person from a big clan, and the children of a clan in this bullet-ridden area won't be able to match you. In the face of Xiao Pu's chiding, Xiao Butter appeared tough as well, immediately disliking back. Then I, Xiao Bootier, would rather not be that core disciple. What did you say? Xiao Pu was shocked and angry. How dare this Xiao Nar, elder Xiao Pu? My son and little bud are childhood friends. Why? It's hard not to allow them to travel together. You're a family. You still care about the private matters of people's families. Lin Xian held the second-rank blood horse and turned directly back to look at Xiao Pu, saying indifferently, Humph, what childhood sweethearts. That's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My Xiao clan's people are not for you mudbloods to approach. Xiao Pu had been ordered by the Grand Duke to keep an eye on Xiao Yue. If Xiao Yue's virginity was taken by someone else, then the effect of the thousandsing body would be greatly reduced, which the Grand Duke would not allow. This move by Xiao Pu caused the two Xiao Lin families to be at a standstill for a while. Lin Xian smiled contemptuously and continued to ask back indifferently, and what kind of one can't be called a mudblood family? Lin family master. This elder knows that you're at the Tongform realm, and also knows that you got the first place in the Hua Qingfu family event. But you have to be clear that the Tongform realm of the great desolate imperial capital and the Tongform realm of a projectile land like yours are two levels. Xiao Pu is extremely arrogant. Arrogant two words are engraved on the face of Xiao Pu. An instant aura sword. The strength of the Tongform realm is revealed. Lin Xian is even more disdainful. Actually just a pass form realm late stage actually so tugging. Lin Xian thought it was pass form realm great circle. Everything is based on strength. Lin family master. If you can beat this elder can pretend not to see it. Xiao Pu looked at Lin Xian with extreme confidence. Xiao Pu also did have the qualifications to be confident. In his 40s he was already in the middle stage of the passing form realm. His future achievements would not be bad, and if he was a bit more lucky to reach the passing spirit realm, he could also become an envoy of the Xiao family. And generally speaking, the cultivators of the imperial capital did have far more combat power at the same level than the cultivators of the smaller places. There was no way around it. The uneven distribution of resources would lead to this. However, Lin Xian could only unfortunately tell this Xiao Pu, you've really kicked the bucket this time. The three-passage god realm? Ha! Lin Xian pulled the horse's rope with one hand and dropped it vertically with the other, sneering disdainfully. Pit bull, what are you laughing at? Xiao Pu's aura was turned up to the max, but he met Lin Xian's eyes that were filled with indifference and screamed loudly in anger. Seeing how arrogant you are, I thought you were in the Tongling realm. But it turns out that you are in the late Tongform realm, which really disappoints me. Seek death. Xiao Pu was furious. His body flashed as he ran straight towards Lin Xian. The Xiao family's crowd were all shocked, while the Lin family's crowd were confident in their own family head. Insult my master. Slap your mouth. Suddenly, a man in black appeared out of thin air in the void. The man in black was extremely fast and kicked Xiao Pu in the head. Xiao Pu planted himself into the earth like a shooting star. Lin Air. See the family head. After the man in black kicked Xiao Pu away, he knelt on one knee in front of Lin Xian. Yes, this is the second golem, specializing in frontal slugging. Hiss. The Xiao family's crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. The Tongform realm powerhouse had actually been killed by this Lin family's mysterious person in a single move. Even the Lin family members were shocked. When did the Lin family have such a strong person? Ahem. Xiao Pu coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at Lin Air with eyes full of shock. End of chapter 91. Chapter 91. Arriving in the Eastern Prefecture. Old friends from the past? A large part of the follow-up is a 4,000 word chapter. Not water. Chapter 91. Arriving in Eastern State. Old friends from the past? A large part of the follow-up is a 4,000 word chapter. No watery word count. Your Lin family actually has this kind of expert. Xiao Pu was extremely shocked and climbed up on trembling legs, biting his back teeth as he looked at Lin Air, his eyes full of unbelief. You should be glad that this servant of mine can beat you. Otherwise, you're afraid that you'll be missing an arm or a leg today. Lin Xian smiled blandly, not placing Xiao Pu in his eyes in the slightest. Servant? The crowd was shocked again. Even within the Xiao clan, A Tongform realm powerhouse could be classified as an elder. But they didn't expect Lin Xian to actually directly address this powerhouse who could kill Xiao Pu in a single move as a servant. What was even more shocking was that Lin heir didn't have the slightest expression, as if this was something that should be taken for granted. It was as if Xiao Pu had seen a ghost, and the shock in his eyes never subsided. Oh, keep on the road. Lin Xian ignored Xiao Pu and said indifferently, "Good." Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanha nodded mechanically, although they knew that Lin Xian wasn't simple. But how could they not have guessed that Lin Xian was actually this strong? Xiao Pu is now very embarrassed. It is not to follow or not to follow. If he follows, he is simply humiliated to the home. If he does not follow, how to go back to explain to the Grand Duke? After thinking about it, Xiao Pu ended up following the caravan and continued toward the eastern state. Let the Lin family's group of mudleggers be arrogant first, and when this 18 prefectures competition is over, after returning to the imperial capital, he will definitely go to the Grand Duke and ruthlessly senate Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian knew nothing about what Xiao Pu was thinking, and even if he did, Lin Xian was afraid that he didn't care. The Xiao family. Lin Xian hadn't dealt with the Xiao family much before. Lin Xian also remembered that the Xiao family once had a genius or his own little sister's licking dog, had been pestering Lin Xian's little sister, and in the end had been beaten up by Lin Xian's little sister before subsiding quite a bit. But Lin Xian also remembered that guy in the back was often tripping himself up. It's just as well that new grudges and old grudges can still be settled together. The convoy continued toward the eastern states. Along the way, the crowd was talking and laughing, but most of the time, the crowd spent in cultivation. After traveling for a full 7 days, the convoy of Lin Zhao's two families finally arrived at the state city of Eastern State, whose full name was Xin Tian City, which was grand and domineering, only to see that the walls of Xin Tian City were a full 18 feet high, an ordinary person at a glance that would be really too high. Of course, for the Tongform realm powerhouses that could fly it would be just like that. It was only that Xin Tian City prohibited cultivators from flying within the city, and if they violated the rules, they could be killed on the spot by the state guards of the Eastern State Prefecture. The gates of Xin Tian City were all 3 zhang wide and 6 zhang high, and by the time they arrived at the city gates, there were already quite a few caravans lined up. These were basically all the clans that had rushed from the major prefectures to participate in the 18 prefectures competition, and most of these clans were the top clans within the major prefectures. But now that they had arrived at Xin Tian City, every clan was obediently lining up and did not dare to be the slightest bit disruptive. The Lin family and the Xiao family also had long lines. The queue was dispatched for a full half hour before it was finally Lin Xian's and the others' turn. Without the slightest surprise, the guarding generals let them go after some questioning. Entering Dongzhou City, it was a clear sight to behold. Inside Xin Tian City was simply too prosperous and too grand and magnificent. The roads in the city are all made of 100 sections of stone, plain and neat, hundreds of meters wide, but also has a glance at the length of the side. Countless stores on both sides. The goods are a wide variety of goods. Those prices are also expensive. Walking on the streets of Xiantian City, the crowd realized that there were actually quite a few passers-by whose strength had reached the Yuan Dan realm. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at this sight. The only people who were there were Lin Xian, Xiao Lingyun, Xiao Pu, and the others. Xiao Pu looked at the crowd with a country bumpkin look and smiled contemptuously. If you go to the imperial capital, you will know what is called prosperity. Let's go. For the 18 house competition, Xiantian City will arrange residences for the families of all the major houses. Let's go directly to the residences now. Xiao Shanha had once come to participate in the 18 prefectures competition, and even though he had only acted as a spectator, he was still considered the only one who had come. Lin Xian hadn't been involved in this stuff, so he naturally followed behind Xiao Shanha. As the crowd walked on, suddenly a particularly large row of caravans came slowly, and still took the road right in the center. The Li family from Tianyuan City is here. Worthy of being the Li family of Tianyuan City. What a grand gesture. It's rumored that this time, whichever fairy from the Li clan, Li Hongyi, is also here. Li Hongyi is here. Really? Who is Li Hongyi? Brother, you're so rustic that you don't know the famous burning flame fairy Li Hongyi. Too rustic. When the crowd looked at the banner above the caravan with an immense character Li written on it, they were instantly talking about it. Tianyuan City is in addition to the East State local 18 provinces of the strongest government city, and Tianyuan City's strongest family is the Li family. 6-star power. The peak is 7-star power. It is said that the inheritance has 2,000 years of time. The depth of the foundation is extremely deep. As they watched the Li family walk in, the rest of the families made way, and the Lin family was no exception. But when the Li family's convoy walked in, Lin Xian purposely turned around to avoid it. Father, what are you doing? Looking at Lin Xian like this, Lin Fan froze and called out softly, The caravan slowly walked past. There were more than 30 blood horses, especially the one in the center. The blood horse used was actually a third-order blood horse. On that largest of the carriage sedan chairs, an extremely beautiful-looking woman lifted the curtains and surveyed the surroundings. The woman's eyes full of unconcern scanned the crowd of clans, with only indifference in her eyes, as if there was nothing and no one who could make her make a ripple. When suddenly, a figure with her back passed made her feel incomparably familiar. "Auntie, what's wrong?" There was another clean-looking woman in the car sedan chair who looked at her own young lady and asked, "I think I just saw a deceased person." The beautiful woman lowered the curtain and asked herself with a slight doubt, "Deceased?" The clear woman was suddenly stunned. "Oh, maybe I'm wrong about that too. He should have died 20 years ago. How could he still be around?" The woman suddenly laughed out bitterly. "How is it possible? 20 years ago? He clearly died in front of his eyes." "Auntie, this time for the 18 prefectures competition. The Eastern Heavenly King's Palace and the Eastern Prefecture State Lord's Palace have all approached our Li family, hoping that we, the Li family, can help them and work together to fight against that spirit martial sect." The clear woman took out a few letters and said. The gorgeous woman took the envelope and scanned it lightly for a few moments before she had no interest in reading it. "Our Li family has been able to stand in Tianyuan City for 2,000 years, not by relying on Mang. We don't reject or accept." After the beautiful woman finished speaking, an icy blue flame suddenly appeared in her hand, and the flame instantly incinerated the envelopes. "Little neodymium understands." The clear woman nodded and said, "It was only after the Li family's convoy walked by that the crowd felt reprieved. It was really because the Li family's convoy was too oppressive. The two people at the very front who opened the way were actually both strong at the three-passage god realm. The three-passage divine realm was definitely considered a relatively powerful expert even in the vast Xian heavenly city, and Xiaopu still had that arrogant look until the beginning. A small Li family, compared to their Xiao family. It was. If their Xiao family came here, even the Eastern Heavenly King's Palace and the State Lord's Palace would have to personally come to greet them. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the caravan that had gradually disappeared from sight, and also exhaled slightly. "Father, is there someone in that Li family caravan that you recognize but don't want to talk about anymore?" Lin Fan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Lin Xian's face was full of black lines. This time Lin Xian felt that having a son who was really too smart wasn't a good thin. How come it felt like every time he had something he was the first to guess by his own son? "Fanner, you know too much. If you're too idle, my father can add more pressure to your cultivation. How about this? Today you'll have the second round of special training." Looking at Lin Xian's threatening eyes, Lin Fan dryly coughed twice and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to ask one more question. "Brother Lin Fan, what's wrong with you?" Lin Shuer and Xiao Bear asked with concern. "It's okay, I just choked," Lin Fan said with a snort. After the Li family left, Lin Xian led the crowd to the family residence. Family residences are also graded, from uninviting family residences to 6-star, because in the entire eastern state, the strongest foreign family was a 6-star family like the Li family, and there had never been a 7-star family, so it saved the day. The Lin family and the Xiao family were both 1-star families now, so naturally they just went to the 1-star small courtyard. It is also fortunate that the 1-star courtyard is only slightly remote, but the area is not small, and the courtyard is relatively clean and tidy. How can people live in this kind of tight place? Humph. All of the Xiao family go with this elder. This elder is from the Xiao family of the imperial capital and can enjoy better treatment. Xiaopu looked at the small courtyard in front of him with disgust, and then he just said with bravado. In response to Xiaopu's words, Lin Xian didn't feel that he was bragging because the Xiao family of the imperial capital was indeed a big sign. Facing this kind of Xiao clan elder, the eastern state officials would definitely give especially good and favorable treatment. For example, once upon a time when Lin Xian was in the Jishi Academy, even though he had been reduced to an invalid, when he went out, the sons of the great families, the sons of those marquises and dukes, had to be respectful to Lin Xian when they saw him, even though they despised Lin Xian inwardly. As long as Lin Xian was a Jishi Academy pro legacy, they had to do a good job of keeping up appearances in front of Lin Xian. "It's all similar. I don't want it. I just want to live next to brother Lin Fan." Little Bud was the first to refuse, and both Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanha smiled awkwardly. Xiao Pu was going to be pissed off by this Xiao Nar, disobeying himself 3 times. If it wasn't for the Grand Duke's admired cauldron, Xiao Pu really wanted to put Xiao Nar to death. Fine. Then you guys can stay here. This elder has his own place to go." Humph. Xiao Pu snorted coldly, flung his robe and left indignantly. Alas, this is a complete offense to the clan. Looking at Xiao Pu's departing back, Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanha both sighed slightly. "Oh, sooner or later we're going to tear our faces apart anyway. There's no need to grovel to him before we do." Lin Xian smiled and patted Xiao Lingyun's shoulder and said, Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanhe were both extremely helpless. Everything could only depend on Lin Xian now. If Lin Xian couldn't defeat the Xiao family, then not only would little Budgie become a cauldron, even their branch was afraid that they would disappear into history. Of course, they were still quite cognizant of Lin Xian's identity and methods. That's the wine master's own. Who is the wine man? That was the Great Desolate Empire's previous Great Emperor's benefactor, and the current Great Emperor's senior grandfather. It meant that Lin Xian's status of being Qi-dead counted as being a sibling to the current Emperor of the Great Desolate. This status is, indeed, honorable. After living in the one-star compound, other small compounds were filled with people, but 6-star and 5-star families in such compounds are a bit scarce. Residents of the Eastern Heavenly Kings. The East Heavenly Kings Mansion is located in Xiantian City's most prosperous Xiantian Street, covering an area of 200 acres, not only covers a vast area, the entire mansion is also built quite simple and elegant and does not lose the hegemony. The 4 big hot gold characters of Dongtian Wanfu on the entrance of the Wanfu are even filled with a martial arts aura, and ordinary people don't even dare to go and look directly at that plaque. In a small courtyard in the West Mansion of the East Heavenly Kings Mansion, Ho Mingyu slowly opened his eyes, his aura several times stronger than half a year ago. Congratulations to the young prince. He has improved again today. Luo Hui sat on a stone bench, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile. Ho Mingyu was also happier, slightly nodded and said, fortunately, it's already in the late stage of the Little Yuandan realm, plus that pseudo-spirit martial arts that I learned a while ago is barely introductory. Even if it's against the late stage of the Little Yuandan realm, I'm not afraid of it. It's indeed good. But little prince, I have heard that the great prince will be returning from the imperial capital in the next 2 days. Luo Hui looked at Ho Mingyu's pride and complacency, and also struck a slight blow. What? My big brother is back? Ho Mingyu was a bit stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched. For this big brother of his, Ho Mingyu was really a bit scared. After all, he was bullied by his own big brother since he was a child. It's said that the great prince is now at the peak of the great Yuandan realm, and I'm afraid it won't be too long before he breaks through to the 3-passage divine realm, so it's really something. Lock Emblem was overwhelmed with emotion. A 20-year-old at the 3-passage divine realm, even in the imperial capital where heavenly prides were like clouds, that was still the top group of geniuses. Ho Mingyu was instantly filled with pressure. Alas, big brother is indeed too powerful. Well, second prince, don't be discouraged. You and your big brother actually have similar talents. It's just that the great prince is a bit more diligent than you. Luo Hui stood up. Then, as if he had thought of something, he smiled and continued. In these 2 days, quite a few clans from other provinces have come to our Tianqian city. The Lin family has also come, and that little girl from the Lin family seems to have come as well. Luo Hui disappeared after saying that. Ho Mingyu was first stunned, then delighted. He could see her again. Then, Ho Mingyu's eyes were firm again. Schwerer, I'm going to show you how gallant this Gongzi is on the battle stage. End of chapter 92. Chapter 92, Identity Exposed, Do you think we're soft? Chapter 92, Identity Exposed, Think we're soft? The cold of a winter night is like the pain of picking at your bones. Residents of the Eastern Heavenly Kings. 3 great figures who stomped their feet in the Eastern State would tremble for a moment or two were gathered together. Eastern Heavenly King, Ho Tianfeng. Eastern State Lord, Xiahou Xiong. There is also Ouyang War, the head of the Ouyang family in the imperial capital. Just half a month ago, the Spirit Martial sect secretly exterminated 2 more sects. The Spirit Martial sect's hands have become increasingly unclean now. Ho Tianfeng said with a faint smile. In the face of Ho Tianfeng's words, Xiahou Xiong only sneered disdainfully, his tone seeming very unpleasant. Spoken as if the Spirit Martial sect's hands and feet have ever been clean. It's really just a bunch of bandits. Ouyang War just drank his wine lightly, not having anything to say. Brother Ouyang, what do you think? Both of them looked at Ouyang War. Ouyang War only smiled gently, and spread his hands and said, I'm just a neutral person, and our Ouyang family has always remained neutral as well. For what you guys are talking about, I'm not involved. Ho Tianfeng and the 2 of them smiled helplessly. Ouyang War did have the qualifications to say this. As long as Elder Ouyang of the Ouyang family was still around for 1 day, then it was impossible for the Ouyang family to be dispersed, and the head of the 3 great families would definitely be the Ouyang family. Alas, there are still a few days to go before the 18 prefectures competition, and the state competitions in other places have also begun, so I don't know if this time, we in the eastern state will be able to produce a few decent talents. Xiahou Xiong sighed slightly. The pressure of selecting talents for the royal family by himself was really too much. 13 states under the sky, 13 state lords. If it comes to pressure, then Xiahou Xiong is definitely the one with the most pressure. The other 12 states, The 8 states that didn't have great sects in them were all still living in peace. The northern states Ice and Snow Great Sect and the southern states Flying Cloud Palace, as well as the western states Thunder Sound Temple are all kept untainted by the secular world, and the states masters go to manage them as well as basically well water. Unlike their eastern states spiritual martial arts sect, which is very ambitious and vaguely trending away from the empire's control. Because of the continued enhancement of the spirit martial sect, it resulted in many heavenly pride joining the spirit martial sect, while both the Eastern Heavenly King's Mansion and the Eastern Prefecture's State Lord's Mansion were unable to recruit talents for a long period of time. Under this kind of counterbalance, the spirit martial sect naturally grew stronger and stronger. Then by that time, everyone in the Eastern State would only know about the spirit martial sect and not the existence of the Great Desolate Empire. This time, among the young people aged 18 and below, the spirit martial sect has a Mo Changshang who is quite formidable, and is said to be the topmost heavenly pride when placed within the spirit martial sect, and he's also the son of one of the 9 mountain lords of the spirit martial sect, Mo Kai. Ho Tianfeng said indifferently. Although Mo Changshang was very powerful, Ho Tianfeng thought that his 2 sons were not weaker than that Mo Changshang. Ugh. Hearing this, Xiahou Xiong even sighed and helplessly shook his head straight, and then continued, I know that Mo Changshang. I heard that he has a talent that is not weaker than that Mo Qingfeng. I'm afraid that in the future it will be another Mo Kaya. Ho Tianfeng gently leaned back in his chair. Mo Changshang having a natural talent not weaker than Mo Qingfeng is definitely an exaggeration, but it does show that Mo Changshang is very good. It seems like there are a few other families' heavenly prides that are also good and haven't joined the spirit martial sect as well. So your Eastern Prefecture's State Lord's Palace can take advantage of that. Ouyang War took a sip of tea and said smilingly, I've also gathered quite a bit of information. Song Hongyan of the Song family and Lu Lingfeng of the Lu family are 2 good people. There's also the Li family's Li Xian Yuan from the Tian Yuan province, and the Chu family's Chu Shang Yuan from the Hedong province all seem to be quite good. They're all good seedlings. Ho Tianfeng elaborated that the intelligence system of the Eastern Heavenly King's house was still quite good, and investigating some geniuses could still be investigated. Prince Ho has understated one ah. Ouyang War rotated his teacup with a smile. Which one? Ho Tianfeng was slightly stunned. Your son Ho Mingyu. I observe that he is extremely good and has the qualifications to pass the Xian. Ouyang War responded smilingly. In response, Ho Tianfeng just smiled and didn't answer. Xiahou Xiong didn't have those bending minds and directly chose to shield the first few sentences and continued. I've heard the people below me report on the other 18 prefectures' house competitions this time, and there are still quite a few heavenly prides that have sprung up, but on the whole they're definitely not as good as the quality of the spirit martial sect. That's natural. The good seedlings just showed their talent and were dug over by the spirit martial sect, like that Bai Yula of the Bai family of Huaqing province. It's said that her natural talent is also extremely good, but 2 years ago she was looked at by the spirit martial sect and was accepted as a personal disciple. Ho Tianfeng said with a smile as he played with a square in his hand. Speaking of the Huaqing mansion, I did hear that the first place in the Huaqing mansion's mansion competition this time around is actually an unheard of Lin family, and it's said that Lin family started out as just an unranked family. Suddenly, Xiahou Xiong rubbed his jaw and muttered to himself with slight curiosity. The Lin family. Ouyang War's hand that was still playing with the wineglass stopped. What? Brother Ouyang has heard of this Lin family? Ho Tianfeng, who was next to him, said with a faint smile. I've said it's a no-good family. Where would I have heard of it? Ouyang War smiled and waved his hand, but the slightly furrowed brow indicated that Ouyang War had already taken an interest in this matter. That Lin family, although this time the performance is good, but the overall strength is really too weak. Especially the overall strength of the Huaqing mansion is also too weak. The entire mansion, actually a 3-star family, are not. Alas. Anyway, the Huaqing mansion can't be counted on. Annoying. Xiahou Xiong have also do not know who they are talking to, just sitting in the chair to say to themselves. Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang War just listened. Ouyang War did not have much change in his heart. After all, this matter in the eastern state had nothing to do with his Ouyang family. As for Ho Tianfeng, he was also frowning a little, because the East Heavenly Kingdom was along with the royal family, and the stronger the spirit martial sect was, it meant that the royal family would be weaker under the influence of the spirit martial sect, and then the influence of the East Heavenly Kingdom would be weaker as well. It's a case of one for all. One for all. Pay attention. For once, it's up to the little guys in our state. Ho Tianfeng ultimately had no choice but to shake his head, expressing his helplessness. A meeting of 3 big men finally dispersed in silence. Ouyang War stood on a tall building, frowning slightly. Lin family, it seems that what Qing Luo said in the beginning was true. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. You're actually hiding in the eastern state. I wonder if you'll be surprised to see an old friend like me. Yang War slightly raised the corners of his mouth as his expression became brilliant. 1-star yard, the Lin family. The Lin family members entered a state of cultivation after they had moved in, keeping up their best condition. Lin Xian had also been meditating for 3 days and had slightly gained something. The peerless sword skill had already been thoroughly mastered by Lin Xian, and in half a year's time, the peerless sword skill had already been cultivated by Lin Xian to a point of proficiency. Moreover, because of the peerless attribute of the peerless sword skill, Lin Xian's sword intent also had a trace of peerless power added to it, as if it was like a tiger with wings. Phew, not bad. Cultivation at the peak of the passing form realm, not far from the Great Circle. Go and take a look at the little guys. Lin Xian stood up, satisfied with his current state. When he walked out of the room, he saw the Lin family juniors meditating and practicing martial arts. Stop. 11. And be sure not to have a moment's bewilderment in drawing your sword. And, for the first sudden thrust, raise it 3 points toward the top. Understood, master. Lin Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Gen 11 was now truly initiated in the Tao of the sword. According to the trend of this development, without any surprises, Gen 11 could comprehend the sword intent at the Great Yuan Dan realm. Chang'an, although I don't use a gun, the world's intention is the same. Your gun, since you walk the path of dominance, don't get too entangled in sensitivity. Maximize your damage, so that the enemy can't escape from the range of your attack. Understood, Patriarch. Lin Chang'an pondered over it carefully and smiled with joy as he picked up the lance again and began to sharpen it. Aha! Lin Xian was satisfied. The Lin family was damned if they couldn't get it up this damn time. The clans in this courtyard, get the hell out of here. This courtyard. We'll take it. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from outside the yard. Lin Fan and the others all withdrew from their cultivation, all looking out the door in displeasure. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes slightly. This could actually have someone come looking for trouble, couldn't it? Opened the courtyard gate, only to see a dozen people standing outside the gate. The one at the head, 40 to 50 years old looking, wearing a yellow long coat, with an extremely arrogant expression. We are the Mei family of Bafu. This courtyard, we have our eyes on it. Now pack up your family's things and get the hell out of here. The middle-aged man at the head said extremely nonchalantly, and his voice was so loud that the people in the surrounding several courtyards were all yelled out to see what was going on. Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Shanha also walked out. Patriarch Lin, the courtyard before the 18-house competition is each according to their own merits, meaning that if you lose to someone else, even if the courtyard is yours first, you have to give up your place. And above there are some 2-star and 3-star street clans that have created this kind of fight, and the ones that lost also gave up their courtyards. You've been in seclusion for the past few days, so you probably don't know that the Chui family also lost a battle yesterday, to a great family from another province. The Shangguan family was also challenged, only that the Shangguan family master was very strong and broke through to the peak of the passing form realm, defeating the challenger and guarding the courtyard. Xiao Shanha explained to Lin Xian seriously. So that's how it was. No wonder this middle-aged man came up and called the door so arrogantly. Lin Xian was also aware of the rules and wasn't a bit surprised by this, because the underdog is the same everywhere. Stop yakking around and get the hell out of here and make room. That Mei family head was extremely rampant, and Lin Xian didn't even know what made him so rampant. If you want this courtyard, you can. Just come and get it. Lin Xian laughed lightly. The people of the Mei family were stunned. Was it possible that this person had never heard of their family? The surrounding people were also looking at them like they were little cuties, like they were looking at the Lin family's crowd. Lin Xian was slightly puzzled. What? Could it be that this 1-star family doesn't have any more background? But with a background and still only a 1-star family? That's more or less unreasonable, isn't it? Hee. It seems like you guys are really just a country bumpkin, worthy of the Hua Chang Fu. Proper country bumpkins. Looking at Lin Xian and the others with puzzled eyes, the crowd of the Mei family instantly burst into laughter and began their mocking mode. The Xiao family members were also slightly confused. Since you guys don't know, then this great master has the mercy to tell you that this family master's first son, Mei Tianliang, has become a spiritual martial sect personal disciple and is also valued by the spiritual martial sect's mountain master. Ha 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 ha. The Mei family head spoke and laughed out loud with pride. Lin Xian blinked and thought it was something to come, but it was actually an old thing with a father and a son who ran to himself to pretend to come. Still spirit martial sect's own heirloom. Lin Xian was speechless for a moment in his heart, and Lin Chang'an and the others had a speechless expression. Spirit martial arts sect's own heirloom? Oh, excuse me, their brother-in-law just took one off 6 months ago. I thought it was something, but it turns out to be a bunch of snarling wild dogs. Get lost. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a great pressure filled the room. The crowd couldn't help but shiver. Mei Yuji, the Mei family head, was also frozen and shivered, followed by a burst of surprise. This person was actually not afraid that his son was a spiritual martial sect progenitor. What a big mouth to call yourself a dingo. You're looking for death. Mei Yuji roared angrily. His aura skyrocketed up. It turned out to be a late-stage expert of the great Yuan Dan realm. It is indeed considered good when placed in a one-star family. It would be a bit hard to deal with if the Xiao family encountered it, but for Lin Xian, it only takes one sword. Die for me. Only to see that Mei Yuji's aura rise, a mid-4th grade Yuan Soul Iron Crown Divine Chicken emerging behind him, charging straight towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and slowly raised his right hand. A sudden burst of icy blue appearing on his right hand. Boom! Mei Yuji's attack was blocked about half a meter in front of Lin Xian, and it was a wall of ice that blocked Mei Yuji's attack. The ice wall was extremely hard and emitted a cold aura that could freeze one's soul, making one feel as if one's blood was freezing. Mei Yuji was shocked. His own attack was actually lightly blocked by this person in front of him. You're telling me that this kind of expert is from a one-star family? Mei Yuji just felt like his worldview had collapsed. Do you really think we're soft? A clown. Lin Xian raised his left hand and slapped it out. A huge ice palm instantly imprinting on that Mei Yuji's chest. Mei Yuji screamed miserably and flew directly out more than 100 meters. Ahem. Mei Yuji fell to the ground and coughed up blood in one fell swoop. Matriarch. The people of the Mei family all shouted and gathered around their family head. How dare you? Our young master of the Mei family is a protege of the spirit martial sect. You have now offended the spirit martial sect. The Mei family didn't know if they were a bunch of cerebral palsy. A young man stood out and pointed at the Lin family's crowd and cursed. Noisy. Lin Fan was impatient, and with his feet pointing to the ground, he directly slapped towards the person who was yelling. Pop! With a loud slap, that young man of the Mei family who was still alive and yelling instantly flew out and lay shoulder to shoulder with that Mei Yuji. Ha ha ha, worthy of my son, just the right amount of force. Lin Xian smiled and complimented, then entered the courtyard without looking back. The Mei family really were a bunch of pure clowns, and Lin Xian watched them as a laughingstock. End of chapter 93. Chapter 93 Chapter 92 The Forge Master The Black-Clothed Strongman Attacks Xian Tian City Shocks. Chapter 93 Chapter 92 The Forge Master The Black-Clothed Strongman Attacks Xian Tian City Shocks. In the face of Lin Xian and Lin Fan's successive strikes, the surrounding clans watching were all sucking in a breath of cool air, not to mention the fact that this one-star clan's strength was bullishly unlike that of a one-star clan. Let's just say that this one-star clan's guts were also really not small. Although the spiritual martial sect's progenitor is also divided into grades, but even just the worst spiritual martial sect progenitor is a noble status, and the general 1 or 2 star families are all respectful to them. But this unheard of Lin family is actually so arrogant. This courtyard belongs to our Lin family. If you have the ability, you can come back at any time, but the next time you commit a crime, old man will not show you any mercy. Lin Xian rubbed the jade trigger on his thumb, smilingly flicking his robes before turning to leave, and the people of the Mei family were all looking at the people of the Lin family with angry faces. The contemptuous and bland eyes of the Lin family crowd made them feel a wave of embarrassment. Quickly go to the spirit martial sect and find the young patriarch so that he can back us up. Mei Yuji growled lowly. What could a one-star family do? Even if it was far stronger than other one-star families, his son is a personal descendant of the spirit martial sect. A simple farce ended like this. The clans at the back that were prepared to challenge were all giving up. Even the Mei family had been fatally beaten. They were just sending food up there. And this also brought the Xiao family to become uninviting. After all, they could see that the Xiao family and the Lin family had quite a good relationship. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Xian said indifferently, everyone just continue to cultivate. Don't pay attention to this kind of thing. Yes, everyone nodded their heads. The night is coming. There were already more and more clans in Xiantian City. Nearly 80% of the clans in the entire eastern state had come to Xiantian City, and it was fortunate that Xiantian City covered an extremely wide area. Otherwise it really wasn't good enough to accommodate so many people. Linggu Clan, a martial arts school in ancient China. Linggu sect reception. Young patriarch, you must do it for us. That Lin family is really too arrogant. Actually beat up our family head. And now Lord Family Head is still lying in bed recuperating from his injuries. A Mei clan disciple cried and wailed to a young man in fancy clothes. What? My father is hurt. The man immediately stormed off. Yes, young clan chief. That Lin family is really arrogant. We all said that our young clan chief is a spirit martial sect proclaimer, but that family still disdained it and fought against us. When Mei Tianliang heard this, his heart became even more furious, actually looking down on his identity as a spiritual martial sect's own heirloom, when it was really a great dare. You go back and tell my father that tomorrow I will go and seek justice for our Mei family. Mei Tianliang flung his hand in an extremely domineering manner. Fine. Thank you, young patriarch. I'll go back and report to the family head. That Mei family disciple happily hailed the reception before exiting. What's going on? Is senior brother Mei's clan being insulted? Do you want senior brother to come and help you seek justice? At this moment, several more young men walked in, each with an extraordinary temperament. A bunch of jumping clowns are just that. There's no need for you to step in. Senior brother Mei Tianliang said with a smile, and between the lines, he had the utmost respect for this senior brother Well, that's fine, and it shouldn't be a problem to leave this matter to you personally. Senior brother waved his hand, and in his tone, he did not place the Lin family in his eyes. Oh yeah, this time we're going to help senior sister by ravage a family man. Suddenly, that senior brother smiled again. Senior sister by? Mei Tianliang froze. Now the spirit of the martial arts clan who do not know Bai Yula, not only excellent talent, and long that is also extremely beautiful, even their Mo Changshang Mo senior brother is on its care, all became the spirit of the martial arts clan up and down the little princess. That's right, that family is the Lin family of the Huaqing prefecture. There's a waste of a young patriarch in that family who used to be the fiancé of senior sister Bai, a mere toad. Senior brother Mo has already instructed to make sure to ravage their family's waste of a man. Senior brother slightly tilted his mouth in an air of being in control. Well, of course there's no problem. Messing with senior sister Bai. That clan is really headstrong enough too. Mei Tianliang was already mourning for that family, which had already perished in Mei Tianliang's eyes. Well, tomorrow you'll take care of it, and I'll go ask a few elders to back you up, so there's definitely no problem. Senior brother patted Mei Tianliang's shoulder and said with a smile. I'll thank senior brother for that day. Cool. The Lin family is stationed there. Lin Xian was meditating in his room. Today, he had violently beaten up the Mei family of that Bafu, and had actually exploded with rewards. Although the rewards were very average, just some ordinary elixirs and equipment. Although they couldn't help Lin Xian, they were still very useful to the Lin family crowd. The big competition was just around the corner, and it could also mention the strength of the Lin family's crowd. So why not? On top of that, Lin Xian had already immersed himself into that divine forge at this point. Divine Forge, the same treasure that was taken from Mat Bali. It would be so tempting to make someone a Forge Master. Forge Masters, there were a total of 9 grades, which were said to correspond to the 9 grades of the Yuan Soul, and above the 9 grades, there were even more powerful grades, only that they were still a little too far for Lin Xian right now. Lin Xian's manifestation Zhao Dragon was a 9th grade Yuan Soul, and according to what the Great Desolate Empire had recorded, 9th grade Yuan Souls were already the highest grade Yuan Souls, and there was no room for improvement. But Lin Xian had a different understanding. The first thing was the attributes of Lin Xian's manifestation Xiaolong. There were a total of 4 attributes: water, ice, wind, and thunder. But Lin Xian knew that in addition to the everyday visible attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, there were other powerful attributes in this world, like darkness, light. It was said that the legendary power of space could be in one's hands. Lin Xian still remembered that one of the things his junior sister, Zhan Tai Mingyue, had comprehended besides the Sword Dao realm was the light realm. The light realm of intent was extremely powerful, and wherever it shone, it was the world. Lin Xian naturally wanted these powerful attributes as well, and a Forge Master didn't just give the Yuan Soul a quality boost, he could also grant the Yuan Soul some powers that didn't belong to the Yuan Soul itself. This was one of the main reasons why Lin Xian wanted to cultivate into a Forge Master. Apart from this reason, there was another reason why Lin Xian didn't believe that there were no grades above the 9th grade. If a dragon can become a 9th rank, what about a true dragon that overrides the dragon? What about the phoenix, unicorn, and rock bird that are on par with the real dragon? It couldn't be possible that augur dragons and true dragons were of the same class. It certainly didn't make sense. So it wasn't that there were no more above the 9th grade, but that the Great Wasteland was too small to have seen a Yuan Soul above the 9th grade. Divine Forge. This Forge Master secret book is also quite good. This Divine Forge in Lin Xian's hand only records the cultivation methods for the first 7 grades, and there are 2 more grades missing, but that's okay. Lin Xian is only trying to become a Forge Master through the Divine Forge, and in the future, he can go searching for those high-grade Forge Master secret books on his own. Lin Xian's comprehension ability really wasn't anything to sneeze at. In just one short night, Divine Forging had already been learned by Lin Xian to the 3rd rank. If his peers knew about it, he was afraid that it would be another shocking news to the world. Of course, everything still needs to be tested as far as it goes. It was naturally impossible for the test to use a passing shape realm powerhouse as a guinea pig for the experiment, so it was necessary to use an extremely precious material. For example, a Yuan Soul Stone. Something that was infinitely close to a yuan soul in its construction was an item that forgers used exclusively to test their level. The cheapest first-grade yuan soul stone required thousands of yuan stones, and a 7th-grade yuan soul stone would require more than a few million yuan stones. What's even more horrifying is that a single yuan soul stone can only be used roughly a dozen times, and a forger who wanted to upgrade a grade would probably need to experiment hundreds or even thousands of times. That's where the forge is a money drain. This was also the rarity of forging masters. Slightly smaller family clans really couldn't afford to train forging masters. The Zhou family, a 4-star family, only had one second-rate forger within the entire family, but had already spent millions of yuan stones on him, and generally speaking, forges of less than 3 grades were not very useful. After all, there were too few yuan souls of less than 3 grades, which was why many people were unwilling to become forges. You have gone through the trouble and expense of spending countless amounts of money to become an entry forging master, but in the end, you find that there is simply no one that you can serve, and no big clan is willing to want you. That is simply murderous and heartbreaking. And like what refiners, alchemists, and the like, even if they were only the lowest first grade, they would have their own people to serve, and could be the guests of those small families as well. But to Lin Xian, becoming a forge master didn't seem to be a difficult task. 3rd grade, Lin Xian thought it was pretty easy, and was thinking of building on his success and becoming a 4th grade forger directly in one night. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying yuan qi fluctuation enveloped the sky above the Lin family's courtyard. Lin Yi also slowly surfaced in his true form. Master, yuan qi fluctuations detected. Very powerful. Higher than the Tong form realm. Lin Xian nodded slightly. This power had indeed exceeded the realm of the passing form realm. Only a great power of the passing spirit realm would have this kind of powerful yuan qi. You protect the Lin family's children. I'll go take a look. No. Lin Xian directly rushed up into the sky, and in the dark night sky, Lin Xian put his hands behind his back. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the visitor. The visitor was dressed in a black brocade suit with a mask on his face. Extremely mysterious. Lin Xian looked at the masked black-robed man in front of him and always felt that this person's aura was slightly familiar. What is it that your excellency has come to our Lin family for? Lin Xian faintly spoke out. Lin family? What a Lin family? What a Lin Xian? As the wine master's own disciple, this seed has come here today to ask for a lesson. After the man in black finished speaking, he directly killed towards Lin Xian. The oppressive force extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's face changed slightly. This person actually knew that he was the wine master's own disciple, so he must not be an ordinary person. He was most likely someone from the imperial capital. Could it be that he was the one who had already known that he had cultivated up, so he was now sending people to kill himself to get rid of the trouble? These thoughts were fleeting. After all, it was still the time of the great enemy. The two of them exchanged palms, and powerful yuan qi fluctuations shook the air up to 10,000 meters high. Boom boom. Quite a few clans were startled by the loud sound. Seeing this, Lin Xian immediately rushed out of the area where this clan was stationed. This area was the Xiantian City category, and Xiantian City expressly states that no flights are allowed within the city, and no fights are allowed. Not to mention killing. Violators will be prosecuted. Lin Xian fled in front. The black-clothed man chased after him, and it seemed as if Lin Xian couldn't fly with his wings. What speed! The black-robed man looked at Lin Xian's extremely magical stride and couldn't help but marvel at it. Oh, but your excellency is not slow either. Lin Xian let out a light laugh. The 10,000 spirit sword was pulled out of Lin Xian's storage bag, and his body stepped lightly on top of the long sword. Royal sword. The man in black was taken aback. As a powerful person of the Tongling realm, the man in black naturally knew what this situation of Lin Xian flying with his sword and at an extremely high speed represented. I can't believe that after not seeing you for so many years, you're actually so shocking, the man in black muttered. His yuan qi became even more terrifying as he chased towards Lin Xian, and didn't have his hands free to throw yuan qi bombs towards Lin Xian. Who is it? How dare you? Flying is prohibited in Xiantian City. 2 in front. Stop. Flying is forbidden in Xiantian City. Martial arts fighting is prohibited in Xiantian City. The Xian Heavenly Guards within Xian Heavenly City shouted, but Lin Xian and the man in black continued to do as they pleased. Heading towards the outside of the city. Inform the provision elders that there are unknown powerhouses that have violated the city's rules. They must be apprehended. Yes. Not a moment later, 2 extremely profoundly strong offerings rushed out from within the city lord's mansion to chase after Lin Xian in the direction of the two of them. And just because of this, quite a few large forces within the city were startled. Lingu Clan, a martial arts school in ancient China. Many elders of the spirit martial sect, and even the mountain lord, were slightly frowning as they looked in the distant direction, and several figures flashed across the sky like streams of light. There's a strong martial arts fight. Makai slowly stood up. Hee hee, these days, quite a few unknown powerhouses have come to Xiantian City. A demonic-looking woman walked up to Mo Kai and said with a smile. That's right. It's said that there are quite a few strong people from the imperial capital's side who have come to our eastern state. Ha! It seems that they're paying a lot of attention to the 18 prefectures competition this time around. Another old man came up. Don't pay any attention to it, let's just do our own thing. Those imperial capital powerhouses came to our eastern state. Even if it's a river-crossing dragon, it's not going to suppress our earthly snakes. Finally, a blond man walked up, his tone contemptuous, with an air of disdain. We attend the sovereign. Xiahou Xiong looked at the two offerings that departed, and sighed softly. It really is just a matter of many things. After thinking about it, Xiahou Xiong disappeared. Li Hongyi of the Li family looked at the several figures that were far away. Her beautiful red eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Then she also disappeared silently. A small old man in rough linen clothes looked at the shooting star crossing the sky and frowned slightly. It's the flavor of a sword. And it's still a very majestic melting of sword intent. The other clans also had their own thoughts. Some clan powerhouses followed those streams of light, while some clan powerhouses upheld an attitude of not caring about their own business and hanging on to their heads. End of chapter. Chapter 94. Chapter 93, Old Friends Martial Arts Meeting Li Hongyi's Suspicion. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, Old Friends Martial Arts Meeting Li Hongyi's Suspicion. Lin Xian and the man in black flew together to the vicinity of the Tianxian mountain range outside Xiantian City before stopping. Oh, old friend, why are you running so fast when you see me? The man in black laughed. His aura was majestic, directly covering a 10-mile radius. Lin Xian only smiled faintly before giving his head a bashful shake. It's not that I'm afraid of you, but flying is prohibited within Xiantian City, as well as martial arts fights. So that's why I lured you here. Lin Xian's aloofness couldn't help but make the man in black move. The man in black could clearly sense that Lin Xian really wasn't afraid of him. However, the cultivation level he was displaying now was the Tongling realm. The passing spirit realm and passing form realm were both called the three passing god realms though, but the two realms are not comparable. The Tongling realm was far beyond the Tong form realm both in terms of the quality and storage of Yuan Qi and in terms of comprehension of the Yuan soul. Even the gap between the early stage of the Tongling realm and the perfection of the Tong form realm was quite huge. It seems that the Lin family master is not placing this seat. The psychic realm. In his eyes, the man in black let out a strange laugh, and his hand was suddenly wrapped in a cold white aura. Ha! Let's have a couple moves then. Lin Xian stepped on the 10,000 soul sword. Although he was facing the Tongling realm, Lin Xian only had a sense of excitement within him. One's battle power had increased too much, but there had been no opportunity to test it. The main reason was that they couldn't find a single passing spirit realm powerhouse in the entire Huacheng province. In response, Lin Xian also expressed his helplessness. The man in black suddenly swooped down. His speed was extremely fast, and before he could blink it was hundreds of meters away. Lin Xian was not willing to show weakness. The Xian desolate battle body violently operated. Lin Xian's body strength at this moment was all more than twice as terrifying as usual. Pang! The two of them threw a punch at each other, and the powerful Yuan Qi wave turbulently swept out for miles. Even the rocks on the Tianxian mountain range were shaken down quite a bit. Many mountains and forests demonic beasts see this situation are running far away. For fear that the big god fight, the little kids suffer. The two separated. And the man in black was obviously very puzzled and shocked that the Tong form realm had actually gone up against himself without losing a punch. Again, unbelieving. The man in black once again charged towards Lin Xian. Two strong people who could fly in the sky were actually fighting at this time, not relying on martial arts skills, but relying on close combat. The more Lin Xian fought, the more he felt that this person was slightly familiar. Mainly because the moves of this person in front of him seemed like Lin Xian had seen them before. Had definitely seen them before. Miles of divine fist. Only to see that black-clothed man shouting. The Yuan Qi on his hand that was cupped into a fist gathered violently, and the powerful Yuan Qi instantly compressed into a ball. Boom! The fist smashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, the opposite side was a genuine Tongling realm powerhouse. And by the looks of it, it wasn't an ordinary Tongling realm. 8 gates of Faust seal. Unlike the black-clothed man's yelling, Lin Xian merely mumbled in his mind. His hands quickly formed seals, and a huge pagoda seal appeared in front of Lin Xian. Go! The 8-gate Faust seal killed towards the black-robed man's miles of divine fist. The two killing moves exploded in the air, and in an instant, the terrifying power of Yuan Qi blasted both of them out. Tay Grandma! I've never seen such a powerful passing form realm before. The man in black stabilized his stance, hundreds of meters away from Lin Xian, and said breathlessly, "Oh, who the hell are you?" Lin Xian's white clothes fluttered, appearing extremely confident and bland, even though the difference in levels between the two sides was a full grand level. Want to know who I am? Then come and take another move from me. Suddenly, the man in black took out 2 battle knives, a pair of female and male knives that were one piece, and they were actually top-grade spirit weapons. Lin Xian was also slightly shocked when he looked at this female and male sword. This was enough to show that the person in front of him was not a person with a simple identity. And making good use of the twin swords, Lin Xian suddenly remembered a person. Whoosh! The black-robed man charged straight towards Lin Xian, his battle sword in his hand already in combat mode. Lin Xian wasn't willing to show weakness, and the 10,000 spirit sword appeared in his hand. For seasoned sword technique, springtime, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, and the mood of spring actually appeared in the cold wind of the winter night. Along with the springy thrust, Lin Xian struck out 3 more swords in a row in a flash. Each of the remaining 3 moves of the 4-seasoned sword technique. The man in black was not the least bit afraid of this. His battle sword slashed out, the terrifying Yuan Qi instantly destroying Lin Xian's attack. Lin Xian sighed slightly. It seemed that the 4-seasoned sword technique was indeed a bit outdated. It was fine to hit the passing form realm, but it was a bit overwhelming to hit the passing spirit realm. If that's all your strength is, then you're afraid you'll lose today. The man in black shouted, looking extremely arrogant. A powerful blade intent filled the air, spanning dozens of miles. The terrifying saber intent seemed like it was going to split the Tianxian mountain range apart. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This person in front of him was actually still at the Tongling realm with the realm of intent next to him. Truly formidable. Boom! An even more majestic sword intent erupted from behind Lin Xian, and the terrifying oppressive force instantly tore apart the black-clothed man's encroaching sword intent. Sky Shadow Spirit Sword Decree. 999 heavenly shadow swords floated around Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the king of swords, with countless sharp swords submitting to him. The black-clothed man was even more shocked. This sword intent was actually on par with his own blade intent. However, he himself was at the Tongling realm, while the other party was only at the Tongform realm. In the case where there was a huge difference in strength, but the power of the realm of intent was divided, then there was only one explanation, which was that the other party's level of intent was higher than his own. The black-robed man gulped and exploded with an even more terrifying power. Obviously, the black-robed man had hidden his clumsiness in the previous battle. Hegemony blade robbery. The dual blades chopped down, and the blade intent gathered. Lin Xian's 999 heavenly shadow swords were no less impressive, charging straight towards the man in black. There was also the 1000th handle, and that was Lin Xian himself. 1000 heavenly shadow swords. This was the grand completion level of the heavenly shadow spirit sword decree. Rumble. There was another loud roar, and this time, the collision had a much wider ripple and the aftermath was much more destructive. Luckily, the two were fighting on a mountain. If they were to fight in the city again, they were afraid that they would have blown the Xin Tian city's family garrison right out of the sky. The two separated once again, and this time, both of them did not dare to underestimate the other. Of course, Lin Xian had never underestimated the man in black. He just didn't expect the man in black to have so many tricks up his sleeve as well. Moreover, the black-clothed man's level definitely couldn't be as simple as just entering the passage realm. If he had just entered the passage realm, Lin Xian would have been confident that he could kill him. But now, Lin Xian felt that if he didn't play his bottom card, not to mention killing the man in front of him, even defeating him would be absolutely impossible. Good fellow. Tong form realm, actually comprehending the second layer of the sword intent realm. Awesome. The black-robed man looked at the battle knife in his hand and said in an excited tone, each other. Your Excellency has also surprised old me. Your Excellency's blade intent. I'm afraid it's not far from the second layer. Lin Xian said with a smile as he held his sword in one hand behind his back. Forget it. I'm not going to fight. I was thinking of just coming to strike you, but I didn't realize that I'd be struck by you. The man in black let out a bitter laugh. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, now being more certain of who this man in black was. Ouyang War. Ha ha ha. I knew that senior brother Lin would be able to guess when he saw these twin swords of mine. The man in black. Oh no. I should say Ouyang War. Took off his mask and said with a laugh. Sure enough, it's you, old boy, actually bullying me. Lin Xian's face was filled with black lines. Extremely helpless. When they were in the Jishi Academy, Ouyang War and Ho Tianfeng were both considered their little followers. And now these two. One of them was the current head of the Ouyang clan, and the other one was also the prince of the East Heavenly King's house of the Eastern Prefecture. So it really was a matter of how things worked out in the world. Why can't you bully a little bit? The last time we went to the Dragonfather Cemetery, you alone took 2 boxes, and the few of us who rushed behind us only shared 1 each. Ouyang War said with a smile, as if he was catching up on old times. Ahem. Looks like you did guess. How could this not be guessed? And many thanks to senior brother Lin for saving my daughter's life at the 100 Hidden Mountains. Ouyang Zhan said with another arch at Lin Xian. But don't, I actually figured it out later. As the first daughter of your Ouyang family, that little nymph Ouyang Qing Luo is afraid that she has the means to protect herself. Lin Xian waved his hand, not caring. But you protected her after realizing that she was my daughter. This is enough to show the friendship that senior brother Lin and I had in the beginning. This gift is in honor of senior brother Lin, Ouyang War said with a spontaneous smile. Lin Xian suddenly fell silent. This old kid Ouyang War, his character was indeed still good. Forget it, let's not talk about it. I thought you would return to the imperial capital once you got the items in the Dragonfather's grave. I didn't expect you to actually not leave. Lin Xian skimmed his lips. Ouyang War nodded slightly and said, I did intend to leave right away, but thinking that the 18 prefectures competition was also coming up, I stayed behind to take a look at the 18 prefectures competition in the eastern state. Perhaps there's still a reason because of me. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. How could he not know this old fellow's mind? Ouyang War suddenly grinned. Ha, still can't hide it from senior brother. Oh yeah, elder brother. What was that thing you got in the first place? Ouyang War suddenly inquired again, looking slightly curious. What? You want to rob? Lin Xian hooked his lips and looked around at Ouyang War with interest. Nope, there really isn't. Don't misunderstand. Senior brother. Ouyang War suddenly put away his smile and said extremely seriously. Besides, I originally thought that you were just an ordinary passing form realm, and as a result of fighting this battle with you, I thought to myself that even if I went all out, I wouldn't necessarily be able to leave you behind. Oh, you're too confident, Lin Xian said with a light laugh. He still had the 3 major cards of the ice intent, the peerless sword skill, and the 10,000 transformation augur. At least, Ouyang Warrior's power of intent is definitely just the knife intent. Martial arts words may not be too different, but the Yuan soul words. Lin Xian's Manhwa Jiaolong, that is definitely the proper peak of the Great Wasteland. A broken sword, a genjutsu, that's all, Lin Xian said indifferently. Both things had become residents in his dantian anyway. It seems that senior brother's luck is generally well. I got as the Dragonfather left behind the meaning of the knife of the word painting. I benefited quite a lot. I think it won't take long to reach the second layer of the knife intention. Ouyang War also said it indifferently. There is an element of bragging, and that is the sword intention word painting left behind by the Dragon Zune. At the peak of Dragon Zune, the saber intent reached the highest level. That is, the saber intent was divine and could rival the true martial god realm. And if the average person says they got some kind of treasure, they have no brain. But when these words came out of Ouyang War's mouth, others could only envy them. Knife intentions characters in paintings. Lin Xian suddenly froze. His own son was the one who played with the sword. If Lin Fan could have a look at the words and paintings of the meaning of the sword, then his comprehension of the sword would definitely be greatly enhanced. However, it was still difficult to trick the calligraphy and painting from this Ouyang War. Why are you looking at me like that? Ouyang War always felt that Lin Xian's eyes were looking at him in a wrong way, and he suddenly felt a chill in his bones, as if he had returned to 40 years ago. I can't believe I can see you today. It's been more than 20 years since I saw you. Time is still really fast. It's really saddening. Lin Xian let out a long sigh, his mind recalling many thoughts at once. Elder brother left without saying goodbye in the first place. But there were quite a few people looking for elder brother looking crazy. Senior sister Zhan Tai, and that palace chairman of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. And, don't say it. Lin Xian raised his hand to interrupt Ouyang War. Ouyang War froze and let out a long sigh. What was the point of this? The past is in the past. Since it's in the past, then let it go. There's no need to bring it up again. Lin Xian said coldly. Good. Someone's coming. Lin Xian looked to the side and could sense a strong person flying towards this side. It should be someone from Xiantian City. We flew and fought martial arts in Xiantian City. We touched the Xiantian City rules. Ouyang War shrugged indifferently. Your Ouyang family is big. Xiantian City wouldn't dare to do anything to you. So help me take the heat. Lin Xian simply dumped the pot and ran away after he finished speaking. Ouyang War looked at Lin Xian so dryly, his face full of black lines. This guy, he used to like to punk himself. Ouyang family master. The 2 eastern state provisioners arrived and frowned slightly when they saw that it was Ouyang War. I didn't expect that the one who violated the rules of Xiantian City was actually the head of the Ouyang family. This is not good. Hey, you two reverends. Ouyang War has violated the rules of Xiantian City and is willing to offer 500,000 yuan stones as compensation. Ouyang War smiled and apologized. Both of the 2 confessors nodded their heads. In that case, it was still justifiable and accounted for. Shortly after the 2 offerings arrived, several more powerful people showed up. Oh, what a day to be here today, Ouyang War said with a laugh. That's for you to ask yourself. What's the reason for taking the wind out of your sails to fight martial arts within Xiantian City? Xiahou Xiong said without any good humor. Li Hongyi, ha, you're actually here too. Looking at the woman wearing a purple robe with long red hair, Ouyang War said with a faint smile. Li Hongyi, the woman who participated in the Dragon Phoenix Heavens Pride ranking setting competition after several sessions behind Ouyang War. In their session, Li Hongyi had killed her way to the top 3 with her daughter's identity. Many of the emperor's famous pride is defeated in the hands of Li Hongyi, and that a great battle soon. Li Hongyi is also many emperor's noble sons to pursue, but Li Hongyi are disdainful, said his heart already belongs to, and resolutely back to the East State Li family. Even though he had returned to the Eastern State, Li Hongyi's cultivation speed was still frighteningly fast, and at just under 40 years of age, he had already reached the Tongling realm. Ouyang War also admired Li Hongyi very much. With the fallen Li family still having the strength to defeat a bunch of imperial capital nobles and make a bunch of imperial capital nobles fall under the pomegranate skirt, it was indeed formidable. I felt your residual blade intent in the air, but I also felt an extremely powerful sword intent. Li Hongyi opened her eyes, which were originally slightly narrowed, and said indifferently. The crowd was stunned. Who did you cross? Ho Tianfeng was slightly curious. Ouyang War was a strong person at the late stage of the Tongling realm, or even at the peak. And there was also a sword intent on the side. Who else could have a great battle with Ouyang War? Can it be that the 9 mountain lords of the spirit martial sect are here? An old friend who shocked me very much. I had a momentary itch to spar with him, and I didn't expect to only fight him to a draw. No, I was going to say that I would catch up with him, but it turned out that you guys came, and he just ran away. Ouyang War smiled and continued to pick up the conversation. The crowd was speechless for a moment, then puzzled and surprised. Ouyang War was born in the imperial capital. The eastern state hadn't even been here a couple of times. So apart from a few people from the eastern state who had once practiced in the imperial capital, what old friends could there be? Moreover, the person who could be called an old friend by Ouyang War was afraid that his reputation was not small and his strength was not weak. You have old friends in the eastern states? Li Hongyi slightly narrowed her red eyes with doubt and inquiry. Ha ha ha, I don't think he wants you guys to know. After that you'll know and he'll give you a big surprise. Ouyang War flew away after saying that. The people were all slightly helpless and left one after another. Only Li Hongyi, contemplating for a moment, had some excitement in her eyes. End of chapter 95. Chapter 95. Chapter 94, beating up the old one. Here comes the little one? Chapter 95. 94, beat up the old one. Here comes the little one? Lin Xian quickly returned to the small courtyard where his family was stationed. Lin Xian had no worries about the matter of his identity being known by Ouyang War. Ouyang War is still bright and open, and once with Lin Xian's relationship is also considered quite good, but also will not do things to damage Lin Xian. After returning to the small courtyard, Lin Xian also slightly estimated his true battle power. According to Ouyang War's development over the years, the late passing spirit realm was definitely there, or else he wouldn't have been able to be the Ouyang family's family head. And the fact that he could fight Ouyang battle evenly, this was enough to prove that his battle power should be at the late passage spirit realm, and not even close to that. After all, Lin Xian couldn't be sure how terrifying his power would be when he exploded at full strength. After returning to his room, Lin Xian continued to immerse himself in the Divine Forge. The Forge Master 4th grade was close at hand. This night's Xiantian City was very exciting. At least the upper echelons knew that there was a powerful person who had a great battle with Xiantian City. As for how it turned out, then no one knew. Early the next morning, the trouble seekers came anyway. Get the hell out of the Lin family. There was a wild roar outside the courtyard, and all the people of the Lin family came to the courtyard gate. This Bafumei family is really obnoxious. Sword 11 frowned slightly. It seems that if we don't give them something tough, they won't know the heights of heaven. Lin Ao crooked his mouth and folded his hands together, his knuckles clicking as they were pinched. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Since the Lin family had experienced high-speed development, the self-confidence of the Lin family's juniors had also been cultivated. The Lin family's juniors were once so coy that they didn't dare to cause trouble, but now the Lin family's juniors were all arrogant without bounds. Of course, Lin Xian would do ideological education on a regular basis. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. And, when encountering the Stone surname, the Leaf surname and so on must pay a little attention. If provoked, must be killed in one blow. Can not let go. The courtyard door opened and there were already quite a few people standing outside the mansion. And the other clans in the courtyard watched the show with slight curiosity. The people of the Xiao family also rushed over. Humph. Lin family, you actually injured my father. You guys are really good. Now kneel down and kowtow and apologize. Mei Tianliang snorted coldly. extremely domineering between the lines. What kind of a thing are you that you want us to kowtow and apologize? Lin Hao's character was relatively straight and brown, and he directly went up and disliked him back. What an arrogant junior. Mei Tianliang sighed of the two old men, full of threatening eyes staring at Lin Hao. Only Lin Hao is also head iron, even if the opposite side of the Tongform realm, still stretched out his neck, as if to say again, you damn come to cut me off. He, your excellency, the courtyard is up for grabs, each according to their abilities. What? Spirit martial sect is trying to use their power to suppress us? Lin Xian said with a faint smile. I think your excellency has also misunderstood. Our spirit martial sect won't do anything unreasonable. This time, it's mainly our spirit martial sect's own Mei Tianliang who has come to seek justice for his father, not our spirit martial sect. One of the silver-robed elders responded indifferently. The people all know in their hearts, if it is just Mei Tianliang seeking justice for his father, then what are you two silver-robed elders of the spiritual martial arts sect doing running here? So what do you guys want now? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. We have to see if we have the ability to get justice. Lin Xian wasn't the least bit afraid of these now. As long as the spirit martial sect didn't send out those old undead, Lin Xian didn't put any of them in his eyes. If the spirit martial sect dared to send out those old undead, don't blame Lin Xian for using the Jishi Academy's token. After that, they only needed to wait for Lin Xian for a bit of time, and Lin Xian would come back to ride the face for output. Of course, generally speaking, strong people who had cultivated to the Tongshan realm basically underwent death seclusion. The Tongshan realm was already the last realm of the three-passage divine realm, and it was just one step away from the legendary true martial divine realm. Tongshan realm, the lifespan was always still only 400 years, while at the true martial god realm, the lifespan was all at least 800 years, and it was not impossible to even live for 1,000 years. What's more, it was only after reaching the true martial god realm that one would be qualified to touch a higher realm. It was also because of this layer of reasoning that even for 9-star families, the patriarchs within the family were usually held by a powerful person of the Tongling realm. Tongshan realm powerhouses, who would still want to be some crappy clan leader. Raising their cultivation is the right way. Mei Tianliang took an extra step forward and smiled contemptuously. I'm also a junior. So naturally, when I come to seek justice, I'm looking at it as a duel between juniors. Today, I'm going to challenge your Lin family's heavenly pride. A hint of ruthlessness and excitement flashed in Mei Tianliang's eyes. Before he came, he also specially poked around, and it turned out that this Lin family is actually the family of that waste of a fiancé of senior sister Bai. It was just right to ravage this Lin family a bit, and also to brush up on his presence with senior brother Mo. This time, not only could he seek justice for his father, but he could also add to his own reputation, and he could even gain the goodwill of senior sister Bai and senior brother Mo. It was simply 3 birds with 1 stone. This Lin family is in deep trouble. I heard that Mei Tianliang broke through to the Little Yuandan realm. The spirit martial sect's own heirloom. Arriving at the Little Yuandan realm at 18 is all basic. Looking at the Lin family like that, those under the age of 18, I'm afraid there's no one who can reach the 8th level of Kaiyuan. A 1-star family. Only the head of the family is a bit more powerful, but it's useless to be green and yellow. The surrounding clans that had gathered around were all whispering. The Shao family was also slightly worried. After coming to the Xiantian city, everyone realized that the strongest heavenly pride from a small local family was a joke when placed within Xiantian city. More than half a year ago, Hua Chenghouse family event. The strongest is only the 6th level of the Kaiyuan. Even if more than half a year of rapid progress, it is basically impossible to reach the small Yuandan realm, unless there is a miraculous encounter. No wonder the Hua Chenghouse was bloodily abused in each of the 18-house grand competition. Okay, I'll allow it. Lin Xian chuckled and flung out his robe, then looked at the few people behind him. Master of the house, why don't I do it? Lin Hao raised his hand in particular excitement. You're 20 and out of order. Lin Xian thought about it and shook his head. Lin Hao's face stiffened as if this was the case, so he resentfully lowered his hand. Master, I'll do it. Sword 11 spoke faintly. Hey, kill the chicken. 11 You're behind the big show. At Jian Shi's request, Lin Xian still refused and finally looked at Lin Chanan. Chanan, feeling confident? Don't worry, matriarch, Chanan is confident. Lin Chanan was overjoyed and extremely excited. Good, Lin Chagan, if you win, there will be a reward, and if you lose, there will be a penalty. Chanan leads the way. After Lin Chanan finished speaking, he walked up towards the front and stopped after 9 steps, separated from that Mei Tianliang by a distance of more than 10 meters. A waste of the enlightened realm actually dares to come and compete with me. Watching Lin Chanan walk out, Mei Tianliang's tone and eyes were full of disdain. Lin Xian just smiled faintly and sat down on the chair Lin Yang had brought for himself. After more than half a year of devilish training, Lin Chang'an was now extremely terrifying. Compared to half a year ago, the current Lin Chang'an was not even the slightest bit too much to describe as transformed. The current Lin Chang'an, his level was the 8th level of Kaiyuan. His equipment was the 9th grade weapon Drill Dragon Lance. His martial arts had 1 7th grade martial arts, 1 8th grade, and 2 9th grade. And more importantly, there was also a spirit martial arts. That is, that body refinement martial arts. Although it was only touching a little bit of the skin, it was already enough to be used in this realm of his. Not only that, but after Lin Chang'an had gone through Lin Xian's training in the Lin Mansion, every aspect was comparatively top of its class. Mei Tianliang, although he was at the Little Yuan Dan realm, Lin Xian could tell at a glance that Mei Tianliang had entered the Little Yuan Dan realm for less than half a month and was not sharp enough, obviously having his edges smoothed out. Let's have a color. Suddenly, that Mei Tianliang said with a smile, what do you want to bet? Lin Chang'an was already the lesser of the two for this stuff. Tell you what, if I win, you kneel down and kowtow 3 times to our Mei family. Mei Tianliang smilingly stretched out 3 fingers as if he was winning. Well, that's the way it should be. The people of the Mei family were all thrilled beyond measure. At this moment, their young patriarch was a god in their hearts, fighting for the face of their Mei family. Lin Chang'an didn't move, just faintly asked, if you lose, what should happen then? Mei Tianliang froze for a moment, then smiled confidently and said, just die. I'm not going to lose. What about betting my ass? Think about it with your dog-eared brain. Lin Chang'an suddenly stormed up and pointed at that Mei Tianliang's brain. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This Lin Chang'an was also fierce. You. Mei Tianliang was obviously confused by Lin Chang'an's scolding and froze for a while before reacting. Fine, kid, you've got guts. If I lose, I'll do the same. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to you. Mei Tianliang gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, that's right, a bet should be fair. Lin Chang'an sketched the corners of his mouth, and then he took out the drill dragon gun from his storage pouch. When the crowd took a look at Lin Chang'an's weapon, they were all incredulous. A 1-star family. The junior was actually equipped with a 9th grade weapon. Even that Mei Tianliang was looking dumbfounded. He himself was a spirit martial sect's personal heir before he received a 9th grade weapon. This clay-legged man actually had one as well? Tell you what, the one who loses, gives the weapon he or she is using to the other side as well. A scorching heat flashed in Mei Tianliang's eyes. A 9th grade weapon. Taking it out and selling it would be at least 30,000 yuan stones at the bottom, which was a huge amount of money. Good. Lin Chang'an laughed even more happily. With this kind of good thing in every martial arts fight, who would still go to exhaust themselves earning nest egg fees? At this point, everyone thought that Lin Chang'an's 9th grade weapon was just something that this clan had temporarily lent to him. Just ask. That junior from that 1-star family could use a 9th grade weapon. Battle! Mei Tianliang stepped on his feet. His aura skyrocketed, and he wore a pair of 9th grade boxing gloves on his hands. Shoo! With a quick sound, that Mei Tianliang had already launched an attack. Lunging straight towards Lin Chang'an. Gloves are wide-open booster weapons that go all the way to brute force. However, Lin Chang'an's long spear also followed the path of rigidity. Bang! A shocking sound rang out, and Lin Chang'an was knocked back 7 or 8 steps before he stopped. The young patriarch is mighty. The young patriarch is mighty. The people of the Mei family were all excited as they watched Mei Tianliang get up and dominate, and they began to yell and scream. And all the people of the Lin family were expressionless, without a trace of worry. During these half a year, the people of the Lin family knew best what kind of torture and training Lin Chang'an had gone through. It's almost like practicing to the death as long as you don't die. There were several times when Lin Chang'an practiced until he directly fainted on the spot. And all of this is self-imposed by Lin Chang'an. Lin Chang'an turned his spear around and threw it directly towards that Mei Tianliang in a throwing manner. The speed of the lance was extremely fast and its power was extremely domineering. Mei Tianliang was startled and immediately returned his fist to parry the incoming shot. Lin Chang'an followed closely behind the lance, pulling on the body of the lance as it came down in a direct vertical slash. Bang! A sound of steel meeting steel. That Mei Tianliang had eaten a heavy blow from Lin Chang'an alive, and was instantly knocked back dozens of meters before stopping. Mei Tianliang's eyes were filled with horror. The force of this move was not the least bit weaker than the early stage of the Little Yuandan realm anymore. It had been a while, and Mei Tianliang's hands were trembling slightly. The rest of the people other than the Lin family's crowd were shocked. The 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm had repelled the small Yuandan realm with a single move. Are they looking at it wrong? Or has the world gone mad? Aha! Mei Tianliang was furious and once again burst up, aiming at Lin Chang'an and swinging his fists wildly. But Lin Chang'an didn't panic in the slightest, using his gun to parry Mei Tianliang's heavy punches over and over again. Lin Shan looked at the situation and secretly said that this was indeed the case. Although the spirit martial sect was powerful, the disciples of the spirit martial sect were simply too many, especially in these 10 years. The spirit martial sect had expanded its disciples several times. It was said that the spiritual martial sect already had tens of thousands of outer disciples, 2 to 3,000 inner disciples, and as for the pro-disciples, there were also 100 or so. With so many people, there will actually be a disparity in the distribution of resources. Those like Mei Tianliang who were mixed up in the bottom layer of pro-disciples were afraid that the resources they could get were not much, and the teaching they could get was even less. Plus, Mei Tianliang didn't seem to have any experience in life and death duels, so that made it even worse. As for the Lin family's group of juniors, during the half-year of special training, they were also specially brought by Lin Xian to live in the 100 Hidden Mountains for half a month. And during that half a month, the Lin family's juniors were literally just fighting with the demonic beasts in life and death battles. An incense stick of time had passed. Lin Chang'an and Mei Tianliang were already deadlocked, and for a while, no one could do anything about it. However, Mei Tianliang had already hit his eyes sharply. He himself was a hallowed spirit martial sect's personal heir, or a small Yuandan realm powerhouse, but now he was fighting a clay-legged man of the 8th level of Kaiyuan. And in the future, when the word got out, he was afraid that he would be laughed at by the entire spirit martial sect. In more serious cases, they will even be removed from the program. This was something Mei Tianliang would never allow. Eat my move. The great devil spell fist. Suddenly, Mei Tianliang's yuan qi exploded all over his body and he directly used his killing move. Bound to fight Lin Chang'an. Lin Chang'an frantically retreated, his lance dancing crazily. Lin Xian nodded slightly. What Lin Chang'an had utilized was the 9th grade martial art of the Lin family's martial arts academy, the heavy lance battle dance, an extremely good martial art, and by the looks of it, Lin Chang'an had already cultivated his way into it. Die! Lin Chang'an's eyes were firm as he stepped up, his lance falling from the sky. Boom! There was a loud roar, and the two figures quickly separated. End of chapter 96. Chapter 96. Chapter 95, Spirit Martial Sect's Big Move. Li Hongyi guesses identity. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, Spirit Martial Sect's Big Move. Li Hongyi guesses identity. After the two figures separated, one figure heavily knelt down on one knee. The force of kneeling down was so great that, as if because he couldn't control his body's strength, the stone slabs on the ground were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Is Mei Tianliang defeated? I don't know who whispered softly, and the crowd took a deep breath. The 8th level of Kaiyuan defeats the small Yuandan realm? This sounds like such a fantastic thing to do. I can't imagine it's happening right now in front of everyone's eyes. And the people of the Mei family all had their mouths wide open, but they couldn't make a single sound. Their young patriarch had actually lost, and to a Kaiyuan 8th gravity? Mei Tianliang knelt on one knee and let out a heavy gasp as a few drops of blood dripped into the cracks of the rift. As for Lin Chang'an, at this moment, he was also leaning on the long spear that was tightly gripped in his hand, panting heavily. That move of the heavy lance battle dance had exhausted Lin Chang'an's strength. Oh, isn't the result of this already obvious? Lin Xian smiled faintly and threw a look over. Lin Ao immediately went up to support Lin Chang'an and gave him a healing elixir. As for that Mei Tianliang, he let out a gurgling low roar and tried to get up from the ground, but the injuries he received were not enough to support his body. The two spiritual martial sect elders couldn't stand to look at it anymore. It really was a disgrace to their spiritual martial sect. Now, it's time to make good on that promise, isn't it? Before those two silver-robed elders could go and assist Mei Tianliang, Lin Xian said smilingly, Lin family master, everything is better in the future. I advise your Lin family to leave some room for maneuver. One of the silver-robed elders said in a cold voice, his tone filled with threats. Lin Xian's head Iron family lord's name had been around since Cloud Mist City, and it still wouldn't be any different in Xiantian City. This elder, the promise has been made, so please also honor it. What? Is this the spirit martial sect's attempt to renege on its debt? Lin Xian stood up and slowly walked down the steps, facing that silver-robed elder directly. A long sword silhouette surfaced in Lin Xian's eyes, and the silver-robed elder's neck seemed to have been strangled by an unknown object, unable to make a single sound, with only his wide-eyed stare signifying the elder's inner horror. Lin Xian's oppression, the silver-robed elder's helplessness, ultimately caused the Mei Tianliang, whose breath was shriveled, to kneel down. Mei Tianliang's face was red, and he didn't know if it was because the blood was on his brain or because he was ashamed. In this battle, the Lin family's name was considered a small fire, and everyone knew that a family disciple of a one-star family had defeated the spirit martial sect's minor Yuandan realm protege with the strength of the 8th level of the opening Yuan, and the spiritual martial sect's face was sort of dropped. Not only that, but the spiritual martial sect's teaching strength was also subjected to countless people's questioning. the #1 sect in the Eastern Prefecture, one of the 5 strongest sects in the Great Desert, the Spirit Martial Sect, had taught its own disciples to actually be defeated by a disciple of a small family by going over the top. The news, in a day's time, has been all over the place. Lingu Clan, a martial arts school in ancient China. Inside the pro-transmission hall, all the pro-transmission disciples who were in the sect stood in the hall as much as they could. And at that moment, Mei Tianliang was kneeling in the middle of the hall as if he was a sinner. Mei Tianliang lowered his head, his eyes filled with fear, and his trembling hands were placed on his kneeling knees, indicating the fear within Mei Tianliang's heart at this time. Really good. A tiny 1-star family, a tiny Kaiyuan 8th level. You actually lost and knelt. On the pro-transmission hall, Mo Kai was extremely angry. Mo Kai had never encountered this kind of thing since he took over the pro-transmission hall. Because of this matter, he, Mo Kai, had also suffered the accountability of the other 8 mountain lords, and even the sovereign lord had expressed his dissatisfaction. Mountain Master, I was careless for a moment. Boom! Mo Kai's face was extremely ugly as he raised his hand in the void, and that Mei Tianliang instantly flew backwards, another mouthful of blood spraying out. With this, Mei Tianliang's body, which had only just recuperated, was seriously injured again. And even though he was seriously injured again, Mei Tianliang forced himself to endure the pain to climb up and continue kneeling. Regarding this scene, the other pro-disciples were coldly watching. After all, this time, it was also a time when they, the pro-transmitters, had suffered an inexplicable loss of reputation. A moment of carelessness? Is that something that can be explained by a moment of carelessness? Makai said in a deep voice. Do you know how much loss of reputation our Spirit Martial Sect has suffered because of the momentary carelessness in your mouth? Gentlemen, this time all the pro-transmitters are here to discuss what to do this time as well. Mo Kai slowly stabilized his mind and returned to that calm appearance. Scanning the hall. Mountain Master. Disciple thinks that Mei Tianliang is no longer worthy of being a protege. Mountain Lord. This Mei Tianliang has disgraced the entire spiritual martial sect and should be heavily punished. The disciples feel that the punishment can still be light. Within the Great Hall, there were many opinions, some saying that there was a punishment, and some pleading for mercy. In the end, it was Mo Changsheng who stepped forward. Father, I think we can give Mei Tianliang another chance to redeem himself. Mo Kai looked at his son and asked indifferently, how else is this punk going to redeem himself? Father, this time our Spirit Martial Sect is competing. Only 4 people are allowed to come out. And in our Spirit Martial Sect's pro-transmission this time, most of the senior brothers and sisters are already over 18 years old, while there are also a few junior brothers and sisters who are only 14 or 15 years old, and the only one who fits the bill is senior brother Mei Tianliang, so it's better to let junior brother Mei redeem his merit in the 18 Prefecture Grand Competition this time around. Mo Changsheng said smilingly. The reason was very good. Mo Kai also nodded slightly at his words. Indeed, this time the Spirit Martial Sect participated in the 18 house competition. The number of people under the age of 18 years old in the battlefield could be out of 4. This was still a restriction given by the royal family, and it was no longer good for them, the spiritual martial sect, to refute it. And this age group of pro-religion, the number of Spirit Martial Sect is also really not many. Mei Tianliang just has 2 months left to turn 19, can catch up. Moreover, Mei Tianliang was a small Yuandan realm anyways. Alright, then this Mountain Master will keep your position as a pro-transmitter for now. And if you can't redeem yourself in this 18 prefectures competition, you'll just wait to be tortured. Mo Kai looked at Mei Tianliang, his tone full of charity. Many thanks to Lord Mountain Lord for his enlightenment, and many thanks to senior brother Mo. Mei Tianliang was overjoyed and kowtowed gratefully. In response, some of the other pro-transmitters did not say anything more. After all, Mo Changsheng had personally come out to protect Mei Tianliang, and if he still insisted on punishing Mei Tianliang now, he would be going against Mo Changsheng, which meant going against the Mountain Lord. Most of the progeny didn't have this strength, and those that didn't have the luxury of feuding with Mo Changsheng over a waste like Mei Tianliang. Alright, since this matter has been finalized, let's talk about the next matter, which is that of the Lin family. The Lin family, which has now completely provoked our Spirit Martial Sect. Makai's voice was so bland that one couldn't tell if it was good or bad. There was a silence from the crowd. Bayura frowned slightly when she heard the Lin family, her heart unsettled. The clans that he had looked down on in the slightest were now able to enter the eyes of the Mountain Lord? A tiny Lin family, just a 1-star family, not enough to fear. Although it's a small family, but disciples think that since they dared to insult my spiritual martial sect's own heirloom, they have to be given a little bit of color, or else at that time, everyone will think that our spiritual martial sect is easy to bully. Disciple heard that Lin family is no Yuan Dan realm heavenly pride. That Lin Chanan who defeated Mei Tianliang yesterday. It is said that in the end, he used a move of the 9th grade martial arts to narrowly defeat Mei Tianliang. The battle power is still considered good, but it is a pity that the level is too low. The crowd of pro-transmitters began to speak again. Most people were still high and mighty, looking down on the Lin family, always feeling that destroying the Lin family was like stepping on an ant. And Makai actually hadn't paid any attention to the Lin family until the very beginning. Only this time, it was also a matter of letting Makai know about the Lin family. Father, you don't have to worry about such a small matter. There's still the child. There's still Eula. And there's still Hishin. When the time comes for the 18 prefectures grand competition, we'll let his Lin family know what kind of price they have to pay for messing with our spirit martial sect. Mo Changshang grinned, his eyes filled with confidence and teasing. The cat is going to catch the mouse. Mo Kai also smiled. He was still quite aware of his own son's ability. This time, in the 18 prefectures competition, there were no more than 5 fingers that could contend with his own son. The other pro-transmitters all nodded slightly. Mo Qingxing's talent was in existence that could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire spirit martial sect. Of course, it was only the top 3. The first one definitely didn't have a part in it. The first is always only that person. And that is Mo Qingfeng, just under 20 years old. A super genius who had already touched the 3-passage god realm. Oh, good. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Chang Shang, and make sure you do it beautifully. Of course, the group of 18 to 22 years old must also be held well for this mountain lord. This time, for the 18 prefectures competition, this mountain lord is going to let all the cultivators in the eastern prefecture see that we, the spirit martial sect, are the most powerful existence, both in terms of hard power and in terms of cultivating disciples. Understood, Mountain Master. The crowd clasped their fists in unison. Ouyang Mansion in Dongzhou. As one of the 3 great families of the empire, the previous patriarch, Elder Ouyang, was even the great desolate empire's upper pillar state and was given 9 pewter. Ouyang War was rewarded with a set of the best mansion by the imperial family as soon as he arrived in the eastern state. The backyard of the Ouyang Mansion was extremely large as a huge square, and there was also a lake in the yard, and on top of the lake was a gazebo. On top of the pavilion, there were 2 people. One was Ouyang War and the other was Li Hongyi, playing chess. Father, when will the 18 house competition begin? It's so boring. Suddenly, Ouyang Qingluo ran into the middle of the gazebo, boredom written all over her collagen-filled face. Oh, your daughter? Li Hongyi looked at Ouyang Qingluo and smiled gently. Aha! The previous word answered Li Hongyi, then turned to Ouyang Qingluo. Qingluo, this is Aunt Li Hongyi. Daddy, why auntie? I think we should call Sister Red. Ouyang Qingluo muttered her little mouth and said in a serious manner. Ouyang War was stunned, as if he had stuck his neck. Li Hongyi, on the other hand, let out a silver bell-like smile. Little Chung Luo is quite good at talking. Compared to this father of yours, you are simply too cute. The main thing is that Sister Red is really beautiful. Another rainbow fart from Ouyang Qingluo. Okay, you little ninny. You go out first. I have something to say to your Red sister. Ouyang War looked at Ouyang Qingluo favorably and said, why do you want Qingluo to go away? Come, sit next to your sister. Li Hongyi said with a smile. Ouyang Qingluo also jumped up and sat beside Li Hongyi, not forgetting to make a ghostly look at her own father. Ouyang War smiled helplessly. Then he picked up the chess pieces and was about to play on the board when Li Hongyi suddenly asked, this time I'm looking for you, mainly because I want to ask you, who is that old friend you mentioned? Ouyang War's entire body paused and looked at Li Hongyi suspiciously. Why are you asking me this? No reason, just wanted to ask. Li Hongyi continued, seemingly unconcerned. Oh, I'm sorry, that's something I can't really say. Ouyang War smiled and shook his head. Li Hongyi frowned slightly. Why can't you say it? An old friend didn't want me to expose him. He would have wanted to play a big game. Ha ha. Ouyang War said smilingly. The conversation between the two made Ouyang Qingluo cloudy. What old friend? Li Hongyi fell silent and put down the chess pieces in his hand, then raised his eyes and asked with slightly sharp eyes. That old friend of yours, isn't his last name Lin? Pa. The chess piece in Ouyang War's hand fell to the ground when he didn't clamp it firmly. You? How do you know? Ouyang War was extremely puzzled. How could Li Hongyi be connected to Lin Xian? One must know that Li Hongyi was 21 years old when she arrived at the imperial capital to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Heavens Pride ranking setting competition. And at that time, Lin Xian was already 43 years old and had left the Jishi Academy for 5 years. Although Lin Xian and Li Hongyi were both from the eastern state, it was impossible to see how they could be connected. After all, one is the proud daughter of heaven, and the other is a middle-aged uncle who left in disgrace because his cultivation was not allowed to advance an inch. Although Ouyang Warrior didn't know how Lin Xian's current battle power was so terrifying, all Ouyang Warrior could be sure of was that Lin Xian was still just a disillusioned person who hadn't entered the 3 passes at the age of 38. If it weren't for this, Lin Xian wouldn't have left the Jishi Academy. Sure enough, is it really him? Li Hongyi pursed her red lips as if she had thought of some past. Uncle Lin? Father, are you talking about that Uncle Lin? Ouyang Qingluo suddenly said. Qingluo, you know him too? Li Hongyi asked excitedly. Of course, Uncle Lin saved me at 100 Hidden Mountains back in the day, and he's a good person. Ouyang Qingluo said with a smiling face. Ouyang War gave a helpless sigh. He shouldn't have told his daughter about Lin Xian's surname in the first place. Ouyang War, where is he? Li Hongyi looked straight at Ouyang War and asked solemnly. You, what's your relationship with him? Ouyang War also asked curiously. What relationship? Li Hongyi suddenly paused and slowly sat back in his seat, then let out a bitter smile. I owe him my life, and if I had to say a relationship, it's kind of a friend. Li Hongyi's words made Ouyang strategically puzzled and continued to ask. Li Hongyi, perhaps that old friend of mine is not the same person as the one you were talking about. He just has the same surname. Ouyang War's words had some truth to them, but Li Hongyi shook her head slightly. Your Ouyang Battle's old friend in the Eastern State should be the Wine Master's personal 9th disciple. Besides him, I can't think of any other old friends you have in the Eastern State, and both have the surname Lin, so it must be him, right? Li Hongyi spoke with excitement. Ouyang Warrior's eyes carried bewilderment. This damn thing is also possible? A woman's 6th sense? How do you know him? Why are you asking so much? You just need to tell me where he is. End of chapter. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, Red Clothes. Long time no see. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, Red Clothes. Long time no see. Ahem. I can't really say. Ouyang War was embarrassed. And in his heart, he had already cursed Lin Xian hundreds of thousands of times. Ouyang War completely did not understand where Lin Xian got such a great charm. Zhantai Mingyue and Gong Mule, even if, after all, a childhood friend. One was brought up by Lin Xian's little sister. How come there's a Li Hongyi now? Although Li Hongyi is not one of the 4 great beauties of the Great Wasteland, the reason Li Hongyi is not on the list is simply because Li Hongyi is too low-key. So low-key that she snailed back to the Li family in the Eastern State in her 20s. Or else the Great Wasteland would be the 5 great beauties. And now, Li Hongyi and Lin Xian actually both had an incestuous relationship. Ouyang War was still really jealous to the point of itching his teeth. He couldn't wait to immediately rush to the Lin family now to fight Lin Xian for 3 days and 3 nights. Then he grabbed Lin Xian's collar, gave Lin Xian 2 slaps on the face, and then shoved Lin Xian's head into the outhouse. This guy is not just young when handsome. What is it? I seem to be quite handsome, but finally married a tigress. Was controlled by no temper. Forget it, I can't count on you. The Lin family? Ha! I can go to the family compound to find it myself. Li Hongyi suddenly smiled a bright smile. Hongyi ah. You see Lin Xian, that old boy, since he didn't even expose himself. That means he doesn't want to Or, Ouyang War was still thinking of persuasion, while Li Hongyi was unable to listen to anything at this time and responded directly. I'm looking for him, I just want to make sure that he's not really alive. Li Hongyi's light red eyes suddenly swirled with waves of light, causing pity. Ouyang War suddenly felt like his worldview had collapsed. Tay Grandma, the red-clothed fairy, also known as the red-clothed witch by many men. Li Hongyi actually cried? Grandma, this Lin Xian guy, too powerful. A root bone is not good. But the pickup technique can be called the first person in the Great Wasteland. Pickup are also the Great Wasteland's most legendary several women. Sister Hongyi, don't cry. Qingluo will accompany you to find Uncle Lin. Ouyang Qingluo handed Li Hongyi a handkerchief and said with a sweet smile. Ouyang War almost choked. Looked at his own daughter without good humor. Cough cough. Qingluo, what are you going to put together? Father, I used to have a little friendship with Uncle Lin. I haven't seen what Uncle Lin looks like yet. But someone who can be missed by Sister Hongyi must be a handsome uncle. I'm going to go and have a look. Ouyang Qingluo hugged Li Hongyi's arm and spat out her little tongue. Can't really do anything with you. Ouyang War rubbed his temples helplessly. Good. Then I'll take Qingluo. Li Hongyi stood up and couldn't wait to meet Lin Xian. In the one-star family region, there are only 3 Lin families. Go directly to the one called the Cloud Mist City Lin family. Ouyang War waved his hand and directly sold Lin Xian out. Okay, thanks a lot. Li Hongyi nodded slightly and directly grabbed Ouyang Qingluo's waist and rushed up to the sky. Ouyang War is not afraid of their own daughter out of the matter. With Li Hongyi in, their own daughter is sure to live in style. Alas, senior brother, this is not what I said. This is what people guessed. You can't blame me. Ouyang War teasingly smiled, then hummed a little tune and returned to his study. Today is quite happy. Back to the study to participate in the sword meaning words and paintings left behind by the Dragon Father. The Lin family, household name. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on top of his room's futon as he received another system voice in his head. The Lin family had become famous in the battle at Xiantian City, greatly striking the reputation of the spirit martial sect, and had also boosted their own family's reputation, so the rewards naturally couldn't be less. And the rewards were indeed very good. Lin Xian had obtained an advanced version of the Xian Desolate Battle Style, named Desolate Battle Style, which was a top-grade spirit martial art, and the system had also directly and thoughtfully given Lin Xian the Desolate Battle Style to replace it with, even though it had turned into an introductory one. The enhancement of body martial arts, that was a qualitative breakthrough. And aside from this martial art, Lin Xian had also obtained a demonic beast egg. The demonic beast egg also didn't specify what kind of demonic beast it was, but the system produced it, so it was probably a fine product, and Lin Xian put it away until it hatched out later. The last reward, the most plain and unassuming of all, was to raise his level by a small level. Lin Xian's level came directly to the perfection of the passing form realm. Lin Xian straightened out that he was too fast. It had only been half a year since he had obtained the system, but his level had crossed a large order and more. If other cultivators knew about this, they were afraid that they would come to slice Lin Xian up and study him. Host, Lin Xian. Identity, head of the Lin family, disciple of the Jishi Academy. Cultivation level, perfection of the passing shape realm. Genuine soul, manifestation dragon. Unknown broken sword. Martial intent, sword intent no. 1 melts into the body. Ice intent first opens up. Special physique, kendo embryo. Subprofession, forger, 3rd grade. Personal luck, green level, lower. Family luck, yellow grade, medium. Attacking martial arts, Wuxuan sword technique, spirit upper, sky shadow spirit sword decree, spirit lower. For seasoned sword technique, quasi-spirit. Earthly fury palm, mortal 9. 8 gates of the Faustus seal, mutilated and unknown. Body technique martial art, swimming dragon steps, spirit grade lower grade. Body refining martial art, desolate battle body, spirit grade upper grade. Self-created martial arts, Chaosi Ruodan, quasi-spiritual grade. Other martial arts, Manhwa Shintong, disabled. Weapon, 10,000 spirit sword, lower grade spirit weapon. Family level, Great Wasteland 1-star family. After looking at his profile, it was really good. His chi had now reached the 4th level of green, and his family chi had also reached the middle of the yellow level, both of which had improved, especially if the family rank was raised. It would change the roots and chi of the family people to a certain extent, and even Sword 11 could be counted. After all, Sword 11 could be considered half of the Lin family now, and one's secondary occupation was also an additional forge master. Although it was only a 3rd grade, this 3rd grade was Lin Xian's masterpiece in one night, and with the special physique having more Sword Dao embryos, when the embryos hatched successfully, then Lin Xian would possess an acquired heart of the Sword Dao. In the face of this information, Lin Xian expressed his great satisfaction. As Lin Xiansheng prepared to continue his enlightenment of the Forge Master, 2 women suddenly appeared outside the Lin family's door. It was Li Hongyi and Ouyang Qingluo. Li Hongyi rushed to the Lin mansion with Ouyang Qingluo in a hurry, but at this moment, she was frozen in place, slightly at a loss for words. Sister Red, why don't you go up and knock on the door? It's all there already. Ouyang Qingluo was slightly strange and walked directly up towards the Lin mansion. As for Li Hongyi, at this moment, she felt her heartbeat accelerating madly, and just wanted to say something to stop Ouyang Qingluo from knocking on the door. Ouyang Qingluo's small hand had already knocked on the door. Dum 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 dum. Just after knocking for a moment, the door was opened. It was Lin Fan who opened the door. And you are this girl? Lin Fan looked at Ouyang Qingluo in front of him and asked suspiciously. In Lin Fan's memories, it seemed that the Lin family was not related to this pretty girl. Hello, my name is Ouyang Qingluo. I know Uncle Lin. Ouyang Qingluo smiled sweetly, much like an innocent little girl. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. Uncle Lin? That should say his dad, right? The Uncle Lin you're talking about? Uncle Lin is Uncle Lin. And he didn't tell me his name, and neither did my father. Ouyang Qingluo was obviously stumped. One hand propped up her chin. Quite cute. Facing such a lovely Ouyang Qingluo, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Where was this stupid white sweet? Uncle Lin he uses a sword. He's quite tall and has a good temperament. And then there's Ouyang Qingluo directly began to describe. And through Ouyang Qingluo's description, Lin Fan was able to hear that the description was of his own old man. You know my father? Lin Fan asked with a faint smile. Uncle Lin is your father? Ouyang Qingluo's eyes lit up, looking slightly surprised. And then she directly circled around Lin Fan to survey him. Well, it's not bad. Seeing as you're quite handsome, then Uncle Lin must be a handsome uncle as well. Ouyang Qingluo's words made Lin Fan cry and laugh. Where in the world did this strange woman come from? The conversation between Lin Fan and Ouyang Qingluo also drew out not a few Lin family members, all of whom saw that Lin Fan was actually chatting with a great beauty. This is the Cloud Mist City Lin family? At this moment, Li Hongyi also walked in. Li Hongyi was wearing a long red dress, her long red hair was tied up by a wooden hairpin, and her red lips made her look extremely intellectual and beautiful. The crowd of Lin family members looked dumbfounded. Where did this fairy come from? Lin Fan, however, felt that this woman looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. This senior, who are you looking for? Lin Fan immediately inquired in a slightly solemn manner. Lin Fan had already remembered who this person was. It was the woman who had lifted the curtain in the Li family's team when they entered Xintian City. This woman. Identity is certainly not simple. After all, the Li family that caravan. This woman sat in the largest that horse sedan chair. I'm looking for the head of your family. Li Hongyi slightly opened her red lips and said faintly. Everyone in the Lin family looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, a person walked out from the Lin family's inner mansion. It was Jian 11. Sword 11 looked at Li Hongyi and first bowed respectfully and said, Elder Li, Master said that he's in seclusion for the next few days, so he won't see any guests. Jian Shi's words caused Li Hongyi to suddenly redden her eyes. I don't believe it. He must be avoiding me. Li Hongyi slightly clenched his fists, momentarily failing to control his mind, and a terrifying aura instantly filled the entire room. The crowd couldn't help but shiver. The pressure of the passage realm was truly terrifying. Lin Fan and the others were panicking a bit when Li Hongyi's entire body relaxed. Never mind. It's enough for me to know he's alive. Li Hongyi finished without a head and was about to leave. Instead, Ouyang Qingluo directly pulled Li Hongyi. Why just leave? Sister Red, we haven't even seen what Uncle Lin looks like yet. We can't leave yet. Ouyang Qingluo's words caused the Lin family to be stunned for a moment. You came here just to know what our family head looks like? The scene suddenly froze, and at that moment, the door to the backyard room suddenly opened, and Lin Xian slowly walked out of the courtyard. Red, it's been a long time. You're even more beautiful than you once were. End of chapter 98. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, Lin Xian and Li Hongyi's affair. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, that thing between Lin Xian and Li Hongyi. A simple sentence. Li Hongyi's eyes with a little wave of light, red lips lightly biting, hands hanging down slightly overwhelmed, trembling slender fingers, but shows that Li Hongyi's heart at the moment is extremely unsettled. The Lin family's crowd was confused. Their own family head was recognizing the Li family's red-clothed fairy. Li Hongyi? This is Li Hongyi. In the past 100 years, Li Hongyi was the only person in the eastern state who participated in the Dragon and Phoenix Heavens Pride ranking to get the top 3 of the fixed ranking. Moreover, when Li Hongyi lost to his opponent by a single move, it was still because Li Hongyi voluntarily admitted defeat at the end for no reason and stopped fighting. Otherwise, Li Hongyi would probably become the top of the Dragon Phoenix Heavenly Pride ranking. Lin Fan slightly raised his eyebrows. Now Lin Fan realized that he was getting to be unable to understand his old man. It felt like his old man was hiding a lot of things from himself. Not only Lin Fan, Lin Yang and the others, but also Lin Chanan, Lin Ao and the others also understood that their own family head was afraid that it was not simple. It was all known that Lin Xian had been taken away when he was young, and had been gone for 30 years, but Lin Xian had never said where he had gone for those 30 years. All the people of the Lin family thought that their own family head had just gone out to join a small sect, and then came back with a cultivation achievement to take the Lin family up the ladder. But now it seems that the experience that the head of the family once had is afraid that it is really not simple. However, this part of the experience is really just a dogfight. You, as usual. After a long time, Li Hongyi spat out a sentence. I knew my identity would be discovered by you for sure. I just didn't think it would be so soon in here. Come on, let's find a place to talk. Lin Xian gave a bashful nod, then stepped into the air. Li Hongyi also flicked a bit and left after Lin Xian's figure. As for the people present, they were all still lost in their own fantasies. Why did Sister Redcoat leave me here alone? Ouyang Qingluo muttered her little mouth and stomped her foot. This little girl, want us to take you to play? Lin Chang'an and the others didn't know how to place Ouyang Qingluo, but since Ouyang Qingluo was following that Li Hongyi, her identity is definitely not simple, or slightly coaxed. Yeah. Ouyang Qingluo had been suffocating at home, and now she could finally have some fun. Little girl, why don't you cultivate with us? Cultivation again. So boring. Ouyang Qingluo skimmed her lips. All resistance. Oh, cultivation can be powerful. Look at us. We all got to where we are today through the most powerful and intense forms of cultivation. Lin Ao said smilingly, regaining his old confidence. Well, Ouyang Qingluo said after thinking with one heel of her finger on her jaw. Alright then, we can fight. I'm at the late stage of the Little Yuan Dan realm. Which one of you will fight me? I'll do it. Lin Ao said with a laugh, suddenly feeling that something wasn't right. What segment did you say you were in? Late stage of the Little Yuan Dan realm. I've been a bit lazy, so I've only cultivated to this. Lin Ao's Taoist heart was broken, and his hunched back was both heartbreaking and amusing. The Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant was the largest restaurant in Xiantian City in the eastern state, and the wine sold was the Drunken Immortal Brew from the imperial capital. The worst Drunken Immortal Brew required hundreds of yuan stones for a single pot, which was not affordable for the rich and powerful. After the two of them arrived at the restaurant, Lin Xian directly flung out his Tongtian Chamber of Commerce gold card. A big customer. Shamran, inside please. When the shopkeeper saw the gold card, he immediately came in the spirit and directly came up in person to lead the way. Two honored guests. This is one of the best half-open compartments in our restaurant. It has a great view of the mountains. Arriving at the 36th floor of the restaurant, the shopkeeper said with a smile, well, hard work. Lin Xian nodded slightly. No hard work. If you two superiors need anything, just summon us directly. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he went down to prepare the wines and dishes. I can't believe that you've been doing well all these years. Actually, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's gold card is available. Li Hongyi smiled brightly, as if it was a bright flame in the winter night. Lin Xian just smiled faintly. This gold card thing, don't you have one too? Sit down. Li Hongyi nodded, then sat down on a chair, her red eyes never leaving Lin Xian. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Xian smiled helplessly. It just feels extraordinarily surreal that you're not dead, that you're still alive. Li Hongyi looked straight at Lin Xian and suddenly said. Lin Xian stared, dumbfounded. Oh, good people don't live long, and woe is me, so maybe I'm the woe. You're pretty good now. I've heard about your big name. Red Clothes Fairy Li Hongyi. Not only in the eastern state, you're a celebrity in the entire great wilderness. Lin Xian responded with a faint smile. Li Hongyi just gave a slight shake of her head. Almost 22 years, right? 22 years ago. If you hadn't saved me, there might not have been the Li Hongyi of today. At this point, both of them suddenly fell silent. After Lin Xian went down to the Jishi Academy, because he was disillusioned, Lin Xian didn't go back to the Lin family right away, but instead traveled around the eastern state. At that time, Lin Xian was also only at the early stage of the Great Yuandan realm though, but relative to the base of cultivators in the eastern state. In fact, the Great Yuandan realm is not as bad as imagined. As long as you don't provoke that kind of expert, it's okay. Lin Xian traveled for most of the year to the Tianyuan province, and it was in the Tianyuan province that he met Li Hongyi, who was only 16 years old at the time. 16-year-old Li Hongyi is already at the early stage of the Little Yuandan realm. Her strength is extremely not bad, and she is quite spirited and confident. Especially at that time, Li Hongyi had also always dreamed of being a chivalrous female warrior, so she often traveled alone. And after that, Li Hongyi and Lin Xian looked at an elixir at the same time, and went to a place at the same time further back, while recognizing and traveling together. This is how Lin Xian and Li Hongyi met. Li Hongyi's character is extremely generous, and does not mind Lin Xian's old age but poor strength, so he and Lin Xian traveled together as a companion for several months. Then, Lin Xian and Li Hongyi encountered a group of enemies of the Li clan, and Lin Xian lured away several great Yuandan realm powerhouses in order to save Li Hongyi. Lin Xian was also seriously injured on that occasion, but fortunately Lin Xian's battle prowess was still not bad, and he ended up surviving and making it all the way back to the Huaqing mansion. After returning to the Huaqing mansion, Lin Xian had also inquired about Li Hongyi, and after learning that Li Hongyi was fine and had become the strongest heavenly pride in the eastern state, Lin Xian had let go of his heart, and had never bothered to contact Li Hongyi again. I just want to know one thing right now. You know I'm okay and you're not dead yourself, but why didn't you come to me? Li Hongyi's tone seemed quite agitated as she looked straight at Lin Xian, her anger causing that Xiangwei to tremble slightly. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. I've come to Eastern Prefecture's Xiantian City this time to participate in the 18 Prefectures competition, and I knew that my identity would be known by you. But I'm curious to know how you found our Lin family's small courtyard? When I traveled with you before, I only gave you my last name, Lin, but I didn't say what my full name was. Lin Xian didn't answer Li Hongyi's question. Instead he looked at Li Hongyi curiously. Facing Lin Xian's question, Li Hongyi just smiled and said, don't forget that I've been to the imperial capital and participated in the Dragon and Phoenix Heavens Pride ranking setting competition. You're a protege of the Jishi Academy. Your reputation is not small. When I went to visit the Jishi Academy, I happened to see your portrait in a place, and I also knew your name. Lin Xian froze. So it was like that. Now will you tell me why you didn't come to me? Li Hongyi narrowed her Danfeng eyes, and her entire aura appeared extremely powerful. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Why would I come to you, when it's fine to just put it in your memory? In the face of Lin Xian's answer, Li Hongyi was clearly dissatisfied and clenched her silver teeth. You mean we're a joke for even having been one? Of course not. I was very discouraged and I didn't realize how much more there was to do until I met you. And you gave me very unforgettable memories. Lin Xian smiled and took a sip of the drunken immortal brew. It was so much worse than the wine he had made. I can't believe you don't know that at one time I treated you. Okay, Red. Lin Xian immediately interrupted and slowly stood up, a pair of gentle eyes looking at Li Hongyi with relief. I know I was really proud of you when you made a big splash in the imperial capital and became the fairy that everyone admired, and I was very happy for you. And it's very good that you've now become the man of your dreams, strong and in charge of your own destiny. Lin Xian raised his hand and habitually wanted to go pat Li Hongyi on the head, but he suddenly paused. That doesn't seem to fit anymore. Li Hongyi looked at Lin Xian's stopped hand, and her red eyes seemed to have an extra hint of sadness. Retracting his palm without moving, Lin Xian suddenly smiled. Well, Red, let's not dwell too much on what was. We're both fine now, and that's for the best. The fact that you're talking so much means you're avoiding my words. Li Hongyi's eyes were still looking straight at Lin Xian, seeing that Lin Xian couldn't help but feel flustered inside, and her heartbeat was somehow accelerating. Facing Li Hongyi's questioning, Lin Xian smiled helplessly and could only continue to explain. There really isn't. We're all still fine now. We can meet often in the future. Lin Xian's explanation seemed so pale and powerless. Li Hongyi wanted to say something else, but Lin Xian spoke directly. There are still 2 more days until the 18 prefectures competition. We'll have a good chat after the 18 prefectures competition. After saying this, Lin Xian pulled his leg out and left. Li Hongyi looked at Lin Xian's departing back without any intention of stopping him. I'm not going to give up. I'm not the little girl I once was, and don't you dare look at me like I'm a little girl. End of chapter. Chapter 99. Chapter 98. Li Hongyi gets his Wei Zhantai Mingyue in Palace dance music, thanks to Ice Purple Night Seal Drunk. Chapter 99. Chapter 98. Li Hongyi gets his Wei Zhantai Mingyue in Palace dance music, thanks to Ice Purple Night Seal Drunken's reward. Lin Xian arrived on the first floor of the Heavenly Fragrance Building and directly gave the shopkeeper 1,000 yuan stones before leaving the Heavenly Fragrance Building. On the balcony of the semi-open box on the 36th floor, Li Hongyi looked at Lin Xian's departing back, her red hair moving with the wind, a smile suddenly spreading across her mouth before her entire being finally disappeared with the wind. Lin Xian returned directly to the Lin family after leaving the restaurant. There weren't many acquaintances in Xiantian City, and Lin Xian didn't have the heart to look for old acquaintances like Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang War to catch up. Just after arriving at the entrance of the Lin mansion, Lin Xian realized that there were a few more second-ranked blood horses at the entrance of his small courtyard, as well as some more boxes. Lin family master is too powerful. The Lin family is blessed. Yes. The Lin family is flying high now. Many of the surrounding clans were coming up to say goodbye, causing Lin Xian to be slightly puzzled. What's the joy of the Lin family? Walking into the Lin mansion, he spotted a familiar face. That would be Ho Mingyu, the young prince of the East Heavenly King's mansion. Young prince, what are you doing in our Lin family? Lin Xian smiled and walked up. Lin family master. I came here today to pay my respects to the Lin family master, Ho Mingyu said with a smile. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. He wasn't familiar with this Ho Mingyu either. What was there to pay his respects to? Father, matriarch, Lin Fan and Lin Chagan, as well as Lin Shuer and the others all clasped their fists and saluted. Uncle Lin, you're finally back. Where's Sister Red? Ouyang Qingluo suddenly rushed up with a smiling face. Lin Xian was helpless for a while. Qingluo, wait for me. I'll take care of things. Lin Xian dismissed Ouyang Qingluo and looked at Ho Mingyu. Young prince, our Lin family and your East Heavenly King's mansion don't have any interactions, so you came to our Lin family? I wonder what's going on. Lin Xian continued to inquire. If you don't have anything to offer, you're a thief. Ha. I can't hide it from the Lin family master. I do have something to discuss when I come to the Lin mansion, Ho Mingyu said with a smile, his eyes vaguely glancing at Lin Shuer, who had a cool temperament. This cryptic look from Ho Mingyu was very keenly captured by Lin Xian and Lin Fan. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This Ho Mingyu, his mind isn't pure. But Lin Xian was also too lazy to pay attention and looked directly at Ouyang Qing. Your red-clothed sister should have gone back to the Li family by now. So why don't I send you back to the Ouyang family? Lin Xian said with a smile. Ho Mingyu's eyes jumped. How could this little princess of the Ouyang family be in this courtyard of the Lin mansion? It's a big deal. Oh, I didn't go back. At this moment, Li Hongyi directly descended from the sky. Meet elderly. When the Lin family members saw Li Hongyi, they all gave a respectful bow. Not a blind man can see that his own family head and Li Hongyi is afraid to have a very deep relationship. Honoring a senior Li is also deserved. Ho Mingyu has met senior Li. Ho Mingyu bowed respectfully even though he was the young prince of the Eastern Heavenly King's house. And at this moment, Ho Mingyu's heart was very shocked. Not only was the little princess of the Ouyang family here, but now even Senior Li was here. What kind of background did this Lin family have? Ho family boy, your family head sent you here? Looking at Ho Mingyu, Li Hongyi was stunned and thought that Ho Tianfeng had asked Ho Mingyu to come and pay her respects to Lin Xian. Ha! Ho Mingyu was stunned again. What does this have to do with his father? Looking at Ho Mingyu's confused eyes, Li Hongyi also knew that this Ho Mingyu was afraid that he didn't know anything. Never mind. Go home then. Li Hongyi's face was indifferent as she waved her slender hand and directly began to help the Lin family drive people away. Ho Mingyu's face stiffened, but he didn't dare to refute Li Hongyi, so he could only leave in disgrace. Looking at Ho Mingyu's departing back, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He had an unexplained sense of hostility towards Ho Mingyu. Qing Luo, take a look at this place of your Uncle Lin. It's still quite nice, isn't it? And there are so many heavenly prides to play with. Li Hongyi pulled Ouyang Qing Luo and said smilingly, and also gave 2 winks to Ouyang Qing Luo. Ouyang Qing Luo understood and immediately ran up to pull Lin Xian. Uncle Lin, can I stay here with you for 2 days? Our Ouyang mansion is really boring. The whole courtyard is big and there's no one to play with me. Ouyang Qing Luo even muttered her little mouth as she spoke. Looking pitiful, Lin Xian was speechless for a moment. Li Hongyi wasn't even a child anymore, but she was still playing this kind of trick. Family master, I think it's feasible. Yes, matriarch, we all quite like Miss Ouyang. Miss Ouyang's combined strength is strong enough to practice. Sword 11 said indifferently. Can we really let Sister Chung Luo stay? Lin Luo laughed and ran up to pull Ouyang Chung Luo's small arm. And Ouyang Qing Luo also looked slightly pleased that the third generation of the Lin family had already been attacked by her own cuteness and vigor. Alright then, you'll stay. Lin Xian waved his hand helplessly. This Ouyang warrior, just really getting himself into trouble. Lin family master. Ouyang War told me before Cheng Luo came out that he asked me to help him take good care of Cheng Luo. And now that Cheng Luo is living in your Lin family, I'm not that comfortable with it, so I'm going to stay as well. Li Hongyi clasped her hands to her chest and wiggled her long legs as she arrived in front of Lin Xian, saying with a slight air of interest. Hearing these words, Lin Xian gave a start. Sure enough, it was getting out of place. Don't worry, elderly. We will definitely take good care of Miss Cheng Luo. The eyeless Lin Chang'an rubbed the back of his head and laughed. Li Hongyi glanced at Lin Chang'an with sharp eyes. Lin Chang'an instantly felt a coldness in his back, shrunk his neck, and quietly hid behind him. And Lin and Lin Shuer both snorted. Lin Shuer walked straight up and smiled sweetly at Li Hongyi. Of course there's no problem, our third uncle is very nice. And since Sister Hongyi is so beautiful, all of us in the Lin family are very welcome for Sister Hongyi to come to our Lin family. Lin Shuer is very spiritual, and the temperament is also extremely cool that hangs. But also let Li Hongyi cannot help but give birth to a good feeling. Plus Lin Shuer also gave a beautiful assist, so that Li Hongyi is even more satisfied. Thanks, I think you're pretty too. Just a natural beauty queen. Li Hongyi touched Lin Shuer's hair, a hint of amazement flashing through his eyes. And what do you say, Master Lin? Li Hongyi then asked, looking at Lin Xian with a smiling face again. What else could Lin Xian do but helplessly wave his hand? Alright. Welcome, Elder Red. Welcome Sister Red. The Lin family's group of juniors were all kissing their asses, and Lin Xian couldn't help but cry and laugh. Imperial Capital. Chamber of Commerce. Today's Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had an honored guest, Lightsword Immortal Jantai Mingyue, currently the most powerful sword cultivator in the entire Great Wilderness. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had 99 floors, and on the 99th floor, there were 2 figures. One of the figures was sitting, while another was standing. The seated woman was tall. Even sitting couldn't hide that proud figure. 3,000 green silk draped over her shoulders. Extremely intellectual. As for the woman standing, her figure was also quite tall, her tilted face without a trace of expression, dressed in a white brocade coat, holding a bright silver longsword in her hand. Her temperament was clear and cold to an extreme. I've gotten word that your Tongtian Chamber of Commerce has figured out where he is. Yes? Jantai Mingyue lightly opened her thin lips, her voice slightly cold. The corner of Gongmule's mouth slightly outlined a bit of an arc. It seems like you aren't practicing night and day either. Where is he? The 4 simple words contained a hint of urgency, showing how unsettled Jantai Mingyue's heart was at the moment. Why should I tell you? Gongmule slowly stood up, with a height of 1.73 meters, and walked to Jantai Mingyue with slender and straight legs, a little taller than Jantai Mingyue. Mingyue, you can be forgotten. Back then, Lin Xian and I were the childhood sweethearts, and you were the one who barged in from behind. Gong Mali's voice was even colder. But Jantai Mingyue was not afraid in the slightest and directly met Gong Mali's bright eyes. For a while, The smell of gunpowder between the two women was extremely strong. I just want to know where he is? Jean Tai Mingyue still inquired indifferently. You're nothing like you used to be. How you've become so lifeless since he left. Like an emotionless puppet. Gong Mala shook her head slightly and sat back down. In response to Gong Duelist's words, Jean Tai Mingyue did not reply. If you want to know where he is, how can you not pay some price? We, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, are not a good church. Gong Malo revealed a smile and said, what do you want? I think the divine light sword in your hand is good enough to pledge. Gong Malo laughed as she looked at the long sword held in Jean Tai Mingyue's hand. Here you go. Without the slightest hesitation, Jean Tai Mingyue threw the long sword in her hand directly over. Gong Malo received the long sword and smiled faintly. This is an Earth Spirit Soldier. How many Earth Spirit Soldiers are there in the entire Great Wilderness? And you actually mortgaged it to me just like that? There were 3 levels of Spirit Soldiers. Ordinary Spirit Soldiers. That is, weapons endowed with some spirituality. And this was the most common type of Spirit Soldier in the entire Great Wilderness. And on top of ordinary spirit weapons, there were also 2 types of Earth weapons and Heavenly weapons. Subsequently, these 2 grades were also known as Earth Spirit Soldiers and Heaven Spirit Soldiers. Heavenly Spirit Soldiers, that only existed in the records. As for Earth Spirit Soldiers, they were the topmost treasures in the entire Great Wilderness. And each piece was worth a fortune. An Earth Spirit Soldier could casually be worth more than billions of yuan stones. There is even a price, but no market. Now will you tell me? Without the slightest bit of heartache for his Earth Spirit Soldier, Jean Tai Mingyue continued to inquire. Your feelings for him are still really deep. An Earth Spirit Soldier, you are giving it as you say. Gong Malu played with the divine light sword and first lamented, then continued. Don't worry, he's in the eastern state. You don't have to go worrying about him. He's doing well and has a son. He promised Gongling that he'd come to the imperial capital afterward to attend the wine master's birthday banquet. Thanks a lot. Jean Tai Mingyue's voice appeared a little lighter, clasped his fists and turned around to leave. Knowing that Lin Xian was safe, Jean Tai Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of her mouth were finally more than a touch of arc invisible to the naked eye. Wait, your sword. Give it back. Gong Malo called out to Jean Tai Mingyue and threw the divine light sword in his hand back to Jean Tai Mingyue. After receiving the divine light sword, Jean Tai Mingyue turned her back to Gong Duelist and faintly opened her mouth. In fact, you care about him just as much as I do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have mobilized the entire Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to look for him for 20 years. And, it's true that you and senior brother are childhood friends, but I'm also senior brother's youngest sister. So according to that, my status is no worse than yours. Jean Tai Mingyue left the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce straight after he finished speaking. Miyagi Morocco sat back in her seat and let out a breath. 20 years? According to the energy of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, how could it take 20 years to find it? And who the hell are you? Why did you stop me from finding him in the first place? Why did you even bother to leave me such a note before you left? Gong Malu opened a note with 20 or so extremely beautiful and spiritual characters on it. I'm sorry. Forgive me for being selfish and possessing him alone for a few years. And please take care of him in the future. Who the hell are you? End of chapter 100. Chapter 100. Chapter 99. The great competition of the 18 prefectures of the eastern state begins. Chapter 100. Chapter 99. Beginning of the great competition of the 18 prefectures of the eastern state. Tianxian Mountains. Lin Xian and Li Hongyi looked at each other and stepped into the air. I can't believe it. I used to tease you about your talent not working. It seems that you've hidden your clumsiness, Li Hongyi said with a smile. Lin Xian didn't want to explain anymore. No one would believe him even if he told them that he had risen a big level in half a year. Li Hongyi's entire body was wrapped in a layer of flames, and the flames actually took on a variety of colors, appearing gorgeous. The fire intent melts into the body. Tongling realm strength. Lin Xian whispered softly. Unexpectedly, Li Hongyi had actually reached this realm. However, Lin Xian would not be inferior to her. The sword intent melting body was on fire, and the aura of the passing form realm perfection was also directly pulled full. Boom! The huge swarm of flames instantly killed, directly coloring the sky and half of the mountain range red. Lin Xian wasn't the least bit afraid. The long sword in his hand slashed 3 times in a row, directly cutting through the covering of flames. The covering flames were cut open, and from the cut opening, Li Hongyi instantly killed out, his body burning with extremely terrifying flames. Lin Xian immediately stomped back on the swimming dragon steps. The Heavenly Shadow Spirit Sword Decision instantly stabbed out, and 999 Heavenly Shadow Swords instantly killed. Li Hongyi's expression was bland as he flung his robes, and a wall of flames was directly piled up, blocking Lin Xian's sword move. Lin Xian inwardly nodded his head secretly as well. Li Hongyi's battle power was truly formidable. At the same level, Ouyang battle could never be Li Hongyi's opponent. After all, the fact that Li Hongyi was able to successfully comprehend the second layer of the realm of intent at such an early age was enough to show Li Hongyi's terrifying talent. Lin Xian, take another move from me. The wrath of the burning sky. A ball of flame in Li Hongyi's water was thrown into the sky, and the entire sky was surrounded by flames. 8 pillars of flame descended from the sky and surrounded Lin Xian, the pillars crashing towards Lin Xian at a very terrifying speed. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his long sword around. It seemed like he was about to make a real move. Unparalleled sword technique. The powerful unparalleled power surfaced, and the sword intent melting body actually faintly showed signs of a breakthrough. The shadow of the sword Dao that descended from the sky, that was the incomparable will of the sword. Boom! A loud roar was loud enough to spread over 100 miles. Li Hongyi didn't block this move, and the unparalleled sword intent directly broke Li Hongyi's burning heaven's fury and stabbed straight towards Li Hongyi. Lin Xian was startled and immediately rushed towards Li Hongyi, wrapping one hand around Li Hongyi's waist. His body instantly surfaced with the ice intent, and with his other hand reaching out towards the sword shadow, a wall of ice coalesced. Pang! There was another loud boom. The ice wall shattered, but the power of the sword shadow also dissipated out of thin air. Lin Xian looked at Li Hongyi, who was wrapped up in his arms, and smiled helplessly. I've fallen for your scheme after all. At this moment, Lin Xian also understood. How could Li Hongyi not be able to catch that move of his? This was clearly Li Hongyi giving up resistance. Letting go of Li Hongyi, Lin Xian still had a faint fragrance on him. Li Hongyi's face carried a touch of redness, and her eyes were more than a little bugged out. Humph, looks like you still care about me. Li Hongyi clasped her hands on her chest, and at this moment, she did not have the slightest bit of expert demeanor, as if she was a little girl who was generally arrogant. Lin Xian once again shook his head helplessly. Alright, it's time for you to go back and look at your Li family disciples, or else your Li family won't be able to get a good ranking this time. Lin Xian said with a smile. You don't have to worry about this. Humph, our Li family has produced a true genius this time. Li Hongyi said with a slight look of interest. Li Xian Yuan? Lin Xian opened his mouth in slight curiosity. Well, that boy. He's no worse than I was when I was young. Li Hongyi flew towards Lin Xian, facing the beautiful and immortal Li Hongyi. Lin Xian, however, was as if he was facing a flooding beast and directly fled. I'll go back first. Our Lin family's children still need to be upgraded. Put. Looking at Lin Xian's hasty fleeing back, Li Hongyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. According to Ouyang Battle's meaning, does this also mean that you actually care about me, but are just embarrassed in your heart? I used to call you uncle because I was only 17, but now we're actually considered to be in the same age group, so why have a heart burden? Is it because of them? The Lin family, household name. After Lin Xian returned to the Lin family, he immediately adjusted his state. The next day was the 18 prefectures competition, and he had to prepare for it today. All the second and third generations of the Lin family, as well as Sword 11, all of you come to the backyard. Lin Xian finished speaking and headed towards the backyard, and Sword 11 and the others all stopped their cultivation and followed Lin Xian to the backyard of the Lin mansion. Tomorrow is the big competition, and today, this family member is going to give you a chance. Lin Xian said indifferently. Chance. Everyone was shocked, and then they were even more delighted. Exactly. Lin Xian then took out a dozen large vats from his storage bag, each filled with a milky white liquid. This is Yuan spirit liquid. It is a good treasure for Yuan Dan realm and a bit of cultivators to use for cultivation. Everyone soaks in. The medicinal effect is only for 2 hours. This time period is up to you guys to grasp it properly. Thank you, matriarch. Thanks, father. Thank you, master. The crowd was overjoyed, and then each of them couldn't wait to dive in after selecting a vat. Among these, Lin Shuier, Xiao Meyer, and the 12-year-old Lin Luo were all present. With herself around, Xiao Butier didn't need to continue hiding her clumsiness. After all, Lin Xian's current cultivation speed was extremely perverse. Looking towards Lin Shuier, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, always feeling that Lin Shuier's body contained an unusual power. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but nod his head as he watched the crowd being so positive. Before walking out of the backyard, these Yuan Ling liquids are all rewards produced by the system. As for these rewards, the current Lin Xian couldn't use them, but the Lin family could use them, and as long as the Lin family improved as a whole, then their own strength would also improve even more with it. Lin Xian, the family head, was personally escorting a group of Lin family juniors at the Lin mansion today, and Li Hongyi didn't go back to the Li family. She still stayed in the Lin family, and when she came to Lin Xian's side, she sat beside him without saying a word, quietly accompanying him. Lin Xian didn't hide from Li Hongyi this time either. Lin Xian had also figured out that there was no reason at all why he had to necessarily hide from Li Hongyi. After all, he was not a waste anymore. He was now a rising old celestial pride. Second day. The 18-house competition was on schedule. As the Eastern Prefecture's once every 5 years 18 Prefectures competition, it was the biggest event in the entire Eastern Prefecture. The location of the 18 Mansions competition is the Tianshan mountain range behind Xiantian City. The Tianshan mountain range was huge, almost halfway around Xiantian City, and the location chosen for the 18 Prefectures competition was the head of the Tianshan mountain range. At the head of the Tianshan mountain range, a field with a length and width of 10 miles had been extended by several major powers, and there was also a huge forest behind the field. Around the venue were 6 levels of giant steps, each of which was large enough to hold thousands of people, and these were the steps where the family was stationed. As for family positions, they are also graded. From low to high it was 1 to 6 stars, and as for the uninitiated families, the ladder was not even there, so they could only mingle at the bottom to get by. Li Hongyi had already returned to the Li clan and led the Li clan crowd right to the Li clan's 6-star family compound. On the largest high platform in the north, the state lord Xiahou Xiong was already sitting on the main seat, and on top of this main high platform, there were 6 other people sitting. The 6 men are Ho Tianfeng, the East Heavenly King of the East Heavenly King's Mansion; Gong Qi, the president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce; Yin Tianzheng, the patriarch of the Spirit Martial Sect; the Great Wasteland Royal Family enshrines Lu Shang; Ouyang War, patriarch of the Ouyang clan; the Great Desolate Imperial Family enshrines Lu Ruyan. These 6 people were all high-powered and extremely strong, and behind the 6 men stood their respective minders or cronies or something like that. It's also been 30 years since Old Me came to the Eastern State, and today, the Eastern State is indeed a place of great talent and countless celestial pride. Lu Shan laughingly stroked his beard. The Eastern Prefecture is indeed a place of great talent, and in this grand competition, quite a few heavenly prides with the qualifications of the Dragon Phoenix 100 have appeared in the Eastern Prefecture. Gongqi of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce responded with a smile. Well, this time, the 18-year-old celestial pride are quite good. 18 to 22 celestial pride are also good. As for the older generation, it's slightly worse, Ho Tianfeng also said with a smile. It really is still the latter waves pushing the former waves. Xiahou Xiong lamented. Yin Tianzhang with a head of blonde hair then said indifferently, indeed, our spirit martial sex Mo Qingfeng, who defeated the 9 great heavenly prides of the imperial capital in a row a month ago, is now ranked as high as 69th in the Dragon and Phoenix heavenly pride ranking. And I'm afraid that by the time of the list-fixing tournament, being ranked in the top 10 would be an easy task. Yin Tianjing's words caused Lu Shang and Xiahou Xiong's faces to change, while Lu Ruyan had a moony look on her face. The spirit martial sex pride was too powerful, which was not good news for the royal family. In particular, the divine sect had also seen the emergence of several heavens pride with exceptionally powerful talents in the past few years. On the contrary, the royal family side, the quality of the heavenly pride is really in the lowering of a lot. If not this time out of an 8th prince and a 9th princess, it would really completely overwhelmed. This time, our spirit martial sect has quite a few heavenly prides of the right age to compete. All of them are first-class heavenly prides. Yin Tianzheng continued in a self-conscious manner. Without further ado, the great clans are entering. Miyagi throws a sloppy strike to round out the fight. The great clans entered the venue one after another and found their own places. That's Li Hongyi, isn't it? It's worthy of being the red-clothed fairy that shook the imperial capital in the beginning. How old is this? The aura of her body is almost no weaker than that of an old man. It's really powerful. The imperial provider Lu Shan looked at the red-clothed and red-haired woman on the Li family's compound and also could not help but marvel at her. The 7 people on the main stage, except for Lu Ruyan whose eyes flashed with full of jealousy, the others all nodded slightly, because Li Hongyi is really powerful. Back when she was in the imperial capital, Li Hongyi's fame was even catching up to the bright-sword immortal Zhantai Mingyue. But it's a pity that she didn't want to stay in the imperial capital. Lu Shang shook his head and sighed several times in pity, because when the royal family would have been willing to give the current prince proposed marriage Li Hongyi, but was Li Hongyi directly rejected, and after Li Hongyi has even more bluntly said that they already have a favorite person. The royal family was also disgraced, but Li Hongyi had directly withdrawn from the imperial capital, so it was not good for the royal family to pursue the matter too much. This Li Hongyi is just uneducated. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is such an excellent man. He actually refused. Is a countryside village woman from the eastern state. A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and her tone was slightly morose. A country village girl. The adjective made a few others beg to differ, and in the face of Lu Ruyan describing it that way, the other few people didn't bother to refute it. Anyone could hear from Lu Ruyan's mouth that Lu Ruyan disliked Li Hongyi, and her tone was full of jealousy. Lin Xian had settled down at the moment with a group of people around him who had casually found a garrison. Residence is a 1-star. The field of vision is really a lot worse than the high platform above. Compared with the top step, it is a living low people 5 As for the Xiao family, because of Xiao Pu, they were actually stationed in the same quarters as a 4-star family. And of course, Xiao Pu didn't forget to taunt Lin Xian a bit, and the Xiao family did not want to go. But in the face of Xiao Pu's impatience, the Xiao family people can only be tolerated. But Xiao Meyer is a stubborn girl. Will stay in the Lin family? Xiao Pu angry teeth. But there is Lin Xian backing. There is no way. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others were stationed at a 1-star ranked compound, didn't Li Hongyi have an opportunity to say to the handsome young man who was meditating beside him indifferently, "Immortal Edge, the location of our compound is too big. The land is sparsely populated. So go invite the Cloud Mist City Lin family up here and join us." Ha! The handsome man was slightly stunned and thought he had heard wrong. What? It doesn't work? Li Hongyi slightly narrowed his eyes, and those who know Li Hongyi know that at this moment, Li Hongyi is not discussing with you, but has already decided. Li Xian Yuan was so scared that his sweaty hair stood on end and he immediately climbed up, grinning. "I understand, Auntie. I'll call them up now." Ahem. It's to invite him up. Remember, must be polite enough. If you dare to be cold to them, beware of Auntie's extra practice on you after you've returned to the Li family. Li Xian Yuan couldn't help but gulp again, immediately stating that he was clear, and then headed towards the stage. The crowd watched as Li Xian Yuan walked off the high stage. They were all puzzled as to what this Li Xian Yuan was doing. Even the few people on the high platform in the north were slightly curious. End of chapter 101. Chapter 101. Chapter 100, Heaven's Pride Graded. 3rd Graded Heaven's Pride Lin Chang'an. Chapter 101. Chapter 100, Heavenly Pride Graded. 3rd Graded Heavenly Pride Lin Chang'an. Is this the Cloud Mist City Lin family? Li Xian Yuan arrived at the Lin house garrison and asked extremely politely. Everyone in the Lin family was stunned. Then everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian slightly opened his eyes and looked at the visitor. This person should be the Li family's Li Xian Yuan. Indeed a very good seedling. Even if it was placed in the Jishi Academy where the celestial pride was like a cloud, it would still be extremely good. Well, this is the Cloud Mist Forest family. That would be great. My red-clothed aunt would like to invite all the people of the Lin family up to the 6th platform. Li Xian Yuan once again bowed with a cupped fist, appearing respectful and courteous. Lin Fan, Lin Chang'an and the others were all frozen. This red-clothed fairy's relationship with their family head wasn't normally extraordinary. This relationship is one that they've even all associated with a lot. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Forget it, 6 stages. We're not qualified to go up there. Lin Xian smiled and was about to refuse. However, Li Xian Yuan was looking slightly humble at the moment. Elder Lin, just have mercy and go up there. If you don't, Auntie will definitely have to train me extra after she goes back. Li Xian Yuan's originally handsome face was tinged with sadness. This appearance of Li Xian Yuan caused the Lin family to be stunned again. Legend has it that the cold-faced and chilly feelings of Li Xian Yuan also has someone to be afraid of. Lin Xian laughed dumbly. This Li Hongyi, now she had actually started bullying her own juniors. Alright then, lead the way. Lin Xian stood up, patted the dust on his body, and said to Lin Fan and the others, "Come on, let's go to stage 6. Although the Lin family crowd felt dreamy, they all packed up and prepared to follow. Holy, what's this family doing? They went up? What? The crowd of low-star clans all felt incredulous as they watched this scene, and so did the 7 men on the high platform. Ho Tianfeng actually froze for a moment as he looked at Lin Xian's face. Oh, doesn't that man's face look familiar? Ouyang War leaned over slightly towards Ho Tianfeng and said with a smile. This, Ho Tianfeng was turning over inside at the moment. He really is. Well, yes, it's what you think, and when the time comes, you'll know more, and the surprises keep coming. Ouyang War smiled and sat up straight without saying a word. Alone, Ho Tianfeng, who was still in shock, was left behind. Not only Ho Tianfeng, but also the 2 of them, Lu Ruyan and Lu Shang, looked at the person who was following Li Xian Yuan and all felt a pang of familiarity. Ruyan, do you have a feeling that this person looks slightly familiar? As if you have seen him somewhere. Lu Shang stared at Lin Xian for a long time and opened his mouth to inquire. Lu Ruyan also slightly furrowed her brows at this time, as she herself also had this feeling. This person, it always felt like I had seen him somewhere, but the impression was not very deep, and I really couldn't think of him for a while. Xiao Shong looked at Lin Xian and narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking, and that Yin Tianzheng did have a hint of coldness in his eyes. This Lin family, the one that had disgraced their spiritual martial sect, looked like it had quite a connection with that Li Hongyi of the Li family. But even if it is Li Hongyi, so what if the talent is outstanding? Their spiritual martial sect has stood in the great desolate empire for 5,000 years. A small Li Hongyi is not enough to fear. As for Gong Qi, at this moment, Gong Qi's heart was already turning over. This person's face, he, Gong Qi, would always remember it, and would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. Lin Xian led the Lin family's crowd onto the 6th stage, and the Li family's crowd was all curiously sizing up the Lin family's group. Originally, everyone still felt that this Lin family was just a one-star family, and there was more or less a sense of superiority and looking down in their hearts. But now that they took a look at it, they were really a little dumbfounded. Lin Fan, Lin Chagan, Jian 11, Lin Ao and the others, one more than the other, had an aura, and not only were they one of a kind, they were also more handsome than the other. More importantly, these people, in terms of strength, were also unfathomable, and could definitely not be cultivated by a one-star family. There was also Lin Shuer, Xiao Nar, these Lin family girls, who were also growing more beautiful than one another. The genes of the Lin family were really good. Even Lin Luo was extremely beautiful. Auntie, the people have brought you. Oh, invited up. I but respectfully invited up. Li Xian Yuan said curtly. Good job. I won't be practicing you anymore this time back. Li Hongyi let out a light laugh. Li Xian Yuan was beaming with joy. Hongyi, you're making our Lin family a target. Lin Xian let out a helpless, bitter smile. Oh, but you didn't reject me either, Li Hongyi said with a smug smile. The Li family's crowd froze again, and all of them had a look of incredulity on their faces. Their aunt, the current and future pillar of the Li family, was now actually smiling in front of this Lin family head, and it was still a smile from the bottom of her heart. What exactly is this Lin family head? Shouldn't be their aunts. Lin Xian smiled once again, not caring about the strange eyes of those clans underneath, and directly sat down next to Li Hongyi. This time when he showed himself, those who knew him were afraid that they had already known his identity. And those who don't know themselves will know their true identity before long, and there's no point in continuing to hide it. In the face of all the clan's strange gazes, Lin Xian directly just blocked them out. The Lin family's crowd also didn't show the slightest bit of timidity, because they firmly believed that this 18 prefectures competition, their Lin family would definitely be able to shine and become a truly magnificent clan. The Li family's crowd was also filled with curiosity about this one-star family. The children of this one-star family actually all had such a good temperament and mindset. Extraordinary. Even Li Xian Yuan looked at the Lin family members in a high light and even took the initiative to climb into conversation with Lin Fan and the others. Here, this is the intelligence of this time's heaven's pride. You can take a look at it. At this moment, Li Hongyi pulled out a piece of information from her storage bag and gave it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't polite and directly took the information. Just last night, Lin Xian's puppet, also known as Bali, had sent Lin Xian information about their spirit martial sect's appearance of a heavenly pride this time around. It's also extremely nice to look at the other places of the sky now. Open the paper and there are a good number of people written on it. The first one that caught his eye was Mo Changsheng of the spirit martial sect. Mo Changsheng, just 18 years old, but his strength had already come to the late stage of the small Yuandan realm. And this record wasn't necessarily accurate because according to Bali, Mo Changsheng was already trying to break through to the peak of the small Yuandan realm. Aside from Mo Changsheng, there was also Ho Mingyu from the Eastern Heavenly King's Mansion and Li Xian Yuan from the Li clan who ranked second and third, and there was also one from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, called Qianshuan Yu, who ranked fourth. Just these four people were known as the favorites to win this state competition's 18-year-old juniors Heavenly Pride battle, also known as the first grade of Heavenly Pride. Of course, in addition to these four, there are some others who are also good. Song Hongyan of the Song family, Chu Shengyuan of the Chu family, Bai Yula and He Xin of the Spirit Martial Sect, Lu Lingfeng of the Lu family, Su Zhe of the Eastern Heavenly King's house, Zhou Chen of the Zhou family of the Jade Dragon house, and so on a dozen of them. All of them are relatively good, and these dozen of them have the strength of a small Yuandan realm, and so they are juxtaposed for the second rank. The Eastern State Capital is not included in the competition, so there is no Eastern State Capital's Heavenly Pride, and as Bai Yula actually made it to the second slot on the list, Lin Xian also vaguely swept a glance at Bai Yula and the others stationed at the exclusive location of the Spirit Martial Sect. At this time, Bai Yura was more imposing and more beautiful, and at the early 17 years of age, she was indeed more extraordinary as well. And beside Bai Yula sat a handsome and domineering teenager. I think it was that Mo Changsheng who was the first favorite to win the championship. It was said that Mo Changsheng had the qualifications of being one of the top 10 in the Dragon Phoenix Heavenly Remarks ranking, which was really an extremely terrifying evaluation. Bai Yura was also looking at the Lin family members from time to time at this moment, her eyes subtly slightly irritated. Senior sister, don't worry, it's just a jumping clown general family, Senior brother will personally avenge you at that time. Mo Changxing's face was full of confidence and with a smile. His tone had a deep disdain for the Lin family. Elder brother's kindness is appreciated, but elder sister would prefer to come in person. Bai Yula politely refused Mo Changsheng. Mo Changsheng also nodded his head gently, and in his heart, he was even more fond of Bai Yula. I like Bai Yula. This kind of does not rely on men, and has a very confident woman, and only this kind of woman is worthy of him. Mo Changsheng. Let me show you. These are your opponents. Lin Shen gave the information in his hand to Lin Fan and the others. Lin Fan and the others had already been curious for a long time, but in the previous period of time, the other clans were poking around for information. But the Lin family was the only one that had just been playing around with their cultivation. This kind of intelligence is, in fact, not very useful, because it would only state the person's approximate level of strength. As for the rest, nothing, and reading it would only mean knowing that there turned out to be such a powerful opponent. What? This Bayuara can actually be ranked in the second slot? As the crowd looked at the intelligence, Lin Ao skimmed his lips and said that his heart was not in the right place, and Lin Fan's eyes were ancient. Feelings in the heart do not even have Bayura this person. The main reason was that Lin Fan had never considered Bayula as his opponent from the beginning. However, Lin Fan still had the idea in his heart to beat Bayura. After all, Bayura came to withdraw from the marriage in front of the whole city, and the time of withdrawal was also his father's 60th birthday. That time gave his Lin family an extremely heavy blow, but also gave his father a deep hurt. This revenge will not be reported. Not a gentleman. Ooh, brotherly. I didn't expect you to be so awesome. At this moment, Lin Chagan, who was on the side, also said with a smile. Everyone looked at Li Xian Yuan. Li Xian Yuan just smiled faintly and spoke in a slightly refined manner. It's just luck. Not at all. Our brother Fairy Edge is awesome. Yes, our brother Fairy Edge is definitely number one. Brother Xian Yuan, don't be modest. The people of the Li clan touted Li Xian Yuan. Li Xian Yuan could only smile helplessly. Lin Chang'an and the others also smiled. It was evident from here that the Li family possessed an extremely strong cohesive force. Reading on, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce would actually participate in the 18-house competition, and the woman who participated was so powerful. Ho Mingyu was actually the favorite to win the title as well, and Lin Fan's eyes were slightly unkind. Lin Chang'an and the others sighed, but immediately had a strong desire to fight. Looking further, there were some people that they had heard of even from as far away as Huachengfu. All first-rate heavenly prides on this side of the Eastern Prefecture. Seeing the third stall, there were a lot of people here, and there were actually Lin Chanan and Mei Tianliang of the Spirit Martial sect on top of that. Ha ha ha, Chang'an, I can't believe you're even on the third slot of Heaven's Pride, Lin Fan said with a smile as he hooked Lin Chanan's shoulder. The rest of the Li family was also startled. Lin Chagan, wasn't he the one who had repaired the Spirit Martial sect's own heirloom, Mei Tianliang? He was actually a member of this Lin family, defeating the Spirit Martial sect's little Yuan Dan progenitor with the strength of the Kaiyuan realm. And this matter had spread throughout the entire Xiantian city at first. It was also because Mei Tianliang had been defeated. So the second grade of Heaven's Pride was completely devoid of Mei Tianliang. And even in the third grade, Mei Tianliang's name was ranked behind Lin Chang'an's. As for Lin Chanan's introduction, it was odd. Lin Chagan, a member of the Lin family, a one-star family in Huacheng province, with strength predicted to be around the 8th level of Kaiyuan, and extremely strong in battle, defeating the Spirit Martial sect's progeneration Mei Tianliang. For Mei Tianliang, it was no less than killing a man to kill him. End of chapter 102. Chapter 102. Chapter 101, First Round Competition Point System. Chapter 102. Chapter 101, First Round Competition Point System. Lin Chang had arranged to be in the third slot, while the Li family members actually had 3 of them in the third slot as well, besides Li Xian Yuan. So one could see some disparity from here. The third grade of Heavenly Pride, a total of only more than 80 people, can be on the third grade, are not ordinary people. These people, at least in the Huaqingfu, that kind of place, is the first class of the absolute Heavenly Pride. Even if it was placed in the huge Xiantian city, it was still a relatively recognizable genius. However, apart from Lin Chagan, the Lin family had no access to the top 3 grades. Although Lin Fan had taken the first place in the grand competition of the Huaqing Mansion, the strength he had displayed at that time was only at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan, which was indeed not up to par. But this intelligence also had Lin Fan written on it, alongside nearly 200 others, and it was written that it was probably comparable to some unknown Heavenly Pride of the 3rd rank. As for Sword 11, it was also the same as Lin Fan. Still, because it hadn't performed enough and didn't have enough battle records to support it, and it was with Lin Fan. Of course, Lin Xian only smiled disdainfully at these things, treating it as just watching for fun. After all, Lin Fan and Sword 11's true level still needed to be reflected by watching the official match. Oh, I think this son of yours and your disciple are hiding quite a bit, Li Hongyi said with a faint smile. Li Hongyi had also stayed in the Lin mansion for 3 days, so she naturally knew that Lin Fan and Sword 11 had a deep hide, one with a sword and one with a knife. Both of them had an extremely deep comprehension of weapons. Li Hongyi even had an intuition that these two would comprehend the power of the realm of intent before the 3-passage divine realm. Li Hongyi even felt that these two were no worse than his Li family's Li Xianyuan. In response, Lin Xian only smiled faintly, pretending to be mysterious. By the way, can I ask you something? Li Hongyi suddenly asked again. What is it? Lin Xian still said with a smile. Li Hongyi was silent for a while, but finally asked. You, married, so who is your wife? Lin Xian's face, which was still wearing a smile, suddenly fell silent, his entire face expressionless. Li Hongyi is an extremely intelligent woman. Seeing this situation also immediately chose not to ask, and also gently said, I'm sorry. Oh, her, I don't know how she is now. Lin Xian smiled bitterly, and then also shut his mouth. The great competition has officially begun. The first one to come forward was still the Eastern State Lord Xiahou Xiong. Although the explicitly strongest force in the Eastern State was already the Spirit Martial Sect. However, the state capital of the Eastern Prefecture was still nominally the Lord of the Eastern Prefecture after all, and the Eastern Prefecture was nominally one of the 13 states of the Great Desolate. Therefore, this kind of competition was still made by the Eastern Prefecture state government, only that the Spiritual Martial Sect had more say. Today's 18-house competition will be the 353rd Great Competition of our Great Wilderness, but we've made a slight temporary change for this one. Xiahou Xiong's words caused the crowd to be stunned, actually changing the method of comparison even temporarily. For the slightly weaker clans, there was a bit of panic, but for those powerful clans, it didn't even matter, as long as they were overpowered. Even if they changed again, it was useless. Xiahou Xiong looked at the murmuring clans and continued with an expressionless face. This time, we are only divided into the 18-age competition, the 22-age competition, and the patriarchal competition of each major householder. 3 competitions, each of which takes up 1/3 of the total points. When these words came out, there were some people who frowned slightly, such as Li Hongyi of the Li family. Oh, this new rule doesn't seem to be fair to you, even if it just excludes you. Lin Xian also heard out that there used to be a 22 to 40 as well as a 40 and over competition. Now it would just turn into a family head competition. Then Li Hongyi didn't even have a shot. In the last 40-year-old competition, Li Hongyi, who was in his early 30s, had killed the whole field. Poof. Li Hongyi skimmed his lips and just clasped his hands to his chest, but there was indeed some helplessness. This time he really couldn't make a move. After all, although Li Hongyi was famous, Li Hongyi really wasn't the Li family patriarch. Auntie, don't panic. There's still me, Li Xianyuan said with a smile. The slightly hooked corners of his mouth made Li Xianyuan look extremely confident, but not conceited, just believing in his own strength from the bottom of his heart. You junior. Very good. Lin Xian couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration as well. That's natural. He was personally trained by me, Li Hongyi said with a slightly proud glance up. Li Xianyuan blushed slightly and touched his head with a forced smile. Lin Xian looked at this situation and also roughly understood the situation. Dumbfounded. It seemed like Li Xianyuan wasn't having a very good time in the Li family. The 18 grand competition. We're also competing in a very simple one this time. The jungle battle. See that patch of woods in the back? All of them looked at the forest behind them, as if it was purposely separated from the Tianqian mountain range. At this moment, Xiahou Xiong continued to say with a smile, there are exceptionally many demonic beasts in this forest, but most of these demonic beasts are first-order demonic beasts. A very small portion of them are second-order demonic beasts, and there is also a third-order demonic beast, and all of these demonic beasts have one thing in common, and that is that if you kill them, there will be a corresponding amount of points on them that will be remitted to your scoreboard. If you kill a first-order lower-grade demonic beast, you get 1 point. If you kill a first-order middle grade, you get 3 points. And if you kill a first-order upper grade, then you get 10 points. And killing a second-order demonic beast, at the corresponding 4 minor levels, is scoring 50, 200, 500, and 2000. If we kill that only third-ranked demonic beast, it'll be 20,000 points. After Xiahou Xiong finished saying this rule, nearly 1,000 clans all whispered, the most powerful one in our family is only at the 7th level of enlightened element. If he meets a second-order demonic beast, won't he be a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Yes. When we encounter a third-order demonic beast, I'm afraid we won't even be able to run away. It's too dangerous, isn't it? Most of the clans were feeling that this trip was too dangerous. and there were even quite a few big clans that felt the same way. All of you don't need to worry. We'll have the Divine Sky Mirror monitoring the entire time. After Xiahou Xiong finished smiling, Lu Shang next to him took out an extremely ancient mirror from his storage bag, which instantly floated in the air and also became very large. Is this the imperial family's Divine Sky Mirror? A large sum of money. It seems like the royal family is taking this Eastern State competition very seriously. The Divine Sky Mirror, one of the royal family's 3 great national divine weapons, is truly powerful. Ho Tianfeng, Ouyang Warrior, Yin Tianjing and the others all sucked in a breath of cool air, expressing their admiration and desire. Even Lin Xian and Li Hongyi changed their faces slightly. The royal family has really pulled off a masterstroke. Li Hongyi also smiled slightly. Auntie, what is this Divine Sky Mirror? Is it hard to believe that it's an extremely high-grade spirit weapon? Li Xian Yuan was also quite curious as he looked at the mirror in the sky that was emitting brilliance. As for Lin Fan, Lin Chang'an and the others were even more curious. No, the Divine Sky Mirror no longer belongs to the category of ordinary spirit weapons. It's more appropriate to call him an earth artifact, which is what the books call an earth spirit warrior. Li Hongyi smiled and shook her head. The surrounding people all followed and sucked in a breath of cool air, looking at the weapon floating in the air filled with envy and desire. Earth Spirit Soldier. That was a legendary existence. At least, in the entire Eastern State realm, it was said that only the Spirit Martial Sex Junzong artifact was an Earth Spirit Soldier. Because, an Earth Spirit Soldier that was a weapon used by a superpower of the true martial god realm. This is a royal artifact, the Divine Air Mirror, which can directly encompass this dense forest for 100 miles. If there is any danger, directly pinch and explode the given scorecard. This Divine Air Mirror will be able to spot you, and then the Divine Air Mirror will release spatial energy to teleport you all out. Of course, if that's the case, then it also means elimination. And, you can also go and compete for other people's points. The way to do that is to pinch other people's scoreboards. Not only can you eliminate other people, but you can also gain the points that other people have worked so hard to save. The great competition will last 3 days and 3 nights. Xiahou Xiong finished all the rules at once. The crowd also generally understood the odd rule. But this time the big competition is really interesting. Once the big competition, usually just come up and have a simple mass elimination first, and then have a 1-to-1. While everyone was talking, Xiahou Xiong continued to add, only those with the top 100 points will be able to stay until the final. As for the rest, all of them will be eliminated. The 100 people left behind for the final duel. Of course, the more points ahead, at the back naturally has his benefits. And one last thing, this battlefield is a competition battlefield. You can battle, snatch, and even injure your enemy. However, killing is prohibited. If someone opens their mouth to unsurrender and admit defeat, they are not allowed to continue fighting. Xiahou Xiong's explanation ends here, and the crowd of celestial pride who were going to participate in the competition were all excited, bound to go up and have a great time. Lin Fan, Chang'an, 11, swear there's our Lin family for this one. It's just the 4 of you, but our Lin family is being watched by a lot of people right now. So the 4 of you be careful with everything, and if you can't avoid it, make sure you're safe first. Lin Shan spoke faintly. This time, Lin Shuer was also going to be on the field, and only today did Lin Xian realize that Lin Shuer had actually been following her 4th brother, Lin Chunfeng, to cultivate, and had now reached the early stage of the lesser Yuan Dan realm. At this, Lin Xian expressed great surprise and curiosity, because Lin Shuer hadn't shown any talent or cultivation since she was a child. She had always followed behind Lin Fan and kept an extremely low profile. And now, Lin Shuer was not even 17 years old at the little Yuan Dan realm. It was indeed quite terrifying. Although Lin Xian was puzzled by this, he was also very happy. After all, this was always a good thing as well. However, Lin Xian also felt that this was likely not a good thing, because according to the dog blood plot, Lin Shuer was picked up by her 4th brother. Then Shuer's life is afraid that it is not simple. Lin Xian is now speechless. To grandmother, he picked up a wife, actually picked up a person with an invincible identity, and his own son will not repeat his mistakes. It makes my head spin just thinking about it. Don't worry, father. We have it in our hearts, Lin Fan said with a smile. Don't worry, master. The sword in my disciple's hand is not something to be messed with. Don't worry, family master. No matter how powerful they are, just swing past them with one shot. Don't worry, third uncle. Brother Lin Fan will definitely protect me. 4 people, all of them very good, and Lin Xian was very satisfied. Right, little bud, you still have to go back to the Xiao family to lead the team. Remember to meet up with Lin Fan and the others once you enter that jungle and bring your Xiao family members with you. And of course, Lin Fan, After you go in and see the Shangwan family and the Li family members, you can help out appropriately as well, Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Bear smiled sweetly. Of course. I want to be like Sister Shuer and let brother Lin Fan protect me. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly and rubbed his head. On the other hand, Sword 11 and Lin Chang'an had no eyes to see. As for the Li family crowd, all of them were looking at Lin Fan with very envious gazes. This Lin family brat was actually so lucky that two great beauties liked him. Li Hongyi is also slurping. Xiao Meyer and Lin Shuer can be a typical beauty embryo. Now although it is still slightly green, but when the future grows open, that look at the great wilderness is also absolutely a first-class big beauty. Suddenly, Li Hongyi also thought of a point. This kid is just like his old man, the same womanizer, and by the looks of it, just as mercurial. A good son born to an old lover. Just like his old man, a little lover. Everyone was handed out scoreboards, and then it was time to start forming teams to go into the jungle. The juniors of the unranked families are the first to enter the mountains and forests, and as the star level of the family increases, each higher level enters one incense burner later. Just as everyone was heading towards the mountains, Xiahou Xiong suddenly said. Everyone was stunned, and in the end, those unorthodox and low-star families cheered. On the other hand, the sons and daughters of the high-star family had a look of contempt on their faces, and many of them even clasped their hands to their chests, not caring whether they entered first or last. The spirit martial sect could only enter 4 people this time. Despite this, Mo Changshan was still full of confidence. Let these little shrimps go in first and scout the way for us. Those people's points will be ours by then anyway. Mo Changshang said indifferently. Elder brother is right. A bunch of losers, thinking that if they go in early they will succeed. Ha, not realizing that they are working for us. He Shen grinned. Extremely confident. What elder brother said. Mei Tianliang on the side could only fawn and agree. Come on, it's our turn. When one incense stick arrived, Lin Fan also said to Jian 11 and Lin Chanan and the others. This time, the Lin family had entered 4 people, namely Lin Fan, Lin Chagan, Jian 11 and Lin Shuer. The Xiao family was also a 1-star family, so it just so happened that they could also go in directly with the Lin family. There were 3 people from the Xiao family in addition to Xiao Meyer. In total that was 8 people heading towards the mountain forest. The 4 members of the spirit martial sect standing above looked at the backs of the Lin family members, all of their eyes narrowing slightly. For once, I'll have some fun with them. Mo Changshine grinned a contemptuous smile. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, Temporary Ranking Now Ranking Gap. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, Provisional Ranking Now the Gap in Rankings. With all the children of the participating families and clans having walked into the mountain forest, that divine air mirror also directly intercepted a dozen images and placed them in mid-air, which could be seen by both the 6th stage and the unimpressive stepless family clans. It's just that the higher up the steps you go you can see it more clearly. This time, it looks like there will be a good show as well, and I'm especially looking forward to your Lin family's performance. Li Hongyi sat cross-legged on the 6 steps, looking at the screen and smiling. In the face of Li Hongyi's words, Lin Xian only smiled faintly. This divine sky mirror is really magical. It actually contains the power of space. This power of space, it's just too amazing. Lin Xian looked at the image intercepted by the divine sky mirror and sked. Li Hongyi nodded in agreement when she heard Lin Xian's words. Indeed, I've heard that this divine hollow mirror is most likely not an earth spirit soldier. It only has a fatal flaw before it can only perform at the level of an earth spirit soldier. And I don't know if that's true or not. Li Hongyi skimmed his lips and said. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly locked eyes with Ho Tianfeng. Ho Tianfeng narrowed his eyes slightly while Lin Xian smiled faintly at Ho Tianfeng before staggering his line of sight with Ho Tianfeng. What's wrong? Li Hongyi asked. Saw an old acquaintance. Lin Xian replied casually. Oh, you mean Ho Tianfeng? Li Hongyi looked at Ho Tianfeng and smiled, then continued to give Lin Xian the benefit of the doubt. Ho Tianfeng has been working as his East Heavenly King since he returned from the Jishi Academy in the first place. And it said that Ho Tianfeng got into some trouble in the imperial capital before he had no choice but to leave the imperial capital. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Ho Tianfeng had actually gotten into trouble, and had been helplessly forced to return to the eastern state. It seemed that he had gotten into quite a mess, and had gotten into a mess with people who were also not small. Between Lin Xian and Li Hongyi's conversation, the image of that divine void mirror had already begun. At this moment, the mountain forest was filled with the children of thousands of clans and sects, and the forest was feared to be tens of thousands of people. On the other hand, Lin Fan, Lin Chang'an and the others walked together, a group of 8 people, and began to search for prey in the mountains and forests. Now that everyone had only just entered the mountain forest, the children of the various big families did not fight even when they ran into each other. After all, only just entered. then naturally there are not many points on the body. Even if you win the fight, there is no loot. So why bother to do something stupid? Until after a whole half day had passed, many of the family children had already gotten into fights. Even Lin Fan and the others were no exception. Ha ha ha, we caught a big fish today. In the mountain forest leaning to the east position, a group of 17 or 18 people scurried out and surrounded Lin Fan and the others in the center. The two who were leading the group were actually two third-grade geniuses, and the other dozen or so, almost all of them were above the 7th level of enlightened yuan. So it was obvious that the two big families had joined forces. Looking at the situation where there was a big scene, the divine air mirror was also immediately given on the screen. Looks like your Lin family is being watched here. Hey. Li Hongyi looked at the screen curiously. Lin Xian, on the other hand, skimmed his lips, then said in an extremely relaxed manner, he, I don't know who's staring at who. Lin Xian's words caused Li Hongyi to be stunned. Could it be that Lin Fan and the others were deliberately targeted? Sure enough, it's still the old man who knows the sun. Lin Fan looked at the two leading the group in front of him and the dozen or so people around him. Without the slightest surprise on his face, he just spoke disdainfully. What? Are you two so confident that you can eat us? Humph. I've investigated. Aren't you guys just a one-star family? That Lin Chang'an, a third-grade heavenly pride. The rest, not enough to be afraid of. Get rid of you guys. It's also just the right time to collect a reward from Mo Changsheng, the leader of the group said with a cold smile, as if he was looking at his prey. Mo Changsheng. The crowd was shocked. It seems that the spirit martial sects that Provangelist had launched a siege against the Lin family as soon as he entered the mountains and forests off, and Mo Changsheng's spiritual martial sect's name was really good. Many families and sects were willing to sell Mo Changsheng a good deal by rushing to that name of Mo Changsheng. Not to mention that Mo Changsheng had offered a high price to reward the Lin family members. Then we'll see who the dear are. Lin Chang'an took out his long spear and sneered. Don't spare a single one. Suddenly there was a loud cry and the two parties were directly facing each other. Bang bang bang. Bang. Boom. For a while, the sounds of fighting continued, while Lin Fan, Sword 11, and the others had extraordinary battle prowess, each of them directly resolving an opponent. In one simple round, the heads of these two clans were directly dumbfounded, because, in just one round, they lost 7 people straight away. The Lin and Xiao families, on the other hand, still had one person unharmed. No good. They're hiding. Retreat. One of them made a snap decision and immediately had to leave. Oh, since you're all here, where do you think you're going? Lin Chang'an, Sword 11 and Lin Xuer chased towards the two. As for Lin Fan, the captain, he cleaned up the battlefield as well as salvaging the other fish that escaped the net. Lin Chang'an, we're all third-grade celestial pride. You won't be able to stop me either. One of them had a hard look in his eyes and suddenly stormed up, abandoning Lin Chang'an and actually chopping straight towards Jian 11. Against Sword 11. That's kind of unfortunate. Jianshi's face did not change in the slightest. He did not even bother to pull out his sword. He directly engaged in close combat. His fist covered in astral and sword chi directly punched the man's sword, while Jianshi's figure was motionless. The unknown third-grade heavenly pride fell back several meters. What? The clans watching from outside the arena were shocked. Blowing away a third-ranked heaven's pride with one punch? This unknown Sword 11 was actually so powerful. Moreover, the main thing was that this Jian 11 was also the disciple of the patriarch of a one-star family. It was really shocking. Even the few people sitting on the high platform were slightly surprised. It seems that this Lin family, besides Lin Chang'an, is hiding someone even more powerful. Xiao Xiong was slightly surprised, but also stroked his beard with great joy. This young man, it looks like he uses a sword. By all accounts, the physical qualities of those who use swords are not too good, but this person's body is superior. Gong Qi also nodded slightly. Yin Tianzheng frowned slightly. Unexpectedly this Lin family still had 2 skills, but immediately after, Yin Tianzheng's slightly locked brows were also relieved. After all, his own party had sent out Mo Changsheng, which was also considered a relatively good heavenly pride in the history of their spirit martial sect. Lu Ruyan and Lu Shang nodded their heads slightly. A disciple of a one-star family would be excellent if he was promised heavy benefits to be recruited into the royal family. Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang Battle were a little surprised. Lin Xian had actually taken on a disciple, and by the looks of it, this disciple had been taught quite well by Lin Xian. After Jian 11 repelled that person, he also carried out a fierce attack towards the front. A compelling sword aura came over his body, and that leader of the third-grade celestial pride couldn't fight at all. But before this person was defeated, that third-grade celestial pride on the other side had already been taken down by the joint efforts of Lin Xuer and Lin Chang'an. Boom! After Lin Chang'an took down that third-grade heavenly pride, he also immediately engaged in a double-sided attack with Sword 11, and that person had no way to escape. and was also quickly caught. In less than half an incense burner's time, the team of these two 4-star clans that had joined forces was defeated, and it was still completely wiped out. The faces of the two 4-star clans were very ugly, not expecting to lose so miserably and so thoroughly, and the rest of them marveled at the strength of this Lin family. Who would have thought that a 1-star family, in addition to a Lin Chang'an, would now have another Sword 11, and another Lin Shuer, just as she had arrested the other Heavenly Pride. Lin Shuer had also displayed an extremely uncommon fighting strength. Lin Shen couldn't help but nod his head as he watched Lin Fan and the others finish resolving the battle so quickly, and Li Hongyi smiled and joked. It seems that your Lin family is hiding very deeply, especially since your son hasn't even gone all out yet. I think that Lin Fan is the one hiding the deepest here. Just read on to find out. Lin Xian smiled and played dumb. Lin Fan and the others had cleaned up the battlefield and had also collected quite a few point tiles. These two teams are still quite good. I can't imagine that there can be a total of 423 points. Let's just split them directly, Lin Chang'an said with a smile. Subsequently, except for those three from the Xiao family who had a smaller share, everyone else was pretty much the same. After all, those three people from the Xiao family were basically here to play the game on this trip. Those three people from the Xiao family also did not have the slightest complaint. If these three people of their own were put out alone, then I am afraid that they would have rolled out long ago. Let's go. Let's continue onward. I heard that there might be a second-rank upper-grade demonic beast in front of us. It would be good if we get him, Lin Fan said smilingly. Sure. Sword 11 moved his neck, preparing for a big fight. Lin Chang'an and Lin Shuer, Xiao Nar were all at Lin Fan's beck and call. 6 hours have come and gone. The first points ranking is now announced, and a temporary ranking will be announced once without passing 6 hours in the future. Suddenly, Xiahou Xiong faintly opened his mouth, his voice spreading throughout the mountain forest. At this moment, both the people competing in the mountain forest and those watching from outside were stunned. This contraption, the Divine Sky Mirror, was actually so user-friendly, and it was nice to be able to look at the ranking of points, and the standings for the points came out quickly. The first place, no surprise, actually really is the Spirit Martial Sex Mo Changsheng. Now Mo Changsheng's personal score already has 883 points. This is just horrible. One must know that it was only just 1/6 of the time for the grand competition, and as a result, this Mo Changsheng had such a high score, and although it was also due to the help of other people, it also proved that the Spirit Martial Sex Super Heavenly Pride was indeed true to its name. And the second place is Ho Mingyu. This guy, as the young prince of the East Heavenly King's house, beside also has a lot of good hands to help. The score also has 803 points. The third place was Thousand Searching You of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, with 713 points. The fourth place went to Lu Lingfeng of the Lu family, with 588 points. The fifth place was surprisingly by Yula, with a whopping 549 points, and Li Xian Yuan of the Li family was ranked 8th, with 497 points. The main thing is that Li Xian Yuan simply does not have many helpers to help, and Lin Xian can feel out. Li Xian Yuan, this person is an extremely proud person. Do not care about their own family members, will be divided into points to their own to fulfill their own good name. And further back, the names of Lin Fan and the others appeared, ranked 81, with 98 points. Jian 11 ranked 89th and had 96 points. Lin Chang'an was exactly 100th and had 95 points. As for Lin Shuer and Xiao Bear, their rankings had both reached 178 going, and the further back you go, a 1-point gap can open up dozens or even hundreds of people. It's not bad either. Our Lin family members now have 3 people in the top 100. Lin Xian said smilingly, but the game is just beginning now. Li Hongyi said with a bright smile. I'm confident in my Lin family members. It's because it's only just begun. So all of us Lin family members will definitely be able to make it to the finals and be ranked well, not lower. Lin Xian said indifferently, his tone calm and confident to the core. Li Hongyi looked at the confident Lin Xian and smiled fondly, smiling as if the earth was blossoming in winter and spring. Lin Xian felt Li Hongyi's smile, and his heart couldn't help but beat 3 times. The spiritual martial sex crowd looked at this ranking and was very satisfied. The top 10 accounted for 2, and the other 2 were also in the top 30. Very good. As for the Bai clan, they were now happy to the extreme. Their Bai Yura was in the 5th place, which really was a great honor for the Bai clan. After the surrounding knew that Bai Yura was the daughter of the Bai family, each and every one of them came up to say congratulations and to pat on the back. Even the 3-star families and 4-star families were no exception. See, this is the strength of our family Yura. This is what the spirit martial sect can give Yura. Bai Lao stroked his beard, proud and full of smiles, as if he was 20 years younger all of a sudden. Yes, Yula is really fighting for our Bai family. The other Bai family members also responded with as many smiles as they could. It's also fortunate that Yuara has given that Lin family brat a refund. As for the rankings of the Lin family's few people, they were not looked at by them at all. In their hearts, Lin Fan and the others were mud legs, and even though they were no longer trash now, they could never be compared to the giant powerhouse that was the spirit martial sect. Lin Fan and the others were also slightly stunned when they saw their rankings. I'll go. This Mo Qingxing's score is really high. Lin Chang'an frowned slightly. When a person from a big family plays this game, generally speaking, quite a few people around will help him get a high score. Sword 11 said lightly. Calmly, the spirit martial sect's reputation is indeed big. Even though they can only enter 4 people, there must be people from the spirit martial sect from other clans as well, so that Mo Changsheng must have gathered quite a few people around him as well. Xiao Butier also said in agreement. Forget it, we just need to secure a spot in the top 100. Right now we're all still very far behind. Both Schwer and Little Butter's scores aren't enough. We still need to work harder. Lin Fan said with a smile. As for the other 3 Xiao family members, they had already made it clear that they were just here to see the world this time and had no intention of entering the final round. Even if Lin Fan helped the 3 of them make it to the final round, they were still going up there to disgrace themselves. End of chapter. Chapter 104. 103, Siege of the Lin Family, Crisis of the Lin Family. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, Siege of the Lin Family, Crisis of the Lin Family. After this ranking was over, all the people who were still wandering around in the mountain forest also continued to look for their own prey. Hunting demonic beasts can also hunt contestants. The spirit martial arts sect and their group. Mo Changsheng was at the head of the group, and beside him were Bai Yula and He Xin. As for that Mei Tianliang, he was also following closely behind. Not only these 4 people, but all the sons and daughters of several clans were following Mo Changsheng. Among these people, there were as many as 7 or 8 third-grade celestial pride, and in the circle surrounded by these dozens of people, a lone wolf of the upper second rank had become a corpse, and up to 500 points instantly entered Mo Changsheng's scoreboard. Oh, unexpectedly, this Ho Mingyu was biting me very tightly. Looking at the rankings, Mo Changsheng smiled faintly. Although Ho Mingyu was biting tightly, but Mo Changsheng's tone did not have half a bit of worry. There was only plenty of confidence that Ho Mingyu was still too far off compared to senior brother. The final victor will definitely still be senior brother. He Xin immediately patted his ass. The rest of the dozens of people also did their best to pat their asses and play up their bragging skills. Mo Changsheng smiled faintly, and then he also scanned the rankings of a few people from the Lin family. This Lin family has a few brushes. Look, this Lin family actually has 3 people who have entered the top 100. Mo Changsheng laughed, but the laugh was extremely disdainful. As for Bai Yura on the side, there was no hatred in her eyes, there was only contempt. The Lin family had long since ceased to be looked at by Bai Yula. The 4-year pact was a joke in Bai Yura's eyes, and the gap between them would grow wider and wider. Even if Lin Fan already had a talent for cultivation now, so what? The Lin family was just a very small little family. 1 had no resources, 2 had no connections, so what could they compare to the spirit martial sect? What's more, Mo Changsheng was a super genius of the spirit martial sect, a man known as a dragon in Phoenix top 10 qualification. The gap would be even greater. I'm looking at this group as a real eyesore. Which one of you is going to take care of them? Mo Changsheng still didn't have the Lin family in his sights, and had no intention of taking action himself. Of course, looking down was one of the reasons, and another important reason was because the points of the few people behind them were closely behind Mo Changsheng, whose priority right now was to find the points and stabilize his first place. Although this first place also could not directly determine the first place of the later tournament, it was also an honor, and the pride in Mo Changsheng's bones would not allow himself to lose to others in this aspect. He, Mo Changsheng, should be number 1 in all programs. Senior brother Mo, why don't I make a trip myself? At this moment, He Shen, who was on the side, grinned. He Shen was a heavenly pride of the second rank, and although he was ranked relatively low, he was still quite an extraordinary existence. Brother He, killing a chicken is not a good idea. You'd better rest. Our 2 clans are going. At this moment, one of the dozens of people following behind stood out. It was a 3rd-ranked heavenly pride and was still ranked relatively high. But in order to ask for a guarantee, how about this? Zhao Changjun, Yen Chong, Sima Li, the 3 of you take your respective family clans and go round up their Lin family. Mo Changsheng waved his hand and said. These 3 people were the leading figures of the 3 major forces. Among them were the Zhao family and the Yen family, one of which was a 5-star family and the other a 4-star family, while Sima Li was a 4-star clan, which were all forces that looked up to the spiritual martial sect. Senior brother, this is too much of a big deal. Zhao Changjun and the 3 of them are not bad in the rankings of the 3 grades of Heaven's Pride. Would it be too much to look down on them to go and fight against a tiny Lin family? He-shan couldn't help but open his mouth even as he watched such a battle just to go and round up a one-star family. I naturally know that this battle is too big, but I just want the Lin family to know that they won't stand a chance when they mess with my spirit martial sect. Mo Changsheng smiled faintly, his voice seeming rather morose. He-shan nodded slightly in understanding. Mei Tianliang, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. This Lin family was finally going to have bad luck now. These three people also immediately led the order. And then they began to surround and intercept the Lin family with their respective forces. And those who were present to watch were all in a state of shock. It was unthinkable that the spirit martial sect would have already begun their fight against the Lin family. Of course, this was actually normal. And it could only be said that the spirit martial sect was a bit unmartialized. Is there any possibility that your Lin family can be recruited? Li Hongyi looked at the situation and frowned slightly. I've already told Immortal Edge that he'll take care of your Lin family for a moment or two if he can run into them. In the face of Li Hongyi's good intentions, Lin Xian merely smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, we'll have to wait and see who the deer is." Li Hongyi was stunned, not expecting Lin Xian to be so confident. Li Hongyi was also curious as she continued to look on. Because of that, Li Hongyi trusted Lin Xian very much in her heart, causing Li Hongyi to develop a kind of trust in these little ones of the Lin family as well. There's a sense that they can turn the tables on the Jedi. As for the other clans, no one felt that the Lin family could escape this. Even though Sword 11 and Lin Chahan, Lin Shuer had displayed great power, no one was optimistic about the Lin family. First of all, the leaders of the three major forces were the topmost existences in the third-grade Heavenly Pride. Not the two third-grade Heavenly Prides in front of them could be compared. And secondly, their total number could add up to more than 30 people. And if they swarmed together, they were afraid that the second-grade Heavenly Prides would have to play it out. The 7 people on the high platform also spoke. Your spirit martial sect's energy is really big. The Zhao family, the Yin family, and the 9 Elements sect are all looking up to your spirit martial sect. Xiahou Xiong was the first to speak, and there was something in his words. Yin Tianzheng, on the other hand, was expressionless with a hint of disdain in his eyes. State Lord Xiahou is serious. This is probably the personal charm of our spirit martial sect's own Mo Changsheng. So the leaders of those powers are willing to follow our Mo Changsheng. Oh, I'm afraid the ghosts won't believe me when I say this. We are all old foxes who have lived for decades, and these things are clear in our minds. This time, that Lin family is afraid that it's going to be a bit difficult. Lu Shang let out a long sigh. Originally still valued that Lin family, but it looks like the first round will have to be miserably brushed down. It's hard to think of surviving such a powerful pursuit. I do think that this Lin family can go all the way. Ouyang War suddenly spoke. The remaining 6 people all looked towards Ouyang War. Are you so confident in the Lin family? Or are you so confident in him? Ho Tianfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked softly. Aside from Gong Qi, several other people were uncertain. Family head Ouyang would never expect to trust a small family so much, so let's wait and see. Yin Tianzhang leaned back in his chair and spoke faintly. Lu Shang and Lu Ruyan were also not talking anymore. A small family only, originally did not look too much in the eyes. Throughout the room, thousands of forces, almost not many forces were willing to believe in the Lin family, all feeling that the Lin family shouldn't be able to make it through the night. And in the jungle at this time, the Lin and Xiao families were still frantically carrying out demonic beast hunts. Snort! Only to see Lin Fan leaping. The tang blade in his hand seemed to be able to cut through space as if it was able to cut through space. And with a single slash, he sliced off the head of a first-rank upper-grade demonic beast. And the points from the demonic beast slowly entered Lin Fan's scoreboard. I think the progress of hunting demonic beasts like this is just a little too slow. At this rate, we're afraid we'll be too late. Lin Chanan looked at the slowly growing points and let out a long sigh. At this rate of growth, their Lin family's ranking would definitely drop drastically in the next points ranking. Lin Fan also frowned slightly. There were too few of them and no one who could help. It was indeed difficult to get big points. Let's go. The front is deep in the jungle. Let's go hunt the higher level demonic beasts. Lin Fan smiled and opened his mouth. Everyone was following closely behind Lin Fan. Now Lin Fan was the backbone of the entire Lin family and Xiao family. Deeper into the middle of the jungle, there were more powerful demonic beasts, while Lin Chang'an and Lin Fan and the others were all on fire. Many demonic beasts had died a horrible death in the hands of Lin Fan and the others, causing the points in the hands of Lin Fan and the others to grow quite rapidly. At this moment, they had finally encountered another second-rank middle-grade demonic beast. Facing a second-order mid-grade demonic beast, everyone was filled with battle spirit. After killing so many low-ranked demonic beasts, now it's finally one that I can watch. Lin Chang'an took out his lance and was extremely happy. Round him up en masse. Jian 11 pointed his toes and directly flew up. pulling out a 9th grade longsword from his storage bag and stabbing straight towards that second-order middle-grade demonic beast. Pang! That second-ranked demonic beast was not a vegetarian either, and as soon as he threw away Sword 11, his eyes glowed red and he killed straight towards Lin Fan and the others, and the surrounding trees were shaken to the core. Good coming, sinful beast. Lin Fan looked at the charging demonic beast, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. A tang knife appeared in his hand. The tang knife was incredibly sharp, and with a single slash, he chopped off one of the head horns of the demonic beast. Ho 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 ho. The demonic beast was incomparably angry and roared several times, the powerful sound waves causing the woods to continuously sway. And Lin Chang'an also suddenly got on at this moment. The drill dragon gun in his hand had the momentum of piercing through gold. A shot to the head, but the demonic beast's head was extremely hard, and the drill dragon gun just left a bloody eye on its head. The pain made the demonic beast even angrier. Lin Fan's long blade turned. His aura surged more than twice as he opened his skill. Mad knife chop. Lin Fan's eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, suddenly opened, and his entire body instantly burst out. A sword slashed out, a move that was more than 3 times stronger than the one before it. Even an ordinary cultivator in the middle stage of the Little Yuandan realm would not dare to take this move from Lin Fan. Pang! This move was surprisingly effective, and although the demonic beast had also brought out its real skills, it was still chopped away by Lin Fan's powerful force. Seeing this, Gen 11 also immediately gave a supplement. The longsword wrapped in swordshi stabbed out, directly stabbing the demonic beast's eyes, and the demonic beast immediately let out a heart-rending roar. And Lin Chang'an also stabbed out with a gun in the right direction, directly penetrating the body of the demonic beast, fixing the demonic beast on the earth, struggling madly but helplessly, its life gradually passing away. Lin Fan, it's now! Sword 11 bellowed. Lin Fan was also nonchalant as he slashed out, and the demonic beast's head was instantly split off. Good for you! The crowd was all smiles. With this, Lin Fan had 200 more points on his scoreboard. With 200 points in hand, Lin Fan's points had also changed from the point at the beginning to the current 489 points. Good job. This should raise your points ranking quite a bit, Lin Fan, Gen 11 said with a faint smile. Brother Lin Fan is awesome. Lin Shuer and Xiao Bear were both smiling as they gathered around and bragged about Lin Fan. Lin Chang'an looked at this scene, envious to death, and in his heart, he couldn't help but think of that girl. He hadn't seen her for almost half a year, and now, the second provisional standings for points are announced. Suddenly, Xiao Xiong's voice spread throughout the jungle again, and the people in the field were curious. The first place in the points ranking was still Mo Changsheng, and at this moment, Mo Changsheng's points had actually come to a terrifying 300 points. In just 6 hours, an additional 1,500 points had been scored directly. It showed that Mo Changsheng was hunting a lot of big game during this period. The second place winner was still Ho Mingyu, who also had a higher score, and clinched Mo Changsheng, with more than 2,200 points. And the third place was still Qian Xuanyu, with 1,900 points. The fourth place was actually Li Xian Yuan. Li Xian Yuan finally relied on his hard power and came up later. His personal score was more than 1,700 points. As for Baiula, her ranking had dropped, but she was still in the top 10, with over 1,300 points. He Shen, with over 1,100 points, almost reached the top 10, and Mei Tianliang, with over 700 points, ranked in the 20s. Mei Tenryo is basically just relying on mixed scores, and Lin Fan's ranking had indeed risen quite a bit at this point, with 480-something points ranking him at 41 on the ranking list. Gen 11 had 253 points and ranked 77. Lin Chang'an had 237 points and ranked 83. As for Lin Shuer and Xiao Bear, they still hadn't entered the top 100, but they weren't far from 100. On the list, Lin Fan, Lin Chang'an and the others also saw a familiar name, Shangguan Chan. Shangguan Chan's ranking was actually ranked over 180 at this moment. As the crowd in the arena looked at this ranking, many of them were tisk 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 tisk, especially for the Lin family. A one-star family actually had 3 enter the top 100, and the rankings were getting more and more forward now those 2 girls were going to enter the top 100. Not to mention 1-star clans, many 4-star clans hadn't even had a single person who could make it into the top 100 until now. There's still some luck involved in this one, but ultimately it's all about strength. Of course, although he was amazed by the Lin family, he was afraid that the Lin family's splendor was going to be brought to an end. No, the Lin family's crowd had been surrounded. Jia, after searching for you for more than 2 hours, I finally found you. Potassium, this time, all of you, the Lin family, will obediently get out. The Lin family, in danger. End of chapter. Chapter 105. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, Big Reversal, Lin Family's Full Second Gear. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, The Great Reversal, the Lin family's entire second gear, Zhao Changjun, Sima Li, and Yen Chong. With more than 30 family descendants had already surrounded Lin fans 8 people. The 3 people, dominated by Zhao Changjun, the leader of the 5-star family, could only see Zhao Changjun with his hands clasped on his chest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, while Sima Li was holding a long whip, which was dragging on the ground, overlooking the people of the Lin family, and then Yen Chong, carrying a huge wolf-tooth stick, smiling extremely evilly. Looking at this stance of all of you, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to make good today. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Zhao Changjun, who was at the head of the group, and spoke indifferently. If you're smart, you should immediately hand over your point cards now and get the hell out of here, or else you'll have to suffer a beating. Zhao Changjun crooked his head and smiled, extremely open-mouthed, and Yen Chong suddenly looked towards Lin Shuer and Xiao Meyer. A trace of sizzle flashed through his eyes, and he couldn't help but lick his lips, smiling in an extremely perverted way. I can't imagine that there is actually such a lil person in a small family like yours. Jia. Do you want to follow your brother to eat fragrant food and drink spicy food? Yen Chang's heart was extremely tingling at the moment because the 2 girls from the Lin family's camp were actually 3 times more beautiful than Bayura. All bloodthirsty teenagers, naturally feeling it. Sima Li, on the other hand, looked at the 2 Lin Shuer with eyes full of jealousy. Sima Li, although the name Li, but the looks are really average, cannot say ugly, but definitely cannot be considered beautiful. Bayura she would have been very jealous, but she simply did not dare to express her jealousy in front of Bayura. And the fact that the women from these 2 small clans actually had such good-looking skins made Sima Li's insides go crazy with jealousy. Too little, if I catch you, I'll have to put 2 strokes on your face. Sima Li's language was cold. The eyes of Lin Fan and the others were getting worse. It's just a bunch of self-righteous jumped-up clowns. Go! Yen Chong bellowed, raised his wolf toothstick and slammed it heavily towards Lin Chang'an, weighing 100 tons of gut-wrenching power. Boom! Lin Chang'an instantly jumped out of the range of Yen Chang's attack, and on the large ground where Lin Chang'an was originally standing there was instantly a large pit, and the area around the pit was also covered with cracks. Lin Chang'an, I know you. You can beat that Mei Tianliang. You're still a bit of a man. Although I don't think much of that Mei Tianliang either. Yen Chang's eyes blazed, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips in an extremely perverted manner. Humph. If I can defeat that Mei Tianliang, I can naturally defeat you today as well. Lin Chang'an snorted coldly as the drill dragon gun appeared in his hand. Jia. Come on then, let me feel your strength. Don't let me down. Yen Chong licked his lips once again and raised his wolf toothstick to slam towards Lin Chang'an again. Yen Chong and Lin Chang'an battled together, while the other 2 were not going to give up this opportunity. Sima Li actually abandoned Jian 11 and Lin Fan and charged straight towards Xiao Budier and Lin Shuer, raising the long whip. The whip was flung straight towards the 2 women's faces. Extremely vicious. However, Sima Li had clearly underestimated the 2 girls, Lin Shuer and Xiao Budier. The 2 women instantly dodged and began to return fire as well. Bud, you go help brother Lin Fan and the others go. This stinking woman, leave it to me. Lin Shuer repelled Sima Li with a move of icy cold wind, then said to Xiao Budian. Xiao Budier nodded slightly and headed towards Lin Fan and the others, and Samari's face had grown darker and darker. Little old lady must cut your face into pieces today. Sima Li hissed, as if she was an extremely furious toad, and lunged straight towards Lin Shuer. The crowd outside the field are all without eyes. One ugly as a toad. The other is as good as a goddess in the ice and snow. So if you compare it, it is simply a world of difference. Many people were even hoping that Lin Shuer would win against that Sima Li. It's all about face value. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, was slightly jealous, and jealousy couldn't help but appear. Lu Ruyan's growth is still considered beautiful, but it can only be said to be beautiful, far from being considered a great beauty. His own talent was also so outstanding, and his strength was obviously so high, but neither the 4 redheads of the Great Wilderness nor the 10 beauties of Kyoto had his name. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Ruyan's face also sank slightly. On Lin Fan's side, that Zhao Changjun held a long sword in his hand, which appeared extremely shiny. Since you guys are refusing to drink wine until you're forced to eat it, then don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as Zhao Changjun's words fell, he ran straight towards Lin Fan and the 2 of them. Sword 11 looked at Zhao Changjun's sword, and a faint hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Lin Fan, you go take care of those minions, just leave this guy to me. Sword 11 stood in front of him with his sword. His figure was extremely straight, as if it was a supreme divine sword inserted in the earth. This scene made many patriarchs of the great clans secretly nod their heads. Regardless of Jian Shi's cultivation, This aura alone was not something that an ordinary sword cultivator could have. This must be an extremely high level of comprehension of the sword. Lu Shang was also more interested. This little fellow, having such attainments in sword arts at such a young age. I'm afraid that his future accomplishments will be unlimited. We can try to draw him in, Lu Shang said quietly to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, also having this idea. After Sword 11 and Zhao Changjun in the arena went up against each other, Lin Fan was surrounded by a group of people. But luckily there are little buds to help. Together, the two of them battled a siege of more than 20 people. As for those 3 people from the Xiao family, their strength was just too low. If it were any other time of the day, Lin Fan and the others would still be able to protect them for a moment or two. But now that they were facing a siege of more than 30 people, they really had no time to care. Those 3 Xiao family members were also very self-aware, knowing that their staying here would not only be useless, but would also drag Lin Fan and the others down. So they simply also pinched the token directly and left the jungle. Now, it's a 5 to 30 plus situation. Lin Fan finally revealed his blade technique at this moment, only to see Lin Fan crossing his sword in front of him. A dense sword chi wrapped Lin Fan in it, the majestic power of the sword spreading hundreds of meters in an instant. Wild knife chopping, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness, and it seemed as if his entire person and the sword had become one, charging directly towards the 7 or 8 people in front of him. The light of the blade flashed, bringing up an extremely violent force, and the power instantly eroded the bodies of those 7 or 8 people. Those 7 or 8 cultivators of the 8th or 9th level of the Kaiyuan were instantly sent flying. Hiss! The crowd outside the arena all sucked in a breath of cool air as they watched the scene. This Lin Fan, so powerful, killing 7 or 8 cultivators of the 8th or 9th level of the Kaiyuan in a single move. So strong, his blade is so fast. I can't imagine that the Lin family is hiding so deeply. First Lin Chakan, then Jian 11 and Lin Shuer, and now there's actually another Lin Fan. This Lin family, is it possible that their ancestral graves are on fire? The crowd all whispered and expressed their admiration for Lin Fan. And the 7 people on the high platform were also shocked. Outsiders would at most look at the action. The Lin Fan in their eyes was just awesome, but in the eyes of the Ouyang warriors, Lin Fan was completely different. Lin Fan's blade, the blade chi was already thick to the extreme. This blade chi had already been transformed towards the realm of the blade intent. They guessed that it might be enough for Lin Fan to comprehend the intent of the blade at the great Yuandan realm. I can't imagine. A small one-star family can actually cultivate so many and powerful talents, Xiahou Xiongskaden said, expressing admiration for the Lin family between the lines. It seems that the old man has also opened his eyes today. The one that surprised the old man the most would actually be a one-star family. This family, it's very valuable to cultivate. Lu Shang smiled and stroked his beard. Lu Ruyan then looked at Lin Xian sitting on the 6th stage. At this time Lin Xian actually did not have the slightest expression of surprise, as if everything is deserved. This is to let Lu Ruyan feel the most terrible a place. This person, who on earth is he? I'm looking at his face. Why does it feel more and more familiar? Utah on top of the 6th heavenly plateau, idiom, fig. The two of them, Lin Xian and Li Hongyi, sat together, and Li Hongyi suddenly smiled. No wonder. It seems that your Lin family is really hiding their clumsiness, and it's quite deep. The rest of the Li family also nodded their heads heavily. Now they were also aware of why their own grand elder would let the Lin family come up. They did have the qualifications. Lin Shen just smiled faintly and spoke carelessly. Let's keep watching. Lin Xian was very clear about Lin fans and their true strength. The current Lin fan and the others hadn't even used their full strength yet. If they were to go all out, these so-called second-ranked heavenly prides really weren't enough to look at. In the middle of the jungle, after Lin Fan killed those 7 or 8 people in seconds, Zhao Changjun and the others were shocked, killing 7 or 8 people in a single move. All of them at the 8th or 9th level of the enlightened element. Was difficult even for them to do. You're actually this powerful. It seems that your Lin family is hiding quite deeply. Zhao Changjun forced back Sword 11 with a move and stared at Lin Fan and said, what? Is it a rule that you can't hide your clumsiness? Besides, I just never put up a fight. Can you blame me for hiding my clumsiness? Lin Fan said smilingly, the cold light shining from the knife in his hand illuminating the robes. On the other side, Sima Li was slow to take down Lin Shuer, who seemed to be teasing Sima Li, causing Sima Li's face to twist even more. Little. Sima Li was extremely furious after breaking a large tree with a whip. Then look at Lin Chanan and Yen Chong on the other side. Yen Chong was also shocked. Lin Chanan was even more powerful than he thought. Yen Chong had always taken a wide open route, and his moves were known for their fierceness, but now he was completely unable to break Lin Chanan's defense. Even Lin Chanan's long spear was extremely rigid and domineering, not in the least bit used to his wolf tooth stick. Yen Chong gave Lin Chanan a stick, and Lin Chanan returned the favor by hitting Yenchong with a heavy shot at the cost of injury. Zhao Changjun, Sima Li, and Yenchong gathered together again, and now the three people's eyes had completely lost the arrogant energy of the past, and there was only caution and full of scruples. Oh, let's get on with it. Lin Fan stretched out his left hand and hooked his finger with extreme contempt. Deceive me. Zhao Changjun was extremely angry. How had he ever received this kind of bird anger? Let's all go together. I still don't believe it. They're so perverted for a one-star family. Yenchong bellowed. Behind them were more than 24 people, each of whom was at the high open Yuan stage, and there were even 3 others who were also small experts at the early stage of the little Yuan Dan realm. Kill! Zhao Changjun bellowed, and more than 20 people swarmed up this time, and Lin Fan and the others treated it solemnly. In the previous round, they were playing loose so they could break each other up, but that's no longer the case. Go all out. Lin Fan spoke faintly. Gen 11 and Lin Chanan both nodded slowly. Windbreaker Skychopper Blade. The sword comes out like a rainbow. Hegemonic Lance Heavy Sky Killing. All 3 of them bellowed out. A scene that was extremely hot-blooded, yet slightly middle-aged, in line with teenagers, while Lin Shuer and Xiao Meyer immediately began to help in a supportive manner. Ice chanting. Xian Yin Tian Shadow. The power of the 5 people merged together in one place, and towards Zhao Changjun and the others. They directly just pushed horizontally. Zhao Changjun and the others were all shocked and afraid, and they took out their skills to try to fend off Lin Fan and the others. However, Lin Fan and the others had also turned out a card out, so how could they be blocked so easily? Lin Fan's Windbreaker Heaven Slashing Blade instantly broke through Zhao Changjun's defense and slashed at Zhao Changjun's body. Zhao Changjun's entire body directly flew out dozens of meters backwards while collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. As for Sima Li, he was also given a sword stab to the side of his face by Gen 11, and with a hiss, he also fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Yenchong again, although he had given it his all, he was no match for Lin Chahan's heavy spear, and was smashed straight into the ground by the heavy spear. The 24 or so people further back were also directly put down by the 3 Lin Fan's teamwork, a war that lasted also 3 hours. From the dawn of the living fight to the sky nearly late in the evening, there was silence outside the arena. The crowd had looked dumbfounded. The Lin family actually won. The 5-star family, the Zhao family, and the 4-star family, the Yen family, plus all the heavenly pride of the 4-star sect, the 9 elemental sect, had converged, and had actually lost miserably at the hands of the Lin family. And this Lin family, it was actually still just a person's ordinary 1-star family. It's incredible. Lin Fan. These guys, I'm afraid they're at the level of a 2nd-grade heavenly pride. I even think that these Lin Fan guys are at the top of the list of 2nd-grade heavenly prides. Do you guys think that a few of them have the level of a 1st-rate heavenly pride? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Those 4 people from 1st gear Heaven's Pride are just too terrifying. I once saw Li Xian Yuan kill a small Yuan Dan realm midstage expert in one move with my own eyes. Right. A 1st-ranked Heavenly Pride is still unlikely, but a 2nd-ranked front-runner is extremely possible. The people were all talking. Lin Xian, who was sitting on the 6th stage, smiled in satisfaction. This was the effect Lin Xian wanted. Your Lin family, you really are extraordinary. Li Hongyi looked at Lin Xian and smiled, also smiling very happily and brightly. End of chapter. Chapter 106. 105, Contest for the Black Water Python. Final Armageddon. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, Contest for the Black Water Python. Final Armageddon. After the Lin family's great victory, it was natural to collect the spoils of war first. Zhao Changjun, Yenchong, and Sima Li, all 3 of them, were the more advanced people in the 3 grades of heavenly pride, plus they had families behind them, so the points on their bodies were also quite a lot. Lin Fan, Lin Chagan, and Sword 11 directly divided the points of Zhao Changjun's trio, while the points of the other 30-odd people were also divided by Lin Shuer and Xiao Meyer. With this, Lin Fan's points directly surged to over 980 points. Gen 11 and Lin Chanan's points also broke through 900. As for Xiao Meyer and Lin Shuer, both of their points also broke through 500 points. The points of all 5 members of the Lin family had risen by a huge wave. Xiao Meyer was considered Lin Xian's daughter-in-law and Lin Fan's fiancée, so naturally, she could also be considered a member of the Lin family. With this wave of points, this promotion seems a lot easier. Lin Chanan looked at the points on the scoreboard and smiled slightly, very confident. One only needed to be in the top 100. Then they would be able to help their clan compete for the total points. The total points added up by the 3 big competitions were the measure of a family or clan's final ranking. 3rd points provisional ranking list announced. A day and a half into the node, the 3rd points announcement was on schedule. The 1st place, or the thundering Mo Changshang. Mo Changshang's score was actually up to more than 4,300 points now, Compared to 6 hours ago, Mo Changxing's score had increased by a full 2,000 points, and Ho Mingyu is still biting at the back of Mo Changsheng, with a score of 4,000 points, which is still 300 points less than Mo Changsheng, and the gap has begun to open up. As for the third and fourth place, it was still Qian Sun Yu and Li Xian Yuan, both of whom had high scores of over 3,000 points. Bai Yura, already 2,000 points out, remained in the stable top 10, while Yishan actually entered the top 10, just in the 10th, becoming a top 10 goalie. As for Mei Tianliang, he was also in the top 20. From this moment onwards, there were 3 people from the spirit martial sect who had entered the top 10, and that Mei Tianliang was also in the 20th place. However, many people's hearts are clear. If not because of that name of spirit martial arts, Bai Yula and Hishin might have to retreat down a bit, especially Mei Tianliang, not to mention 20. I'm afraid that the top 50 is also a little bit suspenseful. By the time Lin Fan arrived, Lin Fan now had more than 1,500 points, and his ranking was even as high as 19 already. Jian 11 and Lin Chang'an had over 1,300 points, ranking 26 and 28 respectively. As for Lin Shuer and Xiao Meyer, they were ranked in the 50s. The 5 members of the Lin family are all in the top 100. The crowd looked at the result and took a heavy, deep breath. Compared to the spirit martial sect's 3 people being in the top 10, the matter of the Lin family's 5 people all being in the top 100 was even more amazing. After all, the Lin family was not favored by anyone at all in the beginning, but it turned out that the Lin family had become the superb dark horse this time around under tremendous pressure. Mo Qingxing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the points leaderboard. This bunch of losers, it seems that not only did they not beat that group of Lin family members, they actually gave them points. Mo Changsheng looked extremely displeased with Zhao Changjun and the others' failure, but his tone still did not take Lin Fan and the others seriously. It was the confidence of a first-rate heavenly pride number 1. It seems like you didn't lose unfairly. Senior Mei, Zhao Changjun and the others went and planted themselves. This Lin family, they really do have 2 brushes. Hishan smiled faintly. Mei Tianlian looked at the leaderboard. His hands clenched, his eyes filled with anger. This family had become Mei Tianlian's nightmare. Senior brother, then should we go round up and intercept them now? Hishin continued to inquire too. Let's not get busy with this first. Our primary goal right now is to stabilize our ranking. This Ho Mingyu bites the dust. I'm not willing to waste my time on that group of Lin family members. Mo Changsheng faintly shook his head, then looked at Bai Yura and continued. Senior sister, don't worry about it. So what if we let them enter the final? When we get to the final, this group of ants, senior brother will ravage them one by one. Senior sister thanks senior brother for his kind words, but senior sister will naturally defeat them herself. Good. Then senior brother will congratulate senior sister in advance. Ho Mingyu, who was dozens of miles away, was stunned as he watched the leaderboard. I didn't expect the Lin family to be so terrifying as a family, especially since Lin Shuer, who had always been so obvious, actually had such an ability to be on the top 100 of the rankings. Little prince, this Lin family is a big dark horse. The young man who was very much beside Ho Mingyu said smilingly, although it is praise, but more or less there is still a little bit of looking down. Ho Mingyu let out a light laugh. Let's get a grip. It's been a day and a half and I'm still 300 points short of that Mo Changsheng. It's rumored that the territory of that third-order demonic beast has been discovered. So as long as we kill that third-order demonic beast, we'll be able to instantly turn back the clock. Ho Mingyu's eyes were very deep, and he fell into a deep thought. This time, he must defeat that Mo Changsheng, to fight for the face of the Eastern Heavenly Kingdom, and it was also considered to be the revenge for his elder brother for being second in the first place. Yes, little lord, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce Residency, an extremely spiritual woman sat cross-legged under a large tree, her eyes slightly closed. Miss, Chairman Gong seems to mean that he wants us to take more care of that Lin family. Well, I know. Qian Shenyue nodded slightly and slowly opened her eyes, which appeared turquoise in color, extremely good-looking and highly spiritual. Although I don't know why Uncle did it, but Uncle must have had his reasons for doing it. And, according to the current situation, this Lin family is the biggest dark horse in this grand competition. Qian Sunyu looked at the points ranking list and said with a slight smile, no matter them, if you meet them in here, take care of them if you can. Yes, ma'am. Shangwan family residence. At this time, the Shangwan family was actually led by a young man who had not appeared before. Oh, this eastern state is still quite good. But there are a few decent talents. It's barely enough. The young man's contempt made no one in the Shangwan family dare to retort, except for Shangwan Chan who gave a light hum. Shen Xiao, your words are too arrogant. In the face of Shangwan Chan's dislike, The young man named Shinshio only raised the corner of his mouth in disdain. Chao-chan, you are really not going back for too long. The vast majority of these people, the vast majority of them can't make it to the stage. A few can still make it to the stage. In the entire eastern state, the only one who is really slightly more powerful is just that Mo Qingfeng. If that's the case, then why did you come to our eastern state? Shang Wanchan's bright eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Shinshio with an uncomfortable look. Shinshio smiled again. Chao-chan, you are my big brother's fiancé. I naturally came this time to help my big brother take a look at you. Shinshio, I'll say it again for the last time. I don't have this relationship with Long Yu, although we are childhood sweethearts. I've only treated him as my brother since I was a child. Shang Wanchan's words caused Shinshio to frown slightly. Because, Shinshio heard impatience and distraction from Shang Wanchan's tone. In this case, it's likely that Shang Wanchan has someone she likes. Shinshio's eyes narrowed slightly. Like this? At the Lin family's garrison, 5 people gathered together. State Master Xiaoho said at the end that the higher the points ranking for this round, the more benefits they would receive. Lin Chang'an spoke first. Competitions of this nature used to exist in our Yuzhou. Presumably the higher the points, the first to gain the initiative in the final one-on-one match. Sword 11 spoke faintly, stating his own understanding. And Jianxi's words were echoed by several others. In that case, it's all the more reason for us to save up a little more points now. Lin Fan stood up and patted the dust on his body. Well then, let's get going now. There was still a day and a half left, and several other strong teams were beginning to search for the hidden third-ranked demonic beast, although it was a third-order if, but as a first-order heavenly pride, plus there were quite a few helpers. Naturally, they wouldn't be afraid of that third-order demonic beast. The third-order demonic beast, the real key, was the need to kill that third-order demonic beast. Then the victory of this round was set. Lin Fan and the others were still continuing to kill, looking around for prey, both demonic beasts and people. It's finally time for the final provisional point standings. Mo Qingxing's points had reached over 8,000 points, which was terrifying, and Ho Mingyu had indeed been pulled apart, with a score of just over 7,000. By the time Lin Fan arrived, Lin Fan already had more than 2,900 and was ranked at 11. Lin Chang'an and Sword 11 were hovering around the 20th place. And Lin Shuer and Xiao Bear also entered the top 50. Until now, the top 10 were Mo Changsheng, Ho Mingyu, Qianshu Yu, Li Xian Yuan, Lu Lingfeng, Song Hongyan, Chu Shang Yuan, Bai Yuara, Su Zhe, a person from the East Heavenly King's mansion, and He Shen. And now, everyone in the top 10 was converging. The place of convergence was the habitat of that last third-ranked demonic beast. Mo Changsheng was the first to arrive here. He, senior brother Mo, have already probed clearly. This demonic beast is a black water python, a third-order lower-grade demonic beast. Its strength shouldn't be strong, but there's a cold pool here, and this sinister beast's combat power will be greatly increased in that cold pool. Hishin looked at the cold pool in front of him and respectfully reported to Mo Changsheng. Black water python. Humph, this demonic beast. I'm going to kill it. Mo Qingxing's eyes narrowed slightly with a great desire, because the last time Mo Qingfeng participated in a tournament elsewhere that was also similar to the rules of this tournament, but on that occasion, Mo Qingfeng that could be said to have swept everything. No one was Mo Qingfeng's opponent. Not only that, but in the end, Mo Qingfeng ended up being number 1 in the final big competition as well. And number 2 was Ho Mingyu's brother, Ho Minglu. And what Mo Changsheng wanted was that not only did he want to be number 1, his points would even be more than the sum of the 2nd through 5th places. Prove that you are not inferior to Mo Qingfeng. When Mo Changsheng arrived at the cold pool, Ho Mingyu, Li Xian Yuan, Qianshu Yu, and Lu Lingfeng all arrived. Gentlemen, we can draw this head out first, and in the end who can kill it is all up to each person. Mo Changsheng looked at the crowd and said smilingly, I don't have a problem with that. Ho Mingyu did not move and said lightly, I don't have a problem with that either. Li Xian Yuan's face was slightly colder, but that was only when Li Xian Yuan was more normal. As for Qi San Yu, she also nodded. The other few people, naturally, would not refute Mo Changsheng's words. Good, then we'll draw him out first. Chu Shengyuan took a step forward and blasted a fist seal into the cold pool. The water in the cold pool instantly exploded over 10 meters high. Everyone was staring at that lake, and as expected, not a moment later, a black python suddenly sprang out of that lake, only to see the giant python's head are as big as a few people stacked up. The python body is enough to several people to embrace before, floating on the water, extremely domineering. Those black eyes stared deathly at everyone present, spitting snake letters towards the crowd. Surrounded first, Mo Changsheng shouted and was actually the first to strike. When the crowd saw this, they all shot to kill the python as well. In an instant, Quite a few people battled with that black water python. As for the rear of the battlefield, Lin Chang'an and the others waited quietly. I can't imagine that this black water python is actually so powerful that it can carry the attacks of so many people. Lin Chang'an couldn't help but feel emotional as he watched the black water python battle Mo Changsheng and the others all by himself. Sword 11 narrowed his eyes slightly and explained with a smile. It's not that the black water python is powerful, but because of that cold pool, the black water python is originally a pure water attribute demonic beast. With the help of the cold pool, it's like a tiger adding wings to its wings. Naturally, it'll be able to exert twice the power of its own body. All of them came to a realization. Let's just wait and see if we get a chance. Lin Fan in the guise of Old Six was directly the yellow bird. End of chapter. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, the yellow bird draws the lead. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, the yellow bird draws the lead. Boom boom boom. Bang, 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 bang. Countless skills went towards that black water python, but the black water python was easily blocked. Mo Changsheng and the others hadn't cooperated in the first place, and it was naturally very difficult to fight the black water python. Damn it, this head body is really tough enough. Mo Changsheng frowned slightly, looking at the black water python's glossy skin with extreme impatience. Senior brother, this black water python has the help of the cold pool, plus all of us didn't put out our full strength. Many of us didn't even use half of our strength. It's really hard to take down this black water python. Hishin shook his head. How could Mo Changsheng not understand this meaning? But we were all enemies and rivals. Who would want to show their bottom cards here? Especially Mo Changsheng himself. Half of the force that didn't come out was said to be Mo Changsheng. A few people from the spiritual martial sect. Gentlemen, if we keep on spending like this, it will be difficult to kill this black water python even at the end of the day. So I suggest that we join forces and attack one place. All of us bring out our strength. Mo Changsheng said loudly. The crowd nodded slightly in agreement. If this continued, it was unlikely that they would be able to kill this black water python even though they were outnumbered. This time, it was the battle between the first grade Heavenly Pride and the strongest ones, the second grade Heavenly Pride. Kill! The yuan qi in everyone's body skyrocketed. Everyone killed furiously towards the black water python. The black water python was under extreme pressure all at once. A crowd of spectators outside the arena were watching with great interest. This black water python is still really powerful. With the help of that cold pool, I'm afraid that it has the power of a demonic beast that is not far from the top grade of the third rank. Yes, but from what can be seen here, that spirit martial sect's Mo Changsheng is really good. Not only is his strength high, but he also has a leader's demeanor. The spirit martial sect is indeed powerful, worthy of being one of the 5 super sects of our great desolate. This time, whoever's hands this black water python falls into, then whoever is the first place winner of this round of the tournament. The odds are that it's Mo Changsheng. The crowd was watching and talking. Li Hongyi on the 6th stage instead appeared to have a sense of indifference. All of you Li Xian Yuan are quite a bit behind. 4th place going, and you're actually not panicking at all. Lin Xian snickered. Li Hongyi just slightly skimmed her lips. Why should we go nervous? Our Li family doesn't have many allies. Moreover, Li Xian Yuan's points are all saved up slowly by himself alone. In this round, it doesn't matter about the first and second, but in the next round, our Li Xian Yuan will give a big surprise. Li Hongyi's words. Lin Xian smiled faintly. He really did not feel wrong either. Li Xian Yuan was definitely an elusive person. Every move was extremely meticulous and extremely cerebral. Out of the 4 first-rate prides, Lin Xian instead felt that Li Xian Yuan, who was ranked 4th, was the most mysterious and impenetrable. Then I must wait and see. Lin Xian smiled faintly and continued to watch the field carefully as he surrounded and killed the black water python. At the 7 people on the high stage, Yin Tianzheng nodded his head in a more satisfied manner. Mo Qingsheng's performance still satisfied him, comparable to Mo Qingfeng back then. Xiahou Xiong's face was as flat as water, not knowing what he was thinking. Lu Ruyan and Lu Shang implicitly glanced at Yin Tianzheng. This spirit martial sect had really produced another heavenly pride. This was very unfavorable to their royal family. For a while, the 7 people on the high platform were all in silence. A silence towards Mo Qingsheng's power, and also a silence towards the spirit martial sect's growing terror. The people in the mountain forest were all pulling out quite a bit of their skills, and the black water python really still couldn't carry it. This wants to escape. The black water python suddenly turned the snake's head and was about to zap towards the depths of the cold pool. But how could Mo Changsheng and the others do what he wanted? A few first-ranked celestial pride instantly surrounded them, directly forcing that black water python back. the black water python wanted to zap into the water. But several other celestial pride also immediately stepped forward to give their skills for serious injuries. The black water python hissed and was tortured for a good while, so he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Boom! A roar sounded, and that black water python flew out directly, its blood spilling into the cold pool. The turquoise cold pool instantly dyed bright red. It's our turn. Lin Fan grinned with a smile. Sword 11 and Lin Chang'an also nodded solemnly. Lin Shuer and Xiao Bear then immediately followed behind Lin Fan, paving the way for him. This time, it had to be a yellow bird. The black water python is mine. Chu Shengyuan let out a loud roar and lunged straight towards the severely injured black water python. However, the other few people were also not vegetarians, and they all killed towards the black water python. Stop! Mo Changsheng spoke indifferently and headed towards the black water python. The dog legs under Mo Changsheng were really many, not to mention the 3 people from the spirit martial sect. Let's say the ones from other clans. Apart from those 3 clans from the Zhao family, there were really quite a lot of other clans. A dozen groups of people rushed up to help Mo Changsheng and stopped a large wave of people. Even Lu Lingfeng, Song Hongyan, as well as Chu Shengyuan, Li Xianyuan, and the others were basically stopped dead in their tracks. As for Qian Sunyu and Ho Mingyu, although they had helpers around them, they really weren't as many as Mo Changsheng, who had summoned all the helpers he could this time, and was bound to take down this black water python. Mo Changsheng stopped beside Qian Xuanyue and Ho Mingyu in an instant. This time the black water python is mine. Mo Changsheng's voice was lingering as he waved his palms out with both hands. Both Qian Sunyu and Ho Mingyu were caught off guard and were knocked back a dozen meters. Crap! Ho Mingyu secretly let out a low growl, his eyes very helpless. At this moment, Mo Changsheng had already rushed towards the black water python. There was a gasp from the crowd outside the arena. Looking at this, the black water python was afraid that it was going to fall into Mo Changsheng's hands, and a few people on the high platform thought so too. Even Ho Tianfeng sighed slightly. Although his own youngest son was outstanding, he was still inferior to Mo Changsheng. A more major point is that Ho Mingyu is also inferior to Mo Changsheng in terms of doing things. Xiao Xiong's eyes were sharp, but there was a hint of hopelessness. Looking at the field again, everyone was looking in the direction at the black water python. At this time around the black water python, only Mo Changsheng distance is relatively close. The black water python fell into the hands of Mo Changsheng is afraid to be the nail in the coffin. Mo Changsheng looked at the dying black water python in front of him. He also couldn't restrain the corners of his mouth from lifting up an inner excitement. He had finally surpassed Mo Qingfeng for once now, right? 11. Cha Gan. Roger that. Suddenly, an extremely short conversation was issued, and the crowd froze. In the image, a figure in black brocade clothes rushed out with a sword. Sword chi filling the surroundings as it stabbed towards Mo Changsheng. Mo Changsheng was startled. If he were to forcefully strike the black water python, then the probability was that he wouldn't be able to avoid this move. Mo Changsheng is still more sparing of his body, and immediately returned his hair to the right place. Boom! It's a move that evens the score. Not only was it even, Jianxi's face was cold. The long sword in his hand jumped up like an elf and continued to attack towards Mo Changsheng. Mo Changsheng, take my move. Sword out of the clouds. Sword 11's right hand's index and middle fingers, both fingers together, were in the shape of a sword, and pressed towards the Mo Changsheng again crazily. Mo Changsheng's face was unsightly, but there was nothing he could do because he Shun, who wanted to come over to support him, was actually stopped by Li Xianyuan and Qin Xuanyu. Now, Mo Changshan was also isolated. You really are looking for death. Mo Changshan was furious with fire, and his hands carried points of thunder and lightning thunderbolts in them. Heavy thunder sky. Mo Changsheng roared and directly met the flying longsword. Boom! The longsword flew backward. Sword 11 caught the sword with one hand and then lightly tapped the tree trunk, landing perfectly. Only now did the crowd see the person who had struck. It was actually that Lin family. The Lin family's reputation is now huge. This is an unheard of one-star family, small family. The result is now a family of 4 with a Xiao family girl as much as possible to kill into the top 50 points ranking. It's hard not to want to be remembered. Sword 11. Mo Qingxing's face was raw and cold as he looked at the man in front of him, also squeezing 2 words out of his mouth. You want this black water python too? No, I don't want it, but I don't want to give it to you either. Jian 11 gently shook his head, and then the crowd let out another gasp of surprise, only to see that Lin Fan had already stepped on the water of the cold pool and ran straight towards that black water python. What? Mo Changsheng was shocked. The situation was now completely out of Mo Changsheng's control. Stop him for me. Mo Changshan was shocked and furious, and with a loud roar, he himself wanted to go directly towards Lin Fan, but Sword 11 could not let Mo Changsheng do as he wished, and stood in front of Mo Changsheng with his sword crossed. If you want to go through me first. Sword 11's figure was deeply embedded into many people's hearts at this moment. The veins on Mo Chengxing's face protruded slightly, obviously extremely angry. The result of their own planning for so long actually have to do for others. How can Mo Chengxing endure? Off. Mo Chengxing bellowed and killed straight towards Jian 11. Sword 11 was not afraid in the slightest. A gust of aura with the aura of a sword surged out of his body and wrapped around his entire body. For a while, Mo Chengxing actually couldn't break through Jianxi's block. The two of them, Li Xianyuan and Qian Sunyu, also knew that they couldn't possibly that black water python snake head, so they might as well sell Lin Fan a good deal, and directly went up to stop the rest of the spiritual martial sex helpers. As for Lin Chang'an as well, Lin Chang'an directly stopped in front of that Mei Tianliang few people. Still holding a long spear in his hand, the corner of his mouth curved up a little. Mei Tianliang, still remember me? Mei Tianliang was trembling with anger. It was this person that caused him to almost become a sinner of the spirit martial sect. Lin Chang'an, today I'm bound to avenge what I did back then. Mei Tianliang attacked towards Lin Chang'an as soon as he finished speaking. Lin Chang'an stopped a dozen people, including Mei Tianliang, by himself. As for Lin Shuer and Xiao Meyer, they stood at the edge of the cold pool, stopping those who wanted to go up and hinder Lin Fan from getting his hands on them. Lin Fan, with the help of these people, also arrived in front of the black water python unhindered. The long sword came out horizontally, its blade shining with the light of the sun, as if it could illuminate the entire cold pool. Don't you dare! Mo Changxing roared. Lin Fan slightly raised the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything, but the movement of his hand was not idle at all. A knife chopped down, and the head of that black water python was directly slaughtered by Lin Fan. The black water python's power is drawn from the cold pool, but now the black water python has been seriously injured, has lost the power to draw from the cold pool. The black water python that has lost the blessing of the cold pool is in fact just an ordinary third-order demonic beast, plus now it is a seriously injured body. So naturally, it is not able to block Lin Fan's fast knife. Blackwater python, dead. A full 20,000 points made Lin Fan a well-deserved number 1. At this moment, Mo Chengxing's face was hard to see to a kind of extreme point, because of too much anger, causing Mo Chengxing's hands to tremble slightly. Good for you. Li Xianyuan also couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Compared to Mo Chengxing taking the snake's head, Li Xianyuan still felt that it was better to let the Lin family take it. Shihiro Yu was indifferent. Ho Mingyu, on the other hand, was stunned that Lin Fan had actually plucked the head of the snake, and that this person whom he had once not looked up to much inside was actually able to put on a show of a yellow bird in the back in full view of everyone. Looking at Lin Shuer who was standing beside Lin Fan, Ho Mingyu had a faint sense of loss in her heart. End of chapter. Chapter 108. Chapter 108, 107, Jedi Rebound. Lin Family's 3 Top 10. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, Jedi Rebound. Lin Family's 3 Top 10s. The crowd watching in the arena all sucked in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect that the final victor would actually be the Lin family. Everyone was in awe. Everyone was in disbelief that the fruits of Mo Chengxing's planning for so long had finally been picked off by the Lin family, especially since Mo Chengxing was also stopped by Sword 11. Being able to stop Mo Chengxing showed that Sword 11's strength was truly not to be underestimated. The Lin family was already very unbelievable, and now that the Lin family had even performed such a feat, just this one time, the Lin family was enough to make a name for itself in the entire eastern state. Ha. It seems that you really do have a plan. Li Hongyi looked at Lin Xian and covered her mouth with a smile. Lin Xian slightly raised his eyebrows, also not expecting his son to be so competitive. Actually directly did such a great thing that stirred up the eastern state. This kid, he's really good. He didn't lose his father's face, Lin Xian said smilingly, and his words were full of satisfaction. The 7 people on the high platform were also stunned. Ha. This result is quite surprising. Xiahou Xiong's heart was already excited to the extreme at this moment. Although this Lin Fan was not what he valued, but being able to pull down Mo Chengxing to become the ultimate number 1 was always good news for Xiahou Xiong. Ouyang Warrior and Ho Tianfeng, on the other hand, glanced at each other. Both of their eyes were surprised, unbelievable, and amazed. What their own 9th senior brother was like at first, they know best. Enlightenment is to be called the first deserved, but the other aspects are really just too bad. And this Lin Fan, by the looks of it, was very powerful, at least in terms of cultivation. When placed in the entire eastern state, that was definitely not bad either. It's actually brother Lin Fan who brought the top prize. Brother Fan is really great. Ouyang Qingluo, who was sitting beside Ouyang War, looked at this scene and also clapped her hands joyfully. The rest of the few people all glanced at the father-daughter pair of Ouyang Qingluo and Ouyang War with suspicion. Why did Ouyang Qingluo know Lin Fan? That seems a little strange. Yang War didn't offer an explanation, and pretended not to see the crowd's gazes. It really is true that there are talented people coming out of the rivers and mountains. I can't imagine that in just one match, so many heavenly prides have emerged. Xiao Xiong continued with another smile. Lu Ruyan and Lu Shang both nodded slightly. As for Yin Tianzheng, his current face was similar to Mo Chengxing's, so ugly that it could drip water. Lingwu sect garrison. 3 of the 9 mountain lords had come, and among them was Mo Kai, who was the hall master of the personal disciple Great Hall and also the mountain lord. And Mo Kai's face at this time was also very ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. The rest of the spirit martial sect also had ugly expressions. Among the crowd of the spiritual martial sect, there was a handsome young man around 20 years old, quietly sitting on the ground, slightly raising his eyes, looking at the situation in the field without uttering a word. This points ranking tournament has come to an end, and the final rankings will be announced soon. Now please ask all the participants to come out of the jungle and return to the battlefield. Lin Fan had killed the black water python not a moment later, and the competition that had lasted for 3 days was finally over. And Mo Changsheng and the others who heard this news had extremely wonderful expressions on their faces. Not only did Mo Changsheng not pull out of the gap, he was now being overtaken, and this move had a huge impact on Mo Changsheng. And this time was also a true proof that he was completely inferior to Mo Qingfeng. Moreover, he would definitely suffer the accusations of the people after returning to the spirit martial sect. Thinking of this, Mo Chengxing's face has become more and more ugly. Ugly Some Su-Du was twisted. It's good. It's really good. Lin Fan, isn't it? The people of your Lin family are really great. You actually fish in troubled waters. Mo Chengsheng looked at Lin Fan and the others and said through clenched teeth. And Bai Yula and the others also walked over and surrounded Mo Chengsheng. Bai Yula looked at Lin Fan, who was the leader of the other party. Her face also turned quite wonderful. How could she not expect that Lin Fan not only caught up, but also carried out a great Jedi counterattack? What? I remember that you also relied on the number of people to take advantage of the opportunity. Right. Using so many people, and then relying on the tactics of the sea of people to get yourself into the cold pool. You think you are just very honorable? Before Lin Fan could speak, Lin Chagan, who had always been straightforward, smiled disdainfully and said, a sentence that choked Mo Changsheng and the others to death on the spot. A hint of killing intent flashed in Mo Chengxing's eyes. Talking is useless. Let's see the scores. If Duke Mo's score is as high as mine, then you win. Lin Fan lightly waved his hand, looking extremely indifferent. With a single sentence, it struck the crowd of spiritual martial sect people once again. Good point. Everything still depends on the points talking. At this moment, Ho Mingyu also walked out and actually stood on Lin Fan's side. Yes, Mo Changsheng. This time, you can only blame yourself for not being meticulous enough. Li Xian Yuan clasped his hands on his chest and said indifferently, Mr. Mo, you have to be able to afford to lose. A man who can't afford to lose can be too bad. Chihulyu also immediately saw the needle. Mo Changsheng was choking hard. He had actually fallen to this level. Mo Changsheng was also worthy of being a celestial pride carefully cultivated by the spirit martial sect, and in a short while, he stabilized his mind and looked at Lin Fan and the others indifferently. This is just a points ranking match. The final showdown will still depend on the final rankings of the tournament. Lin family people, you'd better pray that you don't run into me, or else, I'll make you guys lose ugly. Go. After Mo Changsheng finished speaking, he took He Xin and the others and left. And Bai Yura didn't forget to let out harsh words as she passed by Lin Fan and the others. You're really famous this time, but you're also very stupid. The mismatch between strength and fame will only harm yourself. After saying a light sentence, Bai Yura left straight away. Lin Fan, on the other hand, smiled disdainfully. Whether or not his own strength was worthy of his reputation, everything would be seen in real life at that time. And both Li Xian Yuan and Xian Xinyu left after congratulating the Lin family members. Ho Mingyu took a deep look at Lin Fan, and then took a cryptic look at Lin Shuer, before leaving without saying another word. Come on, let's get out too, Lin Fan said with a faint smile. Sword 11 and the others all nodded their heads, and then they followed and came out of the jungle next to Lin Fan as well. When Lin Fan and the others walked out of the jungle and arrived at the battle stage, the gazes of the crowd were gathered on Lin Fan and the others. This is the son of a family that has worked wonders in the calendar. Throughout the Eastern States' history, there was simply no one-star family that could have such a great presence. For a one-star family to participate in the 18-house competition, it was already quite a feat to make it to the finals. But this Lin family, not only did all of them make it to the finals, they actually got first place. Now announce the rankings. Xiao Xiong slowly stood up and retrieved the divine sky mirror. First place, Cloud Mist City Lin family, Lin Fan. Total points, 20,000. For a 1-star family to win first place, even if it was only the first place in the points ranking competition, it would still be making history. And the crowd of the Lin family cheered. Lin Fan was truly number one. Lin Yang, Yuaning, Lin Ao and the others happily applauded vigorously. Lin Xian also revealed a pleased smile. Looking at Lin Fan, who was in the limelight at this moment, Lin Xian's heart as a father actually gave birth to a faint touch of envy. This was what Lin Xian had once fantasized about. But unfortunately reality had slapped him in the face and he had become a true waste. But now it was also very nice to see the self he had fantasized about in his own son. Li Hongyi, who was on the side, looked at Lin Xian's fluctuating eyes and froze for a moment. The memory went back 20 years ago, and I remembered going to the Dragon Phoenix Heavenly Pride ranking setting competition, and knowing about Lin Xian as a person, and knowing that he was the great uncle who had saved my life, and even more so, knowing about his past. The Lin Xian that was once there must have been tortured in his heart, must have been tormented, especially when two beauties who were so devoted to him were also separated for more than 20 years because of this layer of heart barrier. Second place, Spirit Martial Sect, Mo Changsheng. Total points, 9,863. Third place, Eastern Heavenly Kingdom, Ho Mingyu. Total points, 8,936 inch. Fourth place, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, Shenshuan Yu. Fifth place, Li Family, Tian Yuan City, Li Xian Yuan. 6, 7 and 8 were Lu Lingfeng of the Lu family, Chu Shengyuan of the Chu family, and Song Hongyan of the Song family. Until ninth place, Cloud Mist City Lin family, Sword 11. Total points, 3,863. 10th place, Cloud Mist City Lin family, Lin Chanan. Total points, 3,818. Once this ranking came out, the whole room was in an uproar, and the crowd all reacted. Lin Fan killing a black water python was 20,000 points. But Lin Fan's final points were just 20,000 points. One should know that Lin Fan already had a lot of points at the very beginning, and even before the final node, Lin Fan's ranking was already 11. Lin Xian suddenly laughed. Lin Fan appeared to have split his score into two at the end, giving Jian 11 and Lin Chanan one share each. This behavior is perfectly fine. As long as there is 1 point left in the scoreboard, you will not be eliminated from the game. And obviously, Lin Fan was the one who split his score between the two. Sword 11. Indeed it was good. After all, Lin Fan's score was already a well-deserved first place, and there was no need to get more points. Lin Xian figured it out, and so did the others. This practice was not right, but in fact, people from the big families did this. For example, Mo Changsheng of the Spirit Martial Sect, and Ho Mingyu of the Eastern Heavenly Kingdom all had this practice, and in this way, a small Cloud Mist City Lin family had 3 top 10 in the points ranking competition in one family. This is simply appalling. Bayula and Hishin were originally in the top 10, but it turned out that they were also squeezed down because of this. 111, 113, it's too strange. Lin Shuer and Xiao Meyer were also good. The two of them were more spontaneous and didn't want Lin Fan's scores, but their own scores weren't low, and at the end of the day, one of them ranked 23, and one of them ranked 24. In this way, everyone in the Lin family was at the top of the rankings. The Lin family was also the first in the overall ranking of this points ranking tournament. Mo Qingxing's hands squeezed and clicked as he looked at the Lin family, once again appearing to lose his temper. As for Bayula, her face was also ugly. She was supposed to be in the top 10, but now she was actually squeezed out by the Lin family, and the White family station place. The White family are like eating a fly. General Hard has been they look down on the family. Actually just at this time crazy hit them in the face. 3 at the end of the fixed list of the top 10. How horrible. Shang Wanjian was a little surprised, but unfortunately, that family was just too powerful, and the Lin family's mere fact that it was so was of no use at all. While Lin Fan and the others looked at the points ranking list, they saw Shang Wanchan again. Shang Wanchan's ranking was actually 36th, which was still exceptionally good, and one below Shang Wanchan was called Shin Xiu, who was standing beside Shang Wanchan at this time. My big brother said that I can't be taller than you, no matter what the situation is, and if that wasn't the case, then the black water python would be mine. Shin Xiu smiled faintly, but was not very comfortable with his 37th ranking. Humph, what a mouthful. Shang Wanchan skimmed her head and snorted coldly. Shin Xiu faintly swept a glance at the crowd in the arena, and again, there was a burst of disdain. It's up to you to put on a show in the final ranking battle. Let Shang Wanchan know that the people of this eastern state are not yet worthy. End of chapter. Chapter 109. Chapter 109, 108, the Lin family's chief first Lin Xian's identity was completely exposed. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, Lin family chief first Lin Xian's identity was completely exposed. Alright, the final rankings have been announced. The final results of the first round are only the small end of your competition this time. The big end has to be in the second round of the individual martial arts competition. So, this second round, it's much more important than the first round. And don't be discouraged if you didn't do well in the first round. Xiahou Xiong stood up and said with a smile on his face. Although the words were said, Xiahou Xiong's heart was happier at this time. Mainly because the one who won first place was not the spirit martial sect. The crowd nodded slightly. Afterwards, Xiahou Xiong also started to announce the final results of the first round. That is, the final scores. First place, 500 points. Second place, with a score of 300. Third place, with a score of 200. 4th through 10th, all scored 100. 11th through 20th, all scoring 90. 91 to 100. Get 10 points. That's how it rotates. This kind of score, not the points of the points ranking competition, but the points of the final ranking of the 18-house competition. As for the 4 members of the Lin family, one first place, the other 2 top 10, and 121, the final score was as high as 780 points, temporarily becoming the overall first place of the thousands of family clans. That is, the first place in the Eastern State, spiritual martial arts sect. A second, 2 top 20, Mei Tianlian was finally squeezed out of the 20, but also the 20s, the final score of 560 points, ranked second. The Lin family ranked high in first place. And as for the spirit martial sect, they could only be said to have settled for second place. When this result came out, everyone in the room scared. This kind of scene hadn't been seen in I don't know how long. In the nearly 100 sessions of the 18 prefectures grand competition, this kind of scene, except for the one time when Li Hongyi had suppressed a generation, most of the other ones had been the spirit martial sect's one and only, suppressing their peers. But now, the one who had defeated the spirit martial sect was not the Eastern Heavenly King's house, nor the 3 great families, nor the powerful families of the other houses, but an unheard of Cloud Mist City's Lin family. Looking at this point ranking, the faces of the spiritual martial sect's people were all extremely ugly. Yin Tianjing narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gold-colored hair seemed to be expanding. As for Mo Changsheng, he clenched his teeth in death, his white teeth clacking as he bit down, itching to flay Lin Fan's few people. Kid, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands, or I'll make you beg for your life and die. I'm going to waste you, torture you every day and every night, and I'm going to have those 2 women of yours ravaged by me so hard that you'll watch being ravaged by me. A roar resounded in Mo Changsheng's heart. The second great battle is more important and accounts for more points than the first, but those who have achieved good results in the first round will have some benefits in the second round, which will begin at noon tomorrow. After Xiahou Xiong finished his announcement, all the clans stood up and began to leave. Oh, looks like there's going to be a tough battle tomorrow. Lin Chang'an laughed. The blood in his body was already boiling. The feeling of fighting was really very addictive. Bunch of mudbloods, you'd better pray that you don't run into me tomorrow, or I'll make you lose ugly. Several people from the spirit martial sect walked up to Lin Fan, and the leader, Mo Changsheng, said in a cold tone, "Barking dogs? I thought there was barking? So it's our second place winner of this points ranking tournament. Nice to meet you." Lin Chang'an exaggerated in a conspiratorial manner. But the 2 girls, Lin Shuer and Xiao Meyer, couldn't help but snort a laugh at Lin Chang'an's yin and yang. This yin and yang caused Mo Changsheng's face to become even more unsightly, and his eyes were even more deadly as he stared at Lin Chang'an. "Kid, I advise you better not be so wild." He Shen was furious, pointing at Lin Chang'an and yelling. Lin Chang'an still smiled disdainfully and said lightly, "Who are you? I don't seem to have seen you in the top 10? Put, ha ha ha." At this, many people around them couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Lin Fan and Sword 11 were dumbfounded. This Lin Chang'an kid is quite good at mocking. He Shen was so angry that his entire face was turned into a pig's liver color, which was quite comical. "Humph, we'll see the real thing tomorrow. I'll show you that speculation is useless." Mo Changshan walked up to Lin Fan, his eyes fierce. Lin Fan let out a faint smile and nodded rather approvingly. "You're right, trickery is always just a momentary thing, but whether I'm trickery or not, you'll find out tomorrow. Then I'll wait for you." Mo Changsheng stared at Lin Fan deadpan for a few moments before leaving straight away, and Yixin and Mei Tianlian were both following closely behind Mo Changsheng. As for Bai Yuara, she slowly walked up to Lin Fan. "You've merely taken advantage of the situation this time, and in this bout, I'll let you see the gap between us clearly." Bai Yura's cold words and cold eyes were quite chilling. Looking at Bai Yula's departing back, Lin Fan just smiled faintly. "This woman, the power within her is not to be underestimated," Sword 11 said with extreme ease. "Humph, so what? This time, she will definitely lose." Lin Shuer was rather confident, which was a sign of trust in Lin Fan. "Cindy, Lin Chanan's eyes looked straight at the Shangwan family's garrison and saw a familiar figure. None other than Shangwan Chan. It had been half a year since we met, and today Shangwan Chan was even more beautiful, and more intellectual. And Shangwan Chan also met Lin Chanan's eyes. Her body trembled slightly, her fists clenched and unclenched slightly, and then she quickly averted her eyes again. Cindy. Lin Chanan clenched his fists, not understanding why Shangwan Chan was like this. Lin Chanan couldn't believe that Shangwan Chan wasn't willing to make contact with himself. What's wrong, Chanan? Lin Fan saw that Lin Chanan was out of sorts and came up to inquire. Uncle Junior, I saw Cindy, but she wouldn't even look at me just now. Lin Chanan let out a long sigh. Sword 11 also walked up at this time. Since that's the case, don't think too much about it, just ask her face to face when the time comes. That's right. Lin Chanan smiled bashfully. What was the use of thinking so much? It would be better to ask Shangwan Chan face to face after finding her. As the few people chatted, Lin Xian, the family head, also walked up. You guys did a good job this time. The old man is very sure of you this time. Father, master, family head, third uncle, Uncle Lin. All five were addressed differently, which seemed slightly odd. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Today is indeed good. Let's go back today and prepare for tomorrow's match. Lin Xian's praise also made the five of them smile with joy. To be appreciated by their own elders was something that every teenager wanted to have. This time, it was mainly Uncle Junior who saved the day in the end. Lin Chang'an became a loyal defender of Lin Fan and said with a smile, "That's right, Lin Fan is indeed powerful." Sword 11 nodded his head indifferently. The other two women, not to mention the faithful mortal blowers. Lin Fan smiled dumbly and said, "No one can do without me this time. If you guys hadn't helped me stop those people, I wouldn't have had the chance to behead that black water python at all." Alright, don't be modest all of you. You've worked well together this time. Go back to the house first. Looking at these people still blowing up, Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand, leading the crowd towards the outside of the battlefield. Yes, all five of them followed behind Lin Xian, while the Lin family, Lin Yang and the others saw this situation and also got up, preparing to follow Lin Xian out of the martial arts arena. The other families also left one after another. The Lin family followed at the end of the departing army, leaving slowly, and at that moment, Li Hongyi was also leading the Li clan crowd towards Lin Xian. Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang warrior are here, so I'm afraid you can't hide your identity anymore, Li Hongyi said with a bright smile. Through the crowd, Ouyang War and Ho Tianfeng were indeed walking towards Lin Xian and the others. Not only these two, but also the State Lord Xia Ho Xiong, the president of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce Gong Qi, and there were also two new faces, a Lu Shang and a Lu Ruyan. As for Yin Tianzhang, he had already gone back with the spirit martial sex crowd, and might not be planning something shady. Lin, family head, it seems like we haven't seen each other for a long time. Ho Tianfeng stood in front of Lin Xian, raising the corners of his mouth slightly as he said abruptly. Aside from Li Hongyi and a few people from Ouyang battle, the rest of the crowd was stunned. Master Ho and Lin Xian know each other. It looks like it's still an old acquaintance. Ho Mingyu behind Ho Tianfeng was dumbfounded. This Lin family head and his own old man actually knew each other, and it looked like they were still old friends. And he actually wanted to take Lin Xian as a henchman once? The people of the Lin family were again surprised and felt justified, because it was already wrong for his own family head to be able to recognize the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's president Gong Ling and the Li family's Li Hongyi. It didn't seem like it was unacceptable for him to recognize two more big shots now. Oh, the Eastern Heavenly King and the Lin family master still seem to be old acquaintances, Xia Ho Xiong said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it can be more than just old acquaintances. The Lin family master and I used to be very good friends and counting. I still have to honor the Lin family master with a title of senior brother. Ho Tianfeng looked at Lin Xian, a smile on his face, and the two words he slightly spat out were like thunderbolts from a clear sky hitting the hearts of the crowd. Sei Fu, the Lin family head and Ho Tianfeng were actually master and brother. Everyone had their eyes on Lin Xian and Ho Tianfeng. Ho Tianfeng used to study at the Jishi Academy Palace. So is this Lin family master of the Lin family in Cloud and Mist City not? That's all in the past. Why do you bring it up? Lin Xian smiled indifferently and waved his hand indifferently. I finally know who you are. I've seen you look familiar since 3 days ago, but I could never remember. At this moment, Lu Ruyan came to a sudden realization and said as she looked at Lin Xian dead on. Lin Xian was stunned and raised his eyebrows slightly. Who was this woman? Senior brother. Let me introduce to you. These two are the royal provisioners. Lu Shang Lu Provisioner, a person from the Royal Provision Hall. And this is Lu Ruyan Lu Provisioner, who just became a royal provisioner not long ago, Ho Tianfeng said smilingly. Lin Xian nodded slightly. So that's how it is. This Lu Ruyan's name. It seems a bit familiar. I can't imagine when the Jishi Academy's famous drunken immortal dweller, the wine master's own ninth disciple, and the great wasteland's White Earl, is now actually in the eastern state as the head of the family, and has become a countryman. It's still really unbelievable Lu Ruyan sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian froze. This Lu Ruyan looked at himself as if he was so unhappy. The Lin family's crowd had all been completely dumbfounded. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xian's back and was filled with confusion. His old man's feelings have always been the aristocrats of the great wilderness. What kind of hard life have I lived all these years? Lin Chang'an is also incredibly looking at Lin Xian. His own family head is actually so much, and Sword 11's heart is very shocked. So his old man at first with his own did mention that he had a good friend in the Jishi Palace of Learning as the Wine Zun 9 disciples. At first Sword 11 thought it was his old man bragging batchet. Both Xiao Meyer and Lin Shuer also revealed expressions of incomparable shock. Xiahou Xiong, the state lord, was even more shocked, feeling that the real big brother is here. This Lu Ruyan used to be a Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride ranking contestant from the same session as Bright Sword Immortal Zhang Taimingyu. During the top 10 tournament, that Lu Ruyan was strongly defeated by the Bright Sword Immortal, and lost without a trace, and now her strength is at the Tonling realm. Seeing that Lin Xian was slightly confused, Li Hongyi came to Lin Xian's ear and explained to him. Lin Xian also suddenly remembered this Lu Ruyan. This Lu Ruyan once even came to seduce herself. It's not that Lin Xian himself is so good. It can only be said that this Lu Ruyan's heart has always treated her junior sister Zhang Taimingyu as her only enemy, and she wants to defeat Zhang Taimingyu in every way possible. This point is about to be bewitched. In terms of force, talent, identity, and face value, Lu Ruyan was strongly crushed by Zhang Taimingyu, so Lu Ruyan finally came up with a bad idea, which was to seduce Lin Xian, make Lin Xian fall in love with himself, and then dump Lin Xian ruthlessly in order to achieve the purpose of humiliating and striking out at Zhang Taimingyu, because the entire great desolate imperial capital knew that immortal Zhang Tai was Lin Xian's little follower, following Lin Xian with a mouthful of elder brother. Because of this matter, Lin Xian had also become the envy of countless people, and a thorn in the side of countless people. Of course, Lin Xian is surrounded by beautiful women. On this Lu Ruyan's seduction, Lin Xian is completely disdainful. In the beginning Lin Xian even ruthlessly humiliated this Lu Ruyan once. So it's you. Sorry, almost forgot about you. Lin Xian looked at Lu Ruyan and said with a faint smile. The crowd was stunned again. It seemed like there were some unknown past events between Lin Xian and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan let out another cold snort. In Lu Ruyan's heart, Lin Xian was still the same trash who couldn't even break through the three-passage divine realm back then. In the face of Lu Ruyan's cold snort, Lin Xian only smiled faintly. Lin Xian had not taken this Lu Ruyan to heart to the very end. If it wasn't for Li Hongyi reminding him, Lin Xian was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to remember this Lu Ruyan. I don't know why. In the face of Lin Xian's disregard, Lu Ruyan's heart was extremely frantic. Her hands trembled slightly. If there were only two of them, Lu Ruyan was afraid that she would have to strike. I can't believe it. So the Lin family master is the senior disciple of Venerable Wine. No wonder he can cultivate so many prideful sons of heaven. Xiahou Xiong said smilingly, directly considering Lin Xian to be on the same level as himself. Even according to normal circumstances, the disciple of the Wine Exalted One was in a higher position than himself that was. But back then, it was heard that the Wine Master's ninth disciple was a complete waste of space, unable to break through the three-passage divine realm for the rest of his life. Of course, although this was the case, but the Wine Master appeared to be very protective and fond of this disciple of his. So even though his strength was low, Lin Xian's status in the entire Great Wasteland was extremely high. Plus, Lin Xian also had a little sister whose talent was unrivaled but was one of the three great desolate sword immortals. The State Lord is flattering. Tomorrow's tournament is the real match, and we'll see the real thing then. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. Senior brother, let's get together, Ho Tianfeng said with a smile. Let's wait until this big competition is over. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. Ho Tiancover didn't feel any dissatisfaction with Lin Xian's casualness. Instead, he nodded seriously. Good. After this great competition, senior brother will personally host the event at his residence, so senior brother must come. Facing Lin Xian, Ho Tianfeng called him senior brother in one breath and was extremely respectful. Okay, I'll be there then. Lin Xian left with Lin Fan and the others after he finished speaking. Li Hongyi, on the other hand, followed closely beside Lin Xian. Passing by Gong Qi, Lin Xian also smiled at Gong Qi and nodded. The crowd looked at Lin Xian's departing back all silent. Their minds varied. End of chapter 110. Chapter 110. Chapter 109, reward another big explosion, the 8th seat on the high platform. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, Reward another big blow up the 8th seat on the high platform. It can be seen that Ho Tianfeng brat still respects you very much. Although I don't know if it's because of your master in Zhantai Mingyue. Li Hongyi followed beside Lin Xian. And it was obvious that Lin Xian was also his main focus. As for Lin Fan and the others, they were following behind on blood horses, already chatting with the Li family members. Strong people and geniuses were mostly sympathetic to each other. And Li Xian Yuan had completely recognized Lin Fan's few people from this competition. So naturally, they could naturally chat together. Most likely not. In the face of Li Hongyi's words, Lin Xian was in denial. Oh, Li Hongyi froze and looked at Lin Xian curiously. Ho Tianfeng, this person, is still very good, although the person is a bit archaic, but I personally feel that he respects me so much, perhaps still out of that friendship he once had. Lin Xian spoke faintly. Alas, but people's hearts are unpredictable. You, don't be deceived. Li Hongyi sighed and said. Lin Xian suddenly laughed and came over to Li Hongyi's side. Li Hongyi sensed Lin Xian's movements and her entire body suddenly froze slightly. Her hands holding the horse's rope were much harder, and her cheeks were suddenly covered in a blush. But despite this, Li Hongyi didn't hide. People's hearts are indeed unpredictable. I myself have made poor friends, but I think I'm still good at this aspect of making friends. Look at you. It's been 20 years. Isn't it still the same as it once was with me as in the beginning? Lin Xian whispered in Li Hongyi's ear, his exhale breath causing Li Hongyi's ears to go bright red. Lin Xian smiled and sat up straight after he finished, pulling on the horse rope to continue walking forward. As for Li Hongyi, she felt a slight loss in her heart when she felt Lin Xian's aura disappear. But after hearing Lin Xian's words, her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. As for the group of Li family members and Lin family members following Lin Xian, the Li family looked dumbfounded. Li Hongyi is notorious for not getting close to men. Any man who wants to get close to Li Hongyi will have to lose his skin. When Li Hongyi's reputation was at its peak, but the entire great wilderness knew about her. There were countless people from the eastern state who proposed marriage to Li Hongyi, but unfortunately, they were all ruthlessly rejected by Li Hongyi. In the beginning, the Li family originally wanted to marry Li Hongyi to a mountain master of the spiritual martial arts sect in order to make friends with the spiritual martial arts sect this big mountain. But Li Hongyi hot temperament, not only do not agree, but also directly play a disappearance. Ago is 8 years. 8 years later and then come back. Li Hongyi has already broken through to the realm of Tongling. No one can force her. The Li family had also felt that this was quite good. The Li family had one more Tongling realm powerhouse, and Li Hongyi was still less than 40 years old to break through the Tongling realm. And a breakthrough to the Tongxian realm in the future would also be a nail in the coffin. So in the end, the Li family simply directly let Li Hongyi serve as the clan's grand elder. And in order not to offend the spiritual martial arts sect, the Li family also announced that Li Hongyi does not like men. But now, the majestic and domineering beautiful ant in their eyes actually had a near zero distance contact with a man. And a few of them also clearly saw Li Hongyi's reddened ears. Li Xian Yuan gulped slightly. The way he looked at Lin Xian had completely changed. At first, when he looked at Lin Xian, he was only slightly respectful of him because of Li Hongyi. The second time he looked at Lin Xian, it was because Lin Xian was actually a pro-legacy of the Jishi Academy, and he felt some awe towards Lin Xian. The third time to look at Lin Xian is also the last time. Li Xian Yuan's eyes just like has completely changed. If the previous 2 times is to have respect, this time just like has Lin Xian is his aunt. The 2 teams quickly returned to the family garrison, and the Li family and the Lin family's place is far different. A 6-star family, just a 1-star family. That treatment gap can be described as a world of difference. Our Li family has a large yard. Why don't you Lin family come too? Li Hongyi hesitated for half a day and finally said softly. Everyone froze at those words. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face and rubbed his chin. Forget it, I'll leave you guys to rest. Our own little yard is just fine. Alright then. Li Hongyi was slightly disappointed, but she still let Lin Xian and the others leave. Lin Feng, legendary inventor of the carpenter's house in Suzhou, Jiangsu. At this moment, the Lin mansion was already very different, and the eyes of everyone looking at the Lin mansion had become incomparably awe-inspiring. This was a 1-star super family that could defeat the spirit martial sect. Alright, let's all get some rest and then we can prepare for tomorrow's battle. Lin Xian waved his hand at the crowd. Lin Fan and the others all left with a solemn nod. As he watched the crowd leave, Lin Xian smiled and walked into his room. System, bring up my panel. Host, Lin Xian. Identity, Lin Family Patriarch. Jishi Academy Progenitor. Cultivation level, perfection of the passing shape realm. Genuine soul, manifestation of the dragon, 9th grade. Unknown broken sword. Martial intent, sword intent no. 1 melts into the body. Ice intent first opens up. Special physique, kendo embryo. Secondary profession, Forge Master, pseudo 4th grade. Please test the host's true level as a Forge Master. Personal luck, green level, lower. Family luck, yellow grade, upper grade. Attacking martial arts, Wuxuan sword technique, spirit upper, sky shadow spirit sword decree, spirit lower. For seasoned sword technique, quasi spirit. Earthly fury palm, mortal 9. 8 gates of the Faustus seal, mutilated and unknown. Body technique martial art, swimming dragon steps, spirit grade lower grade. Body refining martial art, desolate battle body, spirit grade upper grade. Self-created martial arts, Shaoi Ruojuan, spirit grade lower. Other martial arts, Manhwa Shintong, disabled. Weapon, 10,000 spirit sword, lower grade spirit weapon. Puppets, Lin 1, late Tony realm. Lin 2, late Tony realm. Family level, Great Wasteland 1-star family. Family rating, initial fame in the eastern states. Lin Shen looked at this profile and was satisfied that his chi had been boosted again, becoming an upper yellow grade. According to the system, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver and gold 9 chi levels. Yellow and green is a watershed. Green and blue is also a watershed. As for purple and silver is even a watershed. And the further back you go, the more difficult it is to raise the level of chi. But no matter what, Lin Xian was also planning to raise his family's chi to the green level first. And this time, the family's chi was elevated. And the Lin family's fame shook the eastern state. So they were also richly rewarded. 5 calcined body pills. 7 mirror-breaking pills. 9 small marrow-cleansing pills. There's also a chance to add 1 to the martial intentions. The rewards are really very deep this time around. It was not only because the family's fortune had been boosted, but also because the family's evaluation had been greatly improved. None of them were rated before, because the previous rating was just obscure little hot chick, and the system didn't even have to show it. It had now jumped straight to becoming famous in the eastern states, though it was still only preliminary. Don't underestimate the fact that it's just 3 types of pills and a martial intent. There weren't even any high-grade weapons or martial arts, but these 3 types of elixirs were all extremely valuable. The first thing that was said was the calcined body pill. This pill was a gift given to Lin Xian by Venerable Wine at the time. 1 pill was worth 1,000,000 yuan stones, and it had a very good effect on the cultivation of the body refining martial arts. It just so happened that most of these little ones from Lin Xian's family cultivated the body refining martial art given by Lin Xian, because that body refining martial art was spirit level, so it couldn't even make it to the beginning. With this calcined body pill, it wasn't to say that it would directly make it to the beginning, but the level of comprehension would surely be more profound. Besides, that realm-breaking pill, which was terrifying, was similar to that little yuan-breaking pill, which also allowed cultivators to ascend a level. But the mirror-breaking Dan was completely different from the size-breaking yuan Dan. Generally speaking, a cultivator could only take 1 yuan-breaking pill in his lifetime. That is to say, if you have taken the lesser yuan-breaking pill, you cannot take the greater yuan-breaking pill. This kind is also the limitations of the elixir. If not, is to have the size of the broken yuan Dan. Then the cultivator plainly can cultivate 2 less small level. But the realm-breaking Dan is to seize the creation of heaven and earth. Not only can it break the mirror, but it can also have the effect of enhancing the yuan qi. And if the small yuan Dan realm uses the realm-breaking Dan, the large yuan Dan realm can also use the large yuan-breaking Dan once more, which is not conflicting at all. This elixir, it really came at the right time. It was just right that Lin Fan and the others could use it. And Lin Chagan, who had not yet reached the little yuan Dan realm, was also able to become a true little yuan Dan realm with this Dan. Finally it came to the small marrow cleansing Dan. Just from the name, it was quite a bit worse than the marrow cleansing Dan that Lin Xian had taken, but it also had the effect of cleansing the marrow and bones, and it was also something that could be given to the people in the family to use, to greatly increase the overall talent of the family. Lin Xian's elder brother and second brother, both of them are already old and not talented enough, although the family's chi luck rises again, but the second old man's strength progress is still relatively slow. With these contraptions, then everything will be much better. After looking at the 3 types of pills, Lin Xian looked at the martial intentions again. Last time he had picked up an ice intent for no reason, and now there was actually another one. Other cultivators would only be able to cultivate a power of intent after 1,000 years of hard work, and then Lin Xian would directly pick up the intent for nothing. This was simply not too pleasurable. Lin Xian only prayed that this time, the power of intent would come good. After opening the power of intent, this time had 6 types of intent for Lin Xian to choose from. The meaning of gold, the mood of the wood, the fire intentions, the meaning of earth, windy intentions, the mood of the mountains. 6 kinds of realms. The first 5 are more familiar to the public, while the 6th is interesting, the realm of the mountain. It is said that after comprehending this realm, the whole person can be like a huge peak of 10,000 miles and will not fall. However, Lin Xian still chose the Wind Realm after some thought. The main reason was that the Realm of Wind was compatible with the attributes of Lin Xian's 10,000 transformations Jiaolong, and the speed of the Realm of Wind was extremely fast, though not as fast as the Realm of Light. If one chose the Mountain Intent, then it wouldn't fit well with Lin Xian's manifestation Jiao Dragon. If one wanted it to fit, one would have to make Lin Xian's manifestation Jiao Dragon have the power of the mountain. And the only way for this to happen was for Lin Xian to become a high-grade forger and get a mountain attribute on the manifestation Jiao Dragon. Forge Master. It was indeed time for Lin Xian to try out his forging skills. Lin Xian exited the system space, stood up, came inside the compound, and directly summoned everyone. Father, Master, all of them bowed their hands and saluted. Tomorrow's big competition, but your strength is still a bit weak, so this family master will give you another chance today. But after giving you this chance, tomorrow's big competition, you will have to properly show me your real skills. Lin Xian's voice seemed extremely solemn. What Lin Xian was thinking was that if this East State's 18 prefecture competition was taken down hard by the Lin family, then would it be raised to a green level of qi. Lin Xian was desperate for green level qi, and green level qi was sure to be followed by another wave of big rewards. Knowing that his level hadn't risen at all yet, and that he had been stuck at the passing shape realm consummation for several days now, Lin Xian was already feeling quite upset. Hearing that Lin Xian was going to give chances, everyone was beaming with joy, very curious as to what chances Lin Xian would give. Lin Xian then took out all 3 types of pills and explained the effect to the crowd. Hearing that the effects of the 3 pills were one more perverted than the other, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Where in the world did their own family head go and get such a good pill? Lin Fan, Chang'an, 11, and Lin Ao, Lin Long, the 5 of you, 1 calcined body pill each. Lin Xian threw the elixir out, and all 5 of them rushed to catch it. Lin Shuer and Xiao Butter were definitely not willing to learn this kind of body-refining martial art that was the most rigid and masculine, so they couldn't use it either. Lin Fan, Chang'an, 11, Shuer, Butter, Aor, Little Dragon, 1 realm-breaking pill for each of the 7 of you, and this small marrow-cleansing elixir. Chang'an, Aor and Xiaolong each take 1. Yanger, and Xiaoying, you also each take 1. Lin Xian threw out the pills in his hands one by one. Compared to these people, Lin Fan, Jianxi's talent was now bar none, while Lin Shuer and Xiao Butier needed even less to be said. One was someone that Lin Xian couldn't even see through, and the other was a body of 1,000 yin. So naturally, he couldn't use the small marrow cleansing pill, whereas Lin Chanan's cultivation talent was actually not high, and his ability to get to this point was all due to perseverance. The other 4 were naturally even more incapable. As for the 5 remaining small marrow cleansing pills, Lin Xian's elder brother and second brother definitely had 1 each, and there were 3 more, which naturally had to be given to clansmen within the family who were still considered to be more promising and had given enough to the family. After the people distributed the pills, they all went off to cultivate in high spirits. Lin Xian looked at the backs of the departing crowd, and also smiled faintly. The Lin family, under his own leadership, began at the end of the microcosm, so where exactly would the end point be? State capital. Brother Ouyang, Brother Ho, Brother Lu, Brother Gong Qi, and Miss Ruyan, please sit down, gentlemen. Xiao Hoxiong smiled and arched his hand at the crowd inside the State Lord's mansion. This time I called you all here. In fact, I mainly want to discuss one thing with you. Xiao Hoxiong also did not have the slightest nonsense, and directly entered the topic. The crowd was slightly puzzled. It's Venerable Wine's 9th disciple, Lin Xian, and since he's Venerable Wine's own disciple, then I think that he's qualified to sit on the high stage. At Xiao Hoxiong's words, the crowd was stunned and shocked. I would have no problem with that. Ho Tianfeng smiled faintly. Oh, I'm okay with that. Ouyang War also immediately took a stand. Then I think it's okay. Gong Qi nodded slightly. I disagree. At this moment, Lu Ruyan interrupted the crowd. Lu Ruyan's face was extremely unsightly. Remembering the humiliation that Lin Xian had once given himself, it was something that was impossible to look back on. Even though he's a wine exalted one's own disciple, where does he qualify to enter the highest stage? Lu Ruyan's words were extremely harsh, and between the lines, she simply despised Lin Xian. Yeah, even though Lin Xian is honored as the wine exalted one's personal heir, his strength. Lu Shang also frowned slightly. Lin Xian's strength. People from other small places didn't know. They all knew in the imperial capital that Lin Xian was just a waste of space who couldn't enter the 3-passage divine realm for the rest of his life. As soon as this was said, Ho Tianfeng was already very unhappy, and was about to slap the table, when Ouyang War did immediately pull Ho Tianfeng back. This is indeed reasonable. If you have enough identity but not enough strength, you really can't get on the high stage. Ouyang War's words caused Ho Tianfeng to freeze, and Xiao Xiong also developed a sense of approval. Yang. Ho Tianfeng was extremely angry and wanted to lift the table. Yang wore but immediately smiled again and continued. A few days ago, I fought with someone in Xiantian City. I don't know if you all still remember? Naturally, I remember. That time, you can count on paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in stone fines. Xiao Xiong snickered. Yang War dumbly laughed. Which pot is the wrong pot, is it? Gong Qi frowned slightly, asking back in disbelief. Family Master Yang, you don't mean to say that the strong person who fought you back then was Lin Xian, do you? The crowd was again shocked to hear this. How is that possible? Ho Tianfeng was also stunned, staring closely at Lin Xian, wanting to beg for results. Ha ha ha, that's right. Yang battle laughed while getting up, crooked the corner of his mouth and continued. The one who fought with me back then was Lin Xian, and Lin Xian fought me to a draw, and he cultivated the sword intent realm. What? Lu Ruyan and Lu Shan were both shocked. Lin Xian actually fought Yang battle to a draw? This can't be right. Lu Ruyan screamed, simply unable to accept this result. Think she Lu Ruyan, at one time is also the pride of heaven. Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride list top 10, but now also only past Spirit Realm late stage. The intention is also cultivated out soon. Even so, he, Lu Ruyan, did not dare to say that he could fight Yang battle to a draw, and even the chance of fighting to a draw was less than 20%. But how could Lin Xian, this loser, fight Yang battle to a draw? Oh, as much as you can't believe it, it is what it is. Yang War smiled and resumed his seat, not caring about Lu Ruyan, whose face changed drastically. Ho Tianfeng and Gong Qi were also slightly surprised. It was unthinkable that after 20 years of not seeing each other, Lin Xian had actually broken the rumor that he couldn't break through to the three-passage divine realm for the rest of his life. Then in that case, Lin Xian is fully qualified to go on the high stage. Alright then, let Lin Xian go on the high stage tomorrow. Xiao Xiong waved his hand and directly decided on this matter. And Lu Ruyan was still in shock and deep suspicion. She didn't believe that Lin Xian was this strong. It must have been Yang battle who let the water out. End of chapter. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, 110, Venerable Wine personally passed on Lin Xian suffered from the entire audience's skepticism. Chapter 111, 110, Venerable Wine personally passed on Lin Xian suffered from the entire audience's questioning. Lingu Clan, a martial arts school in ancient China. After Mo Changshang brought by Eula several people to be lectured by Mo Kai, all of them were walking towards the mountain with ugly faces and without uttering a word. At this time, there was a person who came face to face, and this person suddenly opened his mouth. Mo Changshang, you really performed poorly today. Don't disgrace our spirit martial sect in tomorrow's battle. In front of Mo Changshang, there stood a handsome young man around 20 years old, with an aura that was even greater than Mo Changshang, and a smile on his face that was even more confident and calm than Mo Changshang. The always proud Mo Changshang was also forced to lower his proud head in the face of this person. Don't worry, senior brother Qingfeng. In tomorrow's competition, senior brother will definitely make that Lin family pay the price in blood, and will also fight for first place for our spirit martial sect. That's right. This person was none other than the spirit martial sect's explicitly most talented person, Mo Qingfeng. In the imperial capital, Mo Qingfeng was at the top of the list, and the Xian Yuan domain by Xiao Sheng had commented on it. Mo Qingfeng, guaranteed to have the qualifications of the top 10 of the great desolate dragons and phoenixes, with the qualifications to compete for the Xian Yuan domain's absolute pride. And after Mo Qingfeng had defeated the 9 great heavenly prides in a row in the imperial capital, he had also rushed back to the eastern state at the end, becoming the main force in the spiritual martial sect's 22-year-old battle for this 18 prefecture competition. Facing Mo Qingfeng, even Mo Changsheng had to back off. Oh, I'll see what happens then. Mo Qingfeng smilingly patted Mo Changsheng's shoulder and then left. Looking at Mo Qingfeng's departing back, Mo Changsheng's few people were relieved. They always felt like they were facing a high wall that could never be scaled when facing Mo Qingfeng. Mo Changsheng looked at Mo Qingfeng's shadow. His hands involuntarily clenched and his eyes were bloodshot. Lin family, I will make sure you lose, and I will also make you die without a burial place. And Mo Qingfeng, Mo Changsheng, will prove to the world that I am stronger than you, and I will definitely surpass you. Early the next morning, Xiantian City had a heavy news. The Great Desert's #1 academy, the Jixiao Academy's Venerable Wine's personal disciple actually visited Xiantian City. The moment this matter came out, the entire Xiantian City felt an unparalleled shock. That's the GK Academy Wine Venerable. If one were to ask who the strongest person in the Great Wasteland was, no one would hesitate about who they had in mind, and it would definitely be the first husband of the Jishi Academy, Venerable Wine. And as the wine exalted one's own heirloom, in terms of status and position, It really was no less than the imperial princesses of the great desolate empire. Oh no! It was even higher than the imperial princesses, enough to be comparable to the crown prince. It was said that the crown prince and the fourth prince also very much wanted to worship venerable wine as their teacher when they were young, but unfortunately in the end, these two were rejected. One must know that both the crown prince and the fourth prince were the best of the best in their generation in terms of talent across the board. It turned out that the wine venerable disciple, actually the main hit of karma, talent are secondary, karma in the first place. The crown prince and the imperial prince cannot give face. This is the paradigm of the wine honored one. The people were all talking. Venerable wine had a total of 10 disciples. So which disciple had come to their eastern prefecture city? And of the 10 great disciples of venerable wine, when it came to the one with the greatest reputation, it was undoubtedly the bright sword immortal, Zhantai Mingyue. Zhantai Mingyue, not only is the wine master's close disciple, but also by Xiaoshang known as the Great Wilderness 10,000 years of rare encounter of the wizards, at the same time mastering the sword intent and the bright intent, the strength of the unfathomable, but also by the great wilderness of the people honored as the bright sword fairy. More importantly, Zhantai Mingyue also possesses a face sufficient to pour all the people's face. Aside from Zhantai Mingyue, a large portion of the other disciples, a large portion of them were working as husbandmen in the Jishi Academy, and these people were all strong people who stood at the top of the great wilderness. 2 incense sticks before noon. All the major clans and sects had basically arrived. As for Lin Xian, he brought the Lin family to arrive late at this moment, mainly because Lin Chang'an and the others had been delayed for a while, because of the elixir given by Lin Xian. All of them were quite enlightened, especially Lin Chang'an, who had come a little late when he broke through the little Yuan Dan realm, and unexpectedly had a not-so-small martial arts breakthrough. Coming, on top of the high platform, Xiahou Xiong and the others smiled when they saw Lin Xian walking with the Lin family. Please. Xiahou Xiong waved his hand at the dozen or so Xian Tian armorers standing behind him. A dozen Xian heavily armors immediately arrived in front of the Lin family and were divided into 2 lines, respectfully bowing to Lin Xian. Drunken immortal master, our state master wishes you to take a seat on the high stage. Drunken immortal master, our state master wishes you to take a seat on the high stage. Drunken immortal master, our state master wishes you to take a seat on the high stage. 3 loud chants that spread throughout the meeting. This sound of drunken immortal Jusher was also Xiahou Xiong's respect for Lin Xian. In Lin Xian's series of appellations and identities, the drunken immortal dweller appeared to be extraordinarily transcendent. Everyone was shocked to the core by these 3 words. What did they mean? Why did you invite this Lin family head to take a seat on the high stage? It's hard not to. Ha ha ha. Lin family master, you are the personal heir of venerable wine. According to your status, according to etiquette, you should be seated on a high platform. Xiahou Xiong personally stood up and arched his hand at Lin Xian from afar, appearing quite polite. This time, the crowd heard clearly what Xiahou Xiong said. Lin Xian was really the personal disciple of venerable wine, but why hadn't any of them heard of it? Besides, how could the personal disciple of venerable wine be the patriarch of a 1-star family? Thousands of forces, tens of thousands of people. Their hearts were filled with doubts and incomprehension. Lin Xian was confused by this array. Around Lin Xian's thick skin cannot withstand so many people's curiosity to measure can only silently spit in his heart. What the hell is this? He, senior brother, please also take a seat. Ho Tianfeng, the Eastern Heavenly King, was also personally invited. This time, the crowd was really convinced that Lin Xian was venerable wine's personal disciple. Drunken immortal Jusher, please also take a look at the high stage. Gong Qi also immediately arched his hand in invitation. As for Yin Tianzheng, he was slightly confused at this time. Having left early yesterday, he had no idea what had happened since then. Originally, the entire spiritual martial sect was still guessing which teacher from the Jishi Academy had descended from the mountain. And after half a day of guessing, it was actually this Lin Xian. Lin Xian was helpless to the extreme, and riding the tiger, Lin Xian could only just walk up to the high platform and sit on top of the 8th chair, while the Lin family crowd, too, were still sitting together with the Li family. Lin Xian sat on a high platform, completely overlooking the entire battlefield. No wonder these guys like to sit on high platforms. There is really a kind of a glimpse of the mountains, and there is a feeling that the world's events can be seen at the end of the day. Lin family head, are you really a pro-transmitter of the Jishi Academy? As expected, and not to Lin Xian's surprise, someone still jumped out and questioned. As the crowd looked, the questioning was from the 5-star family, the Zhao family. And the questioner was also the Zhao family's family head, Zhao Tuo. Zhao Changjun was also in here. According to normal circumstances, Zhao Changjun's strength was a sure bet to be shortlisted for the second round, but as a result, he was eliminated in the first round. which really made it very difficult for the Zhao family. This time in the 18-house grand competition, the main force of the total points could be the young people. But now that the Zhao family had completely lost in the 18-house grand competition, the blow to the Zhao family was undoubtedly very huge. That's right, Lin family head. How did you, a family head of a one-star family, become the personal heir of Venerable Wine? I've been to Kyoto before. If I remember correctly, Venerable Wine has a ninth disciple who was known to never enter the three-passage divine realm for the rest of his life. It couldn't be the Lin family master. The two people who stood out this time were none other than the Sima family and the Nine Elements sect. Not only had their disciples been eliminated by the Lin family, and they were an affiliated force of the spirit martial sect, they definitely needed to come forward and question them at this moment. When the people heard the words of these two families, they were all skeptical. Can it be that this Lin family lord is really a fake? But both Lord State Lord and the Eastern Heavenly King have already made it clear that the Lin family master is the disciple of Venerable Wine. They can't be lying to us. I've heard about it before. The Wine Venerable One took in a loser disciple, but treated him well. I've also heard about it. It said that that person didn't enter the three-passage God realm for 40. His qualifications were mediocre. And in the end, he was nowhere to be found. It seems that this Lin family master is the Wine Venerable One's own heirloom who had mediocre qualifications in the first place. So what? So what if the Wine Exalted One's own heirloom? The strength is not good enough to qualify to sit up there. All the clans were talking and exchanging words. However, most of the people in here were expressing their displeasure with Lin Xian. This world was a world of martial arts, where martial arts were honored. The Wine Exalted One's power of speech in the Great Wasteland could even exceed that of the royal family. And the royal family still had to treat him with respect, which was brought about by the value of invincible force. Even though Lin Xian was the Wine Exalted One's personal heir and had an honorable status, without sufficient cultivation, those who respected Lin Xian on the surface wouldn't be able to convince Lin Xian in their hearts. And as Lin Xian sat on the high platform, he naturally heard these voices of skepticism. In particular, the waves of people led by the Zhao family had the loudest voices of skepticism. Earl White, it's up to you now. If you don't show your strength today, you're afraid that you won't be able to sit firmly in the chair under your butt. Lu Ruyan glanced at Lin Xian and let out an extremely disdainful sneer. Lu Ruyan still didn't believe that Lin Xian could fight Ouyang battle to a draw at this moment. It was simply impossible. When Lin Xian disappeared, it seemed that he had only just entered the Great Yuan Dan realm for the first time. But at that time, Lin Xian was already nearly 40 years old, and had already entered the downhill slope of cultivation. So how could he still be swimming against the current? The odds were that Ouyang War's words yesterday were just to elevate Lin Xian. Lu Ruyan was extremely disdainful in her heart. Just because Lin Xian was the Wine Venerable One's own heir, one or two of them liked to lick the soles of Lin Xian's shoes. However, the Wine Venerable for Jixia Academy in the Great Wasteland won a fair nature. So once said, do not allow Jixia Academy someone to use his name outside to do things, even if the pro-transmission is no exception. Even if Lin Xian was a pro-transmitter, a lack of strength was a lack of strength, and he had no qualifications to sit side by side with them. The crowd was now looking towards Lin Xian. Lin Fan and the others looked towards Lin Xian, but none of them were the slightest bit worried. They all had 100% trust in Lin Xian. In their hearts, Lin Xian was all-powerful, and as Li Hongyi looked at Lin Xian, her red eyes were filled with trust. Ouyang War had said that he could only fight Lin Xian to a draw, so Lin Xian's strength was naturally not bad. Moreover, Li Hongyi had personally fought with Lin Xian, and the current Lin Xian was no longer the Jixian scum of the past. As the Bai family looked at Lin Xian, everyone's hearts were extremely shocked that Lin Xian was actually the personal heir to the Wine Exalted One. If they hadn't withdrawn from the marriage, then Bai Yula would have become Lin Xian's daughter-in-law, which would then indirectly make her the disciple grandson's daughter-in-law of Venerable Wine. The hearts of the White family were unwilling to admit that they had actually felt a sense of regret, but now they could only console themselves. Lin Xian was just a waste of space and didn't have much say in the Jixi Academy. In the spirit martial sect's position, Mo Changsheng and the others were also incredulous. The bumpkins they had always looked down on were actually the true nobles. As for Bai Yula, her heart was the most raging. She had thought that it was good enough to evening out the spirit martial sect now, but she hadn't expected that Lin Fan had actually shifted to become the disciple grandson of the Wine Venerable One. However, Bai Yura still felt that the Lin family members were not worthy because Lin Xian, a person who was originally a waste, was afraid that he was still driven out by the Jixi Academy. Mo Qingxing's eyes were slightly cold as he looked at Lin Fan and snorted disdainfully. Even so what? In this way, he, Mo Changsheng, would only be more excited when he stomped on Lin Fan's head. So then what do you think the old man should do? Lin Shen looked towards the Zhao De and said with a light smile. Zhao Tuo's eyes met in Tianjin's extremely subtly. while Lin Tianzheng gave an extremely slight nod, and Zhao Tuo immediately understood. If you, as the wine venerable one's own heir, are just a wine sack, then you're also not qualified to sit on it at all, because you'd only be disgracing the wine venerable one's his old man's face if you sat on it. So, you have to beat me today. If you can't beat this family master, then you'll obediently roll down and don't use the name of the wine venerable one's own heirloom to woo me. Zhao Ta's tone was very impulsive and left no room for doubt. Pointing at Lin Xian and counting him out for a while, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. This Zhao Tuo, he really is a good dog of the spiritual martial sect. However, ever since the day Lin Xian had revealed his identity, Lin Xian had no thoughts of hiding his strength, and was completely out of the idea of keeping a low profile. The current Lin Xian was trying to let the world know what kind of Lin Xian he was, what kind of Lin family he was. Good. Since that's the case, then old me can fulfill you today. Lin Xian smiled faintly and stood up, his entire body resembling a divine sword that could run through heaven and earth standing on the high platform. An Excalibur, finally showing his light. End of chapter. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, 111, easily defeating Zhao Tuo. Chapter 112, 111, easily defeating Zhao Tuo. Then I'll ask Family Master Lin to give me a few lessons. Zhao Tuo let out a cold snort and leapt, directly arriving at the center of the battlefield. The crowd was in awe. It seemed that there was indeed a good show to watch today. The great battle between the great heavenly prides hadn't started yet, and it was unexpected that a special bout could be staged now. The gimmick of a war between Zhao family head Zhao Tuo and the wine exalted one's own heirloom was pulling out all the stops. Earl White, this offering is a friendly reminder. This Zhao family master has condensed his yuan qi, and I'm afraid that he's already a powerhouse of the Tongling realm. Lu Ruyan said with a light laugh. Lin Xian was non-committal. A guy who had just entered the Tongling realm not long ago. Lin Xian really didn't put it in his eyes. Lin Xian put his hands behind his back and lightly tapped the soles of his feet as his entire body directly rose up in the wind and floated to the ground. Lu Ruyan's eyes went wide. This hand of Lin Xian's was enough to prove that Lin Xian had already entered the three-passage divine realm, and that it wasn't an ordinary three-passage divine realm. Ouyang War smiled faintly. Lin Xian's true strength. Although he himself didn't know, Ouyang War could be certain that Lin Xian's true strength was extremely impressive even in the Tongling realm. Ho Tianfeng looked at this scene and was also overwhelmed with emotion, recalling that 20 years ago, Lin Xian was gloomy because of Bai Xiuxing's comment that he couldn't enter the three passes in his lifetime, and finally chose to leave without saying goodbye, and walked away. And now, Lin Xian had actually broken Bai Xiuxing's evaluation. Not only had he entered the three-passage divine realm, but he also looked like he was quite extraordinary. Lin Xian arrived in front of Zhao Tuo and smiled faintly. Come on, since you challenged me, then I have to satisfy you as well. Zhao Ta's eyes narrowed slightly. He had thought that Lin Xian was a drunkard, but he hadn't expected that Lin Xian had actually broken through to the three-passage divine realm. But because Lin Xian had hidden his strength, the others could only determine that Lin Xian was above the three-passage divine realm by virtue of that means of Lin Xian's. But they couldn't determine Lin Xian's true strength. Humph. This family master broke through the Tongling realm 5 years ago, and now he's still afraid of you. Zhao Tuo snorted coldly. His yuan qi instantly surged, and the majestic yuan qi directly filled the entire battlefield. The battlefield was only 100 acres or so. It was used for the younger generation to use, and it was still a bit too much of a stretch for the three-passage god realm to use. Seeing this, Xiao Xiong immediately got up and directly injected a yuan qi in the middle of the battlefield, and the surroundings of the battlefield were also suddenly surrounded by a hidden curtain of light. It's a formation, right? Lu Shang stroked his beard and smiled. It can't be helped. Two strong people fighting against each other. If the formation is not activated, then it will definitely spread to the others. Xiao Xiong sat back down after activating the formation, and after the formation was opened, Zhao Tuo directly rose up in the air, and a sword-shaped spirit weapon appeared in his hands as a gale of wind swept around him. The big battle is imminent. Tens of thousands of people were eagerly awaiting it, and couldn't take their eyes off it. Come on. Zhao Tuo was over 100 years old. His personality was still incomparably fiery, and he directly burst towards Lin Xian with a loud shout. The Tongling realm was worthy of being a Tongling realm. Its speed was terrifyingly fast. At least those of the Yuandan realm couldn't even see Zhao Tu's figure. In their eyes, they could only see a stream of light heading towards Lin Xian. As fast as lightning, Lin Xian didn't use the 10,000 transformation Jiaolong, nor did he use the peerless sword decree, nor did he want to use his sword intent melting body, and he simply couldn't use these undercurrents against this early passage realm Zhao Tuo. Pang! Zhao Tuo's strength was still good. A newly promoted 5-star family with a strong Tongling realm member as the head of the family. It seemed that it was also purposely prepared for this 18-house competition. For season's swordplay, Lin Xian lightly grunted in his heart. using his hand instead of his sword, and his powerful sword chi shot straight up into the sky. Zhao Tu's long sword swung out, waving out a stream of sword light, which instantly cut through Lin Xian's four-seasoned sword technique. Seeing this, Lin Xian also gave up his sword power and began a fancy display. Mountain Bending Fist, River Seal, Cyclone Triple Wave, Whistling 7 Kills. Lin Xian had learned nearly 1,000 martial arts in the Jishi Academy, and of those he had learned, 500 of them were of the 7th grade or higher. This was unimaginable for a normal martial artist. It was said that greed could not be chewed. A martial artist, generally speaking, mastering 7 or 8 martial arts was about right. If one were to forcefully go and cultivate various martial arts, on one hand, one would be greedy and chew on more than one, learning them all but not learning them all well, and on the other hand, one would seriously delay one's progress in cultivation, which would be a complete loss for the gain. The main thing was that Lin Xian's comprehension ability was perverted, and then it was hard for his cultivation to advance an inch. So Lin Xian had no choice but to lock himself up in the martial arts pavilion of the Jishi Academy, and directly learned hundreds of martial arts in one breath. And because of this, Lin Xian suddenly realized that his comprehension of martial arts was even more terrifying than it had once been, and that he was also able to see through the martial arts that others were using at a glance. For example, right now, Zhao Tuo was bursting towards Lin Xian, carrying a gust of wind that was bound to tear Lin Xian apart. But Lin Xian was under no pressure. This move was just using the strength of the wind to achieve a terrifying strangling force. Playing with the wind. Lin Xian was even more dumbfounded. Playing with the power of the wind in one's own place would be playing with a big sword in front of Guan Gong. Lin Xian wore a white robe, his white boots stepping directly on the wind as his entire body rose up in the air. Both hands formed a seal, and the wind that was originally fighting to come up against Lin Xian was actually countered by Lin Xian. What? Zhao Tuo was shocked. The wind power he controlled was actually countered. Wind control. You're worthy of it too. Lin Xian laughed coldly and blasted out with a fist that was called the Earth Fiend Fist. The Earth Fiend Fist, one of the most powerful 9th grade martial arts in the Jishi Academy, was said to be comparable to the quasi-spirit martial arts. Lin Xian blasted out with a punch so fast that it was impossible to catch. Zhao Tuo could do nothing but parry Lin Xian's attacks with his sword. Bang! A loud sound resounded through the battlefield. Zhao Tuo's body was like a meteor being blasted directly into the battle platform by the powerful fist force. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Most of them hadn't watched the confrontation between Lin Xian and Zhao Tuo, but they could see clearly that Lin Xian had sent Zhao Tuo flying. The family head is so strong. Lin Chang'an watched this scene, looking at Lin Xian's figure with admiration. Is this the true strength of master? It's actually so powerful. Jian 11 also murmured, looking at Lin Xian with eyes full of admiration and reverence. Li Hongyi smiled faintly, unsurprised by this scene. Ouyang Battle did the same, but several others took a deep breath. It turned out that what Ouyang War said was true. Ah! With a loud shout, Zhao Tuo stood on the battle stage. Zhou Xin was bubbling with green light, and an eagle that was dozens of meters long appeared above Zhao Tuo's head. The eagle was extremely large and covered the sky. There was another gasp from the crowd of onlookers. A 5th grade Yuan soul was already quite good, especially since Zhao Tuo still had to be a strong person of the passing spirit realm, and in some of the worst prefectures, there was no passing spirit realm at all, such as the Huacheng prefecture. The Xia Mansion masters that came from the Huacheng mansion this time were all only at the passing formation realm perfection. Storm Eagle, 5th grade Yuan soul. Ha, so that's how it is. Lin Xian stood on the wind, looking at the glowing eagle and said with a smile. The eagle let out a long cry and followed Zhao Tuo as he slammed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes remained unchanged. Just a stray bird. Storm Sword Technique. Zhao Tuo took out his skill. A huge green-colored sword shadow appeared in the air, resembling a storm eagle, killing straight towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian leapt back, his hands violently forming seals. 8 Gates of Faust Seal. The huge ancient pagoda seal appeared out of nowhere, emitting a burst of golden light as it flew violently towards that storm sword. Avalanche. A loud explosion rang out, and the air was covered in grayish-black smoke, causing the light curtains surrounding the perimeter of the battlefield to tremble as well. As the crowd watched the scene, they were all a bit scared, fearing that the light curtain would break and then that powerful attack would reach them. In the smoke, a huge figure burst out. It was the Storm Eagle, and on top of the Storm Eagle stood none other than Zhao Tuo. Zhao Tuo still had 2 skills when he was able to enter the passing spirit realm. In the vast imperial capital, the psychic realm was also in the ranks of the experts. Eagle God Claw. It was another spirit martial arts move, and it wasn't even a lower grade spirit martial arts. That Storm Eagle's large, sharp claws grabbed straight towards Lin Xian's head with astonishing power. It seemed that he had to show a bit of real skill today. Lin Xian's eyes were cold and stern, and his yuan qi instantly changed to color. Ordinary white yuan qi became blue in an instant, and the temperature in a few miles around was instantly lowered by more than 100 degrees. Not only that, just above the high platform, cold ice condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is? The crowd was shocked. This was the power of intent. The power of intent can be categorized into outward and inward. Internal harvesting meant not using the power of intent directly, but rather using it on martial arts and weapons and so on. For example, Lin Xian started off by stepping on the wind and countering Zhao Tuo's wind with the help of his wind intent. As for outward release, it was the complete release of the power of intent, maximizing the power of intent and also influencing the opponent with the power of intent. Lin Xian's current ice intent was presented in outward form. Boom boom boom. The Dao Dao ice sword killed towards Zhao Tuo. Although Zhao Tu was shocked that Lin Xian possessed the realm of ice, he still gritted his teeth and killed towards Lin Xian, strongly breaking Lin Xian's ice sword. The eagle's sharp claws had already arrived in front of Lin Xian, the large eagle's claws grasping straight towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was covered in yuan qi forex, and an immense, incomparable ice wall appeared in Lin Xian's hands, topping out towards the sky. The ice wall was 100 meters in length and width, directly blocking that storm eagle outside the ice wall. Boom! There was another loud sound, and the storm eagle actually failed to break through Lin Xian's ice wall. Although the ice wall was scratched to pieces, Lin Xian was unharmed. What? Zhao Tuo's face became even more ugly. Actually, this didn't help Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand slightly, and the broken wall of ice directly dissipated into dots of icy blue. Points of ice blue actually have out of thin air condensed into thousands of ice spikes. Family Master Zhao, take this Family Master's move. Lin Xian flicked his hand, and thousands of ice spikes surged towards Zhao Tuo like crazy. Faster. It was because Lin Xian had added the wind intent to these ice spikes. The penetrating power of ice combined with the speed of wind, the power that is really doubled. Zhao Tu also didn't expect Lin Xian's ice spikes to actually run so fast, and there was no time to resist them, so he could only fight against them. However, Zhao Tuo was dumbfounded again. These ice spikes were even more terrifying and extremely powerful than he had imagined. An ice spike struck above the wings of that storm eagle, and the storm eagle couldn't carry Lin Xian's terrifying blows, and its figure became much more illusory. Ice spike ended, and before Zhao Tuo had time to be happy, Lin Xian suddenly came barreling in. For seasoned sword technique, winter cold and frost, with both fingers as swords, a cold and cold to the core sword light instantly surged out. Pang! The storm eagle instantly exploded, and Zhao Tuo's entire body flew out hundreds of meters backwards, once again smashing heavily onto the battle platform, coughing up blood. Ahem! After several mouthfuls of blood sprayed out of Zhao Tuo's mouth, he covered his chest with one hand, his eyes filled with incredulity that he had actually been defeated. Lin Xian was still standing on the wind, the white robe on his body fluttering according to the flowing wind. Extremely ethereal. Winning! Lin Chang'an yelled and raised his hand, extremely excited. Even the ever-steady Sword 11 was very happy to reveal a smile. Lin Fan looked at his father, a slight smile spreading at the corners of his mouth as he once again reacquainted himself with his father. As the Bai family watched this scene, their faces all changed drastically. Lin Xian was actually able to defeat Zhao Tuo, who was at the passing spirit realm of strength. This meant that Lin Xian's personal strength was definitely above the Tonling realm. Bai Laowood was in place, unable to speak, and a feeling of regret was in the hearts of a group of Bai family members. They really seemed to have missed a huge opportunity. On the high stage, other than Ouyang battle, everyone else's faces changed. This was especially Lu Ruyan, whose face became the most exaggerated. Lin Xian had actually managed to break through to the three-passage divine realm, and his true battle power was still so strong. Yin Tianzheng also had an ugly face. This Lin family had done quite a lot against their spirit martial sect, and now it seemed that it was not easy to deal with. End of chapter. Chapter 113. Chapter 113. Chapter 112, Ranking Ring Match 4 years is too long. Today is the end. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, The Ranking Ring Tournament 4 years is too long. Today is the end. Ha ha ha, this battle is really wonderful. The Lin family master is worthy of being the senior disciple of Venerable Wine. His cultivation is unfathomable. It's really deeply admirable. Xiao Xiong slowly stood up with a smile on his face and then clapped for Lin Xian. Lin Xian also smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. It was just defeating one of the most trashy Tongling realms. There was nothing to brag about. So he directly stepped on the wind and returned to the high platform. This 8th seat, one really just has to sit him down today. Looking at such a dazzling Lin Xian, the Lin and Xiao families were overjoyed, but there were quite a few people who felt sad and tricky. For example, the Bai family. At this moment, the Bai family is very quiet. not a single person to speak. Looking at this scene, no one can say words. Bai Lao even feel directly aged 10 years. The people of the spirit martial sect, who regarded Lin Xian as a thorn in their side, were feeling even more difficult at the moment. If Lin Xian was just a Tongling realm, this would still be fine. After all, the golden-robed elders of the spirit martial sect and the mountain lord were both Tongling realm powerhouses. And if so many Tongling realm powerhouses were determined to kill a Tongling realm, then it was also completely doable. But Lin Xian was now bearing the name of the Wine Exalted One's personal heir, which made it very difficult for them. That is the Wine Exalted One. If their spirit martial sect annoys the Wine Exalted One, even if the spirit martial sect is one of the 5 great clans of the Great Wilderness, even if it is a large and powerful clan, it still can't afford to invite the Wine Exalted One. Confessor Lu. Now, I should be qualified to sit on this high platform, right? Lin Xian glanced at Lu Ruyan and pulled out an inexplicable smile. Lu Ruyan's face was ugly. Her 2 white tender hands clenched together. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. She didn't utter a word or look at Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Xian only smiled faintly and stopped talking. Alright then, now, the 8th seat is owned by the Lin family master. Xiahou Xiong said once more. The crowd was convinced of this. That Zhao Tuo was no longer a Tongling realm expert, but he was still defeated by Lin Xian. What's more, Lin Xian had easily defeated Zhao Tu in this great battle without even sacrificing his Yuan soul. Thinking about it this way, Lin Xian's true strength had to be even more terrifying. Ho Tianfeng also smiled and came over to Lin Fan's side. Senior brother, you're still really impressive. Without some strength, how can you become the Eastern Heavenly King's senior brother? Lin Fan also laughed and teased. Ho Tianfeng smiled helplessly. Don't flirt with me, senior brother. Today, it's the final qualifying round for the last round to advance to the top 100 heavenly prides. And the scores for the qualifying round are even more lucrative than the scores for the points ranking round in the first 3 days. For this qualifying round, first place, you will receive 3,000 family ranking points. Second place gets 2,000. Third place gets 1,000 points. The top 10 get 500 points and the top 20 get 200. Fittingly, the second qualifying race had a much higher points effort. The first place was a full 3,000 points, a height of points that really wasn't low anymore. Just need to take first place. Then it's really halfway secure. When the Lin family's crowd heard this score, they were also slightly energized. Hey, Uncle Junior, all we need is one more first place. Then first place is assured in our under-18 competition. Lin Chainan hemmed and hawed as if this first place was easy. Jian 11 heard this, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, he solemnly nodded his head. I think so too. Let's do the same as the last round again. 1 first and 2 top 10s. Then overall first place is indeed secure. Lin Fan saw that the two were actually so confident. First he smiled helplessly, although he also secretly nodded his head. It was indeed true. If they directly wrapped up the top 3, then wouldn't it be more stable? Spirit Martial Sect Camp. Mo Changsheng listened to this rule, and his heart was also happy. The first place had a full 3,000 points, which was 6 times higher than the first place in the first round. One only needed to take the first place in this round. Then one could also wash away the shame of being nailed in the first round. Thinking of this layer, Mo Chingxing's cruel eyes were fixed on the Lin family camp. Even though the head of the Lin family had now revealed himself to be the personal disciple of Venerable Wine, Mo Changsheng still did not carry fear. How to say that their spirit martial sect was also one of the 5 great sects of the Great Wilderness? Even the Jixia Academy had to give some face, right? Feeling Mo Changxing's gaze, Lin Fan also looked over, and their gazes directly locked together. Mo Changsheng smiled disdainfully and made a provocative gesture. In response, Lin Fan just disdained it and directly ignored Mo Changsheng. When Mo Changsheng saw this, the veins on his forehead rose up in anger. This dog scum, actually ignoring himself. Senior brother Mo, don't get angry over this person. When we go to the battlefield, then everything will be based on strength. Bai Yuara also said gently when she saw this. Well, don't worry, senior sister Bai. This time it's no longer a personal matter for you. If I were to meet this Lin Fan in advance, I would definitely make him beg for mercy on his knees. Mo Chingxing's tone was filled with anger. The rules for the final qualifying round of the contest are now announced. At this moment, Xiahou Xiong stood up again and began to announce the rules. The rules for this qualifying round begin with a ring tournament, with 20 rings in total. The ringmaster of each of the 20 rings designed will advance to the next round. And as for the 80 contestants eliminated down the line, they will receive the same number of points, or 80. Xiahou Xiong spoke faintly. As soon as these words came out, the battlefield that was the size of 100 acres of land actually suddenly sunk in, and in its place were 20 rings. Each ring was the size of an acre of land, divided across the battlefield. The crowd watched as these rings rose up from the ground, and their blood was lit up with the battle factor. And at that moment Xiahou Xiong continued. Now, go up and pick a ring according to your ranking from the previous round. And a ring can only have a maximum of 5 people. And when a ring has 5 people in it, the person with a higher ranking behind them picking the ring can kick one person in that full ring to another ring and replace him or her himself or herself. When these words came out, the players with low rankings all changed their faces. It was really bad enough. Now everyone was finally understanding why it was said that the higher the ranking in the first round, the more benefits could be gained later. Let's just say this: picking the ring. First place is a straight up guarantee. Pick a ring with a trashy strength and just kick someone. Then take out 4 trashy opponents to advance straight to the top. It's just too good to be true, right? Now, pick the ring according to the rankings. After Xiahou Xiong finished speaking, the 100th contestant had gone up and picked a ring at random. The 99th, 98th, then came up for selection in turn. It was also natural for the several members of the Lin family to separate, or else if they met together, they would only be able to advance one person. Lin Shuer was actually targeted by that Mei Tianliang, and when Mei Tianliang saw that Lin Shuer had chosen a ring, he directly went up and prepared to beat Lin Shuer down. Senior brother, then leave Lin Fan to me. He will definitely choose me. After reaching Bai Yula faintly spoke to Mo Changsheng before walking up to a ring that was still 2 people short. This ring was just for Bai Yula and Lin Fan. The 3 people in that ring watched Bai Yula walk up. Their faces all stiffened. The spirit martial sect's own heirloom had come up. So what the hell is the point of playing? After Bai Yura, it was Lin Chang'an's turn. Lin Chang'an casually scanned the circle, but suddenly found a man. Shen Xiao, the man who had been standing by Shang Wanchan's side earlier. Shen Xiao also met Lin Chang'an's gaze. Shen Xiao slightly narrowed his eyes. This Lin Chang'an kind of upset himself, and he didn't know for what reason. And Lin Chang'an didn't know why. Looking at this, Shen Xiao was also more and more unpleasant, and finally decided to choose Shen Xiao's that ring. As Shang Wanchan looked at the situation, her face turned white and her fists clenched slightly. Her eyes filled with worry for Lin Chang'an. Lin Fan and Sword 11 also noticed Lin Chang'an's hold, but the 2 of them didn't know Lin Chang'an's purpose and didn't bother. Sword 11 also started to pick his opponent. Who knew that Sword 11 actually picked Hishin's ring directly and kicked away a contestant directly? The contestant who was kicked out was overjoyed that he was actually out of his misery and immediately went to another ring. Hishin looked at Jian 11 who was walking towards him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said coldly, you think you can beat me? Then you're really underestimating the spirit martial sect's personal disciples. But I'm not that kind of trash like Mei Tianliang. We won't know if we can fight or not if we try. Jian face was as normal as ever as he slowly walked in front of Hishin. His 8'5" height completely crushing Hishin who was only 7'5". Today, I'm going to test my sword on you. Sword 11 looked at Hishin for a long time and finally spat out this sentence. In one sentence, Hishin was belittled as nothing, and was also compared to Hishin as a sword grinding stone. Hishin's eyes were red with anger. This Jian 11 actually dared to look down on himself so much. One must make this mudblood pay in blood. With Jian 11 having chosen, the other high-ranking players also chose their rings. But of course, these people were basically separated. If they went up against each other in the first round, let's not talk about who would win, even if they did, but they would surely have a lot of energy. And 1 hour after the ring match there will be an immediate 2x2 showdown. And with an hour's time, it was hard to restore yourself to your full strength, so it was best to try not to face an expert if you could in this ring match. Even Mo Changsheng, who hated the Lin family to the bone, had randomly picked an average ring, and Mo Changsheng was going to ruthlessly abuse the Lin family members on a 2x2 duel, especially Lin Fan. Mo Changsheng looked at Lin Fan. Now the ring was just short of an empty seat, and that was the one of Bai Yula. Everyone was looking at the ring that Bai Yura was in. Instead, Bai Yula looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with provocation and disdain. Lin Fan also smiled slightly. At the very beginning, the 2 people tore each other's marriage contract to set a 4-year contract, which was actually just 3.5 years, because at that time, there were still 3.5 years away from the Dragon and Phoenix Heaven's Pride ranking. But Lin Fan is also directly very high profile. Why need 4 years? 2 years is enough. It's not arrogance, it's confidence. Because at that time, Lin Fan had already awakened his chi and possessed a chance that ordinary people could not imagine. But now it seems that what is the need for 2 years? Almost 1 year is enough. It's now almost a year away from the withdrawal. Lin Fan slowly walked over to Bai Yula's part of the ring and looked straight at Bai Yula. Bai Yura, a year ago, you went to my Lin family to withdraw from the marriage. We made a 4-year pact, but over the past year, I've been thinking about this pact, and many times it's even kept me up at night. But now it seems like 4 years isn't necessary, and that we can end the grudge we had back then today. End of chapter. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, An Early Appointment. Battle Bila. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, An Early Appointment. Battle Bila. Lin Fan's words were powerful and spread throughout the battlefield. Everyone looked at Lin Fan, including Lin Xian, the father. Lin Xian looked at the spirited Lin Fan at this moment and revealed a pleased smile. Senior brother. Don't blame senior brother for undermining you. This son of yours, to be honest, is stronger than you were at the time. Ho Tianfeng, who was on the side, said smilingly, although Ouyang War didn't say anything. The slight nodding motion showed that Ouyang War also had the same idea. Lin Xian just smiled faintly. His own son was stronger than this old man of his. That was because this old man of his had good genes. The blue is better than the blue, and one should be more than happy. Gong Qi frowned slightly. How did this Lin Xian have a son? He hadn't noticed this problem at the very beginning. Then what should that girl Gong Mule do? Lu Ruyan's nostrils heaved out and she snorted coldly, looking down on both Lin Xian's father and son. As for the feud between Lin Fan and Bai Yula, it had initially become a major hotspot in the eastern state, but because Lin Fan was unknown, not many people talked about it later. But now it was different. As Lin Fan was the disciple grandson of Venerable Wine and was also the first place winner of the points ranking tournament, this name was loud and clear. As for Bai Yula, she was also a relatively famous young female cultivator within the eastern prefecture, with beautiful looks and an extremely high level of fame and reputation. The feud between these two, that's a lot to watch. Many family clans were curious to observe. These two are considered to be battling it out today. When Bai Yura withdrew from marrying that Lin Fan, I don't know if she regrets it. I see that the Bai family is quite regretful. Interesting, when it's really interesting. I wish this Lin Fan would win. With all the talk, the ring match also officially began. Lin Xian just sat blandly in his seat without the slightest concern for his son. As Lin Fan's own father, Lin Xian was naturally very clear about how terrifying Lin Fan's strength was again right now. Bai Yula would not be Lin Fan's opponent. The ring tournament officially begins. It will end when one person is left in each ring, and the last person left will become the ringmaster. After Xiahou Xiong's order, many of the rings started to firefight directly. For a while, the battle raged on, and countless celestial pride was knocked off the stage. Most of the 100 celestial pride that could be here were on the lesser Yuandan realm, and only a very small portion were at the 9th level of the opening Yuan. This is also letting people see the greatness of the eastern state. Heaven's pride is really everywhere. Pang! Bai Yula struck ferociously, slapping down a small early Yuandan realm heavenly pride with a single palm. You too, do you want me to send you down, or do you want to go down by yourselves? Bai Yura looked at the other two again and said indifferently, so what if you're a spirit martial sect progenitor? If you want me to go down, you have to see if you have the ability. One of them shouted. Bai Yula's face sank and she was just about to make a move. But Lin Fan was the first to make a move. A knife chopped out. The blade light was like a stream of light flashing by. The celestial pride who was still talking just now was instantly chopped away. But Lin Fan left some room for maneuver and only caused him to suffer minor injuries. After decapitating this person, Lin Fan immediately stepped on a strange pace and came to another person, repeating the same technique, and that person was also instantly defeated. There was also a huge gap in strength between the Heaven's Pride, and Lin Fan was naturally a supreme talent amongst the Heaven's Pride. After resolving the two, Lin Fan sheathed his blade and looked at Bai Yura with a smile. Alright, you solve one person. I solve two people. This battlefield, now you and I are left. This time, you and I must go down to one, and also to solve the grudge between you and me. Lin Fan's words were bland, but they also carried a hint of resentment, although it didn't bring substantial damage to the Lin family in the first place. However, Lin Xian's reputation had suffered great damage. As the head of the family, it was indeed a shameful thing for one son to be returned from his marriage in front of his own face on his 60th birthday. Come on. Bai Yura was also holding a long sword in her hand, and a brilliant light flashed in her eyes. The spirit martial sect deserves to be a big family. I can't imagine that the protégés are using pseudo-spiritual weapons. Xiahou Xiong looked at the long sword in Bai Yula's hand and laughed. In response, Yin Tianzhong only smiled faintly. This girl, Yuara, has good talent and has performed extremely well. Bestowing a pseudo-spirit weapon also serves as a commendation. This explanation, very official. Lin Xian didn't feel anything. After all, in Lin Fan's storage bag, there was also still a pseudo-spirit weapon lying around. What's more, Lin Fan was wearing a spirit soldier treasure armor. Pang! While the crowd was talking, Lin Fan and Bailey Yura had already ed. The two of them were also the direct center of attention in the room, and for this reason, Sword 11 and Hishin did not fight. Instead, they watched the show. The rest of the ring was pretty much the same, except that Mo Changsheng was more domineering. and as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he first blasted the other four right out of the ring. Thousand Ren Gotham. Beulah chirped. The long sword in her hand flashed with white light and amazing power, stabbing straight towards Lin Fan. As soon as Lin Fan pulled out his long sword, the tang blade came out of his body and drove this bit of starlight. Bang! The two soldiers met with the sound of steel meeting steel. The two of them were separated by another dozen or so slashes after a single move against each other. It was a round of no contest for the two. There's no need for you to hide. Just go all out. Beulah flung her long sword and lightly raised her head in a slightly condescending manner. Lin Fan slightly hooked up the corner of his lips. The tang sword in his hand casually played a pattern. His feet were like stepping on a dragon. His body shape was unpredictable and fast, and he madly rushed towards Beulah. Beulah was also not willing to show weakness. Although Lin Fan's attack was powerful, Beulah was still attacking fiercely towards Lin Fan. Bang! Lin Fan swung out his sword and chopped at Beulah's incoming long sword. The long sword fell away, and Lin Fan fought to slash horizontally, the long sword heading towards Beulah's abdomen. Beulah did not avoid it in the slightest, crossing her sword over her body and blocking Lin Fan's blade once again. Chopping! Lin Fan also stopped hiding. His yuan qi instantly skyrocketed, and his entire speed increased by more than 5 layers as he charged towards Beulah. Clang! There was a clear sound of iron striking, and a large chopping character coalesced in the air with yuan qi. Beulah's arm robe instantly broke open with a blade mark, and the mark imprinted into her arm. Beulah was injured by a move given by Lin Fan. The two separated, and Beulah's eyes had completely changed as she looked at Lin Fan. This waist that he had once despised in the slightest, was now completely different, becoming not only powerful, but also very confident. I admit I looked away once, but I will win you today. Beulah was still so arrogant. The pseudo-spirit soldier in her hand had a great flash of spiritual light, driving Beulah's figure towards Lin Fan to kill, transforming into a stream of light. Today, the grudge should be settled. Fight! Beulah! Lin Fan charged violently to meet him. However, Lin Fan actually suffered from Beulah's suppression in this instant. This move was one of Beulah's killing moves, and this killing move was truly extraordinary, actually directly gaining the upper hand. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this really the battle power that the little Yuan Dan realm should have? Some of the more garbage de Yuan Dan realm and these two people are afraid of wrestling cannot be good, and even not necessarily beat. It seems that spirit martial sex Beulah is still better. Indeed, it's also true that Beulah is a spirit martial sex own heirloom, and has also gained the regard of spirit martial sex Mo Kai, so it's really powerful. This Lin Fan looks a bit dangerous. Lin Fan's first place in the last round would have been speculative luck. Watching Lin Fan being pressed down, quite a few people were seeing the wind and began to tout Beulah and somewhat belittle Lin Fan. But a true expert could see that although Lin Fan was suppressed, every move Lin Fan made was steady and unparalleled, and every the swing of the sword was held back with patience. Lin Fan, you come out with your sword. Beulah chopped out with a sword. Lin Fan was chopped out a dozen meters. Beulah coldly shouted. It was all just an appetizer just now. Beulah, you're too confident, and way too arrogant. Berserk blade formation. Lin Fan bellowed, and the entire ring was actually covered with long knives. What time is it? Beulah was alarmed, and the spectators on the sidelines were dumbfounded. Lin Xian and the others then smiled slightly. As early as when Lin Fan and Beulah were fighting, Lin Xian could already tell that Lin Fan was setting up his moves. This berserk blade formation could not even enter the top 3 in Lin Fan's base cards. As for why Lin Fan had to use such an impractical move in this one, it was naturally to defend against Mo Changsheng, Lin Fan's undercard, that was used to fight for the title, which was to deal with Mo Changsheng. As for Beulah, in Lin Fan's heart, it was just like that. After the berserk blade formation was unleashed, Beulah could only frantically resist, but she was still stabbed by the rays of blade light. Take advantage of your illness. Lin Fan was not a kind person, and directly struck out at the second time. This move was very ferocious, and did not give Beulah any chance at all. But Beulah was also truly powerful. In this situation she actually broke free from Lin Fan's blade formation and forcibly got away and left. Put! A mouthful of blood spat out of Beulah's mouth. Obviously, although Beulah had escaped, she still suffered considerable injuries. Want to keep coming? Lin Fan said with a smile. I won't lose to you. I won't lose to you for sure. Beulah's face was extremely ugly, but the aura on her body did rise like crazy. This is a quasi-spiritual martial art. Beulah had actually cultivated a quasi-spirit martial art, but by the looks of it, Beulah's mastery was still a bit poor, and this was completely exercised by force. But after all, it was made, and the terrifying sword chi surged towards Lin Fan in all directions, encircling Lin Fan and making it impossible for him to get away. Lin Fan, this move which is a quasi-spirit martial art, was originally prepared for you, and now it's just the right time to use it. So you'll lose to me under this move. Baiula roared madly, enduring the slightly more serious injuries all over her body to attack Lin Fan once again. Lin Fan held his sword in his left hand, and his entire person instantly became internally sharp. At this moment, Lin Fan seemed to have become a sword. Lin Shen looked at this situation and also scared. Looking at this, Lin Fan was afraid that if he was a little bit more lucky, he would be able to comprehend the martial intent at the Little Yuan Dan realm in the Great Desolate Empire. For thousands of years, those who were able to comprehend the power of the realm of intent at the Great Yuan Dan realm were relatively rare, and those who were able to comprehend the power of the realm of intent at the Little Yuan Dan realm, then there was only one person, and that was Zhantai Mingyue, Lin Fan's youngest senior sister. Zhantai Mingyue, at the age of 15 was the Little Yuan Dan realm, and comprehended the Sword Dao realm, and at the age of 18, Zhantai Mingyue also comprehended the realm of light, and the two realms also directly merged into one, becoming a true light sword intent. Lin Fan, who was in the middle of the field, was not the least bit flustered even though he was surrounded by hundreds of harsh sword chi. Suddenly, Lin Fan moved, and the long blade in his hand once again came out of his body, this time out of his body, driving a Dao of blade light. 9 consecutive slashes of blade light instantly cut out, and the wrapped in airtight sword aura was instantly chopped out a large hole. Lin Fan instantly rushed out of the hole and stepped on the wind to arrive in front of Baiula. Baiula was shocked. How could she not expect her 100-segment sword formation to be broken by Lin Fan? And it was already too late for Baiula to leave. After retreating 10 steps, Lin Fan's long knife was already against Baiula's neck. Baiura, lost. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Chapter 114, Thunder and Lightning show the way of the Tyrant Sword. Chapter 115. Chapter 114, Thunder and Lightning show the way of the Tyrant Sword. The crowd couldn't help but increase their breathing as they watched this scene. Baiula actually lost to Lin Fan. Lin Fan had truly proved what Baiula had once done wrong this time. Lin Fan was not a waste. On the contrary, Lin Fan was a complete and utter heaven's pride. Baiula in the field turned pale. Her eyes dimmed as she looked at Lin Fan's long knife that was against her neck. Lin Fan slightly hooked his lips and easily withdrew his long sword. It's finally over. And it's been a rough year. And now well, I've accomplished the first thing in my life I was supposed to do. From this day forward, Baiura, you and I will have nothing more to do with each other. The Tang sword in Lin Fan's hand was sheathed back, and he directly walked out of the ring. As for being left to his own devices, Lin Fan didn't feel it was necessary, proving it for the Lin family, for himself, in front of the entire eastern state, was enough. Baiula's face was pale. Those eyes looked at Lin Fan's departing back, and for some reason, she always felt empty. On top of the high platform, Yin Tianjing's face became more and more ugly. The spirit martial sect had lost to the Lin family again and again this time. It was simply a disgrace. It seems that the Lin family head is indeed well taught. It is said that a year ago, your son appeared not to enter the Kaiyuan, but in just a year's time, it has actually been a small Yuandan realm. It is really powerful. I admire it. Xiahou Xiong praised Lin Xian smilingly. In the face of Xiahou Xiong's praise, Lin Fan also smiled faintly, and said modestly, State Lord Xiahou has flattered him. Lu Ruyan looked at this scene. The heart is very upset. This small, but also really have 2 brushes. As for the others, they too had their own thoughts. Among them, the Bai family was one of the hardest to bear. They were now real clowns, blind and stupid families. Bai Lao's face was unsightly to the extreme, and he hurriedly ordered someone to bring back the pale-faced Bai Yula. As for Bai Rong, he still had that indifferent expression. Lin Fan also noticed Bai Rong's expression and frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. Bai Rong had always been very fond of this daughter of his, but now it seemed as if Bai Rong didn't fluctuate at all. Lin Fan always felt that Bai Rong was very strange, especially because of the changes in Bai Rong's personality. Once in Bai Rong no when, Bai Rong clearly is a very righteous person, and Lin Fan walking Jianghu is a big brother called Lin Fan. But the current Bai Rong, even his face had changed, becoming extremely shadowy, and Lin Fan felt that he needed to check it out, because the current Bai Rong was really very wrong. It seems that our Lin family has won over you once again. Sword 11 watched Lin Fan walk back to the Lin family camp and looked at Yixin in front of him with a smile. Yixin's face didn't look too good, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Senior sister Bai lost. So today I'm going to take you to wash away the humiliation for our spirit martial sect. Yixin shouted, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, which was also a pseudo-spirit weapon. The spirit martial sect was worthy of being one of the 5 great sects of the empire. With a large family, the vast majority of the pro-disciples were equipped with pseudo-spiritual weapons, and there were even quite a few that had been equipped with real spiritual weapons. Pang! In an instant, the two of them, Jian 11 and He Shin, collided directly. The ring on Lin Fan's side had just ended, and Bai Yula had been brought down by the Bai family, and now the ring on Jian Shi's side was also being fought. The crowd was also very interested in this fight. After all, this was a great battle between the 9th and 13th place in the points ranking tournament, not a battle between ordinary minions. He Shin's strength was quite not bad. In the second grade of Heavenly Pride is also ranked in the front. The body of Yuan Chi instantly exploded. Actually has the level of the middle stage of the small Yuan Dan realm. Looks like it is still just broke through not long ago. Today, let me, He Shen, win the first battle for our spirit martial sect. He Shen was holding a long sword with extremely fast speed, and he was charging across the room towards Jian 11. Sword 11 was not the least bit flustered, and he also held a 9th grade longsword in his hand. Although the longsword was of the 9th grade, it was of extremely high quality, even vaguely comparable to the pseudo-spirit weapon in He Shen's hands. Your Lin family does look like it has two brushes in hand. On the 18th ring, Shin Xiu clasped his hands on his chest. The corner of his mouth lifted up a smile, which seemed to have a slight carelessness and a very obvious pride. Humph, that's natural. 11th strength is not comparable to that He Shen. Lin Chang'an hummed lightly, very proud. Oh, looks like you guys are really confident. So, do you think I can beat you? Shin Xiu's two arms that had been hugging his chest suddenly went vertical, exuding a dangerous smell. Lin Chang'an suddenly changed his face. His entire face became solemn. The power in this person was very powerful, stronger than that He Shen as well. Shen Xiu, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, Shang Wanchan, the winner of ring number 16, suddenly shouted. That's right, Shang Wanchan had also become a dark horse, actually beating the 16th ranked player and capturing a ring. Shin Xiu looked at Shang Wanchan, who was actually slightly flustered, and a trace of coldness was added to his eyes. Kid, what is your relationship with Shang Wanchan? Does it matter to you what relationship I have with Cindy? Lin Chang'an asked rhetorically, his tone not wanting to give in. The corner of Shin Xiu's mouth tugged, and his aura became even more powerful. It seems that you're not going to shed a tear until you see the coffin. I'll tell you, this gentleman, Shang Wanchan, is my big brother's woman. If you dare to touch her, you'll die an ugly death. And not only you, but even your family members will die ugly deaths as well, Shin Xiu said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Chang'an was first stunned, then furious. Cindy isn't anyone's woman, and you'd better go back and tell your big brother that Cindy is who she is, and she belongs to no one. Seek death. Shin Xiu was furious, and a circle of purple lightning suddenly surrounded his body. Thunderbolt Yuan Qi, and by the looks of it, Shin Xiu's thunderbolt attainments were quite good. Which family is this? What a powerful pressure. What profound lightning power. I see that youngsters' lightning power is more powerful than the vast majority of those at the peak of the great Yuandan realm. His whose family's heavenly pride is this. So young that he's actually already in the middle stage of the little Yuandan realm. Looking at this teenager's appearance, I'm afraid he's only in his early 17s. So powerful. The group of clans at the bottom had been watching the battle between He Shin and Jian 11, and this time, they were suddenly attracted to the 18th ring. Shin Xiu was indeed not very old, more than a year younger than Lin Chang'an, roughly the same age as Shang Wanchan, but had already reached the middle stage of the little Yuandan realm, and his attainments in controlling his own Yuan Qi were more terrifying than almost everyone else present. This was very impressive. Even Mo Changshang and Li Xian Yuan and the others frowned slightly as they watched this scene. If they met this Shin Xiu, they were confident that they could win, but this was also mainly because they were a year older than this Shin Xiu. If they were the same age, even those of them who were known as the first grade of Heavenly Pride didn't have much confidence that they could win against Shin Xiu. Lin Shan looked indifferently at the two of them, Shin Xiu and Lin Chang'an, who were in ring number 18. If he remembered correctly, this teenager named Shin Xiu was a member of the Shangwan family and had been following that Shangwan Chan around. According to Lin Xian's experience, this Shin Xiu must be a person from a big power. And this big power also had some relationship with the Shangwan family. And the Shangwan family didn't dare to have too many dealings with the Lin family because of this great power. Then why don't you dare to have dealings with each other? This is better explained. That is, this big power has a pride of heaven looking at Shangwan Chan. As for who looked at Shangwan Chan, Lin Shan now felt that it was probably this Shin Xiu. Otherwise why would he come personally? Lin Chang'an, you still have to fight for your own woman. You're the one I see as my junior. Don't let me down. Lin Xian muttered faintly to himself. Ouyang War looked at the purple lightning that covered Shin Xiu's body and suddenly furrowed his brows. According to my memories, within our great desolate empire, there is definitely no family that uses purple lightning, but this Shin Xiu's purple lightning Yuan Qi, at first glance, is a family Yuan Qi. Generally speaking, the inheritance of large families was extremely smooth. For example, the yuan qi inherited by the Ouyang family was of the gold system, which was relatively sharp. Of course, there were some great clans that didn't have this kind of inheritance, such as the Xiao clan. As for this Xin Xiu, the yuan qi emanating from his body was extremely similar to that passed down from his family. This son is definitely not from an idol family. That Shangguan family is only a two-star family. It definitely cannot cultivate such a heavenly pride, Xiao Xiong also said with determination. Lu Shang was frowning slightly at this time. Old me has lived for more than 150 years, and I've been to quite a few countries outside of the Great Wasteland, but similar to this kind of purple thunderbolt, old me has never seen it before. The crowd was in deep thought, and with 20 rings, most of the ringmasters have already been determined. Lin Shuer also defeated Mei Tianliang, who once again lost to the Lin family. Mei Tianliang this time, not to mention redeeming his sins, but instead, he has committed another big crime. I'm afraid that he will be heavily punished when he goes back. And now, there were only Xin Xiu and Lin Chang'an in ring number 18, and Jian 11 and He Xin in ring number 10. Ha ha ha, it seems that Julin family members aren't so lucky this time. He Xin also saw the situation in the 18th ring and smiled broadly as he killed towards Jian 11. Jian Shi's face didn't change at all. He trusted Lin Chang'an very much in his heart. Whether it's good luck or not, that's also unknown, but all I know is that today, you might not be so lucky. After Sword 11 bellowed, he began to move on. As soon as he came up, it was a 9th grade martial art, a long sword that seemed to have the power to penetrate the heavens, stabbing fiercely towards He Shen. He Shen was shocked. This Jian 11 actually hadn't put out his full strength yet. Clang! Although He Shen blocked Sword 11's sudden thrust, the fierce strength caused He Shen's face to change drastically, and with a muffled grunt, he retreated dozens of meters backward at breakneck speed. Seeing this, Sword 11 didn't give a chance at all, instantly charging violently upwards again, the long sword in his hand buzzing. Aha! He Shen was furious, and his body suddenly erupted with a rigid might, a kind of physical art, only to see He Shen flinging the long sword in his own hand straight towards Jian 11 at an extremely fast speed. Jian 11 dodged to avoid He Shen's long sword. Without his long sword, He Shen actually fought even more ferociously. I only saw Xin Xiu's body wearing a 9-product internal armor, and his fists are also covered with a pair of 9-product gloves. This set down, I am afraid that it is also 11 or 20,000 yuan stone. Really rich. Instead, after He Shen lost his long sword, his combat power had a high increase. Jia, I forgot to tell you, I'm not specialized in playing with swords. Compared to playing with swords, I prefer to punch to the flesh. He Shen let out a strange laugh and directly rushed up to the sky, raising his fist and slamming it just short of Jian 11. Seeing this power, Sword 11 also immediately retreated at great speed to avoid He Shen's heavy punch. Pang! A fist smashed into the ring, and a small crater instantly appeared in that ring as well. With this one, He Shen did indeed have the strength of a second-grade heavenly pride at the forefront. Ha ha ha! Again! He Shen grew more and more pleased with himself, and once again slammed towards Jian 11. Sword 11 remained unchanged, his eyes extremely calm. Clang clang clang. Sword 11's longsword chopped on He Shen Dangmi's gloves, making the sound of steel meeting steel, extremely crisp and loud. Sword 11, go to hell! Suddenly, He Shen's body exploded even more as his yuan qi was exposed in all directions, looking extremely terrifying. Sword 11 took a deep breath. The longsword crossed over his body, and a heavenly sword aura shot straight up into the sky, overbearing and incomparable. Bastard sword! That's right! Sword 11 went for the sword of domination. The crowd on the high platform all sucked in a breath of cool air, looking at Jian 11 with deep incredulity in their eyes. Senior brother, you're actually letting your disciple follow the hegemonic sword path, Ho Tianfeng said with extreme shock. The hegemonic sword Dao, which went by a heartbeat, was very similar to the invincible Dao, but it was also different from the invincible Dao. The path of invincibility is the path of extinction, for to follow it one must be invincible on the same path, and defeat once and it is over. No one dares to say that he or she must be invincible all the way, because there is a world outside of man and a world outside of man, and the hegemonic sword road. Go as the most domineering sword chi. Believe in yourself. More to be 200% believe in their own sword. As long as the person holding the sword had so much as a hint of faltering towards the sword in his hand, then the entire person would be directly wasted. Therefore, it was also extremely difficult to follow the way of the hegemonic sword. After all, no one would be that confident all the time. And whenever one lost, especially after losing to a player of the same rank, there would always be more or less self-doubt and reflection. Oh, it's the path he wants to take. I won't stop him. Lin Shen just smiled faintly. So what if it was the hegemony sword Dao? Lin Shen trusted Sword 11. Sword 11 had enough trust in his sword. Lu Ruyan snorted disdainfully. Hegemony sword path. I've heard that none of those who follow the hegemony sword path are successful. Then you are honored to see the successful possessor of the hegemony kendo. Lin Xian immediately said with a smile, his words full of recognition for his disciple. Crowd talk saw that the fight in the ring was over. Even though Ishin possessed an extremely strong melee combat ability, but against the hegemonic sword Dao, which was known for its absolute dominance, it was nothing more than a mantis. Ishin was instantly defeated, spitting blood from his mouth and half kneeling in the ring. Jian 11, on the other hand, was blandly putting away his longsword. End of chapter. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Tianwu Empire Lin Chang'an playing for keeps. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, Tianwu Empire Lin Chang'an playing for keeps. Sword 11 won, and Ishin was also quite injured. Sword 11 saw this and also stopped the sword in his hand. The sword returned to the scabbard. Up to this point, 3 of the 4 players from the Spirit Martial sect had actually been eliminated and had no chance of being in the top 20. And the most outrageous thing was that the 3 who had eliminated the Spirit Martial sect were all members of the Lin family. The Lin family, they really were spiritual martial sect slayers. At this time, In Tianzheng, his face was already taut, and his face was completely cold as ice, a look of uninviting. The Lin family master is still really good at teaching. It's really powerful. In Tianzheng's eyes were slightly cold, and he almost said this through clenched teeth. Like usual, although the Spirit Martial sect could only send out 4 people, all 4 were basically at the top of the list, and all 4 were able to make it to the top 10. Even in the session of the 18 house competition where Li Hongyi had suppressed a generation, the Spirit Martial sect ended up with a second and a top 10, but as a result, this time, there was only one person, Mo Changsheng, in the top 20. Bai Yula and Ishin were both supposed to be at least top 20 level, but unfortunately they were eliminated early, which made it tough. Even if Mo Changsheng ended up taking first place, it would be extremely difficult to pull out the gap. Ha ha ha, thanks for the compliment, Patriarch Yin. Lin Xian smiled faintly and arched his hand at Yin Tianzheng. Lin Xian didn't have much good feelings towards the Spirit Martial sect as a sect, because as far as Lin Xian knew, this Spirit Martial sect was not doing anything behind his back, especially since one of Lin Xian's enemies appeared to be close to the Spirit Martial sect. Then the Spirit Martial sect could only be on the opposite side of Lin Xian. Ha! Yin Tianzheng sneered and stopped speaking. Even if they lose this round, their 22-year-old round, that's a sure win. At this moment, all the rings in the entire arena, 19 ringmasters had already been produced, and only the 18th ring was still in a fierce battle. Xinxiu's body was wrapped in purple lightning, leaving Lin Chanan with no place to strike. Lin Chanan was also fighting a very difficult battle, touching and not being able to touch, avoiding and not being able to avoid. Lin Chanan, right? Is that all you've got? Xinxiu let out a faint smile. His body was wrapped in lightning. A thunderbolt struck towards Lin Chanan, who swung out with a spear, dispersing the lightning. Humph, you're less complacent. Xinxiu, right? I don't think you're any stronger. Lin Chanan snorted coldly, flung his spear in his hand, held it in one hand, and stood up straight, his upright body extremely tough. Xinxiu slightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems that you really don't know what it means to lose unless you show some real skill. Xinxiu let out a low roar, and a huge lightning python hovered over the ring. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Using lightning to transform into a giant python was truly too shocking. Lin Chang'an was also shocked, looking at this thunder python in front of him that was 7 or 8 feet long. Even Lin Chang'an couldn't help but be terrified. I think I know what family he's from. At this moment, Xiahou Xiong frowned and said. Everyone froze and looked at Xiahou Xiong. I've heard that there is a powerful country to the east of the Great Wilderness called the Tianwu Empire. The country is extremely powerful and is a superior empire. And one of the first-class families in that country is the Thunder Python family. And it's said that all of the children of that family are able to awaken the power of the Thunder Python. And that after they ascend to the Tantric Divine Realm, the majority of their Yuan souls are also Thunder-attributed giant pythons. Xiahou Xiong's explanation also opened the eyes of the crowd. Although the crowd hadn't heard of the Shin family of the Tianwu Empire, they could have heard of the Tianwu Empire as a country. In this large domain where the Great Desert is located, the empire is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and, under the empire there are countless kingdoms and other small countries. Of course, the Great Desolate Empire was only a medium-sized empire among the great domains, whereas the Tianwu Empire was a genuine upper-class empire. Superior empires were also very rare in the entire Great Domain, but every single one of them was extremely powerful. To be able to become a first-class family in a superior empire, then it meant that this Shin family was extraordinary, even more powerful than the 3 great families of the Great Wasteland might be. Why did this Tianwu Empire Shin family's person come to our great desolate empire? Lu Shang stroked his beard and frowned slightly as he watched the battle in the field. Oh, who knows? Whatever he's here for, as long as he doesn't cause trouble, we don't have to bother with them. Oh, Yang War said smilingly. Fair enough, Miyagi responded with a smile. The crowd didn't feel anything about it, but Lin Xian had a bit of an idea in his heart. No wonder. It turned out that Shangguan Jian was afraid of the Shin family. But how did the Shangguan family get involved with the Shin family of the Tianwu Empire? One was a 2-star family, and the other was both at least a 9-star family, so it didn't seem like it could only be ripped off in any way. Most notably, one was in the Great Wasteland and the other was in Tianwu. Lin Xian, who couldn't figure it out, skimmed his mouth and didn't want to think about it. Lin Xian now had the hang on him, plus Lin Xian himself was unrivaled in his comprehension abilities. And his physical talent had also improved immensely with the marrow cleansing pill and the system's enhancements. The current Lin Xian didn't fear any. So what if it was the Shin family of the Tianwu Empire? Lin Xian felt that he only needed to give himself a maximum of 2 more years, and that the tiny Shin family, in the future, would go straight to writing face output. The great battle in the field had already entered a white-hot stage. Lin Chanan was now pressed into a disadvantage by that Shin Xiu's Thunderbolt Python, and seemed to be in danger. Shen Xiu, what the hell are you trying to do? Shangguan Chan watched as Lin Chanan's clothes shattered into strips all over his body and yelled at Shin Xiu. Humph! Shangguan Chan, I want you to remember your identity. You're my big brother's woman. Don't go thinking about this kind of trash. Shin Xiu snorted disdainfully, not looking at Shangguan Chan in the slightest. Still tormenting Lin Chanan, Lin Chanan once again dodged the lightning python snake whip, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly stood up straight again, his lance across his waist. Cindy, you don't have to say much. This is a grudge between me and this guy. Men's fights. It's the norm. Shangguan Chan looked at Lin Chang'an at this moment, her eyes flowing and pursing her small lips. Kid, you go to hell. Looking at Lin Chang'an pretending to be such a critic, Shin Xiu was furious and maneuvered the lightning python to press straight towards Lin Chang'an. Lin Chang'an took a deep breath. His lance maneuvered in his hand, and his body's physical strength was utilized to the extreme. With the 3 additions of the lesser marrow cleansing pill, the boundary breaking pill, and the calcined body pill, the Lin Chang'an at this moment and the Lin Chang'an of yesterday were 2 people. Heavy gun battle dance. Lin Chang'an was furious, and his long spear was waved and danced. In an instant, a huge fierce tiger phantom of 3 to 4 feet in length appeared above his head, roaring at the giant python without stopping. The crowd was shocked that Lin Chang'an actually had this kind of skill. Even Song Hongyan, Lu Lingfeng, the top few in the 2nd grade heavenly pride couldn't help but be moved by this. It was just too terrifying. The battle between these 2 people was infinitely close to the Great Yuan Dan realm, and had even surpassed some ordinary Great Yuan Dan realms. That's the difference between a super genius and an ordinary person. Pang! The python and the tiger collided with each other, while Lin Chang'an and Shin Xiu also attacked each other violently. In the first move, the 2 were still evenly matched, and the 2 had followed it up with dozens of moves in a row. Bang! 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 Bang, 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 bang. Blood Dragon Drill God Gun. Lin Chang'an suddenly turned his spear. A long spear was like a dragon out of the water, attacking straight towards that Shin Xiu. Shin Xiu was not an ordinary person either. Immediately running his body's Yuan Qi, a move of lightning light shield appeared in front of his body. Boom! A loud roar came. The 2 were instantly separated by a prize of nearly 50 meters. Luckily the ring was big enough too, or else it would have been really tough. I can't believe that you, a mud blood, actually has 2 skills. Shin Xiu's eyes became slightly more solemn. After tens of consecutive collisions with Lin Chang'an, Shin Xiu could feel that Lin Chang'an's physical quality was very good, and even far exceeded that of some great Yuandan realm experts. You're not so bad, Lin Chang'an said coldly. Both of them had practiced physical arts in advance. This is the big families, the big clans. Normally, the big clans and great sects that had the depth would let the disciples in their clans or sects cultivate their physical arts at the Kaiyuan realm, letting the physical arts follow the realm, so that by sticking to it, the battle power of the same level would be much higher in the future. It was also fortunate that Lin Chang'an had taken a calcined body pill yesterday and had taken a realm-breaking pill. Otherwise, given the intensity of this battle today, Lin Chang'an would have already gotten down. However, in today's battle, both of them had perfectly demonstrated their strength. And regardless of whether Lin Chang'an won or lost, Lin Chang'an had already proved his level. But Lin Chang'an was more than willing to prove himself. There is one thing that Lin Chang'an has to do, and that is to get the win. Country bumpkin from a projectile land. Today, This gongzi will show you what is called a truly advanced martial art. At this moment, Shinshio suddenly drew out a long sword. And the sword was actually a true spirit weapon. The crowd took a deep breath at this. Quite a few Tongform realm family heads couldn't afford to use real spirit weapons, but this person was actually using a real spirit weapon. But no one dared to covet. Anyone could see that this Shinshio revealed that strength all over his body showed that he was not an ordinary person. Lin Chang'an also withdrew his drill dragon gun, and instead took out the pseudo-spiritual weapon Lin Xian had given him. Defeat me. Shinshio was completely furious. He actually fought with a country bumpkin from a projectile land for so many rounds. If he passed it back, he would not be ridiculed to death by his opponents. Come on. Lin Chang'an gripped his spear tightly and met it straight on, not fearing the lightning on Shinshio's body or the spirit weapon in his hand. Bang bang bang. The two of them instantly exchanged several moves. But Lin Chang'an was overwhelmed by Shinshio. Shinshio was superior to Lin Chang'an both in terms of means and realm, and it was already incredible that Lin Chang'an could fight Shinshio until now. Lin Chang'an, you country bumpkin is considered to have slightly gained my lord's approval, which is an honor for you, but you have to give my lord defeat today anyways. Shinshio's body was covered with thunder and lightning that emitted bursts of sound, and his aura climbed. This Lin Chang'an, I'm afraid he's going to lose. Gongqi shook his head slightly when he saw this situation. Indeed, this Shinshio is indeed too powerful. Lin Chang'an's heritage is ultimately inferior compared to him. Ouyang War said in agreement. It's a pity. This Lin Chang'an, there should be a great possibility for him to enter the top 10 in terms of hard power, but now it's up in the air. Lu Shang said with slight regret. Lin Xian, the family head, however, didn't speak, only staring closely at the situation in the arena. The crowd outside the arena, looking at such a terrifying move by Shinshio, also sighed slightly, and they all felt in their hearts that Lin Chang'an's defeat was assured. However, Lin Chang'an was a stubborn clapper. Xian desolate battle body. Lin Chang'an let out a low, wild roar. That's right, Lin Chang'an had successfully cultivated the Xian desolate battle body given by Lin Xian at the end. Although the Xuanwu battle body was also only a lower grade spiritual martial arts, but the system gave it. It was a real fine product. And this Xuanwu battle body was in a way not at all inferior to an ordinary middle-grade spiritual martial arts. And while it was definitely impossible for Lin Chang'an to successfully cultivate the Xuanwu battle body, Lin Chang'an had indeed touched the threshold of the Xuanwu battle body. As the Xuanwu war body opened, Lin Chang'an directly carried his spear and charged towards the terrifying power of lightning. The powerful lightning was as painful as the scorching sun. Lin Chang'an's body instantly became scorched black. The crowd watched as Lin Chang'an's carapace became bloody with the naked eye. Many young people gulped as they watched the scene. Even as they watched, a sense of fear was born for no reason. Shangguan Chan looked at this scene, tears dripping involuntarily from her eyes to the ground, her hands clasped together in death, not caring even though she had already scratched blood. All she prayed for now was that Lin Chang'an would be safe and sound. Shangguan Jian also sucked in a breath of cool air as he watched the scene. Lin Chang'an, this kid, he really liked it. If it wasn't for that one incident, Shangguan Jian truly felt that Lin Chang'an was his most satisfied son-in-law. Chang'an, you are a true man. Sword 11 looked at this scene and admired it. The Lin family crowd was also staring at the ring, all praying for Lin Chang'an. The crowd on the high platform was dumbfounded. Lin Chang'an was desperate for his life? With such a terrifying lightning pressure. Not to mention the small Yuandan realm. Even the early stages of the great Yuandan realm were afraid that they would have to suffer a major serious injury. Only Lin Xian was very blandly watching this scene. Lin Chang'an wouldn't be Lin Chang'an if he didn't go to fight. The fact that Lin Chang'an had come this far and was able to deadlock Lin Fan and Sword 11 was entirely due to his hardened and unparalleled willpower. You're crazy. Shinshio looked at Lin Chang'an, who had come to him against the power of his thunderbolt, and was already a bloody mess. He was also startled and bellowed. Today, you will definitely lose. Shinshio, if you have the ability, we will die together. Lin Chang'an bellowed, the long spear in his hand dancing wildly. 10,000 guns battle dance, Lin Chang'an shouted, and the long spear in his hand swung out dozens of gun shadows. Shinshio was shocked. This hand was simply playing with himself. If these two were to face off with such a move, then Shinshio himself would have to be seriously injured, or even die here with Lin Chang'an. Lin Xian was also aware of this and immediately prepared to rescue him. And in the end, Shinshio got scared and directly withdrew from the ring. Damn, it really is a madman. Shinshio's eyes were heavy. Not expecting to meet a madman today. It's a tournament, and you're actually ing with yourself. End of chapter. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, Prime Domain, a sword without pair chopping divine ape. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, Prime Domain, a sword without pair chopping divine ape. Lin Chang'an was currently holding the body of his lance with both hands. His entire body was already powerless to fight anymore, staggering and drenched in blood in a way that made everyone couldn't help but be moved. Just ask any young man of 18 years of age who dares to do a real all-out effort in the ring, the kind that directly fights for his life. The few people on the high platform were all serious. Yin Tianzheng frowned slightly, not expecting this Lin family to be so terrifying, while Lu Ruyan clenched her silver teeth, also not expecting a small Lin family to have such a heavenly pride. With a character like Lin Chagan, as long as he didn't die halfway, then his future in the future was truly incalculable. In the path of cultivation, such ones that dared to fight for their lives were often not too bad. Even a first-rate heavenly pride like Li Xian Yuan admired Lin Chagan from the bottom of his heart. Fighting for his life was really ferocious. Xinxiu could actually fight with Lin Chang'an under that move of Lin Chagan's, but in the end, Xinxiu would definitely have to end up seriously injured as well, and Xinxiu was naturally unwilling to do so. A match that didn't have any significance was just a match that he wasn't willing to seriously injure himself for yet. Therefore, Lin Chang'an eventually won. Even though Lin Chang'an was at the end of his rope, Lin Chang'an was always still standing in the ring, while Xinxiu had already fallen off the ring. After getting out of the ring, then Xinxiu was naturally considered to have lost. But a mouthful of blood spurted out from Lin Chagan, and his entire breath withered. Lin Xian immediately flew onto the ring, while Shang Guanchan also rushed over. Uncle Lin, Chang'an, he's okay, right? There were still teardrops hanging from the corners of Shang Guanchan's eyes. Shang Guanchan's throat had screamed when Lin Chang'an and Xinxiu were fighting for their lives, but Lin Chang'an only had one conviction at that time, and that was to defeat this arrogant brat in front of him. The only way to win is to win when it comes to the girl you love. It's okay, it won't die. I can heal him. Lin Xian probed Lin Chang'an's heart pulse, and his slightly tense heart relaxed as he nodded slightly. That's good. When Shang Guanchan learned this news, she also let go of her heart and recited several that's good, but the worry in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Shang Guanchan. Suddenly, Xinxiu, who was on the side, yelled. Everyone looked at Xinxiu. At this moment, Xinxiu only felt that his face was on fire. How much he had pretended before the battle. How much his face hurt now. Xinxiu also didn't expect that he had actually lost. He, Xinxiu, was a renowned son of heaven even in the Tianwu Empire, but today in this great desolate empire he lost to a nameless waste. How could this make Xinxiu not be annoyed? Right now, Xinxiu's mood was extremely hot, and looking at Shang Guanchan actually caring about Lin Chang'an, who had defeated himself, he was naturally even more upset. Shang Guanchan, you have to remember, you are my big brother's woman, caring about other men. Do you know what you are doing? Xinxiu pointed at Shang Guanchan and yelled. Shang Guanchan didn't let it go in the slightest, clenching her small fists and retorting back. I'll tell you one last time. I only treat Ling Yu as my brother. I don't have any feelings between a man and a woman for him. Shang Guanjian wanted to stop it, but it was already too late, so he could only sigh helplessly. Next to him, Old Man Black also patted Shang Guanjian's shoulder. Look on the bright side. In fact, this may not be bad. You have to know that the other Lin Xian is now a disciple of the Wine Exalted One, even if that Lung family is powerful, but as long as the Wine Exalted One is still around, the probability is that even that Leng family wouldn't dare to do anything about it. Alas, that's just it. I don't want to pay attention to it now. Big deal. A cheap life is compensated to that Leng family. Shang Guanjian let out a bitter smile. Although the words were said so, but Shang Guanjian at this time the whole person was relaxed. That realm that had been stuck actually directly loosened. It's good that you've looked away. You've been inching forward in your cultivation because of this matter. Now it's good that your thoughts are clear. It's not a bad thing. Seeing this, Elder Black smiled and stroked his beard. You're simply a woman. Actually liking this trash. Big Brother is 10,000 times better than him. Xinxiu's eyes flared up with rage, and he angrily hurled direct invective. Keep your mouth shut. Lin Xian's aura filled his body and seriously carried an icy pallor, and with a single glance, he glared at that Xinxiu and froze in place. Shang Guanchan was the daughter-in-law of the family that he had his eye on. How could he allow this person to insult him? Lin Chang'an is also a junior that he holds in high regard. And how can he let you, a defeated general, insult him? Your excellency is so powerful. Suddenly, a gust of wind attacked, and all the people were shocked. Only that Xinxiu was overjoyed and directly shouted, Elder Yen, you're finally here. The few people on the high platform all frowned as they looked at the gust of wind. This person's realm is not low, Ho Tianfeng said with sharp eyes. Ouyang strategically said after feeling it slightly. This person is afraid that he has the strength of the late passage realm. No. Xiahou Xian's expression was serious as he negated Ouyang War's words before continuing. This person should be at the peak of the psychic mirror. When these words came out, Everyone's eyes became even more solemn. The peak of the psychic realm was already a very powerful existence. At least here, there were only a handful of people who had the peak of the psychic realm. Even strong people like Ho Tianfeng and Lu Ruyan were only in the late passage realm. Humph. Hiding one's head is not the style of an expert. As he watched the gusts of wind come, Lin Xian coldly snorted in disdain, and with a fling of his robes, the gusts of wind directly returned to calm. Your Excellency is good. At this moment, an old man appeared above the battlefield, only to see this old man dressed in a grey robe with a long black beard. Despite this, he was in high spirits and had an extremely strong essence. Humph. Each other. Lin Xian had his hands ready behind his back, blandly at ease. Your Excellency, this Shangwan Chan is the daughter-in-law of our Tian Wulong family. Do you really want to go against the Tian Wulong family? The old man said contemptuously. Tian Wulong family. Most of the family clans were confused when they heard about this clan, but there were a few who sucked in a breath of cool air, especially the few people on the high platform. Tianwu Empire, the most famous family is the Long family. The Long family can simply be said to be the Tianwu Empire in addition to the royal family outside of the first big power. Even the royal family would give it 3 points. In particular, the Long family had produced several terrifyingly talented sons of heaven in the past few years, all of whom were existences that had left their names on the Great Domain Xin ranking. It was also a way to further the Lang family's reputation. More importantly, the Lang clan's old ancestor was on the same level of power as the Great Desolate Empire's #1 person, Venerable Wine. Therefore, the power of the Lang family was not inferior to the Jishi Academy in the slightest, and it was even better because one was a family and the other was an academy. Lin Xian had also heard of this Lang family. The Tianwu Lang family, that was a super family that everyone in the entire Great Domain knew about. There were many names for the Great Domain in which the Great Desolate Empire was located, but in the end, there was a name that was often mentioned as the Prime Domain, and the empires and kingdoms in the Prime Kingdom region were countless, and the family clans were even more numerous. But there were also rankings among them. By Xiao Shang, one of the most amazing forces in the Prime Realm, was the one that specialized in listing out various lists. What Prime Heavenly List, Earthly List, Xian List, what Prime Beauty List, and what Prime Man of the Year List, and even more various power lists. Among them, there are many power lists: National Power Ranking, Clan Comprehensive Power Ranking, Family Power Ranking and so on. And in the Family Strength Ranking, the Lang family's strength was in the top 10 of the Prime Continent, and the strongest family in the Great Wilderness, that is, the Ouyang family, was ranked 98 on the list not long ago, enough to see the difference. However, a single Lang family was not enough to intimidate Lin Xian. So what? What can the Lang family do? Everything has to be reasonable. Lin Xian didn't budge an inch. Yan Lao are feeling a little tricky, the most afraid to meet this kind of head iron people. Humph. Then old me will learn some of your high-level tricks today. Elder Yan's aura suddenly skyrocketed, wanting to compete with Lin Xian. Your Excellency, this is our Great Desolate Empire, and it is still our Eastern Prefecture's 18 prefectures competition. It's rude to be so disruptive, isn't it? Xiaoho Xiong looked at the scene and was forced to step forward to stop it. State Master Xiaoho, I'll just have a simple match with this Lin family master. It won't take up too much time, Elder Yan simply said lightly, and although there was etiquette in his language, he didn't care much about it. And then his body's yuan qi directly surrounded towards Lin Xian. Xiaoho Xiong also frowned slightly and was about to decide to step forward to stop him, only to see Lin Xian give a hidden gesture. And Xiaoho Xiong also retracted the words he was about to say. This Lin Xian is simply out of his depth. This is the peak of Tongling. Does he think he's the kind of goods like Zhao Tuo? Lu Ruyan sneered disdainfully. Yin Tianzhang also had mockery in his eyes. After the passage realm, the gap between a small level was not small anymore, and Xiaoho Xiong didn't know why. But in his heart, he always felt that Lin Xian had a plan. Ouyang War, on the other hand, wasn't worried in the slightest. Lin Xian's strength was something he couldn't see through. Shen Qiu, on the other hand, was excited to the extreme. Really thought he didn't have a backer? He himself was one of the first sons of the Tian Wushan family, and a proper noble son. Today, they must let these bumpkins see the power of their heavenly martial cultivators. As for the Lin family members, all of them did not change their faces. In their hearts, it was impossible for Lin Xian to lose. Facing this Yan Lao's power of yuan qi and intent, Lin Xian was unwilling to show any weakness. A longsword phantom rising directly into the sky. The third layer of the Sword Dao realm of intent was realized by Lin Xian at this moment. From this moment onwards, Lin Xian's Sword Dao realm was the one that had officially entered the realm of the subtle. The powerful inferior sword intent instantly broke through the Yan Lao's yuan qi barrier, and even pushed all the way flat towards Yan Lao. Yan Lao's eyes were filled with horror. The middle-aged man in front of him had already reached an extremely terrifying realm in terms of the power of his intent, and he was definitely far inferior. Rumble. The two realms of intent finally collided together, and that Yen Lao was the first to be defeated, retreating a dozen meters in a row before stopping. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. This mysterious passage realm powerhouse had actually lost to Lin Xian as well, and the crowd on the high platform looked dumbfounded. Lin Xian was actually so ferocious. Lu Ruyan's face was filled with disbelief, meaning that Lin Xian had already surpassed himself to come. This was difficult for Lu Ruyan to accept. As for Xinqiu was even more unable to accept. This Lin family head is really so powerful? As for the Bai family, their faces went a few shades of white again. The more terrifying Lin Xian was, the more eyeless they were, the more they had missed out on a great opportunity. Awesome, Lin family master. I have recognized your strength. But today, I still want to seek justice for our Shin family's juniors. Let's settle this with one move. If you lose, I am willing to lose a spirit weapon to you and take Xinqiu to turn his head and leave, and stay out of this matter. Elder Yin frowned, his aura quite raging. Come on then. Lin Xian drew out his 10,000 soul sword and spoke out faintly. Boom! With a loud roar, a giant ape silhouette as tall as 17 or 18 feet appeared behind Yen Lao. The pressure was extremely terrifying, more than several times stronger than that Zhao Tuo's little eagle. Now, the crowd was aware of what level this mysterious strongman was at. It was the type of existence that could make the little Yuandan realm inch forward with just its pressure. Giant wood god ape, 6th grade Yuan soul. It's really not bad. Xia Hoxiong faintly lamented. Indeed, a 6th grade Yuan soul, and this Yuan soul still seems to have been transformed. Yin Tianjiang added. At these words, the crowd all lamented again. Although the Shin family is not as powerful as the Lung family, but it is also an extremely uncommon family. Compared to the three great empires of the Great Wilderness, that is also not the slightest bit. Then powerful forging masters are naturally also there. It's up to the Lin family master to figure it out. Speaking of which, I don't even know what the Lin family master's Yuan soul is. Lu Shang said with a smile, a hint of faint curiosity in his tone. The crowd was also stunned at these words. What was Lin Xian's Yuan soul? They were also very curious, and they didn't know if Lin Xian would sacrifice his Yuan soul this time. It was probably time to summon the Yuan soul. After all, Lin Xian was now facing a superpower at the peak of the Tongling realm, and it was also a superpower with a transformed 6th grade Yuan soul and the wooden intent realm. Come on, Lin family master. Today, one move will determine the winner. Elder Yen leapt, and the 17 or 18-foot Yuan soul also raised a fist that looked like a small mountain and violently slammed it towards Lin Xian, and strips of vines instantly appeared all around, and a powerful wooden intent surrounded the entire battle arena. Even so, Lin Xian still didn't take out his Yuan soul because, well, there was no need for it alright. The long sword was in his hand, and the subtle sword intent merged into his body. Any demonic means. Lin Xian would only need a sword in his hand to break it. Unparalleled sword technique. Lin Xian's eyes stared, and a small sword with a broken tip appeared in each pupil. The sword Dao embryo in Lin Xian's dantian was also operating frantically, spitting out enormous amounts of sword Dao energy. A golden divine sword with a length of 10 zhang and a width of 1 zhang emerged from the void, and the 10,000 souls sword in Lin Xian's hand controlled this golden divine sword towards the giant ape to kill it. Xiao Xiong was startled and immediately activated the highest level formation. Everyone help me. Ouyang warrior and the others were also aware of the seriousness of the matter and immediately gathered Yuan Qi to run the battlefield's defense formation. Rumble. The two terrifying energies crashed together, and the light curtain that had been supercharged resounded with the sound of inches cracking. Amidst the smoke, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This is the real battle of the strong. If it is not because of that after the super-enhanced defense light screen to resist, the aftermath of the power is afraid to be able to spread 10 miles to go. As the smoke cleared, the divine ape had disappeared without a trace. The powerful peerless sword Qi instantly extinguished the divine ape, and that Yen Lao had also retreated 100 meters away. As for Lin Xian, he was holding a long sword, his robes moving with the wind, and he was still standing in place, not moving at all. End of chapter. Chapter 118, 117, Mind-blowing, breaking through the psychic realm. Chapter 118, 117, Mind-blowing, breaking through the psychic realm. The whole room was silent and you could hear a pin drop. This battle gave everyone in the room a huge shock that shook their hearts. Lin Xian had won, and this powerful mysterious powerhouse had actually lost to Lin Xian. And still, after sacrificing the powerful divine ape's Yuan soul, it was still killed by Lin Xian with a single sword strike. Yen Lao, defeated. Xinqiu had already frozen in place as a whole. How could he not have imagined that it was actually Yen Lao who had lost? The crowd of powerhouses on the high platform all stood up, shocked beyond measure. Not only had Lin Xian won, but more importantly, Lin Xian had also won over the Shin clan powerhouse without sacrificing his Yuan soul. It meant that Lin Xian hadn't gone all out yet, even though it was highly probable that that old man Yan hadn't gone all out either. It seems that senior brother is afraid that he has had some great opportunities of his own in these 20 years. Ho Tianfeng smiled with extreme joy for his senior brother. Back in the Jishi Academy, even Venerable Wine had no way to make Lin Xian break through to the three-passage divine realm unless there was a marrow cleansing pill. As for the marrow cleansing pills, one can be worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars of stones, and has already lost the refining method in the prime domain, and has already been missing for decades. It was also because of this reason that even the Wine Venerable was at his wit's end. When senior brother left the Jishi Academy, it seems that he really did leave in the right place. Ouyang War nodded smilingly and said, the two of them, Lu Shan and Lu Ruyan, were also extremely incredulous. Today, Lin Xian had given them wave after wave of shock. The fact that Lin Xian was Venerable Wine's personal ninth disciple gave them a shock. Lin Xian had actually broken through to the three-passage divine realm once again, giving the two of them a shock, easily defeating the Zhao family head at the early stage of the Tongling realm. Zhao Tu was the third shock. Now that Lin Xian was actually able to defeat a peak-passing spirit realm expert was even more of a big shock to them. The old man lost. Elder Yan's eyes were heavy with shock and horror as he looked at Lin Xian. That sword of Lin Xian's was incredibly powerful and sharp, and for just a moment, Elder Yan only felt like he had almost met his own tits. Oh, promise. Lin Xian flung out his sleeve, and the 10,000 spirit sword in his hand was also retrieved into his storage bag. Clang! A spirit soldier longsword was thrown out of Elder Yan's hand and directly inserted in the middle of the battle stage. This is the spirit soldier that I lost to your excellency. The matter of that little ninny from the Shangguan family. Our Shin family won't get involved in it again in the future. But I also have to remind the Lin family master of one thing. The Lung family is not a family willing to suffer losses. The Lung family has also become more and more terrifying in the last decade or so. The Lin family master has to be careful. After Yan Lao said this, he immediately rolled up Shinqiu and left in style. Lin Xian's face didn't change in the slightest. He wasn't afraid of lice anyway. It didn't matter if there was one more Ling family. Lin Xian rolled up that spirit soldier and with a slight nod, flew directly back to the high platform. State Master Xiaoho, continue. Lin Xian smiled and then resumed his seat. Ahem. Well, everyone, take a break for an hour, and after an hour, our ring match will continue. Xiaoho Xiong was also confused by Lin Xian's calmness. When it really wasn't a normal person, it was worthy of being the Wine Venerable One's personal heir. This mentality was just different. This time, those who entered the top 20, the 4 members of the Lin family and also Xiao Meyer were all listed, accounting for a quarter of the entire team. As for Lin Chanan, he also seized the time to start his recovery. But Lin Chanan was really too heavily injured, and 1 hour was definitely not enough. Hurry up and recover as much as you can. As for the following competition, just do your best. Lin Family Camp, Lin Yang. Several Lin family second generation were very pleased. Lin family Lin Chanan is a real heavenly pride, is also the pride of the Lin family. Lin Chanan only nodded slightly. Although he had taken the healing pills, his face was still pale and his body's vital energy was less than 30%. Aside from the 5 members of the Lin family, all the other advancing celestial pride were at the bottom of the early stage of the small Yuandan realm, and there were even a good number of them who were already strong in the middle and late stages of the small Yuandan realm. 1 hour has come and gone. Now we will have a draw battle, 2 by 2, and the winner will be able to enter the next round. Xiaoho Xiong said faintly. The 20 Heavens Pride who had advanced were all slowly walking over to the center battle platform. Humph. Today, the only way for your Lin family to lose is to lose. Mo Changshan walked in front of the Lin family's crowd and let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with pride. Still, we'll see what happens on the battlefield. We'll see. Lin Fan's mind was extremely stable, and he would not be agitated in the slightest by Mo Qingxing's provocation. Sword 11 was also someone who had experienced great storms, so naturally, he didn't care. The 2 girls, Lin Shuer and Xiao Butter, had their minds on Lin Fan, so naturally, they couldn't notice Mo Changsheng. The crowd then began to go up one by one and drew their lots. There's a lot of uncertainty with the draw, but that's the way the world works. Cultivation of Taoist monasticism, the cultivation of perseverance, more talent, but that nebulous luck is also an indispensable part of it. There was no shortage of gifted, hard-working young people in this world, but many of them were unlucky and ended up drinking their hearts out on the road to cultivation. The crowd then drew straws and the crowd flashed their numbers. The first match, 1 sign, will be Lin Fan of the Lin family against Luo Yang of the Chan Yuan sect. Xiaoho Xiong's voice spread throughout the entire venue. and Mo Changsheng put away his 5 signatures as he mockingly looked at Lin Xian and said, "Your luck is good. If you had met me, I would have stopped you in the top 20. I hope you can enter the top 10, but don't be eliminated early, otherwise, I will be very disappointed." Mo Changsheng stepped down from the battle stage after saying this. Lin Shuer nuzzled her little mouth. This Mo Changsheng is really annoying. Always just pretending there. Looking really annoying. That's right, only know how to get high by mouth. Xiao Butier immediately agreed and chimed in. Lin Fan's few people were dumbfounded. It seemed like it was really like that. From the very beginning until now, this Mo Changsheng had already let out several harsh words to Lin Fan and the others. The remaining 18 people retreated, leaving only Lin Fan and that Luo Yang on the battlefield. After the two fought for a dozen rounds, Luo Yang was defeated by Lin Fan and lost, and Lin Fan successfully advanced to the top 10. The competition then continued as well, in which Xiao Meyer was not so lucky and actually encountered Li Xianyuan, but Xiao Butier showed great strength and actually fought with Li Xianyuan for dozens of rounds before losing. The crowd was very unbelievable. A 17-year-old girl was actually so terrifying. Even Li Xianyuan was so tricky to beat. Subsequently, Jian 11 also managed to advance to the top 10, and Lin Shuer also managed to advance to the top 10. And the bloodshed is that Lin Chang'an actually needs Shangwan Chan. I concede. Shangwan Chan smiled and raised her small hand. Admitting defeat instead made Shangwan Chan very happy. Hey, Cindy, you don't have to do this at all, Lin Chang'an said with a helpless smile. Hey, you go for it. Shangwan Chan walked off the battle stage after saying that. In the end, the top 10 of the grand competition were also produced, and they were Lin Fan, Jian 11, Lin Chagan, Mo Changsheng, Li Xianyuan, Ho Mingyu, Qianshu Yu, Lin Shuer, Lu Lingfeng, and Song Hongyan. That's right, Chu Shengyuan of the Chu family lost. Song Hongyan met Lin Shuer and was actually defeated by Lin Shuer in the end. It was also another wave of shock to the crowd. Now it seems like it's normal for the Lin family to do anything. It's just too scary. The Lin family is like a blind box. No one knows how surprising the next one will be. Lin Shuer, who had been showing no water and had been following behind Lin Fan in obscurity, was actually so powerful that even Song Hongyan of the Song family had lost in the hands of Lin Shuer. And these 10 people are the final 10. Tomorrow morning, the battle of our top 10 will officially begin. After Xiahou Xiong finished speaking, today's battle was over. The clans also dispersed. Lin Xian also smiled as he led the Lin family crowd towards the family garrison. All of you did a pretty good job today. All 4 of us from the Lin family walked into the top 10. We'll see how you guys do tomorrow. Returning to the Lin family residence, Lin Xian said smilingly to the crowd. Don't worry, father. We will do our best. Don't worry about it, master. With us here, this time around, this ring of the 18-year-old competition will definitely be our Lin family's number 1. Sword 11 was also slightly more confident. Lin Chanan grinned as if he was already winning. You brats. You're getting proud now. Lin Shen couldn't help but laugh and curse at this group of brats for being so confident, and then drove them off to cultivate. As for Lin Shen, he went straight back to his room and began to collect his rewards. Congratulations to the host. Defeating a strong person at the peak of the Tongling realm has increased the host's personal prestige and raised the Lin family's family prestige, rewarding it with a rank of 1. Cool. Lin Xian also revealed a satisfied smile. Although this reward was just a rank bonus of 1 level, this reward was what Lin Xian had his heart set on. Lin Xian had been stuck at this passing form realm perfection for a very long time, a full half a month. Lin Xian had literally been unable to wait for this, and now that he was finally given the rank reward again, it was indeed very comfortable. Only to see a soft white ball of light fly into Lin Xian's body, and Lin Xian felt a huge energy within his body, as if it was about to burst open. A powerful energy that broke through the mirror directly rushed through the barrier within Lin Xian's body. Early passage realm. Breakthrough. Feeling the majestic energy within his body, Lin Xian stood up with satisfaction. Although the Tongling realm and the Tongform realm were both 3-passage divine realms, the two realms were certainly not comparable at all. Not only was the quality of Yuan Qi at the Tongling realm much higher than that of the Tongform realm, but the Tongling realm also mastered a much more powerful Yuan soul manipulation method. And it was said that the Tongling realm had a certain chance of being able to comprehend a Yuan soul martial art that was 100% match for them from their own Yuan souls. Of course, the chances of that are indeed pitifully small. Lin Xian slowly stood up and felt the power contained in his body, and was even more satisfied. Now if he were to have another fight with that Zhao family head, Zhao Tuo, Lin Xian was confident that he could easily be resolved in 3 moves. Father. Suddenly, Lin Fan's voice came from outside the door. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. This brat. How could he still have the leisure to come find himself when he's going to compete tomorrow? After pushing open the door to his room, Lin Shen looked at Lin Fan and asked, "What's wrong, Fanner? Is there something you want to find for your father?" "Father, after this 18 prefectures competition, Chanan and I and the others have decided that we want to go on our own to experience." Lin Fan clasped his fists and said. Lin Shen was also slightly stunned upon hearing this. "Father, flowers in a greenhouse are ultimately too weak, so my child feels that it's better to go for some experience." Lin Fan continued. His voice seemed resounding, and it seemed that a decision had indeed been made. "Alright, after this 18 prefectures competition is over, you guys head directly towards the imperial capital. All the way towards the imperial capital. It just so happens that you've also done your training." Lin Xian's initial intention was to bring Lin Fan and the others along to the imperial capital, but since Lin Fan and the others wanted to experience, then Lin Xian naturally wanted to fulfill them. "Yes, father." Lin Fan was overjoyed and immediately gave another arch of his hand before exiting. Looking at Lin Xian's departing back, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Yi. Belonging. A black knight appeared out of nowhere as if it were a ghost. "You go to the Bai family to investigate that Bai Rong properly, and report immediately if anything is wrong." "Yes, master." Lin disappeared as soon as he arched his back. Lin Xian exhaled slightly. The Bai family was really out of place. To be exact, it should be Bai Rong who was out of place. Bai Rong's every move has really changed so much. Lin Xian felt that there was definitely something fishy going on. As for Lin Yi, although he was only at the late stage of the passing form realm, his concealment methods were extremely clever. And even Lin Xian couldn't 100% detect Lin Yi and Lin Er, a small inn in the eastern state. Xin Xiu and Yen Lao were in the inn at this time. "Elder Yen, Big Brother asked me to watch over Shangguan Chan. If I go back like this, Big Brother will definitely blame me for not supervising well." Xin Xiu frowned. Very worried. He. Elder Yen just smiled faintly and laughed after taking a sip of tea. "Xin Xiu, this matter, you let that Lung Yu of the Lung family do it on his own. The imperial venerable father of the Jishi Academy is really not one to be messed with. The only thing that can make people fearful of the great desolate empire, an inconspicuous medium-sized country, is that imperial venerable father. There's no need for us to provoke the Jisha Academy." After Elder Yen finished these words, Xin Xiu also fell into a moment of silence. There are still more than 9 months to go before Venerable Wine's 300th birthday. When that time comes, many forces will be there, and you can also go to see that Venerable Huangfu. And then the matter of that little ninny from the Shangguan family. Let the Lang family resolve it themselves. We, the Xin family, should not get involved. Good. End of chapter. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Her Highness, the Ninth Princess, the Final Showdown. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Her Highness, the Ninth Princess, the Final Showdown. Early in the morning of the second day, all the major clans and sects gathered around the battlefield. Today is also the day for the final showdown. And the biggest gambling house in Xiantian City also opened its betting today. The 10 Heavens Pride. Who will actually win the first place in the great competition? The loudest calls were still those 4 first-rate heavenly prides, especially Mo Changshang, who had the highest calls. And with that odds of 1 to 1.2, most still felt that Mo Changsheng was the strongest. As for the other 3, they are also within 1 to 2. Lin Fan, Sword 11, and Lin Chagan and the other 6 were all 1 to 3. After Lin Xian learned of this news, without the slightest bit of hesitation, he directly bet 300,000 yuan stones on his son. Such a large sum of money can make the money changers confused. Lin Xian dared to bet so much. First of all because Lin Xian had picked up a spirit weapon for nothing yesterday, and that spirit weapon was worth at least 700,000 to 800,000 yuan stones, so it didn't matter even if he lost in the end. Another point was that Lin Xian had a very strong trust in his son, and, even more importantly, Lin Xian felt that although that Mo Changsheng was powerful, to be honest, that Mo Changsheng wasn't really sure he could take the top 2. After everyone was in place, everyone saw that there was actually another stool placed next to the Xiaohou State Lord. This stool is extremely luxurious, and looks like the status is a little higher than Xiaohou Xiong. Ha. Gentlemen, today is really a rare and good day. The Empire is very concerned about our Eastern States 18 prefectures competition, so in specially letting Her Highness, the Ninth Princess, come to our Eastern State to watch the competition, and if she performs well, the Imperial family has an extremely generous reward. Xiaohou Xiong's voice spread throughout the entire venue, and everyone was stunned. Her Highness, the Ninth Princess of the Great Desolate, Zhoumoshi. To say that in the current Great Wasteland, there were more than 20 Imperial princes and princesses, but there were only 4 people who were truly famous. The Crown Prince of the Great Desolate, the once super heavenly pride 4th Prince, and the 8th Prince and 9th Princess. Among them, the Crown Prince and the 4th Prince were both in their 30s and 40s. while the 8th prince and the 9th princess were young people of this generation, especially now that the two most capable heavenly prides of the royal family were the 8th prince and the 9th princess. The 9 princesses still had been highly praised by Venerable Wine, but Venerable Wine felt that he was already old and didn't have too much heart to teach his disciples, so he didn't take on the 9 princesses as disciples, or else Lin Xian was afraid that he would have to have one more little sister. Amidst the astonished eyes of the crowd, a young girl under the age of 20 slowly walked out. It was the 9th princess who was just like a fake, while the 9th princess' appearance and his name were different. Listening to the name, the 9th princess looks like a sweet girl, but Zhou Moshi's looks is to appear more heroic, very beautiful but very cold imperial, wearing a white light armor, when it is really a woman. The crowd of teenage celestials all revealed expressions of astonishment. Such a beauty, and a deep family background. If you can get the 9th princess, it's like a double harvest of career and love. We greet the 9 princesses. Almost everyone present was slightly arching their hands at the 9 princesses, still being courteous. After all, this was still the world of the great desolate imperial Zhou family, and they were all nominal Zhou family subjects, all the family masters and patriarchs of the eastern state. I am the 9th princess of the great desolate, Zhou Moshi, and I'm here today only with the attitude of learning, so all of you can exert your strength to your heart's content, and if you perform well, I can introduce him or her to enter my royal family. Zhou Moshi spoke with great courtesy, and the way he clasped his fists and smiled made people can't help but be impressed. Ha ha ha, it's truly an honor for our eastern state to have the 9th princess come to our eastern state today. Yes, 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 the 9th princess is here. We must perform well. It's a blessing for my eastern state that Her Highness, the 9th princess, is visiting us. A crowd of people were kissing asses, but most of these ass-kissers were older family heads and patriarchs. All of them were old foxes who had lived for decades, and their handful of ass-kissing skills could be described as perfect. Zhou Moshi only smiled faintly as he listened to these words and did not take them to heart in the slightest, and then sat down in his seat after talking with the two offerings of Lu Shang for a couple of moments. Mo Changshang looked at Zhou Moshi. A blaze flashed in his eyes. Compared to Zhou Moshi, Bai Yula looked a little ordinary. It felt like the difference between a young lady and a maid. The other celestial pride also flicked their gazes to the 9th princess from time to time. There were even quite a few people who were already brainstorming about how they would be spotted by the 9 princesses after their great display of power, and then staging a perfect encounter, followed by holding a beautiful woman, becoming a pillar of the empire, and finally becoming even more famous in the world. But there are a few that are very much exceptions. Ho Mingyu's eyes only had Lin Xuer in them, but Lin Xuer was directly ignoring Ho Mingyu. It should be said that in Lin Xuer's eyes there was only Lin Fan. As for Li Xian Yuan, he also clasped his hands to his chest and sat cross-legged on the Li clan's high platform, not even bothering to raise his eyes. As for the Lin family members, Lin Chang'an and Shangguan Chan were eyeballing each other. Gen 11 was of the same virtues as Li Xian Yuan, sitting motionless on the high platform like an ascetic. As for Lin Fan, he was busy coaxing Lin Xuer and Shao Nar. Zhou Moshi, who was sitting on top, had also discovered this situation. As a princess who had grown up with everyone watching her from a young age, Zhou Moshi was extremely sensitive to things like eyes. There were quite a few people whose eyes she didn't like too much, but there were also a few who didn't even look at her. Of course, this was all a matter of personal will. Zhou Moshi just felt curious, especially seeing that the two girls left and right of a man named Lin Fan were actually no worse than themselves in terms of looks. What a virtue! Your Highness, since you've come in person, you'll personally preside over the next matter, Xiahou Xiong said with a smile and a hint of respect in his tone. Xiahou Xiong is a true royalist faction. Since childhood was raised by the royal family, life creed is to protect the great desert royal family. Now met the royal princess, or the most promising princess, naturally is respectful. Facing such a respectful attitude from Xiahou Xiong, Zhou Moxie also shook his head helplessly and faintly revealed a smile and said, Uncle Xiahou really doesn't have to be like this. You are an elder and our royal family patriarch now. Just address me directly as Mo Sure. In the face of Zhou Moshi's helplessness, who knew that Xiahou Xiong was slightly shaking his head and laughing. Hey, right should not be messed with. AI. Forget it, Uncle Xiahou, it's better for you to preside in person next. Then my humble servant has overstepped his bounds. Xiahou Xiong smilingly arched his hand, then walked forward. Next, it's still a draw battle, 2 against 2 to determine the top 5. The top 5 again 2 against 2. One person in the rotation. And finally the remaining 3 for the top 3 to fight for. This rule was also a very common one, and the crowd nodded slightly. And there's a little bit of luck involved too. If the first and second in strength meet in the 10 into 5 match, then the original strength can be ranked second can only be subordinated to the top 10. But the truth is so cruel that luck is part of strength. All the people started to draw lots, and Joe Moxie came to be a little curious as she looked at the people who went up to the stage to draw lots. How do I see 5 of these people coming from those 6 stages? Joe Moshi inquired curiously. There were Lin and Lee family members stationed on the 6th platform, and the ones who came up were the 4 members of the Lin family and Lee Xian Yuan. Your Highness only arrived in the eastern state last night, so perhaps you're not aware that of those 5 people, 4 of them are all from one family. Oh, there's actually such a thing? Joe Moshi was very surprised. In the past, he had only heard that the spirit martial sect occupied the big head in this kind of competition, but today the one who occupied the big head was actually a family, which was new. This family is the Cloud Mist City Lin family. Those 4 that advanced to the top 10 are all from the Lin family, and the head of the Lin family is none other than Venerable Wine's own 9th disciple, Lin Shen. Xiahou Xiong smiled and explained to Joe Moshi. Joe Moshi also suddenly changed her face when she heard this, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked directly at the Lin family camp. Joe Moshi had once also practiced at the Jishi Academy Palace and had almost worshipped under Venerable Wine, but unfortunately, Venerable Wine had said to Joe Moshi at first that Zhantai Mingyue would already be a closed disciple, so he also didn't want to take on any more disciples. Of course, with regards to Joe Moshi, Venerable Wine was still in love with his talent, so he let his own personal disciples come and personally teach Joe Moshi. As long as they were in the Jishi Academy's Wine Exalted One's personal disciples, all of them without exception had taught Joe Moshi. The only 4 people who hadn't were a Wine Venerable Grand Disciple who had been missing for nearly 100 years. A person that even Lin Xian and Zhantai Mingyue hadn't seen before. The second one was the 2nd disciple of Venerable Wine. This person was very famous. That was the last emperor of the Great Desolate Empire, a superpower of the true martial god realm. But unfortunately, he fell due to serious injuries at the age of just 200. There was another person who was the 5th disciple of Venerable Wine, who had fallen in the first place for unknown reasons. The last person was the Wine Exalted One's 9th protege, Lin Shen. Joe Moshi also knows Lin Xian's great name. When Lin Xian is still very famous in the whole imperial capital, wrote a lot of popular poems, and invented the drunken fairy wine. This wine in the best, was called the drunken fairy juicer. Joe Moshi also ended up hearing that this Lin Xian was gloomy because he couldn't enter the 3 passages for life, so he later left the Jishi Academy and didn't know where he was. Of course, the most curious thing to Joe Moxie was that this 9th proximity actually managed to make his most admired Zhantai Sword Immortal not have a single smile for 20 years for it. That's right, Joe Moxie's greatest admiration in his life is not the patron saint of the Jishi Academy, Wine Master, or his own father, but that Zhantai Mingyue, who single-handedly suppressed the Great Wilderness. That was the Bright Sword Immortal who was renowned throughout the Prime Realm. That was an existence that could win the 2nd place in the Great Desolate Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride ranking at the age of 19. That was a female god of war who had become the 3rd Sword Immortal of the Great Desolate by virtue of her daughter's body. That was one of the 4 Great Desolate Fairies whose looks were also impeccable. Ask how such a woman could not be admired, especially since Joe Moshi had also been in contact with Zhantai Mingyue. Joe Moshi could sense that Zhantai Mingyue was a very nice person, but unfortunately just not very good at smiling, and Joe Moshi also inquired about the reason. It turned out that everything was because of that 9th pro transmission that left without saying goodbye. 9th princess. Where is the Lin family master? Xiahou Xiong smilingly pointed at Lin Xian. Joe Moshi looked towards Lin Xian, slightly frowning her willow brows. Lin Xian's skin was still quite good, although he was already over 60 years old. He was still elegant, dressed in a white suit, with long hair draped over his shoulders, but he looked dashing. Lin Xian also sensed Joe Moshi looking at himself again and turned his head to look at Joe Moshi, who still seemed to be a white earl proclaimed by the royal family. Lin Xian also smiled slightly after he thought about this, and then he also arched his hand at Joe Moshi. Joe Moshi snorted coldly and directly stopped looking at Lin Xian. This attitude caused Lin Xian to be a bit confused. When had he even messed with this 9th princess that he had never met before? Elder brother, don't think too much. The 9th princess was born in the imperial capital, and once followed Zhantai Mingyue to cultivate together for a period of time, and even the 2 of them had quite a good relationship. And after that, the 9th princess became Zhantai Mingyue's loyal follower, and you are also aware of that, and some of the things that you did back then. Ahem, people definitely won't be kind to you anymore. Ouyang War's language was brisk, but it was full of gloating. Lin Xian glanced at Ouyang War and Ho Tianfeng, who was still snickering, and was speechless himself. What else could Lin Xian say about this? People were fighting for their little sister, and it seemed like they couldn't really go and say anything about it, because what happened in the first place was really something you did not do right. Now that Joe Moshi was pointing at his nose and cursing, it seemed that he couldn't even go and retort. By the time the crowd all had their own thoughts, the draw was over. The first match is the Lin family's Sword 11 versus the Chu family's Chu Shang Yuan. The second match is Spirit Martial Sex Mo Changsheng vs Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's Qianshuan Yu. The third match is Lin Shuer of the Lin family against Lin Fan of the Lin family. In the fourth match, it's Ho Mingyu of the Eastern Heavenly Kingdom against Lu Lingfeng of the Lu family. The fifth match is the Lin family's Lin Chang'an versus the Li family's Li Xian Yuan. When the results of the sparring match came out, the crowd was stunned, especially the Lin family. The Lin family crowd was helpless. There were 4 people from their own family. The chances of them bumping into each other were still really high. Humph. This is Lin Fan, isn't it? Looks like he's just as philandering as that Lin Xian. Zhou Moxie looked at Lin Fan, who bore a 7% resemblance to Lin Xian, and snorted coldly. Because of Lin Xian, Zhou Moxie was now looking at Lin Fan with a bit of displeasure. End of chapter. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, 9th Senior Uncle Lin Xian Inside the Empire. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, 9th Senior Uncle Lin Xian Inside the Empire. Lin Fan slightly raised his eyebrows, always feeling that someone was staring at him. He turned around and happened to meet Zhou Moxie's eyes. The gazes of the two of them intertwined. Zhou Moxie's eyes were extremely strong, while Lin Fan only smiled at this and gave a slight nod, not saying anything more. Humph, the skin is good. Let's just see the level of his talent, Zhou Moxie said with a light hum once again. Princess in my opinion, this Lin Fan is afraid to be the deepest hidden inside the most. From the beginning to the end of his life, he is calm and easygoing. I think he will definitely give us a surprise, Xiahou Xiong said smilingly. Zhou Moxie nuzzled her mouth and just nodded her head lightly. Then she didn't say anything else. Then, the first battle began. The Lin family's Sword 11 versus the Chu family's Chu Sheng Yuan. Chu Sheng Yuan of the Chu family was also an extremely powerful heavenly pride, and along with Lu Lingfeng, he was known as the only one in the second grade of heavenly pride. Both of them are still a little short of the first grade of heavenly pride, but then exceeded the other heavenly pride in the second grade of heavenly pride. Put out alone to list a team and seem not quite appropriate. Sword 11, you are a very good opponent. Today, although it's a bit of a pity that I couldn't bump into Mo Changsheng and Li Xian Yuan and those others, I feel that it's not bad to be able to fight you. Chu Sheng Yuan stood on the battle stage and licked his lips, looking slightly perverted. Making an opponent with you. I am also feeling pretty good. Make a move. Sword 11 unsheathed his sword and said with a faint smile. Boom! With a loud sound, only to see that Chu Sheng Yuan heavily stomped on the battle stage. An extremely strong energy suddenly erupted above the battle stage, and the energy surrounded the two of them. The great compassionate hand, Chu Sheng Yuan violently struck out, and once he came up, he opened a big move and madly rushed towards Jian 11. Jian Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. The long sword in his hand crossed in front of his body, only to hear a violent explosion ringing out. Jian 11 was knocked back a dozen meters before stopping in his tracks. Chu Sheng Yuan, on the other hand, continued to attack fiercely and relentlessly. Sword 11 was naturally not a passive person, and after the sharp sword was sheathed it was also going to drink blood. The two were instantly entangled in a fight, neither one of them letting the other go. Not bad. The battle power these two are currently displaying is considered good when placed in the imperial capital. It can barely make it into the third rank. Zhou Moxie nodded lightly and smiled. Xiahou Xiong slightly stunned. This can still barely enter the third gear? Uncle Xiahou, don't be too surprised. These years, the heavenly pride from all over the great wilderness is really countless, especially the imperial capital. These years, but a large number of powerful heavenly pride. Of course, I'm only saying that the strength the two of them are showing now can only be entered into the third grade. Who knows if they have hidden their clumsiness? Zhou Moxie continued smilingly. Xiahou Xiong also frowned and nodded slightly, not realizing that the competition was actually so great now. It's also been too long since State Lord Xiahou has returned to the imperial capital to take a look. The imperial capital has indeed had too many heavenly prides over the years. The Jishi Academy, the Great General's Palace, the Rong family, the Shao family, and many more forces have produced quite a few heavenly prides. Yang War said smilingly. Ho Tianfeng also nodded his head slightly. Regarding the imperial capital, Ho Tianfeng was also more concerned. Ho Tianfeng's eldest son, Ho Mingyao, was also considered a top-tier heavenly pride in the entire imperial capital, and in this generation of the eastern state, Ho Mingyao was only second to Mo Qingfeng, who was the same age. The main reason was that Mo Qingfeng was indeed too perverted, and placed in the imperial capital where there were so many heavenly prides. He was also one of the top group of heavenly prides. But I've heard that sister Ouyang Qingluo of the Ouyang family, although she's still young, her strength is unfathomable. Zhou Moxie suddenly looked towards Ouyang War and Ouyang Qingluo, who was watching the match next to Ouyang War and was watching the match with great interest, and laughed. Ouyang Qingluo was slightly stunned, her head full of question marks, a dumbfounded look on her face. Silly and extremely cute. and Ouyang War only smiled slightly in the face of these appreciations. Princess is really fallacious praise. The youngest daughter is still far from it. She is just greedy to play. Cultivation of these are deserted. Ouyang War's words made Ouyang Qingluo roll her eyes, and was too lazy to argue with her old man about these things. Giggle. Uncle Ouyang is also modest. Zhou Moshi looked at the pouting and disgruntled Ouyang Qingluo and also covered her mouth and snickered. Lin Xian didn't say anything as he listened to these words. His disciple was only a third-grade heavenly pride? Then you're really looking down on Sword 11 too much. A young man with a 99% affinity in the way of the sword. His future accomplishments can be said to be unlimited. Boom! With an explosion. The battle platform was all messed up by the two of them, and Chu Shangyuan was originally in the upper hand at the beginning, but now he was actually gradually being pressed down by Jian 11. Sword 11's battle rhythm that is quite good. The domineering sword road is not a brainless sword, although it is necessary to dominate, but it cannot be said that it is a brainless domineering at the beginning. It is still necessary to have a certain brain, and Sword 11's comprehension of this hegemony sword Dao was just quite spot on. Only to see that Sword 11's hegemony sword Dao was already showing its sharpness during the battle, and that aura was becoming more and more terrifying. Feeling the hegemonic sword Dao in the arena, Zhou Moxie was also slightly stunned, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. I can't imagine that Uncle Xiahou manages that there are still people who cultivate the hegemonic sword Dao under this eastern state. I've really opened my eyes today as well. He. Princess, you'll have to ask the Lin family master about that. This Jian 11 is the Lin family master's disciple. Xiahou Xiong said smilingly, directly throwing his gaze at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed dumbly. Why involve himself? Besides, Jianxi's hegemony sword Dao was entirely what Jian 11 himself wanted to take. Lin Xian had only given some help in the process. I almost forgot. Mo Xie is here to meet the ninth master. Suddenly, Zhou Moxie also stood up with a smile and gave a slight bow to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned, and so were Ouyang War and Ho Tianfeng. Even Lu Sheng, Lu Ruyan and Yin Tianzheng froze. When I was at the Jishi Academy, I originally wanted to worship Master Wine, but Master Wine no longer accepts disciples. Fortunately, I met the bright sword immortal Zhantai Minghua, and the master accepted me as a disciple. So according to this generation, I should address the Lin family master as an elder. Zhou Moxie smiled and explained to Lin Xian. Lin Xian sighed again in his heart when he heard this familiar name. When I was young, I had no ability, and my face was thin, and I walked away, in style. And now, although Lin Xian already had great strength, Lin Xian's heart wasn't the slightest bit bottomless. I don't know if my little sister will blame herself. I think she will. After all, she left without saying a word in the first place. It's been more than 20 years since I've been gone. I can't imagine that my senior sister has actually taken on a disciple. It seems that your highness' talent is of good character. Otherwise my senior sister wouldn't have taken on a disciple. Lin Xian said with a faint smile. Zhou Moshi was indifferent to Lin Xian's appreciation and continued to smile. Uncle. I have heard a lot of deeds of uncle in the imperial capital Jishi Palace of Literature pavilion wall full of poems and songs are all written by uncle, as well as the imperial capital of the drunken immortal wine, is also brewed by uncle. Our royal family over the years has also been the uncle you created the drunken immortal wine as a tribute wine. These are old stories, so there's no point in dredging them up and rehashing them. Zhou Moshi's words hadn't finished. Lin Xian directly just reached out and interrupted Zhou Moshi's words. As soon as he heard these old stories, Lin Xian's heart was full of guilt, a very helpless feeling. Why do you write so many poems and songs yourself? It's not because of the depression after not being able to make an inch of progress in cultivation, and being locked up in a broken house alone for half a year, copying some ancient Chinese poems to amuse himself. This was not an honor for Lin Xian, but a painful memory. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't want to mention this in the slightest, Zhou Moshi also stopped talking and just smiled slightly before continuing to watch the battle in the arena. And as Li Hongyi looked at Lin Xian's slightly unsightly expression, her heart burst with heartache for no reason. The battle in the arena was nearing its end, and Chu Shangyuan also took out his own skills, ready to fight with Jian 11. But Sword 11 was also not the least bit afraid, and a stream of qi dispersed out in all directions. This qi, mixed with two kinds of power, one is overbearing, the other is peerless. The power of Wuxuan was originally the most masculine and rigid, and all evil spirits could be chopped to pieces. The sword of hegemony and the power of peerlessness were actually on the same path. So Lin Xian had also made a point of pointing out the meaning of peerlessness in the Sword 11 Peerless Sword Technique, because the Peerless Sword Technique was a top-grade spirit martial art. Lin Xian also disassembled it one by one and explained it. The sword moves were not learned first comprehending the meanings and rhythms of it, and obviously, Sword 11 was a person with an extremely high talent in the Sword Dao, and had already comprehended it with regards to Wuxuan's intent. I have a sword that can open the gates of heaven. Jian Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, his red robe fluttering in the wind, his body filled with an extremely majestic and domineering power. Come on, Sword 11. Facing the powerful force of Sword 11, Chu Shangyuan didn't retreat in the slightest. Instead, he excitedly rushed towards Sword 10 all the way. The two forces collided with each other, and Chu Shangyuan was directly tipped over by this powerful force. As for Jian 11, he had only taken 7 steps back. It's already clear which one is going to win. I lost. Chu Shangyuan was also extremely dry. Although he still had the power to fight again, Chu Shangyuan understood that he had already lost. In that move just now, Jian 11 withdrew his hand, or else that sword would have come down, and Chu Shangyuan would have been afraid to vomit blood. Sijin. Sword 11 put away his sword and returned to its sheath, pulling out a slight smile as he arched his hand towards Chu Shangyuan. This Sword 11. Not bad. His current performance is a proper second rate even in the imperial capital, and there is still room for improvement. Zhou Moshi looked at Jian 11, and his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Zhou Moshi didn't come to the eastern state this time to have fun, but to select talents for the imperial family. The style of the Church of God is now more and more overbearing, and the strength is also more and more powerful. The royal family has felt a great sense of crisis about this. As for the GK Academy, for some reason, the GK Academy also maintains an attitude of inaction in regards to what the divine religion is doing. Even the wine husbandman had announced some years ago that he didn't care about these things in the Great Wasteland. As long as the Great Wasteland wasn't destroyed, then the wine husbandman wouldn't make a move. It was also something that the royal family could do nothing about, but it was also reassuring. After all, the wine master was still willing to shelter the great desolate empire, or at least not let it perish. However, an empire that had to rely on outsiders all the time was something that no one could stand. So the current emperor was also very keen on developing the royal forces and giving the royal family its own guardians. And right now, auditioning for talent is one of the key steps. This Sword 11. I have also been paying attention to him from the very beginning. He is indeed very good, but he is the disciple of the Lin family lord. This, Lu Sheng, who was on the side, transmitted his voice with his chi in Zhou Moshi's ears. Zhou Moshi also frowned slightly as she listened to the words. Directly going to pry the corner. This is not good, right? Moreover, Lin Xian was his own senior at any rate. Zhou Moshi thought about it and suddenly thought of that incident in his memory. His Aunt John Tai, who looked like a heavenly fairy descending from the heavens, was eerily happy for this master uncle. It was really enraging. Zhou Moshi implicitly glanced at Lin Xian, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed. But in his heart, he secretly thought to himself that he must scoop up this Jian 11 and teach this senior uncle of his a lesson. First match. Lin family Sword 11 wins. Xiahou Xiong said smilingly. The crowd was all emotional over this. Chu Shangyuan, who was known to be second only to the 4 great first-rate heavenly prides, had also lost to Sword 11's sword. And Sword 11 was afraid that he had a level that could compete with the 4 great first-rate heavenly prides. And the Lin family members were all smiling, especially Lin Yang and Lin Feng, the second generation. Their mouths were cracked open with laughter. Although Sword 11 wasn't surnamed Lin, he was Lin Xian's personal disciple and had the opportunity to become a true Lin family member, so he was now considered half of the Lin family. And with Sword 11 coming out on top, it was naturally a victory for the Lin family. Immediately after Sword 11 won, the second match began. And the second battle was actually Spirit Martial Sex Mo Changcheng versus Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's Qian Xuanyu. This is a very watchable battle. Both of them were first-rate heavenly prides, while Mo Changcheng was recognized by the crowd as the number 1 heavenly pride under the age of 18. And as for Qian Xuanyue, she was also recognized as the number 1 yen amongst the juniors of the Eastern Prefecture. Of course, today is the appearance of the temperament of the cold Lin Shuer, playful and lovely Xiao Meyer, as well as the imperial sister Zhou Moshi. There is also the temperament of the agile Ouyang Qing Luo. These are all full of big beautiful women. When they grow up in the future, I'm afraid there'll be another batch of fairies that will overwhelm the world. This battle between Mo Changcheng and Qian Xuanyu was very simple, as the two actually played a move to determine victory, mainly because neither one was willing to put too much effort into fighting for it. In the end, Mo Changcheng won by a slim margin of half a move over Qian Xuanyue, and Qian Xuanyue was sparing, as the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce could have not participated in the battle. It was only that Qian Xuanyue found it interesting to come and play. After all, what the 18 prefectures competition in the Eastern State was competing for was the distribution of resources in the Eastern State and a little bit of the Eastern State's illusory luck, which had little to do with their Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. This was because the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's home base had always been in the great desolate imperial capital, as well as in the Prime Realm. In the third match, it was the battle between Lin Fan and Lin Shuer, and without any surprise, Lin Shuer directly conceded defeat. The crowd was in pain. What virtue could this Lin fan have? Even Joe Moshi let out a light hum. Such a beautiful girl. It was really a pity that she was actually pampering a philandering carrot so much. End of chapter. Chapter 121, 120, Battle for Advancement. Gen 11 vs Mo Changsheng. Chapter 121, 120, Battle for Advancement. Gen 11 vs Mo Changsheng. Lin Shuer also jumped up and down directly after admitting defeat, and was about to go back to the Lin family's camp. Cheryl, come here for a minute. Lin Xian greeted Lin Shuer with a smile. Lin Shuer also blinked in confusion before she ran towards Lin Xian with a smile. What's wrong, Uncle Sam? Why did you just admit defeat? Third uncle thinks that you should not lose to that brat Lin fan. Lin Xian smilingly touched Lin Shuer's head. Lin Shuer smiled brightly. Not at all. I can't beat brother Lin fan. I'm going to lose anyway, so I might as well just admit defeat. Lin Xian laughed dumbly. That boy of his own family was indeed blessed. It's also fortunate that this little niece of his was picked up by his fourth brother. If it was his own, then this Lin fan kid would really have to have his legs broken. Joe Moshi was also slightly indignant when he saw this situation. Such a cool and beautiful young girl. Actually, a heart hangs on that Lin fan. That Lin fan in the end, what is good, actually can get such a beautiful girl. Next match. Ho Mingyu of the East Heavenly Kingdom against Lu Lingfeng of the Lu family. After Xiahou Xiong finished speaking, the two teenagers also walked onto the battle stage. After the two of them got onto the battle stage, they were also the first to greet each other, and then they went to war. But Ho Mingyu was worthy of being Ho Mingyu. His strength was indeed extraordinary, and Lu Lingfeng of the Lu family was basically just pressed into the wind in an instant. The young prince of the Ho Tian Wang family is also very good. It seems to me that I am afraid that it is not worse than the grand prince of the Tian Wang family. Xiahou Xiong looked at Ho Mingyu with such bravery and also said with a smile. The state lord has flattered me. These two brats in my house are actually just like that. Make do. Ho Tianfeng waved his hand smilingly, although the words were said so, but the proud pride of the expression could betray what Ho Tianwang's heart was thinking. But it was also true that Ho Tianfeng's eldest son, Ho Mingyao, was also a renowned celestial pride in the entire imperial capital, and was now ranked among the top 100 celestial prides in the entire Dragon and Phoenix celestial pride list. In the battle to finalize the Dragon Phoenix heavenly remarkable ranking 2 years from now, Ho Tianyao was afraid that it would be very extraordinary, and while the oldest son is competitive, the youngest son is not bad at all, and looks like he's going to have some big shoes to fill in the future. Prince Ho, don't be modest. I also heard a lot about the divine might of the great prince of the prince's family in the imperial capital. In the imperial capital it can be said that it is all the way through, and is now ranked at 71 in the Dragon and Phoenix Heaven's Pride ranking, the ninth princess said with a faint smile. Ho Tianfeng was also full of smiles when he saw Joe Moshi praising his son so much. The grand equal prince of the Marquis family is indeed good. In the entire eastern state it is also in existence that can be ranked as high as second. Indeed it is still good. This sovereign is also quite impressed. Yin Tian was sitting in his seat, one hand propped up on his head, biting slightly harder on the word second. The faces of the people on the high platform all changed slightly, especially Ho Tianfeng, whose face became a little more ugly. Everyone in the eastern state knew that Mo Qingfeng of the spiritual martial sect and Ho Mingyao of the eastern heavenly king's household had been competing since childhood, but Ho Mingyao had always been suppressed by Mo Qingfeng, and was secretly jokingly referred to as a 10,000-year-old second by many people. This time when the two of them went to the imperial capital together, Ho Mingyao was ranked 71 while that Mo Qingfeng was ranked 69. From here it is also clear that there is still some difference between the two. And now Ying Tianjin was now precisely mocking Ho Tianyao's reputation as a 10,000-year-old. Spirit martial sex Mo Qingfeng is indeed powerful. This princess also heard in the imperial capital that Mo Qingfeng even defeated the imperial capital's 9 great heavenly prides. Or is it that Patriarch Yin's religious people have the right? Joe Moshi did not move and responded with a light smile. The crowd was also speechless for a moment, and the battle in the battlefield was already over. Although Lu Lingfeng was powerful, he was not yet a match for Ho Mingyu, and in the end, he was also defeated. In the 5th match, Lin Chang'an of the Lin family faced Li Xian Yuan of the Li family. Dressed in white, Li Xian Yuan directly stepped into the field with a single step, floating out of the dust, which was really not bad. Lin Chang'an, you and I are also considered friends. How about we settle this battle today with one move? Dressed in black and red robes, Lin Chang'an also stepped directly onto the field. Brother Li, I've long wanted to compete with you. Come on. Let's settle the score today with one move. Lin Chang'an was holding a long spear, his eyes full of battle intent. The two Li Lin families were also becoming closer now because of Lin Xian and Li Hongyi's unclear relationship. The Lin family's children and the Li family's children were also now fully acquainted with each other. In particular, Lin Chanan's few people were also recognized by Li Xian Yuan's heart. The two men stood apart, one with a gun, the other with a sword. This Li family's Li Xian Yuan, not only is he handsome and ethereal, but he is also a good person. And this Lin Chagan, who is also very handsome in appearance. This Lin Chang'an is the one who fought with the Xin family's children of the Tianwu Empire yesterday, right? Zhou Moshi looked at the two people in the field and also nodded slightly, his eyes full of appreciation. These two people are both very good. This Li Xian Yuan is a person from the Li family of Tian Yuan province, and that Li Hongyi is none other than the grand elder of this Tian Yuan Li family. As for this Lin Chang'an, it is a good talent in the Lin family lord's clan as well, and it is indeed very good as well. Xiahou Xiong smiled and explained to Zhou Moshi one by one. Li Hongyi. Zhou Moshi was also slightly stunned and fiercely looked at the red-clothed woman sitting on the 6th stage. Li Hongyi was also an extremely powerful existence in the imperial capital at the beginning, covering a generation, and finally lost to Zhou Maqian, the 4th prince of the Great Desert, also because Li Hongyi suddenly admitted defeat and left the battlefield, which is also a regret of the crowd. Whether it was His Highness the 4th prince of the Great Desert that was strong, or whether this person from the eastern state who was all in a stunning beauty was better. It's a pity for this Li Hongyi. In the beginning, father originally wanted to make her the crown princess of our royal family. It's a pity. Zhou Moshi shook her head slightly, but was smiling. Li Hongyi sensed someone watching her and slightly raised her head to look at Zhou Moshi, but she only turned back with an expressionless face. Very cold. Zhou Moshi was also unimpressed with Li Hongyi's attitude, because the royal family wanted to betroth Li Hongyi to the crown prince in the first place. So Li Hongyi didn't have a lot of good feelings towards the royal family either. Even because of this matter, Li Hongyi left the imperial capital in a fit of rage and did not set foot in the imperial capital again for nearly 20 years. As the crowd talked, the battle in the arena had already begun. One could only see Li Xian Yuan's sword coming out of the clouds, while Lin Chanan's gun came out like a dragon. The two directly collided together, erupting with a loud roar. The gun and sword chi exploded into gusts of smoke, and between the smoke, everyone looked over curiously. Chagan lost. Lin Xian faintly shook his head. Although Lin Chang'an had made a lot of progress, Lin Chang'an had always been a big flaw in the realm. If not, he would really be able to fight with Li Xian Yuan and the others. As expected, after the smoke dispersed, Li Xian Yuan only took 5 steps back, while Lin Chang'an took a dozen steps back before barely standing. I've lost. Li Xian Yuan, you are indeed powerful. I'll fight you again in the future when I'm a bit stronger. Lin Chang'an was also spontaneous and took the initiative to admit defeat. Lin Chang'an was not a conceited person by nature. A loss is a loss, and there's no shame in voluntarily admitting that you lost. You're just not as good as me in terms of realm now. If you catch up to me in terms of realm, then it's really not certain who will win or lose. Li Xian Yuan put away his longsword and said with a faintly raised smile. To this, Lin Chang'an responded with a smile. Lin Chang'an had a hunch that Li Xian Yuan hadn't given his full strength yet. Well, the 10 into 5 match is over now. Just 10 minutes past noon, now it's the 5 into 3 match, and Lin Xian, the first place winner in the previous round, can directly take a turn. The remaining 4 people, 2 against 2. Xiahou Xiong stood up and said with a faint smile. The crowd all looked at Lin Fan with envy. Lin Fan had actually directly internalized the top 3, and now the crowd knew what this first round of the more advanced the more favorable it was meant to be. Oh, you're still really lucky. Mo Changsheng stood at the edge of the battlefield, coldly looking at Lin Fan. Lin Fan entered the top 3, then it really wasn't too good to clean up next, because Lin Shuer and Lin Chang'an already had a place in the top 10. The top 10 was 500 points, so the 2 would be 1000 points, plus there was also the uncertainty of Gen 11, which made it even more unstable. Besides, none of the few people left on the scene were good to be messed with, other than Lin Fan. The rest of you will now start drawing lots. Xiahou Xiong continued. Mo Changsheng, Ho Mingyu and the 4 of them all walked up to the high platform and drew their own signatures. As for Lin Fan, he could already sit and rest. In the first match, Gen 11 of the Lin family will fight Mo Changsheng of the Spirit Martial sect. When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. The feud between the Lin family and the Spirit Martial sect would finally begin again. Sword 11 was also considered a member of the Lin family, and bumping into Mo Changsheng of the Spirit Martial sect, this was indeed a big point of interest. When Mo Changsheng saw the sign, he also grinned a grim smile. His luck was really very good, although Gen 11 was powerful, but in Mo Changsheng's eyes it was still not as good as Li Xian Yuan and Ho Mingyu. Moreover, Being able to take the lead in cleaning up the Lin family made Mo Changsheng feel even happier. Oh, come on. Sword 11 still had that same bland smile as he came directly on top of the battle stage. Since you can't help but want to taste defeat already, I will definitely fulfill you today. Mo Changsheng let out an evil laugh, rushed up to the sky, and landed in front of Sword 10's body in a very tawdry and wrapped up position. If Sword 11 loses this battle, this hegemonic Sword Dao will likely have cracks in it. Lu Shang frowned slightly. After all, Gen 11 was someone that their royal family already valued. These words also caused Zhou Moxie to slightly furrow her brows, as if this was indeed the meaning. However, Lin Xian was not the least bit nervous, because Sword 11 was not going to be distrustful of his own sword. When he was in the Lin family, Lin Xian saw that Gen 11 had the beginnings of the hegemonic Sword Dao the moment he started to fight to engage in a series of special training for Gen 11. Sword 11 and Lin Fan often fought, but Sword 11 basically lost more than he won. I should say he never won. But despite this, Gen 11 still condensed the hegemonic Sword Dao. Such a hegemonic Sword Dao was much more resilient and impossible to break down. Unless a heavenly pride that was the same age as Sword 11 and still used a sword could crush Sword 11. However, Mo Changsheng obviously does not meet this condition. Mo Changsheng was the first to attack, his strength at the late stage of the Little Yuandan realm on display. A grade of heavenly pride indeed has a grade of heavenly pride reasoning. The appearance is the strength of the late stage of the small Yuandan realm, and the battle strength is certainly far beyond the same level of cultivators. Sword 11 was also extremely cautious about fighting Mo Changsheng. As soon as he drew the long sword in his hand, he fought with Mo Changsheng, and Sword 11 also went all out. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized that Gen Shi's true strength was at the middle stage of the Little Yuandan realm. Although Sword 11's realm was a bit lower, the battle between the two was actually still even. At this, Lin Xian felt very satisfied. According to the speed of Gen Shi's cultivation at the very beginning, if Lin Xian was willing, it wasn't impossible that Gen 11 would all be in the late or even peak of the Little Yuandan realm by now. However, this kind is just flimsy and is not backed up by hard power. And during the greater part of the Lin family's special training, Lin Xianzhang Jian Shi's Sword Dao had been elevated to an extremely high level. Lin Xian dared to say this. Even some sword-using Tong-form realm powerhouses weren't as good as Gen 11 in their comprehension of swords. And in the future, Sword 11's same level battle power would definitely become more and more fierce. The two fought in a shocking battle, while the crowd on the high platform was looking at the scene incredulously. This Sword 11, so powerful. He actually fought Mo Changsheng to a draw by virtue of being in the middle stage of the Little Yuandan realm. His sword, it's really sharp. Ouyang Battle couldn't help but lament at this. And Ouyang Battle's meaning was also recognized by the crowd. Crossing the level and fighting against the best of the best in the same level of battle power. Such a person was indeed powerful. Even Yin Tianzhang was surprised by this scene. And fortunately, Mo Changsheng still had an extremely powerful means that he hadn't sacrificed, and as long as he did, he was still bound to win. However, if Mo Changsheng offered his bottom card in this round, it would not be good for the fight later on. And thinking of this, Yin Tianjing's face did not look too good. It was truly unbelievable that a small Lin family could actually cultivate so many demons out. Has Sword 11, defeat me. A long sword appeared in Mo Changsheng's hand, his body glittering with golden light as he fiercely killed towards Gen 11. Gen 11 stabilized his stance, and both the hegemonic Sword Dao and the peerless Sword Dao were poured out, bound to fight Mo Changsheng. The two powerful attacks collided with a roar, sending up gusts of smoke and dust. The two retreated tens of meters back from each other. Another tie. Mo Changsheng simply couldn't take down Sword 11 up to this point. Sword 11 crossed his sword in front of him. His body flickered with a touch of blue light as his power converged into a single point, and his powerful strength caused some of the great Yuandan realm powerhouses under the field to feel a palpitation. This was really just the Little Yuandan realm. Mo Changsheng looked at this scene, his eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, and a hint of embarrassment. He had suppressed Gen 11 by one realm actually couldn't take Gen 11. It was simply a disgrace. But if one small realm can't be suppressed, then one more will come. End of chapter. Chapter 122. Chapter 121, the three strongest in the great competition desire to dig for corners. Status, 403 from https://69uedu/r/socksmith/nentdurismorg. HTML. Why have I been blocked? This website is using a security service to protect itself from online attacks. The action you just performed triggered the security solution. Several actions that could trigger this block including submitting a certain word or phrase, a SQL command or malformed data. What can I do to resolve this? You can email the site owner to let them know you were blocked. Please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the please include what you were doing when this page came up and the Cloudflare Ray ID found at the bottom of this page. Chapter 123, 122, Can't Dig the Wall. Directly digging the wall? Chapter 123, 122, Can't Dig the Wall. Directly digging the wall? The two senior brothers have called me to come and drink. How could I not come? Senior brother. As soon as Yang War's words fell, a black shadow descended from the sky and landed on the empty seat of the square table. But you're late, so let's punish yourself with 3 drinks first. Yang War looked at Ho Tianfeng and said with a smile and a lift of his hand. Ho Tianfeng also smiled helplessly, directly drinking 3 large bowls. Yes, Yang War and Lin Xian both bellowed. Ha ha ha. All 3 of them burst out laughing, as if they were back 40 years ago. Ho Tianfeng put down his wine bowl and for a moment recalled the past years. I still remember that 40 years ago, I was only in my teens at that time, and I was just worshipped in the Jisha Academy when I was bullied by some old schoolmasters. And if it wasn't for you, senior brother, who stood up for me, I was afraid that I was going to make a big fool of myself in the first place. Ho Tianfeng looked at Lin Xian smilingly, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Lin Xian smiled dumbly. It was just a small thing that he could do. You can actually remember this kind of thing for 40 years. Ha, have a heart. Lin Xian looked at Ho Tianfeng and smiled happily. Hey, senior brother, this is not a small matter. When I first came to the imperial capital, if it wasn't for you, I was afraid that I would have become that withdrawn person. In response to Lin Xian's words, Ho Tianfeng was explaining further. As Yang War listened to these words, he also couldn't control his mouth and suddenly opened his mouth. Elder brother, you are not aware, Ho Tianfeng, this old kid, after you disappeared, and that Wu. Hey, Yang War, what's the point of mentioning these things? Before Yang War could finish his words, Ho Tianfeng suddenly interrupted with a frown. Lin Xian also frowned slightly at this situation. What's going on? I feel as if you two are hiding something from me. Lin Xian's tone became slightly more serious, and was also suddenly taking out the majesty of a former senior brother. Yang War and Ho Tianfeng both shrunk their necks for no reason. This time, it was really as if they had gone back 40 years ago. Lin Xian's eyes were heavy, looking straight at the two of them, and Ho Tianfeng and the two of them both sighed helplessly with a single sigh after looking at each other face to face. Senior brother, it's better for me to say it. This old kid Ho Tianfeng definitely can't say it. Yang War revealed a smile and patted Ho Tianfeng's shoulder before continuing. At the time when senior brother after you left, that the great general's house of Wu Shinkong, you also know, he is exceptionally talented. At the time it was even one Zhantai senior sister half a move to become the top of the Dragon and Phoenix Heaven's Pride list, although it is because he is older than Zhantai Mingyue for 2 years, but it is also undeniable that he's powerful. Yang War brought up Wu Shinkong with sighs, because, back then, the two of them, Yang War and Ho Tianfeng, were also Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride ranking contestants in the same term as Wu Shinkong, and in the face of Wu Shinkong, even Yang War and Ho Tianfeng and the others could only be covered under the light of Wu Shinkong. The only other person who fought with Wu Shinkong was Zhantai Mingyue, who was 2 years younger than Wu Shinkong. The two of them fought in the darkness of the sky, and in the end, Wu Shinkong only won by half a move over Zhantai Mingyue, and ever since that time passed, Wu Shinkong had fallen madly in love with Zhantai Mingyue, because Wu Shinkong felt that the only person in the entire great wilderness who could match him, Wu Shinkong, was Zhantai Mingyue. However, Zhantai Mingyue was deaf to Wu Shinkong's love and pursuit, and did not care about this Wu Shinkong at all. When Wu Shinkong learned that Zhantai Mingyue turned out to like his punk senior brother, he was so angry that he almost smashed the great general's residence. It was also because of this one incident that Wu Shinkong became cynical about Lin Xian. And, if it weren't for the fact that Lin Xian was a protege of the Jisha Academy, the martial god Kong would probably have rushed into the Jisha Academy to kill Lin Xian. But, Lin Xian remembered that incident once. The martial god empty. That hatred. One must avenge. Then did the Wu Shinking target you guys? Lin Xian looked at Yang War and Ho Tianfeng and asked coldly. Because of Lin Xian, that Wu Shinkong was cynical about everyone around Lin Xian, which also included Ho Tianfeng and Yang War. It was also fortunate that Yang War was the first son of the Yang family, and Ho Tianfeng was also the heir to the Eastern Heavenly King's house, so that Wu Shinkong didn't dare to mess around. The two of them looked at each other at once and both gave a bitter laugh. Back then that Wu Shinkong had been pestering senior sister Mingyue after you disappeared, and senior brother Ho had a relatively straight character and directly disliked Wu Shinkong angrily, making that Wu Shinkong brat come out stinking in public. Ha ha ha, but who knew that Wu Shinkong would then scheme against senior brother Ho, and in the end, senior brother Ho was expelled by Wu Shinkong out of the imperial capital. Yang War continued on from the previous remark. Ahem, What do you mean by being kicked out? Ouyang War, if you can't speak then stop talking. Ho Tianfeng waved his hand in disgust. Lin Xian laughed dumbly. Ho Tianfeng's character was still the same as it was more than 20 years ago. Senior brother, I think you should go back and meet senior sister Mingyue. She fought several battles with Wu Shinkong because of you. Because Wu Shinkong insulted you in public. Ouyang War looked at Lin Xian and said extremely solemnly. Lin Xian was silent for a moment. I know. I'll be going to the imperial capital for Master's big birthday this time. Not only to celebrate Master's birthday, but there are other things I need to go back and reckon with as well. When Lin Xian said the end, his hands clenched slightly. The slap that the martial god empty had given himself in the beginning, he had to return it. Forget it, let's not talk about this disgusting guy. Let's keep drinking. Ho Tianfeng waved his hand, but appeared to be very spontaneous, as if he wasn't the one who was driven out of the imperial capital in the first place. Lin Xian laughed dumbly, but he already had a calculation in his heart. Wu Shinkong would have been a stumbling block on his own path, especially because of his little sister. When he returned to the imperial capital, then the two were bound to be incompatible. Master. Suddenly, Lin Er appeared in the Lin family. Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang War were both stunned. This guy who appeared out of thin air had actually evaded their probing. Although the two of them didn't deliberately check the surrounding area, this was enough to show that this person's hiding skills were excellent. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked after drinking a bowl of wine. There was a wave of people who came to the Lin mansion and went directly to meet with Jian 11, so I guess they also had an impure purpose. Lin Er said respectfully. At this time, Ouyang War and Ho Tianfeng also noticed that Lin Er's address was actually master. Even the Ouyang family, which was a large family, couldn't say that they would treat a Tongform realm expert with such excellent hiding skills as a slave. Oh, there's such a thing? Oh, both of you. Let's go. Let's go see what's going on as well. Lin Xian said with a smile. Both of them nodded slightly as well. The three of them then went straight to the side yard. It turned out that the people who came were none other than the ninth princess Zhou Moshi and that provider Lu Shang. Only provider Lu Shang did not enter the Lin mansion, but waited outside. Jian 11, you are a true heavenly pride. Even in the huge imperial capital, you are definitely not inferior to those so-called dragon and phoenix heavenly pride list of heavenly prides. If you enter our royal family, this princess will give you a guarantee that she will give you the best cultivation resources, and arrange the best guidance from the best strong people for you. Will you be willing to do so? It turned out that Zhou Moshi had come to poach on Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, senior brother. Senior sister Ming Yue's disciple is quite the man of nature, coming straight to poach you. Hi Bo. Ouyang War looked at the situation and laughed lightly. Lin Xian also smiled helplessly. What is this called? How does a junior sister teach an apprentice to come out and poach her senior brother? And Sword 11 in the courtyard was still half naked at the moment, with a number of sword wounds all over his shoulders. Lin Luo was medicating Jian 11 bit by bit with the healing powder. Lin Luo snorted coldly when she heard Zhou Moshi say that. You're asking 11th brother to betray my third grandfather. This is asking 11th brother to fall into the quagmire of disloyalty and filial piety. What a bad woman. Lin Luo's words caused Zhou Moshi to freeze, opening her mouth not knowing how to reply. Jian 11 laughed and touched Lin Luo's little head. Your Highness, you have heard it too. I don't need to say any more about the reasoning that Luo knows, so please make yourself at home. Princess. Even though Zhou Moshi had already taken out many benefits and temptations, but Jian 11 remained unmoved. In Jian Shi's heart, if there was no Lin Xian as a master, there wouldn't be the Jian 11 of today. Zhou Moshi frowned slightly. It was hard for him to fail. Sword 11, aren't you willing to go even further? 11 believes that Master is the most powerful existence in the Great Desolate. Your Highness should go. Sword 11 opened his mouth lightly, not even looking at Zhou Moshi, and Lin Fan and Lin Chagan also got the news and walked. Your Highness, that's not how corner cutting comes about, is it? What's more, my father and your esteemed master are also senior brothers, so forget it. You and 11 are still the same disciple. Lin Fan spoke faintly, and both Lin Shuer and Lin Chang'an nodded furiously. Zhou Moshi also knew that he was at a disadvantage and didn't say anything more. Forget it, it seems that I really miscalculated today, but Jian 11, you make me feel even more that you are a talented person. Not only are you gifted, but you are also so heavy on filial piety. Not bad. After Zhou Moshi finished speaking, Lu Shang also flew in. Lin family master, show yourself. As Lu Shang's words fell, Lin Xian's trio also slowly appeared. Senior nephew, it's not too good for you to come and dig at senior uncle like this, Lin Xian said smilingly, as they watched Lin Xian and Ho Tianfeng and the others appear. The juniors present all slightly arched their hands and saluted. Even Zhou Moxie, who had come to cut corners, bowed to the three Lin Xian men. I didn't ask him to betray senior uncle either. I just asked him to join our royal family. Joe Moshi skimmed his lips and said, looking a little pitiful, but it was his own fault. Lin Xian dumbfounded, but after all, the other party is still his own junior sister's disciple, and digging a corner is also digging right and left. Lin Xian really does not have much to be unhappy about. This is also not possible. Senior nephew, wanting to join the royal family in the 11th year. That's better to wait until later. Lin Xian waved his hand and said. Joe Moshi's eyes darted around and suddenly looked straight at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned, while Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang Battle were also unsure, always feeling that Joe Moshi's eyes were out of place. Then why not? I remember that Senior was once still the White Earl of our great wasteland. Right. So by that reasoning, Senior is also considered a vassal of our great wasteland, right? The moment Joe Moshi said this, even Lin Xian froze. It did seem right to put it that way. The GK Academy was supposed to train talents for the royal family. It is not to say that all the disciples of Jishi Academy have entered the court, but at least 5 layers have entered the court. As for Lin Xian, he had been given the position of Earl by the royal family at the age of 12 as the personal heir to the wine master in the first place. And Lin Xian didn't care. The big deal was just multiple titles. Now that I've heard it, it feels a little off. Senior, you are the Earl of our great wilderness, so that means that you are also a heavyweight of our court. So if Gen 11 is your disciple, does that also mean that Gen 11 is a member of our court? Joe Moshi smiled and narrated, but appeared to be articulate. Ouyang War and Ho Tianfeng both laughed out loud. This 9th princess was really interesting. Lin Fan and Lin Chagan and the others were all able to live with it. A clever tongue. Lin Xian laughed dumbly and shook his head slightly again. Senior nephew, what you say is quite true, but I, the White Earl, don't enjoy any benefits from the royal family. So let's talk about what you say later. Next to the Lu Shang also cannot help but smile. Since the little princess is still too young. These words, 4 people kind of decades of the old fox is also sprinkled with water. Joe Moshi let out a light hum, looking slightly aggrieved. Master knew I was coming to Eastern State, and even told me that if I had something to do, I'd look for Shifu's help, and that Shifu definitely wouldn't turn it down. But now it seems that it's all a lie. The phrase, the big kill. Even Lin Xian's trio couldn't help but stare. Although Lin Fan didn't know about his own father's past, as Lin Xian's own son and a little lover, he naturally knew that the master Joe Moshi spoke of was afraid to be his own father's former confidant. All the Lin family members looked towards Lin Xian. Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang Zhan also had an expression that had nothing to do with me as they moved slightly away from Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw that Joe Moshi had actually moved his little sister, he also shook his head helplessly. Helping is fine, but helping doesn't mean hitching yourself and my apprentice. Seeing that Lin Xian had said so, Joe Moshi was at her wit's end, but she still smiled like a flower and said, then I'll look for senior uncle to help me out if I have any problems in the Eastern State in the future. But you promised me. Senior uncle. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. What kind of person did senior sister accept as her disciple? She looked like an imperial sister, but she was quirky. It was the complete opposite of the youngest sister who looked quirky but acted like an imperial sister. Alright, if the princess has any matters in the future, just come directly to your senior. Ouyang Zhuan smilingly agreed for Lin Xian. Princess, don't be polite to your senior. Ho Tianfeng immediately made up for it. Lin Xian was speechless to these two pits. Joe Moshi was a little bit more pleased. Since this was the case, then today's purpose was always accomplished, the most important one as well. Then Emosher would like to thank senior. Joe Moshi arched his hand at Lin Xian before leaving behind his gift and leaving, winking with Lin Fan before he left. Things are getting more and more confusing. This 9th princess, it's not simple. Lin Xian looked at Joe Moshi's departing back. That Lu Shang's attitude towards the 9th princess could be described as extremely respectful. A very extraordinary woman. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a very dangerous woman. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, Rejecting the $1 Million Gift. Lin Fan and Joe Moshi. Chapter 124, Chapter 123, Rejecting the $1 Million Gift. Lin Fan and Joe Moshi. Joe Moshi and Lu Shang had left, but the two had left behind quite a few things. Master, this was brought by that 9th princess. What do you think of it? Gen 11 asked as he finished rubbing the medicine and put on his clothes, looking at the 2 boxes on the ground. This 9th princess is a man of the people. The royal family has had decent talent these past few years. These things, it's up to you to deal with them. Lin Xian waved his hand, not really interested in the things left behind by Zhou Moxie either. Let me see what's in store. Lin Ao the kid walked up and just lifted the 2 boxes. Hiss. When the crowd saw what was in the box, all of them, except for a few, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. One case held 50 bejeweled yuan stones, while the other held a sword-shaped spirit weapon. And those 50 yuan stones were all top-grade yuan stones. Yuan stones were categorized into 3 grades: lower, middle and upper. And generally speaking, there was a 100-to-1 ratio between these 3 grades. In other words, 1 top-grade yuan stone could be exchanged for 100 middle-grade yuan stones or 10,000 lower-grade yuan stones. Of course, basically no one would be willing to exchange it this way. The yuan qi of the top-grade yuan stone was much gentler to absorb than that of the middle and lower-grade yuan stones. Much easier to absorb, and with much lower impurities. As far as the general rule was concerned, the vast majority of cultivators used lower-grade yuan stones, and upper-grade yuan stones were extremely rare, and here there were 50 of them. So it seemed that Joe Moxie had indeed put down blood money, and had come with extremely high sincerity. In looking at the other sword-shaped spirit weapon, it was also a high-class item worth 1,000,000 lower-grade yuan stones, and it was simply impossible for an idol clan to possess it. Ooh, family head, we have to say that this princess is really generous, and the spirit soldier is actually used to give it away. Lin Ao picked up the spirit soldier and sked. Even the two of them, Lin Fan and Lin Chagan, had their eyes opened. Is this the world of the rich? The things that were casually used to solicit others were millions of yuan stones. Lin Shan just smiled lightly. The Great Desolate Empire had been founded for 2,000 years now. At its peak, the Great Desolate Empire was a top-grade empire. The resources accumulated over these 2,000 years, that was indeed an unimaginable amount. This could not be said to be a drop in the bucket for the royal family, but it was not a huge amount either. What's more, Sword 11 was worth that value. With the mid-Little Yuan Dan realm angrily battling the peak Little Yuan Dan realm Mo Changshang, cultivating the hegemonic sword Dao, this level of heavenly pride was completely worth the value. As long as Jian 11 grows up, the rewards that can be given to the royal family in the future are far from comparable to these now. 11, see what you can do? Lin Shen looked at Jian 11 and smiled faintly. Not making claims for Jian 11, Jian 11 faintly glanced at the 50 top-grade yuan stones and that spirit soldier and exhaled slightly. Master, these things, the disciple should return them to that princess. Sword 11's words caused Ouyang Warrior and Ho Tianfeng to be moved by them as well. For a small Yuan Dan realm, these things would really be astronomical, and with these things in his possession, Jian 11 would be perfectly fine to cultivate to the 3-passage god realm. The two of them didn't expect Jian 11 to actually resist this temptation. Think differently. If they were in this situation, would they be able to resist this temptation? Although Lin Xian had also guessed that Jian 11 would say this, when Jian 11 made his choice, Lin Xian's eyes still flashed with a hint of relief that he really hadn't looked at the wrong person. That old man's son. He's the same character as him. Good for you. A tiger's father is not a dog's son. Oh, your choice. You make it yourself. If you don't want it, just give it back. Lin Xian waved his hand and said casually, Spirit swords, the one Lin Xian won will be given directly to his disciple. Why do you need someone else's? Ahem, master, I think it's a bit inappropriate if I go. Sword 11 said with a dry cough. Lin Xian also nodded in a more agreeable manner. Indeed, and then looked directly at his son. Fanny, you go return it. Me? Lin Fan froze. Why did he involve himself? Ha ha ha, that's right, it's you. Your final duel tomorrow is a big attraction. When that time comes, you will definitely get Joe Moshi's focus as well, and there will definitely be quite a few more encounters between the two of you in the future. So go ahead and take it as getting to know a little bit about it first. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. Joe Moshi is the disciple of Lin Xian's youngest sister. Then both are wine master disciples. Lin Fan is his own son, and Joe Moshi is considered to be the same disciple, so there will definitely be no shortage of interactions in the future. What's more, both of them were proud sons of heaven standing at the top of the great wilderness, and a fight in the future might be inevitable. Okay then. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and rubbed his nose again, hopelessly accepting Lin Xian's dispatch. He took his things and headed towards the outside of the mansion. As for where the princess lives, it's 100% in the state master's mansion. After all, the state lord Xiao Xion was a 100% royalist cultivated by the royal family themselves. Looking at Lin Fan's departing back, Lin Xian suddenly smiled. It seemed like he was still going to be involved in the royal family. Alright, everyone take a good rest. 11. Chadan, desire for speed is not enough. The two of you were too tense for that period of time in front of you. Relax for a bit in these few days and put your cultivation on hold for now. Yes, master. Chanan understands. After instructing the two, Lin Shan looked at Lin Ao again. Aoer, I said that you need to find a path of your own. Chang'an and 11 they have found it. You need to hold on to it, but don't push yourself too hard. This 22-year-old battle, just treat it normally. Lin Xian said smilingly to Lin Ao. Lin Ao immediately arched his hand. indicating that he understood. After saying these words, Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang Zhan were also ready to bid farewell and leave. Senior brother. Let's get together again after this 18 house competition is over. Ha ha ha. When the time comes to come to the imperial capital, the Ouyang family's door will always be open for you. We'll see about that when the time comes. I'm going to settle some things for him first, and then I'll rip you two off hard. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan walked to the State Master's mansion with a gift worth 1,000,000 yuan stones, and looking at the magnificent State Master's mansion, Lin Fan also skimmed his lips and walked in. Who is the visitor? The two guards crossed their spears and looked straight at Lin Fan. Cough cough. The two elder brothers go and report. Say that Lin Fan of the Lin family of Cloud Mist City is seeking an audience with Her Highness the Princess. Lin Fan felt the strength of the two guards and could not help but secretly marvel at the fact that the strength of the two guards was actually at the great Yuandan realm. The two guards couldn't help but be moved when they heard Lin Fan's self-reported Cloud Mist City Lin family. Right now in the entire Xiantian city, the one that was being discussed the most was this Cloud Mist City Lin family. Cloud Mist City Lin family. The head of the family was not only the personal heir of Venerable Wine, and had also defeated a Tongling realm powerhouse from the Tianwu Empire, while the juniors of the Cloud Mist City Lin family, their talents were higher than one another, and their battle prowess was more ferocious than one another. It's the grand final, and the Lin family actually has a person who broke in. It's really the super dark horse of the year. Okay, wait a minute, I'll go in and report. The guards were also slightly respectful towards Lin Fan. After all, he was the disciple grandson of Venerable Wine, so he still had to give face. Lin Fan felt the guard's solemn treatment and also had a peculiar feeling. He himself used to be the young patriarch of a small family, or a waste of space. Where had he been treated solemnly? Now, it was actually still being treated solemnly by the guards of the State Lord's residence. Lin Fan knew that all of this had come about because of his father's identity transformation and display of strength. But Lin Fan didn't have any psychological burden. Instead, he had a very strange feeling of exhilaration. I can't believe I've rocked the Super 2 myself. Grandma Tay is as good as open. It didn't take long for the guard to walk out. Mr. Lin, Her Highness the Princess invites you in for a moment. It's just inside. Let me show you the way. The guard said respectfully. Lin Fan nodded slightly, rather like a second generation, but he didn't show any shyness. The State Master's mansion as the head of a state. Then naturally his level of luxury can't be bad. Lin Fan slowly walked into the State Master's mansion and was shocked by the luxury of the State Master's mansion in front of him. The State Lord's mansion covered 1,000 acres of land alone and prohibited flights and such. So Lin Fan and the guards walked around in circles for a quarter of an hour before they reached their destination. Arriving at a garden, Zhou Moshi and Lu Shang, Lu Ruyan, and State Lord Xiahou Xiong were already waiting inside, and there was an old eunuch with white hair next to Princess Zhou Moshi. The old eunuch stood straight, holding a slightly larger longsword in both hands, and stood beside Zhou Moshi with his eyes closed, as if he wasn't a member of this party. Mr. Lin is here. Quickly bestow a seat. When Zhou Moshi saw Lin Fan walk in, she also smiled sweetly and ordered the bystanders with a smile. Yes, Princess. Immediately, someone brought Lin Fan a stool. Lin Fan smiled and arched his hand with the crowd before sitting on the stool. Xiahou Xiong and Lu Shang both smiled kindly at Lin Fan, while Lu Ruyan directly ignored Lin Fan. Mr. Lin said he was looking for me, but is there something? Zhou Moshi said smilingly, and with a winking gesture. There were immediately two decent-looking, but properly dressed maids coming up to pour wine for Lin Fan. Lin Fan once again clasped his fists and said, Your Highness, 11 has thought it over. These things, 11 said that he could not afford them without merit, so he entrusted me to send them back to Your Highness. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he sent the two boxes in his storage bag in front of Zhou Moshi. Zhou Moshi slightly raised an eyebrow, not expecting that Jian 11 could actually refuse such a temptation. Xiahou Xiong and Lu Shang and the others were also slightly shocked. They could know how much sincerity their own princess had taken out, but this could actually still be rejected. That Jian 11 was indeed a good seedling. Alas, that's really a bit of a pity, but there's no harm in it. We'll have plenty of time to discuss martial arts together in the future. Zhou Moshi guffawed and directly put away the box, not dwelling on it. Lin Fan paid more attention to Zhou Moshi. This was an exceptionally gifted and incredibly intelligent woman. Dangerous to the extreme. My words have been brought, so I will take my leave. With that, Lin Fan arched his hand and was about to leave, but Zhou Moshi stopped him with a smile. Hey, Mr. Lin, you are the 9th Masters personally. According to this presented relationship, we are considered to be of the same sect. I am a little older than you, so I am considered to be your senior sister. With a single word, the distance between the two was drawn infinitely closer. Both being from the same sect, The two were naturally able to talk freely. In response to these words from Joe Moshi, Lin Fan was also dumbfounded and nodded slightly before continuing to sit in his seat. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin has really opened our eyes, charging into the finals and being able to compete with Li Xian Yuan and Mo Chang Sheng tomorrow. I'm very much looking forward to it. Lu Shang stroked his beard and said smilingly. There was also a very agreeable nod to Xiahou Xiong. For Mr. Lin, this state master is also curious. This state master has watched all the matches. Mr. Lin is the one that eludes me the most. Now that Mr. Lin hasn't even used his full strength. This state master is really curious. In response to the praise from the two seniors, Lin Fan also got up and cupped his fists once again. Kid thanks the two seniors for their praise. Kid is also just an ordinary person. Tomorrow's battle can only be said to be doing his best. Several people nodded their heads once. The strength was not bad, but also modest and decent. With great achievements, Joe Moshi's eyes changed as she looked at Lin Fan. I thought that this person, Sword 11, was one of the big dark horses of the day, but now it seems that this Lin Fan, who didn't even show much to make it to the finals, is the real hidden treasure. Mr. Lin, if you can take first place this time, I will definitely petition my father to give you a title increase, Joe Moshi smilingly said with an arch to the void. Lin Fan laughed dumbly. This Princess Highness really was just pulling their Lin family together all the time. The princess is serious. If I haven't accomplished an inch of merit, it would be too much to convince the public if I were to be raised so high. Lin Fan waved his hand, and really just didn't care about the increase in rank in Joe Moshi's mouth. Joe Moshi smiled helplessly. For these true celestial pride and powerhouses, adding to their ranks was truly unalluring. For example, the wine master, bestowed with 9 pewters, had all the official positions he could have, but all this was useless stuff to the wine master. Alright, let's not talk about that today. Mr. Lin, can we just talk about something idle today? Joe Moshi laughed and poured herself a glass of wine, holding it up to Lin Fan with a smile. Joe Moshi is very beautiful, although only 18 years old, but has a mature charm that only women in their 20s have. Every move, every smile can touch the heart. Even Lin Fan couldn't help but look twice more. Mr. Lin, I heard about it when I was in the imperial capital. That senior uncle and my master have been playmates since they were young, especially since my master and ninth master are still in love with each other. Unfortunately, it ended up being a misplaced mistake. But, Joe Moshi looked straight at Lin Fan as she spoke. Lin Fan also froze slightly. I don't know if your honor is. Oh, your highness, if you ask me this, I have no idea, because my family mother passed away when I was very young. Lin Fan waved his hand and was unwilling to chat more on this. And Joe Moshi also saw Lin Fan's unwillingness and shut his mouth. However, from here Joe Moshi has also derived a message. That is, their own 9 division uncle's original wife is the probability of passing away. Then their own master is not. I'm sorry, it's my fault for chatting about Mr. Lin's sadness. Let's not talk about it. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Joe Moshi stood up, and immediately was boozing 3 cups of compensation. This etiquette was done quite well. Lin Fan smiled faintly, not caring much, because from his own father's mouth, Lin Fan knew that the probability was that his mother was not in trouble, but just couldn't accompany both their father and son because of some special reasons. As to why, his own old man didn't want to bring it up, for fear of heartbreak. End of chapter. Chapter 125, Chapter 124, Extremely High Evaluation Spiritual Martial Arts Sect Preparation Grand Competition Final. Chapter 125, Chapter 124, Extremely High Evaluation Spiritual Martial Arts Sect Preparation Grand Competition Final. Lin Fan stayed in the State Master's mansion for half an hour's time, finally said goodbye and left. In the process of chatting with Joe Moshi, Lin Fan had always maintained a casual and easygoing attitude, and did not have much respect for Joe Moshi. Tell me, gentlemen, how do you feel about this Mr. Lin? After Lin Fan's back disappeared in the eyes of the crowd, Joe Moshi also smiled and asked as he once again took a sip of the fine wine. Everyone was silent for a while, and in the end, it was Xiahou Xiong who was the first to speak. A man of the great world, a man among men. The short 11 words represented Xiahou Xiong's extremely high evaluation. Joe Moshi nodded slightly, not feeling that Xiahou Xiong's evaluation was too high. Princess, this Lin Fan, not to mention his talent in battle, let's just say that he, a junior at the Little Yuandan realm, actually didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright in the face of so many of our strongest people, and he also talked and drank freely when conversing and drinking with us. Just by virtue of this state of mind, it has already made old man feel that it is very uncommon. Lu Shang stroked his beard, and his eyes were also filled with praise for Lin Fan. Joe Moshi nodded once again, thinking back to this half hour. Lin Fan had indeed been maintaining a very good state of mind to communicate with them without a hint of showing any timidity. Truly a talent. Oof. Lu Ruyan was slightly displeased to see both Xiahou Xiong and Lu Shang praising Lin Fan in such a way, but she couldn't say anything bad about it. That Lin Xian's son. What is there to praise? Zhou Moshi's few people all smiled helplessly, basically knowing that Lu Ruyan once had that thing with Zhan Tai Mingyu. What does Mr. Jane think? Zhou Moshi looked at the eunuch who had been standing behind him. The eunuch slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with turbidity. Even Xiahou Xiong and the others were feeling a trembling in their bodies. An extremely terrifying sense of oppression coming head-on. Princess, the old slave thinks that Junior is very good. I feel a very peculiar feeling from him, and I don't know why. The old slave has an illusion. Oh, Zhou Moshi was slightly stunned, and several other people were also curious. Although this eunuch was only a eunuch, in terms of status, he was still above the two Xiahou Xiong and Lu Shang. It's that if the old slave really wanted to kill him, he might not really be able to do it. The white-haired eunuch reclosed his eyes again after saying this. The crowd was incredulous. How was this possible? Zhou Moshi's eyes became even more gloomy. He had thought that he had overestimated Lin Fan, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated this Lin Fan. This Lin Fan, even if he was placed in the imperial capital where there were so many heavenly prides, he was afraid that he would be a first-rate person. Lingu Clan, a martial arts school in ancient China. In the spiritual martial sect's pro-transmission hall, a crowd of people had already arrived. And on the main seat in the Great Hall, it was not Hallmaster Mo Kai or Patriarch Ying Tianzheng who was sitting there, but an old man. Old me has heard that our spirit martial sect lost miserably in this under-18 tournament. The old man's tone was very light, but it was as if it was the sound of explosive thunder in the ears of all the people. Yin Tianzheng, the Patriarch, and Mo Kai and a few other great mountain lords also didn't dare to speak and stood quietly by the side. The crowd of pro-transmitters also didn't dare to speak at all. And they didn't even dare to take a breath of air for fear of annoying the old man above them. Only Mo Qingfeng, who was the first person of the pro-transmission, was also meditating in the hall, doing as he pleased. The most nervous ones were Mei Tianliang, Bai Yula, He Shen, and Mo Changsheng. After all, this time it was the four of them who fought, and they ended up losing. Now even the first place that was Mo Changsheng's predetermined first place was a bit up in the air. After all, the other two people who were competing for the first place in the competition were not ordinary people. Li Xian Yuan was at the peak of the Little Yuan Dan realm, and there was also Lin Fan who hadn't used his full strength so far. So even if Mo Changsheng wanted to win, it would be an extremely difficult thing to do. Mei Tianliang, earlier in the day, you disgraced our spiritual martial sect. This time, you actually disgraced yourself again in a row. Our spiritual martial sect's face has been disgraced by you. From today onwards, deprive Mei Tianliang of his position as a progenitor, and send him to Python Pass, and he shall not be allowed to return to the sect for all eternity. With a slight raise of his hand, the old man directly finalized Mei Tianliang's miserable future fate. When Mei Tianliang heard this, he fell to the ground with a plop, having been completely finished. However, Mei Tianliang didn't dare to have the slightest retort. If he dared to retort, he might just lose his life. And Mo Changsheng didn't dare to plead for Mei Tianliang again. After all, the one presiding over the assembly this time was not his father, but the spiritual martial sect's provider elder now. Spirit martial sect, the highest decision-making is not the sect leader, but the Hall of Offerings. Into the Hall of Offerings, the worst are Tongshan realm experts, and having entered the Tongshan realm, one was a top-tier expert in the entire Great Wilderness, He Shen, and by Yura, you two would have been unforgivable as well, but it's good that the two of you are still in the teens and have moderate talent, so let's make it tentative for now. But punishment is essential. Once these words came out, both Hishin and Bayura were slightly relieved. Although there was a punishment as well, the fact that the two of them were not stripped of their personal disciple status meant that everything was still not a big problem. In the end, all eyes gathered on Mo Changsheng. Even Mo Changsheng, who was usually accustomed to being arrogant, was feeling great pressure at this moment. Mo Changsheng. This time, the first place depends on whether you can take it or not. While the old man has also paid attention to the grand competition this time, with your current strength wanting to obtain the first place, I'm afraid that it will be difficult. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, Mo Changsheng's face went 3 shades of white. Mo Kai's face was also much uglier. He had thought that Mo Changsheng was completely enough with his strength at the peak of the Little Yuandan realm, but he had not expected that this time there were actually 2 foreigners, Li Xian Yuan and Lin Fan. In previous sessions, only one Li Hongyi had exceeded their spirit martial sect's expectations, but it was just one Li Hongyi. This term, 2 people actually appeared at once. Since the old man has come out to pay attention to this matter, then the old man naturally has a solution. Mo Chang Shang. Take this thing. At this moment, the old man took out 2 treasures from his storage bag and threw them to Mo Chang Shang. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they took a good look at the treasure. The items thrown out by the elder provider were actually a realm-breaking pill and a mid-grade spirit grade armor. Many of the pro-disciples were envious and jealous. Although that mid-grade spirit level armor was definitely going to be returned to its rightful owner. But that realm-breaking Dan was a real benefit. Even Mo Chang Shang was so excited that he was trembling. With these 2 items, he would definitely be strong enough to defeat Li Xian Yuan and Lin Fan in tomorrow's competition. The realm-breaking pill can make up for the instability of your realm. And that mid-grade spirit grade armor is a top quality item when placed in the mid-grade. So don't let my old man down. The old man finished, raising his eyebrows lightly. Sun Sain will not disappoint Lord Confessor. Mo Chang Shang knelt down on one knee at the old man and said excitedly, "Well, now except for the Mountain Lord and Mo Qingfeng, I others go down." The offering waved his hand, and all of them glanced enviously and adoringly at Mo Qingfeng, who was still Mo not concerned. Only Mo Qingfeng among the juniors could participate in the high-level meetings of the spirit martial sect. Mo Chang Shang implicitly glanced at Mo Qingfeng and let out a long breath. He himself must prove to everyone in the morning that he, Mo Chang Shang, was not inferior to Mo Qingfeng. After everyone went down, Mo Qingfeng also exited his cultivation state. "Qingfeng, this time around, the Prime Realm is also going to open the Prime competition. And at that time, our spirit martial sect will be mainly depending on you," the old man first said to Mo Qingfeng. His voice appeared to be relatively soft. Obviously, this old provider was also very satisfied with Mo Qingfeng. Although it was said that Mo Qingfeng and Mo Changshang were a dual heavenly pride of a clan, but the insiders were clear that only Mo Qingfeng was the true pride of heaven. Even Mo Changshang's own old son, Mo Kai, was forced to recognize this fact. "Don't worry, donor elder, Qingfeng will definitely do his best," Mo Qingfeng said with a slight arch. "Well, there's also the news that the Church of God has come to us this time." Early in the morning of the second day, all the clans were once again gathered at the martial arts battlefield. And today, Mo Changshang had regained his old confidence and stood on top of the spiritual martial sect's high platform with his head held high. It seems that this Mo Changshang is afraid that he's gotten something good from spirit martial, so much so that his confidence has increased. Looking at Mo Changshang so arrogantly, Li Hongyi said smilingly. Lin Fan and the others also glanced at Mo Changshang, but none of them cared much. Li Xian Yuan just smiled back. "Aunt Li, our little uncle's strength hasn't been fully revealed yet. You'll know when the time comes," Lin Chang'an said with a smile. His words had complete confidence in Lin Fan. This was because in the half-year of special training Lin Xian had given them, Lin Chang'an and Sword 11 had never won against Lin Fan. Lin Fan has always remained mysterious and unpredictable. Li Hongyi is now also 3 days to run to the Lin family. Naturally, and the Lin family people are familiar with the Lin family, and the Lin family juniors basically call Li Hongyi bit aunt. It was also just Lin Shuer and the others who shouted sister. Whatever, it's all to each his own. In the cultivation world, it was basically every man for himself in terms of seniority, because maybe an old man of several hundred years old would have to call a newborn baby an ancestor. I can see that. Lin Fan, I'll wait and see. Li Hongyi looked at Lin Fan and smiled sweetly. Lin Fan touched the back of his head. When facing Li Hongyi, Lin Fan always felt pressurized because Lin Fan always felt that it wouldn't be long before he had to change his call sign. Really, damn it. Li Xian Yuan looked at this scene was also helpless aside. Since the Lin family that family head Lin Xian appeared, his own aunt's mind all over that Lin Xian. In the Lin family's time than in the Li family's time is more. Now, it's the final big competition, and it's the end of the day for us, so please ask the final 3 contestants to come up to the stage. Xiahou Xiong, who was sitting on the high platform, said loudly. As soon as these words fell, Mo Changshang was the first to step onto the battle stage, his aura 3 times stronger than yesterday. Zhou Moshi frowned slightly. This Mo Changshang, his strength has had a considerable refinement compared to yesterday. Lu Shang also nodded slightly and said, Your Highness, don't forget that Mo Changshang is a personal heirloom of the Spirit Martial Sect, and is also the son of the Spirit Martial Sect's Mountain Master, Mo Kai, so I'm sure that the Spirit Martial Sect must have taken out something good for him yesterday. The crowd nodded slightly. Can we say that the Spirit Martial Arts Sect cheated? Of course it's impossible, and it's only normal to raise your strength before a big competition. You can't elevate. It's the forces behind you that can't. Background. That's part of the source of strength. But looking at that Li Xian Yuan, and that Lin Fan, I'm afraid they both still have their cards. At this point, Lu Shang continued with a smile. Even though Mo Changshang displayed a powerful oppressive force, and Lin Fan and Li Xian Yuan did not show any expression of surprise. For this reason, Joe Moshi also quietly surveyed Lin Xian next to him, only to see that this ninth master of his was also not half worried. It looks like today's game is not going to disappoint. Senior brother, has that brat of your family prepared any good cards yet? Look at that Mo Changsheng. Yesterday he was still in a vague realm. Today he has become particularly stable, and he will even be able to advance to the great Yuan Dan realm before too long. The spirit martial sect is afraid that they have put a lot of effort into him. Oh, Yang War said smilingly. Lin Xian merely shook his head gently. Cultivation is still about cultivating the mind and body first. This Mo Changsheng, with only cultivation in his eyes, won't be able to go for long. Compared to this Mo Changsheng, I still think that Mo Qingfeng is better. Lin Xian's words caused Ouyang War to freeze, and then he laughed out loud. Some enlightening words would always come out of his own senior brother's mouth. Lin Fan and Li Xian Yuan both entered the battlefield one after another as well, the three of them presenting a triangle facing each other, their auras not letting up at all. Xiao Xiong looked at this scene and also slowly walked up and said, "Since there are only 3 of you left, this battle will be fought 2 by 2 first, with the other waiting for the battle, and the loser and the one waiting for the battle will then fight each other. If the loser wins, the great competition ends, and if the candidate wins, then the winner and the candidate will fight again. And, in order to finish our match today, that's why Her Highness has specially taken out the super healing pill and the Yuan Qi recovery pill for this match. The rules are clear enough." The crowd nodded darkly and grew expectant. This was a true duel between peak celestial pride. Quite a few people from the money bank had bet on it in the first place, and now Lin Fan, Li Xian Yuan, and Mo Changsheng were the only 3 left in the fray. First match, Li Xian Yuan vs Mo Changsheng. Lin Fan actually got to watch first again because he was first in the first round. Mo Changsheng slightly clenched his fists. Originally all this preferential treatment was his Mo Changsheng, but as a result, all of it was now being enjoyed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and spread his hands. There was nothing he could do about it. Who made himself number 1? Lin Fan then withdrew from the battlefield, leaving the battlefield to Li Xian Yuan and Mo Changsheng. Sister Red, who do you think will win? Lin Shuer sat beside Li Hongyi and asked curiously. If it was yesterday, then it would definitely be my family's Li Xian Yuan. But this time, I don't know what means the spirit martial sect is prepared for that Mo Changsheng. Li Hongyi shook her head slightly. Mo Changsheng in the field grinned and looked at Li Xian Yuan disdainfully. Before ravaging that Lin Fan, let's make an appetizer out of you. Li Xian Yuan melted away with a faint smile and crossed his sword in front of him without uttering a word. End of chapter. Chapter 126, 125, $100 million super bet. Chapter 126, 125, $100 million super bet. Game on. With Xiao Xiong's order, Mo Changsheng had already been unable to hold back and lifted his long sword to kill towards Li Xian Yuan. The pace is faster and more ferocious than yesterday. Li Xian Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, apparently also noticing the difference in Mo Changsheng. Holding the sword in one hand, he stabbed out. Only hearing a crunching sound of steel meeting steel, Li Xian Yuan retreated wildly for more than 10 meters before he managed to stop. That Mo Changsheng, on the other hand, continued to kill Li Xian Yuan with his sword moves. Li Xian Yuan narrowed his eyes and had an advance and retreat to fend off Mo Changsheng's attack. This Li Xian Yuan is also very good. Zhou Moxie looked at the battle in the field and also nodded slightly. Your Highness, this time our eastern state has produced a few decent talents, Xiao Xiong said smilingly. Lu Shang also nodded his head slightly in approval. Judging from the matches in the past few days, several good seedlings had indeed appeared in the eastern state. Even if they were placed in the vast imperial capital, they were still extremely good. The Li family, their family is rather neutral. Let's just see if we can pull them over to our side. Zhou Moshi secretly nodded his head and vaguely glanced at Li Hongyi. The Li family already had a Li Hongyi, and now there was a Li Xian Yuan. It was truly extraordinary. Although Li Hongyi had once had a bad experience with the royal family, but there is no eternal enemy. Even enemies can be turned into peace. The battle in the field had already reached a white-hot stage, and Li Xian Yuan didn't continue to hide his clumsiness anymore, actually taking out another long sword. This is. Lin Shen was also slightly stunned when he looked at Li Xian Yuan's sword in one hand, and the two swords were still complementary to each other. I can't imagine that not only is there the hegemony sword Dao in the eastern prefecture, but now there's actually a female and male dual sword art. Zhou Moshi also scared at this. Not only Zhou Moshi, but the few people on the stage, as well as the tens of thousands of people watching the battle outside the arena could not help but feel shocked. Double sword road is very difficult to practice, both hands at the same time with the sword. For the sword user needs to be very high talent requirements, even if talented, but also need to repeatedly practice. This is a kind of torturous thing. Very people can insist on down, but if the dual sword Dao was practiced, It would be an attack and a defense. A combination of attack and defense that was simply unparalleled, making it impossible to defend against. And Mo Changsheng, after seeing Li Xian Yuan two-handed sword, is also slightly surprised. And the heart is more than a trace of panic. Now there has been a hegemonic sword Dao. There is a pair of two-handed sword. Their own with these one compared to the other. It is really too much difference. Pang! Li Xian Yuan slashed out with one sword, while the other sword was back in defense of his body, unaffected in the slightest. Mo Changsheng, on the other hand, was having a slightly difficult time fighting, attacking and defending. The scene just froze. Li Xian Yuan, I admit that you are indeed very powerful, but today, you will definitely lose. Only to see Mo Changsheng's Yuan Qi fluctuations instantly skyrocketed, and he even vaguely had the aura of the great Yuandan realm. Li Xian Yuan secretly frowned. Today's Mo Changsheng was indeed more than a star stronger than yesterday's Mo Changsheng. Boom! Mo Changsheng's speed was even faster, so fast that one couldn't see his figure, killing straight towards Li Xian Yuan. Li Xian Yuan was also directly exerting all his strength, his whole body Yuan Qi gathered in one place. It seemed that this move was the time to decide the winner. Boom! An explosion rang out and the birds in the sky were frightened and left in a hurry. When the smoke cleared, he saw that Li Xian Yuan's white clothes were already torn and tattered, and his head was cloaked, so he had obviously suffered a considerable amount of injuries. On the other hand, Mo Changsheng on the other side, although he was also in a slight mess, his overall condition was much better than Li Xian Yuan, and his breath was more stable. How is this possible? Li Xian Yuan murmured. His two-handed sword with both swords actually only lightly injured Mo Changsheng. And looking at Mo Changsheng, who was only slightly injured, that spirit martial sect's disciples were cheering. As for the other people watching the battle, they all took a deep breath. It's still Mo Changsheng. Ah, it's indeed powerful. It seems that the spirit martial sect is indeed a big family, saying that they will give the mid-grade spirit great armor worth millions of nearly $10 million. Lin Xian said with a smile, but in his tone, it was hard to hide his disdain for this kind of competition, although the weapons were all self-provided. Generally speaking, using spirit weapons was already a bit unfair, and using mid-grade spirit-level armor was an even rarer thing. After all, this was supposed to be a tournament, not a life-and-death struggle. But now, the spirit martial sect actually did just that. This is Mo Changsheng's own chance and has nothing to do with our spirit martial sect. Yin Tianjing also directly played dumb, stating that he didn't know. All of you sneered, which you'd be damned if you didn't know. Mo Changsheng, a small little Yuandan realm. Where to get such a chance? Besides, yesterday there is not. Today there is? And many people on the scene also saw the armor attached to Mo Changsheng's body, flashing with streams of light, looking very extraordinary, and also knew that the original Mo Changsheng had borrowed a defensive spirit weapon to block most of the damage. Li Xian Yuan also took a good look at the armor Mo Changsheng was wearing and suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? Mo Changsheng looked at Li Xian Yuan and actually felt happy instead of sad, and he didn't know why, but his heart felt very bad. Because in Mo Changsheng's opinion, shouldn't Li Xian Yuan be showing an expression of despair right now? Why would it be such an expression? So you're utilizing the power of your weapon, Mo Changsheng. That's okay, but in the future, the gap between you and me will grow bigger and bigger. Li Xian Yuan smiled and put away his female and male dual swords as he finished speaking, directly choosing to admit defeat and go down. If Mo Changsheng did not have that armor to protect his body, then Li Xian Yuan was still confident that he could defeat Mo Changsheng. But there were no ifs, so Li Xian Yuan thought to himself that he couldn't beat Mo Changsheng, who was wearing a mid-grade spirit weapon, so he might as well choose to admit defeat. Mo Changsheng looked at Li Xian Yuan, who was walking down. His teeth were itching with anger. This Li Xian Yuan actually dared to look down on himself. What is he considered to be? Just a defeated general. This battle was won by Mo Changsheng of the spirit martial sect, and 1 hour later, it will be Mo Changsheng of the spirit martial sect versus Lin Fan of the Cloud Mist City Lin family. Xiao Xiong didn't say anything right and directly declared the victory and also gave the names of the two sides for the next battle. Li Xian Yuan returned to the Li clan's camp and smiled as he walked over to Lin Fan. What that Mo Changsheng is wearing shouldn't be an ordinary spirit weapon. Odds are it's a mid-grade spirit weapon armor, so you should pay attention. Li Xian Yuan didn't care much about the fact that he had lost. It's too disgusting. This kind of small Yuandan realm competition, borrowing spirit weapons is already enough. And now they're actually directly using a mid-grade spirit weapon armor. Lin Chang'an felt bad about this kind of thing. The two of them, Lin Shuer and Xiao Bear, followed suit and nodded their heads to express their displeasure. Lin Fan, on the contrary, appeared to be broad-minded and waved his hand with a smile. Immortal Edge, how did you feel about his moves when you were up against him? Lin Fan's question caused Li Xian Yuan to be stunned. And Li Xian Yuan also thought properly for a while before saying, that move of his, although its power is good, it's a pity that its speed is still lacking, and its ability to lock up the enemy is slightly on the weak side. Lin Fan nodded slightly and revealed a smile. Alright, I know. This time, Lin Fan, will take the first place in the grand competition. Li Xian Yuan looked at Lin Xian with such confidence. He was also slightly stunned, then smiled. The more and more he could not see through this Lin Fan. Both Lin Chinon and Sword 11 were very trusting of Lin Fan. As for Lin Shuer and Xiao Bear, there was even less to say. It was 100% trust. On top of the high platform, Zhou Moxie looked at Lin Xian and asked, Senior, do you think that senior brother Lin He will be able to defeat this Mo Changsheng? Zhou Moxie asked this question, and the crowd all looked towards Lin Xian as well. Lin Xian let out a light laugh. This kind of question, it's better to see the results of the great battle at the time. Ha ha ha, does the Lin family head think that your Lin Fan can still defeat my spirit martial sex Mo Changsheng? Before the others could speak, it was Yin Tianjing's who said with a loud laugh, his tone filled with naked mockery. Lin Xian didn't show any anger in the face of Yin Tianjing's mockery, and only said after lightly glancing at Yin Tianzheng, this Mo Changsheng, his future achievements will be just like this. To be honest, among the people in this grand competition, in my opinion, Mo Changsheng won't even be able to enter the top 10. Humph. Yin Tianzheng snorted coldly. The Lin family master is quite good at finding excuses for himself, actually belittling our spirit martial sex heavenly pride. It's out of character for an expert. I guess this time, our Lin family's Lin Fan will surely win, and my son will definitely be able to defeat you Mo Changsheng. Suddenly, Lin Xian looked at Yin Tianjing smilingly and said, everyone was looking towards Lin Xian. Why was Lin Xian so confident? Ha ha ha, Lin family master. Aren't you afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big? You said that your Lin family's Lin Fan will surely defeat our spirit martial sex Mo Changsheng, so why don't we bet on it? Yin Tianjing narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also interested about the matter of betting against each other. Lin Xian really just never lost alright. Good. Since Patriarch Yin is so elegant, then naturally, this family head cannot spoil Patriarch Yin's elegance. What would Patriarch Yin like to bet on? Lin Xian looked at Patriarch Yin, his eyes filled with heat. This was another good guy who had given himself a gift. Yin Tianjing also didn't know why, but looking into Lin Xian's eyes made his body actually tremble slightly. Humph. Let's do it then. Since we're both betting, let's bet bigger. Let's bet on 2 million yuan stones. Yin Tianzheng laughingly picked up 2 fingers and said. The crowd was stunned. 2 million yuan stones? This was already not a small amount of money. Che, I thought how much Patriarch Yin was going to bet with me here, but it turns out it's just 2 million yuan stones. No fun. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and directly rested his hands behind his head, ignoring Yin Tianzheng. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air again. That's 2 million yuan stones, and it's still small. Ouyang War and Ho Tianfeng were both unable to understand their own senior brother. Humph. Then I wonder what family master Lin would like to bet on. Yin Tianjing put away his fingers and looked at Lin Xian with a cold snort. Let's put it this way. If my son Lin Fan wins over your Mo Changsheng, your spirit martial sect will draw a small yuan vein to this family head. Lin Xian sat up straight and smiled. Hiss. Now. Even Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang War could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Zhou Moxie also both gulped slightly. That was a yuan vein. Although it was only a small yuan vein, the yuan vein, which was also an important thing for generating yuan stones, couldn't be said to be a thing. It could already be counted as a kind of treasure that had a little bit of spiritual intelligence. If a big family or a big clan wanted to gain a foothold, then yuan veins were essential. Even for the huge spirit martial sect, there were only a dozen or so yuan veins, and this was still what the spirit martial sect had collected over the 1,000 years since it was founded. Even the yuan veins of the great desolate imperial family were counted. Each one was very important, and the value of the worst one would not be less than 100 million lower grade yuan stones. From here this is enough to see the importance and high value of the meta vein. Humph. You have a big appetite. 1 yuan vein. How dare you say that? Yin Tianjing was all but shocked by Lin Xian, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Besides, if our spirit martial sect takes out yuan veins to gamble, what can your Lin family take out to gamble? Yin Tianjing said disdainfully as he looked at Lin Xian. The tiny Lin family. It was hard to believe that they could still take out any heavenly treasures. Lin Xian also smiled slightly at this. Empty gloves really didn't work. There was still a need to come up with a little something to say. A small yuan vein is just a small vein. It's only worth something like 80 million to 100 million yuan stones. I'm willing to take out 110 million yuan stones to bet against Patriarch Yin. How about it? Lin Xian said with a smile. $110 million. Oh, are you sure you can take it out? Lin family master. Yin Tianjiang smiled disdainfully. It wasn't that Yin Tianjiang was looking down on Lin Xian. It was mainly because $110 million was indeed an astronomical sum. Seeing that Yin Tianjiang didn't believe him, Lin Xian also took out a random treasure. The treasures taken out were none other than the peerless sword technique and the desolate battle body. These two martial arts, both of them are top-grade spirit martial arts, and one of them is also a body-refining martial art. This is enough to show my financial strength. What? Everyone on the high platform was looking at the two martial arts in Lin Xian's hands in shock. This thing called martial arts. After reaching the spirit level, it was one product, one world. The lower grade spiritual martial arts can be sold for $1 million, while the middle grade can be sold directly for $6 to $7 million. As for the top grade, any worse is about $20 million. Especially since the one Lin Xian had in his hands was still a body-refining martial art. This thing called body-refining martial arts had always been a scarce commodity, and the higher the level, the rarer it was. Lin Xian had also thought about it when he took out the desolate battle body and the peerless sword technique. Lin Xian's current strength completely protected the two martial arts, and more importantly, after this 18 prefectures competition, the probability was that Lin Xian's martial arts were about to be further upgraded. The rewards gained from an increase in the family's qi are far more than an increase in one's personal qi. Moreover, Lin Xian was confident that it was impossible for him to lose. This, Yin Tianjiang hesitated slightly. Good. I'll promise the Lin family master for our patriarch. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the high platform. An old man. The spirit martial sex offerings. The crowd all narrowed their eyes at the Tongxian realm superpower. Lin Xian looked at the old man who had come out and wasn't the least bit surprised. Lin Xian had already detected an expert snooping around behind his back. Oh no! There was another expert. As expected, a eunuch with both hands holding a sword slowly appeared behind Zhou Moshi. The spirit martial sex provider's eyes discreetly glanced at the eunuchs behind Zhou Moshi before looking at Lin Xian. Good. Since Family Master Lin has said so, then we of the spirit martial sect have agreed to Family Master Lin's request. That is, we hope that Family Master Lin won't renege on his debt. The old man spoke faintly. Lin Xian slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Just by virtue of the fact that this family master is holding the name of the Wine Venerable One's personal disciple, there's no way he'll renege on his debt. Well, that's a bet. Ha ha ha. I hope that the Lin family master won't regret today. End of chapter. Chapter 127, Chapter 126, Battling a Sword. We won. Chapter 127, Chapter 126, Battling a Sword. We won. Of course I won't regret this decision. But it's you spirit martial sect. Don't renege on your debt when the time comes. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand, completely unimpressed. The spirit martial sect's confessor let out a cold smile. That's natural. The last thing our spirit martial sect lacks is credibility. And with State Lord Xiaohou and Her Highness the Ninth Princess here, this bet, it's very good. After the offering finished, he took another deep look at the eunuch behind Zhou Moshi, and then he directly disappeared. While the eunuch behind Zhou Moshi also slowly disappeared in place when he saw this, Lin Xian looked at the eunuch who had disappeared, and after thinking about it, he looked at Zhou Moshi and asked, if I remember correctly, that person just now should be Eunuch Jin Mo, the Great Desolate's law enforcement eunuch. Lin Xian had been in the imperial capital for nearly 30 years anyways, so he still knew quite a bit about the people or things in the imperial capital. The Great Wasteland was also the same as Lin Xian's previous life. There was the position of eunuch, and eunuchs were also able to cultivate martial arts, and because the eunuchs were offloaded, they were even more preoccupied with cultivating martial arts, and would be even more terrifying. Therefore, in the Great Desolate Empire, and even in the empires throughout the Prime Realm, quite a few imperial royals were heavily utilizing eunuchs. In the Great Wilderness, there were 4 of the most powerful eunuchs, and these 4, too, were known as the Great Eunuchs, distinguishing them from ordinary eunuchs. The first one is the seal-carrying eunuch who follows the side of the Great Desolate Emperor, holding the imperial seal for the emperor, and is also the first of the 4 major eunuchs. The second is the Great Wasteland Arsenal's head military eunuch, is also a eunuch with great strength, and his whereabouts are also the most mysterious. The third is responsible for one of the palace guards to protect the capital of the Great Eunuchs. This Great Eunuchs underneath there is also an organization called the Sky Yellow Door. As for the 4th position, that would be the enforcement grand supervisor behind Zhou Moshi, administering the laws of the Great Wasteland. The 4 grand supervisors, all of them were people of exceptional strength. Each of them was a Tongxian realm expert. Senior uncle really has good eyesight. It is indeed my Great Desolate's law enforcement grand supervisor, Lord Jin, Zhou Moshi said with a smile. Even though Zhou Moshi was the most favored princess of the Great Desolate, She was still very respectful of Jin Mo's title. Strength is what brings respect. So what if you don't have that? Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything as the last duel had officially started. Both Lin Fan and Mo Changsheng walked onto the battle stage. Mo Changsheng looked at Lin Fan. His eyes filled with teasing and tyranny. Jia jia jia. Lin Fan. This time, I'm going to let you know the gap between us. I'm going to ravage you viciously. After Mo Changsheng finished speaking, he actually licked his lips very wickedly. Lin Fan smiled disdainfully. Just with the mid-grade spirit armor you're wearing? Oh, you can't think that this is the only means I have. Naive. As soon as Mo Changsheng's words fell, he directly took the lead. And this move was even more venomous than the one he had made against Li Xian Yuan, as if he wanted to cause Lin Fan to die. Mo Changsheng really hated Lin Fan to the bone now. If it wasn't for Lin Fan, he, Mo Changsheng, would have been the first in the grand competition round status, and if it wasn't for Lin Fan, then this grand competition would have been the best home ground for him. Mo Changsheng, Lin Fan, die for me. Mo Changsheng was furious, and the long sword in his hand killed frantically towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly dodged and flashed his body, dodging Mo Changsheng's sword strokes again and again. Chop chop. Lin Fan directly leapt up. The long knife in his hand was instantly sheathed. A knife chopped out. A big chopping character appeared in the sky. The chopping character suddenly broke off. The robe on Mo Changsheng's arm was also along with an extra knife cut. The knife cut was also overflowing with bright red blood. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this. Lin Fan had actually scored a hit and scratched Mo Changsheng's arm. Although Mo Changsheng was wearing medium-grade spirit-level armor, it only protected Mo Changsheng's body, but his arms were not sheltered. Lin Fan violently turned around. His long sword turned around, and looked at Mo Changsheng with a grin. Continue. Die. Mo Changsheng suddenly stormed up. The long sword in his hand suddenly became even more violent, and the yuan qi around him became more and more violent. Ah! Mo Changsheng roared and his speed skyrocketed a lot. He actually swept his sword across the side of Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan grazed Mo Changsheng's sword and dodged it, and immediately returned Mo Changsheng's slash. Mo Changsheng also immediately dodged, followed by another move of force-splitting Huashan, treating the sword as if it had become an axe towards Lin Fan, enough to have the momentum of a small mountain pressing down on the top of the mountain, with infinite power. Lin Xian and the others watched such a wonderful battle. They also nodded slightly as they watched. The battle between the two was indeed good. Both had surpassed quite a few great Yuan Dan realms. Even Zhou Moshi was secretly nodding his head. Both of these two were still good, especially Lin Fan, who could still be considered his senior brother now. If he could be taken under his wing, then the royal family would have another investment. More importantly, this ninth master of his own, who was still unfathomable even now, didn't know what kind of realm he had reached. At the very least, it certainly wouldn't be bad. After all, the peak of the heavenly martial empire's passage realm had all lost to this ninth master himself. And the master Zhantai Mingyue has already made it clear that she will not intervene in the matter of the great wilderness, but will only teach Zhou Moshi martial arts, and all other things are not care. Zhou Moshi is also very clear about his own master's temperament, so he also does not expect his own master to become a part of the great wasteland. But if this ninth master pulls into the game, then his own master has to obediently enter the game. Is it possible that the Lin family lord really thinks that our spirit martial sect's heavenly pride really relies on that spirit soldier? Ha ha ha. Lin family master. Then this sect master can only say that you are too naive. If this sect master dares to bet with you on this wager, then this sect is naturally extremely certain. Yin Tianzhang laughed out loud as he watched Mo Changsheng's entire aura skyrocket more and more. The crowd looked at the situation and frowned. This is actually a secret art, Ouyang War said in a low voice of surprise. The crowd was incredulous. Secret arts were also a type of martial arts, but the thing called secret arts were only spirit level, and were basically used to briefly increase their strength, or to explode into an even more powerful force of offensive martial arts. And this kind of secret art usually has a large period of debilitation after it has been used. Mo Changsheng is only a tiny little peak of the little Yuandan realm right now, and you actually dare to use secret techniques like this. You really aren't afraid of spoiling his foundation. Ho Tianfeng sneered. Ha ha ha. Yin Tianzhang first laughed 3 times, then continued to chuckle. This is naturally not something that should bother Marquis. Our spirit martial sect naturally has a solution. Mo Changsheng will definitely be fine. And you guys should go worry more about worrying about that Lin Fan right now. Ha! In response, Lin Xian still laughed it off. His own son is only now going to take out his real skills. If the little Yuan Dan realm makes a real spirit level martial art, how are you going to cope with it? On the battlefield, only Mo Changsheng's aura became more and more furious, and his entire body was surrounded by an extremely violent force. as if he was a demon. The crowd watching the great battle in the surroundings couldn't help but take a deep breath. And even the experts of the great Yuan-Dan realm couldn't help but feel a chill. They really looked at the current Imo Changsheng as if they were looking at a demon. The main reason was that the aura around Imo Changsheng was just too creepy. Lin Fan also narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect Imo Changsheng to have this kind of tactic. However, he wouldn't be worse off. It seemed that he was going to have to take out his own tactics today, only to see Lin Fan's mouth reciting silently, the long sword in his hand slowly sheathed, actually having the feeling of putting away his Yuan Qi and waiting for defeat. Zhou Moshi looked at Lin Fan in this situation and couldn't help but frown. What was the meaning of this? And both Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang War could not help but sweat for this nephew. Ho Mingyu, Chu Shangyuan, Lu Lingfang and the others outside couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If they were to be replaced by Lin Fan, they were afraid that they wouldn't have a single chance of being able to block Imo Changsheng. As for Lin Shuer and Xiao Meier, they couldn't help but worry for their own brother Lin Fan. In their hearts, Lin Fan was bound to win, but they were afraid that Lin Fan would be seriously injured in this battle. Lin Chagan, Sword 11, and Li Xian Yuan also couldn't help but sweat for Lin Fan. I had thought that Imo Changsheng's middle grade spirit level was the bottom card, but I never imagined that another secret art would actually pop up now. Secret art, this thing. Use hurt the body, so juniors are able not to practice. To practice is also to the 3-pass god realm again. What is the meaning of this? Can't it be that this son of yours, Lin Family Master, is giving up the resistance? Yin Tianjing asked, looking at Lin Xian with a smile, his tone seeming so arrogant, and Lu Shang and Lu Ruyan were also uncertain. On the contrary, Gongqi looked at this scene and frowned slightly. This scene, it seems like a bit of deja vu. Lin Fan, today, you're destined to become a stepping stone to my first place in the grand competition. Die for me, great son divine sword, Mo Changsheng shouted, using his own quasi-spirit martial arts. His body was like a blazing sun around him as he killed furiously towards Lin Fan, driving gusts of wind. His aura was 3 times more terrifying than that time with Li Xian Yuan, and Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. At this moment, Lin Fan seemed to have completely changed into a different person. All of his aura was income to a point. The crowd on the stage were all shocked. Even eunuch Jean Mo, the law enforcement eunuch who was hidden in the back, had his breath shaken. Batten down the hatchet. This is a martial art known to the public. Pull out a knife and chop. It was simple, only one blade could be sheathed. And that blade, which had to be invincible, had to cut down all enemies with the most powerful stance. If this move was made poorly, then it was likely that he was seeking his own death. And this move, which was not known to have been created by any madman, became one of the most worthless spirit martial arts in the entire Prime Realm. Not good because this martial art is garbage, but because this spiritual martial art, countless masters with swords have gone to practice, either to enter the door, or practiced in an unorthodox way, only to get its shape, not its god. Once upon a time, Ouyang War also practiced this martial art, but Ouyang War finally gave it up. It was because it took the same amount of time, but the benefits of learning this Batusai Ichiban were completely inferior to learning other blade martial arts. Once upon a time, a Dragon Zune had learned to become a Dragon Zune, but it was only a Dragon Zune. Now, Lin Fan was the second person within the Great Wilderness to learn this martial art. This drawing and chopping was done in a flash, with the knife coming out of its sheath, and the knife going into its sheath, all in one fell swoop. This time is so fast that you can't see it. But, on Mo Changsheng's body, there wasn't any bloodstain, but that blade chi actually penetrated through Mo Changsheng's spirit armor straight into his body, causing Mo Changsheng to be seriously injured directly. Mo Changsheng knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. This slash was so fast that Mo Changsheng couldn't see it. The severity made Mo Changsheng feel scared. The crowd hadn't even reacted yet. Mo Changsheng had actually knelt down. As for Lin Fan, he was also panting heavily. That move of pulling out a sword and chopping had almost exhausted all of Lin Fan's vital energy. Meaning with this move, if Mo Changsheng had survived, then Lin Fan really wouldn't have been able to do anything good. But it was clear that there was no way Mo Changsheng would be able to block this Batusai slash. Under a drawn sword, Mo Changsheng was nothing more than a toy. 3 breaths later, the entire room resounded with the sound of sucking in cool air, and everyone was looking at the situation on the stage incredulously. Lin Fan had actually defeated Mo Changsheng with just one move. The crowd on the high platform couldn't help but marvel at it. Who would have thought that Lin Fan had actually learned the legendary Batusai Ichiban that no one could learn? Even Dragonfather only learned this move after reaching the 3-passage god realm. Lin Fan was only at the late stage of the Little Yuandan realm. That's right, Lin Fan was already in the late stage of the Little Yuandan realm. Yin Tianjing's entire face had turned green, not realizing that Mo Changsheng had been so heavily armed and actually still lost. Lin Xian had already known that his own son had practiced Batusai Ichiji. Otherwise how could he have bet against this Yin Tianzheng for $100 million? Ha ha ha, Patriarch Yin. It seems that this family head still wins. That little yuan vein of yours. And I wonder when it will be delivered to this family head? Lin Xian's laughter pierced Yin Tianzheng's heart. That was a yuan vein. Outputting a yuan vein. Yin Tianzheng became a sinner of the entire spirit martial sect. It's just too wonderful. Ha ha ha, this princess is really living up to her name. Zhou Moshi smiled and clapped his hands. The hegemony sword Dao, the two-handed sword technique, and the battling sword one chop, actually all appeared in this eastern state. It really opened Zhou Moshi's eyes. It seems like it was really the right choice to choose this eastern state. Patriarch Yin. Willingness to gamble is a good thing. This is what you and the Lin family had agreed upon. So this yuan vein, let's try to deliver it within 3 days. Zhou Moshi said with a smile, and there was no room for doubt in his tone. Although the spirit martial sect was one of the 5 major clans of the Great Wasteland, the real words of the Great Wasteland were still the Great Wasteland royal family. The so-called is a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. If the royal family really spiritual martial arts sect is no longer powerful, cannot possibly block the royal family are angry. Though the imperial family would certainly not engage in a firefight with the spirit martial sect. Lin family master is really so powerful. This patriarch is willing to gamble and accept defeat. 3 days later, that small yuan vein will be handed over to Lin family master as scheduled. Yin Tianzheng finished speaking and left straight away. As for Mo Changsheng, at this time, he had suffered horrible internal injuries and couldn't even stand up. And in the end, it was a group of spirit martial sect disciples who framed Mo Changsheng back. Winning! Ha ha ha! We won! We won! The Lin family crowd cheered. Hiss! It really is this Cloud Mist City Lin family that has won. We witnessed another piece of history. End of chapter. Chapter 128, Chapter 127, Green Level Chiluk Lots of Rewards New Feature Online. Chapter 128, Chapter 127, Green Level Chiluk Lots of Rewards New Feature Online. Lin Shen looked at the cheering Lin family crowd and couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile. Although personal cultivation was intoxicating, leading a family to gradually prosper was also an extremely good thing. There is a very soothing and proud sense of accomplishment. Congratulations. Congratulations to Ninth Master's clan on their great victory. Zhou Moshi smiled and arched her hand at Lin Xian. Smiling like a flower, one couldn't help but feel good about herself. This time, the first place is Lin Xian of the Lin family of Cloud Mist City, gaining 3,000 points. Second place, Mo Changsheng of the Spirit Martial Sect, gained 2,000 points. And third place, Li Xian Yuan of the Li family of the Tian Yuan province gained 1,000 points. The top 10, Jian 11, Lin Chang'an, and Lin Shuer, all received 500 points. After all the under-18 matches were over, Xiaoho Xiom also started to announce the scores. Currently, the first place in total scores, the Cloud Mist City Lin family, has gained a total of 5,280 points. Second place overall, Spirit Martial Sect, gaining a score of 2,800%. Third place overall, the Lin family is currently in the top spot, a full 2,480 points higher than the second place Spirit Martial Sect, which is truly appalling. The Spirit Martial Sect, which was known as the number 1 giant in the eastern state, lost to a 1-star small family. Although the Lin family had Lin Xian in it, because of the special rules, the Lin family could still only be considered a 1-star family now. However, the Lin family, a 1-star family, made a bunch of 4 and 5-star family clans not dare to easily mess with them. Congratulations to the Lin family master for winning first place in this grand competition. After Xiaoho Xiong had finished announcing the results, he also smiled and arched his hand towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally reached out and immediately returned the cupped fist. The Lin family is still really powerful, but this is only the first round. There are still 2 more rounds behind it, and by then, it's hard to say if your Lin family will still be able to hold on to first place. Yin Tianzheng, who was on the side, said with an unkind look in his eyes. Lin Xian didn't care about Yin Tianzheng's anger and just waved his hand very lightly. Sovereign Yin's worry. This family head doesn't think there's anything to it. But what this family head is thinking about right now is that the small yuan vein that the spirit martial sect lost to this family head can be given to me on schedule at that time. Lin Xian's words caused Yin Tianjing's face to darken and he left the high platform with a cold snort. Looking at Yin Tianjing's departing back, Zhou Moxie also smiled faintly. A playful smile. The spirit martial sect, as the hegemon of the eastern state, had always been at odds with the imperial family, especially in 100 years ago. After the strong rise of the divine religion, the spiritual martial sect has gone against the royal family, and there is a hidden tendency to get closer to the divine religion, which also makes the royal family for the spiritual martial sect is very leery. Joe Moshi is also happy for the spiritual martial sect to be defeated. 3 days from now, it will be the second round of this 18-house competition. With these words, the first round of the grand competition, 2, was officially over. Good boy, didn't let me down. Lin Xian walked over to Lin Fan and patted his shoulder with a smile. Lin Fan grimaced as he was slapped by Lin Xian and glanced helplessly at him. Father, I just had a huge battle with Mo Changsheng and my body is sore. And you don't know to collect a bit of force. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. He himself had almost forgotten because of his happiness that Lin Fan had only just ended a great battle. Good boy. You struck the reputation of our Lin family today. After this time, my father will definitely give you a great reward. Lin Xian said with a smile. Afterwards, the group of Lin family members walked back towards the mansion. Walk back to the family garrison. Tonight will be a sleepless night. Li Hongyi of the Li family personally led a team to the Lin mansion. Shangwan Jian of the Shangwan family also brought Shangwan Chan and the others to the Lin mansion. And the Xiao family also sent a few representatives to arrive. Not only these, but Ouyang War and Ho Tianfeng. And even Joe Moshi actually came. This time the Lin family was really lively. Ha ha ha, congratulations, 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 congratulations to the Lin family for taking first place this time. Ouyang War walked in smilingly, while Ouyang Qingluo bounced to the Lin mansion. Having been familiar with everything in the Lin mansion for a long time. Congratulations senior brother. Today's grand win of first place is really something to be congratulated. Ho Tianfeng brought the two brothers, Ho Mingyu and Ho Mingyao, along. Joe Moshi, on the other hand, walked in with a few fresh-faced young men, also speaking words of congratulations. Ha ha ha, all comers are guests. Come on people, watch the seats. Lin Xian waved his hand and said with a smile. The originally small Lin mansion was crowded with people all of a sudden. It's also okay that a couple dozen people can still be easily accommodated. Lin family master, I can't imagine that you're actually the personal heir of the wine exalted one. I still had eyes to see in the past. Shangwan Jian said with a smile and gave a slightly respectful arch to Lin Xian. Hey! Lin Xian reached out a hand to stop Shangwan Jian. All of these things are false. I am indeed a disciple of the master. But everything still depends on one's own strength to speak. That's a good point. Master. Joe Moshi laughed and raised his glass with a very grandiose gesture. All of you drink from this cup. Color. All of them raised their glasses and drank. After a bowl of wine was consumed, the atmosphere of the scene was also slightly more compact. Young people have young people's topics. Most of the young people talked about how to cultivate, what kind of martial arts they had learned, and which place had a pride, but also talked about the prime region. As for Lin Xian's generation, the talk was more about more realistic issues. Which family's descendants were doing well again? Which clan was now starting to make big moves? And so on. Senior brother. You may not know, these past 10 years or so, the entire Great Wilderness isn't considered peaceful. That divine sect, now its power can be considered increasingly terrifying. Ouyang War put down his wine glass and furrowed his brows, saying, to this, Ho Tianfeng also nodded slightly. The God sect, too mysterious, founded but 100 years ago became the #1 sect in the Great Wilderness. In fact, the main thing is that in these 10 years or so, the God sect's ambitions are known to all. Lin Xian also frowned slightly as he listened to these words. This God sect, it was indeed very ambitious, but to be honest, it didn't have much to do with Lin Xian, because even if the Great Desolate changed its dynasty, it wouldn't affect Lin Xian, but Joe Moshi was different. After all, she was the 9th princess of the Great Desolate. Although the divine sect is strong, my royal family is not a vegetarian. Quite a few of our royal family's offerings have already come out. If the divine sect is obstinate, our royal family will not care about face. Joe Moshi's words were extremely strong, rather like a superior style. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, and in his heart, he felt that if this Joe Moshi wasn't a woman, he was afraid that she could be an emperor. Oh, no, it's not impossible for an empress. It depends on whether this Joe Moshi has that ambition. For Joe Moxi's words, the crowd was who believed it more. The Great Wasteland was able to stand for more than 2,000 years in the Prime Realm. Naturally there was also his reasoning. Oh yes, this time, our royal family has also selected quite a few heavenly prides that can fight against the East State's heavenly prides. Joe Moshi suddenly added, coming to the point. 3 teenagers, 2 males and 1 female, slowly walked up from behind Joe Moshi. The 3 of them were all relatively polite, bowing to Lin Xian and the others with an arch of their hands. Elders, these 3, are the prides of Yang Prefecture this time? And I've specially brought them here to have a go at the Eastern Prefecture's prides. Joe Moshi continued to say with a smile. From here on out, it wasn't all about Lin Xian and the others. However, Lin Fan, Sword 11 and the others were still busy with their own business. not paying any attention to these three people at all. Although the three teenage boys were not very old, they did not show the slightest bit of timidity on such an occasion. Ho Mingyao of the Ho family clasped his hands on his chest and looked relatively casual. And Ho Mingyu had already sighed. It seemed that Lin Shuer's place had made him hit the wall already. As for Shangguan Chan, she was having a great time chatting with Lin Chanan. On the other hand, Lin Shuer and Xiao Meier played with Ouyang Chan Luo and chatted about interesting things. Lin Fan and Li Xian Yuan discussed martial arts. Gen 11 was busy coaxing Lin Luo to play, and he didn't have the free time to pay attention to the three. This was awkward. Everyone had their own things to do, and the three teenage boys were just left out to dry. The three of them were also slightly embarrassed, or one of the more rugged-looking teenagers took the lead and rushed onto the stage. I am Yang Tian of Yang Prefecture. I heard that your Eastern Prefecture is full of heavenly pride. Who would like to spar with me? Yang Tian's voice appeared extremely open as he clasped his fists towards the crowd. For a moment, the crowd remained impassive. Yang Tian became even more embarrassed, and Zhou Moshi is also a little embarrassed. How these one-by-one teenage boys do not follow the rules. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian and Li Hongyi both smiled at each other as well. You Lin family members are fun to watch. One or two of you are spontaneous. Li Hongyi looked at Lin Xian with moving waves in her eyes. Winks could describe Li Hongyi at this moment. Looking at Li Hongyi like this, Lin Xian's heartbeat also missed a beat for no reason, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand against the front of his lips and dryly coughed twice, saying, ahem, red clothes? Ah, isn't that kid from your Li family pretty much the same? Humph, I guess you Eastern Prefecture Celestial Pride are also guys with no one in sight. At this moment, that only girl pranced onto the stage with extremely contemptuous eyes and a slightly mocking tone. It was then that the crowd noticed the girl. Alas, it's really troublesome. The 18 prefectures competition is over, and there's still a fight to be had. Xiao Budian muttered her little mouth, and Lin Shuer, who was not used to this girl, walked slowly towards the stage, her steps creating lotus flowers. A trace of amazement flashed through the eyes of the crowd. Cheryl Lin's temperament and face are really high and top-notch. Ho Mingyu was dumbfounded. Let me have a go at you. Lin Shuer smiled a very cool smile, and even though she was smiling, she still had the feeling of rejecting people. Among the young juniors, there were only a few people from the Lin family who could make Lin Shuer smile and move. Humph, that Yangzhou heavenly pride coldly grunted towards Lin Shuer to kill. But, in 3 moves, Lin Shuer instantly defeated the enemy. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, even Zhou Moxie. Lin Shuer really did hide her clumsiness. This woman was a Yangzhou ranking that could securely enter the top 20, or even the top 15, and as a result, Lin Shuer won in 3 moves, which was enough to illustrate Lin Shuer's terrifying strength. And if Lin Shuer went all out during the grand competition, it would be hard to say what could win against her. I'm afraid, unexpectedly, this Lin Shuer of your Lin family is also deeply hidden. Li Xian Yuan revealed a smile and said, and there was also a slight wariness in his eyes. Lin Fan smiled slightly. This silly niece. From the very beginning, she had never shown her strength. It was only after she had risen to power that Lin Shuer was willing to show some of it slightly in the eyes of the world. But even some of it was extremely terrifying. Zhou Moshi's eyes looked at Lin Shuer with an extra touch of heat. Zhou Moshi felt all the more that bringing this cheap 9th master uncle of his into the royal family was something that had to be done. If the Lin family was willing to support the royal family, all of these geniuses would be able to grow up in a decade or 2 at most. When the time comes, these are a great help to the royal family. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Lin Shuer had become stronger again, not only because Lin Shuer was indeed hiding her strength, but also because the Lin family's chi had been raised to the lower green level. That's right, the family chi ended in this grand competition. Lin Fan got the first place in the grand competition, and the Lin family got the first place in the round while successfully advancing to the lower green level. The banquet was over, and the people all left one after another. Tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Countless forces, and countless others were having a hard time sleeping through the night, and so was Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on top of the bed, his entire being already sunk into the system. The family's chi had been raised to the lower green level, so naturally, there were generous rewards waiting for Lin Xian, and this time, Lin Xian found the rewards a bit unexpected. 1 medium-grade yuan gathering array, upgraded version of the Dragon Tiger formation plate, personal level up by 2 levels, 3 sword-shaped grasses, 3 fruits of the gun, 3 broken blade stones, and 3 explosive fruits. The 3 great puppets were each elevated to the great circle of the passing shape realm. Both the desolate battle body and the peerless sword skill were upgraded to extreme grade spirit martial arts. There was also an additional reward of a superb stance technique called treading the cloud divine sky, taking off directly. Lin Xian couldn't help but probe the information, and as expected, there was a huge change. Host, Lin Xian. Identity, head of the Lin family. Disciple of the Jishi Academy. Cultivation level, late passing spirit realm. Genuine soul, manifestation of the dragon, 9th grade. Unknown broken sword. Martial intent, sword intent first entry. Ice intent beginning. Wind intent beginning. Special physique, kendo embryo. Secondary profession, forger, unspecified. Personal luck, green level, lower. Family luck, green level, lower grade. Offensive martial arts, sharp plus sword technique, spirit grade extreme, sky shadow spirit sword decree, spirit grade lower. For seasoned sword technique, quasi spirit grade. Earth fury palm, mortal 9th grade. 8 gates Faustus seal, crippled and unknown. Body technique martial art, treading the clouds and the divine sky, spirit grade extreme. Body refining martial art, desolate battle body, spirit grade extreme. Self-created martial arts, Chaosi Ruodan, quasi-spiritual grade. Other martial arts, Manhwa Shinton, disabled. Weapon, 10,000 spirit sword, lower grade spirit weapon. Puppets, Lin 1. Lin 2. Lin 3, passing shape realm great perfection. Personal bound redhead, Jun Mengyu. Family bound heavenly sons, Lin Fan. Lin Chagan. Jian 11. Lin Shuer. Family level, Great Wasteland 1-star family. Family rating, thoroughly famous in the eastern states. The information also had a few more other things, such as just saying that the person bound redhead in the family bound heavenly pride, which also made Lin Xian come to be extremely interested. Looks like things are starting to get interesting. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, New System Functions Zhan Taiming Yu as Inner Fluttering. Chapter 129, Chapter 128, New System Functions Zhan Taiming Yu as Inner Fluttering. Lin Xian came to be quite interested in the rewards and system changes this time around. Let's start with the extra personal bound redheads and family bound celestials on the system panel. The first was the personal binding of the redheads. It was very well explained that it was the redheads of Lin Xian, the head of the family. And right now there was only one person, and that was Lin Xian's original wife, Jun Mengyu. And the likes of Li Hongyi and Zhan Taimingyu failed to bind because they hadn't acknowledged it either. There is a special benefit to the binding of the red color. That was that Lin Xian could enjoy the talent and cultivation of his bound redhead. And although it was only 1%, it was still extremely terrifying. Binding Zhan Taimingyu. Zhan Taimingyu only needed to cultivate for 1 year, and Lin Xian would be able to obtain more than 3 days of Zhan Taimingyu's cultivation Yuan Qi. And Zhan Taimingyu was the strongest heavenly pride of the Great Desolate Empire. Even if it was 3 days of cultivating Yuan Qi, that could top those ordinary heavenly prides for several years of hard cultivation. And not only is Lin Xian enjoying the benefits of his own bound redheads, and Lin Xian bound redheads are also able to obtain a lot of benefits, just that these benefits cannot be passed on by word of mouth. And even most of them need to come to a negative distance. Ahem. The head of this family is a serious man. In looking at the family celestial pride binding, it had a similar effect to the red face binding, but Lin Xian could only obtain 1/10,000th of the cultivation of the bound celestial pride. And although there was very little Yuan Qi, this amount could be a lot. If the Lin family had hundreds of heavenly prides in the future, then Lin Xian would be able to be extremely comfortable. Not only did Lin Xian gain, but when a heavenly pride gained a chance, gained great fortune, and improved his cultivation, it could all bring a powerful force of qi to the family and enhance the overall strength of the family. These two are very good features. Lin Xian is also quite satisfied. Only now the red color binding on his original wife, but his own wife, Lin Xian now himself do not know where she is in the end. And the rest, later. The family binds the heavenly pride, has certain requirements, needs the talent and personal fortune to reach a certain degree. And the Lin family now only Lin Fan, Jian 11, Lin Chang'an, Lin Shuer to reach this requirement. Lin Ao, Lin Long and so on are still a lot worse. Moreover, this family binds the heavenly pride, and it doesn't necessarily have to be of the Lin family bloodline. As long as one becomes a member of the Lin family, they can get bound. After looking at these two new features, Lin Xian looked at the rewards he had obtained. The first one was a medium-grade Yuan gathering formation. Gathering Yuan formation, as the name suggests, is to gather a large amount of Yuan Qi in a specific place, and the rich Yuan Qi can make the cultivation of the cultivator increase with half the effort. Even the worst lower-grade Yuan concentration array in the Great Desolate Empire can be sold to 10 million Yuan stone upwards, and also not wanna buy can buy. Generally speaking, at least 4-star families have the qualification to buy Yuan concentration array. A mid-grade Yuan gathering formation was even more powerful. A normal 5 or 6-star clan would be this level of formation. Enough for cultivators at the Tong formation realm and below. As long as this mid-grade Yuan gathering formation was placed inside the Lin mansion, then the Yuan Qi inside the Lin mansion could be about 5 times denser than the Yuan Qi outside. It's a very scary thing. For a large clan or a big family, Yuan veins and Yuan gathering arrays were both essential things. Lin Xian was still very satisfied with the reward of the elemental gathering array. After all, it was something that could drastically improve the clan. The second reward is an upgraded version of the Dragon Tiger Formation Plate. The Dragon Tiger Formation Disc that Lin Xian had previously obtained could only withstand ordinary Tong Formation realm powerhouses, but it could do nothing if it was any stronger. The upgraded version of the Dragon Tiger Formation Disc was completely different. It actually had the terrifying effect of fighting and killing Tongling realm powerhouses, and the defense was extremely terrifying, able to withstand the peak Tongling realm powerhouse segment attack at the highest level. However, the upgraded version of the Dragon Tiger Formation Disc's consumption of Yuan stones was also terrifying, and it actually didn't want inferior Yuan stones, which didn't have enough Yuan Qi content to support the Dragon Tiger Formation Disc's operation. Medium-grade Yuan stones were what fueled this Dragon Tiger Formation Plate, but to support the operation of the upgraded version of the Dragon Tiger Formation Plate would require 30 middle-grade Yuan stones a day, that is 3,000 lower-grade Yuan stones, and a year would cost almost 1 million lower-grade Yuan stones. And if you drive the formation plate to defend the enemy, an incense burner would cost thousands of tens of thousands of middle-grade Yuan stones, when really, it's a big appetite. Of course, it was completely worth it. Array discs that could defend against a powerful person of the Passage Realm were basically only affordable for forces above the 7-star family level. Expensive, yes, but worth every penny. After the upgraded version of the Dragon Tiger Formation Disc, it actually gave Lin Xian several more intentional treasures. 3 plants of sword-shaped grass, 3 of the fruit of the gun, 3 knife-breaking stones, 3 popping fruits. Any one of those out here is something that can cause a bloodbath. The sword-shaped grass, which Lin Xian had also obtained before, could fetch a high price of over 2 million Yuan stones for a random plant. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had once auctioned off a sword-shaped grass of very good quality, and it was auctioned off at a high price of 800 top-grade Yuan stones. As for the broken blade stone, the fruit of the gun, and the explosive flame fruit, the functions of these 3 treasures were actually the same as the sword-shaped grass, and all of them were treasures that contained the power of intent, the intent of the sword, the intent of the gun, and the intent of fire respectively, especially the explosive flame fruit, because it was a treasure of the attribute intent realm. It was going to be even more rare, and was in greater demand in the market. After all cultivators had attributes, and attribute realms of intent would be a bit better to comprehend. So most cultivators chose to comprehend attribute realms of intent. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile even as he looked at these things. The system was really forceful. He had bound the sub-generation celestial pride, and actually directly rewarded them with things that belonged to them. There were also those last 3 explosive flame fruits, and Lin Xian was lost in thought as he looked at them. What's that supposed to mean? It seems that there is no use of fire attribute cultivators within one's own family. Right. Then there is only one possibility. It is for Li Hongyi to prepare for they. In addition to these things, the upgrades to the Peerless Sword Technique and the Desolate Battle Body had also made Lin Xian's comprehension deeper, and his understanding of martial arts had become more and more terrifying. And the Treading Cloud Divine Sky martial art of body techniques, when combined with Lin Xian's wind intent, it was like a tiger adding wings to its wings, and Lin Xian was certain that no cultivator at the Tongling realm would be able to surpass himself in terms of speed. Not to mention Tongling realm cultivators, even Tongxian realm cultivators would find it hard to have Lin Xian's speed. It was also very good that the 3 puppets had been elevated to the Great Circle of the Passing Form realm. These 3 puppets of Lin Xian's were all terrifying in their hiding skills, and now that the realm was elevated, it would be hard to detect these 3 puppets without the strength of the Tongxian realm. I'm afraid, the rewards this time were indeed very good, and Lin Xian was quite satisfied. He had made a huge improvement. His realm had risen 2 levels in a row, directly coming to the Late Passage realm. In terms of realm, Lin Xian had truly caught up with the pride of his peers, except for those demons like Zhantai Mingyue and Wushu Shinkong. With enough strength, then half a year later to go to the imperial capital is also able to have the confidence, but also have the face to meet their master. Get to meet them too. GK Academy, ancient palace of learning between ancient rulers. Today is the Jishi Academy's once-a-year academy competition, and every competition is incomparably lively, as well as breaking out quite a few dark horses. Around an immense and incomparable battlefield, countless Jishi Academy scholars were arranged to sit down, while in the middle of the battlefield, 2 heavenly prides were fiercely fighting, and the scholars outside the field were shouting, which was quite lively. And on the stage directly to the north, there were 7 Jishi Academy's husband and wife were sitting on the seats, both male and female. This term, all of our Jishi Academy scholars are still very good, especially Ji Feng, Mo Sure and the 2 of them, that's quite good. Even in terms of the previous Dragon and Phoenix Heaven's Pride rankings, they're still very good. An old man smiled and stroked his breath. his eyes on the verge of overflowing with satisfaction. Several others nodded slowly in agreement. Indeed not bad. This term, I'm afraid it's not letting the slightest bit compared to senior sister Jean Tai's term. But unfortunately, they're still not as good as senior sister. Senior sister's talent. The master has said that it's rare to be encountered in 1,000 years. A middle-aged man said smilingly as he looked toward the woman sitting on the far left, his tone full of admiration and appreciation. The rest of the 5 also looked at the woman with smiles. Each of their eyes were filled with appreciation and admiration that was hard to hide. Woman 3000 green silk cloaked in the back, head and not a little ornamentation. Looks beautiful and unrivaled without losing clear and unassuming. The curved willow eyebrow. The beautiful lavender eyes cannot help but heart desire. The woman just faintly sketched up a smile, and a cool and pleasant voice came out. Don't brag about me like that. 7th senior brother. The current heaven's pride are all getting more and more powerful. Ha ha ha. Senior sister is really too modest. Senior brother can know. The other day, senior sister soared to open up the sky. Strong decapitation of the murderer Sasie. That Sasie is a Tongxian realm of the middle stage of the super strong. In the empire for several decades for the wrongdoing of the uncaught. But in the hands of the senior sister, but it is difficult to support a move. The senior sister is really the pride of the great wilderness. More so, we are the pride of the Jixia Academy. The middle-aged man said smilingly. The crowd all revealed a smile, expressing immense admiration for the woman's strength. That's right, the woman was none other than Zhantai Mingyue, known as the Great Desolate's once in 1,000 years unparalleled heavenly pride. Ji Feng is going to win. Suddenly, the old man in the center of the room smiled and stroked his beard, only to see that the handsome young man in the field chopped out with a sword. His opponent was knocked back strongly, and when he did not react in time, the long sword in the hands of that handsome young man was already placed on his neck. Senior brother Ji Feng is really getting more and more powerful. He has already caught up with us at such a young age. I think senior brother's future will be unlimited in the future. The one who was defeated was not much discouraged, but only gave a slight bitter smile and gave Ji Feng an arch of his hand in admiration. Ji Feng smiled faintly. Understood. Senior brother. Ji Feng put away his long sword in a dashing manner when he finished speaking, floating and handsome, causing the crowd of students outside the arena to chant Ji Feng's name. And there were even countless schoolgirls and sisters waving their flags for Ji Feng. But Ji Feng's eyes vaguely glanced towards a glance at Zhantai Mingyue, who was high up on the stage. But Zhantai Mingyue was distracted, not paying any attention to the situation in the field at all. And Ji Feng also silently sighed once and walked to the side of the high platform, which was the pro-transmission seat. And on the battle stage below, 2 more heavenly prides took to the field and fought. And most of these scholars who took to the field to compete were the heavenly prides on the Dragon and Phoenix heavenly pride list. Awesome. Ji Feng, this kid, at only 18 years old, he's actually already in the middle stage of the great Yuan Dan realm. TSK, this talent, it's really terrifying. The other woman on the high platform was also full of praise when she looked at Ji Feng. Ji Feng has always been very humble and treats people very well, coupled with his handsome looks, outstanding talent, and hard work and cultivation. He has naturally been appreciated by all. Not only did Ji Feng receive praise from Venerable Wine, he was also accepted as a personal disciple by the old man on the high platform. The old man sitting in the middle of the 7 people was the personal 3rd disciple of Venerable Wine, named Yun Bashi, who was now one of the husbandmen of the Jishi Academy and the Cloud Duke of the Great Desolate Empire. Fenger, come here for a moment. Yun Bashi beckoned to Ji Feng. Ji Feng immediately came to the high platform and bowed respectfully to all 7 people. Respectful and humble, winning the favor of all. This disciple of the old man is indeed quite good. Ha ha ha, good. This time when the Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Remarks ranking opens, I think that Ji Feng's top 10 will definitely have no problem. Yun Bashi smilingly stroked his beard, looking at his disciple that was more and more satisfied. Ji Feng was also secretly happy to hear his master praising him so much, and with his mouth saying no repeatedly, his eyes were also looking at Zhantai Mingyue from time to time. Senior sister, what do you think of this disciple of mine? Yun Brisher suddenly then looked at Zhantai Mingyue and laughed. Zhantai Mingyue also came back to her senses and looked at Ji Feng, who nervously lowered his head in a hurry. This disciple of senior brother is indeed very good. His natural talent is extremely high. If he is cultivated well, his future achievements are feared to be extraordinary, Zhantai Mingyue said lightly. Her face seemed to have a smile on it, but it was extremely shallow, and her tone of voice was also rippling, as if she had no feelings. Hearing Zhantai Mingyue's compliments, Ji Feng was also happy and his entire body became even more excited. Ha ha ha, Fenger, you heard that? Your senior uncle Zhantai said that you have extremely high natural talent. You must perform well in the future. I will definitely live up to my master's teachings. and I will definitely not fail to live up to my master's uncle's praise. Ji Feng immediately arched his hand at Yun Bashi and Zhang Tai Mingyue in succession. Seeing this, Yun Brocher laughed even more happily, while Zhang Tai Mingyue only gave a faint nod. The crowd was used to this kind of Zhang Tai Mingyue. At this moment, a woman came to Zhang Tai Mingyue's side. Lord Sword Immortal, My Highness the Princess has sent you a dispatch in 80,000 leagues. The crowd was slightly stunned. The ninth princess, precisely the disciple of Zhang Tai Mingyue, is also the most favored daughter of the current saint, and is not inferior to Ji Feng in terms of talent. Even Ji Feng was very impressed with this senior sister. Zhang Tai Mingyue's mood finally changed, and her white catkin trembled slightly from excitement. Taking the epistle, he immediately read it. After reading the letter, Zhang Tai Mingyue actually revealed a rare and mesmerizing smile. Sister? What are you? A few others froze. It had been a long time since they had seen their senior sister smile like that. Third senior brother. Fourth senior brother. Sixth senior sister. He's back. I've finally found him. After Zhang Tai Mingyue finished speaking, she directly rose up in the air and disappeared on the high platform. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They naturally knew who the person Zhang Tai Mingyue was talking about was. Ji Feng's heart was full of bad feelings. His intuition told him that Zhang Tai Mingyue was so happy because of a man. The crowd that was still watching the match had also noticed that Zhang Tai Mingyue had left. After all, as one of the four great red faces of the great wilderness, Zhang Tai Mingyue was naturally the object of the crowd's attention. What's going on with Jantai Fushi? I don't know. Jantai Fuyuko was really beautiful. Alas, there is no telling who will gain the favor of the Jantai husbandman. Humph. I don't think anyone is good enough for Zentai husbandman. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, The True Love of Li Hongyu, The Unparalleled Anger of Wu Shinkong. Chapter 130, Chapter 129, The True Love of Li Hongyu, The Unparalleled Anger of Wu Shinkong. The great competition continued to begin 3 days later. This time, on the other hand, it was the juniors' grand competition in the range of 19 to 22 years old. As for why it was divided up from 18, it was because of the Dragon Phoenix Heaven's Pride ranking. The ones who can be on the Dragon Phoenix Heavenly Pride list are generally the young boys who have reached the age of 20, and very few have been able to ascend the Dragon Phoenix Heavenly Pride list at the age of 18. Let's say Mo Changshang was also recognized as the number one 18-year-old junior in the eastern state back then, but it turned out to be nothing more than a small Yuan Dan realm. As for the Dragon and Phoenix Heaven's Pride ranking, the worst ones were basically at the Great Yuan Dan realm, and can ascend the Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride list, basically are all around the Heavenly Pride. Battle strength naturally will not be bad. Even Mo Changsheng against the Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride list of the last one is also afraid of a little enough. Of course, the Mo Changsheng of the final battle did have the strength to be able to ascend the Dragon Phoenix Heavenly Pride ranking now, but at 18 years old like Mo Changsheng, there were only a few people in the entire eastern state. The 19 to 22-year-old competition lasted for a total of 7 days, and this competition was even more intense than the first one, and there were quite a few dark horses. But these dark horses all ended up falling into the hands of those two. It was the two who were the most noticeable. Mo Qingfeng of the Spirit Martial Sect and Ho Mingyao of the Eastern Heavenly King's Mansion. These two, now both have been 19 years old, but both have already reached the strength of the late or even peak of the Great Yuan Dan realm. The strength of the top at the same time there is also super terrifying combat power. No one in the same generation can go out of the two around. And the two did give the crowd the fight of the century. But the final result was not unexpected. Mo Qingfeng still won by one step over Ho Mingyao. The 10,000-year-old Ho Mingyao was also ultimately no match for the number one heavenly pride of the eastern state. Mo Qingfeng. Lin Xian also looked at the battle between the two with more approval. Mo Qingfeng and Ho Mingyao's natural talent is indeed very good. Looking at the entire Great Wilderness, that is also a proper first class. There are a little more than 2 years of the Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride fixed list competition. The two are certainly the Dragon and Phoenix Heavenly Pride top 10 strong contenders. Lin Ao. This time to participate in the competition. Only the strength of the late stage of the small Yuan Dan realm, in the whole of the big competition was abused to death, but also desperate to break into the top 100, just stopped at the end. Although Lin Ao had lost miserably, he had also earned the Lin family 120 points, making the Lin family's total points 5,400. But the Spirit Martial Sect had also reclaimed the first place in the total points because of Mo Qingfeng's victory in the second round of the grand competition, and now had 8,300 points. The Eastern Heavenly Kingdom, on the other hand, was temporarily ranked third, with a total of 4,300 points. The end of the second round of the grand competition also saw the crowd rejoin the clan garrison. Lin Ao. How do you feel about the great competition these days? Inside the Lin mansion compound, all the Lin family members had gathered together. Lin Xian then took the lead and asked. Hearing Lin Xian's inquiry, Lin Ao only let out a bitter smile. Patriarch, it really is just being abused. If it wasn't for my luck in the first round, I definitely wouldn't have been able to make it into the top 100. And out of the top 100, I'm considered to be the one with the lowest cultivation level. Lin Ao bitterly shook his head. The family event was abused to death. And now he came to the 18 house competition. Still abused to death. It can be said that Lin Ao was abused all the way over. Even Lin Fan and the others couldn't help but sympathize with Lin Ao. Then do you feel the conviction to continue practicing? Lin Xian continued to ask with a smile. That's a sharp question. And how someone who has been abused to death would go about answering it. Lin Fan, Lin Chagan, and Sword 11 all looked at Lin Ao. Lin Ao became the center of attention in an instant. Lin Ao clenched his fist slightly and clenched his teeth, followed by a long sigh of relief. Matriarch, Lin Ao knows that he is poorly gifted and generally perceptive. But Lin Ao won't give up, even if he is abused all the way. Lin Ao is going to work hard on his cultivation and won't let anyone look me. Lin Ao. Over and over again. Lin Ao's voice was decisive, causing the crowd to laugh. Lin Yang, Lin Feng, and the other second generation of the Lin family all nodded their heads in recognition, gravely with relief. That's the kind of conviction the lambs need to have. Good. That's good. As long as you believe you can do it, then your future accomplishments definitely won't be bad. Lin Xian smiled and patted Lin Ao's shoulder before gathering Lin Fan, Lin Chagan, Sword 11 and the others. All three of you. Now that your knowledge of your own Tao has become progressively clearer, this is for you. Go down and properly comprehend the wonders of it. Lin Xian smiled and took out the sword-forming grass and other divine items and placed them in front of Lin Fan's trio. Lin Fan and the three of them looked at these things. Their eyes straightened. Following Lin Xian all these days, they were also acquainted with these divine objects, and now they were actually taken out by Lin Xian in a like manner. Master, this sword-shaped grass apprentice can't take it. You are also a sword cultivator. This sword-shaped grass is also of great use to you. The scorching heat in Sword 11's eyes hit it, and he eventually pushed the sword-shaped grass towards Lin Xian. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian was first stunned. Then he even laughed out loud. The disciple he took in really wasn't wrong. Good disciple. These things, you just take them. Master's Sword Tao Realm. You can't use this sword-shaped grass anymore. Lin Xian smiled and pushed the box containing the sword-shaped grass in front of Jian Shosi. Lin Xian hadn't lied with these words, because Lin Xian really couldn't use the sword-shaped grass anymore. The main reason was that Lin Xian's sword intent had already reached the realm of the subtle, a realm where the effects of the sword-shaped grass were already minimal. So, instead of using it for himself, it was better to give it to Jian 11. Sword 11 was overjoyed and also nonchalantly put away the sword-shaped grass. The two of them, Lin Fan and Lin Chagan, were also very happy to collect their things. With these things, you too, 11 and Lin Fan, if you're a little more lucky, you'll even be able to comprehend the realm of intent at the Little Yuan Dan realm. As for you, Chang'an, you need to cheer up. Your gun, which follows the route of rigidity, has certain similarities with the hegemonic sword Tao. You can let 11 help guide you for a while. Lin Xian said to the three. Yes, master. Yes, father. Yes, master of the house. All three of them gave a respectful hug. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then let the three of them go out to cultivate. After the three of them collected their things and joyfully went out the door, while Lin Xian looked at the sky at night and exhaled slightly before also going out the door, Lin Xian made his way to the Li family. And this was the first time Lin Xian had taken the initiative to come to the Li family. Lin Xian, you actually took the initiative to come to my Li family. A fiery and bright voice mixed with delight entered into Lin Xian's ears. Lin Xian turned back to none other than Li Hongyi. Lin Xian had just arrived at the Li clan when Li Hongyi sensed Lin Xian's aura. Lin Xian looked at Li Hongyi and also smiled slightly. This was indeed a stupid woman. Lin Xian was also completely unaware at first that Li Hongyi, this woman, had actually done so much for herself, nor did he realize that Li Hongyi had also been looking for herself for 20 years. To be honest, Lin Xian at first and the youngest sister, Palace Fairy and from childhood to grow up. Love is more than gold can be explained. But this Li Hongyi, at first the two also have only 100 days of interactions. Only those 100 days were really memorable too. The two of them went through a lot and had many unforgettable nights. This is the explosive flame fruit. I know that you comprehend the realm of fire intent. It's useless for me to hold it, so I'll give it to you. Lin Xian took out 3 fiery red fruits from his storage bag and threw them to Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi caught the fruit and also froze for a moment. Take it. It's also considered that I, the Lin family, can befriend your Li family. Seeing that Li Hongyi was about to refuse, Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. Li Hongyi suddenly laughed. A very bright smile. The dark sky seemed to brighten up all of a sudden. Uncle Lin, you are really as dashing as you were 20 years ago. 20 years ago. The spirit fruit I wanted, you didn't hesitate to give it to me. And now in this $10 million worth of explosive flame fruit is also said to be given. Li Hongyi's words brought Lin Xian straight back to the year he was 39. It's really just a matter of how fast the years go by and how much time passes. Hongyi, all these years, it's really hard for you as well. I really didn't know that you would be so foolish to look for me for 20 years. Lin Xian smiled gently, his long, disheveled hair fluttering slightly with the night breeze. Uncle Lin, when you sacrificed your life to save me, I Li Hongyi remembered for the rest of my life. In this life, it's impossible for me to forget you, but I know that you already have a wife, and I also know that you have bright sword immortal in your heart, so I, Li Hongyi, don't expect you to have a share in your heart for me, Li Hongyi, but I just hope that there are some times when I can still be as good with you as I was 20 years ago. Li Hongyi clasped her hands together tightly, her eyes had a little wave of light in them, and her long eyelashes couldn't stop trembling slightly. That frightening red-robed devil was at the moment as if he was a young girl of 16 or 17 years of age who was in the throes of spring. These also were the ones that Li Hongyi had been hiding deep inside for a long time. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. He really seemed to have apologized to quite a few people. Women, in particular, are sorry for more than a few. Alas, love debt is the hardest to pay. Red clothes, cultivate well. The great desolate empire is not our end. We should go outside and see more. Good. With your words, Red's heart is full. The Imperial General's residence. Pop. An extremely bright and beautiful mug was smashed heavily on the floor. Damn you, Lin Xian. Why aren't you dead yet? Why are you still salty? That slap in the beginning actually made you a waste of space. Survive. A tall, handsome and extraordinary-looking middle-aged man was wearing a robe embroidered with an augur dragon, with his hair tied high on his head, and a domineering and incomparable aura all over his body. This person was none other than the contemporary Great Desolate Empire's great general, Martial God Empty. Are you sure that you've checked it out clearly, and that Lin Xian is not only fine, but he even possesses the strength of the three-passage god realm? Wu Shinkong suddenly looked at the black-robed man kneeling next to him and asked in an extremely chilly voice. The black-clothed subordinate couldn't stop his body from trembling slightly even as he was stared at by the martial god Air Death. My lord, this is true. Almost 2 years ago, we followed the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to find Cloud Mist City, and also kept watch over that Lin family. Originally it was all still fine, but just a year ago, after that Lin Xian's 60th birthday banquet, it was as if that Lin Xian was transformed. Not only did he heal his injuries, but he also became a triple passage divine realm. The man in black explained what he had. After receiving the black-robed man's exact answer, Wu Shinkong's face was extremely unsightly, so gloomy that water could drip out of it. This guy is really tenacious, just like a rat in a hole in the ground. It's really just that annoying. Every word that Wu Shinkong spat out was filled with killing intent. The slap he had given Lin Xian back then had actually failed to kill Lin Xian. But even if he couldn't kill Lin Xian would definitely be seriously injured and his lifespan would still be greatly reduced. But not only was Lin Xian alive and well, he now possessed great strength. Does she know about this? Jantai Akatsuki? Wu Shinkong continued to ask. My lord, after the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce confirmed Lin Xian, that Gong Ling also returned to the imperial capital, so Gong Dueling must have known about it as well, and my subordinate guesses that immortal Jantai should have known about it. The man in black continued to reply. Click click click. The iron bead in the empty hand of the martial god was pinched out with cracks. Find out for me what Zentai Mingyue's actions were after she learned of this news. Yes, lord. The man in black got the order and immediately walked out of the great general's residence as if he was relieved. And Wu Shinkong slowly stood up, his hands behind his back, with an air of looking out of the corner of his eye. Mingyue. Mingyue, this seat will let you know that this seat and you are the best good match. Only this seat is worthy of you. Lin Xian didn't manage to kill you in the first place. This time, if you dare to go against this seat, there's absolutely no way you can escape a second time. Oh no. Lin Xian, you must die. Pop. A glazed lamp was broken. It seems that the action has to be accelerated. Zentai Mingyue has to be mine. End of chapter. Chapter 131, 130, Akatsuki and Micah the clan head competition begins. Chapter 131, 130, Akatsuki and Micah the clan head competition begins. Akatsuki, where are you going? At the Jishi Academy, Jantai Mingyue stepped on the divine sword, wanting to ride the wind, while opposite Jantai Mingyue was the third senior brother, Yun Brokenstone. Why is this stopping me? Senior brother? Jantai Mingyue looked at her third senior brother, Yun Zhaoshi, and also faintly inquired. Yun Broksher sighed slightly. Mingyue, I know you want to go find ninth senior brother, but it's definitely not possible right now. Why? Jantai Mingyue said with a slight frown. Don't forget that our Great Desolate Empire Jixia Academy and the Guma Empire Vanguard Academy have an important meeting in 7 days. And this meeting is about that mineral vein in the middle of our two countries. We are going to depart for the Vanguard Academy the day after tomorrow. You are simply too late if you go to the eastern state now. Our Jixi Academy can never be without you this time. Cloudbreak explained helplessly. Originally, it was all agreed upon, but after Zentai Mingyue learned of that person's news, it was as if nothing mattered anymore. Jantai Mingyue pursed her lips slightly, her eyes gradually firming up. No, elder brother. I want to go find him. I've been looking for him for 23 years, and elder sister doesn't want to wait a moment longer. Jantai Mingyue said stubbornly. This was the first time Jantai Mingyue didn't listen to Yunbashi in these 20 years. However, Yunbashi was also not surprised because that was the only person who could make Jantai Mingyue not look like Jantai Mingyue. Oh no! I should say that also only Lin Xian could make Jantai Mingyue a true Jantai Mingyue. Senior sister. Reconsider? Senior brother. If you stop me, senior sister, I'll have no choice but to go through with it. A bright light flashed from the long sword in Jantai Mingyue's hand. The aura of 100 miles around was in disarray, and the sun's rays in the sky were pierced by the powerful energy. Yunbashi took a heavy and deep breath. Fighting with Jantai Mingyue, even Yunbashi who had stepped into the Tongshan realm for 70 years couldn't say that he could stop Jantai Mingyue 100% of the time. Mingyue, come to the master's compound. Suddenly, an old but middle-aged but full-breathed voice came, and Cloudbreaker instantly relaxed. Jantai Mingyue pursed her lips and still re-entered the Jixi Academy. After Yunbashi watched Jantai Mingyue go back, he also dispersed his Yuan Qi and landed on the ground. Senior, what happened between you and Senior Jantai just now? Jifeng also walked out from nowhere and looked at Yun Zhuoshi and asked. Yunbashi was still very fond of Jifeng as a disciple and was able to patiently explain. The person your senior uncle longed for has returned. There is also that fellow who can make this sword immortal senior uncle of yours so square. Cloudbreak smiled and shook his head, then laughed as well, and Jifeng's heart thumped when he heard this news. It turned out that senior uncle Jantai really already had a favorite. However, Jifeng's eyes gradually became firm. I'm the true supreme heavenly pride, and only I, Jifeng, have that qualification to be worthy of senior uncle Jantai. In the northernmost part of the Jixi Academy, the place that everyone regarded as the most sacred, was the thatched cottage of the Wine Venerable One. Yes, it's just a thatched cottage. Jantai Mingyue arrived in front of the grass house and also respectfully bowed first. Mingyue pays her respects to her master. Mingyue, everything should be focused on the big picture. You and Xiaojiu will have to meet sooner or later. There's no rush for this moment. A voice came from inside the grass hut. Jantai Mingyue's eyes darkened slightly. Master teacher. Master's 300 birthday banquet. That brat said he would come. At that time, Master must personally press that brat to apologize to you, so you can be satisfied? The voices in the hayloft seemed mildly amused. Jantai Mingyue fell back with a slight sigh. Mingyue knows, Master. Mingyue will go to the meeting, but Mingyue also pleads with Master not to punish him. He also did it because he was helpless in the first place. Jantai Mingyue's tone seemed slightly aggrieved. It was an aggrieved feeling of being abandoned, but it also had a protective plea. Alas, demented child. You demented child. That brat Xiaojiu. It really is a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Go. The voice seemed so helpless and heartbroken. Yes, Master. Jantai Mingyue arched her hand again and left the grass hut with a bow. Inside the straw hut, an old voice sighed out heavily. Chamber of Commerce. Sister. Just now President Gongqi sent word that the Lin family had won a great victory. That the Lin family juniors were all supreme prides. And that guy Lin Xian. He actually has the strength of the Tongling realm. Gong Ling, dressed in a tang suit, held a note in her hand and read it to Gong Mail with a smile. Gong Malu couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising as she listened to the news. Sister, why are you smiling like you're not worth it? Looking at Gong Malu like this, Gong Ling also couldn't help but flirt. Good you ninja. Now you know how to flirt with your sister, right? Are you looking for a fight? Gong Malu also reacted, immediately hiding a smile and looking at Gong Ling fierce. Cut. Gong Ling mischievously poked her tongue out at Gong Malu. Then, sister, do you want to go see him? Gong Ling suddenly looked at Gong Malu and said. When these words came out, Gong Malu was suddenly silent. Sister, you obviously miss him, but why don't you go see him? Gong Ling was very incomprehensible. As someone in Gong Duelist's inner circle, Gong Ling naturally knew how much Gong Duelist thought about Lin Xian. That was dreaming of softly shouting Lin Xian's name and staring at the jade hairpin Lin Xian had given her from time to time. Gong Mali's eyes momentarily darkened, but then quickly hid them. Ugh, I'm thinking about it. Ugh. Well, sis, you really need to think this through. Don't make yourself regret it. Now Linger doesn't even know what you're thinking. After Gong Ling finished speaking, she also walked out of Gong Duelist's cultivation room. Gong Mala sat cross-legged on top of a futon, but her eyes were dark. I don't know if you still feel that way about me, and I'm scared. Jen, do you and I still feel the way we once did? Xian, my time may really be running out. I just want to be able to see you one more time. And more than anything, I want you to be happy and safe. Cough cough cough. The Eastern States 18 Prefectures Grand Competition had come to an end. The last battle was the Battle of the Clan Chief Patriarch. It was a competition between the patriarchs of the participating clans and sects, the patriarchs. However, quite a few heads of families and clans were experts at the Tongform realm or even the Tongling realm. So naturally, they could not play that kind of deadly fighting martial arts competition. So, naturally, there are masters comparisons, and there are a total of 3 kinds of comparisons. The first, the most simple and rough, that is a move to determine the winner. The one who has the upper hand will naturally win. The second, alternating offense and defense, means that 2 people compete with 1 offense and 1 defense. The third type, which was a bit more youthful, was the competition of Yuan Soul battle power, and the third type was a bit less friendly to the patriarchs of unranked clans. All 3 of these methods are sort of convenient, or at least quicker than a 2x2 duel, and come with more style and cachet. The Lin family has already participated in the 18 house competition, so senior uncle should also be participating in this battle of the house masters. Zhou Moshi looked at Lin Xian and said smilingly. Lin Xian just nodded slightly. That's natural. Then Master Nephew is really just waiting to see. For Master Uncle's strength, Master Nephew also only in the mouth of Uncle Xiaoho and their mouth to know, has not yet seen it with their own eyes. I think Master Uncle's strength is really unfathomable. Zhou Moshi's words caused the others to become interested as well. Being able to defeat the Tianwu Empire's Shin family elder meant that Lin Xian's strength was extremely high. However, that still seemed to be just the tip of Lin Xian's iceberg. Yin Tianzheng snorted coldly. Our spirit martial sect is also joining in the sovereign competition this time. Lin family master, don't let this family master down. Yin Tianzheng's words caused everyone to frown. Indeed, it was also the case that for the 18 house competition, the heads of all the major powers would come out to compete. This also included the spirit martial sect, the Eastern Heavenly King's Mansion, and other superpowers. In the past, it could be said that the family head and patriarch competitions were all competitions between 6-star level powers and above, and the powers below 6-star level could basically only look on dryly. It was also because of this reason that the score for the Family Master Sovereign competition was cut to a little more than a third of the total score. Otherwise it would be too unfair to the lower star ranked forces. But there's no absolute fairness, and the session is basically for powerful forces to earn points. Our Eastern State. This time, there are more than 8,600 family clans participating in the 18-house grand competition, 469 1-star forces, 173 2-star forces, 99 3-star forces, 48 4-star forces, 21 5-star forces, and 11 6-star forces. There are many forces, and there are many family head patriarchs as well. But this time, the number of people who are willing to participate in the Family Head Sovereign Grand Competition is only 36 people. Please ask these 36 family masters and sovereigns to come forward. Xiaoho Xiong reads slowly. Lin Xian, Ho Tianfeng, and Yin Tianzheng on the high platform also slowly stood up. The 3 giants got up, and it was a sight to behold. These 3 giants could be considered the group with the most honorable status in this 18-house competition, and their strength was also powerful for all to see. The scene of Lin Xian's great defeat of the Tianwu Empire's Shin family elders a dozen days ago was still fresh in his mind. As for Ho Tianfeng and Yin Tianzheng, there was no need to mention that they were both long-established powerhouses. And in addition to these 3 people, the rest of the family clans are also gone 33 people out, a total of 36 people. The worst are 5-star powerhead, like the Zhou family such as 4-star family can only obediently do a spectator. For this grand competition, the scores are very simple. First place, 5,000 points. Second place 2,000 points. Third place 1,000 points. And after that, for all the family heads and patriarchs, the scores are uniformly only 300 points. Once Xiaoho Xiang's words came out, the crowd also nodded secretly. It meant that the importance of the first place in this great competition was very great. And here comes the most interesting one, which is that there is actually a difference of 3,000 points between the first and second place scores. And the difference between the scores of the Lin family and the Spirit Martial sect was now over 2,900 points. This was very dramatic. Yin Tianzheng and Lin Xian were also very clear about the importance of this first place, and their eyes clashed together. Lin Xian only smiled faintly, while Yin Tianzheng didn't move. but his eyes were filled with confidence. The first match of the grand competition. Very simple. Still using 2 against 2. As for what matchup to use, or draw lots to decide. Xiahou Xiong's words continued. Lin Xian walked over to the Lin family camp on the 6th high platform and sat down, raising his hand in the air. The power of the 10,000 transformations divine skill instantly surfaced, and the signet floated steadily into Lin Xian's hands. It's a good hand, so ethereal. The control of Yuan Qi that was extremely terrifying. Go family master. Lin Chagan, this brat, was already pressing on, and Lin Shuer, Jian 11, and Lin Fan were also chanting for Lin Xian. Li Hongyi sat on the side, looking at the radiant Lin Xian. She smiled gently. Her thin red lips were truly tantalizing. Li Xian Yuan swore that he had never seen his aunt like this in his life, and since that night, his own aunt had become as if she had become more lively and had more energy. First match, Cloud Mist City's 1-star power, the Lin family head, versus Xian Tian City's Song family head, Song Yuanfang. As Xiahou Xiong's words fell, Lin Xian's eyes also directly intertwined with that Song family heads. The Song family was one of the 3 great families of Xian Tian City, a 6-star power, and it was still only an explicit 6-star. Who knew if the Song family had any real Tongxian realm powerhouses behind their backs? After all, the Song family had existed in Xian Tian City for more than 600 years, and their heritage was also extremely deep. Ha ha ha, it's my family master's good fortune to be able to fight with the Lin family master's family today. The Song family lord rushed up to the sky and his figure slowly landed on the platform, which was much more forced than the entrance of those young people. Lin Xian faintly raised the corners of his lips. It was about time for his own personal qi and reputation to be brought up. End of chapter. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, the Lin family lord reveals his divine power. Chapter 132, Chapter 131, the Lin family lord reveals his divine power. This was the competition of the family heads, and the crowd of teenagers were all pumped up, fearing that they would miss out on any exciting sights, and even Zhou Moshi, Ho Mingyao and Mo Qingfeng and the other heavens pride came to be interested, especially since the person who was now on the stage was Lin Xian, the Lin family's head who was now famous in the Eastern Prefecture. As the Lin family was a family that received attention from all of the Eastern Prefecture, then it was only natural that the patriarch would be the focus of attention as well, especially since the current Lin Xian also possessed the status of being the Wine-Exalted One's personal disciple. Lin Xian's wind intent was utilized, and his entire body had a sense of floating out of the dust as he slowly landed on the battle stage, and a crowd of people were secretly envious. Teenage boys are more manic and punchy in their entrances. One of the reasons for this was naturally the impetuous nature of the young boys, and the other was that these young boys' mastery of Yuan Qi was still insufficient, so naturally they couldn't reach Lin Xian's state. Lin Xian, who was in the field, wore a green-colored robe. His black hair was tied up high, and because of his age, his face had so many signs of age. However, not only did these signs of age not lower Lin Xian's aura, they instead made Lin Xian look like an admirable superior. Mature charisma, instead of being a minus, can many times be a major plus. The battle between the Lin family master and the Shen family elder of the Tianwu Empire was also an eye-opening experience for this family master. And this one, I also know deep down that I can't compare to your excellency, but it's a very interesting thing to be able to cross swords. Song Yuanfang smiled and arched his hand, looking amiable. As the saying goes, it's all about reaching out, and facing the amiable Song Yuanfang. Lin Xian smiled and arched his hand in return. This competition is a one-trick pony. Xiahou Xiong took out a sign and announced with a smile. Now that's even more interesting. One move to decide the winner, so it's definitely time to show some real strength. However, Zhou Moshi, Ho Tianfeng, and Ouyang Warrior all sighed slightly, compared to this one move to determine the winner. What they wanted to see more was Lin Xian's Yuan Soul. That's right, Lin Xian had never revealed his Yuan Soul until the very beginning, and everyone was extremely curious about Lin Xian's Yuan Soul. It's a curiosity about the unknown. And, from the Yuan Soul one could also roughly tell a cultivator's future Daoan path. The Yuan Soul, the most important lifeline of a tantric cultivator. If the Yuan Soul is destroyed, then the cultivator is also facing abolition, and the more advanced the Yuan Soul is, then it means that the cultivator's future achievements will be more and more unlimited. Can the Song family master allow this senior master of mine to make his Yuan Soul? Zhou Moshi said smilingly, the corners of her mouth gently rising, her beautiful pupils carrying a little bit of anticipation within them. Difficult. Xiahou Xiong, who was on the side, shook his head faintly. The Song family master's strength is just the late stage of the Tongling realm. That Shen family elder at the peak of the Tongling realm wasn't able to force out the Lin family master's Yuan Soul. This Song family master is afraid that it's unlikely as well. Xiahou Xiong's words were also recognized by several others. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian. who was in the field in an ethereal and dusty posture, her hands clenched slightly. This damn Lin Xian, actually having such a realm and strength without even realizing it. At one time, Lu Ruyan was able to look down on Lin Xian, but now, she was already out of reach of Zhan Tai Mingyue, and that was even so, but for Lin Xian, she actually felt a sense of powerlessness as well. Lu Shang, on the other hand, was on the same page as Zhou Moshi, thinking about how to pull this Lin family together. Generally speaking, a good friendship between families, or between clans, is to establish a marriage. Marriage, basically, is the best way to build a bridge of friendship, but how to join forces? One move to determine the winner. Very good. Lin family master. That's just what I want. Song Yuanfang grinned. His body's aura skyrocketed. The powerful Yuan Qi fluctuations brought up gusts of wind, which drove the robes of the two men with great gusts of wind. This is the prowess of a Tongling realm powerhouse. It's truly desirable. In the Lin family camp, although Lin Chang'an had already seen a few Tongling realm battles, he still couldn't help but watch this kind of scene once again. In response, Lin Fan and Sword 11 followed suit and nodded their heads in agreement. Powerful strength. Higher realms. How could it not be desirable? Hee, you few kids. Why are you so emotional? With your talent, it won't take long to reach this realm. Li Hongyi, who was on the side, said with a smile, her voice slightly softer than before. Hee. Lin Chang'an replied after rubbing the back of his head. The main reason is that I feel envious just by watching the family master being so valiant, thinking that I can be like the family master in the future. Li Hongyi slightly sketched up the corner of her mouth. This idea is good. The fear is that the idea is not even dare to have. Boom! A pillar of skyrocketing light erupted from Song Yuanfan's body, and an immense and incomparable bird of light and shadow appeared in the sky. It was actually a 6th grade Yuan soul, emitting a very powerful power. Obviously, this move was one of Song Yuanfan's killing moves. Facing Song Yuanfan's killing move, Lin Xian was also slightly solemn, but only slightly so. Lin Xian still hadn't utilized the sword intent, nor the Jiao Long Yuan soul, nor his own evolved version of the peerless sword technique. One ice intent, one wind intent, and one move of the 8 gates of Faust Seal were sufficient. 8-gate Faust Seal. Lin Xian lightly tapped his toes, his entire body floating in the air, lining his body with the wind realm, and then using the ice realm as his main focus, directly surrounding himself with an immense and incomparable ice wall. Looking at a 12 feet high ice wall, the crowd is sucking in a breath of cool air. This ice intention, so domineering, covering an area of 100 acres of battle platform, actually surrounded by the ice intention. From here, it could also be seen how huge the Yuan Qi content within Lin Xian's body was. Such a huge amount of cold ice was actually condensed by Lin Xian with ease. As Song Yuanfang watched the scene, his eyes were also grave. This ice realm was indeed incomparably overbearing. Come on, Master Lin. Song Yuanfang opened his hands, and the gigantic bird of light and shadow let out a long whistle as it came swiftly towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and pushed with both hands. An immense and incomparable 8 gates Faust Seal was thrown out by Lin Xian and clashed heavily with Song Yuanfang's killing move. Rumble. A violent explosion rang out, and if it wasn't for the fact that Xiantian City's city protection formation was turned on around the station, the surrounding spectators were afraid that none of them would be able to escape. The cultivators with low strength would have to get seriously injured without dying. Smoke filled the battle stage, and everyone was curious. TSK. This Lin family master. Not only did he not use his Yuan soul, he didn't even offer up his sword, but this power, it's not even worse than some cultivators at the peak of the Tongling realm. It's too terrifying. Lu Shang shook his head slightly, his tone full of appreciation for Lin Xian. Gong Qi slightly stroked the beard under his chin and nodded slightly. It seems that the person that girl Gong Mule has her eye on is really not a mediocre person. Yin Tianzheng squinted his eyes, not knowing what to think again. On the other hand, Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang Warrior both looked at each other and smiled. Both of them now felt that this senior brother of theirs was still hiding very deeply right now. As for Zhou Moshi, he exhaled slightly, and the thoughts in his heart became clearer. Such a talent, if he became a member of the divine sect, then their great desolate Zhou family would truly have trouble sleeping and eating. Everyone in the Lin family camp was confident in their own family head. Even Lin Yang, Yuan Ying and these second generation's faces didn't look the slightest bit worried. They knew that their family head would definitely win. Li Hongyi sat cross-legged on the 6 platforms and just watched quietly. After the smoke slowly dispersed, Lin Xian stepped on top of an icicle, his green-colored robe slowly moving with the breeze that came faintly. As for the Song family master, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his face was a look of contentment. Master of the house, father, grandpa. The Song family's crowd was shocked that their own family head was actually injured. Song Yuanfang once again arched his hand at Lin Xian. This battle with Family Master Lin today is really beneficial. I've almost forgotten what it feels like to be in a great battle. And this battle today has made me recall what I used to be. Many thanks Family Master Lin. Song Yuanfang gave Lin Xian his own greatest respect by bending slightly towards him. Lin Xian just smiled faintly. This Song Yuanfang, to the extent that he was considered a character worth befriending. This is all comprehended by the Song family master himself. I have only pushed the envelope a bit. It is not worthy of such a great gift from the Song family master. Song Yuanfang just smiled slightly. There are some things that are good to keep in the heart, to have to say it out, but rather, it is not beautiful. In this match, Lin Xian, the head of the Lin family of Cloud Mist City, wins. Xiao Xiong stood up and announced the results with a smile. Everyone was looking at Lin Xian with eyes full of admiration. The current Lin Xian was already one of the giants that ranked high in the hearts of all the clans and sects in the eastern state. The faces of the Bai family members really just stiffened and froze. And with a slight sigh, Bai Lao looked at Bai Rong. Wing, maybe you were really right 2 years ago, but why can't you hold on to your ideas more? Bai Lao said this, as if he had aged a dozen years. As for Bai Rong, still the same dead look. The rest of the Bai family are also sighing. As for Bai Yula, watching this scene happen in front of her eyes, she had long since become numb. The Lin family father and son that she had always looked down upon. One had defeated the spirit martial sect super genius Mo Changshang, and the other had become one of the giants of the eastern prefecture that could be ranked alongside her own patriarch. Now, Bai Yula can only laugh at herself for not recognizing the pearl, and laugh at her own short-sightedness. On the other hand, the Zhou family of the Jade Dragon province was already in ecstasy. The wife of Zhou Jin, the Zhou family's third elder of the outer mansion, Lin Xiaoyu, that was the Lin family's direct lineage. That was the Lin family's family head's own niece. With such a layer of relationship, their Zhou family would be on a higher level in the future anyways. As for the Zhou family camp, Zhou Jin and Lin Xiaoyu were not yet qualified to come to this 18-house competition, but these 2 days were also called by the Zhou family's grand elder and others. After all, it's high time to climb the family ladder. After Lin Xian on the battle stage got the result, he also walked off the battle stage and returned to the Lin family camp. After all, Lin Xian was now a contestant, so he naturally had to return to his own camp. Seeing this, Yin Tianzhang and Ho Tianfeng also headed towards their own camps. Father, you are truly majestic. Lin Fan smiled and gave Lin Xian a thumbs up, saying, Master is mighty. The family head is invincible. You're great. Uncle Sam, Uncle Lin, you're amazing. The crowd of juniors all surrounded Lin Xian and cheered, and this scene was watched with envy by the others. The family heads of other families were basically all majestic, but Lin Xian was so amiable. Of course, if Lin Xian got serious, Lin Fan wouldn't even dare to interject one more word. As the head of the family, when it was time to get serious, then the majesty of the head of the family had to be brought out. How could a family head without majesty be able to hold down a huge family? Afterwards, the other family lords and patriarchs began their competitions. The 36-18 matches passed quickly. Next round, 18-9. In this round, Lin Xian had also met the head of the Lu family, one of the 3 great families, and had drawn lots for alternating offense and defense. The Lu family lord had grabbed the first attack, so Lin Xian could only defend. Lin Xian's defense hadn't been shown either, but Lin Xian's physical art was an upgraded version of the desolate battle body, an extremely high-grade spirit martial art. This level of physical art, even in the Jishi Academy, was the highest grade martial art, and could not be viewed or read by a non-master. The Lu family lord had not broken Lin Xian's defense even after slashing his own sword. Instead, Lin Xian easily broke through the Lu family lord's defense. So, naturally, this battle was also won by Lin Xian. In the end, there were only 9 family heads left in the field. These remaining 9 family heads were going to have a 3-man battle, split into 3 sites, 3 people per site. The one who eventually wins will participate in the final round. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was grouped together with one of the 3 great families, the Chu family head, and a 6-star clan head. End of chapter. Chapter 133, Chapter 132, Yuan Soul Battle, Forcing Me Out of My Yuan Soul. Chapter 133, Chapter 132, Yuan Soul Battle, Forcing Me Out of My Yuan Soul. For the 9-3 match, Lin Xian chose to use one move to determine the winner. And this time the 1-2 punch was not 2 against 2, but 1 against 2. That's right, it was Lin Xian alone, against the Chu family head and that heavenly cloud sect patriarch. The crowd couldn't help but be surprised. Chu family master, Patriarch Huang, the 2 of you come together. I want to feel the strength of the 2 of you. Lin Xian stood on top of the icicle, smilingly stretching out his 2 hands, which were slightly open, with a sense of overlooking the world. The two of them, the Chu family master and Patriarch Huang, looked at each other in dismay. And then they too decided to fight 2 against 1. The two of them were no cuties either. If the two of them were to fight separately, they would never be a match for Lin Xian. Lin family master, are you sure you want to fight 1 against 2? Xiao Hoshun looked at Lin Xian and asked indifferently. Oh, naturally. Lin Xian smiled in response. This battle is set. Make a move. Only to see the Chu family master suddenly stand up in the air, a rich Yuan Qi power surging out from his body, immediately summoning his Yuan soul, which was a 6th grade Yuan soul. On the other side, Patriarch Huang was also not the least bit weak, and also directly summoned his own Yuan soul, which was still of the 6th grade. In the Yuan soul Dao, the 6th and 7th grades were truly a huge watershed. A 7th grade Yuan soul was extremely rare. Even a family like the 3 great families that had stood for nearly 1,000 years would find it hard to get a 7th grade Yuan soul. So the family head could only be a 6th grade Yuan soul. Let's just say that they found a high-level forger to give them a forging. Lin family master, make your move, the Chu family lord shouted. A powerful force wrapped around himself and directly surrounded the entire battle platform. And Patriarch Huang also directly took out his skills. The power he had accumulated was frightening. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and the 10,000 spirit sword, which could no longer keep up with Lin Xian's rank, appeared in Lin Xian's hand. If he fought 1 against 2, Lin Xian wouldn't be careless. It was said that it was a one-move decision. If Lin Xian fell into a disadvantage, then he would lose. So Lin Xian still decided to play it safe. Let's take on 2 masters with your new self-created learning. The Godslayer Wave, Great Heavenly Divine Bell. Both of them let out a light chortle. The power of combining 2 into 1 really wasn't a simple addition, but rather a kind of multiplication. With the extremely shocking might, even Lu Ruyan, Lu Shang, and Gong Qi who were sitting on the high platform could not help but frown. If Lin Xian was at the peak of the Tongling realm, he should still have no problem. Lin Xian was now in the limelight. 2 sky-blinding forces came towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't have the slightest fear. The long sword in his hand was wielded in a very subtle manner, and there was also a sense of extreme beauty to it. Yuki Wakamura. This move, Lin Xian's self-created sword move, had once been a quasi-spiritual martial art, but after Lin Xian had entered the 3-passage divine realm, his comprehension of sword moves had become more and more perverse. Chaosi Ruojuan was Lin Xian's pride, and was also comprehended by Lin Xian as a mid-grade spirit martial art. Lin Xian was confident enough that in half a year at the most, Lin Xian would be able to perfect the Chaoyu Ruodan into a top-grade spirit martial art. Creating one's own martial arts, that's a different thing from learning someone else's martial arts. A self-created martial art would naturally be closer to the creator and more powerful, but of course it was also very difficult, especially since Lin Xian's Chaosi Ruojuan was now a mid-grade spirit martial art. Generally speaking, creating their own mid-grade spirit martial arts was very much enough for even the Tongshan realm powerhouses to create, but it was also extremely difficult for them. But as long as one creates their own martial arts, that power is much more powerful than learning other martial arts of the same level on their own. Let's just say that Lin Xian's current Chaoyu Ruojuan, that power wasn't even as weak as that top-grade offensive spirit martial art anymore. Above the entire battle platform, countless phantoms of flowers, birds, fish, and insects instantly surfaced, dazzling the eyes, but one could not help but sink into them. Even those as strong as the Chu family master and Patriarch Huang were shocked by this scene. It's not a phantom, it's an actual killing move. Rumble, powerful clashing sounds struck again, and the crowd stared intently at the battle stage. On top of the battle platform, Lin Xian stepped on the 10,000 spirit sword, his robe swaying in the wind as he floated out of the air. As for the Chu family lord and Patriarch Huang, they vomited blood and fell. Lin Xian had won this battle in a very dominating manner. The mighty Chaosi Ruojuan suppressed the Chu family lord and Patriarch Huang so much that they couldn't lift their heads, and both of them were directly suppressed on the ground after Chaosi Ruojuan's move, unable to even fly. Hiss, Lin family master is really too strong, isn't he? How terrifying. This sword of the Lin family master is as beautiful as a heavenly immortal art. The sword moves are strong, but even more beautiful. If I can worship Master Lin, I'll do anything I want. The crowd was murmuring. Not only were they praising Lin Xian, they were worshipping him to the extreme. All people worshipped the strong, and the current Lin Xian was the super strong among them. The few people on the high platform had been frozen in shock. Confessor Lu, what do you think? How is this move by the Lin family master? Xiao Hoshun looked at Lu Shang and inquired. This sword move is truly unrivaled and as beautiful as a jade painting, but I have never heard of this move. Lu Shang was also full of praise for Lin Xian's Chaoyu Ruojuan, but he was also puzzled as to why he had never heard of this move before. Xiao Hoshun also nodded his head secretly. It seemed that he was not the only one who felt that this move was terrifying. All of his peers felt the same way. Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian after making this move was also completely silent. She asked herself that she was also incapable of being able to block this move of Lin Xian. This move, it really was just too comprehensive, powerful, and at the same time, it actually had such a terrifying coverage. It was simply a trick. Zhou Moshi looked at this move, but froze slightly. If he remembered correctly, his master had once used this move as well, but there was a certain difference with what Lin Xian had made. That was the end of the 9-3 match, and the result was that Lin Xian won, easily advancing into the finals, and Ho Tianfeng and Yin Tianzhang then advanced to the final. Unsurprisingly to the predictions of everyone present, the final three were the three giants on the high platform: Eastern Heavenly King Ho Tianfeng, Spirit Martial Sect Patriarch Yin Tianzhang, Venerable Wine's personal disciple Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, it's also an honor for senior brother to fight you today. Above the battle platform, Lin Xian's three men stood in a triangular position. Lin Xian was still standing on top of an immense, incomparable ice pillar. Yin Tianzhang, on the other hand, had his feet stepping on the void, his hands clasping his chest, his long golden hair draped over his shoulders, looking extremely domineering. As for Ho Tianfeng, he stepped on top of a disc that was a mid-grade spirit weapon, a speed-type spirit weapon, which was also quite expensive. Heavenly King Ho, Patriarch Yin, there are only three of us left, how do you want to compete? Lin Xian smiled and stretched out a hand with an air of looking out of the corner of his eye. Lin Xian's back at this moment was deeply imprinted into the hearts of all the Lin family members. Great, invincible, confident. The people of other clans and sects were also looking at Lin Xian with sizzling eyes. This was the style of a true big brother. Oh, I'll do anything. Ho Tianfeng smiled faintly. Yin Tianzhang, on the other hand, wasn't as idle. Lin family master, Heavenly King Ho, we don't need to fight like this. Why don't we do this? We'll use our Yuan souls against each other, and whoever falls off the battle stage first, then they'll be the first to go out. Yin Tianzhang's words fit right in with Zhou Moxi and the others. It should have engaged in a Yuan soul comparison. 3 sparring matches in a row, 2 with 1 move, 1 alternating between offense and defense, and it really didn't let Lin Xian draw a Yuan soul comparison. Lin Xian smiled faintly and didn't refuse. His own Jiao Dragon Yuan soul, which he had once kept hidden, was because Lin Xian's strength was only at the early Tong formation realm, and ever since Lin Xian's strength had reached the peak of the passing form realm, Lin Xian had no thoughts of hiding any longer. It's time for the great and disdainful dragon to dominate the sky and look down on the world. Right now in the eastern state, Lin Xian could fear no one by himself. Good. In that case, this king naturally has no problem with it. Ho Tianfeng smiled and flung his robe. Xia Hoxiong also nodded faintly and stood up. Since that's the case, then this last match will be according to what the three of you have in mind. The competition of the family head is supposed to be ever-changing, depending on how the people in the field want to compare. If they want a life and death battle, it is not impossible. At least Xia Hoxiong wouldn't try to stop this kind of thing. The moment Xia Hoxiong said this, all the 100,000 people on the field had extremely high interest. In particular, Ho Mingyao and Mo Qingfeng, the young people who were about to enter the three-passage god realm, were extremely curious. They were all at the peak of the great Yuan Dan realm now, and Yuan souls were the thing they needed the most, and picking the right and strong Yuan souls was also a top priority. As the strongest heavenly prides of the Eastern States generation, the two of them, Mo Qingfeng and Ho Mingyao, had to have a minimum requirement of 7th grade for themselves anyways. That's right, it's the 7th grade, and really just don't underestimate the 7th grade metasoul. Although there was the industry of forging masters, and forging masters could also raise the Yuan soul grade, but there were too few high-ranking forging masters, and in the Great Desolate Empire, the highest explicit forging master was of the 8th grade, which was the Empire's master Shiman. And even forging masters don't dare to 100% guarantee that they can make the Yuan soul improve. There is also a large failure rate. Therefore, the higher the metamorphosis at the very beginning, the more helpful it would be later on. For example, Zhantai Mingyue, when she first advanced to the three-passage divine realm, she was directly a 9th grade Yuan soul green Luan Bright Sparrow. This green Luan Bright Sparrow, or Lin Xian master personally went to a top-grade empire to get it. Light attribute divine bird. Legend has it that it is the descendant of the phoenix. Its strength is extremely terrifying, and Zhantai Mingyue's cultivation in the back is also inseparable from the green Luan Bright Sparrow's help. Little uncle, what is the family head's Yuan soul? I don't know. Lin Chang'an curiously looked at Lin Fan who was on the side. Not only Lin Chang'an, but everyone else also looked at Lin Fan with extreme curiosity. In their thoughts, as Lin Xian's only real son, Lin Fan should know what his old man's Yuan soul was. Lin Fan looked at all the people looking at him and also smiled helplessly, waving his hand in a very breathless manner and said, "Don't all of you look at me. I don't know what father's genesis is either. Father, he's never shown his genesis." The crowd was slightly disappointed, but it didn't matter. Lin Xian had to take out his Yuan soul now anyway. Little uncle. 11. Brother AO. What grade do you guys want for your Yuan souls in the future? Lin Chang'an suddenly had a broken mouth and looked at Jian 11 and the others before inquiring again. Sword 11 glanced at Lin Chang'an as if he were looking at an idiot. You're not talking nonsense. If the higher the level of the first time Yuan soul can be, then naturally the better it will be. Put. Giggle giggle giggle. Lin Chang'an, you look so silly. Lin Shuer and Xiao Bear both giggled. Lin Fan was also dumbfounded. What kind of question did Lin Chang'an ask? Lin Chang'an also realized that he had a big problem with his question and awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Li Hongyi looked at the Lin family members who were so close to each other and admired Lin Xian's education. Li Xian Yuan also couldn't help but join in on the Lin family's conversation. Even the celestial pride of a few other clans on the 6th platform couldn't help but come to the Lin family and climbed into conversation with the Lin family members. While the crowd was talking, the battle in the field had already begun. Ho Tianfeng's aura was raging, and his high Yuan Qi was more than several times better than that of the 3 great masters earlier. Peak of the psychic realm. That's right, Ho Tianfeng had also stepped into the peak of the Tongling realm. The powerful Yuan Qi caused the crowd outside the arena to feel a choking sensation, even though there was still a layer of powerful formation light curtains separating them. Following that, a huge thing appeared behind Ho Tianfeng, and it was actually a tiger. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and also remembered what kind of Yuan soul this was. 7th grade Yuan soul. Excalibur tiger. It is an extremely powerful ancient beast that is said to have a little bit of blood relationship with the legendary divine beast white tiger. A 7th grade Yuan soul, which also belonged to the ranks of the upper grade Yuan souls. The powerful aura was more than a star stronger than the Song family master's light and shadow bird. Awesome. Worthy of being the marquee king. This divine sword tiger seems to be a bit stronger than 5 years ago. Yin Tianzheng looked at the Excalibur tiger behind Ho Tianfeng and smiled in admiration. This king once went to Wanzhou, and there was a 7th grade forging master in Wanzhou who added a bit of special ability up to this king's Excalibur tiger. Ha ha ha, today is also the day that I can let senior brother in patriarchy feel it. At this moment, Ho Tianfeng was no longer Lin Xian's obedient junior apprentice brother, turning into one of the giants of the eastern state, the eastern heavenly king. Lin Xian heart also can't help but feel emotional. 40 years ago was pathetic cowardly young man, now has also become can control a side of the great desolate prince. Really is saddening. End of chapter. Chapter 134, Chapter 133, Second Primordial Soul Execution. Beheading this giant python of your excellency was just the right thing to do. Chapter 134, Chapter 133, Second Primordial Soul Execution. Beheading this giant python of your excellency was just the right thing to do. Tens of meters long divine sword tiger. Tiger whistling the world. That extremely elegant appearance let all the watchers are looking at the eyes envy. Is this the strength possessed by the truly strong? Upper 3rd grade Yuan soul divine sword tiger. This was a Yuan soul that countless people could only dream of. Even the patriarchs of the 3 great clans of Xiantian City were slightly envious. However, the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion was indeed not comparable to their 3 great families. Although the Eastern Heavenly Kingdom was founded not very long ago, it was bound together with the royal family, and received the trust and vigorous cultivation of the royal family. And Ho Tianfeng's divine sword mansion was also rewarded down by the royal family. Ha ha ha, Prince Ho's divine sword tiger is indeed formidable, but this seat's divine whistling heavenly python is perhaps even better. Only to see that Yin Tianzheng laughed loudly. A divine light from Yin Tianzheng's body burst out, followed by 100 meters on the giant python hovering around Yin Tianzheng. The giant python body has 50 to 60 zhang long. The body is thick. The long and narrow and cold eyes is unnerving. The might than Ho Tianfeng's divine sword tiger actually have to be 3 times more powerful. Lin Xian looked at the divine whistling python and also muttered, 7th grade Yuan soul. Oh no! This has already reached the boundary of the 8th grade Yuan soul. As the sect leader of the spirit martial sect, he must have been a super heavenly pride when he was young, and naturally, he had been vigorously cultivated by the spirit martial sect. A 7th grade Yuan soul was also nothing to be ashamed of. But it was obvious that this divine whistling python had received several upgrades from the Forge Master, and even though it looked like it was still a 7th grade Yuan soul, the strength that it erupted with far exceeded that of a normal 7th grade Yuan soul, and went straight after an 8th grade one. The divine sword tiger felt the threat of the divine whistling python and also roared furiously, wanting to use it to drink back the incoming enemy. However, the divine whistling python was also roaring furiously, bound to go up and tear apart the divine sword tiger. And Ho Tianfeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt a great sense of oppression. Ha ha ha, Both of you. This is this seat's divine whistling python. Can Shang. These words spread throughout the entire battle platform, and everyone was looking at them with numbness. Ask a giant python as huge as a hill crossing in front of you. How could that not make people afraid? Especially this divine whistling python. Although it carried the word God, not only did it not have the slightest bit of divinity in its body, but instead it was extremely cold and venomous, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. Joe Moshi frowned slightly. The spirit martial sect. As the number 2 enemy of the great desolate imperial family, the information was quite comprehensive within the imperial family, and Patriarch Yin Tianzhang's Yuan soul was naturally recorded as well. However, the Yin Tianzhang in the records was at the peak of the passing spirit realm and strength, with a 7th grade Yuan soul. And now, it seemed that the records from 3 years ago were already outdated. Yin Tianzhang actually possessed a divine whistling python that was comparable to an 8th grade Yuan soul, and even more so, he possessed the strength of a great perfection of the Tonling realm. This is not a good thing for the Great Wasteland Empire. For Yin Tianzhang, stepping into the Tongxian realm was basically the nail in the coffin. Even if the spirit martial sect was willing to give some strong support, then it wouldn't take long for Yin Tianzhang to step into the Tongxian realm. For the Great Desolate Empire, the Tongxian realm and the Tongling realm were very different. It was mainly because the Tongxian realm was too terrifying. It was the realm closest to the true martial god realm. Even if it was as strong as the Great Desolate Empire, there weren't many true Tongxian realm powerhouses, and every single one of them was the top pillar of the imperial family. I can't imagine that this Patriarch Yin is hiding very deeply. I ask myself that if I fight with the current Patriarch Yin, I'm afraid that my chances of winning will only be 4 layers, or even less than 40%. Lu Shang slowly swung his head as he felt the intimidating pressure in the field. Gong Qi also nodded slightly in agreement. Old me has been in the eastern state for a long time, and I also know that this Yin Tianzhang is indeed extraordinary, and was also a super genius in his youth, and is good at hiding. A very terrifying person. And after Gong Qi finished saying this, everyone looked towards Lin Xian, who had yet to release his Yuan soul. What on earth was Lin Xian's Yuan soul? Even the Lin family members were curious, and Li Hongyi was quite curious, mainly because up until now, no one had been able to force Lin Xian to use his Yuan soul at all. Even when he faced the Shen family elder at the peak of the Tongling realm, Lin Xian was able to break him with a single sword. Master Lin, it's your turn. Yin Tian was stepping on top of the python serpent head, smilingly looking at Lin Xian. Ho Tianfeng, on the other hand, had pinned his hopes on Lin Xian. The main reason was that Ho Tianfeng himself was only at the peak of the Tongling realm, and he was a head below Yin Tianzhang in terms of realm. As for the Yuan souls, although the Divine Sword Tiger and the Divine Whistling Python were both 7th grade Yuan souls, everyone could see that the Divine Sword Tiger was slightly suppressed by the Divine Whistling Python in terms of might. This also meant that Ho Tianfeng had already lost in this one. If Ho Tianfeng possessed the strength of the Great Circle of the Tongling realm, he would still be able to put up a fight with Yin Tianzhang, but there was no such thing as if. Senior brother, it's really all up to you, Ho Tianfeng said darkly as he looked at Lin Xian, whose expression remained bland. Zhou Moshi was also looking straight at Lin Xian, and for some reason, her heart had a deep recognition of her own senior. Lin Xian stood on the stage, his hands clasped over his chest, smiling slightly. For some reason, Lin Xian was now considering which Yuan soul to summon. What exactly is the first Metasoul manifestation augur? Or are you talking about summoning a second spirit? The Heavenly Execution Sword. That's right, Lin Xian's second Yuan soul had its name all of a sudden, and the name was Heaven's Punisher. The name is very powerful and coaxing, and the two characters would be heavenly if they were in a different order. However, this sword, no matter how bullish it was in front of him, was now merely a broken sword, and there was no telling what had caused this broken sword to become slightly weaker. However, Lin Xian sensed a very alarming spirituality from this broken sword, as if it was saying to Lin Xian that it was invincible. It is now broken, but it still has its pride, and very much wants to be sheathed, so that the world can once again feel his mighty power that can wipe out the heavens and destroy the earth. Lin Xian slowly gripped the hilt of the Heaven Execution Sword. Lin Xian didn't know why, but in his heart, he trusted this sword very much. That's right, trust in this Heavenly Execution Sword that has been broken. A swordsman is one who trusts the sword in his hand at all times. That's the kind of partner that stays with you for the rest of your life. Since this broken sword had become Lin Xian's Yuan soul, Lin Xian and this broken sword already had an indescribable bond. Lin family master, why haven't you come out with your Yuan soul yet? Looking at Lin Xian frozen in place, Yin Tianzhang said impatiently. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Fine, let's have a match then. Boom! A huge curtain of light rose up from Lin Xian's body. The pillar of light that reached the sky really went straight up into the clouds. The light of the pillar shone brightly as if it was going to be compared to the sun. The crowd was appalled, because Lin Xian's compulsion to summon a Yuan soul was much higher than both Yin Tianjing and Ho Tianfeng. In the midst of the crowd's anticipation, Lin Xian's hand slowly gripped a broken sword, and behind Lin Xian, a broken sword silhouette that was over 10 feet long slowly emerged, only to see that on top of the broken sword, there were inscriptions of runes, and those runes were all unheard of words. Not only that, there was a very ancient aura on the broken sword. A broken sword? I don't know who suddenly said this, and the scene exploded. I had thought that the Lin family lord's Yuan soul was a very terrifying ferocious beast or exotic beast, but how could I have never imagined that Lin Xian's Yuan soul was actually just a broken sword? This Yuan soul of the Lin family master. Why is it so strange? Can a genjutsu actually be an item? Ha ha ha, a genjutsu can be anything. But there was once a study that showed that beast genjutsu are the best and most helpful. Not only is the Lin family master's Yuan soul not a powerful ferocious beast, it's actually a broken sword. Alas, this broken sword looks amazing, but it just feels like it's not as good as those two foreign beasts of Prince Ho and Patriarch Yin. The crowd of spectators were all talking. Although they were all curious as to why Lin Xian's Yuan soul was a broken sword, they were even more curious about what kind of power Lin Xian's broken sword had, and what grade it was. In the Lin family camp, all the Lin family members were also dumbfounded, not expecting their own family head's Yuan soul to actually have such a character. A broken sword. Aunt Li, looking at the looks of those people, isn't this Yuan soul of our family master a bit poor? Lin Chanan watched as quite a few people were mingling, their eyes filled with questions and doubts, and understood something. In response, even Lin Fan and Lin Shuer and the others frowned slightly. Li Hongyi, on the other hand, was still sitting quietly on her plate, smiling faintly. You guys are the ones who need to understand one thing. If your family head can defeat the peak-passing spirit realm elder of the Shin family without using his Yuan soul, then that's enough to illustrate your family head's formidable battle prowess. Besides, although your family head's Yuan soul is a broken sword, this broken sword might not be a simple broken sword. After all, your family head is no cutie pie. Li Hongyi's blandly spoken explanation also caused the Lin family's crowd to slowly nod their heads. Indeed, their family head was a true expert. Even though their family head's Yuan soul was such a broken sword, their family head's battle prowess was still able to traverse the eastern state. On top of the platform, Zhou Moshi and the others looked at Lin Xian's broken sword and were all puzzled and curious, doubtful as to why Lin Xian would use a broken sword as his Yuan soul. In terms of Lin Xian's acting style and battle prowess, Lin Xian didn't look like a cutie in any way. Curiously, what kind of power could Lin Xian exert with this broken sword? In the cultivation world, there were originally very few who used a weapon as their genesis. Even if one were to use an extremely high-grade spirit weapon as one's Yuan soul, it would still be better to use a more ordinary demonic beast, because the spirit soldier would have been able to use it on its own. So why would it need to be transformed into its own Yuan soul? Although spirit soldiers could also be upgraded after transforming into Yuan souls, the upgrade was not as good as a beast Yuan soul, unless that weapon has an extremely peculiar ability, or if it's of a particularly high level. I won't believe that this senior uncle of mine is a foolish person. This broken sword, I'm afraid it has some strange ability. Zhou Moshi suddenly grinned a very bright and confident smile. And, with a sixth sense as a woman. Ha ha ha, Lin family master, is it hard to find a good Yuan soul? Isn't it a little too shabby to use a broken sword as a Yuan soul? Yin Tianzheng, who was standing on the snake's head, was also completely relieved after seeing that Lin Xian's Yuan soul was a broken sword, although Lin Xian's battle prowess was very exaggerated. If the Yuan soul was only like that, then the road ahead wouldn't be too good. Ho Tianfeng also looked at Lin Xian with slight suspicion. Could it be that his senior brother had really gotten a random Yuan soul because he didn't have a good one after breaking through the three-passage divine realm? If that was really the case, Ho Tianfeng was truly feeling bad for his senior brother. With Lin Xian's position in Venerable Wine's heart, after Lin Xian broke through the three-passage divine realm, as long as he went to the imperial capital and spoke to Venerable Wine wouldn't say that he'd find Lin Xian a 9th grade Yuan soul, but an 8th grade Yuan soul that would be proper. But now, alas, Ho Tianfeng sighed slightly. The heavenly execution in Lin Xian's hand slowly lifted, his eyes narrowing minutely as the sword pointed straight at the divine whistling python. This sword, to kill that giant python of your excellencies, seems to be just right too. Lin Xian slowly spoke. Yin Tianzhang smiled disdainfully, and said with a cold snort, then this patriarch will have to see how this broken sword of the Lin family master can kill this seat's divine whistling python. End of chapter. Chapter 135, 134, The Mighty Might of the Heaven exorcisting heaven, slicing through all falsehoods. Chapter 135, 134, The Mighty Might of the Heaven Exorcisting Heaven. Slicing through all falsehoods. Above the battle platform, the smell of gunpowder was tremendously thick. Everyone could see the fight between Lin Xian and Spirit Martial Sect Patriarch Yin Tianzheng now. At this moment, Yin Tianzheng, especially domineering, stood on the head of that giant python, as if he was able to look down on the entire world in general. The powerful yuan qi fluctuations drove the air to condense, making people's hearts appear to want to bow down to the impulse. On the other hand, Lin Xian, who was battling with Yin Tianzheng, was holding the broken sword in one hand, while the other hand was slowly hanging down, always with a slight smile on his face. Patriarch Yin, make your move. Lin Xian's hand that wasn't holding the sword slowly lifted and said with a smile. Ho Tianfeng was the one who jumped the gun. Senior brother is very skillful, so let senior brother try out Patriarch Yin's strength first. As Ho Tianfeng's words fell, the divine sword tiger suddenly raised its head to the sky and a terrifying power swept towards Yin Tianzheng in a mad rush. Because this battle was competing against the power of the Yuan soul, it was not possible to fight against each other with one's own martial arts, and the only thing that was being fought against was the Yuan soul. The divine sword tiger was indeed extraordinary as well, coming up to tear apart the divine whistling python at Yin Tianzheng's feet with its sharp claws. But that divine whistling python was no slouch either, instantly fighting with the divine sword tiger. As for Ho Tianfeng and Yin Tianzheng, they were separated into two sides, injecting yuan qi towards each other in their yuan souls, which was also a competition of yuan qi. The battle between the two beasts was exceptionally intense, and countless people's eyes were captivated by this scene. All of them were watching with rapt attention. Lin Fan and the others also saw the scene before realizing that they still had an extremely long way to go before they were truly strong. If they encountered an enemy of this caliber, they would basically be dead. And Lin Xian understood Ho Tianfeng's meaning. Ho Tianfeng was trying to create a condition for Lin Xian. The power of the Yuan soul wasn't endless. The divine sword tiger and the divine whistling python killed each other. And in the end, no matter if they won, they would be consumed quite a bit of power. Ho Tianfeng wanted to fight for Lin Xian. Lin Xian also felt Ho Tianfeng's heart, and although Ho Tianfeng's move was superfluous, Lin Xian was also grateful to the point of being moved. Ho Tianfeng, worthy of being his own schoolmate who had helped him from time to time in Jishi Academy. This person is still quite good. Bang bang bang. There was a deafening crash from the intense collision. The two behemoths had become deathly entangled. However, the divine whistling python had already gained a slight upper hand, and actually used its long body to bind Ho Tianfeng's divine sword tiger. The Excalibur tiger was also entangled inch by the python body. Ho Tianfeng frowned, not thinking that Yin Tianzheng's divine whistling python was actually so terrifying and that its body had been super strengthened. That terrifying snake body was even more terrifying than a lower grade defensive spirit weapon. An ordinary Tong form realm would be afraid that it would be difficult to injure the skin of this divine whistling python with their full strength. Divine sword tiger. Divine tiger with wings. Ho Tianfeng lightly drank and waved his big hand, and that divine sword tiger let out a long whine. Its aura became even more violent, and it actually fought to break free from the divine whistling python's restraints. Not only that, on that tiger's back actually grew two wings, each of which was so large that it seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun. The divine sword tiger rose up into the sky and directly dominated the sky above, looking very majestic and extraordinary. The crowd gasped. Lin Xian also nodded slightly. So it turned out that the enhancement Ho Tianfeng was talking about was adding a pair of wings to this tiger. The pair of wings on the divine sword tiger's back wasn't simple. It was obviously also the wings of a powerful flying exotic beast. Very powerful. Father is mighty. Your Majesty is mighty. In the camp of the East Heavenly Kingdom, the two brothers Ho Mingyu and Ho Mingyao, as well as the rest of the East Heavenly Kingdom, were all cheering happily. However, the divine whistling python had received significantly more strength enhancement, only to see that the divine tsunami python rose up to the sky, actually resembling a divine dragon roaming in the sky. The huge body of hundreds of meters made everyone look dumbfounded. The powerful force made it difficult for even the divine sword tiger to resist. Boom boom boom. The two beasts fought furiously in the sky for several rounds, and in the end, the divine sword tiger was defeated. Ho Tianfeng also made an early exit, directly laying claim to the third position. Everyone in the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion had ugly faces. The East Heavenly Royal House and the Spirit Martial Sect had been fighting for so many years, and they usually lost more than they won, and it looked like it was going to be like that again today. The Eastern Heavenly King's mansion could only hope that Yin Tianzheng wouldn't be able to take first place now. But was it really okay to pin your hopes on this Lin Xian whose Yuan soul was a broken sword? Ha ha ha, Lin family master. Now that the Ho Wang Wang is out, it's just the two of us left. After the divine whistling python had crushed the divine sword tiger alive, It came behind Yin Tianzheng with its serpent head held high, and Yin Tianzheng stood directly on the serpent's head, looking down on Lin Xiandao. Lin Xian smiled slightly. It seems that this Yin Tianzheng really thought that he had eaten himself. That proud and confident look in his eyes. Lin Xian looked at it and was also slightly irritated. What? Just now. Although Prince Ho's divine sword tiger consumed this seat's divine whistling python, but your excellency can't really think that you can defeat this seat. Yin Tianzheng smiled evilly, clasping his hands on his chest, looking careless. This scene made Yin Tianzheng seem like a heavenly god descending to earth, and most of the spectators looked dumbfounded. And when the crowd of the spirit martial sect saw this, they all began to wave the flag for Yin Tianzheng as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Lord Sovereign, the Eastern State is invincible. Lord Sovereign, God's might is overwhelming. Lord Sovereign, God Python covered. The earth-shaking shouts caused everyone to be stunned, and the spirit martial sect's reputation was raised to another peak at this moment. The prestige lost before the 18 prefectures competition and in the first round of the competition was, at this moment, recaptured by Yin Tianzheng alone. This was Yin Tianzheng's terror. Not only was his talent superb, but he also had a very deep heart. This moment was also what Yin Tianzheng had planned. The effect was also really good, as the clans around the platform looked at the spirit martial sect with eyes that became more reverent and longing, especially those young people. It deepened the idea of wanting to go to the spiritual martial sect to cultivate. Zhou Moshi watched this scene, her white and slender 5 fingers clenched tightly together. This was definitely not the scene Zhou Moxie wanted to see. On the contrary, it was the scene Zhou Moxie least wanted to see. East State is the great wilderness. 13 states can be ranked in the forefront, especially in the East State in the past few decades, but a lot of pride. Is the great wilderness royal family focus on the place? Otherwise would not have sent Zhou Mosher. The 9 princesses personally come to select talents. At the very beginning, the Lin family had greatly depressed the reputation of the spirit martial sect in the Battle of the Juniors, but now they had been beaten back by Yin Tianzheng in a single battle, so it was really a waste of so much effort. Zhou Moxie looked at Lin Xian and could only say that she was putting all her hopes on Lin Xian. Even the faces of Ouyang War, Lu Sheng, Lu Ruyan and the others weren't that good looking, mainly because they weren't all the way with the spiritual martial sect either. However, they also had to admit that this moment's Yin Tianzheng was indeed very shocking, with his powerful and incomparable strength, as well as his condescending demeanor and lifted body, which was deeply imprinted into the hearts of tens of thousands of people, especially since Yin Tianzheng at this moment had also defeated Ho Tianfeng of the Eastern Heavenly King's mansion. His reputation had reached its peak in an instant. Lin family master, make your move, Yin Tianzheng bellowed, and the python roared furiously towards Lin Xian. The sound, incomparably terrifying. The broken sword silhouette behind Lin Xian was not affected in the slightest. The divine sword body, a work of art forged by the heavens and the earth, made people want to get their hands on it and caress it. Bang! An iron clang rang out, and the huge sword behind Lin Xian stabbed towards the giant python at great speed, fearlessly, and Yin Tianzheng's divine whistling python opened its bloody mouth, actually wanting to swallow Lin Xian's heavenly sword right into its belly. However, with the name Heaven Punisher, it meant that this broken sword was not a worldly sword. Even with the first half of the sword broken off, it still possessed an unrivaled sharpness, a sharpness that seemed to be able to slice through heaven and earth. The heaven executing sword killed towards the giant python, and a sword cut on top of the python's snake head, and the python's entire body gave a lurch, and the snake head was actually cut straight into the ground. Everyone was looking at this scene with their eyes straight up. Such a terrifying divine whistling python was actually stuttered by a single glance from Lin Xian's broken sword. Even Yin Tianzheng was slightly stunned. It seems that the broken sword in the hands of the Lin family master is not an ordinary mortal object either. That's good, so that this patriarch can have a good time as well. Still remaining confident, Yin Tianzheng controlled his Yuan soul to charge towards Lin Xian once more. Lin Xian was also not willing to show weakness. The huge sword of more than 10 feet was just not giving an inch to the giant python. Lin Xian held the huge sword in the air, and the huge sword violently slashed down towards the body of the giant python. Ho 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 ho. The divine whistling python was clearly enraged by Lin Xian as well, charging straight towards Lin Xian as a person, opening his bloody mouth. He was about to swallow Lin Xian straight into his stomach. However, Lin Xian's execution heaven was no slouch. A sword chopped at the 7th inch of the divine whistling python, and the mighty divine whistling python roared furiously in pain, and the huge python area was instantly deflated by quite a bit. Even Yin Tianzheng was affected in no small way. Hiss! Once again, there was a chorus of voices sucking in their breath. Countless people were incredulously watching the changes in the field. It's really just instantaneous change. The divine whistling python, which was originally still incomparably fierce, was actually slashed to the 7th inch by Lin Xian's broken sword. this wasn't the main thing. The main thing was that the divine whistling python had really been injured. For a segment like the divine whistling python, although the weak point was still the 7th inch, it would be quite difficult to hit the divine whistling python hard with an attack on the 7th inch. However, it was now done by Lin Xian's broken sword Yuan spirit. From here, it could be seen that Lin Xian's broken sword Yuan soul was definitely not a mortal object. Watching this scene, Zhou Moxie and Ouyang battle and the others on the high platform secretly applauded Lin Xian. The Lin family's crowd also cheered. Even Lin Chang'an had already held up the Lin family's big banner and started shouting the slogan, "The family head is invincible." It seems that this broken sword of the Lin family master is more powerful than this seed imagined. Yin Tianzhang smiled grimly. Although he was injured, it was only some minor injuries. Oh, little Doyle, Patriarch Yin, go on. Lin Xian smiled faintly and said without moving, "Then let family master Lin see the true terror of this divine whistling python of this seat." Yin Tianzhang bellowed, and that divine whistling python followed suit with a long whistle, a sound that was terrifying and eerie, stopping the chills in one's heart. Cultivators who did not enter the three-passage divine realm were afraid that if they were to face the hissing and wild roar of this divine whistling python straight on, they would have to be hit hard for a bit, only to see the divine tsunami python directly soaring up at this moment, swimming in the sky, the large and deep black pupils of the two serpents looking directly at Lin Xian, wanting to swallow Lin Xian's prey. Lin Xian grinned. Feeling it, Lin Xian had rarely had the opportunity to go all out since he had obtained the system. The main thing was that Lin Xian's system was also really more powerful. It had only been a year since he had gotten the system, but Lin Xian's realm had risen from the middle stage of the Great Yuandan realm to the late stage of the Tongling realm. And this rise, it was unimaginably terrifying, especially since Lin Xian also possessed various strange and powerful abilities. Now, this Yin Tianzhang finally gave Lin Xian a bit of pressure. Ho 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 ho. The divine whistling python hissed and spewed out a black pillar of light directly towards Lin Xian. The black pillar of light was extremely fast, and it hadn't even blinked before it reached Lin Xian's body. However, the heaven-punishing sword had already been waiting for a long time. A broken heaven-punishing sword directly took the initiative and erected itself in front of Lin Xian, its blade pointing directly at the black pillar of light. The pillar of light attacked, and in the midst of all the attention, the broken sword in front of Lin Xian instantly moved, releasing a radiance that shot straight up into the sky, as if it could dispel all darkness, and directly met that black pillar of light. Boom boom! A violent explosion rang out, and the black pillar of light was actually sliced through by Lin Xian's broken sword. The crowd gulped again, literally just shocking their eyeballs once more, and Ho Tianfeng also secretly took a deep breath. The black light pillar of that divine whistling python. He himself had experienced it. It was not an ordinary skill. Even his own divine sword tiger had been seriously injured by that move too. But now, Lin Xian's broken sword had actually directly sliced through that black pillar of light. It was truly unbelievable. The one who was most shocked was still Yin Tianzhang. Yin Tianzhang also didn't expect his killing move to be sliced through by Lin Xian's broken sword. What was the origin of this broken sword that it was so perverted? Lin Xian gripped the broken sword tightly in his hand. The broken sword crossed in front of his body, while the broken sword's shadow was still erected in front of Lin Xian, with the atmosphere of plunging across heaven and earth. This broken sword of the family master. It's so powerful. Lin Chanan gulped, his eyes about to glaze over. Gen 11 looked at Lin Xian's magnificent figure and worshipped it more and more. This was the figure he was going to chase all his life. Lin Fan's surface is still good, but inwardly he is also very excited and proud. This is his own old man. Simply invincible. In Li Hongyi's eyes, in those red pupils, what was reflected was only Lin Xian's back. In Li Hongyi's heart, this figure was still as magnificent as it had been for more than 20 years. Only that this figure had become even more magnificent. The White family panicked even more. The Zhou family was even more delighted. The Xiao family and the Shangguan family were also more confident. As for Zhou Moshi, he was excited inside and his heart was beating wildly. This cheap senior. He had to get the royal family. End of chapter. Chapter 136, Chapter 135, Sword beheading the python. The python transforms into an anaconda. Why are you forcing old me? Chapter 136, Chapter 135, Sword beheading the python. The python transforms into an anaconda. Why are you forcing old me? He. This divine whistling python of Patriarch Yin is indeed still possible, but if that's all it can be, it's still a bit inadequate. Lin Xian stepped on an icicle, sword in one hand, and looked at Yin Tianzhang smilingly, a faint playfulness in his eyes. The divine whistling python is now very expressive, but it still falls short. Yin Tianzhang slightly narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Yin Tianzhang, his eyes were really like the snake eyes of the divine tsunami python under his feet, extremely insidious and vicious. If an ordinary person were to look at them for fear of having nightmares for several nights. Ha ha ha, Lin Family Master is worthy of being the personal disciple of Venerable Wine. His methods are endless. I am truly impressed. Suddenly, one could only see that Yin Tianjing smilingly applauding, making people puzzled. Lin Xian quietly watched Yin Tianjing's self-performance, waiting for Yin Tianjing's next words. As expected, Yin Tianjing continued after laughing. But, this seat hasn't exerted its full power so far. I thought that the Lin Family Master didn't have the qualifications to make this seat exert its full power yet, but if it seems like it now, Lin Family Master, you are indeed qualified enough. Ho 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 ho. As soon as Yin Tianjing's words fell, he only saw the divine whistling python instantly erect its upper body, which was 15 feet tall, spitting out its snake's letters towards Lin Xian. Within that snake pupil, there was an infinite killing opportunity. Pang! From the python's mouth, a black beam of light shot out once again, heading towards Lin Xian. The ratio of metasouls can't be dodged. Therefore, Lin Xian was also on fire. The heaven-executing Excalibur did not let go in the slightest. With the arrogance of standing upright between heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. The divine whistling python and Lin Xian's exorcism of the heavens were indistinguishable even after a dozen or so rounds of sparring, while the people outside the arena were all watching with great interest. A great battle of this caliber was not something you could watch just because you wanted to. One might even say it's unattainable. As the two separated once again, Yin Tianjing's eyes grew deeper and deeper. His fists slightly clenched as if he was thinking about something. Lin Xian frowned slightly as he gripped his hand, interrupting the sword, because Lin Xian sensed a very peculiar sealing power from the sword. This sealing force appeared to be the barrier that limited the Punisher's abilities. And, because the Punisher had been used by Lin Xian frequently plus in successive battles, it appeared to have touched the sealing array within the sword. And this was what caused the seal of the Punisher to strengthen, and actually begin to take control of the Punisher. Lin Xian secretly said that it was not good. If the execution of the heavens was sealed and controlled, then it would become a waste sword that could be seen but not used. Patriarch Yin, let's settle this with one last move. Lin Xian instantly rushed up into the sky, thinking that he would have to fight a quick battle. And Yin Tianjing was in no doubt, grinning, the corners of his grim mouth pulling up as he slowly spat out a few words. Lin Family Master, you will lose today. The spirit martial sect is impossible to defeat. Pang! The divine whistling python suddenly rushed up into the clouds once again, and after roaring wildly up to the sky, it floated thousands of meters above the sky, with an aura that was 3 times stronger than before. This Yin Tianjing's divine whistling python doesn't know which master transformed it. A 7th grade Yuan soul actually has the ability to be infinitely close to an 8th grade Yuan soul. I'm afraid that it's not something a 7th grade forger can do. Lu Shan looked at the divine whistling python actually erupting with stronger energy once again, and also frowned slightly. Even Ouyang War was incredulous. As far as I know, in the entire Great Desolate Empire, only the imperial family's master Shiman Gu is an 8th grade forger, and there are no other 8th grade forgers, right? But Yin Tianjing's Yuan soul handiwork, I'm afraid that it's not something that a 7th grade forger can do. Ouyang War's words caused Zhou Moshi and Lu Shang and the others to frown tightly. Master Shiman Gu was an envoy of their royal family, so naturally it was impossible for him to help the spirit martial sect. So this meant that the spirit martial sect was afraid that they had befriended other 8th grade forging masters, which was not good news for the royal family either. An 8th grade forger, that also had an extremely high calling power, and quite a few Tongxian realm powerhouses only had 7th grade Yuan souls, which would most likely be demanded of this 8th grade forger, especially Xiahou Xiong. Looking at the divine whistling python in the sky fell into deep thought. The forces of the entire Eastern State Master's office were monitoring every move of the spirit martial sect, but they didn't discover any 8th grade forging masters. Above the sky, a horrifying oppressive force instantly came towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was solemn, and in his hand, the execution sky also instantly erupted with extremely powerful energy, wanting to compete with that divine tsunami python. Bang, 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 bang. The two horrifying energies collided again, and the seal within the heaven execution sword in Lin Xian's hand was getting more and more horrifying. At most 10 breaths, the heaven execution sword was feared to be completely sealed and fall into a deep sleep. With a cruel heart, Lin Xian's body went wild with power. Majestic Yuan Qi instantly swept across the entire field, and the entire battlefield was enveloped by the aura of the heaven execution sword in Lin Xian's hand. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. No one could have imagined that Lin Xian's broken sword could actually erupt with such astonishing power. Even Ouyang Battle, Xiahou Xiong and the others were looking dumbfounded. It was really because the sense of oppression given by this broken sword Yuan soul of Lin Xian was too much, no less than that of an 8th grade Yuan soul. Although Yin Tianjing's divine whistling python was infinitely close to the existence of an 8th grade Yuan soul, it was still inferior, and was naturally no match for Lin Xian's broken sword Yuan soul. However, Yin Tianjing's eyes did not have the slightest bit of panic in them. All they had was endless madness. The power of the divine whistling python and the heaven executing sword crazily collided together, and the energy pressure that erupted from the battle platform caused the city guard formation at the edge of the battle platform to shake. Xiahou Xiong also immediately stood up when he saw this. "Gentlemen, help me." Xiahou Xiong injected a brain of Yuan Qi from his body into that spell formation, while Ouyang Zhan, Lu Shang, Lu Ruyan, and Gong Qi all injected Yuan Qi towards the formation. The crowd outside the arena looked dumbfounded. The sense of shock was so shocking that one didn't know how to describe it anymore. In the Zhou family camp, all the Zhou family members sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched this scene. Was this the strength of their in-laws? And thinking of this, the other Zhou family members were all looking at Zhou Jin with extreme envy. Zhou Jin, this kid, really picked up the luck of the dog. His own strength talent is not good, but now married a mother-in-law not only gentle and virtuous. The mother's family is ridiculously strong, actually with the spirit of the martial arts clan on the wrist. Beside Zhou Jin, Lin Xiaoyu looked at Lin Xian in the field with reverence. This third uncle of hers, who had been the pride of the crowd since he was a child, was now also a model for them. Zhou Jin, on the other hand, was inwardly turned upside down, not expecting his old husband's family to be so bullish. "Break it!" Lin Xian shouted, his fingers pointing to the sky together, and the terrifying heaven execution sword seemed to have a terrifying divine power that pierced through the heavens, as it slashed through the sky, directly chopping above the snake head of the divine whistling python. The incomparably powerful divine whistling python was instantly chopped above the battle platform by punishment heaven, and the entire snake's soul body became extremely weak and flimsy, as if it could immediately dissipate. And as both cultivators and their own Yuan souls were mutually exclusive, after the divine whistling python was given a heavy blow by Lin Xian's sword, Yin Tianjing was also hit so hard that he spewed a mouthful of blood out furiously. "Sovereign Lord! Sovereign! Sovereign!" Everyone in the spirit martial sect's camp bellowed and shouted sharply. Watching this scene, Lin Xian also raised a slight smile. The timing was just right, and the heaven execution sword happened to be completely sealed right at that moment. That's right, the sealing spell formation in the body of the heaven execution sword was very profound and subtle. Driven by all the people of the powerful Yuan Qi, it sealed the heaven execution temporarily, and only waited for some days for it to unseal itself automatically. However, as long as this seal remained, then the strength and use of the Punisher would always be limited by the sealing spell, which made Lin Xian very unhappy. In the beginning, he didn't know how powerful this heaven execution sword was, but now that Lin Xian knew, he naturally wanted the heaven execution sword to be used completely for himself. "Ha ha ha, the family head has won." Lin Chang'an was still the first to raise his hand and shout with joy. Lin Fan and Sword 11 and the others could not help but reveal a smirk. Everyone in the Lin family had already started celebrating. The entire crowd of 100,000 people were shocked. The crowd hadn't expected this outcome. That patriarch Yin, who was still originally glowing, had actually been beaten by Lin Xian and sprayed blood furiously. The originally majestic divine tsunami python was now lying on the battlefield like a dead snake, its illusory body seeming to dissipate in the next moment. On top of the high platform, Zhou Moxie also revealed a touching smile. It seemed that her own master uncle was still skillful. That broken sword Yuan soul actually had the terrifying battle power of an 8th grade Yuan soul. Thinking about it this way, if that broken sword was intact, then how terrifying a battle power would erupt? While everyone was laughing and joking, the faces of Ouyang War and Xiahou Xiong were very much out of place. Not right. Why doesn't that Yin Tianjing have the slightest sense of decrepitude? And I always feel that Yin Tianjing has an extremely terrifying aura all over him. Ouyang War was the first to frown. Xiahou Xiong also frowned tightly and immediately stood up to announce the results in case the night was long. However, just as Xiahou Xiong had just stood up, Yin Tianjing was covering his face with one hand and suddenly let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The 100,000 people at the scene were dumbfounded. Was this patriarchine stupid? Is it possible that you've gone mad because you lost to Lin Xian? Lin Xian also frowned slightly, a not-so-good feeling surfacing in his heart. State Lord Xiahou, don't be in a hurry to announce the results first. Our battle hasn't really started yet. After Patriarchine finished laughing maniacally, he stood up straight and reached out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an extremely perverted smile. Xiahou Xiong also froze, while Zhou Moshi and the others had a bad feeling. The Lin family's crowd was frozen. Didn't their own family head win? Li Hani frowned slightly and suddenly smiled after looking at Lin Xian for a long time. Even if there was an unexpected situation, Lin Xian would still be able to have a card to deal with it. right? Patriarch Yin. You've already lost. Your Yuan soul has already been defeated. Xiahou Xiong did not move and spoke faintly. Ha 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 ha, who says that this seat's Yuan soul loses? That's them. The eye doesn't recognize a pearl. Come out. The true divine power of this seat's Yuan soul. And let these foolish people see the terror of dragons. Yin Tianjing shouted up to the sky, and that originally still dying divine whistling python actually suddenly erupted with an extremely terrifying power, instantly rising up to the sky once again, turning into a black egg of light. The light egg state only lasted for a few breaths before the light egg suddenly exploded open, and the powerful light caused the crowd to be unable to open their eyes for a while. The crowd opened their eyes again, and what they saw was actually a full-blooded and resurrected divine whistling python. Suddenly, a pair of horns actually grew above the serpent head of that divine whistling python, which was a dragoness horn. Zhou Moshi, Xiahou Xiong, Ouyang War and the others were also shocked and stood up on the spot, and the crowd outside the arena was stunned beyond words. Was this the legendary dragon? Lin Fan, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, not realizing that this divine whistling python had actually all started to metamorphose, and started to evolve in the direction of a Jiaolong. But still, it's not even an augur. Ha 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 ha, this seat's Yuan soul, the divine whistling python Jiao. Yin Tianjing slowly stood on the object that was also unknown whether it was a snake head or an augur head. At this moment, Yin Tianjing resumed into that unrivaled, mastering everything stance. In the spirit martial sect's camp, all the spirit martial sect disciples were shouting loudly and frantically. The Sovereign Lord is invincible. Lord Sovereign's divine might is overwhelming. Lord Sovereign is invincible in the eastern state. A single shout caused the name Yin Tianjing to spread throughout the entire arena. Zhou Moshi looked at the Yuan soul that looked like a snake but not a snake, and like a scaly dragon but not a scaly dragon. Her face did not look very good, because this Yuan soul was really startling her. Anyone who could have the slightest connection to the legendary dragon was a very terrifying existence. As for Yin Tianjing's python Jiao Yuan soul, it seemed to be really leaning towards the Jiao dragon Yuan soul. Xiahou Xiong and Ouyang Zhan both felt a great pressure on this Yin Tianjing, who now seemed to be able to press the two of them. What kind of creature is this? Lin Chanan gulped and said. A python, also a Jiao, bounded between the two. Let's just say it's a python and a Jiao. Li Hongyi spoke faintly. The Lin family members were all feeling tricky and felt a pang of worry for Lin Xian. Lin Fan, on the other hand, did not say a word at this time, sitting silently on the side, his eyes looking slightly empty. Kid, this is a piece of garbage. A meager to almost non-existent dragon bloodline. A piece of trash. But by the looks of their surprise, this Genesis appears to be very powerful. Humph. A bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Lin Fan, you go with me? Not to say more. In the future, your soul is 10,000 times stronger than this snake. Not a snake. Not a scaly thing. You're an unreliable guy. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and believe you for now. Lin Fan, you this country bumpkin actually do not believe me. Small master, I tell you. Small master, I once started 9 days 10 places Tang. Lin Fan directly chose to shield. Jia. Lin family master. Our battle has only officially begun now. But look at that broken sword Yuan soul in your hand. It's lost its soul power for some unknown reason. Yin Tianjing, who was standing on that python augur, teasingly looked at Lin Fan in a condescending manner, causing Lin Xian to already be offended. A trashy thing that is not a snake, not a scaly thing, is actually claiming to be a dragon here. Lin Xian faintly sketched a smile. Really, just why bother pushing, old man? End of chapter. Chapter 137, 136, dark clouds cover the battlefield, and the augured dragon holds the dragon's chair. Chapter 137, 136, dark clouds cover the battlefield, and the augured dragon holds the dragon's chair. Lin Xian put away the heaven execution sword in his hand and looked blandly at that Yin Tianjing and the divine whistling python Jiao beneath Yin Tianjing. Patriarch Yin, does this python augur of yours with only a pair of small dragon horns deserve to be called a dragon? Lin Xian let out a faint smile and said. When these words came out, everyone looked at Lin Xian incredulously. In an era where dragons only existed with legends, Yin Tianjing's giant python with dragon bloodline was already a very remarkable beast. In the history of the great desolate empire of more than 2,000 years, there are only a few 3 or 4 people who really have the augured dragon Yuan soul, and the most recent one is the dragon Zun who fell 100 years ago. After the dragon father's fall, there hadn't been any more 3-passage divine realm experts with dragon system Yuan souls in the great wilderness. It was mainly because there were too few fey beasts with dragon bloodlines. Dragons, long ago, were legendary beasts. Even the foreign beasts with dragon bloodline were pitifully few, let alone the sub-dragon race like Jiaolong, which was even more rare to see in hundreds of years. Therefore, Every Yuan soul with a dragon bloodline that appeared in the Great Desolate Empire was noticed by everyone. Alas, it's over. Senior is really in danger now. Zhou Moshi slowly sat down in her seat and sighed helplessly. Yin Tianjing's Yuan soul power at this moment was twice as strong as it had been at the very beginning. And none of the Tongling realm powerhouses present could beat Yin Tianjing. Even the two of them, Ouyang Warrior and Lu Shang, were asking themselves that they didn't have the strength to fight Yin Tianjing head-on. As for Li Hongyi, he was considered to be of the next generation. Too much difference in age, and his realm was not keeping up. At this moment, the Grand Supervisor beside Zhou Moshi also slowly appeared. Dragon Yuan Soul. Ha, it's been a long time since I've seen one, too, Elder Jinma said with a leathery smile. The last time I saw a Dragon System Yuan Soul or 10 years ago. Right, the Dragon System Yuan Soul. Indeed more powerful. With the dragon but wherever a little bit of relationship with the foreign beasts, will be able to have a very strange and powerful power. When the crowd saw that Grand Supervisor Jin Mo also praised Yin Tianjing's Yuan Soul in this manner, they were even more helpless. Lin Family Master, you no longer have a Yuan Soul. Since you're stubborn, then never mind this seat's ruthlessness. When Yin Tianjing saw that Lin Xian actually didn't take the initiative to admit defeat, a cold light flashed within his eyes. Suddenly, that divine whistling python Zhao's mouth spewed out a black light. A black light that was still a trick for a change, only more powerful. The black light exploded towards Lin Xian, and the crowd cried out in shock when they saw this. The Yuan Soul competition means that one can only compete with the Yuan Soul, and if one uses a power other than the Yuan Soul, then one is considered to have lost. Therefore, the crowd was curious as to what Lin Xian should do next. After all, listening to Yin Tianjing, Lin Xian's Yuan Soul appeared to be unusable. Master of the house. Father. Master. The Lin family members all cried out in shock, very worried for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was still slightly hooking the corners of his mouth, and no one noticed Lin Xian's blandness. However, the Lin family's crowd and Li Hongyi still held high hopes of seeing Lin Xian suddenly turn the tables on them. Rumble. The powerful black pillar of light collided in front of Lin Xian before it was blocked by a huge curtain of cold ice light. Ice power? Oh, you're breaking the rules. Lin family master. Although Yin Tianjing was shocked that Lin Xian had blocked his Yuan Soul so easily, he also said with a fake calm smile. The crowd was in an uproar. Earlier on, everyone knew that the Lin family lord possessed an extremely strong ice control ability, but the ice control ability really didn't belong to the power of the Yuan Soul. Xiahou Xiong also shook his head once helplessly. It seemed that this battle was indeed won by Yin Tianjing. Ho Tianfeng sighed slightly, unable to imagine that the gap between himself and Yin Tianjing had actually widened so much. The crowds of the Ho Wangfu were also demoralized. The strongest heavenly pride Ho Mingyao had lost, and now his own king was also losing. Even the king's senior brother had lost. It was a total loss. The Lin family members all sighed slightly, but they knew that their family head had done his best. The thoughts of the Lin family's crowd were also the thoughts of many clans. Lin Xian had done his best. It was mainly because the spirit martial sex patriarch Yin was so powerful that he was actually able to get his hands on a dragon elemental soul. Not right. Suddenly, Grand Supervisor Jin Mo's eyes cautiously looked at Lin Xian in the arena, his body visibly stiffening. Jin Gong, what's wrong? Zhou Moshi froze slightly and looked at Grand Eunuch Jinma in confusion. That ice curtain. It's not just Yuan Qi condensed out. On top of that it carries a strong soul power. Archimandrite Jinma said solemnly. Xiahou Xiong and the others froze. What did this mean? But they hadn't seen any ice abilities on Lin Xian's broken sword Yuan Soul either. Is it? Unlikely. Elder Jinma gulped. This was the first time that Elder Jinma felt shock and a pang of incredulity. State Lord Xiahou, why haven't you awarded this patriarch victory yet? Yin Tianjing glanced unhappily at Xiahou Xiong who was in a daze, and while Xiahou Xiong was about to speak, Lin Xian was the one who spoke first. Who says this isn't the power of my Yuan Soul? Lin Xian's glib language caused the entire crowd to freeze. At this, Grand Supervisor Jin Mo appeared to be even more certain of his suspicions. Looking straight at Lin Xian, humph, that Yuan Soul of yours doesn't have an ice system at all. How can it be Yuan Soul power? Patriarch Yin snorted coldly and looked at Lin Xian with disdain. The crowd was also puzzled. Even the Lin family members were a bit dazed. Yes, it's true that this family master's broken sword Yuan Soul doesn't have an ice-type Yuan Soul. What do you mean? Broken sword elemental soul? Yin Tianjing froze, looking straight at Lin Xian. Lin Xian slightly hooked his lips as his right hand slowly wrapped around a layer of ice-blue Yuan Qi energy. May I ask who stipulated that? Can't a person have two Yuan Souls? What? At these words, the entire room boiled and rose. Roar! A dragon roar loud enough to shake the heavens and the earth resounded throughout the battle arena. In an instant, the entire sky of the battlefield was directly covered in dark clouds. and the sun that was still present was instantly completely covered by dark clouds. After the dark clouds covered the sky, what came with them was actually lightning and rain, and finally the gusty winds were caught in the mix. What's going on? Why is it raining? Just now it was clear skies. Why is it suddenly raining and thundering? What's with this raging storm? Something's not right. Look at the sky 3 miles away. There are no dark clouds shrouding the sky. It's only above this battle platform of ours that is shrouded in dark clouds. A cultivator pointed at the clear sky beyond the dark clouds and hissed and yelled as if he had seen a ghost. Crackle! Wah! The thunder, lightning and rain made the crowd realize that this was not an illusion. This was real. Even though Grand Supervisor Jean Mo was well informed, he was stunned at this moment. What kind of vision was this? In Tianzheng, on the other hand, felt a piercing coldness coming towards him, and the divine whistling python Jiao under his feet actually began to stir, as if it was afraid of something. Ho 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 ho! Another loud roar. After the roar, the crowd saw a creature tumbling over the dark clouds in the sky. Lin Xian slowly floated in the air, and it was as if the rain that fell from the sky automatically shielded Lin Xian, bypassing him and dripping towards the bottom. In the sky, a lot of the rainwater that had dripped down coalesced into ice again in an instant, and those ice cubes coalesced again in the air to form an ancient ice-blue dragon chair, and Lin Xian slowly sat on top of the dragon seat. At this moment, the giant beast that was turning over the clouds in the sky also slowly appeared, only to see that the first thing that the giant beast stretched out was 2 huge and incomparable claws. The claws presented 4 claws and were incomparably sharp, followed by a huge and incomparable dragon's head that was exposed, completely different from Yin Tianjing's divine whistling python Jiao. It wasn't a snake with 2 horns growing from its head, which appeared to be unorthodox, but rather, it was the shape of a dragon as recorded in the drawings. Afterward, the manifestation Jiao dragon, whose body was 100 feet long, completely appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Lin Xian's 10,000 transformation Jiao dragon belonged to the upper class of Jiao dragons, and in the sub-dragon race category, it was also a superior sub-dragon, the closest to a true dragon. The dragon's head was almost identical to a real dragon, but there were only 2 claws on its body, and the claws on its hind legs hadn't grown yet, but it was still domineering, and people couldn't take their eyes off it. In front of the Manhwa Jiaolong, the divine whistling python Jiao, which was still majestic, directly lost its breath, and was scared to death by the Manhwa Jiaolong's aura. After the 10,000 transformation Jiao dragon appeared, it directly hovered around Lin Xian, surrounding him in the middle of the dragon's body, and extended a sharp claw that was so large that it could completely hold Lin Xian's dragon seat. The dragon holds the dragon chair. It's simply a great spectacle. The whole scene did not inhale the sound of cool air, because inhaling cool air is not enough to prove the shock of their hearts. The scene of the people were all shocked, dumbfounded, unable to speak. Yin Tianzhang was the one who was the most intuitive, and the dragon eyes of the immense and incomparable manifestation Jiao dragon looked straight at Yin Tianzhang, causing Yin Tianzhang to start chilling from the bottom of his heart. This can't be. Yin Tianzhang gulped, losing the poise and demeanor of the spirit martial sect patriarch for the first time. The main reason was that this scene was so shocking that it was like a scene that could only be found in a dream. Dragon's fury, Lin Xian said softly. The manifestation Jiao dragon opened its gigantic dragon mouth and roared towards Yin Tianzhang and the foreigner that was not a snake or a Jiao, the roar carrying a powerful force of soul impact. The divine whistling python Jiao couldn't carry such pressure at all, and was instantly pressed into the wind. The pupils of the snake were all in a state of confusion, clearly dumbfounded by the voice of the manifestation Jiao dragon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if you're a true dragon, you'll never make this seat admit defeat. Yin Tianzhang was also worthy of being the patriarch chosen out of the many people of the spirit martial sect. His heart was extraordinary, and he immediately shouted, stabilizing his stance and controlling the divine whistling python Jiao towards Lin Xian's manifestation Jiao dragon to kill him. The meta level is important, but so is the controller who controls the meta. For example, if the peak of the Tongling realm controls 5 or 6 Yuan souls and meets the early Tongling realm that controls 9 Yuan souls, even if it's just a Yuan soul competition, the early Tongling realm basically doesn't have a chance of winning, because the Yuan Qi gap is just too big, and even the mega segmentation levels between Yuan souls can't make up for it. The current Yin Tianzhang was holding this mentality. He wanted to use his Yuan Qi to suppress Lin Xian. Terrifying Yuan Qi energy was instantly injected into the divine whistling python Jiao, and the divine whistling python Jiao let out a long whine, glowing red as it killed towards Lin Xian's 10,000 transformations Jiao dragon. However, the ability of the manifestation augur was simply not comparable to this alien. The powerful ice intent and wind intent surrounded the manifestation Jiao dragon. Not only was its speed extremely fast, but it also had amazing control. That divine whistling python Jiao was literally a younger brother before the manifestation Jiao dragon, and it couldn't even get close enough to do so. Pang! The manifestation Jiao dragon spat out huge icicles from within its mouth, instantly sending the divine whistling python Jiao flying. Yin Tianjiang had also suffered a considerable amount of damage, and this battle had been completely reversed. Patriarch Yin. One last move. It just so happens that this seat also wants to try out the killing move that this 10,000 transformation Jiao Long of this seat possesses. Lin Xian smiled faintly and changed his title from old man to this seat, which is quite a good title. Lin Xian. Come on then. Black water arcane light. Yin Tianjiang roared. And that divine whistling python Jiao suddenly skyrocketed in soul power and Yuan Qi, determined to fight Lin Xian to the death. Sensing Yin Tianjing's approach, Lin Xian also nodded slightly. This Yin Tianjiang, indeed, was considered a character, and if he wasn't on the opposite side, Lin Xian was really willing to exchange a few words with Yin Tianjiang. However, among the cultivation world, standing on opposite sides, either I die or you die, there is no choice. Dragon King Claw. Lin Xian stretched out his right hand, which changed into a dragon's claw in an instant. And the dragon's claw of the 10,000 transformations Jiao Dragon followed Lin Xian's movements and grabbed straight towards that black water Xian like with incomparable arrogance. Pang! As soon as the claw went down, the black water arcane like was instantly shattered by the Dragon King's claw, and the power of the Dragon King's claw was not affected in the slightest, directly grabbing the snake head of the divine whistling python Jiao. The god's whistling python that was over 100 meters long was like a small loach being pinched in the hands of the manifestation Jiao Long. He, Sovereign Yin, goodbye. Lin Xian smiled and snapped his fingers, and that divine whistling python segmented head was given a direct grab by the manifestation Jiao Dragon into a pale soul light. Put. Yin Tianjiang was also heavily injured. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and he knelt on one knee above the battle platform, his breath wilting by a large margin. In this battle, Yin Tianjiang had already lost. Lin Xian also put away the 10,000 transformations Jiao Long, and the clear sky above the battle arena was once again restored. Sovereign! The spirit martial sect's crowd all cried out, their morale gone, and the Eastern Heavenly Marquis and Zhou Moshi and the others were extremely happy and excited to have actually won. That old man who had made a bet with Lin Xian also appeared once more at that moment. The Lin family master is worthy of being the senior disciple of the venerable wine master. He's really powerful. This battle, our patriarch didn't lose unfairly. The spirit martial sect provider gave Lin Xian a cold-cupped fist, then rolled Yin Tianjiang and left. Yin Tianjing's Yuan soul had been seriously injured twice in a row, and if it wasn't treated in time, it was likely that it would fall into the aftermath. As for Yin Tianjiang, he was the patriarch that the spirit martial sect had devoted themselves to cultivating, so naturally he couldn't be scrapped just like that. After Yin Tianjiang had been taken away, the final victor of this battle of family heads and patriarchs would naturally be Lin Xian. Xiahou Xiong's face was also overflowing with smiles. Today was really a good day. Ha ha ha, gentlemen. The final winner of today's battle of the family heads patriarchs, the Cloud Mist City Lin family head Lin Xian. End of chapter. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, Bai Rong has a problem. The match between Lin Xian and Wu Shinkong has begun. Chapter 138, Chapter 137, Bai Rong has a problem. The match between Lin Xian and Wu Shinkong has begun. Xiahou Xiong's words spread throughout the entire battle platform, and the people on and around the battle platform began a heated discussion. Master Lin's dragon is so domineering and majestic. I can actually see a real dragon Yuan soul in my lifetime. It's not in vain. It's so awesome. I really want to go and join the Lin family to cultivate. If the Lin family wants to recruit outsiders, I'll definitely be the first to go. Is this the strength of the Lin family lord? Even the spirit martial sect patriarch lost to him. It's truly terrifying. A crowd of people were talking, almost all of them expressing their reverence for Lin Xian. That's what strength brings. And another main reason was because not only was Lin Xian's battle prowess unbelievable, he was also Venerable Wine's personal disciple. And right now, even if he offended the spirit martial sect, the spirit martial sect wouldn't dare to do anything to Lin Xian at all. Otherwise, if the Wine Venerable One came in person, not to mention those offerings of the spirit martial sect, even if the current saint came in person, he wouldn't be able to protect the spirit martial sect. This is the deterrent power of the Wine Venerable One. Don't look at the spirit martial sect as one of the 5 major clans, but in front of the Wine Venerable One, it is just 3 or 2 cats and dogs. First place, Lin Xian family head of the Cloud Mist City Lin family, gaining 5,000 points. Second place, Spirit Martial Sect Patriarch Yin Tianjiang, gaining 2,000 points. Third place, Prince Ho of the Eastern Heavenly Marquis, gaining 1,000 points. All the other family heads and patriarchs received 300 points each. After the third round of points were announced, the final point totals came out. The Lin family, on the other hand, narrowly beat the Spirit Martial Sect's 200 points by a slim margin of 10. 300 points. This session of the 18 house competition was the most bizarre one, mainly because after so many sessions of the 18 house competition of the Eastern Prefecture, there really hadn't been a precedent of a 1-star family winning the championship. Generally speaking, it was the 6-star and above clans that were qualified to win the title. Moreover, 80% of the probability was that the Spirit Martial sect would win the championship. This time it was a big cold. Lin family master. Congratulations! After Xiahou Xiong announced that the Lin family had become the overall first in this 18 prefecture competition, he also smiled and arched his hand at Lin Xian to show his respect. Lin Xian also smiled and responded with a hug. Lin family master. The overall first place in the 18 prefectures competition is rewarded by the imperial family, and with over 3,000 mines, yuan fields, and other cultivation resource industries in the eastern prefecture, the Lin family can also receive more division after this competition. Xiahou Xiong continued smilingly. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that being first in this great competition not only boosted his and his family's prestige and qi, but he also gained a lot of benefits. Since the royal family had said that they would reward it, then it definitely wouldn't be bad. As for the cultivation resources industry division in the back, it would be interesting. Once when the Great Desolate Empire was first established, it was a serious top-grade empire, and at that time, the Great Desolate had 21 states under the sky, and its territory was nearly twice as large as it is now. At that time, the Great Desolate Empire was considered a very powerful existence in the entire Prime Realm, having been listed in the Bai Shaoxing Top 10 Powerful Countries list, and the royal Zhou family is naturally the master of the word within the Great Wasteland. In the Great Wasteland, there is no family or clan that can disobey the Great Wasteland royal family. It was said that the Great Desolate Imperial family at that time had several great powers of the true martial god realm. However, since the territory was too large and inconvenient to manage, it was divided into 21 states, integrating the resources of each state for a unified distribution, with those who can take more and those who are worse off being the only guideline set by the Great Wasteland. And the 18 house competition is the resource distribution competition once every 5 years. The higher the ranking, the more resources you will naturally be able to get. In the previous time, the spiritual martial sect was basically number 1, and the resources that number 1 could take were just too much, which led to the spiritual martial sect's current growing might. After 5 years of recompeting, if the power that dropped in rankings, it would naturally have to spit out some resources to the winning power. For example, in the eastern state, there used to be a total of more than 5,000 resource industries, but nowadays, more than 2,000 of them had already become the private properties of major powers, the kind that would not be handed over again, especially the Spirit Martial sect. A single sect occupied almost 600 properties, and a lot of them were good resource properties, plus the Spirit Martial sect's cultivation resource distribution every 5 years. A single Spirit Martial sect basically occupied 1/5 and more of the resource properties in the entire eastern state. Terrifying as it was, this was also a major reason why the Spirit Martial sect was able to develop at a high speed. Then I, Lin, would like to thank State Lord Xiahou. Lin Xian smiled once more and arched his hand in response. The Lin family members had come to Lin Xian's side, and not a few of them stood proudly. This was the lord of their Lin family. At this moment, Zhou Moxi was also walking towards Lin Xian and the others. Zhou Moxi looked at Lin Xian smilingly and said in a more docile manner, "Senior, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce will hold a grand auction in 7 days. This auction, many people from the next door states and even other countries will come. Your old man is the representative of the Jishi Academy, and even more so, you are the mighty and strongest of our great wilderness. You can't afford to be absent." Oh, Lin Xian had come to be interested. An auction in the eastern state. That shouldn't be bad by any means. As for any Jishi Academy representative, Lin Xian wouldn't dare to be one. To put it bluntly, back then, Lin Xian could be considered a deserter from the Jishi Academy. Naturally, I will not be absent. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Zhou Moxi smiled again and picked up. Senior, the rewards from the royal family will be delivered 3 days later, so please receive them then. 3 days later. Lin Xian was slightly stunned, but he didn't think much about it. 2 days earlier and 2 days later are the same. Good, then I'll be waiting when the time comes. Lin Xian smiled and nodded once more, leading Lin Fan and the others right back to the Lin Mansion garrison. And the Lin family had won the first place in the 18 prefectures competition, which was the pride of the entire Huaqing prefecture, and even more so, the pride of Cloud Mist City. Not only had the Xia Mansion master of the Huaqing Mansion sent someone to notify the entire Huaqing Mansion, but Lin Yang had already sent someone to fast-track his journey towards Cloud Mist City. This news, naturally, was to be reported to the entire Cloud Mist City being the Huaqing Mansion. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had decided to return to Cloud Mist City after attending the auction organized by the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. As for the small elemental vein that the spiritual martial sect had lost to Lin Xian was also properly stored by Lin Xian, just waiting for the small elemental vein to be injected underneath the Lin mansion after returning to the Lin family. As for the medium-grade element gathering formation and that upgraded version of the Dragon Tiger formation disc, that definitely had to be arranged at once as well. After these things were put in place at once, then the Lin family would really not lose out to those 5-star families in certain aspects, and had even gone straight after some almost 6-star powers. After returning to the Lin Palace's garrison, Lin Yi actually came to the Lin Xian cultivation room. Lin Yi, see master. Lin Yi walked into the cultivation room and first bowed respectfully towards Lin Xian. Results of the investigation? Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and faintly opened his mouth to ask. Lin Yi is the one who went to investigate the Bai Rong of the Bai family. Reporting to master. That Bai Rong of the Bai clan does have a big problem. Lin Yi once again bowed and saluted. Then continued. Master, that Bai Rong of the Bai clan, although he still appears to be a living person, Bai Rong no longer has a human nature. The entire person is like a puppet, only able to perform simple acts, while his strength is maintained at the peak of the great Yuan Dan realm. Lin Xian frowned tightly and slowly stood up. It seemed that things really weren't as simple as he thought. Be specific. Master, that Bai family Bai Rong was probably controlled by an unknown powerhouse through strange means. Lin Yi continued to report. As a puppeteer, Lin Yi could only report up to here. Lin Xian exhaled heavily, his two hands clasped together. Lin Xian had originally wondered. He had lived and died with Bai Rong at one point in time. How did he become like an enemy in an instant? Lin Xian felt that he was still very accurate in making friends. Whether it was Ho Tianfeng or Ouyang Battle, or Sword 11 his old man, all of them had very good character, and Bai Rong was certainly no worse. The previous Bai Rong had been suspected by Lin Xian. If Bai Rong really wanted to fall out with the Lin family because of his daughter's future, in terms of Bai Rong's character he definitely wouldn't have been so righteous, and would have even come to himself in a low voice to make amends and apologize. Lin Xian suddenly remembered something, and that was that Bai Yula had said something when she came to withdraw from the wedding. And that was that Bai Rong had suffered a serious injury earlier in the day. It all makes sense. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with stern killing intent. An unknown powerhouse had forcibly taken control of Bai Rong through unknown means. This kind of tactic was not something that an ordinary 3-passage god realm could master. I'm afraid that person would have to be a Tongshan realm powerhouse. But why would the Tongshan realm want to fight against a tiny Bai Yu? That was a better explanation. It was to control Bai Rong to fight against himself. As for Tongshan realm powerhouses with great grudges, Lin Xian could only think of one person, and that was the General Wu Shinkong of the Divine Wilderness. This disgusting person who viewed Lin Xian as a thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh. Lin Xian once again exhaled deeply as he thought about this. Very well, Wu Shinkong, you gave me a slap in the beginning. This account has not been settled yet, and now you actually harmed my sworn brother. This seat will not let you live. Pang! Slamming his fist on the cultivation room, Lin Xian slowly calmed down. Right now Lin Xian's chi-nourishing kung fu was still very much in place. It seems like I have to save Bai Rong before I can do so. Otherwise, Bai Rong is afraid that he is also in danger. Lin Xian said into the void after muttering to himself. Lin 1, Lin 2, the two of you go and investigate the background of the forces behind Bai Rong, and uncover all the people Bai Rong has come into contact with for this seat. And as for Lin 3, protect the safety of the Lin family's juniors. As soon as these words were uttered, a subtle fluctuation suddenly raised in the void. There was no reply. The fluctuation disappeared, and Lin Xian knew that they had already gone on their errand. Martial God empty. Our battle has begun. It's been more than 20 years. Don't let me down. The Imperial General's residence. Wu Shinkong dressed in armor, 9 feet tall, looked mighty and extraordinary. Sitting on that ancient tiger skin chair, his face could not be seen to have any expression. How's the front coming along? The voice was neither cold nor light, and it was impossible to hear any joy or sadness. But the person in front of Wu Shinkong appeared to be trembling with fear and trembling. It was said that accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger, but accompanying around the martial god Kong was basically the same. Back to the words of the great general, both the Eastern State and Jishi Academy have sent people to watch. The Eastern State Tongtian Chamber of Commerce is going to hold an auction in 7 days. Quite a lot of people are going to go. Do you want to go? Great General, my subordinates will go and make arrangements. The man in black said respectfully. Wu Shinkong took a sip of the bright red tea and frowned slightly. Forget it, this seat is not going to go. This seat is going to make a trip to the Guma Empire and visit that Vanguard Academy. Martial God Empty said indifferently. By the way, the Jishi Academy side is still for me to keep a close eye on. Let those few people give me a clear picture of their position, especially that kid among them. A little bit of fame and then cross. Tell him what this seat can give them. Naturally also have the ability to take it all back. Wu Shinkong's words seemed to be nonchalant, but one could hear a full of pressure and hegemony in them. The black-robed man's body lurched, and immediately clasped his fists once again and said, "Yes, great general, my subordinate will definitely go and get it done." Aha! Wu Shinkong faintly nodded his head, then asked suddenly as if he had remembered. "This seat remembers controlling a Bai clan member a year ago, and that Bai clan member is still under our control right now." "Yes, great general, that Bai Rong is still under our control right now, and our 4-star power in the eastern state, the martial sect, is also extremely well hidden, and that Lin Xian and the Lin family are under our surveillance." The man in black was very confident about this, and he looked confident even as he spoke. "That one called what's his name? Bai Rong? This seat remembers that his relationship with Lin Xian seems to be quite good. That's why this seat asked him to add to Lin Xian's blockage. But now it seems that Lin Xian doesn't know what kind of luck he has, but he actually rose to prominence, and Bai Rong's only use for him is gone. Alas!" Wu Shinkong let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with resentment. As an imperial general, Wu Shinkong's heart has always been very small. As long as let Wu Shinkong have a certain displeasure, that are copied and destroyed. In the shadows, Wu Shinkong had eradicated many clans and forces, and with regards to Lin Xian, Wu Shinkong hated him even more. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce had found Lin Xian first, the martial god Kong would have definitely made a move to decimate the Lin family. However, even if Lin Xian and the Lin family couldn't be killed, martial god Kong would still try to do everything he could to bring mischief to the Lin family. And withdrawal. That's the first one. Then what do you mean, great general? Let that Bai Rong go and die in front of Lin Xian. Since they have a good relationship, let's give that Lin Xian a little bit of heart trauma. Wu Shinkong waved his hand indifferently, not caring about Bai Rong's death. In Wu Shinkong's heart, these people were no different from livestock, and it would be their honor to dominate their names themselves. Yes, great general. The man in black received this order and slowly exited the room. For his part, Wu Shinkong was playing with a cup in one hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his eyes looked incomparably domineering. "Lin Xian, you won't be able to escape, since you're not dead. The match between the two of us will now officially begin." End of chapter. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, Extreme Spiritual Martial Arts, Wrathful Thunder, Divine Thunder. Caught the Big Fish. Chapter 139, Chapter 138, Extreme Grade Spiritual Martial Art, Wrathful Thunder, Divine Thunder. Caught the Big Fish. The Lin family had been elevated to a 4-star family by breaking the rules, and this was still a 4-star family certified by the royal family themselves, and the person who certified it was the law enforcement supervisor, Eunuch Jin Ma. Eunuch Jin Mo. As a law enforcement eunuch, although he is a eunuch, he is a high-ranking eunuch, certifying a 4-star family that is completely no problem. According to reason, a 4-star family needed to have a Tongling realm powerhouse, and then the Tongform realm should have at least 10 or more. But the Lin family was not being satisfied on the second one right now. Of course, the main thing was that Lin Xian was overly perverted. Who's the patriarch of a 1-star family holding down a 9-star spiritual martial sect patriarch and violently hacking away at him? So that's how this groundbreaking 4-star certification came about. And after Lin Xian had won first place in the family master competition, his personal reputation had come to an extremely high point in the entire eastern state. Thousands of family forces in the eastern state, large and small, knew of such a person as Lin Xian, especially since Lin Xian was also bearing the name of the wine-exalted one's own heir. It really was the number 1 star in the eastern prefecture. The great increase in reputation naturally led to an increase in Lin Xian's qi. However, it was not quite the same as what Lin Xian thought. After such an intense battle, the Augur Dragon Torso Dragon Chair, I don't know how many people's hearts left an indelible impression. And Lin Xian's defeat of the spirit martial sect's patriarch King Tianjiang was also the number 1 oddity of the great wilderness over the years. Lin Xian had thought that the system would define his qi as a green level upper grade, or even break through to the green level, but he never expected that his qi would actually only be a green level middle grade, which meant that it had been upgraded by a minor grade. System, you're afraid there's something wrong with this certification. Is this only a small rank upgrade? Lin Xian frowned slightly and asked the system. The system poured out a pretty perfect response. It turns out that there are 2 very large watersheds in qi, the first being the yellow and green levels, and the second being the purple and silver levels. And breaking through to the green level was a very good power of qi in the entire great wilderness. Most of the 3 passage cultivators didn't even possess yellow qi. It was also evident from here how rare and valuable the green level was, and how extremely difficult it had to be to raise even 1 small rank. Lin Xian exhaled slightly, and accepted the answer. Green grade, middle grade. When placed in the Great Wasteland, it was considered quite good. However, Lin Xian still remembered that his own disciple, Jian 11, was a blue-ranked chi possessor, so if he compared them, then Lin Xian was indeed a bit inadequate. After all, there was a green level between the green level and the blue level, but there was still a green level between them. Nor did he know what rank his son Lin Fan was. After Lin Xian had finished muttering, he turned his attention to his chi enhancement rewards. The rewards for personal chi enhancement appear to be slightly worse than those for family chi enhancement, but the rewards for personal chi enhancement are more skewed towards the enhancement of the host's personal abilities and strengths, which will become more apparent the further back you go. And the rewards this time around were truly a shock to Lin Xian. Extreme Spirit Armor, Earth Spirit Treasure Armor. Extreme Spirit Martial Arts, Raging Thunder, Divine Thunder. 1 Martial Intent Choice. The 3 rewards, all of which were very noteworthy, made Lin Xian very satisfied as well. This system of his own was 60 years late, but fortunately, the outpouring was still generous, and with these things, Lin Xian expressed his satisfaction. Extreme Spiritual Weapon, Earth Spirit Treasure Armor, is a spiritual weapon among the best, the system out of the product. That must be a fine product. This treasure armor can hard resistance to the Tongshan realm of the damage of the strongest person. Take out to sell. If the inferior Yuan stone is afraid of breaking 100 million. As for the second spirit martial art, Raging Thunder, Divine Thunder, the name was quite exemplary. It was a thunder attribute martial art, and the thunder attribute was one of the attributes that the manifestation auger dragon came with. Moreover, this martial art was something that could be sublimated based on Lin Xian's subsequent rewards, similar to the peerless sword technique. However, even though Lin Xian possessed the thunder attribute, he hadn't dabbled much in it. There was no rush, and when sleep came, there would be a pillow, and there was actually a thunder intent in the selection of a martial intent, and in the absence of the sword Dao realm, the thunder realm was considered the best option. So Lin Xian didn't hesitate to take the thunder realm as well. After possessing the thunder Dao realm of intent, Lin Xian also possessed an extremely deep comprehension of the power of thunder, and it wouldn't be too troublesome for him to subsequently cultivate the wrathful thunder divine thunder thought. After all, Lin Xian also possessed a super amazing comprehension ability, but it's also a shame that you didn't get a realm reward this time. For 3 days, Lin Xian had basically just kept himself locked up in his own cultivation room, while Lin Fan and the others had also begun to choose to utilize the sword-shaped grass and other treasures given by Lin Xian to comprehend the power of the martial intent. And even Li Hongyi had closed her doors to cultivate. Somehow, the tense atmosphere came instantly until the afternoon of the 3rd day, when Zhou Moshi and the others arrived at the Lin mansion. Congratulations to the Lin family head for winning first place in this grand competition. Not only will you receive a reward from the Great Desolate Empire, but you'll also be able to pick any of the 400 cultivation resource industries within Xintian City. A shrill voice resounded throughout the Lin family residence. Lin Fan immediately pulled open the door of the mansion, while outside the door was a large group of people. At the head was none other than the 9th Princess Zhou Moshi, and beside Zhou Moshi were Lu Shang and Grand Supervisor Jin Mo, while at the back, a group of imperial guards were neatly arranged, possessing an extremely high aura of solemnity. Senior, where's Master? Zhou Moshi directly rolled over and dismounted, smilingly came to Lin Fan's side, and directly addressed Senior Brother, bringing the two closer together. In response to Zhou Moshi's name-calling, Lin Fan chose to laugh it off and didn't take it to heart, but only smiled faintly and said, "Please go inside first. My father should also be aware of the crowd's presence." Lin Fan said and left both gates completely open. Zhou Moshi looked at Lin Fan, who was so polite and courteous. Her eyes were full of admiration, and she blinked at Lin Fan before turning her head back. "All of you, wait outside. Just Lu Provider and Jin Gong follow this palace in." The 9th princess's voice was extremely heroic, making people's hearts happy and submissive. "Yes, Your Highness." All of the guards were bellowing with excellent spirit. A powerful brigade. Lin Chagan, Sword 11, and the others who came afterward looked at this powerful brigade and also took a deep breath. Each and every one of this 20-man guard was actually a great Yuan Dan realm powerhouse. What a concept! Meaning that if it was a year ago, this 20-man guard could have swept through the entire Cloud Mist City. Moreover, the battle power of this guard was afraid to be extremely strong as well, especially their eyes, which were very determined, as well as their deep respect for Zhou Moshi. Zhou Moshi received a response from the crowd and also smiled faintly before following Lin Fan into the Lin family. As for Lu Shang and Grand Supervisor Jin Mo also followed Zhou Mo without a word and walked into the courtyard. And then came Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang battle. The two of them, as Lin Xian's close friends, would naturally come to join in the fun. Senior Brother, this time your Lin family's performance has really opened my sister's eyes. I've already reported to my father and will definitely give you an official title. Zhou Moshi said smilingly. His tone seemed very affable, completely different from the serious look in front of him. Lin Fan became even more defensive towards Zhou Moshi. This was an extremely scary woman who changed her face extremely fast, making people unable to defend themselves. A title and an honor. Would our householder have one? Lin Chang'an didn't care about himself, but the family head in his heart could have to have this honor. Of course. Zhou Moshi smiled slightly, her melted eyebrows looking so beautiful. Of course there will be. Senior Uncle Jiao Long Yuan spirit suppresses one side. There's definitely no problem in sealing the marquee. Hey, I don't see a problem with that either. Lin Chang sang with a grin, clearly very satisfied that Lin Xian was going to be crowned a marquis. Looking at Lin Chang'an like this, the other few people shook their heads once helplessly. But this was a good thing. Your Highness, please take a seat inside. We've already sent someone to invite the family head. Well, there's no rush. Zhou Moshi also smiled at the subordinate with an extremely easygoing smile and nodded once, and then sat down on the seat. Lu Shang and Grand Supervisor Jin Mo were seated on either side of Zhou Mosher, while Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang Zhuan, who came afterward, were seated on the opposite side of the princess, and the princess was already talking to her. The crowd talked, just waiting for Lin Xian to appear. The current Lin Xian, even the princess of today had to wait obediently, and Lin Xian also ended his cultivation. In 3 days' time, the Raging Thunder Divine Thunder had already been initiated by Lin Xian. It was that perverted. Even if it was an extremely high-grade spirit martial art, Lin Xian was able to get started in a few days. This initiation does not mean that it has just been mastered, but that it has been primed for proficiency. Lin Xian stood up and raised his right hand to his chest, a purple current conducting between his 5 fingers. The current resounded with a zippy sound, and Lin Xian flicked it out, a ball of lightning hair directly smashing out and disappearing. Extremely terrifying. Not bad. The power of lightning with the thunderbolt intent can casually re-injure a passing shape realm great circle, right? Lin Xian was very satisfied with the power of the lightning spellball, and with a satisfied nod he put away his divine ability. Master. At this moment, Lin Er walked in. What is it? Master. That Bai family has come. It's a new face, but that person's realm strength is quite impressive. It should be at the Tongling realm. My subordinate doesn't dare to show up. I can only stare from afar. Right now that person is still hiding in the Bai family, and Linny is still staring at it. Lin Er reported in a respectful voice. Oh, Lin Xian was delighted. He couldn't imagine that the harvest would actually be so quick. It seems that the big fish has fallen into the net, and I don't know what level of fish it is, so this seat will go in person. Lin Xian said with a smile. Master, in that courtyard, Prince Ho Tianfeng, Family Master Ouyang War, and the princess are already waiting. Lin Er continued to report. As a high-level puppet produced by the system, the loyalty that is definitely pulled full. But this kind of puppet will also have a certain amount of spiritual intelligence. It's very similar to a beast pet, although the IQ is not high, but it can also do a lot of things. Well, there is no obstacle. For the sake of night and day, that big fish has fallen into the net. It has to be caught earlier. As for the 9 princesses, they are fine. It won't take long. You go to report. Just say that this seed is stabilizing its strength, and at most half an hour will be able to come out of the gate. Nu Ah. Lin Er walked out of the cultivation room after another respectful salute. As for Lin Xian, he wasn't idle either. He also walked out of the cultivation room and rushed up into the sky, heading in the direction of the Bai clan. The Bai family hadn't left now either. It was still in the family's garrison in Xiantian City, because of Bai Eula's relationship, so the Bai family's garrison was extremely good. But the hiccups weren't that far away from the Lin family, dozens of miles away, and Lin Xian arrived in a few blinks of an eye. Master. Watching Lin Xian arrive, Linny slowly appeared and bowed to Lin Xian. Well, that big fish is still there, isn't it? It's still there. That big fish is now in Bai Rong's room. Should we lure it out? Naturally there's no need. This seat will personally go and meet them for a while. Lin Xian waved his hand, his extremely powerful spiritual energy carefully probing the Bai family residence. Suddenly, an unusually powerful force was detected by Lin Xian. Lin Xian instantly locked the direction and directly touched towards that Bai Rong's courtyard. And inside the courtyard, the man in black hadn't noticed that he had been discovered. Bai Rong, your last mission. Go to the Lin family. Remember, make sure you meet that Lin Xian and then cut yourself in front of him. The black-clothed man's voice was extremely raw and harsh, as if it was like a cat's claw glass that was numbing. Yes, my lord. Bai Rong remembered. Bai Rong's eyes were much more hollow than before, and towards the man in black he just bowed and said. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment Lin Xian truly intuited the shocking change in Bai Rong. It really was lifeless. Die. Lin Xian suddenly appeared behind the black-clothed man, powerful forces surging towards the black-clothed man in a pack, not giving the slightest chance to escape. The man in black was also horrified and immediately wanted to escape. But Lin Xian wouldn't give it a chance and grabbed the man in black with one hand. The man in black was at the power of the Tonling realm. But not only was he at the early stages, and his fighting strength was clearly weak, he couldn't make waves in front of Lin Xian. As soon as he grabbed the man in black, while that Bai Rong was still very mechanical, there were a few more moments of doubt in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian! The black-clothed man was extremely frightened. Lin Xian's portrait that they had all viewed was naturally memorized in their minds. Now that Lin Xian had actually appeared in front of him, he was even more alarmed. So it's all of you who are playing tricks, small people, when it's really looking for death. One of Lin Xian's hands had transformed into a dragon's claw, and the huge dragon's claw grabbed the black-clothed man's head in a death grip. The man in black was in pain, but his eyes did immediately look determined. If you want to cut yourself, you have to be able to do it. Looking at the black-clothed man's actions, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and directly wasted the black-clothed man with a palm. Not even having the chance to cut himself. Ahem. The man in black spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, his face full of resentment. Lin Xian, don't be complacent, the divine sect won't let you go. Pang. After the hissing roar, the black-clothed man actually blew up directly. A layer of Lin Xian's ice curtain shielded himself and Bai Rong. The Church of God. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This matter was done by the divine sect. However, it seemed like he didn't have any grudges with the divine sect. Or did? Wu Shinkong, an imperial general, joined the divine religion. However, the great general's house had been blessed by the nation for many generations, and its loyalty to the great wilderness was something that was obvious to everyone in the world, and even Lin Xian had never doubted it. But now, these words made Lin Xian slightly skeptical. End of chapter. Chapter 140. Chapter 139, the royal family has apprised the divine wilderness mysterious realm the Marquis gives a city. Chapter 140. Chapter 139, the royal family has apprised the divine wilderness mysterious realm the Marquis gives a city. The sound of the man in black blowing himself up was relatively loud, and most of the people in the Bai family's mansion heard the noise as Bai Yura and Bai Ing came towards Bai Rong's mansion. Lin Xian didn't panic and leave, but instead walked over to Bai Rong's side and probed his condition. Lin family master. The Bai family members who had rushed here were stunned after seeing Lin Xian, and then their hearts were extremely heavy after seeing the wrecked courtyard. They thought Lin Xian had come to settle the score with them. Lin family master. At first, it was old me who was not long-sighted and offended the Lin family. But one person does what one person does. So if Lin family master feels that he is not relieved, kill old me if you want to. Bai Lao slowly stood out and said in a tone that seemed extremely heavy. Sacrificing one person to save a family is a must for every family head. No, Uncle Lin, it was me, Bai Yula, who backed out of the marriage in the first place. If you want to kill me, you should kill me. Please don't hurt my father and grandfather. Bai Yula was more responsible, and directly stood out and wanted to resist the offense. However, in the face of their words, Lin Xian turned a deaf ear. For the Bai clan, Lin Xian simply didn't have it in his heart right now. If it wasn't for Bai Rong's reasons, Lin Xian really wouldn't have wanted to come to the Bai clan. Although Bai Rong was most likely still the same Bai Rong that he once was, this Bai family wasn't quite the same as the previous one. Ever since Bai Yula had become a spirit martial sect progenitor, the Bai family's every move had been very condescending, not placing the Lin family and these in their eyes anymore. The crowd watched as Lin Xian didn't speak. Instead, placing his hand on Bai Rong also felt a pang of confusion, but the eyes of Bai Lao's few people changed slightly. After a few breaths, Lin Xian gently exhaled. Bai Rong's situation was indeed a bit tricky. His mind was bound. If he were to forcefully go and break the shackles binding his mind, it would probably make Bai Rong a complete and utter idiot. Lin Xian then looked at the Bai family, who were all startled, thinking that Lin Xian was going to make a move. Lin Xian was also directly telling everything about Bai Rong. What? Uncle Lin, patriarch, you mean my father has been controlled all along? Bai Yura was shocked and immediately went next to Bai Rong, calling out to her father in worry and sadness. On the other hand, the faces of Bai Lao and the others stiffened. Lin Xian frowned slightly, sensing that something was wrong. The faces of Bai Lao and the others couldn't be fooled. According to a person's normal behavior, it should be surprise now, and worry for Bai Rong, not this stiff fear. Do you know something too? Lin Xian stared deathly at Bai Lao and the others, his voice seeming extremely cold, while Bai Lao and several of Bai Lao's sons were all forcing a smile, and Bai Lao spoke with a stiff upper lip. How could that be? We didn't know Ronger would be like this. We were uninformed. Bai Lao's words caused Lin Xian to sneer. They were all old foxes who had lived for decades. What were they pretending? But Lin Xian didn't continue to pursue the matter. After all, Lin Xian didn't have that kind of skill of soul searching, and if he continued to pursue the matter, Bai Lao and the others definitely wouldn't tell the truth either. Lin Xian carefully observed Bayura's worried expression again. There shouldn't be any problems. After all, Bayura was Byron's own daughter. Moreover, Byron's wife died in childbirth while giving birth to Bayula, and the father-daughter duo had a very strong bond. Bayula, this person, did have an arrogant and rude personality, but it was basically all taught by Bailao, his incompetent grandfather. As for Byron, he was of a weaker nature and did not dare to disobey his father. Take care of your father. His affairs will be cleared up for him by me, his sworn brother. Lin Xian finished speaking indifferently to Bayula and walked over to Byron, very subtly injecting a yuan qi into Byron's body, and glanced at the Bai family with a deep look under his eyes. Right now in the entire Bai family, the only one who could be trusted was actually Bayula. Although Lin Xian didn't care about Bayula, Lin Xian still cared very much about the life of his sworn brother-in-law. Lin Xian charged straight up into the sky after doing this and disappeared into the Bai clan's camp. For her part, Bayura's face was ugly, and she vaguely glanced at her grandfather and a few uncles. Master, in the sky, Lin Yi arrived beside Lin Xian. Give this seat a deadly eye on the White family. Every move the White family makes, this seat must know. A killing chance flashed across Lin Xian's eyes as he spoke faintly. No. Lin Yi clasped his fists and saluted. Lin Xian nodded slightly and left after staring closely at the Bai family for a few moments. Things are really floundering now. Why would the theocracy want to screw themselves through Byron? There was also the question of whether or not Great General Wu Shinkong was a member of the divine religion. The last thing is, why do the White family members have the feeling that they have a heart of gold? What's the best way to approach that situation with Shurong? These things, Lin Xian naturally had to deal with them one by one. But right now, Lin Xian had to rush back first. After all, he had already made Zhou Moxie and the others wait for a long time. After returning to the Lin mansion, Lin Xian also went straight to the Lin family compound. Father, greetings to Master, family head. Mosher has met Senior. Greetings, Lin family master. As the crowd watched Lin Xian arrive, they all gave Lin Xian a slight cupping of their fists. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, also taking his seat, which was naturally the main seat. Senior, this time our royal family has sent you a heavy gift for this grand competition. Zhou Moshi stood up and said with a smile, a hint of confidence in her eyes. Oh, I can't imagine that this 18-house competition actually has a personal reward from your royal family. It's really not in vain that our Lin family has fought for this first place. Lin Xian spoke with a hint of a smile. Zhou Moshi smiled mysteriously. Then the two white palms struck together. Pop, pop, pop. 3 high fives, kinda rhythmic. Immediately after the high five, 5 beautiful-looking maids walked up. Each maid's body movements were very disciplined and moving, obviously having received special training, and each of the maids had a tray in their hands, and each tray contained a storage bag, which was obviously the reward for the Lin family. Senior, the first reward, is a medium-grade spirit weapon, the Blood Moon Divine Sword, which was once the work of the sword casting villa, and was once auctioned off in the imperial capital for a whopping $9,380,000. The first reward was actually so extraordinary that Lin Xian was surprised by the largesse. After Zhou Moxie smiled and said this, she also took out the Blood Moon Divine Sword from her storage bag, which was red in color and truly extraordinary. And after Jian 11 saw the Blood Moon Divine Sword, his breathing couldn't help but increase by a few points. As for Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an and the others, they were all aware of Jian Shi's birth, and immediately walked to Jian Shi's side without moving, causing Jian 11 to settle down slightly. Even Lin Xian couldn't help but glance at Sword 11. As for the second treasure, it's a medium-grade spirit armor, which was also auctioned off at a high price of 8,130,000 at first. Zhou Moshi did not notice that Jian Shi's face was out of place and continued the introduction on his own. The third reward is a present yuan stone reward of 50,000 medium-grade yuan stones. The fourth reward is 5 cultivation slots in the Great Zhou Divine Desolate Mysteries. When the fourth reward was exited, Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an and the others were puzzled. What did this Divine Desolate Mystic Realm cultivation quota mean? And Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang War, who knew the inside story, were both stunned, and apparently also didn't expect the royal family to be so generous. I can't imagine that the royal family would be so generous as to actually take out the quota for the Divine Desolate Mystic Realm as a reward. Lin Xian sat on the chair, one hand propping up his head, as for the other hand resting on the chair handle, his index finger rhythmically falling together on the chair handle. What is this Divine Desolate Mystery Realm? Lin Chang'an whispered his doubts, while Zhou Moshi smiled to himself, but it was Lu Shang, the provider, who walked out and said, speaking of the Divine Desolate Mysterious Realm, it would be important to talk about our Great Desolate Empire, which was built according to this Divine Desolate Mysterious Realm. This Divine Desolate Mysterious Realm was a small, self-contained world that held countless opportunities. All of our royal family's pride are conducting cultivation in there. And if your chances are good enough, you might be able to take a step into the heavens in it. After Lu Shang had finished smilingly explaining, Lin Fan and the others sucked in another breath of cool air. They had never heard of such a thing. A small world that was self-contained, that was independent of their world. It was really too amazing and unimaginable. Looking at the surprised expressions of Lin Fan and the others, Zhou Moshi also revealed a satisfied expression. Your Highness, but isn't this what your royal family uses to cultivate your royal pride? Lin Fan's mind was more meticulous and immediately inquired. Bound to ask clearly, Zhou Moshi smiled helplessly. Yes, it is indeed our royal family's own place to cultivate talents, but now it is also as a reward available for you all to go in and cultivate as well. Then we won't have to join within the royal family once we're done practicing. Lin Chang'an rubbed the back of his head and said, that's a good blunt question. Lin Xian all but smiled helplessly. Lin Chang'an, this person, many times he just liked to be straightforward, but many times it was with his intelligence. That's a pretty good question to ask. For example, both Lu Shang and Grand Supervisor Jin Mo pulled the corners of their mouths helplessly. Oh, of course not. It was Zhou Moshi who once again stepped forward. This is just a reward given to you by our royal family. That's what you deserve. So after the cultivation is over, you can stay in our royal family or leave on your own. Of course, in the future, when the royal family is in danger, I hope that all of you can give a helping hand in remembrance of this old love. Zhou Moshi also arched his hand at Lin Fan and the others when he finished speaking. This is the purpose of Zhou Moshi's trip. Doing favors. Zhou Moshi was a very smart woman. She naturally knew that Jian 11 and Lin Chang'an and the others were very loyal to the Lin family. So luring them with favors would not only be ineffective, but would instead make Lin Xian dislike them. Then simply invest in the Lin family directly as if they were partners. In the future, if the Lin family was really strong, then remembering this old favor would be a benefit to the royal family. If the Lin family disappeared into history, then consider it just a failed investment. Moreover, judging from the results of this 18-house competition, not only were several juniors of the Lin family outstandingly talented, even his cheap senior uncle was mysterious and powerful. This investment is, essentially, a sure thing. Ha ha ha, the princess has done a good favor. Okay, this family head will accept this favor from you. Lin Xian sat up straight and said with a smile. Lin Xian's senses towards Zhou Moshi were actually good. People liked dealing with smart people, and Zhou Moshi was this smart person. Besides, standing against the divine sect was likely something Lin Xian couldn't avoid anymore. And there was also a very important reason. That is, Zhou Moshi was still his junior sister's only disciple. Taking care of one or two was also his responsibility, right? Then thank you, master. Having received these words from Lin Xian, Zhou Moshi was also overjoyed and then said even more respectfully, Senior need not address me with a mouthful of a princess. I am Senior's disciple and Senior's segmented nephew. Senior can directly address me as Mo. Sure, that's what Senior calls me. Zhou Moshi's words were even more level-headed, once again bringing himself closer to Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed dumbly and agreed. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhou Moshi with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Zhou Moshi was also aware of Lin Fan's gaze, only for Zhou Moshi to respond with a playful and slightly flirtatious look from Lin Fan. This was also taken in by Lin Shuer, who was beside her. Lin Shuer looked at Zhou Moshi with a bunch of adorable mischief in her eyes, looking a bit pouty, and Zhou Moshi responded with a kind expression, which screwed up Lin Shuer. Senior, don't be in a hurry. Our royal family still has a fifth reward. At this moment, Zhou Moshi said with another smile. The fifth maid also came up with a tray. Zhou Moshi picked up the fifth storage bag and opened it. It was actually a token with a large golden font engraved on it. Lamb, after our royal family has decided to name you as Marquis Cloud, and also bestow Cloud Mist City to you. From now on, Cloud Mist City is your uncle's. The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Lin Xian incredulously. I can't imagine the royal family being so generous. Only Lin Xian looked at Zhou Moxi with a slightly playful look in his eyes now. The eastern state was extremely far away from the imperial capital. Even if Lin Xian's strength wanted to travel across such a distance, he would have to fly at full power for a few days. A round trip would take at least 7 days. However, only 3 days had passed since Lin Xian had won first place. Either Zhou Moshi was sending a message to the royal family in advance to give himself a marquis and a city. Either Zhou Moshi himself gave Lin Xian a marquis, and as a princess, Zhou Moshi was naturally not qualified to give a vassal, but Zhou Moshi dared to do so. Then there must be his backbone. This bottom line was derived from the great desolate emperor's trust and favor for Zhou Moshi. If that's true, there's a bit of a big claim there. After all, it wasn't a normal thing to give a princess so much power. It's not even certain if the prince has that right. This master nephew of his own is too uncomplicated. End of chapter. Chapter 141, 140, 5 Super Resource Industries. Lin House's headquarters shift. Chapter 141, 140, 5 Super Resource Industries. Lin House's headquarters shift. After Lin Xian had been given the title of Marquis of the city, Cloud Mist City could be said to be independent of Huaqingfu. At this time, Cloud Mist City would not be under the jurisdiction of the Huaqing Mansion, but rather under the direct jurisdiction of the Eastern Prefecture's State Lord's Mansion. Although this was the case, Cloud Mist City was also highly autonomous. As long as Cloud Mist City didn't rebel against the Great Desolate Empire, then everything was fine. Lin Xian was relatively satisfied with this. After all, Lin Xian himself didn't like being restrained and bound. As for the royal family's vassalage, Lin Xian didn't take it seriously. The big deal, at most, was that he would be able to help out in the future, mainly because Lin Xian didn't have much interest in the so-called throne. One could even say that that throne was a liability in Lin Xian's eyes. In this world where strength is honored, being an emperor is really a thankless task. As long as one's personal strength was sufficient, even if one played a beggar in the world, it was still possible to reign over the world. Senior, these are all gifts for you. Please can you smile? Zhou Moshi kept a smile on her face the entire time. And with a wink, a few maidservants walked over to Lin Xian with plates. Lin Xian smiled faintly and also nonchalantly pocketed all 5 storage bags. This master nephew of his own has said so. If he doesn't want it, not only will it make Zhou Moshi think too much, but it also seems a bit pretentious. Senior brother, there's more than these things. There are still more than 3,000 cultivation resource industries left in Xiantian City, and your Lin family, as the first place winner, can pick 450 of those industries. Ho Tianfeng smilingly continued. In response, the Lin family members were all thrilled. This was the true spoils of the first place in the 18-house competition, and Lin Xian could pick from among these industries first. But there are limits to picking. These industries have been categorized into a total of 4 classes through various assessments: lower, middle, upper, and super. For super resource industries, Lin Xian could choose 5. Upper-level resource industries could choose 15. Intermediate-level resource industries could choose 50. And lower-level resource industries could choose 380. Most of these resource industries were located in the outskirts of Xiantian City, but there were also some located in other parts of the eastern state. But the Lin family can be the first to choose, so it can also try to choose resource industries that are closer to the Lin family. Elder brother, you may not know, there are a total of 28 super resource industries in this eastern state, and there is a very big gap between the super resource industries and the rest of the resource industries, so you must pick the good ones. An elder brother recommends these 3 for you. Ho Tianfeng on the side walked straight up, smilingly took out a map for Lin Xian. The map was a very huge panoramic map of the eastern state. The 18 prefectures of the eastern state, more than 390 cities and ponds were all labeled, very detailed, and on the map, there were also large and small various points. These red dots are the distribution of the super resource industries, and senior brother thinks that these 3 places are really quite good. Ho Tianfeng pointed his finger at a place in the evening of Eastern Prefecture's Xiantian City, then continued to explain to Lin Xian. Senior brother has no idea. The name of this property is called Sword Heart Valley. This Sword Heart Valley was an 8-star power more than 800 years ago, even not far from a 9-star power. And the current spirit martial sect can be so strong also ate a lot of the heritage left behind by the Sword Heart Valley. The strength of the Sword Heart Valley was once indeed extremely uncommon, but it is a pity that it was annihilated by an unknown powerhouse. And this Sword Heart Valley has become a relic, although it's just a clan relic. But the Sword Heart Valley has an extremely high level of help for comprehending the sword intent within the valley. Elder brother, you are a sword cultivator yourself, and quite a lot of people in the Lin family are sword cultivators, so this Sword Heart Valley is really a very suitable choice. These explanations from Ho Tianfeng also caused Lin Xian to nod his head faintly, so it seemed that this Sword Heart Valley was indeed good as well. There were still quite a few people in the Lin family who were sword cultivators, especially since not only was he himself a sword cultivator, but his own disciple was a sword cultivator as well. Then the Sword Heart Valley should indeed be in their hands. Alright then, let's follow senior brother's wishes. The first one will be Sword Heart Valley. Lin Xian grinned as he took the chess piece representing the Cloud Mist City Lin family and inserted it on top of putting the Sword Heart Valley symbol, signifying that this property had been picked by the Cloud Mist City Lin family. Zhou Moxie didn't feel surprised by Lin Xian's selection and just smiled as she watched. The next cultivation resource industry was the Tianyuan mines, which was also a must-have. It was not because of anything else. It was because the Tianyuan mine was an extremely huge yuan stone mine, and within this mountain, there was a constant supply of yuan stones. What's more, not only could lower-grade yuan stones be mined within this heavily yuan mine, but even middle-grade and upper-grade yuan stones could be mined as well. The Tian Yuan mines had been unearthed more than 1,000 years ago. And until now, the Tian Yuan mines had only been mined 2 out of 10. Of course, 40% of the Yuan stone mined was to be handed over to the royal family. The Zhou family, as the lord of the Great Wasteland, is not a little cutie either. Naturally, it also wants to get benefits from it. Although the Great Wasteland Zhou family's number group was huge, it couldn't be spread all over the country, so this could also gain some benefits for the royal family. Lin Xian nodded slightly. This Tian Yuan mine was indeed what the Lin family needed right now as well. Mainly because the Lin family's Yuan gathering formation and the upgraded version of the Dragon Tiger formation disc both very much needed Yuan stones to support them. While the Yuan stone required for the Dragon Tiger formation disc was a mid-grade Yuan stone. As for the Yuan gathering formation, it was also the higher the grade of the Yuan stone the better. And the Tian Yuan mine had a high probability of digging out mid-grade and top-grade Yuan stones, which made it very useful. Good. Then, according to what Master Teacher means, the second one is the Tian Yuan mines, right? Zhou Moshi smiled and took a Lin family symbol and placed it at the place where the Tian Yuan mine was. As for the third place, that would naturally be the Mountain of 10,000 Spirits. After watching Lin Xian pick the Tian Yuan mines, Ho Tianfeng continued with a smile. All Souls Mountain. As Lin Xian listened to the name, he was also roughly aware of what this place was for. The 10,000 Spirit Mountain. That was naturally the place where spirit soldier ores were mined. Spirit weapons. Not only did they need a powerful refiner, they naturally needed rare steel and ores to practice casting them. And naturally, the interior of this mountain, the 10,000 Spirit Mountain, possessed a very large amount of rare ores and steel, all of which could be used to refine high-level weapons. The 10,000 Spirit Mountain, indeed, is also good, so I'll take it as well. With a smile, Lin Xian placed the Lin family sign on the 10,000 Spirit Mountain mine on the map. For this decision of Lin Xian, Zhou Moshi didn't have any surprise. A family, a good weapon is also an essential place. Refining weapons can not only enhance the strength of the family clansmen, but also can be taken out to sell and buy, which is a huge income. Senior brother, I'll recommend these 3 resource industries to you, and you can look at the rest for yourself again, Ho Tianfeng said smilingly. Lin Xian nodded slightly and looked over the entire map, instantly placing his Lin clan symbol on top of the exploding flame rock cave and the demon beast garden. The explosive rock cave was, in fact, nothing more than a volcanic crater. However, it's not just the crater. In the explosive flame cave not only can you mine an extremely rare ore, explosive flamestone, but this place also has an extremely effective effect on tempering the body. Lin Xian's idea was that Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an and the others must get their bodies in shape. Physical strength can really sustain a martial arts fight later on. A strong body that's really useful. This was Lin Xian's realization. And Sword 11 and the others had also discovered the benefits of a strong body after this great competition. In every martial arts fight, Lin Fan and Sword 11 and the others were taking advantage of the benefits of having a strong body, while the bodies of Mo Changsheng and Ho Mingyu and the others were far worse than the bodies of Lin Fan and the others. Under the same level, the physical strength of Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an and the others was absolutely top-notch. Therefore, the explosive rock cave was also one of Lin Xian's must-haves, plus the demon beast garden. That's pretty good too. In the Tianxian mountain range behind Xintian city, there is a special place that has been circled out which is the demon beast garden. The demon beast garden spans thousands of miles from north to south, east to west, and the most powerful demonic beasts in the demon beast garden are great demons in the passing form realm, which is just right to be used as a place for the Lin family's trials. In Lin Xian's opinion, a qualified cultivator's experience was essential. A greenhouse flower could not become a climate. Good. Then the exploding flame rock cave and the demon beast garden. Zhou Moshi nodded slightly and immediately allocated the exploding flame rock cave and the demon beast garden to the Lin family. After Lin Xian had thought about it for a long time, he had chosen the remaining several hundred cultivation resources as well, all of which were very good places, and most of them were Yuan stone mining places. But these Yuan stone mines would basically only be able to mine ordinary lower-grade Yuan stones, and the industries near Xintian city occupied 2/3 of it, especially the 5 super resource industries that basically surrounded Xintian city. In response, Lin Xian was also considering relocating the Lin family to Xian Heavenly City. The overall strength of the current Lin family was not weak either. Lin Yi, Lin Air, and Lin San were all at the peak of the passing form realm, while Lin Xian's elder brother and second brother were both close to the triple passing god realm, and were just one step short of a push from Lin Xian. As for Lin Yang and the other second generation, they were basically going to be at the great Yuandan realm. This was all the result of the family's qi being boosted. The Lin family's qi was definitely not weak when placed in the entire Great Desolate Empire. Then, the Lin family was definitely not a weak clan even if they migrated to Xintian City. Not to mention the fact that the Lin family still had Lin Xian, a super powerhouse that could rival the Tong Xian realm. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lin family's overall strength wasn't enough right now, the Lin family could have gone and gotten a 6-star family. Good. Then these are the places. Senior, these are the places that you can go and take over after 10 days. And the forces that owned these properties last time will all pack up and release their properties. Zhou Moshi looked at Lin Xian after he had chosen all the properties, and also said to Lin Xian with a smile and an excellent attitude, "Good. In 10 days the old man will go and receive it." Lin Xian had received so many resource industries, and he waved his hand with a smile. "Good. Then my senior nephew will be waiting for senior uncle's presence at the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce auction in 4 days' time." Zhou Moshi left the Lin mansion after saying this. Grand Supervisor Jin Mo and Lu Shang nodded slightly at Lin Xian and also left. Lin Xian also responded with a nod, his eyes holding a deep level of meaning. This 9 princess, more and more extraordinary, a natural imperial paradigm, when it is really elusive. Ho Tianfeng and Ouyang Battle both also left after chatting with Lin Xian smilingly. As for Ouyang Qingluo, she had to stay in the Lin mansion, mainly because a lot of Lin family's peers of the right age could play with her, and going back to the Ouyang mansion was just too boring. In response, Ouyang War, the old man, could do nothing but talk to Lin Xian, who was indifferent to Ouyang Qingluo's staying and was even happy to see it. This Ouyang Qingluo possessed a special physique within her body, but this special physique appeared to be in its formative years, and once it erupted, it was unimaginable. And Ouyang Qingluo was playing so well with everyone in the Lin mansion. Lin Xian even had other thoughts. It would be comfortable if his own family's juniors could compete. Ouyang War, this old boy, was afraid that he was going to cry out, "Brother Lin Fan, let's go play, shall we?" Ouyang War left, while Ouyang Qingluo stayed in the Lin mansion, directly going up and holding Lin Fan's arm, smiling like a flower. Lin Shuer's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a slight toot walk, she also came up to take Lin Fan's other arm unwillingly. "Brother Lin Fan, can we go play too?" Lin Fan originally wanted to touch his nose, but suddenly realized that both of his hands were being held, and he was helpless for a beat. The two women held onto Lin Fan's arm for dear life, making Lin Fan really unable to do anything about it. And on the side, Gen 11 laughed dumbly and directly took Lin Luo, the little girl, and left. As for Lin Chagan, he also left with a dark smile, not wanting to bother with the helpless Lin Fan in the slightest. And Lin Ao and the others directly pretended not to see, head looking at the sky and all left. Lin Shen froze for a moment as he watched the scene. This is a scene that at one time seemed to have happened to him. On his left hand was the youngest senior sister on his arm, and on his right hand was the palace fairy on her arm, causing the then Lin Xian pain and pleasure, making the entire imperial capital envious and jealous. At that time, Lin Xian was truly on fire with the wind. Other people out of the limelight are because of outstanding talent or strength out of the middle. Lin Xian is because of the sight of the two confidants of the national color. At the same time there is a particularly perverse talent, and the two people's life is to be called the Great Wasteland First Class. One was a shut-in disciple of the Wine Venerable, and the other was the $1,000 daughter of the president of the Great Desolate Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. How does that not make one envious and jealous? Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. What a thing! Now he actually let his own son teach him a lesson. Lin Fan was also dragged out of the door by the two daughters, and as for Lin Xian, he now had to start making a preparation for settling down in Xiantian City in the future. Currently, many of the Lin family's chosen high-level industries were located around Xiantian City, and there were also some industries around Cloud Mist City. However, it was still mainly gathered in Xiantian City, so the Lin family's headquarters had to be shifted. Of course, the Lin family in Cloud Mist City should never be lost. After all, that was the main house. That was the main residence of the Lin family. Of course, the center of gravity was still going to be closer towards Xiantian City. We may have to go to the imperial capital in the future, but those are afterthoughts. End of chapter. Chapter 142. Chapter 141, The Face of Prime Zhantai Mingyue. Chapter 142. Chapter 141, The Face of Prime Zhantai Mingyue. Guma Empire, medieval European name for Arab Empire. Vanguard Academy. The Guma Empire was a medium-grade empire in the Prime Kingdom domain, although it was only a medium-grade empire. The Guma Empire could be quite notable because the Guma Empire and the Tianwu Empire had a marriage, and the two countries had been building up diplomatic relations for generations, which basically made them the best allies. If any country dared to bully the Guma Empire, then the Tianwu Empire would definitely stand up for the Guma Empire. Therefore, other than the top-grade empires, none of the other middle-grade empires were willing to mess with the Guma Empire, and even the top-grade empires would give the Guma Empire a bit of face. Of course, the Great Wasteland Empire is considered one of the minor exceptions, not because of anything else, Just because the Great Desolate Empire had the wine Venerable Huangfu Lin. Venerable Huangfu was a renowned existence on the entire Prime Realm. On the 100 Shaoxiang martial god ranking, Huangfu Lin was the 9th on the martial god ranking, and was called a superpower of the wine martial god. The Great Desolate Empire was also because of Huangfu Lin's existence, and even though it was only a middle-grade empire, there was no upper-grade empire willing to mess with it. However, Huangfu Lin hadn't put up a fight for almost 50 years, so no one knew how strong Huangfu Lin was now. The other empires were all speculating, and it just so happened that Huangfu Lin was about to have his 300th birthday, and all the countries had already made preparations to head to the Great Wasteland Empire to find out what was going on at that time. Today's Vanguard Academy was truly bustling with activity, mainly because the Vanguard Academy of the Guma Empire and the Jishi Academy of the Great Desolate Empire had an agreed-upon competition. This competition was mainly for an ancient mystery realm quota in the middle of the Guma Empire and the Great Desolate Empire. The winner of the tournament would get 7 places in the secret realm, and the loser would only have 5 places. Although it was only 2 places, it was very precious. After all, no one knew what level of secret realm that ancient secret realm was. It was possible that it was left behind by an ancient mighty powerhouse that exceeded the true martial god realm, and if that was the case, then going in and walking around would really be too good. But the secret realm basically had a limit on the number of people, and that limit was 100, and a good 21 of those empires were involved. There were 3 upper-grade empires, 7 middle-grade empires and 11 lower-grade empires in this group. For the 3 top-grade empires, each empire could produce 10 people. For the 7 middle-grade empires, each empire could produce 5 people. And as for the 11 middle-grade empires, each empire could produce 3 people. That makes a total of 98 people, with 2 more spots coming out. The Tianwu Empire then wanted to fight for these 2 slots for their good brother, the Guma Empire. But who knew that the Great Desolate Empire would directly refuse to do so? We are all middle-grade empires. Why should we give up our spots to the Guma Empire, which is also a middle-grade empire? And in the face of the Great Desolate Empire's dissatisfaction, the Tianwu Empire was also in a bit of a bind. Although the Great Desolate Empire had fallen a rank directly due to the national disaster it had once suffered, ever since the Jishi Academy had produced a wine martial god, Huangfu Lin, the Great Desolate Empire was truly fearless of the other upper-ranked empires. Although in terms of overall strength, the Great Desolate was now no match for the upper-grade empires. Huangfu Lin's incomparably powerful personal combat strength was an existence that all the upper-grade empires were afraid of. So, in the end, it evolved into a tournament to compete for places. As for the fight between the Guma Empire and the Great Desolate Empire, the other middle-grade empires were not too willing to get involved. 5 slots is 5 slots. Messing with the Guma Empire and the Great Desolate Empire was not a good thing. So, in the end, this matter turned into a competition for places between the Vanguard Academy and the Jisha Academy. And the location of the tournament was at the Vanguard Academy of the Guma Empire. At this time around the Vanguard Academy, 100,000 positions are basically just full. The students of the Vanguard Academy, as well as a lot of strong and powerful people in the Guma imperial capital have come to the Vanguard Academy, wanting to come to see the gap between the enemy and us. The Great Desolate was also relatively famous in the Prime Realm, not only because the Great Desolate Empire was once one of the top 10 empires, but also because of the existence of the Wine Exalted One. In the face of the Great Desolate Empire, the powerful and influential people of the Guma Empire were naturally quite curious, especially since the one who had come to the Wangu Academy this time was still that bright moon fairy Zhang Taimingyu, who was relatively famous even in the Prime Realm. This was the absolute demon that Bai Shaoxiang had dedicated a page to at one time. Bai Shaoxiang once had a list of demons, and Zhang Taimingyu was on one of the first class of demons, while only 5 people were on the first class of demons in the first place. Before the match had even started, the venue was already packed, while many people had already begun to mingle and whisper. I heard that Jisha Academy's Zhang Taimingyu looks like a heavenly fairy. It is said that she has a cool temperament. Her skin is like snow, her bright eyes are like the moon, and she is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. And I don't know if it's true or not. I think it's very likely. After all, she's the 3rd of the 100 red faces of the Prime Realm certified by Bai Shaoxiang. I think it's very believable. This Great Wasteland Empire, from the upper grade empire dropped to the lower grade empire. I thought that it couldn't turn over any waves. But I never imagined that not only did a wine martial god come out, but on the 100 reds, their great wasteland actually occupied 6 seats. It's really an abomination. Indeed, it's abominable enough. If I could take down any empire, I think that Great Desolate Empire is really the first one I want to take down. The Great Desolate Empire is our neighboring country. That Jantai Mingyue, that palace dance and music, and their royal family's Grand Princess Jolan and so on are all my favorite fairies. So beautiful. Alas, in such a comparison, We only have one Princess Zhang Ling in the Guma Empire, and her ranking is still relatively low. The gap is too big, isn't it? Under the chatter of the crowd, on the high platform above the Vanguard Academy, there were 5 people. These 5 people, the one in the center was the dean of the Vanguard Academy. The 2 people on the left were the husband of the academy, and the 2 people on the right were from the royal family of the Guma Empire, a man and a woman. Jantai Mingyue? I also want to see it very much. The male of the royal family smiled and laughed, but there was a hint of faint disdain in his tone. The female gave a blank look. Imperial brother, you, the flirtatious prodigal son, who has read countless women in his life, don't plant yourself on that Jantai Mingyue's body when the time comes. The 2 were none other than the crown prince of the Guma Empire, Zheng Chong, and the princess of the Guma Empire, Zhang Ling. Zheng Chong was not only the crown prince of the Guma Empire, he was also a relatively famous proud son of heaven in the Prime Kingdom region. And as for that Zhang Ling, she was one of the Prime Kingdom's 100 great redheads, ranked at 89. It's only 89, but it's still a stunningly beautiful face. After all, the Prime region had hundreds of empires and a population of more than 1 trillion. Alas, Crown Prince, you are the Crown Prince of a country. You still need to focus on your own strength and the affairs of the country. The dean in the center said with a helpless smile. Hey dean, I'm just having fun too, and a lot of the time, I'm pretty reliable. Zhang said smilingly, not taking the dean's words to heart. After all, he was the crown prince of the empire, considered one of the most honorable people in the empire. So what's wrong with having fun? Besides, he hadn't wasted his cultivation, and when it came to his peers, there weren't many people he could put in his eyes. The GK Academy has arrived. Suddenly, a shrill Cockney voice screamed out and everyone looked to the main entrance due south. Several people slowly walked in outside the quaint front entrance. The first person who led the team was the 3rd husband of Jishi Academy, Yun Bashi, who wore a gray linen coat. Very simple, but the whole person had a dusty temperament. Moreover, Yun Bashi was also a person on the list in the Prime Battle ranking. The Prime Battle list was a list of the 199 strongest martial artists under the true martial god realm, and those who were listed were basically all super powerhouses at the Great Circle of the Tongxian realm, and Yun Bashi was the only 2 from the Great Desolate Empire to be selected. Another person was Lord Longfu, the state master of the Great Desolate Empire. As for why there are no deists, that was because the God sect master had long since been a superpower of the true martial god realm, or else the royal family wouldn't have had such a headache over the god sect. Aside from Cloudbreak, there were 5 other people. These 5 people, one person is the 8th husband, that is, the 8th disciple of the Wine Venerable, named Luo Chung, not much older than Lin Xian. In the Jishi Academy is also the most approachable husband, always a dangling look. That's right, it is a dangling look. The Wine Venerable one could do nothing about Luo Han's dangling appearance, and scolded him several times, and after scolding him for a few days he was still quite proper. And then after a few days he resumed his dangling appearance. Although the behavior was a bit of a loose cannon, many of the school children were very fond of the octogenarian. The relationship between Lin Xian and Luo Qing used to be all very good, and Lin Xian had always felt that this 8th senior brother of his was very mysterious. There were 4 others, 2 were from the Great Desolate Empire's royal family, and 1 was Ji Feng, who, as one of the strongest heavenly prides of the current Jishi Academy, had naturally followed the large group to the Wangu Academy to see the world. As for the last one, that would be Jantai Mingyue. Today's Jantai Mingyue wears a purple robe, very beautiful, while the long purple hair is spread over the shoulders until the waist. Bright eyes seem to be equipped with stars and the sea in general, the curved willow eyebrow, the pretty face and red lips that are not powdered, so perfect that it seems to be like a heavenly god. Polished features cannot help but make people infatuated. Almost everyone was palpitating over Jantai Mingyue's face. Even that crown prince Zhang Zhong, who claimed to have read countless women, was looking infatuated at this moment. Royal brother, your harumph is coming out. Zhang Ling, who was on the side, really couldn't look at it anymore and said without any good humor. Zheng Chong also immediately put away his embarrassment and reverted back to the honorable appearance of that imperial prince. As the crown prince of the hall, this level of self-regulation was still there. This Jantai Mingyue, worthy of being a legendary woman who can be on the 3rd of the red face list. Her looks are indeed as beautiful as heavenly fairies. Actually more beautiful than even you, sister. Cough. Ha ha ha. Our Vanguard Academy welcomes all the honored guests of the Jishi Academy. The dean of the Vanguard Academy in the main seat personally stood up. Although Yun Bashi was only the 3rd husband of the Jisha Academy, he was almost similar to the courtyard of the Vanguard Academy in terms of status and position. As both of them were on the 100 Dawns battle list, the Vanguard Academy didn't have a superpower like Venerable Wine. Ha ha ha. Dean won. after not seeing you for many years, you seem to have gotten quite young again. Yun Braishi looked at Dean Wan and said with a smiling arch, "It's all thanks to the blessing of the wine Vulcan. By the way, your honored guests are still invited to take their seats first." Dean Wan immediately arched his hand and smiled back. Yun Braishi nodded slightly and led Zhantai Mingyue and the others right towards the upper seat, while the gazes of all the people moved along with Zhantai Mingyue's figure. Even Crown Prince Zhang Zhong was no exception. In response, Dean Wan was also very helpless. What is this called? Don't let the group in your own country turn against you in time because of Zhantai Mingyue's charm. Today we are here, mainly for the sake of the competition. So how do we fight this battle today? After Yun Bashi and Zhantai Mingyue and the others arrived at the Jishi Academy seat, Yun Bashi also opened the door directly. Oh, naturally, it's one-on-one, and the age is set at under 100. How about that? That makes Dean Wan look a little small-minded. Everyone knew that the Great Desolate Empire had produced a supreme demon, Zhantai Mingyu. Zhantai Mingyue's strength is not clear to anyone, so Dean Wan does not dare to gamble. If the age is set too high, it is not good to say. If it is set low, then they are afraid that no one in the country can be Zhantai Mingyue's rival, so it is simply set 100 years old. Under 100 years old, there's no such thing as a bad word, is there? May. The corners of Yun Zhasher's mouth tickled as he nodded after glancing at Dean Wan. Good. Husband Yun is indeed refreshing. So be it. Dean Wan smiled and flung his robe, and the husbandman of the Vanguard Academy beside Dean Wan instantly stood out and came directly on top of the platform. One could only see that this person was wearing brocade clothes. The hair color on his head appeared gray, and there was no half of yuan qi fluctuation all over his body, so he was obviously an expert with extremely high cultivation. It seems that Dean Wan is also prepared. Looking at this person, Yun Bashi said smilingly, "It can't be helped. We don't have a character like Immortal Zhantai in the Guma Empire." Much to this, Dean Wan just smiled and waved his head once, but stroked his beard slightly proudly. "Akatsuki, look at you." Without any semblance of pressure, Yun Braishi smiled at Zhantai Mingyue. Zhantai Mingyue still had a cool-to-the-core look, slightly nodded and floated to the stage. Her figure was so elegant and dusty that people couldn't take their eyes off of it anymore. "Take a shot." Zhantai Mingyue spoke faintly. "Then old me will learn the level of Immortal Zhantai." Only to see that the husband of the Vanguard Academy's body yuan qi fluctuations instantly skyrocketed terrifying power to make the surrounding people feel a sense of oppression. A super expert of the late Tongshan realm. This is the third husband of our Vanguard Academy. Husband Lu Hai. 99 years old this year. Just right. Dean Wan smiled and stroked his beard. Yun Braishi also smiled. It's really just right. Boom. Only to see an 8th grade yuan soul appear on that Lu Hai's horrifying yuan qi fluctuation. An extremely high-grade spirit soldier in his hand coming towards Zhantai Mingyu. This horrifying sense of oppression made quite a few people in the surroundings feel suffocated. The phoenix chimes in the 9 heavens. Zhantai Mingyue spoke faintly. Her voice was slight, but the bright light sword in the water did instantly come out of its sheath. The terrifying bright sword intent instantly invaded the entire field. Rumble. After a powerful explosion, that Lu Hai's yuan soul exploded. End of chapter. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, Roadrunner Zhantai Mingyue Lin Xian's superior panel, still scratching. Chapter 143, Chapter 142, Roadrunner Zhantai Mingyue Lin Xian's superior panel, still catching up on writing. One move separates the winners from the losers. That Wangu Academy's third husbandman Lu Hai didn't last a single move in front of Zhantai Mingyu. This was the terrifying battle power of the Light Sword Immortal, and everyone in the Guma Empire looked dumbfounded. They had thought that it would be a good fight, a game of chess, but now it seemed that their thoughts were just very ridiculous. In response, the few people from the GK Academy were not the least bit surprised. Yun Bashi smiled and stroked his beard, his eyes full of appreciation. As for the 8th husband, Luo Cheng, he sat dangling in his seat, with one foot still on the stool, very unimaginative. But Luo Cheng also nodded very happily at Zhantai Mingyue's fight, and Ji Fom eyes full of worship. Worship among other feelings good color. At this moment Zhantai Mingyue has become Ji Fom heart with indelible figure. Those few people from the Vanguard Academy had been frightened. It was thought that Zhantai Mingyue might have just entered the Tongshan realm level, and even with her amazing battle strength it was unlikely that she would defeat Lu Hai. But now it seemed that they had truly underestimated the caliber of the absolute demons that Bai Shaosheng had approved. It's really horrible. Not to mention Lu Hai. Dean Wan asked himself if he could beat Zhantai Mingyue even if he was on his own. Zheng Chong and Zhang Ling were both stunned by Zhantai Mingyue's devastating victory. They really didn't expect Zhantai Mingyue to be so terrifying that he had second-guessed the third husbandman of the Vanguard Academy with a single stroke of his sword. Zhang looked at Zhantai Mingyu and suddenly realized that the women he had once seen were simply rouge and vulgar. Even his own sister, who was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, was inferior in front of Zhan Tai Mingyue. This is the heavenly fairy one seeks. The scene was in an uproar. Lu Hai at this time of brocade clothes have been torn and tattered, and also eyes are full of shock. He, Lu Hai, was once also a super heavenly pride of the Guma Empire, once also one of the men who were proud of the heavenly pride of the entire empire, having practiced for 99 years, although he had also lost. He had never lost as much as he did today. Understood. Zhan Tai Mingyue put away her bright light sword and walked off the battle stage with an arch to Lu Hai, who was caught up in self-doubt. Dean won. This battle is considered a win for our Jishi Academy, isn't it? Yun Braishi looked at Dean Wan smilingly. The smugness in his eyes couldn't be hidden anymore. Dean Wan let out a long sigh and looked at the group of people from the Jishi Academy with extreme envy. Dean Wan was truly envious that Jishi Academy actually had such a demon. This Zhan Tai Mingyue. I'm afraid it won't take 50 years to be the second Huangfu Lin, and Huangfu Lin was only 300 years old now, so when Zhan Tai Mingyue grew up, the Great Desolate Empire was afraid that it would be able to recapture the glory of the once top great empire. Alas, it is worthy of being recognized as a supreme demon by Xiao Shang. Mr. Wan admires and admires Fairy Zhan Tai's strength. I'm afraid it's no weaker than that of husband Yun. Dean Wan looked at Zhan Tai Mingyue with a convincing arch of his hand. Zhan Tai Mingyue gave a slight nod to Dean Wan, and then she calmly sat down in her seat, not opening her mouth to speak anymore, holding a small wooden sword tightly in her hand and playing with it. And Zhan Tai Mingyue instantly fell into a burst of memories. Akatsuki. Ha? What's wrong? Zhan Tai Mingyue looked at Yun Zhaoshi with a confused expression. Why do you keep wandering off? What if someone sneaks up on you at this point? Cloudbreak frowned helplessly. In response, Zhan Tai Mingyue smiled confidently. Don't worry about it, third senior brother. I'm all about selective wandering. Harm. Forget it. This tournament is over. We're going to stay in the Guma Empire for consultations. And the Guma Empire and the Vanguard Academy are going to enter a landlord's friendship. Yun Braishi said with a faint smile. Hearing that you would have to stay in the Guma Empire for a few more days, Zentai Mingyue instantly furrowed her pretty brows. Going to stay here again? Ha? I don't want to. I want to go back. Shantai Mingyue shook her head slightly, a bit capricious, as if she was a little girl who was gambling and making trouble to go home. In response, Yun Bashi was slightly helpless, and looking around at no one, he whispered to Zentai Mingyue. We'll leave early as soon as we can, and we'll just make a quick perfunctory stop. Good. Third senior brother, don't lie to me. You know I'm a wayfarer. I'm going back alone. I'm afraid I won't be able to find my way. Don't worry, little sister. If third senior brother cheats you, then eighth senior brother will take you back. Eighth senior brother knows the way. Luo Cheng came up and smiled and hemmed. Yun broke the stone completely speechless. His own group of younger brothers and sisters, how a more than one unreliable look. 4 days later, the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in the eastern state had organized a mega auction. This auction, it was really very grand. The news not only spread throughout the entire Great Desolate Empire, but even to neighboring countries. Some countries heard about it, and they also wanted to shoot some good things back within the Great Desolate Empire. Of course, the Lin family was going to be involved. Lin Shen stood up from the cultivation room and exhaled slightly. His cultivation was over and he was becoming more and more satisfied with himself. Host, Lin Shen. Identity, Lin family patriarch. Jishi Academy progenitor. Great Desolate Cloud Marquis. Cultivation level, late passing spirit realm. Genuine soul, manifestation of the dragon, 9th grade. Execution of the sky, crippled. Sealed. Martial intent, the intent of sword is subtle. The intent of ice melts into the body. The intent of wind is beginning to open. The intent of thunder is beginning to open. Special physique, kendo embryo, growing. Sub-profession, forge master, 4th rank. Personal luck, green level, medium. Family luck, green level, lower grade. Offensive martial arts, raging thunder, divine thunder, spirit grade extreme. Peerless sword technique, spirit grade extreme. Sky shadow spirit sword decision, spirit grade lower. For seasoned sword technique, quasi-spirit grade. Earthly fury palm, mortal 9th grade. 8 gates of the floating slaughter seal, mutilated and unspecified. Body technique martial art, treading the clouds and the divine sky, spirit grade extreme. Body refining martial art, desolate battle body, spirit grade extreme. Self-created martial arts, Shaoi Ruojuan, spirit grade medium. Other martial arts, Manhwa Shintong, disabled. Equipment, 10,000 spirit sword, lower grade spirit weapon. Earth spirit treasure armor, extreme grade spirit weapon. Puppets, Lin 1. Lin 2. Lin 3, passing shape realm great perfection. Personal bound redhead, Jun Menjiu, times. Family bound sons, Lin Fan. Lin Chagan. Jian 11. Lin Shuer. Family level, Great Wasteland 4-star family. Family rating, thoroughly famous in the eastern states. Looking at this information, Lin Xian said that it wasn't too bad. He had already added the title of Great Desolate Cloud Marquis to his identity, and the unknown broken sword had been replaced with the Heaven Executioner, but the back was marked as being mutilated and sealed. As for Lin Xian's ice intent, he had also managed to break through to the fusion realm in these days of cultivation. Now there was just one area that didn't quite satisfy Lin Xian. That was the fact that Lin Xian's weapon was actually still a lower grade spirit weapon, the 10,000 spirit sword, which was already completely unworthy of Lin Xian's level of battle power. Of course, that Blood Moon Excalibur given by Zhou Moshi was also still a bit worse, so Lin Xian gave that Snow Moon Excalibur directly to Sword 11, which was also originally built by Sword 11's family, so it must have been quite a match for Sword 11 as well. As for the end, Lin Xian saw that place where individuals bound the red face, June Dreamfish. That's right, June Mengyu was Lin Xian's wife, Lin Xian's actual wife, junior sister and Fairy Gong, as well as Li Honi and the others could only be considered confidants. However, although June Mengyu was bound, there was a red cross behind June Mengyu's name. Clearly, the bond between Lin Xian and June Mengyu had a very powerful obstacle. Lin Xian breathed a long sigh of relief. Child's mother, one will definitely go to you, no matter the end of the world, no matter the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Family master, the 9th princess and state lord Xiaohou have an invitation to the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce to attend the auction. This is the invitation they sent. At this moment, Lin Yi slowly walked in. As Lin Xian's loyal servant, Lin Xian had allowed Lin Yi to have shown up in the Lin mansion, and now the Lin family knew of Lin Yi's existence, and also knew that Lin Yi was very strong, and Lin Yi was also acting as a chaperone for Lin Fan and the others. Of course, Lin Er and Lin San both still didn't show up. Lin Er went to continue spying on the Bai family. As for Lin San, he was gathering news all over the city. Bai Rong's head was mentally damaged, and now the only way was to make Bai Rong's mental power, or soul power, subsidized, otherwise it would be impossible to awaken. However, things that restored soul power that were unattainable, and were considered extremely high-class treasures in the Great Desolate Empire. Lin San had only gotten one piece of news even after collecting them in the end, and that was that there were treasures in the auction that restored soul power. Lin Xian had originally thought of directly approaching Gong Qi to privately purchase that soul treasure, but he ate the closed door given by Gong Qi. In response, Lin Xian was helpless to the extreme. Back in the imperial capital, Lin Xian and Gong Qi also knew each other, and Gong Mail is still Gong Qi's own niece. Obviously, Gong Qi was very upset with Lin Xian, the man who had broken Fairy Gong's heart. Come on, it's time to check it out. Lin Xian walked up and nodded once with a smile. Yes, Lin Yi nodded respectfully and walked out. When Lin Xian arrived at the Lin Mansion's compound, all of the Lin family who were going to the auction this time had already arrived. This time, those who went to the auction were Lin Fan, Lin Chagan, Jian 11, Lin Ao, Lin Shuier, Little Bud, Shangwan Chan, and Ouyang Qingluo, Lin Luo and the others. That's right, Xiao Meyer of the Xiao family, Shangwan Chan of the Shang Butler, and Ouyang Qingluo, the precious daughter of Ouyang War, all followed the Lin family to the auction. It can't be helped. Who told the Lin family to be so attractive? And the people of the Xiao family were happy to see this. After all, with Lin Xian's current status and position, it really wasn't the slightest bit false to the Xiao family of the imperial capital. Lin Xian had all but decided that when the time was right, he would make the marriage between Lin Fan and Xiao Nara public, so that the Xiao family would know what to do. This is my Lin Xian's daughter-in-law, not something those of the Xiao family in the imperial capital can get their hands on. As for Shangwan Chan, Lin Xian was also thoroughly confused. Shangwan Jin's Shangwan family used to be a large family in the Tianwu Empire before being severely punished because the family had offended the Tianwu imperial family. And the Lang family helped part of the Shangwan family's clansmen escape from the Tianwu Empire and also settled in the Great Desolate Empire. However, it wasn't for nothing. The Lang family helped the Shangwan family also because the Shangwan family had a treasure that was an Earth Spirit Soldier. An Earth Spirit Soldier, which could also be called a Spirit Treasure. This kind of thing, even forces over the 9-star level would be red in the eyes. The Shangwan family did not go back on their word and offered the spiritual treasure to the Lang family. The time of offering the treasure was 10 years ago, when the then Shangwan Jian took Shangwan Chan, who was still only 6 or 7 years old, to the Lang family. And that go, the Cole family's eldest young master Lung Yu actually looked directly on the Shangwan Chan, but at that time or only a few years old, had thought it was just a joke. However, Lung Yu was obsessed with Shangwan Chan later and finally decided to marry her. That's the doggone reason behind it. For this reason, Shangwan Jian was also helpless. It would have been good to tie up the Lang family, but Shangwan Chan, this niece, didn't like Lung Yu. Lung Yu was too overbearing, not Shangwan Chan's favorite type, and in response, Shang Wanjian didn't know how many times he had sighed. Lin Chagan, on the other hand, was fearless of that so-called heavenly martial cold feather. Although the Long family was strong, Lin Chang'an was willing to fight that Lung Yu for Shang Wanchan. In response, Lin Xian expressed his relief. The Lin family was on an uphill path right now, and as for the back, Lin Chang'an's future was unlimited. Even though Lang Yu was a super heavenly pride, Lin Chang'an really didn't see how he could be worse. Shang Wanchan's story ends here, and Ouyang Qingluo is also clamoring to be in the Lin family, to which Ouyang War are helpless to the extreme. Ouyang War always feel as if his daughter is going to be abducted. In response, Lin Xian just smiled and didn't say anything. He hadn't done anything himself. The Lin family's current power is quite large. Walking on the main road in Xiantian City, the fleet of vehicles at the forefront of a huge flag. Written on the flag is Cloud and Mist City Lin family. In the Cloud and Mist City Lin family below is 4 stars, representing a 4-star family. The crowd was in awe when they saw the Cloud Mist City Lin family. Not only were they in awe of Lin Xian as a Cloud Marquis, they were also in awe of the Lin family as a clan. If there was only one Lin Xian in the Lin family, then it would actually be just like that. A family couldn't rely on just one person. However, the Lin family's Lin Fan, Sword 11, and Lin Chagan, Lin Shuier, and the others were now renowned celestials in the entire eastern state. For this reason, many great clans and great sects had the desire to join forces with the Lin family. In response, Lin Xian also rejected them all. Marriages were not something Lin Xian liked. Besides, it seemed that all of his juniors had found women they liked and didn't need much interference from him. As for this kid, Sword 11, it seems to be a bit of a runaround. The Lin family's caravan walked on the main road and arrived directly at the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in the eastern state was very large and also very magnificent and breathtaking. Just see that the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce covers an area that is just out of sight. And the main building in the center of the clouds, placed in the Xiantian city, is like a city within a city in general. This was the power of the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Even the eastern state had to carve out a place for it. The Tongtian Chamber of Commerce also drove a very high economy to the eastern state. If there was no Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, then the eastern state was afraid to be weaker than it is now by several tiers. Is this the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce? It's really big and spectacular. The Lin family juniors looked at the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce in front of them, and apart from a few people, everyone else was feeling extremely shocked. Look, that's actually the team from the southern state's Flying Cloud Palace. End of chapter. Chapter 144, 143, Countless powerful forces gathered at Xiantian City. Chapter 144, 143, Countless powerful forces gathered at Xiantian City. Upon hearing the shocked outcry from the passers-by, Lin Xian and the Lin clan's crowd, who were originally about to enter the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce, froze and looked towards the incoming clan. Flying Cloud Palace was one of the 5 super sects of the Great Desolate Empire, and was on par with the Spirit Martial sect. And Flying Cloud Palace's status in the southern state was equivalent to Spirit Martial sect's status in the eastern state, and even more so. And the Flying Cloud Palace was also a very prestigious sect in the entire Great Desolate Empire, with countless celestial pride flocking to it. Most of all, the current owner of the Flying Cloud Palace, Flying Cloud Upper Fairy, was a peerless beauty that ranked in the 93rd percent of the 100 great redheads of the 100 Xiaoshang. Not only was she a super beauty as ranked by Xiaoshang, but she was also a super strong person with unfathomable strength. Unlike Yin Tianzhang of the Spirit Martial sect, Yunyin was a solid Tongxian realm powerhouse. For this Flying Cloud Palace, Lin Xian hadn't had much contact with it, only that he had often heard about it when he was in the imperial capital, and it was also often that he could hear about the deeds of this Cloud Sound Palace master. The Flying Cloud Palace's caravan was relatively large, and the one pulling it was actually a 4th-order demonic beast. That was a 4th-order demonic beast, a demonic beast equivalent to the passing form realm, and it was indeed very pushy. Seeing this, Lin Xian was also wondering if he should get a powerful status demonic beast to shelter the Lin family. Wow! Look, it's actually the Northern States Ice and Snow Great Sect. Suddenly, another scream rang out and the crowd looked to the opposite side again. Lin Xian and the others also stared at the Ice and Snow Great Sect. The Ice and Snow Great Sect was in the northern state of the Great Wilderness, and it was also one of the 5 great super sects of the Great Wilderness, powerful beyond compare. Moreover, the holy daughter of the Ice and Snow Great Sect, Snow Smokeless, was also one of the 4 great redheads of the Great Desolate. The 4 great red faces of the Great Wilderness were Jishi Academy's Zhantai Mingyue, Tongtian Chamber of Commerce's Gongmule, Northern Prefecture's Ice and Snow Great Sect's Shuiwui, and the Imperial Family's Rapunzel Zhoulan, together with Li Hongyi from the eastern state and Yunyin from the southern state's Flying Cloud Palace. These 6 were the 6 people from the Great Wilderness who had entered the Prime 100 Redheads list. Unlike the Flying Cloud Palace and the Spirit Martial sect, the Ice and Snow Great Sect, a sect that appeared to be more introverted, was basically only active in the northern prefecture's landmass and was not yet at odds with the state lord. Not only that, the Ice and Snow Great Sect would also be charitable, and there were often great powers from the Flying Cloud Palace teaching in the northern state for free, which had an excellent reputation. The Ice and Snow Great Sect basically did not participate in the fight, possessing all of them to be bystanders, and the Ice and Snow Great Sect was also an extremely ancient sect, having been established for more than 600 years, and the Great Wasteland Empire had been established for about the same amount of time, and it was said that it was even a little bit longer. Is this that Ice and Snow Great Sect? It does look rather low-key. Lin Shen looked at the Ice and Snow Great Sect and saw that only a handful of 3 or 5 people had come, and he also smiled slightly. Compared to the Flying Cloud Palace's grand rehearsal, the people from the Ice and Snow Great Sect were indeed few and far between, and appeared to be a bit shabby as well. However, the few people from the Ice and Snow Great Sect were all tall, with outstanding looks and extraordinary temperaments. There were just 4 people in total, 2 women and 2 men, led by a woman with a veil. The woman's body is exquisite. Every move is beautiful. That delicate figure makes people feel blood boiling, even if it is masked. It can make people want to get into the wrong way. Lin Xian felt a sense of danger as he looked at this woman. Clearly the strength of the woman with the veil was extremely extraordinary. Oh, enough watching. Let's go. It's time to go in. Lin Xian smiled and retracted his gaze and said, Matriarch, that Ice and Snow Great Clans people don't feel like they're all too easy to mess with. Lin Chang'an followed Lin Xian and said with a smile, how can the Ice and Snow Great Sect, one of the 5 super sects, be good to mess with? Lin Xian laughed dumbly and shook his head before leading Lin Chang'an and the others into the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Are you the honored guests of the Lin family of Cloud Mist City? Lin Xian and the others had just arrived at the entrance, and immediately someone came to settle Lin Xian and the others on their mounts. And there was a maid with superior posture and excellent temperament who walked up and asked softly, asking with a light smile that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. How can such a service not satisfy people? And there is a reason why Tongtian Chamber of Commerce can grow bigger and stronger. That's right. We are the Lin family of Cloud Mist City. Lin Shen nodded indifferently, then took out his invitation. The maid also did not look at the invitation and immediately extended her hand and smiled. All honored guests, please follow me. Your guests' invitations are the highest level invitations, so they can stay in the Heavenly Character private room, the maid said and led Lin Xian towards the upstairs. Although the maid's voice was small, it reached the ears of quite a few people, including those of the Flying Cloud Palace and the Ice and Snow Great Sect who had just walked in. The people from the Flying Cloud Palace and the Ice and Snow Great Sect were all extremely curious as they sized up the Lin family's crowd several times. To be able to stay in a heavenly private room, that was basically the top forces of the Great Desert, or someone from the neighboring royal family. If not, it was a loose cultivator with an extremely powerful cultivation. Otherwise it should not have that qualification. The Lin family followed the maid's footsteps to the highest floor, the 9th floor, which overlooked all the scenery. Your honored guests, this is your private room. Tianzi No. 9. If your honored guests have any problems, just call us directly. After the maid finished speaking, she walked down at Lin Xian's eye gesture. I can't imagine that the 9th princess would actually pay such attention to us. Directly to the Heavenly Character private room. Lin Fan looked around the extremely large private room and also said. Lin Xian smiled and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the private room, looking at the unobstructed scenery with a slight smile. This is what absolute strength can bring to you. Cultivate well. With the qualifications of a few of you, you only need to quietly cultivate. It won't be too long before you will be able to obtain everything you enjoy today just by yourselves. Lin Xian's bland words yet lurked a great incentive, causing Lin Fan, Lin Chagan, and Jian 11, Lin Ao, and the others to have a rush of blood, itching to immediately rush back now to continue to seize the time to cultivate. Oh right, Fanner, you're the young patriarch of our Lin family, so go there yourself, and when the time comes, you'll have that maid take you to the Li family's private room, and invite the Li family up. Lin Xian waved his hand slightly and said. The eyes of Lin Fan and Lin Chang'an and the others instantly became strange. Even the corners of Jian Shi's mouth were slightly raised. As for Lin Yang and the others, there was even less to say. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's usual majesty of being the patriarch, Lin Yang and Yuaning, the second generation, would have been up in arms. Lin Xian coughed dryly and continued. When the 18 prefectures competition was held, no one looked up to our Lin family, and at that time our Lin family could only stay on a 1-star low stage, and at that time it was still the Li family that invited us on the 6 stages, so now it's time for us to return the favor to them. Lin Xian explained a lot, but this group of goods didn't listen to much. I'm afraid, leaving Lin Xian speechless for a while. There were still 2 hours before the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce auction officially started. and during these 2 hours, the forces that came from outside the eastern state were indeed quite a lot, and for a while, the eastern state Xintian city was also completely bustling. At this moment, outside of eastern state city, a very large convoy of vehicles slowly drove towards Xintian city. In the center of the caravan, there was a huge flag hanging from a 6-foot pole with the word Shao written in large letters. The convoy was none other than the Shao family of the imperial capital. And the Shao family and the Ouyang family were also listed as one of the 3 great families of the imperial capital. Their strength was not to be underestimated, and they were also a renowned existence in the entire Great Desolate Empire. Grand Duke, we have less than half an hour before we reach Xintian city, an old man said smilingly. He, Xiaopu reported back to this Gongzi, saying that Cloud Mist City's pariah clan is actually not true to this Gongzi's word, and is secretly close to a small clan, and Xiao Boer that actually dares to browbeat a pariah. Everything she has is bestowed on her by this Gongzi, but now she actually dares to betray this Gongzi. When this Gongzi goes and catches her this time, he will make her beg for her life and beg for her death. Inside the carriage, the curtain blew slightly with the breeze, while a slightly whitened face loomed. That face hung status 2 eyes revealed an extremely seeping gaze. My lord, that's not a small family. According to the family's intelligence officer's report, the patriarch of that family seems to be the personal 9th disciple of Venerable Wine. His status is not bad, the old man said with a slight frown. Venerable Wine's own 9th disciple. Hearing this, the eyes of the male in the carriage that had been reclosed were also slowly opened. There was a hint of a guilty conscience in his eyes, and he was obviously also very scornful of Lin Xian's identity. The Shao family of the imperial capital. Although its strength was incomparably powerful, there were still 3 forces within the Great Desolate Empire that must not be messed with. One is the Great Desolate Royal Family. The thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Although the royal family has declined, it is still not something that the current Shao family can mess with. The second one was the Divine Sect, as the most prestigious super sect within the Great Wilderness, and as it was in the middle of the day, the Shao family also tried not to mess with it. However, the first 2 invoked perhaps still have a great deal of room for moderation, but the last one invoked that would be really finished, that is, the Jishi Academy. The Jishi Academy was an existence that should never be messed with. The divine religion was rampant within the Great Desolate Empire, but it was not the least bit offended within the neighborhood of the Jishi Academy. For the scholars coming out of Jishi Academy is also absolutely not to be messed with. This is the horror of the GK Academy. Wu Yi, you also do not worry. That is the wine-honored one's own 9th disciple Lin Xian. Once in the Jisha Academy Palace is a complete waste of people. 40 years old cannot enter the 3 passes of the God Realm. Became the laughingstock of the Jisha Academy Palace. In 23 years ago, that Lin Xian has already left the Jisha Academy Palace. Perhaps because there is no face to stay in the Jisha Academy Palace. The old man next to him suddenly laughed again. Obviously the old man didn't pay much attention to Lin Xian either. A piece of trash who couldn't even step into the 3-passage divine realm at the age of 40 was a waste in the old man's eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Wui also suddenly smiled. So it's that legendary waste of proximity. No wonder. When I was young within the family, I often heard many elders mention this person. So it's him. Xiao Wui smiled disdainfully, his words filled with contempt for Lin Xian. My lord, this time is the same as the other time. We can't underestimate him. Lin Xian, in our next life, the old man said to Xiao Wui after thinking for a while. After all, there was news earlier that Lin Xian appeared to no longer be an invalid, but had instead become incredibly powerful. Xiao Wui nodded slightly and continued at the old man. Go into the city first, then send someone to poke around that Lin family. Humph, no matter who they are, they can't get their hands on Xiao Nar. A hint of viciousness flashed in Xiao Wui's eyes, as if he was a hungry wolf. Yes, my lord. The old man nodded slightly and drove his horse and brushed off first to spy for Xiao Wui. As for the other side of Xintian city, there was also a fleet of cars slowly approaching. The overall size of this fleet was not as large as the Xiao family's, but the fleet was more luxurious and the escorts were all more powerful. And above the caravan, there were actually 3 flags flying. The first flag had the words Tianwu written on it. This was the convoy of the Tianwu Empire. The second flag had a large word Ling written on it, and it was actually the Ling family of the Tianwu Empire. As for the third flag, it was written Xin, so it was obviously the Xin family. The 3 horses in front, the middle person sitting on top of a third-order red blazing horse, wearing a yellow robe, the left side of a person with a handsome appearance, with a stern look in his eyes. As for the right side of the person is the Xinqiu who escaped in the beginning. This is Xintian City, isn't it? Finally, the yellow-robed man at the head of the group smiled slightly as he looked at the spectacular fortified city in front of him, and the handsome, cold man raised his eyes slightly. 13th Prince, this time when we come to the Great Desolate Empire, It's best for us to keep a low profile. At this moment, a middle-aged man in armor walked out, his voice bland. The yellow-robed man at the head was precisely the 13th prince of the Tianwu Empire, and was also a pride of heaven with outstanding talent, and was a renowned existence in the Tianwu Empire. As for the cold youth on the left, he was the first son of the Ling family, Long Yu. End of chapter.